This guy's one of our so desperate for views and subscribers like some forum admin that he ran out to a graveyard to livestream. Lo and behold, midstream he spots a gorgeous girl standing right in the middle of a field of graves wearing a red dress, no less. Absolute smoke show. Convinced his moment had finally arrived, he dropped to one knee in front of 3,000 live viewers. Thought the girl was about to send him straight to his ancestors. But plot twist said yes, just like that. And so they did a whole lot of things that day. Yeah, totally unreal. Tonight at 1200, if any of you want a wife, just follow the admin to the graveyard and hunt one down. Anyway, no more rambling. Let's get into it. It happened, and the admin made it happen. Enjoy the show, folks. The story opens on a grim, shadowy scene, a single candle burning bright, surrounded by drops of crimson red. Have you ever heard the legend of the Princess Tomb? The Princess Tomb said to be the burial site of a princess from the Jiang dynasty, a short-lived kingdom from ancient times. In a dark, freezing forest stripped of all life, nothing but the mournful black of circling crowsand right in the center, sits a tomb draped in a red cloth. You'd think that tomb marked the end of a life, but something there still stirs. Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, people near the Princess Tomb report seeing a female ghost in a red wedding dress. No one knows who the mysterious girl is, but her spirit returns on schedule every year, appearing in a blazing red gown, spreading terror wherever she goes. And that girl with her blood-soaked, terrifying face never rests in peace, roams far and wide from this tomb. The young man sitting beside the flickering candle in the darkness, narrating this whole story, that's Fang Ning. Word is, today is the death anniversary of that princess, which means the yin energy is at its absolute peak. Her soul is coming back. He leaps to his feet and slams his hand on the table, practically buzzing with excitement. This 7th, I, the elder of the beggars sect, shall lead every single netizen to the Princess Tomb and camp out for the night. By now, it's obvious Fang Ning is a digital content creator who specializes in sensational horror stories to hook his audience. And tonight, I'll bring the most professional livestream crew to capture this historic moment with all of you. Is the female ghost real or not? Is the Princess Tomb legit or just a hoax? Tune into my livestream tonight, right on time, and don't forget to like and share. Right now, seen through someone's phone screen, he's still rallying people to support his video. I am the supreme elder of the beggars sect. We don't quit until we see this through. Of course, just sitting in front of a camera and spouting a few lines isn't enough to reel in a big crowd, which is exactly why he has director Wang on payroll. Mr. Fang Ning, we've already posted the promo video. Fang Ning sits back in his chair, arms folded, listening to the man report results that exceeded all expectations. In just one day, the video has crossed 1 million views. You could say it's blowing up. He's more than satisfied with the social media traction his content has generated. Fang Ning rises to his feet and offers the man a word of praise. Well done, truly a professional team. Director Wang, tonight's livestream is all on you. Make sure you plan it to perfection. The man wipes the sweat from his brow and replies with a grin, "You flatter me, Mr. Fang Ning." But inside, he's absolutely seething. If business hadn't been tanking lately, I'd never have dragged myself to this godforsaken place for some half-baked livestream. Fang Ning's crew has already started packing gear and setting up for tonight's stream. Boss, where'd you even find this gig? Didn't we used to just shoot low-budget short videos? Who knows, just stop talking. This whole area gives me the creeps. Suddenly, the kid in the middle of his task darts over to Director Wang. Director, turns out to hype people up about paranormal stuff. They fabricated the whole thing from scratch. The kid then reports that the female hostess says this place is too remote, something came up, so she'll be late. Director Wang is absolutely livid. She's just an extra and she's pulling diva moves. He's obviously not about to scrap the entire livestream over one person, so he orders the kid to get her here ASAP. No delays. The kid snaps back immediately. Yes, sir, of course. With the livestream fast approaching airtime, everyone scrambles to get everything ready. According to plan, filming kicks off at exactly 11:30 p.m. It's 7:30 now, 4 hours to go. Everyone move it, get the gear ready. Fang Ning, meanwhile, doesn't lift a finger, just stands there looking smug. Worth every yuan of that 1,000 bucks he spent hiring a pro crew and director. Once tonight's livestream wraps, the profit is guaranteed. Real or not, the Princess Tomb doesn't matter, it's all about the atmosphere. He just has to ad-lib a little and he'll be trending for sure. Seeing everything running smoothly, Fang Ning decides to catch some rest. "Wake me 5 minutes before we go live," he says. The director agrees on the spot. "No problem, rest easy, will make sure everything's perfect for you." But just when they thought the livestream would go off without a hitch, They hit a crisis at the 90-minute mark. What the hell is going on? We go live in 10 minutes. The actress bylaid. The kid from earlier tried everything he could, but now he's completely out of options. I've been calling her for the past hour. Nobody picks up. Director Wang looks like a chicken, with its throat cute absolutely fuming. When we get back, I'm reporting her ass. Seeing the situation is now critical, Director Wang makes a ruthless executive decision. There's no time, kid. Put on the red wedding dress. The kid is absolutely floored. Me? But the director doesn't let him finish. He kicks him hard and barks his orders. What are you dithering about? That's an order, go. Memorize the script. Don't blow our cover. But as the kid reaches for the red wedding dress, he freezes. Wait, director, look. When they look up the hillside, there she is, the silhouette of a girl in a red wedding dress, standing plain as day on the ridge. Look up on the ridge. I think the actress actually showed up. No one knows for sure, and whether the fully veiled girl is really the actress remains a mystery. But down below, everyone can't stop murmuring and whispering about the figure that just appeared. When did she get here? She brought her own costume. That outfit looks more expensive than the one we prepared. But the live stream is moments from going live. They can't just stand around gawking. Stop gawking. The actress is in position, ready to roll. Once the final setup is complete, they quickly notify Fang Ning. Mr. Fang Ning, it's time. Is the stream connected? All set, we can start. Proceeding as planned. He places the red hood on his head. Perfect, not wanting to keep his beloved audience waiting a second longer. Fang Ning gets down to business. The live stream begins. The crew has indeed prepared everything meticulously. A large flashlight illuminates the path ahead, and the moment has arrived. Fang Ning starts the stream and waves to the viewers who have tuned in tonight. Hey everyone, welcome. Fang Ning gestures toward the tomb. This right here is the princess tomb. If you grew up in Heishi City, you've definitely heard the legends about this place. Paranormal incidents around the world have been skyrocketing these past few years, and this site alone has produced over 5 reports of a female ghost. After delivering a monologue like that, Fang Ning thinks to himself, not bad. Pretty solid performance. Oh, the engagement's looking great. Who knows? This time might be a real payday. No more wasting time. Fang Ning dives right in. No more talking, then let's get exploring. He edges closer to the grave. Meanwhile, comments from viewers flood the screen in rapid succession. In case no one knows, Fang Ning reintroduces the backstory. Her vengeful spirit has lingered for ages. According to the records, on the 7th day of the 7th month, she appears to voice her grievances. Right in the middle of his passionate monologue, a stone drops from above, landing near his head. Everyone freezes in terror, silently praying under their breath and clinging to Fang Ning. But the viewers have no idea all of this is staged. He raises his index finger, signaling that everything is going perfectly to plan. Fang Ning then looks up toward where the girl stands, runs through the next beat in his head, and moves toward the actress, pushing the scene toward its climax, just as scripted. Now that's a professional actress, money well spent. The young crew member, phone in hand, sprints over to Director Wang in a panic. The director whips his head around, irritation written all over his face. What is it? We're at the critical moment here. Director Wang glances down at the phone and checks the live viewership numbers, and his face lights up with glee. We're trending. This time we're actually trending. The live stream has blown past 1 million viewers and cracked the top 10 of the trending chart. He imagines the payout from this stream and feels like he just hit the lottery. Per the contract, we take a 10% cut. We've struck gold. Director Wang is grinning ear to ear, practically drooling with excitement. The young man clearly has something urgent to say, but the director brushes him off completely. Get lost, stand over there. Don't want your paycheck anymore. You dare interrupt me right now. Director Wang turns back and directs everyone to set up the next scene. All units, listen up, we are almost at midnight. Mr. Fang Ning, move closer to the actress. Actress, begin your scripted retreat now. Another crew member grumbles under his breath but complies. All units, there are only 5 people on this team. He looks up at the figure on the hillside, and something suddenly clicks. Director, when the live stream started, the actress still hadn't picked up her earpiece. A sudden gust of wind tears through them, plunging the temperature even further into bitter cold. The icy blast sends a chill straight down the young man's spine. What kind of weather is this? Wind coming out of nowhere like that. The words barely leave his mouth before his face goes white as a sheet, like a cow spotting a funeral procession, and he yells for the director. The young man points upward and drops a bombshell. She's gone, she's vanished. Seeing the crucial moment slip away with the girl mysteriously gone, Director Wang loses it and smacks the script right over the guy's head. Useless, he snaps. I gave her the script last night, she's probably just in position already. after leaving the young man with a lump on his skull. He immediately grabs the walkie-talkie and calls Fang Ning, confirming the actress is ready. Head up to the hillside now. One missing actress isn't going to derail this live stream. Fang Ning doesn't forget he's live on camera. He puts on a look of genuine unease. That cold breeze earlier really gave me the creeps. I never believed in ghosts or spirits before, but right now, I'm starting to have second thoughts. With acting skills worthy of Hollywood, Fang Ning gazes ahead with a look of deep suspicion. I'm honestly starting to wonder, could the ghost of that former dynasty princess actually be real? Fang Ning slowly makes his way up the hillside, the viewers hanging on every suspenseful second. The young man rushes back to Director Wang, determined to get his point across this time. Director, please listen to me. But Director Wang, fed up with being constantly bothered, turns purple with rage and screams right in his face. You, still not done? Can't you see everyone's busy? The young man thrusts his phone forward, the message still glowing on screen, and utters a sentence that makes everyone's blood run cold. The actress we hired just texted me back. She says she overslept. She hasn't even arrived yet. The realization of who that girl on the hillside really was hits Director Wang like a freight train, goes completely numb. She hasn't arrived yet. He starts, trembling like a leaf, drenched in cold sweat, the fear creeping in fast. Then who the hell is standing on that hillside? He stares in the direction Fang Ning headed, unable to explain a single thing. Turns out that girl isn't the actress at all, she's the real deal. The actual, genuine ghost of the former dynasty princess. And she's standing perfectly still, waiting for him. Fang Ning stands frozen, staring at the girl on the hilltop. Contrary to what most people would expect, she isn't terrifying at all. She looks completely normal, even cute, like any ordinary girl. But her sudden, impossible appearance sends Fang Ning into such a panic that his legs buckle, and he collapses to the ground. The others scramble to aim their flashlights toward her. His eyes lock onto her, wide with disbelief. Incredible, this actress is too good, didn't even sense her approach. But something about this doesn't add up. Fang Ning's body shakes uncontrollably as he stammers out, Who are you really? Director Wang can't explain the mysterious appearance either, so he grabs the young man by the collar and demands, Our actress never showed up, so you tell me, who the hell is that on the hillside? The young man throws his hands up in defeat. How should I know? I told you earlier, I tried to warn you. But before anyone can process what's happening, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. Director, the cameraman is in full panic mode, his eyes glued to something that makes his skin crawl. Her feet, look at her feet. Everyone look. Hearing the terror in his voice, everyone scrambles to look at the monitor, desperate to see what's unfolding. Whatever Director Wang sees on that screen sends him into blind terror. He shrieks and leaps into the young man's arms, clinging on for dear life. The female specter's appearance has been captured on the live stream. Viewers are in total chaos, debating whether what they're seeing is real or staged. Director Wang knows better than anyone that specter is not their actress. He arrives at only one conclusion. Could it be we actually ran into a real ghost? Is that girl on the hillside really the legendary princess from the former dynasty? Surprised old man. Looks like they got way more than they bargained for. They only spent a small fortune on this. And now an actual ghost of a former princess has shown up. Everyone huddles together in a terrified cluster, too scared to move a muscle. Wait, how can a ghost show up on camera? Then what is she? Some kind of hallucination? Or an extraterrestrial being? But Fang Ning is the one standing face to face with the specter, and he is definitely not feeling any excitement about this encounter. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Nobody has even touched a hair on his head. But Fang Ning throws his hands up defensively and screams in pure terror. Stay back. He's still following the script at this point. Fang Ning still has no idea the specter is 100% real. Since when did the director get this resourceful? That's exactly why Fang Ning can't help but admire the sheer craftsmanship, from the costume to the perfectly styled hairline, the quality of the outfit, the white-dyed hair. Every detail is immaculate. Incredible, absolute perfection. Fang Ning realizes his luck is hitting different today, and sprints off to execute the next phase of his plan. But little does he know his nightmare is just about to begin. Finding their crew really was the jackpot move. Time for his big moment. Fang Ning grips the flashlight in his hand and aims a blinding beam of light straight at the female ghost. I'm not afraid of you. Then, right on cue with the over-the-top script he'd rehearsed, he belts out the most fearless words with absolute conviction. This young master was born under sunlight and raised in green. Winsome mere ghost can't even get close to me. Every single move, every gesture of it gets captured on camera. Meanwhile, the livestream chat splits into two opposing camps. Everyone except Fang Ning knows the female ghost is the real deal, so when they see him acting like some fearless badass, their jaws hit the floor. Is this guy insane? Pissed off, the female ghost clenches her fists and extends her claws forward, blood-dripping nails bared for the kill. And right at that moment, the camera feed hits the live stream and sends everyone into shock. Just as the viewers had been commenting, her nails are slowly extending, growing longer by the second. Seeing things escalate to actual mortal danger, Director Wang can't just sit there anymore. He grabs his walkie-talkie and orders Fang Ning. "Mr. Fang Ning, stop the live stream immediately and fall back. We've got a real ghost on our hands." But whether Fang Ning even hears him is another story, because something far worse just happened. A strange electromagnetic wave suddenly surges in front of the director. "I think we've lost the signal. Can't reach them up ahead anymore." The cameraman, a supposed tough guy with broad shoulders, turns out to be a total coward and starts pushing Director Wang to move. "Director, forget about him. Let's get out of here." But it's already too late. Running is no longer an option the moment the female ghost launches her attack on them. Both sides of the road ignite with a neon green glow, and a blast of wind carrying blood-soaked feathers hurtles straight toward them. Everyone freezes in pure terror, too stunned to even lift a finger. The three of them value their lives too much to die this early in the story, so they drop to their knees and beg for mercy. As for Fang Ning, the ghost grips his throat coldly and lifts him off the ground like he's nothing more than a chicken. For all the trash he talked earlier, he's now completely speechless, goked silent by the ghost's iron grip on his neck. His eyes lock directly with the ghost's and he can't look away. Suddenly, a gust of wind rips the ghost's head, covering away. And just like that, the ghost's true face is revealed. As expected of a former princess, she possesses a beauty so stunning it could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. Before such an ethereal vision, Fang Ning completely forgets she's a ghost and his heart starts to stir. She's so beautiful. The ghost's appearance also flashes across the livestream screen in real time. Every single viewer floods the chat with praise for her stunning looks. That's when it hits Fang Ning what he's experiencing right now is nothing like what he planned. Wait, what the hell is happening? Why is this going off script? How does a girl like her have this kind of power? I can't breathe. Still gripping his throat, the ghost slowly rises into the air. The scene confirms beyond any doubt for every viewer that she's 100% real. Fang Ning's face turns green as a leaf. If she doesn't let go in a few more seconds, he'll be meeting his ancestors for real. What is this? Is she actually trying to kill me? I'm losing consciousness. The three crew members still don't dare move a muscle flat on the ground, prostrate. Director Wang sees Fang Ning dangling by a thread and starts praying for his own life. "We're done. If this keeps up, we're all dead." The cameraman has zero intention of dying young, so he pushes the director harder. "Director, think of something. I'm still young." But against a supernatural force like this, even the director has to admit defeat. "What do you expect me to do? You see that freezing wind behind us, and the cracks in the ground? You think you're tougher than stone." Fang Ning's body hits its absolute limit. His grip falters and his hand slowly slips. 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts surrender. Perhaps Fang Ning has accepted his fate, shuts his eyes tight, and stops fighting. Fang Ning feels his body floating weightless in the void, slowly being lowered down. Below him, a pinprick of light flickers, beckoning, waiting to catch him. He seems to be in an entirely different space, from reality where distant stars wrap around him in a warm embrace. But the moment doesn't last. Fang Ning jolts awake from the trance. Whether the ghost before him is real or not, Fang Ning only cares about one thing: his live stream cannot go down. "You have no idea how important this live stream is to me. Just act normal, will you?" But at the very moment, Fang Ning teeters on the edge of death. The prayer beads on his wrist flare to life, blazing like divine light beneath a golden lotus throne. And those beads just saved his life. Fang Ning is finally released from the ghost's grip, freed from her stranglehold. After being dropped to the ground with his airway blocked for so long, he collapses into a violent coughing fit. Fang Ning glares at the ghost with pure fury. Damn, it almost got choked to death. He scrambles to his feet, scanning left and right, searching for the production crew. Where's the professional stunt team? That's how they perform. But moments later, he catches himself still live. He can't afford to lose focus. "No, I'm still streaming. I worked too hard planning this. It can't end as a total disaster." He quickly regains his composure, stands before the ghost, and declares with conviction, "I never expected there to actually be a real ghost in this princess's tomb." Then, before the eyes of countless viewers, he pulls off the most insane stunt imaginable. "I won't hide it from you all. I've been single my whole life. If I'm going to die anyway, there's one thing I haven't done yet. Fang Ning fixes his hair and continues. Dear Vursto, die under a peony, and become a ghost would still be romantic as hell. He points at himself with absolute confidence. Today, this young master is going all in. Fang Ning stomps his foot hard on the ground as if to anchor his triple-locked resolve. Then suddenly, he drops to one knee as if about to propose to the ghost. Your Highness, somehow, Fang Ning has something prepared. He reaches inside his jacket. Please let go of your 1,000-year obsession. No way. No one actually expected him to propose to a literal ghost. The next second, Fang Ning produces a dazzling diamond ring and holds it before her. With the ring gleaming in his hand, he slowly speaks 4 words, marry me. In this desolate, freezing ruin with a ghost as the bride-to-be Vrion watching is stunned speechless by Fang Ning's absolutely unhinged decision. Before this once-in-history proposal from Fang Ning, the viewers are absolutely losing their minds with excitement. Fang Ning's face stays perfectly calm as if nothing out of the ordinary just happened, because he has no idea this ghost is the real deal. This is the momentous sheer contrast to catapult today's live stream to its peak, and the ghost who's been rattling his nerves from the very beginning is none other than Jiang Li. She can't believe what she's hearing and asks him again, marry you. Perhaps this is exactly what she's been waiting for hundreds of years. In Jiang Li's eyes, pure joy and happiness shine brighter than ever. When someone proposes to Jiang Li, she has absolutely no intention of refusing. She reaches out and takes his hand. Fang Ning freezes for a solid 5 seconds. Something feels off. What's wrong with this actress? Why isn't she following the script? According to the plan, wasn't she supposed to be so freaked out by my proposal that she'd run away? But instead of running away, she presses her face even closer to his. The gap between them is now barely a breath apart. Their eyes lock, and the scene turns impossibly romantic. Staring at the ring before her, Jiang Li scolds Fang Ning through teary eyes. Why did it take him so long to come for her? Why? Her accusation leaves him frozen, utterly clueless about what's actually happening. All the resentment Jiang Li has been bottling all comes pouring out at once. Tears of bitter longing stream down her face like a broken dam. Why did you make me wait this long? The emotion hits her so hard that the ground around her cracks apart, erupting into clouds of dust and smoke. Fang Ning slaps his hands over his ears, staggered by the sheer, terrifying force of her power. What the hell is going on? Could wind and explosions like these really be rigged by props or hidden mechanisms? Jiang Li is past gentle scolding notions, fully enraged, screaming at him for abandoning her here. Her once sweet exterior is completely overridden by a crushing, overwhelming force that tears everything around them into the air. Even the crew members get swept off their feet and flung skyward like ragdolls. But it doesn't stop. Even this isn't enough to satiate her fury. In the next heartbeat, a sinister purple energy erupts behind Jiang Li, coalescing into a terrifying specter of a female ghost. Fang Ning's face goes ghost-white. Shit, looks like the vengeful spirits have already taken partial control of her body. Yet somehow, Jiang Li still clings to a sliver of that pure, maidenly innocence. Every second of it is being broadcast live, not a single frame missed. The viewers are absolutely terrified for Fang Ning's safety. And at this point, after witnessing all the supernatural madness unfolding right before his eyes, there's no way he can write this off as fake anymore. Holy shit, this is actual real-deal supernatural. No props could pull this off. Is this really where it all ends for me? Fang Ning is still young, sure as hell not ready to die here, and he'll fight tooth and nail to survive. I haven't even made enough money yet. I'm not dying today. The moment he makes a move to bolt, Jiang Li's eyes well up with tears, pitiful beyond words. Why do you want to leave me behind? Don't leave me here alone. Something about Jiang Li's pain mirrors his own, and Fang Ning freezes. Old memories slam into his mind like a film reel in slow motion. Stay here for a few days, sweetheart. Mommy and Daddy will be back real soon. Uncle and Auntie will take good care of you. Be a good boy, okay? But he didn't know then that it would be the last time he ever saw Themend, that he'd be stuck with his cruel relatives for years to come. You little brat, stop crying. Your parents don't want you anymore. Get to work or don't even think about eating tonight. The nights of his childhood stretch on endlessly, trapping him in a misery so deep he can never sleep in peace. I miss you, Mom and Dad. Where are you? Please don't leave me here. I'll be good, I promise. Those nightmares swallow him whole, even now. Tears of old pain roll down Fang Ning's cheeks. Don't leave me here alone. In that moment, Fang Ning realizes Jiang Li is terrified of being abandoned, just like he is. So you're just like me, huh? He understands that pain and loneliness all too well. He reaches out, gently placing his hand on her head to comfort her. Hey, no more crying. Before this pitiful ghost, Fang Ning pulls out the ring, softly lifts Jiang Li's hand and slides it onto her finger. That simple gesture warms her heart, even if just a little. He doesn't stop there. He pulls her into a tight embrace, unafraid. Then softly he whispers, "I came back for you. I'm here to marry you." Those words send Jiang Li's heart into a frenzy, a wave of courage swelling up inside her. But the moment doesn't last. A violent surge of energy blasts out from where they stand, hurling Fang Ning across the clearing. His head slams into a nearby tree trunk with a sickening crack, and everything goes dark. When he finally comes to and slowly opens his eyes, the entire crew is gathered around him, faces etched with worry. "Mr. Fang Ning, he survived. Everyone looks like they just won the lottery. He's awake. Mr. Fang Ning is awake. He's alive." He grabs his throbbing head and pushes himself upright. What happened? What the hell went down? He scans his surroundings. Jiang Li is gone. The dark, oppressive space has vanished. Confusion floods his face. Where's the female ghost? 3 pairs of eyes meet his. Nobody knows what to say. Director Wang is in the exact same boat, completely clueless about what went down. After that windstorm last night, we all blacked out. Did anything else happen after we went down? What actually happened last night? The cameraman checks his equipment, but finds nothing unusual. We reviewed the footage, but the camera got knocked over. All you can see is grass, dirt, and rocks, nothing else. And the live stream cut out right after the windstorm hit. After that nasty blow to the head, Fang Ning can't recall a single detail he might have missed. Did anything else happen? He decides not to dig deeper, and just brushes the dust off his clothes. Probably nothing. Guess I blacked out along with the rest of you. Princess Mew is terrifying at night, but perfectly normal during the day. Setting all that aside, Director Wang delivers some genuinely good news to Fang Ning. "Oh right, Mr. Fang Ning, your follower count surged by 15 million last night, and the live stream alone pulled in 150,000 yuan in revenue. After the platform's 10% cut, that's still a clean 135,000 yuan hitting your account. I'll send you yesterday's live stream footage later. Once that goes up, you're guaranteed to pull in a massive wave of fans." Hearing that, Fang Ning forgets all about the horrors of last night and breaks into a wide grin. Not bad at all. Director Wang's contribution was huge, so naturally, Fang Ning plans to pay him generously. "Don't worry about your cut. I'll pay you exactly per contract, not a cent less, and we can keep working together down the road." With everything wrapped up smoothly, the two shake hands and part ways on good terms. "We all stayed out here overnight. Time to head home and get some rest." Director Wang turns to the crew and calls it a wrap. With the live stream an absolute smash success, Fang Ning heads back to his rundown apartment complex. Hands shoved in his pockets, he strolls forward at an easy pace. He climbs the creaky, half-rotted stairwell up to his rented room. He stops in front of a dusty door and crouches down. Then slowly, Fang Ning turns the key and steps into his familiar little space. He steps. Inside the room, everything sits exactly where he left it. Nothing has changed, waiting for him to come home. Finally able to relax, Fang Ning rewards himself with an ice-cold can of Coke after all that tension. He's parched, he cracks it open and takes a long swig, his expression pure bliss. After savoring a few blissful seconds, he flicks the empty can into the trash bin beside him. After a sleepless night, he collapses onto the sofa, sinking into its worn-out cushions, and drifts off into a deep, peaceful sleep. But of course, Fang Ning doesn't actually sleep. He grabs his phone and starts checking his view count. The video's only been up for half an hour, and it's already cracked 10,000 views. He scrolls down to the comments section, and there, among the flood of reactions, is one absolutely unhinged comment. He leisurely leans back in his chair, head resting against the cushion, contemplating his bright future. A viral hit tonight, a top streamer soon. Memories of Jiang Li remain vivid in Fang Ning's mind, sparking a sudden surge of curiosity. Come to think of it, I never even asked for her name. Feeling quite sleepy, Fang Ning gets up to change clothes. As he moves, he mumbles vaguely about the strange Jiang Li. It is absurd to be this tired right after waking up. I wonder if she followed me back after that proposal last night. Just the thought of it makes Fang Ning shake his head, trying to banish the notion. Don't come looking for me, I want to live a few more years. Besides, an entity of her level is definitely a bound spirit. She shouldn't be able to leave so easily. Without thinking further, he lays his head down on his familiar, soft bed. Perhaps she returned to her grave now that the sun is rising. His eyes grow heavy, drifting into sleep. All he needs to do is leverage this popularity and keep churning out videos for the cash. After tossing and turning for a while, Fang Ning unknowingly drifts off to sleep. Outside, the night has swallowed the world, leaving only the soft, gentle glow of moonlight behind. Suddenly illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window, he slowly opens his eyes. Fang Ning's hands grope blindly, searching for his phone. What time is it? Did I oversleep? As he searches, his hand grips something solid. Where is my phone? Fang Ning lifts his gaze toward the object he just grabbed. Who would have thought his casual mutterings would come true? Jiang Li has actually come here to find him. She isn't just standing there, she is sitting directly on top of Fang Ning, staring at him with a blank expression. Faced with this uninvited guest, he freezes for 5 full seconds, utterly bewildered. Shocked that Jiang Li traveled all this way to find him, Fang Ning recoils in a panic. Damn it, what kind of ghost is this? Am I dreaming? He struggles to believe his eyes and attempts to calm himself down. They say you dream of what you think about during the day. I didn't expect to have a lucid dream like this. Fang Ning forces himself to believe he is trapped in a lucid dream. If this is a lucid dream, I can change it with my will. I don't see her anymore. He folds his hands together, muttering a quick prayer before daring to crack his eyes open to assess the situation. Witnessing Fang Ning's bizarre behavior, Jiang Li tilts her head, watching him with emerald green eyes, just as confused. But surprise, despite everything Fang Ning does, she is still sitting there, stone cold, refusing to disappear. His panic spikes. Jiang Li, already perplexed, becomes even more confused as he starts acting like a frantic rodent. Seeing Jiang Li remain stuck in front of him, Fang Ning completely loses it. His brain is a mess, he has no idea what is happening. Damn it. Could it be? I'm too tired, so I can't leave this dream. Necessity is the mother of invention. Suddenly, Fang Ning hits upon a brilliant idea. Right, I remember reading somewhere if you want to check if you're dreaming, bend your finger back toward your wrist. With professional experience, Fang Ning puts it to the test immediately. If this is a dream, it should bend all the way back without any pain. Naturally, this is not a dream. As he snaps his finger back, a shrill scream shatters the silence of the night. Following his self-destructive act, his finger swells up, leaving Jiang Li looking completely bewildered. What are you doing? Fang Ning stops resisting, and finally accepts that this is not a dream. Damn, it's really not a dream. To confirm his hypothesis, he tentatively reaches out to touch her. It's definitely not a dream. She has a physical form. Flustered, he points a trembling finger at Jiang Li and demands, "Why are you here? I'm done for. A ghost followed me home. Is tonight going to be the end for me?" Suddenly, Jiang Li grabs his hand, leaving Fang Ning even more confused. What is this scenario? It doesn't feel like she's hunting me down to kill me. Contrary to Fang Ning's overthinking, Jiang Li offers a gentle smile and says, "I came to see you." Hearing that, Fang Ning turns to stone, frozen and speechless. See me for what? We don't even know each other, boss. She ignores his shock, shifting her tone as she addresses him husband. Fang Ning never expected Jiang Li to fast-track things this quickly. Is this a manifestation of the gods? Could she actually consider me her husband? Seeing his icy reaction, Jiang Li does a 180-degree personality shift, turning irritable. Have you forgotten already? Fang Ning is caught between a rock and a hard place no matter what he answers. His life is likely forfeit. That actually last night Before he can finish his sentence, the demon within Jiang Li begins to stir. Joke's over, she's getting tense. Seeing Jiang Li about to transform into a man-eating lioness, he frantically searches for an escape plan. This is too scary. Self-preservation is top priority. Whatever she says, it's the truth. To save his own skin, Fang Ning grabs Jiang Li's hand and reassures her. Of course, I haven't forgotten. To smooth the conversation, Fang Ning asks, "What is your name?" She doesn't hesitate to reveal it to him. Jiang Li. Fang Ning nods politely, repeating it. Right, Jiang Li. Contrary to the murderous, ghost-possessed aura from moments ago, she returns to a cheerful demeanor, much to his relief. Survived? A second ago, one wrong word and I would have been lunch. Yet, irony strikes, the thing you fear most is often what you're stuck with. Fang Ning intentionally tried to avoid her, but now he feels a spark. She is just too stunning. My God, have I been single so long that I'm actually getting feelings for a female ghost? To break the awkward silence, he asks, "How did you get here? This place is at least 10 km away from the princess tomb, right?" Suddenly, Jiang Li's body floats into the air, and she begins to emit a soft, longing emerald light. Before he can process what's happening, Jiang Li zips toward him. Not knowing what she's doing, she dives straight into the pendant hanging around Fang Ning's neck. He stands there with his hands still raised, unable to grasp what just transpired. What just happened? Scanning the room, Fang Ning feels a jolt of panic when he realizes Jiang Li is nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Surprise! The next second, Jiang Li pops her head out of the pendant, scaring the living daylights out of him. "I am inside your vessel." He continues to be tossed from one shock to the next. A second later, Jiang Li launches herself out from the pendant. It seems she didn't have a very graceful landing, as she slams onto the floor with a painful thud. Naturally, she can't just lie there forever, so she slowly sits up. Witnessing Jiang Li's innocent, naive behavior stirs strange emotions in him. She seems quite adorable, and she doesn't seem to have any ill intent toward him. With her heavy, weighted red wedding dress, she struggles for a while before she can stand up straight. But reality is harsh and likes to play tricks as soon as she stands. She trips over her own hem. Jiang Li faceplants yet again, leaving Fang Ning feeling utterly helpless. In this modern world, that dress is a serious burden for her. Realizing this, he suggests that she change her clothes. Wearing that outfit is a bit inconvenient, don't you think? After hearing his words, she tilts her face up toward the ceiling, lost in thought. It seems Jiang Li doesn't need his help at all. She can change all on her own. She stands perfectly still, focusing all her energy. In the blink of an eye, rings of blue light spiral into existence and wrap around her body. Witnessing this extraordinary magic right before his eyes, Fang Ning is absolutely thrilled. Could this actually be the legendary sorcery? But something feels off about it. He expected Jiang Li to conjure up something simpler to wear. Instead, she goes the simple route by dissolving her red dress into nothing-gand. Then she's standing there wearing absolutely nothing at all. He's a young man who's barely come of age. Seeing this spectacle, Fang Ning can't stop the nosebleed that erupts on cue. I told you to change your clothes, not strip naked. After a beat, Jiang Li finally notices his expression and tilts her head in pure confusion. My lord, why is your nose bleeding? Fang Ning still has enough dignity to look away. He immediately hurls a shirt at her. Put something on, now. While Jiang Li gets dressed, he turns his back and silently puzzles over this impossibly bewitching female ghost. Why doesn't she act like any ghost I've seen in movies or stories? Is she trying to seduce me with her body? Trying to trick me into giving up my pristine 20-year-old vessel? After waiting a while, he finally speaks up. You done changing? Jiang Li answers immediately. Yes, I'm done. He's been blindsided too many times already, so this time he turns around slowly, no sudden moves. If nobody told you, you'd never believe the woman standing before him, with her snow-white skin and dangerously seductive figure, is actually a ghost. She tugs at the hem shyly and asks, Is this how you wear this? Determined not to be hypnotized by Jiang Li's generous melons, Fang Ning grabs the collar of the shirt and yanks it up. Way up. Once everything that could trigger another strawberry syrup nosebleed is properly covered, Fang Ning finally exhales in relief. Don't even think about making me bleed again. But of course, the shirt turns out to be a problem too. Jiang Li's assets are way too generously sized for his clothes, and she's clearly uncomfortable. It's too tight, she murmurs. The situation can't go on like this. Fang Ning explains while asking for her input. These are my clothes. They're not going to fit you. Besides, are you seriously planning to follow me around like this? Do you actually see me as your husband? Jiang Li doesn't hesitate for a second. She nods vigorously, her conviction rock solid. Where my lord goes, I follow. Whatever my lord does, I do. Hearing her crystal-clear declaration, Fang Ning is completely at a loss for words. This can't be real. I'm not dreaming, am I? She's the female ghost who slept for 1,000 years in a princess's tomb. Everything's already happened, and there's no running from it anymore. Fang Ning sighs in resignation. Fine. He then tells Jiang Li to follow him so he can figure out where to put her. Come with me. For now, Fang Ning doesn't sense any real danger from her. He figures keeping her around for a while should be fine. She said she'd do whatever he tells her. If she really sees him as her lord and husband, there's nothing to be afraid of. But ghosts can lie. Better to test her just a little. He leads Jiang Li to the bathroom. When she pushes open the door and steps inside, she gasps at the mirror so incredibly clear and magical. I can see myself so clearly. My lord, what is this place? Why have you brought me here? Fang Ning rests his hand on the sink and turns to her. You said I'm your lord and that whatever I say you'll do. Is that right? Jiang Li's face flushes like a newly bloomed flower as she answers. Yes, that's right, my lord. Then suddenly he lowers his head, his expression turning dangerously serious. You said it yourself. A wicked grin spreads across Fang Ning's face. Now what I'm about to teach you is. Jiang Li holds her breath, heart pounding, waiting to hear what he'll say next. But sure enough, Fang Ning is all bark and no bite. The next second, he picks up a toothbrush and declares, brush your teeth. If you want to stay here, you brush your teeth every morning and every night. Without wasting another moment, Fang Ning demonstrates on the spot. When I get the chance, I'll buy you your own cup and toothbrush. For now, let me show you how to use them. First, squeeze the toothpaste onto the brush like this. Jiang Li watches with rapt attention, visibly fascinated by these strange human habits. Then you put it against your teeth and brush up and down to clean them. After that, rinse your mouth with water and spit it out. She can't wait any longer. Before he can react, she eagerly pops the toothbrush into her own mouth. Fang Ning's toothbrush. Oh, but it's her first time using a toothbrush, so she fumbles with it, not quite sure what to do. A moment later, she recalls his instructions and starts brushing exactly as shown. So this is brushing your teeth. The problem is, the toothbrush she's using belongs to Fang Ning. His face turns beet red. Isn't this basically an indirect kiss? After she's finished scrubbing her teeth clean, she takes a sip of water from the cup he left out. Watching how quickly she picks things up, Fang Ning has to admit she's a fast learner. After rinsing, she spits the water into the sink under his watchful gaze. But once she's done, she lingers fidgeting with something. After a moment, Jiang Li turns to face him, the toothbrush still clamped between her lips. My lord, is this right? Seeing her adorable obedience, Fang Ning's heart absolutely melts. Way too cute. Bewildered by her stare, he immediately whips his face away, flustered beyond repair. Consider this your pass on the first test. That said, Jiang Li is still standing there with his toothbrush in her mouth. He reaches over and pulls it out with an expression of pure exasperation. Don't use my toothbrush again. Fang Ning rinses the toothbrush, his face burning with embarrassment he can't hide. If you're staying, wait until I get you your own set. Then he reaches out and gently smooths her hair back into place. Feeling his care, Jiang Li is deeply moved. Thank you, my lord. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. But honestly, Fang Ning should be the one saying that to her. It's nothing, but why do you call me your lord? And why are you so good to me? At his question, Jiang Li lowers her head. Even she isn't entirely sure. I can't remember. I think I've forgotten almost everything. I only know that you are my lord and that I have waited for you for a very, very long time. As they continue talking, something seems to click in Jiang Li's mind. She bends down, searching for something. And also I think I'm looking for something very important. Hearing her say this, Fang Ning finally begins to understand her a little better. Searching for something, Gan's suffering from amnesia. So she approached me for a reason after all. Jiang Li's mind has been through too much. She can barely think straight, and trying to remember only makes her head throb with frustration. After digging deep into her fragmented memories, a detail surfaces at last. I think it's a hairpin, something I used to wear. Hearing that, Fang Ning draws a blank. He has no clue what she's talking about. Jiang Li's hairpin. He has no idea what it is or where to find it. An ordinary guy like him, getting tangled up in this, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse. He decides to drop it for now. Forget it. Standing around in the bathroom isn't exactly comfortable. Go wait in my room, I'll be there after I'm done. Alone in the bathroom, Fang Ning stares at his reflection. She really doesn't remember anything, does she? They say ghosts exist because they have unfinished business. Has she forgotten hers? He is deep in thought, but he glances to the side as he notices something. Instead of staying in the room, Jiang Li is poking her nose into his business, standing right beside him. Call her out on it, and she just gets all sensitive. She stares directly at the spot where he is about to unzip his pants to relieve himself. Fang Ning's expression darkens at this perverse behavior from Jiang Li. What on earth are you doing? With the innocence of a deer caught in headlights, she replies with an utterly deadpan statement. Naturally, I am waiting for my husband. Faced with this kind of waiting, Fang Ning is at a complete loss for words. Since men and women should keep their distance, he kicks Jiang Li out of the room to keep her from seeing things she shouldn't. Then Fang Ning slams the door shut. Boom. Wait outside. After finishing his business, Fang Ning feels an immense sense of relief. Yet even after a while, he cannot lower his guard against her. In short, I need to get things clarified later. It is hard to make an accurate judgment right now. Her harmless appearance might just be a facade. And who knows, she might show her true colors once her goal is achieved. At this moment, Fang Ning cannot help but recall Jiang Li's seductive and full figure. Even though she is quite cute, beautiful, and keeps calling him husband, a beauty's allure cannot blind his rational mind. After all, humans and ghosts are two different species. I am neither Ning Kaichen nor Su Xian. I have no ability to pull off such earth-shattering miracles. After lingering in the restroom for a bit, he slowly steps out, still thinking it would be best to find a way to get her to leave soon. Fang Ning opens the door with a beaming smile. Jiang Li, but something he sees makes him freeze, turning to stone on the spot. Right in front of Fang Ning, Jiang Li is lying on the bed with perfect curves, every detail on full display. But what shocks Fang Ning more than anything is that she is holding his swimsuit model magazine. Panicked, he lunges toward Jiang Li to snatch it back, but she lifts her body high, dodging him with ease. Give it back. Seeing her reading his magazine, he asks her, utterly mortified. "Where did you even find that book?" Jiang Li is still glued to the magazine. "I found it on my husband's bed." Then she asked him a series of killer questions that leave Fang Ning speechless. "Husband, why are the people in this book not wearing any clothes? Are they all husband and wife? Should I also do those kinds of things with you, husband?" Hearing this, his face turns as red as a tomato, ready to explode. Do those kinds of things. He can't let Jiang Li keep saying such things, so he tries with all his might to take it back. "I got that when some unsavory person shoved it at me while I was out shopping." Is a ghost's observational power really that strong? She even managed to dig up this precious study material. With Jiang Li's insatiable curiosity, every question she asks makes him even more embarrassed. Why is this girl kneeling in front of her husband with her head bowed so low? Fang Ning dares not answer her curious questions naturally. He just stays silent, face flushed red from shyness. That spoilsport Fang Ning is agitated. After struggling like cats and dogs, he finally yanks the book from her hands. "Give it back. You're not allowed to read it anymore." He sheepishly hides the book under the bed and warns her. "From now on, you are not allowed to flip through my things without permission. Do you understand?" Jiang Li stops causing trouble and sits cross-legged on the bed, looking extremely well-behaved. "I understand." After the ordeal passes, he remembers something and says, "Right. Okay, let's talk about what you mentioned in the bathroom earlier." But before Fang Ning can finish, Jiang Li leans her face close to his, catching him by surprise. Her wandering eyes look down at Fang Ning's crotch, forcing him to speak up and correct her. "Hey, stop looking at strange places." As expected, Jiang Li remembers all the lewd stuff incredibly fast. The images of those men and women drift into her mind. The images from the book are different from now. Suddenly, Jiang Li flashes a mischievous smile and lifts both her hands as if ready to do something. "I know now." True to her playful nature, Jiang Li's mischievous hands simply cannot stay still. "Hey, what exactly are you trying to do?" When it comes to learning and absorbing things, she is number one, and no one dares to claim the top spot. Very quickly, Jiang Li wants to practice with Fang Ning. "Do as the book says, husband. You should take your clothes off first." No matter how much he likes it, he cannot possibly agree to this. "Forget everything in that book. I told you." Seeing she can't entice Fang Ning to do it, Jiang Li acts spoiled and sulky. "I wouldn't do it with just anyone. You are my husband. I only want to do it with you." Fang Ning still treasures his own chastity, so he jumps back and dodges her. "That's still not possible. We just met." To clear this thought from Jiang Li's mind, Fang Ning keeps his distance and changes the subject. He says, "Let's sit down." But in reality, he is secretly thrilled and can barely control his urges anymore. If she keeps pushing like this, maybe I have no choice should I just go along with it. Jiang Li stops fooling around and sits cross-legged on the bed, looking extremely obedient. Fang Ning, who was just getting excited, feels a slight sense of disappointment at her silence. The next second, he shakes his head vigorously to regain his composure. "What kind of nonsense am I thinking?" After things stabilize, he puts all those romantic thoughts aside and dives into the main topic. "Finally, we can talk. Let's start with this. How do we find them?" Before Fang Ning can finish, Jiang Li jumps up with a beaming face. "I know the people in the book don't wear any clothes." Even though Fang Ning had put that behind him, she hasn't in the next second. She goes even further and starts unbuttoning her clothes. "So if I take my clothes off first, that should be okay, right?" Fang Ning is caught off guard again, his face flushing crimson. "Here we go again, so much for all my effort earlier." Jiang Li looks at him with an incredibly gentle and affectionate expression. "Now, husband, you can accept me, right?" Jiang Li pins Fang Ning against the wall and grabs his hand, making his heart hammer against his ribs. "Do you like me that much, husband?" As she asks, she slowly presses her face closer to his. Fang Ning's endurance is truly top tier, as he always manages to resist Jiang Li's allure. "Put your clothes back on and act normal." Outside, the night has deepened. The moonlight begins to cast its gentle glow upon the world. And inside the room, Fang Ning stands with his back turned while she changes. So he doesn't get dragged into awkward situations like this again, he tells her up front. "You done dressing. From now on, stop learning stuff from those books. Then I'll accept you." Jiang Li finishes changing. The shirt he gave her hangs loose on her frame, far less revealing than before. "Okay." Only then does a question pop into Fang Ning's head. "Why didn't you just use your powers to conjure up a whole outfit?" Turns out Jiang Li's abilities have limits. She can't just materialize clothes out of thin air. She lifts the sleeve to her nose and inhales. His scent still clings to the fabric-warm masculine. Sure enough, ever since Jiang Li showed up, his face has been permanently red around her. "Hey, stop sniffing my clothes." Watching Jiang Li, A few thoughts begin forming in Fang Ning's mind. Normally, entities like ghosts can't be captured by the naked eye by cameras. But seeing how she moves, talks, and acts, everything about her is indistinguishable from a normal human, Fang Ning can't help but have doubts. Jiang Li, are you really a ghost? Hearing that, she just looks at him and echoes the question. A ghost. Surprisingly, Jiang Li doesn't affirm it. She shakes her head in denial. I am not a ghost. That only deepens Fang Ning's confusion. Then what are you? Jiang Li doesn't answer. She just lowers her gaze, a faint sadness clouding her expression. Since she won't give Fang Ning a straight answer, his mind spirals through a dozen different theories. Could it be what he suspects, a spirit body born from some lingering obsession? If he wants her gone, he needs to help her find that hairpin. He pulls Jiang Li toward him and asks again, Hey, do you remember where you lost it? Something this important and she can't remember a thing. Nothing at all. But who would have thought that a female ghost like Jiang Li actually gets hungry just like a human? She tells him exactly how she feels. My lord, I'm hungry. They haven't eaten anything all day. So Fang Ning immediately takes Jiang Li to find something for their stomachs. Can a spirit body even feel hunger? You're hungry. Come with me. He heads to the kitchen and swings open the fridge. Since he still can't figure out what kind of entity Jiang Li actually is, he's hesitant. No idea if a spirit body can even eat human food. Fang Ning grabs a pastry and hands it to Jiang Li. There's nothing else in the house. Eat this for now. She takes the pastry and bites into it, looking thoroughly unfamiliar with the concept. But since it was Fang Ning who gave it to her, she eats it happily regardless of what it is. Seeing Jiang Li take one bite and hand it back, he asks, What's wrong? Not to your taste? She shakes her head. It's not filling. The gap between their species-own human, one spirit makes adapting to each other genuinely difficult. Not filling. Seems like spirit bodies need energy too. They can't survive on air alone. But if human food can't meet her needs, where the hell is he supposed to find sustenance for her? Continuing to guess blindly won't get him anywhere. So he just asks Jiang Li directly. So what can you actually eat? You're not going to drain my life force, are you? Suddenly, something in the distance catches Jiang Li's attention. He barely finished the question, and it seems her food has already appeared on its own. Over there seems to be something delicious. Delicious. Hearing that, Fang Ning walks over to the window and sniffs the air, trying to figure out where this supposed food is coming from. But while he's still searching, she suddenly places a hand on his shoulder. Then, before Fang Ning can even process the shock, she grabs both his shoulders and gives him the full experience of what it's like to fly through the air. In 20-some years of living, this is the first time he's ever soared through the sky with the city lights below. He's completely stunned. What the actual hell is happening? He can't help but gape at her sheer audacity. He tips his head up and shouts, Hey, where are we going? By now, night has swallowed the sky whole. The only light left is the full moon hanging high above. At the same time, a streak of light like a shooting star descends toward the ground. Fang Ning had swapped his slippers for actual shoes beforehand. After Jiang Li gives him a full tour of the city from above, he lands and immediately doubles over, retching. Looking around at the dark, oppressive forest surrounding them, he asks her with a face that's completely drained of color, Where the hell are we? After scanning the debris scattered around, Fang Ning's eyes widen in shock at what lies ahead. Before them stands a school drenched in dark energy, eerie, desolate, and deeply unsettling. Jiang Li steps forward, walking straight toward the mysterious school. What business could she possibly have dragging him to an elementary school in the dead of night? They quickly make their way inside, and Fang Ning recognizes the place. Heiyuan Elementary. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. But now that he looks closer at the wreckage around them, everything here is overturned and piled into heaps of ruin. Something about this place feels deeply wrong. This place isn't right. When in doubt, Google maps it out. He pulls out his phone to check the coordinates of this desolate location. The location pin pops up on his screen, and Fang Ning's eyes widen slightly. Heiyuan Village, I saw this on the news. So this is the place. What makes his skin crawl is realizing this supposedly distant place is actually right under his nose. It's only a few kilometers from where I live, and yet I've never heard of anyone visiting this village. Drawing on what he's picked up over the years, Fang Ning recalls a piece of the story. They say an investor once planned to build an amusement park here. After buying the land, all the villagers relocated elsewhere. But then something went terribly wrong. During construction, a string of horrifying incidents occurred. The project was abandoned, and the village has been a ghost town ever since. The memory hits him all at once, and a chill runs down his spine. He turns to Jiang Li. Why are we here? Unlike his wariness, Jiang Li gazes ahead with pure excitement. Food is in there. Hearing that, he stares at the school with a look of dread. She says, "Food, please don't tell me she means the kind of energy that feeds on this cursed place. Does she actually want to eat whatever dark creatures are lurking in there? There's no way in hell Fang Ning is stepping foot inside that nightmare." So he hugs a tree root and plants himself outside. "You go eat, I'll wait right here. Good luck." But of course, Jiang Li won't have it. "I can't be too far from my lord." And with that pouty, irresistible face, she drags Fang Ning along whether he likes it or not. Getting shoved repeatedly, he suddenly remembers he has legs and can walk on his own. All right, stop pushing. I'll go myself." "Fine, stop shoving, I can walk." Jiang Li is clearly too excited to wait another second, tugging at him impatiently. "My lord, take me to eat." As for why this elementary school was abandoned, in the first place you need to rewind the clock a little. It all started 10 years ago, with the case of the boarding students at Heiyuan Elementary who vanished without a trace. At the time, a 6th-grade student named Lian Xiang suddenly vanished from a school that had already shut its doors. Her parents called the cops. Despite round-the-clock efforts, the police found no trace of Lian Xiang near the school or in the mountains behind it. Surveillance cameras in the area captured no footage of the girl leaving. She just vanished into thin air. Everyone assumed the investigation hit a dead end until a month later, when Lian Xiang's body appeared right in the middle of the teaching building. Every teacher and student was terrified. The police quickly sealed the scene and performed an autopsy, only to discover Lian Xiang had been dead for at least a month. No marks around the body. It was like she appeared out of thin air. And before they could even process that, another tragedy struck. Half a month later, former principal of Heiyuan Elementary, Jiang Chang, was found hanged in the faculty building, for no known reason. They moved deeper into the main hall as Fang Ning continued recounting the story to Jiang Li. Ever since, paranormal incidents keep plaguing Heiyuan Elementary. Eventually, the whole school was demolished and abandoned. To this day, Lian Xiang's body vanishing and reappearing out of nowhere. A principal hanging himself for no clear reason. And with non-stop accidents at the construction site on top of it, all this cursed place can't actually be haunted. Right. Fang Ning felt like this place was straight-up possessed, but Jiang Li was buzzing with excitement over the delicious food. To him, something about it felt seriously off. While she was busy touching everything in sight, Fang Ning made a suggestion that had enough of wasting time here. "How about we head back?" But Jiang Li hadn't even gotten her treat yet. Fang Ning insisting on leaving pissed her off, shot him a death glare. "Kidding, just kidding." Still, Fang Ning couldn't shake the unease settling in his chest. Sure, Jiang Li was an insanely powerful ghost by his side, so why did she feel so unreliable? Although she definitely looks the part of someone formidable. But Fang Ning is a man, damn it. Time to push through the fear. He volunteers to fling the door open first. They creep deeper inside. The place has been abandoned so long that cobwebs blanket the walls, while tiny rats claim the floor as their domain. They traverse the inner hallway, passing each classroom with its door sealed shut. This night is going to be a sleepless one, no two ways about it. Mid-step, Jiang Li suddenly tugs Fang Ning back, pointing upward. "Master's up ahead." He obliges, placing one foot carefully after another on the stairs leading up. The classroom signs are caked in dust, rotting so badly they're about to drop. The floor above offers no improvement. Glass and shattered fragments litter the floor, making the scene look utterly desolate. But while they're walking side by side, Jiang Li suddenly ditches Fang Ning and sprints ahead. "Wait up." Turns out the spot with the delicious food she'd mentioned is the principal's office. They enter the room together. The space is dim, so Fang Ning pulls out a flashlight to cut through the darkness. Surveying the scattered debris, he feels a jolt. Thighs is the exact spot where the principal ended his life. Since they arrived, the only thing on Jiang Li's mind has been food. Delicious food. While she scans the surroundings with eyes bright as high beams, Fang Ning picks up a comb and blows the dust off it. Examining the wooden comb with its delicate purple flower carving, Fang Ning thinks this place seems far less threatening than the rumors suggested. Other than a slight chill hanging in the air, there's nothing remarkable here. But the comb barely stays in his hands before Jiang Li snatches it away. So this is her version of delicious food. Without hesitation, she drains every last drop of ghostly energy from the comb. Once she finishes feasting, the comb becomes worthless, so she tosses it back to Fang Ning. It's been so long since Jiang Li had a meal this incredible that she feels absolutely recharged. Even though she's finished eating, her excitement hasn't faded one bit. So delicious. Fang Ning is dying to know what Jiang Li's food actually is. "What did you just eat?" He picks up the comb again, and now Fang Ning notices something completely different from before. After she ate that cold aura just vanished. Jiang Li doesn't bother hiding it, lays it out straight. Soul power, there was soul power trapped in this comb. After eating, she can feel the energy coursing through her, full and abundant. Only this kind of thing fills me up. But Fang Ning is still human hearing. That gives him a jolt. Soul power. The soul power in this comb actually fills Jiang Li up. Could something truly evil be hiding in this school? While Fang Ning is lost in thought, she calls out to him, "Master, there's even better food here." That sparks his curiosity. Where? Based on Jiang Li's instincts, it shouldn't be far. Should be somewhere nearby. Since they're already here, Fang Ning decides to let Jiang Li have her way for the rest of the night. Fine, we've made it this far, let's hunt for it together. But he's only taken a few steps before freezing. Fang Ning just remembered something that could help them. Exploration videos, paranormal content. A bright grin spreads across his face as he turns back. That's it. Thai's trip to the abandoned school feeds Jiang Li's hunger and fills Fang Ning's wallet. I've figured out a way to keep her here and make money off it. Jiang Li still doesn't understand what he means, just stares at him with a blank expression. Stay here. Make money. Then Fang Ning suddenly grabs her hand, bursting with excitement. Can you sense where other soul power sources are? Jiang Li taps into her ability and responds, I should be able to pick up the direction. Fang Ning's face lights up. Thighs is a golden opportunity. Getting rich isn't hard. This is perfect. He starts brainstorming ways to profit off Jiang Li. If I leverage the Princess Murong hype and film paranormal exploration videos, wouldn't I blow up online? This is a business opportunity. He whips out his phone right away. Tap here first, then press this. Just aim it at me and you're set. Got it. After his patient tutorial, Jiang Li is deeply grateful. I've got it, my lord. Then with her supernatural power, she makes the phone float into the air. Seeing Jiang Li follow instructions so obediently, Fang Ning pats her head with satisfaction. Perfect. Keep filming like this and I'll treat you to a proper feast. Upon hearing him mention good food, Jiang Li jumps up with sheer delight. Good food, good food. At this moment, Fang Ning feels like he's hit the jackpot. A ghost body wife who can fly, wield magic, and sniff out paranormal objects. Isn't this the ultimate assistant for paranormal exploration videos? All he has to do is take her around to film spooky investigations everywhere and post them online, guaranteed to rake in massive traffic, skyrocket his popularity, and make him a ton of money. Fang Ning is more than satisfied with his brilliant plan. After discussing everything they need to do, they get straight to work. You memorized all the steps. Finish filming, then we eat good food. All right then, let's start shooting. Just in case you screw everything up, Fang Ning reminds her once more, no matter what happens, you keep filming. Got it. Then Fang Ning raises his hand and signals Jiang Li to start rolling. Welcome back to Fang Ning's livestream, everyone. Hey everyone, I'm the Grand Elder of the Beggars Sect. Long time no see, did you miss me? In the dead silence of this abandoned school, his livestream echoes through the empty halls. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now 1 a.m. Fang Ning kicks off tonight's livestream with a quick overview of the location. After the Princess Tomb investigation, tonight we're at this abandoned school on the hill behind the suburbs. Heiyuan Elementary School. Heiyuan Elementary School was established 40 years ago, specially funded by the Shangyuan Foundation for the children of Heiyuan Village. The mysterious disappearance of a young girl 10 years ago sparked the chilling legends of Heiyuan Village. Since then, bizarre incidents and unexplained casualties have plagued this area year after year, until the village was demolished 3 years ago and every last resident relocated. To amp up the suspense, Fang Ning puts on his most mysterious expression. Are these eerie events just a series of coincidences, man-made, or is there genuinely something supernatural at play? Let me take you all inside this haunted school for a closer look. As you can see, this is the former principal's office. Suddenly, while he's talking, the wooden comb behind him starts to tremble. That comb is no ordinary object, as if controlled by some unseen force. It rises upright on its own. While filming for Fang Ning, Jiang Li's head is completely filled with nothing but foodalicious, glorious food. But she quickly snaps herself back into focus and concentrates on filming properly. Nope, can't eat yet. Gotta film this properly. Finish filming, then I get the good stuff. Meanwhile, Fang Ning is narrating the mysterious case of the missing girl to his audience. They say Lion Xiong vanished into thin air. Her body was last seen at the entrance to the principal's office. All he has to do is talk. Handles all the filming. And the principal, who took his own life, also died in this very room. So this thighs is where it all began. The clue I just discovered is a very feminine-looking wooden comb sitting right on the principal's desk. To prove he's not making stuff up, Fang Ning reaches out to grab the comb. Right, Harith is one, but after fumbling around for a while, he can't find a single comb anywhere. Fang Ning turns around in total confusion, searching behind him. How come I can't feel it? The reason Fang Ning can't find it is because the comb has been spinning in circles this whole time. Assuming Jiang Li was the one creating this creepy effect, he turns to her. Wait, did you set up the special effects for me? But I never told her about this part. Before he can figure out what's happening, a pale, skeletal hand grabs his wrist. He assumes it's Jiang Li holding his hand, so he turns to look at her. But the hand gripping him, it's not hers. Jiang Li. That's when the fear finally kicks in, a chill running straight down his spine. So the hand behind me is plot twist, huh? A ghostly girl's face spell as death, with two hollow, empty eye sockets appears right before him. Before he can even react, the girl lunges forward and wraps her arms tight around him. What the hell kind of ghost is this? But the female ghost doesn't seem friendly at all. She wraps her fingers around Fang Ning's throat. His slender neck fits perfectly in her grip. Fang Ning trembles like a leaf, his face twisted in pure terror. He can't speak. Even his body seems to freeze solid. Fang Ning is completely under her control, unable to do anything but stare at the female ghost in helpless desperation. Is that some kind of special ability? What do? I can't move at all. Jiang Li, help me. The female ghost doesn't seem like a pushover either. Flashes a sinister, mocking grin at Fang Ning. He's inches from death, and Jiang Li still hasn't reacted. Fang Ning can't help but wonder. Jiang Li, aren't you paying attention? Turns out, Jiang Li is completely absorbed in filming and hasn't noticed his situation at all. Finish filming video, then there'll be good food. Meanwhile, Fang Ning is being choked to the point of suffocation, but all he can do is desperately cry out, Jiang Li, help me. I can't hold on. Then suddenly, just when Fang Ning is about to kick the bucket, the bead bracelet on his wrist lights up once more. Fang Ning is way too young to die here. His eyes blaze with fierce determination and unbreakable will to survive. How can I die here? Surprised, huh? The female ghost clearly didn't expect him to fight back, and she flinches. In a stunning reversal, Fang Ning seizes her arm with a vice-like grip before she can react. Even the female ghost is shaken. Never imagined a fragile human could pull off something like this. How is this possible? How can he touch me? Payback for the choking. Fang Ning doesn't care that she's a girl. He hurls the female ghost forward with all his might. Breaking free from the ghost's death grip at last, Fang Ning finally gulps down fresh air. After that devastating counter, Fang Ning realizes something deep inside him. A new power has awakened. This newfound strength surges through him. Meanwhile, the ghost sits sprawled on the floor 10 meters away, her long black hair cascading over her face. Why would you treat me like this? She's consumed by rage, slamming both fists into the ground. Naturally, the female ghost isn't about to let this slightest charges at Fang Ning with killing intent. Before Fang Ning can figure out how to handle this, a voice whispers in his ear, duck. Dodge left. He has no idea where the voice came from, but he obeisans sure enough. He dodges her attack cleanly. Even he's impressed by his own reflexes. His body moves with supernatural agility. Olympic athletes couldn't match this. But she doesn't stop. Another strike comes barreling toward him, making up for the miss. The female ghost sprints toward the door, but just as she tries to escape, some invisible force slams into her and stops her cold. It turns out that mysterious telepathic voice was Jiang Li all along. You can use her to practice, you know. Now everything clicks into place. So the voice in my head was Jiang Li. She's the one who gave me this power. From this point on, Fang Ning's fear evaporates, replaced by pure, unbridled excitement. There's something this good. All right then, time for the young master's show. Fang Ning swings a devastating punch straight at the female ghost with absolute confidence, and even she's caught off guard. What the hell is wrong with this guy? When the female ghost tries to bolt, he grabs her arm instantly. The female ghost senses something is off. This isn't good. She needs to move now. But there's no way Fang Ning is letting her off that easily. He's settling this score with her tonight. Got you. You're not going anywhere. No more talking. He unleashes a devastating slash straight at the female ghost before she can even react. Fang Ning slams her against the wall. This time, he's going to teach this ghost exactly what pain feels like. You dare ambush me? Now that I've got you, don't even dream about running. Cornered and desperate, she pulls out her last resort, the beauty trap. The female ghost's body suddenly shifts, curves accentuating, features softening into something dangerously alluring. Fang Ning freezes for a split second. What stands before him now isn't some hideous specter, it's a stunning beauty. All soft eyes and devastating innocence. She throws herself into his arms without hesitation, using her looks to cloud his rational mind. Handsome, while Fang Ning stands paralyzed, she whispers right into his ear. Can you let me go? This fox spirit starts layering on the honeyed voice, pure psychological warfare. Fang Ning, handsome, just let me go and I'll do whatever you say. Deal. But sensing words alone aren't enough. She presses a soft kiss against his ear. No matter how tough a guy is, even he crumbles under that kind of sweetness and seduction. Feels pretty nice, actually, but that blissful feeling doesn't last long. A chill crawls up his spine, goosebumps everywhere. Fang Ning's whole body goes rigid. He turns around and there's Jiang Li staring at him with eyes that could literally kill. Hubby, one gentle reminder from his better half is all it takes. Fang Ning snaps back to his senses, shoves the ghost away, and points an accusatory finger. How dare Yao using such shameless tactics in broad daylight? But he's so flustered that the words come out jumbled, leaving even the ghost speechless. It's the middle of the night. What broad daylight? Though Fang Ning was just seduced moments ago, he flips his attitude faster than a pancake on a hot griddle. Don't think some cheap little tricks can shake my iron will. After firing back at her, he finally lets out a silent sigh of relief. Safe, his wife didn't skewer him, for now. That look from Jiang Li just now was terrifying. Pure danger. Thank God he recovered fast, but the ghost isn't done. Unfazed by Fang Ning's cold rejection, she turns on the crocodile tears, playing the pitiful card. Handsome, please believe me, I won't hurt you again. Seeing that Fang Ning's willpower is too solid, she drops the act and blows a spell-infused mist straight into his face to bewitch him. By the time Fang Ning realizes he's been hit, it's already too late. Suddenly, the female ghost's hand dissolves into smoke, dispersing into the air. Just as expected, a cunning ghost like her wouldn't go down that easy. Now, she's the one with the upper hand. You've been played. Getting close to you was just to drain your soul power. Hearing that, Fang Ning's eyes widen in realization, but it's too late. She strikes him square in the back with sadistic delight. I'm twice as strong now. Caught completely off guard, he's slammed to the ground. But Fang Ning recovers fast, pulling himself back up to his feet. His jacket is torn open across the back, revealing a raw gash underneath. She stands surrounded by an eerie dark aura, wearing a monstrous grin. Having siphoned a hefty chunk of Fang Ning's soul power, the female ghost has leveled up big time. Thanks for the soul power, darling. Of course she's not letting him go. She lunges forward like a predator, claws out, going straight for the kill. You can't escape. She lands a vicious slash across his shoulder, then chains into a relentless barrage of strikes, but he dodges every single one. She's attacking with everything she has, and yet she can't even graze a hair on his head. She doesn't understand. What the? He's getting faster. The monster inside her fully awakens. She channels all her rage into a single scream that tears through the space itself, the air rippling with the force. In an instant, dark energy surges around her body. She raises her hand high, her expression twisted with malice, ready to make him taste agony. Consumed by arrogance in her newfound power, she swings down at Fang Ning with everything she's got. But she's about to pay the price for that cockiness. Somehow impossibly, Fang Ning catches her attack mid-swing. You actually had the nerve to ambush me. Try running from me again? I dare you. The ghost refuses to give up. Her fury only intensifies, wants him dead, 6 feet under. I'll kill you, but life isn't a fairy tale, and things rarely go the way you want. Before she can finish her threat, Fang Ning slaps her right across the face. Kill what exactly? All you know is fight, kill. You need to learn some manners. The fact that a mere human just slapped her like Thatch's equal parts humiliated and enraged. Yao, you've finally met your match. Fang Ning isn't one to back down. He slaps her again. You what, you? You still got excuses. Look at the scratches all over my body. Pissed that the ghost ruined his live stream, Fang Ning channels every ounce of his frustration and slams her down onto the table. I came here on an investigation to crush demons and ghouls like Yudo, make sure justice shines everywhere. And the moment Fang Ning finishes off the female ghost, Jiang Li has recorded the entire thing already, pushing it live on stream. Jiang Li watches the whole fight without interfering once, simply observing from the sidelines as he battles. Honestly, she's more interested in the meal opportunity. Her focus is entirely on absorbing the soul power. After feasting on yet another satisfying helping, she can't help but feel blissful. Delicious. While Jiang Li is thoroughly enjoying her snack, Fang Ning is locked in an intense standoff with the ghost on his end. What kind of ghost are you? Why are you here hurting people? The female ghost looks almost pitiful now. She hesitates, then turns on the waterworks. Fang Ning barely raises his fist, and she's already wailing like a kid throwing a tantrum. He's completely bewildered. Why are you crying now? You'd think I'm some kind of villain here. He releases her, letting go of his grip. She doesn't stop, just keeps sobbing and whimpering. Why are you treating me like this? In a matter of seconds, the ghostly aura surrounding her fades away completely, revealing her true form. And Fang Ning is stunned. The terrifying female ghost was none other than Lion Xiang's poor, helpless girl. Lion Xiang lifts her tear-streaked face and looks up at him. Do you know me? Fang Ning's entire demeanor shifts 180 degrees. He kneels down and speaks gently. Lion Xiang, is it really you? She sobs, struggling to get the words out. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. Seeing the key figure from the mysterious campus case standing right before him, Fang Ning's mind kicks into gear. He presses her with questions. If he can get the origin story behind all the paranormal activity at Sai Liern Academy from Lion Xiang herself, this spirit hunting video is going to blow up. What do you mean by that? Why are you attacking me? Why did you die back then? Is there anyone else in this school besides you? However, his barrage of urgent questions only succeeded in frightening Lion Xiang. She began to cry as she spoke, vaguely hinting that he had forced her and that it wasn't what she wanted. Determined to get to the bottom of everything, Fang Ning pressed for more. Him? Who is he? Does he have something to do with your death? Hearing this, a question couldn't help but form in his mind. Who could be cruel enough to do such a thing? Who would have the heart to harm such a poor, innocent girl? He gritted his teeth, suppressing the surge of anger within him. Fang Ning's compassion wouldn't allow him to stand by, so he pulled her into a tight embrace. Tell me who he is and I'll help you. Lion Xiang looked up at Fang Ning and asked, You'll really help me? He nodded, confirming it once again. After hearing that she would finally be saved, she felt more at ease and began to speak hesitantly. He is before Lion Xiang could finish a single word. A bottomless, yawning void appeared right behind her. She was instantly pulled into the depths of the void. Fang Ning reached out to grab her, but it was already too late. Lion Xiang, her face was filled with pure terror as she was dragged away. She reached out toward him, but her hand grasped only empty air. Lion Xiang looked utterly helpless, crying out in vain. Help me, it didn't stop there. Grotesque, writhing black tentacles emerged from the space. Seeing such a bizarre and horrifying sight, Fang Ning couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. What is that? Barely having survived his 80-second calamity, he was immediately thrust into another as a giant. Enraged demon appeared to confront him. Damn you, to think you dare touch my Lion Xiang. He showed no signs of letting Fang Ning go, raising a massive, powerful fist. He clearly intended to punch Fang Ning right off the face of the earth. Die! The moment he saw his opponent, Fang Ning grimaced, wary and defensive. This monster looks like real trouble. I've watched from the sidelines long enough. Time for Jiang Li to show off her damsel in distress rescue act. What do you think you're doing to my husband? The demon didn't waste words, throwing a punch at them. But Jiang Li, despite her small stature, formed a barrier to block the strike. Even though Jiang Li successfully blocked the attack, Fang Ning's frail human body still took some collateral impact. He went flying into a wall and collapsed, sprawled on the ground. Jiang Li was still standing guard, but when she saw him like that, she turned back, clearly worried. Husband, but that momentary lapse was all the opening the demon needed. While she was distracted, the demon shattered her barrier. Before Jiang Li could retaliate, he slashed at her chest, sending her flying. Away! In a daze, Fang Ning whispered her name, Jiang Li. Who would have thought this trip would lead to them being separated? The demon dragged Jiang Li away right in front of his eyes. He thought both of them were finished in that cursed school, but when Fang Ning opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Li right in front of him. Seeing him fully awake, Jiang Li looked as happy as if she'd just won the lottery. The two were sitting near a tree close to the school. Seeing that Fang Ning was unharmed, she beamed with a radiant smile. Husband, you're awake. After experiencing so many calamities with the ghosts in the school, Fang Ning was still in a state of shock. He panicked so much that he jumped right off her, completely forgetting they were perched on a very high tree branch. Naturally, seconds later, Fang Ning plummeted toward the ground, his face pale with terror. He braced himself for another bump on his head, but his descent stopped abruptly just before he hit the ground. It turned out Jiang Li had saved him once again. Floating in midair, he looked around and realized they were outside. What is this place? The gate of Heiyuan Elementary. Did we actually get out? But the thing Fang Ning was most worried about was Lion Xiang. Damn Lion Xiang. We got out, but what about her? And what was that black monster? Jiang Li's mind, however, was filled only with thoughts of good food. There was something very delicious back there. Hearing her say that, Fang Ning guessed. The black monster that appeared at the end. How powerful is it? Can you beat it? She weighed her current capabilities and seemed quite cautious. Not enough soul energy right now. Putting that aside, Jiang Li excitedly showed Fang Ning their live stream. The video was recorded, just as the husband wanted. Thinking of his earlier promise, she couldn't contain her excitement. I'm about to have a feast. In front of Fang Ning, lay a massive, ghostly giant finger. It must have come from one of the demons. What kind of ghost thing is this? Where did you even pull this from? Since he was curious, Jiang Li didn't hide it, boasting happily, "It's delicious. I just grabbed it on the way out while carrying you." Staring at this enormous, freakish finger, he couldn't help but wonder about the cooking process. "How do you even eat this? Am I supposed to stir-fry it for you?" She shook her head immediately and demonstrated exactly how to consume it. She began to inhale all the ghost energy from the finger just like this. In no time, Jiang Li had harvested every last drop of ghost energy. After her delicious meal, Jiang Li let out a sigh of pure satisfaction. So delicious. Perhaps because she had just eaten well, her mood was excellent and she felt recharged. Not only did Jiang Li gain energy, but a portion of that miraculous power was shared with Fang Ning as well. "What is this? The exhaustion I felt before seems to have vanished." He noticed Jiang Li's soul body looked much more solidified. It seems high-yin energy like this is the best way to nourish a soul body. Now that they were in a safe place, Fang Ning asked, "Right, Jiang Li, what happened after I blacked out? How did you get me out? And what was that energy in my body, the one that let me react faster than an ordinary person?" Jiang Li began to speak. "Actually, husband." He suddenly felt a warm, ominous sensation behind him. Jiang Li quickly turned her head to observe the surroundings. She leaned in close, suggesting, "Husband, we're home." He quickly agreed. "Yes, yes." Then, to save time, Jiang Li grabbed him and flew off. They flew as fast as the wind. In no time at all, they had arrived back at Fang Ning's home. Strangely, Jiang Li keeps hiding in the shadows, trembling violently, not daring to step into the light. Seeing her so terrified, Fang Ning immediately understands and pulls the curtains shut. As expected, the soul body still fears sunlight. To keep the room from being too dark, Fang Ning flips the light switch on. With everything settled and no more terrifying ghosts to face, he finally sits on the bed and lets out a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, Jiang Li lunges forward and hugs him tightly, making him blush. "Husband," for some reason, Fang Ning pushes her away and asks her to sit down, leaving Jiang Li puzzled. "Just sit still for a moment." Feeling like she's been given the cold shoulder, Jiang Li puts on a pouty face that leaves Fang Ning speechless. Why does she look like a small animal wagging its tail? And so clingy and needy, too. But the next second, Jiang Li gets what she wants when he reaches out to pet her cheek. Her joy is clearly written all over her face. Suddenly remembering something crucial, Fang Ning warns Jiang Li. "The curtains here don't block light very well. When the sun rises, they might not be enough. Do you want to hide?" Jiang Li doesn't seem to care, as she knows she has a safe place to shelter. "I can enter my husband's body." Then, with a grave expression, Jiang Li reminds him of one thing. "Husband, you've already signed a contract with me. As long as you are here, I will not perish." Hearing her words, Fang Ning is left dumbfounded, his jaw hitting the floor. "What did you just say?" He stands there like a deer in headlights. "What contract? When did he sign anything? Why do I have no memory of this?" Seeing him confused, Jiang Li reiterates, "It's true. And didn't you promise to marry me, husband?" Naturally, Jiang Li still vividly remembers that fateful marriage proposal. She holds the hairpin high, smiling as she recalls the moment. "That is why you have already signed the contract with me, because she now has a companion and is no longer alone." Jiang Li feels incredibly happy. "Now you and I are one entity. As long as you find good food for me, I can recover my strength." Hearing this, he asks, "Wait, what do you mean by one entity?" Jiang Li proceeds to explain her logic to him. Fang Ning, however, struggles to process it. "It means if I'm hungry, you must take me to find delicious food. If I don't eat, you will die too." Jiang Li says they are one because they share a symbiotic relationship. "If you die, I die with you." Naturally, she doesn't want anything bad to happen, so she vows to herself that she must protect her husband. After her long explanation, Fang Ning freezes for 5 seconds, realizing the grim reality. "Okay, so now I know why I felt so exhausted earlier." Recalling his chaotic fight against Lion Xiang, he finally understands. "So the power that suddenly surged through me, I was able to use it because of you, right?" As he expected, she nods in confirmation. "Yes, you can now share my power." She really is a foodie at heart. No matter the situation, Jiang Li always prioritizes good food. "If I'm well fed, you can become incredibly powerful too." Reflecting on the recent battle, he can't believe his luck. "I was just swinging wildly, yet it seems I pulled off something legendary." While the two of them are safe, back at Heiyuan Elementary School, Lion Xiang is being brutally punished by the ghost after her talk with Fang Ning. Lion Xiang takes a heavy hit, collapsing to the floor and trembling uncontrollably. Clearly furious at her betrayal, the ghost is teaching her a lesson. "I told you to kill them. Not only did you disobey me, but you also wanted to leak my information to others." The ghost grips Lion Xiang's throat, causing her immense pain. He squeezes her neck while whispering threats. You should know that if we don't kill them, we will be the ones who die. She is choked so hard that she cannot breathe, her face turning deathly pale. This ghost is truly a soul body, with extreme possessive tendencies. He is determined never to let Lion Xiang go. You are mine. I will never let you leave me. Never. On her face, one can see helplessness mixed with disgust, realizing she has no escape. After letting them slip away, the ghost decides they will pay for this. I can feel that they will return. Next time I will personally slaughter them here. Cut to a sunny morning. Fang Ning has put the paranormal mess behind him to treat himself to a bowl of noodles. Uncle, is my beef noodle soup ready yet? A piping hot bowl is served immediately. Coming, Zio Ning, you're up early today. Usually you only show up after I start cleaning. Fang Ning beams, responding, yeah, I have some things to take care of this morning. A fragrant bowl topped with generous portions is placed before him. Extra large bowl, spicy, no green onions, no cilantro, right? Indeed, Fang Ning is just like Jiang Li. They both have bottomless stomachs. He picks up his chopsticks hungrily. Smells amazing, thanks Uncle Zhang. After serving him, Uncle Zhang goes back to work. You really are a sweet talker, kid. Eat slowly, I'm heading back to work. As he lifts a clump of noodles, he transmits a message to Jiang Li. By the way, didn't you say earlier that your soul energy was depleted? Jiang Li, currently inside his body, quickly responds. I have lost much of my power. To recover, I must absorb soul energy. Fang Ning asks curiously while slurping his noodles. What kind of places can help you recover? Jiang Li ponders for a moment. Like the delicious food from yesterday, that can restore a bit of power. Aside from that, I can absorb the fear of others. Fang Ning mid-slurp freezes. Fear. She explains briefly. Before, when I met you, I received a lot of power. Before that, I was in a semi-conscious state, unable to communicate. Remembering the ghost stories he knows, he finds it makes sense. It seems that for a soul body, scaring the living and absorbing their soul energy is a way to grow stronger. That explains why those ghost stories are filled with so many horrific scenes. Recalling his Princess Tomb livestream, he finally understands why Jiang Li got such a power boost that day. It seems the 100,000 people watching his livestream provided a massive amount of fear, helping Jiang Li restore her consciousness. After finishing every drop of broth, he puts the bowl down and bids Uncle Zhang farewell. Uncle, put it on my tab. I'll pay it all at the end of the month. Uncle Zhang agrees easily and waves him off. All right, you little brat. Next time you're free, come help me out a bit. Fang Ning flashes a thumbs up as he leaves. Back home, Fang Ning stares at his phone, lost in thought about his live streaming career. If live streaming works, surely recorded videos would too, right? It's incredible even though it was her first time touching a phone. She used her magic to control it perfectly, and the stability and camera angles were top tier. With Jiang Li as his secret weapon, he is certain they will achieve massive success. If he edits this video well, adds some BGM, and puts in some commentary, this is destined to be another viral hit. On top of that, they could probably scare a ton of viewers, generating enough fear to replenish Jiang Li's soul power, truly killing multiple birds with one stone. When it came to the live stream's success, Fang Ning naturally couldn't forget Director Wang's contribution. Director Wang's crew last time was solid, and the price was reasonable. Let's keep working with them. After careful consideration, Fang Ning also wanted to discuss this matter with her, that is, Jiang Li. Suddenly, she pressed her face right up against his, making Fang Ning's cheeks flush crimson with embarrassment. It turned out Jiang Li's unhappiness all stemmed from the cold, distant way Fang Ning had been addressing her. Husband calling me, that is so distant. Since she put it that way, he felt completely at a loss for what to call her. How about layer then? Jiang Li, hearing her new nickname, beamed with delight, her smile blooming like a flower. Yes, husband. Fang Ning was completely at his wit's end with her. What have I gotten myself into? Wasting no more time, he got straight to the point. Layer, that thing we encountered at the school last night, that thing. Before he could finish, Jiang Li cut him off. That thing was delicious. Hearing that, Fang Ning's eyes lit up as he pressed further. So you have a way to kill that delicious thing? The reason Fang Ning asked, Jiang Li this was simple, wanted to turn this into an unprecedented masterpiece. Yesterday's footage was still incomplete. If they could re-enter the campus, uncover the truth about Heiyuan School, and turn it into a full documentary, it would blow up even bigger than the Princess Tomb video. Not to mention, he had already promised Lion Xiang that he would help her. No matter the reason, he was going to investigate what happened at Heiyuan School. But contrary to Fang Ning's determination, her current capabilities didn't allow it. I can't do it right, no, not unless I find my hairpin. Since his mind was already made up, Fang Ning grabbed Jiang Li's hand and asked, "The hairpin you mentioned before, have you remembered where it is? Then let's go right now." Unfortunately, Jiang Li still couldn't remember anything. All that delicious food I ate recently brought back some memories. Half a year ago, my hairpin was stolen. Back then, I was only acting on instinct, occasionally appearing at the Princess Tumai, still hadn't regained full consciousness. Jiang Li suddenly turned pouty, insistently demanding that he help her find it. "Okay, husband, help me find it, please. That hairpin is incredibly important to me." He didn't refuse, gently patting her on the head. "We're bound together now. If it's important to you, then we'll find it together. But with this hairpin, could you really beat that thing from last night?" Jiang Li didn't hesitate for a second, confirming immediately. "I'm certain, if I can get my hairpin back, I'll absolutely destroy him." But saying it was one thing, actually doing it was another. "So how exactly do we search for it? I don't even know what the hairpin looks like, let alone the face of whoever stole it. Where do we even start?" Jiang Li paused, racking her fading memories. "I vaguely recall it was 3 grave robbers. 2 of them I scared half to death, they went insane. But the third one somehow escaped using some unknown method. The hairpin is most likely in his hands." Hearing this, Fang Ning felt like his last hope had just been snuffed out. "But it's been half a year. He's probably long gone from this city by now." But Jiang Li refuted him. "No, after absorbing that bit of soul power yesterday, I can now faintly sense the jade hairpin's location. It's vague, but I'm sure he's still somewhere in this city." Hearing that, a smile finally returned to his lips. "Good, at least for now they had a direction. Then let's go find the jade hairpin first. Once we find Zhen Yu and she recovers her power, we'll head to Heiyuan Elementary School, continue filming, and dig up the truth." Jiang Li didn't refuse. She agreed eagerly, excited to go back and snack on the good stuff. Fang Ning wasted no time. He got straight to work. "Can't afford to stall. Let me dig up what I can on those tomb raiders first." Just as he reached for his phone, a new message popped up. Fang Ning picked it up and saw it was from Director Wang. A message from Director Wang. "They already finished editing my video that fast." But it turned out that wasn't it at all. The message Fang Ning was reading was actually from the police. "Content, multiple cases of intentional assault have recently occurred across Heichang. Residents are advised to avoid going out at night and to travel in groups. The police are actively pursuing leads and will apprehend the suspect." Reading the warning about the assaults, he felt a bit confused. Wait, since when do simple assault cases get so serious that the police blast a public alert to everyone? Lately, the world felt like it was getting stranger by the day. Cut to the Yongda Financial Center. Director Wang's crew was slumped over their desks, bored out of their minds. With nothing to do, their minds started wandering into dark places. "If we don't get more work soon, we'll literally starve to death." At that moment, Director Wang walked past them, coffee in hand. "Besides Mr. Fang Ning's gig the other day, we haven't had a single job in 2 days." But the next second, an argument broke out between 2 of them. "Don't even mention that night to me. We almost died out there, you know that. Just thinking about it still gives me goosebumps." Another one whispered quietly, "Hey, do you guys think we should finish out this month and then quit? Old Gao already left yesterday. Director Wang treats us well, but with things like this..." Another guy slumped onto the desk, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, feels like once we cover this month's rent, the studio won't have enough left to pay us." Right then, Director Wang burst in, phone in hand, beaming. "All right, get to work, people." The moment he appeared, everyone swallowed their complaints and scrambled to their stations. One guy, still smoking, asked curiously, "So boss, what's the job this time?" Director Wang slammed his hand on the table with a grin stretched ear to ear. "I've already dropped the details in the work group chat. This gig, also from Mr. Fang Ning." The guy was blindsided. "Fang Ning? Didn't we just go film at some creepy tomb with him?" "Boss, I value my life more than a paycheck. Maybe we should pass on this one." But Director Wang waved him off. "No, not this time. It's just a video editing job. Simple editing, and it pays 1,000 yuan. If the video blows up, we even get a cut of the revenue. I've already downloaded the files." Hearing it was easy money, the guy did a complete 180 and plopped into his chair, firing up the editing software. "Looks like another one of those paranormal investigation videos. Unless they run into an actual ghost like last time, there's no way it goes viral. There are a million videos like this already." The others watched along, offering their 2 cents. "Yeah, the fact that nobody died at that place last time and the video was a hit, that was pure luck on his part. And ours. Editing this video for 1,000 yuan is not a bad deal at all. Director Wang is determined to nail this job, so he gives his subordinate a nudge. "No, this time it is different. It is guaranteed to be a hit. Just open it and see for yourselves." Director Wang suddenly shouts an alert he has struck gold. He speaks with palpable excitement. Perhaps this time our studio will be back from the dead, who knows? We might even shake up the whole industry. The whole crew agrees to watch Fang Ning's latest live stream to gauge its popularity. Hello everyone, I am the elder of the beggar sect. It is 100 a.m., and I am currently at the abandoned Heiyuan primary school. Perhaps you have all heard of the mysterious disappearance case. From 10 years ago, but he barely finishes the intro before he starts panicking at the sight of something. Look there, what is that? As it turns out, the thing that makes the young man lose his composure is that spinning comb. Take a look at that comb, guys. Even though no ghost has appeared to jump scare him yet, he is already so terrified that he is clinging to his colleague. Let go, I can't breathe. He stiffens and grumbles in discomfort. Are you trying to strangle me? What is so scary about a moving comb? The boy hurriedly offers an apology. Yet, before he can even recover from the shock of the comb, he gets another scare from Lion Xiang on screen, almost scaring the soul right out of his body. Who would have thought that the guy who was talking big just a moment ago would be the same one passing out from fright? The smoker is trembling like a leaf. He sits up slowly and points at the screen in utter disbelief. How on earth did he pull this off? Is it CG? Or is there some kind of mechanism on the table? Is this some kind of magic trick? With his years of experience, Director Wang knows for a fact that this is 100% authentic. At first I thought so too, but then this monster actually liquefied and reassembled itself. What is truly terrifying is that with my decades of production experience, I can't find a single trace of editing or post-production. After skimming through the scenes between Lion Xiang and Fang Ning, including the footage of Jiang Lei stepping in to protect him from the demon, they still can't believe their eyes. Is it over? The director replies, yeah, that's all of it. I've watched it over and over, but every time I do, it still makes my skin crawl. By now, he is fully convinced that the video is real, and that a mysterious supernatural story is hidden behind it. So how did Lion Xiang actually die? Who is the mastermind behind all this? Does this video really have a connection to the cold case from 10 years ago? To increase the credibility of the video, Director Wang puts in the effort to find supporting evidence. I specifically went to the city library to check the archives and copy the newspaper clippings. The girl appearing in the video really looks like the one from the news report. Raw footage like this can certainly grab the attention of veterans like us. I believe once the video is finished and released, it will definitely be a hit. Plus, Mr. Fang Ning said that if this video goes viral, we'll get a commission. If the commission is high enough, I can give you guys a bonus. Hearing about a bonus, everyone's eyes light up like car headlights. They are completely powerless against the allure of money. A bonus? Never mind the nature of the work. If there's a bonus, they are ready to dive in with full passion. Let's get to work. Even though Fang Ning's raw footage was already horrifying, after 4 hours of grinding, they managed to make it even more surreal and terrifying. I am done cutting. Look, I even added some special effects, added titles, improved the audio quality, and inserted the right background music at the key moments. After an intense editing session, Director Wang is extremely satisfied with the final product. Not bad at all. Lao Tai really showed off his high-level skills. I feel like the horror factor has risen to a whole new level after the edits. Even though he is being showered with praise, he remains modest. It's nothing. The pacing of the original footage was already excellent. Do you guys see anything that needs changing? Seeing that everything is perfect, he decides to greenlight this version and tells them to send it over immediately. No need for that. Send it to me directly. I will log into the account and post it. Seeing how urgent Director Wang is, the guy calls out from behind him. Posting it now. Shouldn't we send it to Mr. Fang Ning to check first for confirmation? But in response, Director Wang is so confident in his team's handiwork that he dismisses the idea. No need. Mr. Fang Ning said to trust our skills. He's busy with something else, so he told us to edit and upload it right away. The scene shifts to a massive building known as the B Station headquarters. Inside the agency, everyone is hard at work, and the man with glasses sitting in front of the computer is Dao Ping, a B Station video reviewer. The video he is currently reviewing is none other than Fang Ning's edited livestream. What is this? Girl commits suicide at Heiyuan Primary School. A real event from 10 years ago turned into a horror exploration video. Although Dao Ping usually has a lackluster impression of such content, he finds this one isn't half bad. Lately, there are too many videos like this, mostly clickbait, poorly made, and lacking substance. This seems to be more of the same, doesn't it? However, the thumbnail is quite nice. But he barely finishes the thought before he is startled after watching just a segment of the video. How about a surprise, old man? Before Dao Ping's eyes is the hideous face of the ghost that attacked Fang Ning the other day. The demon's truly horrific and grotesque appearance is enough to make him jump and spill boiling water all over himself. His shrill scream draws the attention of everyone nearby. I'm burning up. Dao Ping cannot believe what he is seeing, so he decides to take a closer look. This video is so interesting. It's been a long time since Dao Ping has seen something so authentic and vivid, so he gets excited and calls everyone over. Hey, come over and watch this video. Everyone, naturally curious, gathers around his desk. Found something interesting to watch. Old Dao, what kind of video is it? It feels like it's been ages since I've seen you this worked up. Lately, everything has been so uninspired it puts me to sleep. This is a rare find. I have a gut feeling that this is going to be a super viral video. Seeing him so bold with his claims, everyone wants to see if the quality lives up to the hype. Really? Can it really be that impressive? Whether it is or not, you'll know once you watch it. The next second, everyone falls silent, eyes glued to the screen, eagerly waiting for the video to play. And sure enough, they all agree with Dao Pingthai's video is absolute top tier. Is it over already? I haven't even finished watching it yet. But honestly, it's really impressive. As someone with a sharp eye, it wasn't hard for him to spot just how special this video was. The camera work, the stability, the variety of special effects this video is genuinely high quality. Could this really have been shot on a phone? And look, obviously he's filming real-life footage, but the effects rival any blockbuster. That combination is absolutely stunning. Even his colleague standing next to him had to admit this video wasn't easy to shoot. After watching Fang Ning's video, everyone was dying to know who he really was. Look who's the genius who made this video. Meanwhile, Fang Ning is yawning his head off, total opposite of the cool persona in his video. Under the afternoon sunset, he strolls slowly down the street, lost in thought. I've been digging into the leads based on what you told me. Half a year ago, near a village by the princess's tomb, 3 suspicious-looking individuals were spotted seemingly searching for something around the area. The police responded to the villagers' report immediately, but only managed to catch 2 of them. Both were documented as repeat tomb raiders, but the third one had vanished into thin air. The 2 arrested were in near-total mental collapse. They'd clearly witnessed something absolutely terrifying. In the end, the police could only chalk it up to extreme psychological pressure. Both were thrown into detention for cultural artifact theft. But here's the strange part, there's something genuinely suspicious about this whole thing. The police found no excavated ground anywhere near the princess's tomb. The 2 who knew what happened have both gone insane, whether they actually robbed the tomb, and where, remains a total mystery. If they could take your hairpin, they clearly weren't ordinary people. Now only one person remains, one who escaped, and Fang Ning can't help but form a theory. Did the third person who fled in confusion have time to cover the scene? There's likely someone else pulling the strings behind those 3, and it may be connected to Heiyuan Academy. After leading her to a quiet spot, Fang Ning confirms with Jiang Li, "Are you sure the thief who stole your hairpin is here?" Jiang Li looks so eager she can barely contain herself, slipping out of his body. We're almost there. Seeing her act so recklessly, Fang Ning immediately scolds her. "He, don't just pop out like that, boss. There are people around. If someone sees you." "I can't explain that." To reassure her, Fang Ning taps his chest. "Don't worry. Once we're somewhere deserted, I'll let you out." Looking at the eerily empty surroundings, he finds himself wondering. It's not even dark yet, and the streets are already this deserted. Is this because of that police warning message from earlier? Something about not going out at night, right? Fang Ning telepathically asks Jiang Li where to now. Lear. She immediately raises a finger and points him in a direction. He follows where Jiang Li is pointing, but can't figure out what's there. What is this place? They're now standing before a narrow alley, but something's clearly going on inside it, swarming with police. Bystanders from the surrounding area have gathered in huge crowds, drawn by whatever happened here. On the ground lies an overturned wine bottle, its contents spilled across the pavement. Nearby lies the body of the unfortunate victim. But this victim wasn't killed by any ordinary means. Something's clearly off, because the body has inexplicably withered away. This is one horrifying way to die. Yeah, this is genuinely bizarre. The officer is jotting down observations into the report. Even Officer Zhang as Harith is definitely not a simple case. And the cop holding a cigarette? That's Tiando. Zyro Wang, what's your take on this case? The crowd is buzzing with chatter over the victim's gruesome death. Terrifying, the body looks like a dried-up corpse, and this is already the 3rd incident. Have you guys noticed? Public safety in Heishi has been getting worse year by year. Last month's case was strange enough, but mid-investigation, Tiandao suddenly senses Fang Ning's presence in the crowd. Zio Wang's question snaps him back to reality. What do you make of this case, kid? He draws from his notes and delivers his analysis. Based on my observations, the victim likely died around 3 a.m. last night. No signs of physical assault on the body, and no trace of the perpetrator at the scene. The killer seems extremely familiar with the nearby surveillance blind spots. CCTV footage turned up 0 suspects. The body is quickly sent for autopsy, same as the previous 2 case forensics, determines the cause of death as sudden cardiac arrest. But here's the kicker. None of the 3 victims had any history of heart disease. Tiandao clearly doesn't need to hear that part and tells him to move on. I'm asking what you can deduce from the crime scene itself. Comparing this to other cases, Zio Wang Venturesi think this is a serial killer, and a random one at that. He then points toward the surveillance cameras and boldly asserts, killer dodged every single camera with pinpoint precision. No contact traces with the victim at the scene, so poisoning is a possibility. But Tiandao, with all his experience, knows this case isn't that simple. No signs of poisoning, no drugs found in the system. It matches the profile of natural death, but the exterior of the body looks like a mummified corpsino. Way that's natural. Think again, what other possibilities are there? Zio Wang is still green, and a case this heavy leaves him stumped at other possibilities. Like what? Master, could the killer have murdered them, while being invisible like some phantom floating through the air? Could it really be ghosts causing all this? Tiandao narrows his eyes, takes a drag from his cigarette, and puts a hand on the kid's shoulder. Eliminate the impossible, and whatever remains must be the answer. Given the severity of the case, he decides prevention is better than letting this nightmare keep repeating. Get ready. I've already requested a national alert from headquarters. Citizens should avoid going out at night. The rest is beyond our jurisdiction. We hand it over to the other department. After wrapping up everything at the scene, he urges Zio Wang along. Let's go, kid. This world isn't as simple as you think. Scene change: an abandoned house sits in the middle of a desolate, empty lot. Dead of night. Inside that cold, pitch-dark space, a mysterious young man lights a small candle. The man before us is the thief who stole Jiang Li's hairpin Jing. It's time. No sooner does he finish speaking than the freshly lit candle is snuffed out. Then a massive, grotesque demon with multiple eyes sprouting from its head materializes. This is the soul infant, the entity Jing serves. It begins licking its lips, ravenous. Is it time to hunt again? Jing remains on his knees and reports. Night has fallen, my lord. We can depart at any moment. The soul infant, thoroughly pleased with his loyalty and efficiency, bestows its praise. Well done, boy. Picking you out of those 3 was worth it. The moment it finishes speaking, the soul infant shrinks down and latches onto Jing, making his skin crawl. Your lordship's regard is this humble servant's greatest honor. While sweat beads on his forehead, the soul infant pats his neck and assures him besides, I'll make sure they never find you. The police won't get anywhere close. The reason the soul infant is so smug, it now possesses Jiang Li's powerful hairpin. With this soul artifact in my hands, even a level 4 soul spirit would be easy picking slit alone fragile humans. By the time those slowpoke soul hunters arrive, we'll have already leveled up and vanished. After rambling on, the soul infant doesn't want to waste any more time and urges Jing to move out. Let's go, tonight we claim the last one. The hunt begins. It seems everyone has caught on. By now this chaos-inducing duo is responsible for the wave of terror gripping the city. Now with the city swallowed by night, lit only by the glare of neon signs, they are still roaming the streets. The streets are completely deserted like a ghost town. Only their footsteps echo. Can you feel it? Contrary to his expectations, Jiang Li isn't doing so well. No, that presence has become faint since a moment ago. You led me to that crime scene earlier, so we must find the one responsible. My hairpin is on the corpse. Before she could finish, she suddenly pointed ahead. Wait, husband, I can sense the hairpin nearby. But something feels off here. Before them stands a rundown dive bar. Is it those people? Specifically, who is it on? I don't know, the reading is fuzzy, but it's definitely one of them. Hearing this, Fang Ning doesn't hesitate. He dashes inside, keeping the change. Before the server even realizes what happened, he looks down to see Fang Ning has slapped a bill on the counter. Did he really say keep the change? He thought he was a big spender. But Fang Ning only tipped a tiny bill and ordered nothing but tap water. He sits here for hours, and before leaving he tips me $1 measly. Am I supposed to be insulted? How can someone be so cheap? While the waiter boils with rage, Fang Ning is also fuming because of the forced pressure. Can you pinpoint his location now? They are in the middle of a crowd, making it nearly impossible for Jiang Li to focus. It's too packed, it's messing with the tracking. Since he's already here, Fang Ning decides to go all in. He's finding the target no matter what. Fine, I'll check each person one by one. You should be able to sense it when I get close. Suddenly, while he's on his mission, an innocent-looking girl approaches him. Hey, handsome, want to have a drink with me? Let me treat you to a drink. Then we can go somewhere else and discuss the mysteries of life. She presses her cheek against Fang Ning's, leaning in close, causing him to blush. But because he has important business, he pushes her away. She accidentally slips her hand, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds. Sorry, I'm busy. Don't be like that, brother. Don't tell me you're a virgin. Unable to watch this display any longer, Jiangli reaches out and pinches him hard. Realizing the boss of the house is giving him a warning, he pushes the girl away decisively. Ouch! To everyone's surprise, her fall attracts the attention of the surrounding crowd. What's going on? Why did she fall? Looks like an argument. Before he could achieve anything, Fang Ning is now in trouble with the local thugs. You've got some nerve, kid, causing trouble on our turf. Not wanting to escalate things, he tries to explain. It's a misunderstanding. Everyone, let's not get physical. I'm worried I won't be able to hold back. They don't seem interested in a peaceful resolution and start getting aggressive. I guess you won't repent until you see the coffin. Big talk. Come on, let's take our guest to the conference room to chat. One of them places a hand on his shoulder. Move. But if Fang Ning doesn't permit someone to touch him, they'd better not try. The next second he stops holding back, grips the thug's hand, and in a heartbeat slams him to the floor. The leader watches the display and gives a mocking clap. Impressive skills. But this isn't the place for you to flex. The tension spikes as Fang Ning finds himself surrounded. He and Jiangli share a quick, quiet conversation. Husband, these people are annoying. Should I just kill them all for you? Boss, don't stir up any more trouble. I don't want to go to jail. While he isn't looking, they circle behind him for a sneak attack. Cut to a drunk uncle staggering under the streetlights. Business is getting harder. If I don't drink, I can't close deals. I don't even know if it worked, but I've had too much. Gotta get home to my kid. But on his way home, his luck runs out. He runs into Quijang. The uncle, not knowing his life is about to end, looks up and says, "Thanks a lot, brother." The man leads him forward, while the uncle stays stumbling. You should come by my place when you're free. I'll treat you. But everyone knows that when you meet Quijang, it's time to log out. He wears a sinister mask, laughing savagely. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. As he speaks, he throws Zhang Li's hairpin at the uncle. The uncle is bewildered. What? The uncle seems completely manipulated by Quijang. He whispers in his ear, just walk down this alley and you'll be home. Quijang follows slowly, wearing a perverted smile worthy of the 18th level of hell. My lord, please enjoy your meal. The soul hunter reveals its true, grotesque form, ready to swallow the uncle whole. But shortly after, he seems to regain consciousness. Wait, home. Seeing he's walked into a dead end, the uncle is confused. Why a dead end? It's too late. No one can save him now as dark claws tighten around his arms. Of course, after the arms, they grab his legs. In a split second, the soul hunter appears, drooling over its tasty prey. The sight leaves him paralyzed with terror. Of course, this is your graveyard monster. Before the uncle can even scream, the soul hunter consumes him in a flash. And just like that, another life is lost. Not satisfied with ending his existence, the soul hunter drains his very soul force. This is why the previous victims turned into withered husks. The poor uncle is drained dry, not a shred of life left. The blue mist is slowly sucked into the entity. It feels ecstatic, empowered by the feast, and you should feel honored that this great king has evolved to level 4 soul tier. Yet he's somehow still alive, though his condition is critical. He has no hope, knowing he's about to perish at their hands. I'm dead for sure this time. But in the midst of despair, Fang Ning suddenly flies in and lands a sick kick on the soul hunter. Hey, you monster. Isn't he amazing? One kick from Fang Ning sends it flying into the distance. The soul hunter, caught off guard, crashes into the wall behind it, leaving a cloud of white dust. Fang Ning, who usually lets Jiang Li do the saving, finally steps up as a hero to save the uncle in the 90th minute. After showing the soul hunter the meaning of pain, he turns to check on the victim. Are you all right? You okay? Though the uncle looks a wreck, at least his life is intact. I'm fine, but even humans have their limits. The poor guy can't take it anymore and collapses. Part of the reason Fang Ning attacked was that the soul infant was most likely holding Jiang Li's hairpin. Can you confirm, Jiang Li? Yeah, the hairpin is on it. After Fang Ning dealt it a bone-crushing blow, the soul infant is absolutely livid about the interference. Who the hell are you, brat? A soul hunter. I didn't expect you lot to respond this fast. Do you even know who you're messing with? Leave no let me devour that fat man and I'll forgive your little intrusion. As if a few words are enough to scare Fang Ning. He doesn't flinch. Instead, he flips it the middle finger right in its face. You dare prey on innocent people in broad daylight. This guy can't just sit back and watch. Hearing that, the soul infant's ears burn with irritation, and it fires right back. I don't care what rank you hold among the soul hunters, but if you can't tell good from bad and insist on courting death, I'll swallow you whole. And your broad daylight, too. It's the dead of night. Who taught you your idioms, your gym teacher? Done joking around. The soul infant tenses up and conjures eerie streams of ghostly energy that coil around Fang Ning's legs. Seeing himself wrapped in something so grotesque, Fang Ning can't help but gag. What the hell is this? In just a matter of seconds, Fang Ning is completely overwhelmed by the soul infant. And now, the thing is laughing with sadistic glee. You'll die a wretched death beneath my soul technique. You shouldn't have poked the wrong hornet's nest. But it's not that easy to mess with outsiders. A spectral green hand emerges from within him, neutralizing the soul infant's technique on the spot. Instantly, Fang Ning breaks free from its hold. What the hell is that? Disgusting. But right now, the soul infant is absolutely dumbfounded by Fang Ning's seemingly impossible abilities. Impossible? How did you break through my soul technique? His abilities might be limited, but with his signature over-the-top confidence, Fang Ning channels a burst of energy and replies, obviously because I'm the better-looking one. Can't let the show go on without a spotlight, can we? Today, Fang Ning decides to shine. My turn. With his raw power, he rockets forward at breakneck speed and slams into the soul infant. No way, just you wait. Seeing the soul infant about to bolt, Fang Ning calls her out to finish it off for good. Jiang Li, naturally, isn't about to miss a good meal. She materializes from within him and begins draining the soul infant's soul power. After polishing off her delicious feast, Jiang Li looks utterly satisfied. So good, the soul infant looks absolutely pitiful now, shriveled up like a piece of dried fish. Who the hell are you two? Damn it, half a year of killing to build up my soul power, and you've sucked it all dry. My soul skills don't even work on them. I need to get out of here now. But Fang Ning hasn't forgotten why he came here in the first place. Hairpin. Hand over the hairpin, now. But just as he lunges for it, the soul infant is a step faster, darting upward. Trying to outplay the master. You're still way too green, kid. In a flash, Fang Ning blinks behind it, ready to teach it some manners. Won't hand it over? Fine, we'll take it ourselves. Before the soul infant can even process what just happened, Fang Ning slams it with a devastating blow that sends it crashing flat onto the ground. To make sure it doesn't slip away again, he pins it down with his boot on its belly. Fang Ning and Jiang Li are truly a match made in heaven. Their teamwork is seamless. His job is done. Now he's just waiting on her. What's the next step, Jiang Li? I'll just swallow it directly. Copy that. While Fang Ning has his boot pinning the soul infant down, Jiang Li reaches out to seize it. But the soul infant is a cunning devilvin if it means its own destruction. It refuses to let them have their way. It yanks out Jiang Li's hairpin and unleashes a vicious blast of green energy straight at them. Burn in hell. Neither of them expected the soul infant to pull a stunt like this. Neither can react in time. And just like that, they're blown apart in opposite directions. While both are caught off guard, the soul infant seizes the opening and bolts. As they're about to give chase, wouldn't you know it, they run straight into Xiao Wang on patrol. Hands up, don't move. Fang Ning gets mistaken for the culprit, and Xiao Wang immediately moves to restrain him. Seeing Fang Ning won't cooperate, Xiao Wang grabs him harder and barks. I said hands up. Are you deaf? Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Fang Ning came here to catch a ghost stand. Now he's the one getting caught. Master, I've got the suspect. Apparently Tiandao thinks Fang Ning looks suspicious enough without a word. He levels his gun at him. But after a long, measured look, he holsters his weapon and tells Xiao Wang, let him go, he's probably not our guy. Xiao Wang complies and releases Fang Ning, but he can't hide his shock at the call. Just then, Xiao Wang's attention lands on the middle-aged man sprawled out on the ground. Master, look at the position this man was lying in. It matches the previous victim's exactly. If he's not the perp, then who is? Not wanting to be misunderstood any further, Fang Ning raises his hand and explains. Dead? What dead? Officers, I'm an upstanding citizen. You can't pin this on an innocent man. Tiandao then asks, were there any signs of outside involvement in the previous cases? Based on his recollection, Xiao Wang denies it. Tiandao then gestures toward the cafe behind him, signaling he wants to check something. That cafe over there has cameras facing the alley entrance. I'd wager it caught him walking in. A real killer never leaves traces. They'd never make a rookie mistake like this, let alone get caught this easily. Understand? Xiao Wang, hearing this, grows frustrated. He slams his fist against the wall and demands answers. Damn it, so we're just supposed to let this criminal roam free and keep attacking people. Then who are you? Why are you here? The middle-aged man, having regained consciousness, stands up and vouches for Fang Ning to the officers. He's the one who saved my life. Xiao Wang, hot-tempered as ever, grabs the man by the collar and barks, making his hair stand on end. Saved your life. You're actually alive. What happened here? Do you remember? Do you know? You're the first person to survive that killer's hands. The man hesitates for a long moment, but having just survived something so horrific, the man has no strength left. He collapses against Xiao Wang, calling for backup. We need an ambulance, District 3, Lingju Street, West Heishi. After witnessing the event, Tianda walks over and asks, "You, kid, are you a soul hunter?" He asks back, "A soul hunter?" Fang Ning suddenly recalls the words of the ghost. Right, that demon mentioned this earlier. Could it be a government agency for paranormal affairs? Better play dumb for now. Jiang Li and I might be on their hit list. Better to stay cautious. Fang Ning does not answer directly and hesitates. Tiandao jumps in. Looks like you've never heard of awakened soul hunters. He flicks his cigarette butt to the ground and reassures Fang Ning. Although he is clueless, there is no need to panic. The kid is still too young, all his thoughts are written on his face. Truly, nothing escapes Tiandao's keen eyes. In the next moment, he presents a business card. Next time you want to lie, you'd better control your eyes and facial expressions. After he takes the business card, the man introduces himself. Zhang. Tiandao, that's my name. If you run into trouble, you can find me. You go ahead and deal with these things, but be careful. Once released, Fang Ning replies politely. Officer Zhang gives his thanks. Even after just one encounter, Tiandao has taken a liking to Fang Ning. This kid is interesting. But Fang Ning doesn't know that someone is currently watching his back from atop a tall building. That person is none other than Quijang, along with the ghost, who is triumphant about escaping a disaster and ready to wreak havoc elsewhere. Seeing that things were almost complete, only to be ruined at the 90th minute, he is furious. That damn person, plus the soul power he accumulated, has all been taken away. The ghost doesn't want to stay here longer, so he demands, "Let's go. Let's hunt in another city. This master will remember today's humiliation." Quijang obeys, and the ghost crawls back into his body. "Yes, my lord." Then Quijang takes a running start and leaps decisively off the skyscraper. After being released, Fang Ning and Jiang Li dash through several city blocks to track them. He asks Lear, "Can you still sense the hairpin's position?" Jiang Li replies, "Up ahead. It's injured, it shouldn't be able to run far." Hearing this, Fang Ning feels relieved. Yet he is still curious. "That's good. By the way, you had a chance to capture that ghost, right? So why did you hide?" Jiang Li, sitting on his shoulder, explains, "That middle-aged man had heavy yin energy. I couldn't manifest in front of him." The more she explains, the more confused Fang Ning gets. "Then what about the soul technique that demon used?" "That was a binding technique I couldn't break free from on my own." Seeing Fang Ning looking completely lost, she clarifies, "Soul arts are powerful techniques. They can be countered with soul power or spiritual energy, but you need superior strength to execute them. Since you're a normal human, this must all be very strange to you." "Spiritual energy." Jiang Li looks at him and explains patiently. "What you used before, husband, was spiritual energy. Soul power belongs only to soul entities, while spiritual energy exists within every person's body. But most people only have a slim chance to manifest this energy during life-or-death situations, allowing them to exert power far beyond their normal limits." Suddenly, Fang Ning remembers something. "Didn't you lose your memory? How do you know all this?" According to Jiang Li's speculation, it's probably due to the food. Delicious food. For the past 2 days, after eating good food, many things have surfaced in her mind. Fang Ning realizes this and asks her. It seems Jiang Li's memories recover as her strength recovers. "So I couldn't escape earlier because of spiritual energy, right?" Contrary to his assumption, Jiang Li shakes her head. "No, the spiritual energy in your body, boosted by my soul power, should have surpassed it. But you used the energy too crudely, only subconsciously increasing strength and speed. To break this soul technique, you must regulate the spiritual energy in your body and release it." Hearing this, Fang Ning feels intrigued. Release spiritual energy. How do I do that? Based on her previous experience, she notes that it usually requires long-term cultivation and practice. However, a few seconds later, Jiang Li's face lights up as she hits upon an idea to help Fang Ning. "I have a way." Then Jiang Li presses close to him, and a romantic pink mist radiates around the two. "Don't move, husband. Focus on the connection." Surprise, old man. Fang Ning never imagined in his life that the method she came up with would be to kiss him. After sharing a passionate kiss, Both are transported to an entirely different space. They feel as if they are submerged in the deep sea. Fang Ning is stunned by the surreal sight before him. All around him is a space illuminated by shimmering, twinkling stars. This is your sea of consciousness, your mental world. We have signed a contract by deepening our bond. I can enter here with you. Yet faced with her words, Fang Ning doesn't understand the purpose of this place. Why are we in the mental world? We have to catch that demon quickly. If he escapes, tonight's effort is wasted. Suddenly, Jiang Li jumps up and hugs Fang Ning, making him blush. Don't worry, husband. In the sea of consciousness, time flows at 11,000th the rate of the outside world. He cannot escape. Only here can I help you get used to using spiritual energy in such a short time. He was already shocked by the kiss, but seeing they were both in a state of undress in the next moment shocks him even more. Hey Lear, what's going on? Where are our clothes? To keep Fang Ning from being embarrassed, she explains that clothes heavily interfere with sensing spiritual energy, so they must be removed. Although he is red as a tomato, Fang Ning follows her lead. Close your eyes and feel the movement of spiritual energy starting from your dantian. Jiang Li doesn't hesitate to slide her hand down to his abdomen. Follow the movement of my fingers. Try to control the spiritual energy. With Jiang Li's help, Fang Ning is now able to radiate his own stream of spiritual energy. In the real world, he is also exuding a wave of energy. Sure enough, with his boss guiding him, Fang Ning has undergone a total transformation. His eyes gleam with intense light. After a long while, he is finally enlightened. So that's how it is. Having a bit of spiritual energy really makes a difference. With the abundant energy he just discovered, he launches himself high into the air. This is spiritual energy. Observing the surroundings, Jiang Li spots their trail and informs Fang Ning, over there. Sure enough, following her finger, they see them leaping from building to building. After confirming their target is Qujiang, Fang Ning immediately moves to action. As he is leaping like a grasshopper, the ghost suddenly shouts, "Run, get out of here." Seeing it pushing and urging him like that, the man couldn't help but wonder, is the soul hunter today really that strong? The soul infant immediately denied it, but still voiced its own ominous premonition. He was nothing special under normal circumstances, if not for the entity hiding inside his body. Fang Ning's soul technique would have choked the life out of him long ago. That soul power just now was at least level 5, not level 4. Get this king out of here now. The sense of danger was closing in fast. It snarled in fury, spotting a sleek-looking motorcycle parked below. Qujiang wasted no time and leaped straight down. Trying to calm the soul infant's nerves, he reassured it, "Rest easy, my lord. Our hideout has a boundary and soul power traps set up. If that soul hunter dares show up, he'll never leave." Qujiang didn't linger another second. He jammed the key into the ignition. Right on cue, as if summoned by name before they could even make a getaway, Fang Ning's voice cut through the air and froze them both in place. So that's how it works. You hitch a ride inside a living host, split up to throw the authorities off your trail. The moment his secret was exposed, Qujiang's head snapped up. Fang Ning had already caught Yupend. Now he sat perched on top of a traffic light, looking impossibly cool about it. "You're the third grave fugitive. Escaped from the third tomb, didn't you?" Just then, the details from that bounty notice Fang Ning had investigated before flashed through his mind. "Your name is Jing, if I remember right." Hearing Fang Ning nail his name down to the exact syllable, the man's face went pale with shock. But Fang Ning had zero time to waste bantering. He dropped from the traffic light in one fluid motion and launched a surprise strike straight at Jing. Qujiang whipped out his dagger instantly, ready to fight. The soul infant couldn't hold back any longer. It manifested in the open. "Kid, don't push your luck." Hearing such words come out of a disgusting wraith made Fang Ning almost laugh. "Push my luck? When you were snuffing out lives left and right, did you ever think this day would come? Hand over the hairpin, and I might make your end quick." Seeing Fang Ning hunt it down relentlessly over the hairpin, the soul infant actually broke into a smug grin. It finally understood his true objective. "So that's what you're after, this king's soul artifact. If you want it so badly, this king shall grant your wish." Naturally, a creature as shameless as the soul infant had no intention of handing over the hairpin. Instead, it turned the hairpin into a weapon and attacked. A shadow fell. The ground and the surrounding space were instantly engulfed in a blood-red mist that looked utterly grotesque. The soul infant had just played its trump card. It summoned a vicious black dragon and stood atop its head. "You dare provoke this king, forcing me to burn through this much of my origin soul power. I've had enough of you, Fang Ning. Today I'm going all out. Yon that soul body on Yuthai's king will make you wish you were never born." But none of that was enough to slow Fang Ning down. In a single beat, he obliterated the soul technique as if it were nothing. seeing it pour every last ounce of power into that technique, only to have Fang Ning crush it so effortlessly. The soul infant started praying for its own survival. How is that possible? How can you break my soul technique? Its fury finally hit its breaking point. The soul infant commanded its savage dragon to charge straight at Fang Ning. Die! A true master rises to the challenge. Fang Ning was no pushover, dropped into a defensive stance, and began channeling his energy. In that instant, Fang Ning's awakened power surged to a breakthrough realm. A roaring pillar of fire erupted forward and shattered the dragon into nothing. Before Fang Ning's unyielding power, the soul infant was reduced to a complete laughingstock, racking up defeat after defeat at his hands. It had no moves left. Its entire body trembled with fear. How? Even cornered like this, the soul infant refused to surrender. Stubborn to the bone, it still tried to use the hairpin to attack. He's just a human, how can he possibly have this kind of power? It refused to accept the humiliation of losing to a mere mortal, so it conjured a sword to keep fighting. But the soul infant's number was up because the one now facing it wasn't Fang Ning anymore. It was Jiang Li. Liar, finish him off. One clean strike. She may look small, but she packed a serious punch. Jiang Li unleashed a torrent of emerald energy that blanketed the entire space. In the next heartbeat, the soul infant and every last one of its techniques detonated like fireworks. Evil had finally fallen before righteousness, and there it was, hairpin they had fought so hard to reclaim, lying right in front of them. It was barely an arm's length from Fang Ning's hand. It was over. But who could have predicted the soul infant was as hard to kill as a cockroach? It wasn't fully destroyed. With its last dregs of power, it used its soul technique to lock down Fang Ning's hand. Don't even think about taking the hairpin. It poured every remaining shred of energy into generating waves of eerie, ghostly aura that coiled around Fang Ning. Even in death, it swore he would never get that hairpin. The soul infant hurled a blast of dark energy straight at Fang Ning. Instantly, Jiang Li swooped in and absorbed the ghostly chi, shielding him. Seeing this, the soul infant went berserk, screaming, "My ghost chi, my hairpin." Fang Ning began summoning his fire attribute spiritual power and spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Just now, you borrowed power from Jiang Li's hairpin and could only barely suppress me. But now," he paused, "the hairpin is in my hand." The moment the words left his lips, he launched a massive fireball straight at the soul infant and roared, "Go burn in hell." It began dissolving into nothing, yet still managed to choke out, "Give me back my soul artifact." I was supposed to become a level 4 soul spirit. Its entire body seemed to melt into the air. All that remained was a single arm and a voice full of bitter resentment. "I haven't had my revenge. I need to get stronger. I refuse to accept this." Half of the soul infant's face suddenly shifted into that of a human child. It trembled and called out, "Mama. Where are you, Mama? Please save me." It wailed in anguish. "I can't breathe underwater. It hurts so much." The soul infant's voice turned unbearably sorrowful. "I still haven't found Mama. I don't want to die." With those words, it slowly drifted into Fang Ning's consciousness. He immediately saw shattered imagescenes of devastation and sorrow flooding his mind. Fang Ning thought to himself, "Could these images in my mind be fragments of its memories?" He asked in a quiet voice, "Liar, do you know what drowning a newborn means? It's because of favoring sons over daughters. Some parents bring a child into this world and then refuse to raise it." Fang Ning saw the image of a man forcefully pushing a small child beneath the water. He murmured, "How could anyone be cold-blooded enough to drown their own child with their own hands? I just saw a fragment of its memories. It was an infant killed by drowning, murdered by its own father shortly after birth. Out of its desperate will to live and the hatred of being denied that chance, it became a vengeful spirit." Fang Ning continued, "Those people who did thee were the image of its own father. By tormenting them, drowning them, making them die in agony just as it did in life, it was releasing a fraction of its rage and resentment toward the world." A faint sadness laced Fang Ning's voice. Fang Ning glanced over at Jiang Li, who was absorbing the ghostly chi, and silently wondered, "Then what about you? Liar, what obsession kept you anchored to this world for over 1,000 years? Always in the princess's tomb, never wanting to leave." Suddenly, from behind, a figure lunged forward wielding a razor-sharp blade. Fang Ning reached out, caught the blade barehanded with practiced ease, and spoke without a flicker of emotion. "The soul infant you were hiding behind is gone. You still have the nerve to come at me." He turned to look at Jing, his voice cold as ice. "Honestly, I thought you'd have slipped away during the chaos." With that, Fang Ning snapped the blade clean in half with barely any effort. Jing's legs gave out. He collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. His face was drained of all color, mouth open in a silent scream. You actually killed it. I'm done for, I'm dead. They'll find me, I'm as good as dead, dead. Fang Ning seized Jing by the throat and slammed him against the wall. The man broke down, begging in pure terror. Don't kill me, please, I'm begging you. Fang Ning's voice was razor-edged. Then answer my questions. Understood. Jing nodded frantically. Fang Ning released him immediately and began the interrogation. Very good. Now answer me. How do you and that spirit know each other? He answered slowly. Half a year ago, I went to Chang Beidao to scout for information. He said he had a big job for me. Kujiang replied, trembling. I was short on cash at the time, and the pay was extremely generous, so I recruited 2 partners to take it. Fang Ning asked curiously, who is this Chang Beidao? He explained, he's an information broker in our line of work. He has a vast network of information, and seems to be the spokesperson for a colossal power. He knows exactly where things are buried. I landed a lot of work through his connections. Kujiang said in a low voice. The order was to go to the princess tomb to dig something up, but he didn't say anything. He just gave me a plain jar and said only a princess could open it, and that I had to use this jar to find the target item. He confessed, after I returned, I was curious and opened the jar right at the hotel. As a result, this ghost was inside. Kujiang recounted the nightmare of that night. It was terrifying. I was tortured by it all night, and it even possessed my body. Just like that, it controlled my every thought. He continued fearfully, by the time I regained consciousness, I was already at the princess tomb with my 2 partners. When we reached a certain spot, for some reason, it released its control over me and dove into the ground. This was a good chance to escape it. I told my partners everything, just as I was about to run. It lunged out of the ground with a hairpin in its hand and latched onto me. Kujiang whispered his account. At that same moment, countless ghosts emerged from all directions and began attacking us. I didn't want to die. I had no choice but to agree to its demand to slaughter prey, and only then did it let me escape. But my 2 partners were dragged deep into the forest by the ghosts. The next thing I heard about them was that they had gone insane and were captured. It forced me to kill. It said if I cooperated, it would grant me great wealth and help me avoid being hunted by the police. He spoke, crying with indignation. If I didn't help it slaughter prey, it would kill me. I had no choice but to cooperate. I want to survive. I still need to save up for my son, who is seriously ill. My son is waiting for me. I can't die. Fang Ning said sternly, you are the one who took it out to hunt, so you are an accomplice. You say you can't die, so were those people worth dying? They had their own families too. Their families are suffering even more than you now. Kujiang kowtowed and begged urgently. I am sorry, please have mercy, my lord. Don't kill me and don't turn me into the police. He pleaded with tears in his eyes. I admit I have committed unforgivable sins and hurt many families and people. But my son is critically ill, and I have to save money for him. His mother passed away. He only has me left. Fang Ning grabbed his collar and shouted, Don't apologize to me. The ones you must apologize to are those who lost their sons, husbands, and fathers. Understand? He suppressed his anger and asked strictly, One last question. Where is Chang Beidao? How do you contact him each time? Kujiang replied, Chang Beidao is very mysterious. His whereabouts are uncertain. He continued, he issues most tasks online. Our goods are delivered to a designated spot, and money is wired to an offshore account. The only time he appears is when he comes to find us. We never know where he is. Fang Ning thought for a moment and said, Give me your phone. Kujiang was stunned, so he urged, Hurry up. He took the phone, typed for a while, and warned softly, I'm Fang Ning. This is my contact info. If Chang Beidao shows his face next time, you contact me immediately, understand? With that, Fang Ning tossed the phone back to him. Kujiang asked in surprise, You're letting me go, not turning me into the police? Fang Ning looked at him with a gentle smile. Without that spirit's help, you'd fall into the net very soon. Before that, if you want to save your son, you better hurry. As for the victims' families, I'm sure the spirit gave you more than just money for medical bills, right? Kujiang kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, I know what I have to do. Fang Ning turned to leave, his voice cold. Once he's cured, make sure the boy follows the right path. He warned him not to let his son follow in his footsteps. Kujiang slowly stood up. Before him was only emptiness. Fang Ning had vanished in an instant. Kujiang whispered emotionally, Fang Ning, thank you. After I finish what needs to be done, I will turn myself in. Meanwhile, Fang Ning was walking the streets. He asked in a low voice, Lear, do you think what I did was right? Even though he had his hardships, he still harmed so many people. He recalled memories of the past and said sadly, I don't want his child to become like me. Jiang Li emerged from within him to comfort him. Husband, if you've already decided, don't dwell on it. You've grown so strong in such a short time, and you were even able to defeat such a powerful spirit. She quickly lunged at Fang Ning, happily saying, and you took the time to find the hairpin for Lear. You did very well. Lear wants a hug. He pushed her away bashfully and quickly changed the subject. I already know, stop fussing. Even saying that, you didn't lose that hairpin by accident. There was someone behind that spirit. Do you have any impression of this Chang Beidou? Jiang Li rubbed her chin in contemplation. A moment later, she said nonchalantly, no. Fang Ning said resignedly, and you took so long to think about it. Jiang Li acted sulky and explained, I don't remember anything at all. You kept asking, so I could only try to remember. Recovering strength and memories surely takes time. Fang Ning finally compromised. Fine, I apologize, let's go home. She jumped with joy and shouted, home, we're going home. He thought to himself, thinking too much is useless, regardless of who is behind this. Finding the hairpin means we've disrupted their plans. Fang Ning suddenly remembered something. He stopped and called out, right, Lear. Jiang Li wasn't paying attention and slammed right into his back. She immediately held her head and glared at him. He handed Jiang Li the hairpin and said softly, here is your hairpin. She lifted her hair and asked coquettishly, husband, can you help me put it on? Fang Ning replied, there's no helping you, can't you put it on yourself? Despite his words, he reached around to hold her head steady. Jiang Li's eyes widened, focused on the person before her. In her eyes, Fang Ning now took the form of the one from 1,000 years ago. He said tenderly, Lear, I retrieved this hairpin especially for you. Finished, the two locked eyes with deep affection, as if transported back to the past. Back in reality, Fang Ning smiled and asked her, well, do you like it? Jiang Li was already tearing up, moved beyond words. Jiang Li said gently, I like it. Fang Ning's eyes widened in amazement. She held his hand and whispered it once more. Like each glistening tear rolled down, stirring the waters within her heart. Suddenly, a strange energy erupted from around Jiang Li. The power seemed to originate from the hairpin. It caused her to slowly drift into sleep. Her clothes were quickly shredded into fragments by that power. Fang Ning covered his face in a hurry, embarrassed. Again. Which outfit is this now? Don't do that. Boss, my clothes are all torn because of you. Jiang Li was immediately dressed in a new red robe. Anklets also appeared on her feet. Jiang Li had now transformed into a beautiful fox spirit girl in red and white attire. She began to gather yellow spiritual energy. Fang Ning also felt the anomaly in his own body and thought in astonishment. The spiritual energy is so strong. It feels even greater than before. He furrowed his brows as a massive surge of power hammered into him, causing him to scream out in agony. That surge of power quickly attracted the attention of other soul hunters, who were busy exterminating monsters. The red-haired girl said, the spiritual pressure over there is immense. The man nodded. The fluctuation is strange, not one of our people. He suggested finishing off the small fry before going to investigate. Suddenly, a hand with sharp claws tried to scale the wall behind the girl. It was a demon with 2 bison horns, and behind it were 3 long-tongued monsters wriggling, eyeing them hungrily. They quickly rushed toward the girl to ambush her. She just hummed softly and began summoning her strength to prepare a counterattack. The girl grasped a long spear, turned and slashed decisively, slicing the creatures in half. At the same time, in an abandoned high-rise, 2 men stood watching the great source of power erupting from Fang Ning's direction. On the ground, another man kneels, trembling from head to toe. Xu Wendun crosses his arms and speaks in a low voice. The soul infant's aura over there, it's gone. Was it a soul hunter? Idiot, I told it not to draw attention. Chang Beidou waves a hand, his tone ice-cold. Forget it. It was just a test subject. Dead is dead, but what exactly happened? We still need to find out who made the move. Otherwise, when the doctor asks, I won't even know what to report. Let's go, we've squeezed this guy dry, nothing left. Dispose of him. Xu Wendun flashes a sinister grin and raises a hand toward the trembling man. Yes, boss. He lifts the man into the air with one hand. The guy panics, screaming, don't kill me. Please, I already told you everything you asked. You said you'd let me go. Xu Wendun's eyes gleam with malice. He sneers. I lied. With that, he crushes the man's throat with a single squeeze. A strangled, agonized cry rips out Tan, then the heavy body crashes to the floor. Lifeless, somewhere else entirely, a lit cigarette is flicked to the ground and crushed underfoot. Zhang Tiandao stares at a thread of mysterious energy, his eyes narrowing. That's Xiao Wang walks up from behind, puzzled. Master, what's wrong? Something over there? He shakes his head. It's nothing, think I forgot something. Tiandao turns to leave. Xiao Wang head back and get some rest. The kid nods quickly. Oh, sure, see you at the precinct tomorrow. He watches his master's retreating figure, muttering, "What's up with him?" On the other side, Fang Ning is gasping for air, his breath ragged and heavy. Sweat pours down his face in rivulets. His legs buckle. He drops to one knee, heart hammering. "That was way too close. I thought I was gonna blow apart." Jiang Li rushes to his side, steadying him. "Someone's coming. We need to move, now." Fang Ning nods without hesitation. The two of them shoot off like arrows, vanishing into Fang Ning's apartment. He yanks the curtains shut, anxiety etched across his face. "That pillar of light was massive. Please tell me it won't end up on the news tomorrow." Jiang Li answers calmly, "It won't. Spiritual power doesn't form a visible body unless it's been condensed. Ordinary people can't see it." Fang Ning frowns. "Then why was there so much of it this time?" She thinks for a moment. "A small portion was probably the soul infant's residual soul power. But the restmost of it was my own strength, stored in the hairpin. I'd estimate about a tenth of my peak power was sealed inside it." He freezes. He stammers, "Oh, one-tenth." Fang Ning's mind reels, just a tenth. How terrifyingly strong must Jiang Li have been at her peak? "Oh, right, did your memories come back?" Fang Ning asks suddenly. "Remember anything?" Jiang Li's voice goes quiet. "A little." She presses a hand to her head, hesitant. He gently places his hand on top of hers. "It's okay, if you can't remember, don't force it." She brightens instantly, throwing her arms around him. "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side, my lord." Right then, Fang Ning's phone buzzes with a notification. "Director Wang, Mr. Fang Ning, our video just went viral." He practically shoves Jiang Li aside and dives for his desk, eyes blazing with excitement. "It went viral. The video viral. Let me see." Fang Ning stares at the view count, his lips moving as he counts. 10, 100,000, 1 million. 1 million view sent. It's only been 3 hours. Comments flood in at breakneck speed. "OMG, this is incredible. Now I'm seeing a beautiful ghost girl pouting at the start thighs is hilarious. I feel like I was actually there. I know this isn't the time, but any discount codes? Also, how is anyone on this planet brave enough to face that dog-headed ghost?" Fang Ning throws his hands up. "It blew up. It actually blew up." He leans closer to the screen, grinning like a kid. "Even bigger than the Princess Tomb video." His mind is already rassing endorsements, brand deals. Live streaming merch wants it all. "My lord, come look at this." Jiang Li's voice cuts through his fantasy. He glances around, confused. She peeks out from his chest, whispering, "Look inside the consciousness sea." She wraps her arms around him, and together they slip into the inner world. Fang Ning looks around, stunned. What the before him swims an enormous school of golden fish, circling in formation beneath a pale glow. Jiang Li drifts alongside them, explaining, "They're all fear power, my lord, there's so much of it." She embraces him from behind. "Close your eyes." The moment she finishes, she murmurs an incantation. Their clothes dissolve into nothing. The golden fish glide toward the two of them, one by one merging into Fang Ning's body. Back in reality, a surge of raw power coils around him like a living thing. Fang Ning's eyes snap open. So this is fear power. It must have been born from that viral video. He clenches his fist, feeling the strength humming through his veins, and grins. "Right now, I feel like I could take down a soul infant without even needing Layer's help." Fang Ning rises to his feet, a quiet smile on his lips. Today has been a very, very good day. Later, steam fills the bathroom as Fang Ning stands under the shower, his mind still racing. The soul infant is dead. The mysterious soul hunter cop Zhang Tiandao, Jiang Li's lost memories, the shadowy entity that struck at the Princess Tomb. A whole new world is about to crack wide open. Water streams over him. He exhales slowly. More exciting but far more dangerous. "I signed the contract. There's no turning back now." He pushes his wet hair back, jaw set with quiet resolve. "But I will survive. I'll live long enough to hunt every last one of you down." That night, Fang Ning sleeps soundly in bed. Jiang Li materializes beside him. She brushes her fingers across his forehead. "My lord." With a whisper of power, her robes fall away. She lifts the blanket and slips in beside him, soft and silent. Jiang Li gazes at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Over 1,000 years." She pulls him close, her voice barely a breath. "I've finally found you." In his sleep, Fang Ning's brow creases tight. A nightmare takes shape. A gasoline can dripping onto cracked pavement. A small boy stands before the gates of Tianxing Orphanage, flames roaring behind him. People are still trapped inside. Everything burns. The boy is none other than Fang Ning. He turns around. His eyes glow a deep, burning red filled with something dark and vicious. The next morning, a blonde-haired guy stands in front of a bathroom mirror, brushing his teeth. His phone starts blowing up notification after notification. He picks it up, frowning. "This early, why so many messages?" His eyes go wide. What? My video, it dropped to number 2. Some nobody posted a video last night, and it shot straight to the top. What the hell is this? He taps into the video. Everything on his desk gets swept aside in frustration. What kind of video pulls over 3 million views overnight? How is that even possible? I'm the one who owns the trending game around here. He sprints to his room, slams the door open, and drops into his desk chair, pulling on his headphones. I need to see what kind of stunt this guy pulled to beat me. 1 hour ticks by on the wall clock. He slumps back in his chair, utterly spent. I concede. This video is on another level. I can't compete. No wonder it blew up overnight. He logs in with his handle flying potato and drops a comment. Yo, can we get a part 2? I need to know what happened to Lion Xiong. He leans back with a smirk. The internet's got some real ones hidden out there. Dude, let me boost you. Others spot the comment immediately. Hold up, did Flying Potato just retweet this? Leader of the Beggars sect has spoken. Bro, your officially famous Flying Potato gave you the stamp of approval. Is this some new Rising Star video? I gotta see what could dethrone the great Flying Potato. Someone who can actually outtrend Flying Potato. This I have to see. Meanwhile, in Fang Ning's small apartment, a gentle breeze flutters the curtain, letting sunlight spill inside. He and Jiang Li are still sound asleep. On her ankle, the red anklet glints softly in the morning light. Fang Ning has his arms wrapped around her, dead to the world. Sunlight floods the room. He doesn't stir. He starts mumbling in his sleep. Buns, steamed buns, eat. Images of braised pork, mapo tofu, and tomato stir-fry flash through his dream. He's lounging on a giant bun, grinning. So good. Suddenly, his attention latches onto a steaming hot, impossibly soft steamed bun right in front of him. He reaches out and squeezes it everywhere, drooling. This rice cake is so soft, smooth, and pillowy. Must be delicious. Fang Ning snaps awake. Wait, was that a dream? Then why does my hand still feel something so real? He gives it another experimental squeeze. A soft, breathy sound escapes right beside him. Fang Ning's eyes fly open. Wait, thighs feeling his hand is cupping Jiang Li's chest. She lets out a quiet moan. He bolts upright, face blazing crimson. Jiang Li. His scream jolts her awake. She sits up, rubbing her eyes, completely unbothered. My lord, you're awake. His gaze drops, and there she is, not a single stitch of clothing on. Blood trickles from his nose. Jiang Li leans in, worried. My lord, your nose. Fang Ning clamps a hand over his nose, waving frantically with the other. Stop! Stop right there, do not move. He scrambles to the desk. Tissues fly out of the box as he stuffs them against his face. Jiang Li watches in confusion. My lord. Fang Ning shoves tissue up his nostril and points at her without looking. Put clothes on now. Jiang Li hears this and lets out a shy little oh. She starts rising onto her tiptoes. She channels her power to conjure a brand new outfit. In moments, she drifts closer to him and whispers softly, My lord, I'm dressed. Fang Ning's eyes fly wide open in sheer astonishment. He stares at her, unable to look away. Jiang Li is now wearing a stunning red and white dress, exquisitely designed. Sunlight washes over her entire figure, making her glow radiantly. Fang Ning asks, bewildered, wait, why aren't you afraid of the sunlight anymore? She skillfully guides the hairpin into place and smiles. Because part of my power has been restored. He presses further, and this outfit looks different from before. Jiang Li pins the hairpin and explains, Didn't you say last time that a long dress was impractical? My lord, Fang Ning frowns inwardly, thinking, I've never heard of a ghost entity being able to venture out in broad daylight. Could it be that Lear isn't actually a ghost entity at all, but some other kind of existence entirely? Suddenly, Jiang Li lunges at him, nuzzling close. My lord, hold me. Right on cue, a phone starts ringing from the bed. Fang Ning gently pushes her aside, clears his throat, and says, Let me get that. He picks up the phone. Caller ID reads Wang San. Answers immediately. Hey, Director Wang. Wang San practically screams into the phone, hyped beyond belief. Mr. Fang Ning, our video just hit #1 on the trending list. Fang Ning replies calmly, Yeah, I saw it. Wang San is thrilled. He continues, Several ad sponsors have already reached out. They want to buy ad slots in our next video. The ad fees alone would be tens of thousands of yuan. Fang Ning immediately cuts in. Don't commit to anything yet. We're still new creators. 2 viral videos in and we already start running ads. That'll kill our goodwill with the fans. It's not worth it. Oh, right, Director Wang. Do you have any prior experience running content accounts? Wang San answers, We have one that's active, but it only has 20,000 followers. Nowhere near the kind of audience you pulled in overnight, Mr. Fang Ning. Why do you ask? Fang Ning proposes, I'll probably be too busy with the actual filming. I'm hoping I can hand the account over to your team for management a long-term partnership. What do you think? I handle the shooting and content creation. You guys handle editing, operations, and we split the revenue. We grow this thing together. Wang San is stunned. He stammers, asking about the partnership terms. You mean us, can we really? We're just a tiny studio. With your momentum and potential, we're afraid we might hold you back. Fang Ning cuts him off decisively. It's fine. I'm very happy with the 2 collabs we've done so far. And honestly, everyone at S Studio left a great impression on me. He continues in an even tone. So, Director Wang, are you saying you don't want to work with me? If Director Wang doesn't want to hearing this, Wang San nearly loses it with excitement. We do. We absolutely do. He blurts out nervously. For the revenue split, how about we just take 20%? No, 10% is enough. 10%, is that okay with you? If that works, I'll draft the contract and send it over to you right away. Fang Ning replies generously, I'll give you guys 30%. He continues with genuine gratitude. Back then, I contacted so many companies. The moment I quoted my budget of 1,000 yuan, every single one of them turned me down, ever knowing that was literally all the money I had at the time. Just when I was about to give up, you guys were the only ones who responded, treated me with real respect, and delivered meticulous service. I've always wanted to thank you properly. Wang San is deeply moved. That's just our job, sir. We always give it our all to make every client happy. It's what we've always done. Rest assured, Mr. Fang Ning will do everything in our power to run your account to the fullest. Fang Ning wraps it up. All right then, send me the contract whenever it's ready. I've got other things to take care of. From here on, the account is in your hands. On the screen, 3 trending hashtags, all tied to his video, are now blazing at the top. Overnight, the view count has surged past 10 million, smashing the record for fastest viral hit. The murder case from 10 years ago, what really happened at Heiyuan Elementary School. Special effects breakdown. Experts reveal which VFX techniques were used in this viral video. Fang Ning thinks to himself, it actually blew up that hard. No wonder it generated that much fear energy. But still, who knows how much of Lear's power has actually been restored. He stands up, turns around, and calls out softly, Lear. Zhang Li immediately runs over and loops her arm around his, asking gently, What is it? My lord, Fang Ning asks, his voice laced with curiosity. Yesterday's fear energy. Was it enough? Can it actually restore your power? She shakes her head slightly. What we gathered yesterday wasn't nearly as much as when we first met at the princess tomb. I'm still a long way from a full recovery. Fang Ning presses gently. So how much more do you need? Zhang Li summons a glass orb, its interior swirling with faint blue spiritual power, and answers, This much about should be enough for my peak state. Fang Ning stares astonished. We're still that far off. Then right, know how confident. Are we against whatever's lurking in Heiyuan Elementary School? She ponders for a moment, then says, Around 70%, I'd say. Hearing that, Fang Ning throws on his jacket with renewed energy, his voice buzzing with excitement. Perfect. Let's grab some food first, rest up, and recharge our spirits. He ties his long hair into a quick ponytail, grinning. Tonight, we head back to Heiyuan Elementary. Zhang Li bounces up with glee, squealing. Yes, tonight we're eating something amazing. That evening, the moon hangs high in the sky. Fang Ning pulls on his familiar baseball cap. He cracks open the window and murmurs, Lear, get ready. We're heading out. Before he can finish his sentence, Zhang Li's hand lands softly on his shoulder, and in an instant, both of them rocket straight out the window. Across the empty night sky, the only sound left is Fang Ning's terrified shrieking. At that very moment at Heiyuan Elementary School, a shaky voice breaks the silence. 2 men are crouched behind a tree trunk, peering into the school grounds. One of them whispers nervously, Bro Zhang, do we really have to film here? The other one smacks him on the back of the head and hisses, Are you stupid? You saw that #1 trending video, right? Zhang Ziyo snaps back, furious. The place he filmed at is right here. Anyone from Heishi City can tell at a glance Seth is where the heat and traffic are. You want us to just let this opportunity pass us by? Mao Xing scratches his head, stammering, but there's a ghost in there. Zhang Ziyo throws an arm around his shoulder and scoffs loudly. Ghost my ass. It's obviously fake, probably all done in post with green screens and hidden rigs. Horror videos like that are a dime a dozen online now. You're not actually dumb enough to believe ghosts are real, are you? The moment the words leave his mouth, a hand lands gently on Zhang Ziyo's shoulder. Both of them jolt in sheer terror. They bolt, screaming at the top of their lungs. Ghost, but standing behind them is just a young woman in trendy clothes, staring at them in bewilderment. Lin Huan's face darkens. She grinds out, Didn't we agree to meet at the entrance of Heiyuan Elementary? Why the hell are you calling me a ghost? If you two cowards are that scared, just go home. Zhang Ziao steadies himself, clears his throat, and tries to explain. I mean, hey, you really shouldn't be talking so loud out here. The area around here is dead and creepy. Even at night, it's still kind of unsettling. Mao Xing leans in, curious. Boss, about that video were all those hidden rigs and VFX edits prepped in advance. The special effects work was actually insane. We didn't prep anything this time. We can't even compare. What are we even going to film here? Lin Huan shoves his face away, snapping back. You idiot, do we have money for hidden rigs and fancy VFX post-production? We're here to ride the hype wave. She pulls out a notebook and pen, thinks for a second, then asks, so, what do you think about the title? Exposing the illusion behind the viral video. What is the current situation at Heiyuan Primary School? Zhang Ziao asks, sounding enthusiastic. Epic, the boss is a beast. No wonder he's the one with the most clout among us. Lin Huan says with great momentum, cut the suck-up routine, let's move out. The other two answer in unison, and immediately set off. Mao Xing suddenly becomes panicked, his voice trembling. Wait, everyone listen carefully. It sounds like something is behind us. A desolate wind whistles through the trees. As the three of them turn around, they see two figures, one tall and one short approaching. Zhang Ziao and Mao Xing startle and shriek. Ghosts, the two men quickly scramble onto Lin Huan, trembling violently, which makes her furious. Ghost, your sister, get off me right now. Two men, and yet you're less brave than a girl. Zhang Ziao tries to justify himself. It's the middle of the night in the wilderness. If those aren't ghosts, then what are they? Lin Huan turns to them, maintaining her composure. She asks, sorry, my friends are quite timid. Are you too, living people? Fang Ning nods and replies. Are you? Zhang Ziao steps forward to introduce them. We are bloggers here to investigate Heiyuan Primary School, which is on the list of haunted spots. We're mainly seeing if we can get some footage. Is it fun? My name is Zhang Ziao. I'm a potato eater on the B station. The blonde-haired guy adds in a friendly tone. Hello, I'm Mao Xing, Zhang's assistant. The girl speaks up happily. I'm Lin Huan, their childhood friend. I'm currently live streaming on B Station, focusing on food and outdoor adventures. Mao Xing looks at Fang Ning and suddenly realizes something. He exclaims in shock, wait, aren't you the top creator from that crew? Zhang Ziao asks, confused, who? He replies, it's the #1 trending, most powerful newcomer on B Station this year. Isn't that why we came here after watching his video? Hearing this, Lin Huan pushes Zhang Ziao aside and rushes over, looking excited. Your videos are incredible. I've already followed you on B Station. She asks eagerly, can I get an autograph? I can't believe we actually ran into you guys. Oh, and this young lady appeared in your video too. Are you two a couple? Jiang Li looks at him with a serious expression. Fang Ning signs the autograph and hesitates before replying. She is my wife. He clears his throat and continues. If you want to live stream or film at Heiyuan Primary School, I suggest you come back tomorrow morning. Zhang Ziao asks with a serious tone, why? Does this place not have your name on it? Are you not letting others film here? Fang Ning walks straight inside and warns, there are real ghosts here. I'm not joking, if you wander in at night. His expression becomes grim as he continues, you could be putting your lives at risk. Zhang Ziao doesn't believe him and shouts, risking our lives? Don't think we can't tell. Your videos are all just special effects. There are no such things as ghosts. If it's actually dangerous, how did you get out last time? And why are you coming back in to film again? Are you saying this just because you're afraid we'll ride on your coattails for clout? A powerful gust of wind blows past, accompanied by a voice. If you don't want to die, get off this mountain and go home. I've said what I needed to say. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Mao Xing asks, doubtful, that wind just now? It was strange. In front of them, Fang Ning's figure has disappeared. He asks in surprise, did they go in already? Could they be here to film the sequel to the Heiyuan Primary School video? Zhang Ziao speaks excitedly. Exactly. If they are filming a sequel and we follow them, we can secretly record the behind-the-scenes footage and post it. Won't that go viral? Mao Xing hesitates. Zhang, maybe we should skip it. They already said it was dangerous. They might have traps set up inside that they don't want us to trigger. Plus, it's not good to disturb them while they're filming. Lin Huan doesn't care much, rushing inside and saying delightedly, stop worrying. I'm curious about how they filmed their videos. I have to go see it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Seeing this, he panics and calls out, hey, wait for me, you two. Mao Xing hurries to catch up, his body passing through a transparent barrier. The three of them have no idea they have just entered a mystical formation. At the same time, Fang Ning and Jiang Li walk into the classroom hallway. He thinks to himself, I hope those three listen to me and leave. Once the fighting starts, I won't have the spare energy to protect them. He turns to ask her, well, can you sense that guy's aura? Jiang Li points upward and replies, up there in the room from last time. Fang Ning tosses her the phone and praises, very good. He smiles, his tone enthusiastic, and starts recording. Jiang Li uses her magic to hover and begins recording the footage. Fang Ning sprints up the stairs and announces clearly, everyone, I am currently back at Heiyuan Primary School. He continues, 3 days ago, I encountered an unknown monster here. After being forced back by it, I had no choice but to retreat. But Lion Xiang's soul is still trapped in this school, waiting for me to save her. In a blink, he is in front of the principal's office, and Fang Ning kicks the door open, shouting, I'm back. He moves deep into the room and asks telepathically, how is it? Where is it? Jiang Li points at the wooden comb on the desk and replies, husband, right here. Fang Ning reaches out, intending to touch it, and speaks calmly. I suspect this comb belonged to Lion Xiang. It shares an inseparable connection with her. Through the comb we can find. Suddenly, a dark energy erupts from the comb, accompanied by a chilling voice. You actually dare to come back. Human. T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, and G Zhuang Zhang Zheng roars in anger. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. I've set up a barrier you cannot escape. Fang Ning scoffs, nothing new, still using the same old tricks. With that, he blocks T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, and Ji Zhuang's punch with his bare hand, creating a massive shockwave. The arm that took the hit is torn apart, causing T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, and Ji Zhuang to scream in agony. He asks in confusion, in such a short time, how could you have become so strong? Could it be that you were hiding your strength as a soul hunter before? Yes, you must be a soul hunter. Fang Ning says confidently, I haven't become strong. My strength has always been this way. You just make excuses because you can't beat me. You haven't increased your power in all these years. Have you even been training hard? Being mocked like this makes T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF, and Ji Zhuang fly into a rage. Wretched fool, you dare mock me. An iron foot stomps hard into the ground, causing it to crack. T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF. And Ji Zhuang has now transformed into a giant clad in iron armor that looks incredibly durable. He growls, do you think that's enough to win? Don't celebrate too early. He begins summoning lightning energy and threatens. The battle has only just begun. T letter 1B0, letter 1EDF. And Ji Zhuang quickly creates a powerful ball of lightning and says with a ghastly voice, no one can separate me and Lion Xiang. No one, even if you are a soul hunter, you won't. Fang Ning feels the ground under his feet shaking, his body restrained by the bolts of lightning, making him panic slightly. Hey, are you kidding? This is too over the top. Could this be his soul art? At the same time, in the schoolyard, Zhang Ziyo turns on his camera to start recording. Hey everyone, I'm Potato. He introduces himself. We're standing at the entrance of the Heiyuan Elementary School teaching building. Everyone's heard the stories about Heiyuan Elementary, right? We came here today because a creepy voice suddenly whispered in his ear. You actually dare come back. Human. Zhang Ziyo jolts in fright. At the same time, an enormous explosion erupts from the upper floors, snapping all three of them to attention. Zhang Ziyo collapses to the ground, pointing up in terror. They're that's it. Fang Ning just got thrown from the top floor. Zhang Ziyo screams. The old man at the front desk. Lin Huan's eyes go wide. Holy shit, that's a 5-story building's dead for sure. From the window Fang Ning was launched out of, a strange glow shoots out after him. It's Jiang Li. She rockets downward at blinding speed, reaching for Fang Ning. She catches him just in time, using her power to slow their descent to the ground. The two of them land safely, right before the stunned eyes of the onlookers. Mao Xing asks, terrified, Bro Zhang, tell me I'm not seeing things. Did they just fly? Zhang Ziyo stubbornly insists it was cable shad to be cables. Then a figure bursts out from the highest floor window. Jiang Chang slams into the ground, so hard the concrete cracks and splinters beneath him. The three onlookers are absolutely floored. The shockwave is so powerful it sends Zhang Ziyo flying. Mao Xing shouts in disbelief. You gonna tell me that was cables too? Lin Huan grabs both of them and bolts, screaming. What are you still filming for? Are you stupid? Run! Jiang Chang stomps his foot into the earth, his voice dripping with menace. None of you are leaving here alive today. He clenches his fist and declares with absolute conviction, you dared lay a hand on my Lion Xiang, I want you all dead. The moment the words leave his mouth, he erects a boundary, sealing the entire school. Mao Xing stumbles forward and slams his palms against the invisible barrier, trembling. Bro Zhang, I don't think we can get out. Zhang Ziao refuses to accept it and charges at the barrier, yelling, "Move you hat, the hell is this thing? Let me see. There's no way we can't get out." In an instant, he's blasted backward. Zhang Ziao shudders. "We're done. We're gonna die here today, aren't we?" he mutters. "I knew I should have listened to him and stayed out of this." Lin Huan says calmly, "What's the point of saying that now? We can only hope he can beat this thing. That's our only shot at getting out of here alive." Fang Ning's expression hardens as he thinks, "This guy's tougher than I expected. That soul techniquays it some kind of electromagnetic wave or shock blast. Or is it a compressed air mass?" Jiang Chang doesn't give him time to think. He launches forward with a thunderous roar, "Die!" He brings his fist crashing down, but Fang Ning leaps aside just in time, dodging the blow. Jiang Chang's feet radiate a massive surge of power, shaking the ground violently once again. He doesn't let up, driving his fist straight toward Fang Ning again. Fang Ning spins around and throws up his guard, trying to block the strike. But the lightning arcing from Jiang Chang's hand scrambles his control over his own power. The impact sends Fang Ning hurtling backward with brutal force. He digs his feet in, skidding across the ground to stop himself from flying further. The friction kicks up a thick cloud of dust and debris. Fang Ning thinks, this guy's raw power is insane. Jiang Chang has no intention of letting up. He closes in, snarling, "Let's see how many hits you can take." Fang Ning calls out, "Jiang Li." Jiang Li materializes instantly, unleashing her power against him. Chains of light erupt in midair. Jiang Chang's fist, mid-swing toward Fang Ning, freezes implacable to move another inch. His entire body is bound by the spectral chains. He roars in fury, "Damn, y'all, kill him." Fang Ning replies flatly, "Then do it. I'm right here in front of you. Go ahead, show me." Jiang Chang is forced to his knees, thrashing and screaming, "You little bastard, let me go." Fang Ning walks over and casually pats him on the head, his voice dripping with mockery. "Do I look stupid to you? Let you go? Might as well unleash a rabid dog and let it maul me to death. Hiding so deep you won't even show your real face. If I'm not mistaken." Fang Ning presses lightly on his head and probes deeper. "You're the last principal of Heiyuan Elementarith, one who killed himself in the principal's office, aren't you?" "Jiang Chang, am I right?" In an instant, his form shifts back to his original human appearance. Fang Ning's voice turns sharp and serious. "Answer me, did you kill Lion Xiang?" Jiang Chang trembles. No, it wasn't me. I didn't want to kill her. If she hadn't tried to run, I never would have laid a hand on her." He screams, "That's right, it's all her fault. You can't blame me. Why did she have to run? Wasn't staying by my side good enough? It's all her fault." Fang Ning can't hold back anymore. He drives his fist straight into the man's face. "You sick son of a bitch." He grabs Jiang Chang by the collar and yanks him up, fury in his voice. "She was just a kiddie you were old enough to be her father. She had her whole life ahead of her. And she did because of Yao without anyone even knowing the truth. Don't you have children of your own? Just imagine how her father felt, how much pain he must have been in." Jiang Chang shakes his head violently, stubbornly. Shut up, please stop talking." Fang Ning begins channeling power into his palm, pointing it at Jiang Chang with a threatening voice. "Where is Lion Xiang? Tell me and I'll make it quick." Jiang Chang grits his teeth. "You want to take Lion Xiang away? Don't even think about it. I won't let you take her." He goes berserk. Dark energy explodes outward with enough force to shatter the chains binding him. He screams, "Absolutely not." The backlash slams into Jiang Li. She shouts a warning, "My lord, look out." Jiang Chang lunges forward and tackles Fang Ning, locking him in a crushing grip. He drives them both straight through the school wall with a deafening crash, sending dust and debris billowing everywhere. The impact catches Fang Ning off guard, has no time to brace. Pain twists across his face. He forces himself to his feet, staring at Jiang Chang ahead. He sends a telepathic message, "Old man Jiang Li, what just happened?" She answers immediately, "Not sure. Looks like he just powered up." Jiang Chang channels spiritual power into the cracks, spreading across the ground. His voice is a guttural growl, "No one will ever separate me from Lion Xiang. No one." Bands of lightning surge from the fractures and coil around Fang Ning's body. Suddenly, the spot where Jiang Chang stands detonates in a violent explosion. Fang Ning's body is flung backward by the shockwave. Fang Ning thinks grimly, "Damn, I've actually powered up mid-fight." In every story, the villain dies because they won't stop talking. But he's the villain here, not me. Was I being too cocky just now? Jiang Li grabs his arm and channels her power, sending the spectral chains hurtling toward Jiang Chang. He blitzes forward at full speed and smashes the chains aside with a single swipe. Just like that, his face is twisted and grotesquely deformed now. In an instant, he's right in front of Jiang Li, letting out a bone-chilling laugh. Jiang Chang throws a devastating punch straight at her butt. Fang Ning throws himself forward, taking the blow with his own body. The impact launches him across the field. A scream of agony tears from his throat. Fang Ning slams into the wall at blinding speed, sending a shockwave of dust and rubble in every direction. Fang Ning forces himself back to his feet, coughing up blood. Jiang Li rushes over. "Darling, are you okay?" He wipes the blood from his mouth, his voice firm. "I'm fine. Get back inside Medite in the defensive perimeter." Fang Ning bolts, his mind racing. This leveling up crap is straight up broken. "We can't brute force this. We need a plan." Jiang Chang begins chanting, summoning his power and roars, "You will stay here forever." He hurls a volley of energy spheres at Fang Ning, but Fang Ning dodges nimbly. Explosion after explosion rocks the grounds. Fang Ning sprints, barely staying ahead of Jiang Chang's relentless assault. He thinks fasthead for the principal's office. The boundary has sealed off everything else. If there's any weak point in this trap, it has to be there. Massive impact craters scar the school grounds, but charged energy spheres suddenly materialize right in his path. Fang Ning curses under his breath. Not good. Can't dodge anymore. Stopping now means losing all momentum. He clenches his jaw and makes the call all in. He commits. Fang Ning launches himself into the air. He threads through the gaps between the orbs. They streak forward and detonate, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the space. Fang Ning's reflexes save him, clears the blast just barely. He glances back and lets out a breath of relief. Way too close. One life saved. Now time to find Lion Xiang. Fang Ning furrows his brow, thinking hard. Lion Xiang only ever appeared near the principal's office, and every time he touched that comb, she materialized. She has to still be in there. Decision made. He sprints toward the principal's office. No, a blown-out ruin. Jiang Chang appears behind him, his voice dripping with menace. "You're not getting away." He raises his voice into a threat. "Not just you, those three brats outside and the woman hiding inside your body. All of you die here. No one interrupts my life with Lion Xiang. No one." Fang Ning smiles, calm and collected. "Lion Xiang, if I'm right, you've got her stashed right here, haven't you?" Jiang Chang freezes. Fang Ning raises his hand, ready to slam it down on the wooden comb sitting on the desk. Jiang Chang panics, screaming, "No!" Fang Ning channels every ounce of his power and smashes straight into the comb without a shred of hesitation. Fang Ning replays the clues in his mind. Lion Xiang's body vanished first, and she was last seen in this very office. And right here was the first time he caught a glimpse of Jiang Chang's true reaction. That means there's a hidden space sealed inside this office, and this desk is the trigger. Jiang Chang lunges at him, fury blazing. "So what if you figured it out? I'll never let you in." "Die!" Jiang Li materializes, shouting a warning. "Darling, watch out." Jiang Chang gnashes his teeth and shatters her defensive cyclone. He swings his arm in a vicious strike, his eyes gleaming with triumph. "It's over." Jiang Li can't hold, staggers back several steps. A deafening explosion rips through the air. Dust and debris erupt into a choking cloud. Jiang Chang smirks coldly, then his eyes widen in shock at what he sees through the haze. Fang Ning has already swept Jiang Li out of harm's way, dodging the killing blow entirely. Jiang Chang is stunned. How is that possible? A shadow darts past both of them and plunges into the dark rift. Inside, the atmosphere is suffocating and grim. A girl is bound in chains. Lion Xiang notices the disturbance at the entrance. Fang Ning carries Jiang Li inside and spots her immediately. Lion Xiang calls out, her face lighting up. Fang Ning rushes toward her. "I told you I'd come for you. I'm here." He channels his strength and shatters the chains, setting her free. Exhausted, Lion Xiang stumbles and collapses into his arms. Jiang Chang bursts in, howling, "Stop! Let her go!" Fang Ning's voice turns ice cold. "I came here to destroy Yuan. Take Lion Xiang home." Jiang Chang puts on a gentle face, coaxing her. "Lion Xiang, come to teacher. I'll protect you." But Lion Xiang flinches and hides behind Fang Ning. Jiang Chang's demeanor shifts instantly. "Lion Xiang, you chose him." His jaw clenches so hard his teeth creak. Power erupts from him as he screams, his face twisted with rage. "You chose him." The force of it makes all three of them wince. Outside, the others exchange confused glances. They heard the crash when the combatants charged in, but now, dead silence. Why? Zhang Zhao worries aloud. Maybe they've already settled it if the Elder One were safe, but if that demon... Luan Huan shouts, "Look, something seeping out from inside." Sure enough, something dark oozes from the doorway. A hacking cough, and Luan Huan collapses unconscious. The other two follow in seconds. Inside, Jiang Chang rages, "Lion Xiang, no one can tear us apart. No one. If you want to leave, then we all die here together. We stay forever." Jiang Li is struggling. Darling, something's wrong with this black mist. There's some kind of formation draining our power. I can't hold on much longer. We need a plan, fast. Fang Ning is drenched in sweat. He turns to Lion Xiang. Lion Zhangdo, you know his weak point? She answers instantly. His chest. Without his soul power or armor to shield it, it's exposed. But those shockwave orbs orbiting around him make it nearly impossible to reach. Fang Ning thinks for a beat, then says, "No, I can do it. I just need enough speed. If I can lock in that feeling from before." He launches toward Jiang Cheng. "This is it. This is the feeling. This is my soul skill." Jiang Cheng sneers. "Looking to die?" Fang Ning grits his teeth. "Let's find out who dies first." He throws a straight punch right at him. Jiang Cheng still can't believe it. How? Inside the space, a mass of power coalesces, then detonates with a thunderous boom. Jiang Cheng screams and crashes to his knees. He whispers, "Yanner, don't go, don't leave your father. It's all my fault." He begins to dissolve. Lion Xiang's soul form flickers and fades. His voice trails off, "I'm sorry." Fang Ning and Jiang Li clean up the remnants. Fang Ning speaks softly. "Layer Lion Zhang, there's someone else pulling the strings behind him, and the motive isn't what I initially thought." He explains. He used to have a happy family, a beautiful little daughter, and a devoted wife. Yanner, that was his daughter's name. 15 years ago was a car accident. Steel bars pinned him to the driver's seat. His wife and daughter were thrown from the vehicle by the impact. He had to watch them die right in front of him. When he was at his most broken, someone came to him. They manipulated him, corroded his sanity. They hatched a twisted plan and told him he could bring his daughter back to life. He turns to Lion Xiang. "You were the vessel he was meant to use for the resurrection. But the plan was never going to work. Those people played him from the start, and even when he hung himself, he still believed it was just a necessary ritual to revive his daughter." His voice softens. In truth, his daughter's soul had already scattered long ago. By the time he realized the truth, it was too late. All he could do was remain trapped here with Yua wandering, vengeful ghost. He lowers his head. "The truth is, he did start seeing you as his own daughter, but the trauma and the betrayals drove him to madness. He lost control of his emotions and his possessiveness spiraled." Lion Xiang asks anxiously, "Brother Fang Ning, do you know anything about my parents? I miss them so much." Fang Ning's voice turns heavy. "After I left last time, I called the number on the missing persons report. No answer. Then I got word from the precinct. They're both gone. Grief, they both succumbed to illness." Lion Xiang lowers her head, her voice breaking. "Thank you. You saved me. You're my savior." Fang Ning gives a gentle smile. "No need for savior. Just call me by my name." Fang Ning. Suddenly her face turns pale. Fang Ning panics. "Lion Xiang, what's wrong?" Her form starts to dissolve. Her voice comes soft and gentle. "I'm sorry, Fang Ning. It looks like I'm fading right now. The truth is, I never had strong enough resentment to sustain myself. I lasted this long only because his soul power was keeping me anchored. Now that he's gone, the soul power inside me can't hold together anymore." She smiles gently. "Don't blame yourself, Fang Ning. You set me free. Getting to leave this place was my dearest wish." In her final moments, she keeps that smile. There's a flicker of regret. She wanted to see the beautiful world out there, but at least she'll never be used to hurt anyone again. Fang Ning whirls toward Jiang Li. "Lei, Eris, there anything we can do?" She frowns, deep in thought. She needs an anchor, something to bind to her soul, then channel a massive amount of spiritual power to stabilize her spirit form. Fang Ning pulls out a comb. This should work, but nothing happens. He slams his fist down. "Damn it, why isn't it working?" Lion Xiang smiles at him. "Thank you, Fang Ning. It's okay, maybe. I'll see you in the next life, if there is one." With those words, she dissolves into light. Fang Ning lets out a raw, agonized scream. Tears break free. "I'm sorry, Lion Xiang. I broke my promise. I said I'd save you." The comb lies still on the ground when suddenly, a radiant glow engulfs it. It floats up, leaving Fang Ning stunned. "What is Jiang Li doing?" He speaks up. "Jiang Li, so Lion Xiang actually managed to store herself inside that comb?" Fang Ning asks in surprise. "This is." Jiang Li calmly replies, "If the attacker wanted to bring her back to life, then I will find a way to make it happen. I just split a portion of my soul origin force for her, plus the soul force gained from the headmaster's recent collapse. It should sustain her existence." She leans on his shoulder, weakly saying, "Her soul force is very weak now. She needs time to recover and cannot come out yet. There is a small space inside the comb where she can cultivate." Jiang Li angrily pinches him hard, making him jump. She warns, "I can save her for my husband, but in your eyes there can only be me." Fang Ning yelps in pain. "Ouch, don't pinch." he explains. She was only 13 before she died. What are you thinking? I don't have such weird tastes. Let's treat her as our younger sister, okay? He gently takes her hand. Thank you. Later, the two leave together. Jiang Li asks curiously, by the way, husband, the speed you burst out just now, could it be that you've awakened a soul technique that belongs only to you? He confirms, that's right. He holds her as he flies out and explains. It seems to be a time-space type ability. It can slow down time by 1,000 times in the blink of an eye. It makes it convenient to observe the surroundings and issue commands, to coordinate the muscles of the entire body, reaching the fastest speed theoretically possible. The two finally emerge. He lands, feeling like a time bullet in a game. Jiang Li wonders, a time bullet. He turns, I'm actively using it now. The voice inside told me the name of this soul technique. It's a great name, one dream for 1,000 years. Jiang Li thinks with surprise, one dream for 1,000 years. Looking at the scene before them, he asks, these three were told not to enter, but they didn't listen. Now they are sleeping quite soundly. Lair, they were affected by our battle yesterday. They'll be fine, right? Jiang Li reassures. It's as if they had a few years of their lifespan absorbed by yesterday's formation. They are still young, so they should be fine. They'll just have a headache when they wake up later. Hearing this, Fang Ning is relieved. That's good. It's better to move them to the school gate to avoid any residual formation effects. The three are transported to the school gate, while Fang Ning teleports home. He lies on the bed. It seems like after touching her, my rest schedule is all messed up. Jiang Li sheds all her clothes and flies toward him. Let's sleep. Fang Ning blushes in embarrassment. Don't. He runs to the closet, rummaging through clothes. He grabs a blanket. Sleep on different sides. That's more comfortable. Jiang Li frowns in annoyance, but Fang Ning doesn't care. He jumps onto the bed. I'm going to sleep first. She silently climbs onto the bed to sleep as well. Finally, a peaceful sleep. The next morning at Heiyuan Elementary School, the three others are still sleeping there. Lin Huan is the first to wake up. She slaps the two beside her hard. Hey, get up, stop sleeping. Mao Xing asks groggily. Breakfast is over. Lin Huan shouts at him. Breakfast? We almost lost our lives. Wake up a bit. Lin Huan thinks seriously. We've been saved. What actually happened yesterday? Mao Xing is clutching his face. It's swollen. He was injured yesterday. Lin Huan suddenly remembers. She screams, where is the video we recorded yesterday? Get it out quickly. The three scramble to check the video. They find the phone, and the strange video is still there. I remember I had the phone in my hand before I passed out yesterday. Why is it in my pocket now? Lin Huan urges, stop wasting time, upload the video quickly. Looking at the whole video, all the memories come flooding back. Mao Xing says in surprise, could it be that the elder chairman of the beggar sect saved us? Lin Huan purses her lips. It could only be him. Zhang Xiao says happily, this time we've really captured a supernatural video. Let's edit it and upload it online. This will definitely go viral. Ignoring them celebrating, Lin Huan stands to the side in deep thought. So, the videos he uploaded before weren't using effects. No wonder they were so stimulating. That elder chairman of the beggar sect has always been fighting against real evil spirits. What is his motive for doing these things? Lin Huan wonders, and his wife? Could she really be a female ghost from the princess tomb? Over on Fang Ning's side, he just woke up. He sits up. Every time he sleeps until the afternoon, he feels a strange sense of loss. He instinctively turns to look at Jiang Li. She is still fast asleep with her eyes closed tightly. He smiles and instinctively reaches out to touch her head, but suddenly his phone rings. He quickly answers it. Hello? The director screams, Mr. Fang Ning, our video has reached 90 million views. Fang Ning calmly replies, oh, that's not bad. The other side replies, not bad, Mr. Fang Ning, you are too humble. The director says excitedly, do you know, this video's traffic has ranked highest in the charts. Plus, you're just a newbie, never been famous before, and now the whole internet is discussing you. Fang Ning says only one word, and there is a loud noise on the other end, making the director ask in confusion. Mr. Fang Ning, what's wrong? Fang Ning replies sheepishly, no, it's nothing, I still can't guard against it. Jiang Li murmurs, husband, it's so soft. Fang Ning sits still, thinking, once I earn money, I must rent a larger room and definitely buy pajamas for her. Watching her golden cicada shed's shell-sleeping posture, Fang Ning looks away. If it's like this every day, I really can't control myself. He goes out to the living room and says, Director Wang, please continue. On the other end of the line, Director Wang is serious. It's just that the platform sent me an invitation just now. They want us to join the platform. The entry fee is 50,000 yuan, but all future videos we release will get recommended traffic, and we'll get a commission based on views. I just calculated that based on the current views, we'll get at least 50,000 yuan as a share. Fang Ning hears this and responds excitedly, 50,000. Then why not sign it immediately? That's more than I made in a year. After talking for a while, he sighs, it's only been a few short days since I met Jiang Li, and I've already earned this much money. He muses, not just money, but also contact with soul bodies, spirit force, and soul techniques. These are supernatural phenomena, a world I couldn't imagine. He turns to look at the girl in the room. Everything is for her, recalling the first day they met. Although he almost got strangled by her during their first encounter, Fang Ning is lost in thought. However, she has now become an inseparable part of his life. Perhaps I should take the initiative to help her find it. Those lost memories, whether she leaves me after finding them or not, I will respect her choice. He walks into the bathroom, still thinking, I need to find more soul force or fear energy to help her recover her strength and reclaim her lost memories. So I need to continue making videos. Through videos, I can get a stable portion of fear energy. The new video from yesterday needs a little editing before sending it to Wang San. Fang Ning thinks vaguely. As for soul force, I can look for recent urban legends online. There might be names similar to the Soul General Star. Let's wash up first, then research materials for the plan. Suddenly, something strange happens with the sink that startles him. The faucet is actually spewing out a blood-red liquid. Fang Ning cries out in panic. What's happening? He tries to turn off the faucet. Damn it, why can't I turn it off? He suddenly sees something in the mirror. Fang Ning stares wide-eyed as he sees another Fang Ning in the mirror. The expression is incredibly ghastly. The face in the mirror stares fixedly at Fang Ning, its eyes flashing with an eerie blue light. Fang Ning composes himself. He is stern, pretending to be a ghost. He punches the mirror. The mirror shatters into pieces, but the strange face still glows from within the shards. Suddenly, Fang Ning feels a massive headache. What kind of demonic thing is this? My head hurts so much. He rushes to open the door. No, there's something unclean in the bathroom. I have to find Lair. He screams, Jiang Li, turn around quickly. My normal bathroom has turned into a row of toilets. Fang Ning feels that something is wrong. How is this possible? He sees the blue light, reflecting off the broken mirror shards from before. Fang Ning observes everything carefully. What is that? He grinds his teeth. You actually dared to come to my house and cause chaos. Fang Ning uses all his strength to launch his body forward. A squirrel, its eyes extremely ferocious. Fang Ning yells, You actually dare to ambush me, die. But just as he is about to punch it, it disappears. Something grips onto Fang Ning tightly, making him break into a cold sweat. What is this? Just then, the squirrel from earlier reappears. You've walked right into a trap. Fang Ning can't understand what's happening. His body won't move. A very inch of him stings like needles. He screams in agony. The thing is slowly swallowing him whole. The squirrel beside him snickers. Game over, kid. Instantly, something blows the squirrel's head clean off. His eyes snap wide open in shock. Fang Ning breaks free from the hold. Bolting upright, the squirrel's severed head rolls across the floor to the door. Jiang Li's voice calls out to him. Master. She asks, worried, Are you all right? Fang Ning doesn't get a single word out before he blacks out cold. Jiang Li rushes over to catch her master. He regains composure and asks, What just happened? Jiang Li explains softly, You were ambushed by a soul entity. She didn't notice. Flimsy veil barely covers a thing. Fortunately, I detected it in time and destroyed it. Fang Ning sees more than he should. He awkwardly looks away, making an excuse to turn off the water so she won't get suspicious. Turn off the water, anytime saving the environment starts with me. He asks quietly, a soul entity. Jiang Li doesn't understand his sudden shift, but she answers regardless. Yes, and one that specializes in psychic attacks. Suddenly, Fang Ning notices something. He spots a necklace sitting in the sink. It doesn't look like a wild spirit, so why did it attack him? Jiang Li has no clue either. I don't know. Things were too critical. I couldn't hold back. I couldn't let its power fully engulf you. Otherwise, even if I could save you, the damage to your brain would be irreversible. At this, she grows visibly agitated. Once I find out who did this, I'll destroy every last one of them. Anyone who dares target my master, I won't let a single one off. Fang Ning grips the necklace tightly, so someone's got their sights set on him. He turns to Jiang Li and awkwardly says, I'm fine now, get dressed, I'll clean up here. Jiang Li presses her lips together. All right. Fang Ning is inside, the room cleaning up. If Jiang Li hadn't spotted it in time, no, if she hadn't struck decisively, might have quietly died in here. He furrows his brow. After defeating the soul infant and Jiang Chang, after awakening his soul skill, he'd gotten reckless. Started thinking he was some kind of superhero who could handle anything, too busy chasing fame. and money, to notice the danger breathing down his neck. Looking back now, it's almost laughable. He calms down and thinks it through. It seems soul techniques have a system of checks and counters. His one dream for 1,000 years only works in direct confrontation the moment he faces dark arts or psychic-type soul techniques. It's useless. He's still racking his brain. Who is the enemy? Did they come for him because he killed the soul infant? Or is it the mastermind behind Jiang Chang's death at Heiyuan Elementary? Either one's possible. Right now, the enemy is lurking in the shadows. These sneak attacks will only escalate. He can't just sit here and wait to die. He's sitting there lost in thought when Jiang Li calls out, "Master, I'm done changing." She's wearing his clothes and murmurs softly, "This shirt smells like you, master." Fang Ning takes one look and his face turns beet red. He yells, "That's my jacket, take it off right now." Jiang Li pouts, "No." While the two of them are bickering, Fang Ning notices something. He picks it up and examines it carefully. On the other side, a girl does something that makes her cough up blood. Scarface asks, alarmed, "Hey, what happened?" "Did you find them?" She panics. "My shadow squirrel, it was destroyed." Scarface is stunned. "What? That shadow squirrel of yours was a level 4 soul spirit. Even ordinary level 5 soul hunters focused on mental attacks would have let their guard down and died from its sneak attack." The girl blurts out, "I could feel it, I almost killed that soul hunter." She recalls those terrifying crimson eyes boring into her. She continues, "But suddenly, some terrifying power destroyed the shadow squirrel instantly." She's shaking with fear. "Mr. Chang, I truly gave it my all." She pleads desperately. Her voice is laced with panic and dread. "Please speak on my behalf before the doctor. Please." Mr. Chang tilts her chin up. "I see. You did give it your all." He opens his mouth. However, Jiang Chang was placed there as a decoy. Nearly 10 years ago had been hidden perfectly. Now he's been eliminated, and the crucial experimental body has been taken. Someone needs to answer for this catastrophic loss. He bites her head clean off, speaking coldly. "Besides, without the shadow squirrel, you're worthless." After killing the girl, Mr. Chang casually walks away. She knew the organization never keeps dead weight. "Don't blame me." As for Scarface, standing nearby, doesn't bat an eye. He reports, "This is strange. Jiang Chang had been perfectly hidden at that location for nearly 10 years. Why would a soul hunter suddenly come after him? And they even took our crucial experimental body. Could our plan have been exposed?" Mr. Chang furrows his brow. This can't be ignored. They need to report to the organization, immediately prevent any soul hunters from sabotaging the other stages of the plan. And they need to identify that soul hunter. He thinks, "I swear I'll find you. You'll pay for our losses with your life." Cut to a cafe. Officer Zhang sits waiting for someone. The wind chime at the door rings. Fang Ning just steps inside when Officer Zhang calls him over. He walks over, sits down, and greets Officer Zhang. He pulls out the necklace from before and slides it across. "Take a look at this for me." Officer Zhang asks, puzzled, "You called me out here just to look at this?" He's about to dismiss it as nothing, then he spots the necklace. Officer Zhang's eyes darken. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. He mutters under his breath, "Yuan Shang." Fang Ning hears the name and asks, suspicious, "Yuan Shang, what's that?" Officer Zhang's expression turns serious. "Where did you get this?" Fang Ning explains immediately. "Last night, an ugly squirrel-shaped spirit crawled out of the bathroom mirror and attacked me. I killed it. After its body vanished, this name tag was left behind." Officer Zhang seems to understand. He asks calmly, "I'm guessing you've awakened spiritual power, correct? And recently at that. Otherwise, there's no way you could have taken out that squirrel so easily yet know nothing about Yuan Shang." Fang Ning admits it. Officer Zhang continues, "Then consider yourself lucky to have survived their attack. After awakening, you should have realized this world isn't as simple as you once believed." With that, Officer Zhang begins his briefing. "This world harbors creatures like ghosts and spirits. They're born wielding soul power, we call them soul spirits. Ordinary people can't detect them, but they can be influenced or harmed by them." Officer Zhang continues, "The power within the human body is called spiritual power, but generally, it's extremely faint and barely manifests. However, there's always a small number of people who, for unknown reasons, carry a massive amount of spiritual power within them. This enormous spiritual power allows them to develop all kinds of extraordinary abilities. These people are called ability users." He continues, "Most ability users are born with varying levels of spiritual power and innate awakening. Those who awaken later, like you, only make up about 1/10 of all ability users. Additionally, both humans and soul spirits are divided into 8 tiers based on their energy reserves. Humans range from ability user level 1 to level 8. As for spirits, once they break past level 6, they gain a special kind of suppression power, the ability to suppress and control lower-level spirits. Their classification differs slightly from humans. Spirit tiers include level 1 through level 6, plus 2 special ranks Soul General and Soul King. Fang Ning asks curiously, but with such a huge population, there should be plenty of ability users, so how come I've never heard of any? Officer Zhang replies quietly, because the government doesn't want to cause panic among ordinary citizens or breed hostility toward ability users. They use special soul techniques to fabricate or erase memories, making the world of ability users and monsters completely invisible to the average person. To help Fang Ning understand better, he adds, the nation long ago mastered the tools and methods to screen every newborn. All innate ability users are flagged and registered by the government from the moment they're born. We reach out to them when they turn 16 and invite them to join the official Soul Hunter organization. Fang Ning asks, what if they don't want to join? Officer Zhang replies calmly, we seal their abilities and alter their memories so they can go back to living normal lives. As for the kids who agree, after 3 to 5 years of training, they're deployed to various regions across the country to help the government handle paranormal incidents. The reason for all this is that most paranormal incidents involve soul and tidus beings born from the lingering obsessions of spirits. Of course, there are also some naturally born monsters with abilities unpredictable and loaded with all kinds of danger. Even though he's been listening to Officer Zhang this whole time, Fang Ning still has a few things he can't quite wrap his head around. If that's the case, there are government soul hunters stationed all across the country. Their numbers definitely shouldn't be small, but with some of the paranormal incidents I've run into recently, why haven't I seen any soul hunters dealing with them? At this, Officer Zhang explains calmly, that's because for reasons no one can explain, paranormal incidents have been occurring more and more frequently over the past few years. In the process of handling such massive numbers, soul hunters have been injured or killed coupled with a catastrophic event 40 years ago. It's caused a severe shortage of soul hunters. His expression hardens as he continues. Speaking of which, there's a group even more dangerous than the spirits and aberrants. Fang Ning is taken aback. Officer Zhang confirms that's right. Aside from the naturally awakened individuals we just mentioned, there are also 10% who awaken later in life, people like you. Unless they actively reveal their abilities, it's nearly impossible for us to detect them. For example, say you're walking down the street, and you spot someone, maybe a few people nearby start mocking them without a clue. Look at that guy, he's so ugly. I swear he looks just like, I need to go look at something pretty to cleanse my eyes. But the truth is, these people hide among ordinary citizens, possessing abilities far beyond normally driven by desire or 1,000 other reasons. They go astray. They were always just a minority. Our government has a comprehensive surveillance network. The moment they cause trouble, we move in and arrest them immediately. The ordinary-looking guy there laughing, that could very well be an ability user. However, 40 years ago, the emergence of a mysterious organization changed everything. No one knows where they came from, but they managed to recruit a massive number of post-awakening ability users. They even sank their tentacles deep into the soul hunters, corrupting many who lacked conviction. Officer Zhang stubs out his cigarette and continues. 40 years ago, the soul hunters had a civil war, devastating losses across the board. His expression darkens as he gets to this part. To this day, they're still setting traps everywhere, hunting soul hunters and actively fighting against the authorities. We've been investigating them for years. Unfortunately, even now, we still haven't uncovered their true purpose or their headquarters. The reason they're so dangerous is that they'll do absolutely anything to gain power. Imprisoning and breeding souls is one of their methods. Fang Ning catches on instantly. Wait, Officer Zhang, are you reading my mind? The older man nods approvingly. Not bad. He explains, I've seen that necklace before. I recognize the markings on it. The ones who attacked you are from Yuan, as in the abyss. Shang, as in above the mysterious cliff. Fang Ning asks, curious, but why would they come after me? I'm not a soul hunter. I have no connection to any of this. Officer Zhang shrugs. That I can't tell you. Maybe you disrupted or interfered with one of their operations somewhere along the line. Honestly, retaliation sounds like the most likely explanation. Hearing this, Fang Ning thinks back. It must be related to the soul infant incident, or perhaps Jiang Chang was being manipulated by Yuanshang all along. He frowns. Is there any way to track them down? Officer Zhang shakes his head. I'm sorry. If we could find the people from Yuanshang, we would have rounded them up a long time ago. He adds, we've actually captured some of their operatives before. but unfortunately, they'd had some kind of curse technique implanted in them. The moment certain trigger words are activated, they self-destruct completely from the inside out. Dead on the spot. Officer Zhang's eyes light up as he continues. Oh, right, you probably know about soul techniques, don't you? It's a power that originates from deep within the soul. The effects vary wildly from person to person, strange and unpredictable. Among all ability users, only a rare handful of geniuses can ever master it. Hearing this, Fang Ning smirks to himself. Of course he knows what soul skills Era even has his own. Doesn't that make him one of those rare geniuses Zhang's talking about? Officer Zhang continues, soul skills are incredibly difficult for humans to master. But for soul entities and aberrants, it's an innate instinct. They can unleash the full power of a soul skill without any training. That's exactly why being a soul hunter is so dangerous. You can never predict what kind of soul skill your next enemy will throw at you. Fang Ning breaks into a cold sweat. A wave of unease washes over him. If they can't be found, doesn't that mean he's just a sitting duck waiting to get ambushed? Officer Zhang suggests, I could recommend you for recruitment into the soul hunters. Once you become a soul hunter, you'd have the organization's protection. Within the organization's bases, soul hunters are shielded by protective boundaries. Yuanshang wouldn't be able to breach them. Fang Ning furrows his brow, thinking it over. After all, he awakened through Jiang Li's power. It's a bit different from the so-called post-awakening cases. Plus, if Jiang Li ever regains her memories and chooses to leave, she might take his current abilities with him. He'd be back to being ordinary. Explaining that later wouldn't be easy. Reading his expression, Officer Zhang makes a judgment call. Looks like you've got a secret you'd rather keep to yourself. Fang Ning smiles politely and declines. I'm sorry, I can't join the soul hunters right now, but you won't erase my memory or put me under surveillance, will you? Officer Zhang pulls something from his jacket pocket. Normally, all post-awakening individuals, and especially anyone with ties to Yuanshang, would be subject to monitoring and investigation. But I trust my own eyes. He sets a card down on the table. Besides, I remember the last time we met. You were tracking a demon that was preying on peepling. You saved someone's life. Fang Ning picks up the card, eyeing it with curiosity. Officer Zhang explains softly. This is a credential for non-regular members of the Soul Hunters. It's a new policy introduced to bolster manpower after the Soul Hunter Civil War 40 years ago. For post-awakening individuals who don't want their abilities sealed, they can join as non-regular operatives after passing an assessment. He takes a sip of tea before continuing. With this credential, you're free to use your abilities as long as you don't threaten social order or cause public panic. However, if you encounter dangerous spirits or paranormal incidents, you're obligated to assist local soul hunters in neutralizing them. Officer Zhang sets his teacup down. I've told you everything I know, so be careful out there. He tosses a book onto the table and gets up to leave. The information you're looking for should be briefly covered in this booklet. If you make any new developments on your end, make sure to contact me immediately. Fang Ning is stunned for a moment. He grabs the book and calls out, Officer Zhang, what exactly are you? Officer Zhang pauses mid-step. He glances back and leaves just one sentence, right now, just an ordinary cop. Fang Ning sits back down, lost in thought. Yuanshang He. He opens the book and reads intently. Looks like coming to Officer Zhang was the right call. At least now he knows who the enemy is. He stares at the card in his hand. Suddenly, a faint image flickers to life on its surface. Pretty high-tech. This must be designed specifically for ability users. He sees the words inscribed on it, External Soul Hunter. It's probably similar to the spiritual energy signature he used to emit before. Invisible to ordinary people. He tucks the card inside his jacket. He thinks to himself, can an ordinary cop really know this much? Recommending him to the soul hunters, handing him an external operative credential. Yeah, right. Even a fool wouldn't buy that. Just as he's about to leave, a waitress rushes over. Sir, you haven't paid the 58 yuan yet. Fang Ning blinks, confused. He says helplessly, I haven't even touched a single sip. The girl replies cheerfully, your friend ordered them. He told me he had something important to discuss with you and asked me not to interrupt. Fang Ning grinds his teeth. I have to hand it to you, old man. So that's why Zhang Tiandao chugged his coffee and bolted. Not even looking back, playing it cool like some grandmaster. He strolls down the street with Jiang Li, but the Yuanshang threat looms overhead. Time is running out. He needs to help Jiang Li restore her strength. And fast, he turns to Jiang Li. Lear, we need to help you recover your power. Besides eating good food and absorbing the energy of fear, does she know any other method? Jiang Li thinks for a moment. Probably not. He presses on. Is there a specific mechanism or rule for absorbing the power of fear? He wonders aloud, maybe there's a better way to harvest fear energy than through videos and live streams. Jiang Li perks up. It's through our voices or images that we instill fear. The bigger the emotional fluctuation, the more fear we absorb, and the faster my soul power recovers. He ponders for a moment what about opening a haunted house and having Jiang Li scare people inside. But he scraps that idea immediately. Forget it. A haunted house costs millions, plus you'd need marketing and a ton of logistics, and there's no guarantee anyone would even show up. Forget that idea. Lost in thought, he hears rapid footsteps closing in from behind. He turns just in time to see someone collapse at his feet. Fang Ning rushes over. You okay? The man looks up overjoyed. My savior, it's you. Fang Ning studies him puzzled. You're the man scrambles to his feet. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. My savior, I can't believe I found you again. My name is Chu Tianhua. Last week I was in that alley behind the bar. If you hadn't shown up when you did, I'd probably be dead. Fang Ning finally recognizes him. Oh, it's you. Chu Tianhua beams. May I ask my savior's name? Fang Ning introduces himself casually. Fang Ning, are you fully recovered? Why the rush today? Something urgent. At that, Chu Tianhua lets out a heavy sigh. AI. It's a long story. I know a great cafe nearby actually. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, Mr. Fang Ning. Let's sit down and talk. My treat today. At a nearby cafe, Chu Tianhua says, order whatever you two like. Fang Ning plays it polite on the surface. I'll have the same as you, but internally he's losing it. Are you freaking kidding me? The same damn cafe. I literally just left this place. Chu Tianhua flags down the server. 3 iced malt drinks, please. Thank you. The waitress replies brightly. Sure, 1 moment, please. Fang Ning's mind flashes back to earlier. Wait a second, that the same thing Officer Zhang ordered. Looks like it's the cheapest coffee on the menu, and this guy just ordered 3 of them. Generous indeed. Chu Tianhua speaks earnestly. I passed out last time. When I woke up in the hospital, the police told me you'd already left. I never even got the chance to thank you properly. Fang Ning waves it off casually. It was nothing, just a small thing besides. What was it you wanted to tell me? At that, Chu Tianhua's expression turns solemn. To be honest with you, I came here looking for an exorcist. I came to find an exorcist. But I never expected to run into you, Mr. Fang Ning. Since you're an expert in this area, maybe you could give me some advice. Fang Ning's eyes widen. An exorcist? I already dealt with the spirit haunting you last time. Don't tell me you ran into something else. A flash of golden light flickers through Fang Ning's eyes. Chu Tianhua looks embarrassed. That's exactly it. This time the supernatural incident is happening at my company. Fang Ning urges him. Tell me the specifics first. Maybe I can help. Hearing that, Chu Tianhua practically leaps out of his seat, thanking him profusely. Really? Thank you, Mr. Fang Ning. He bumps into the server standing behind him and immediately turns. Sorry. The server sets down the drinks and walks away. Please enjoy. Jiang Li looks utterly fascinated by the drink. Noticing her expression, he tells her it's drinkable. She takes a careful sip, savoring the taste. Her delighted expression catches Chu Tianhua's eye. He freezes. Something about this girl feels off. He didn't notice it before, but that snake hair talisman on her is definitely strange. Jiang Li seems to have forgotten the rest of the world exists, happily sipping away. Chu Tianhua stares at her, a mix of thoughts running through his mind. Sure, she's adorable, but being close to a master like Fang Ning. A few quirks are to be expected. Chu Tianhua gets down to business. Here's what happened. The morning after you saved me, I discharged from the hospital, gave my statement to the police, and headed straight back to the office. To give you some background, I'm the boss of a VR gaming company. With the industry in a slump lately, we've poured everything the company has into a single new game. This game just needs its final beta test. Its success or failure determines whether my entire company lives or dies. I had to be there. That's when all the weirdness started. He continues, this was the first internal test after the game was completed. It was critical. Make sure you record the tester's heart rate fluctuations throughout gameplay clearly, so we can adjust the storyline accordingly. His employee responds, yes, boss. But then the staffer reports, screen sharing is live. The first test round has begun. He reports that everything looks normal so far. The character creation interface is standard. Inside the game, a notification pops up entering the game now. The game tester is stunned when he sees the scenery. Doesn't this look exactly like our office? The observation staff freeze in their seats. Something's wrong. The game has been tampered with. We never built an office environment like this. And what the hell is that? Red spirits float and swirl all around the virtual office. Chu Tianhua rounds on his team, furious. What the hell is going on? Where did this environment come from? Another employee speaks up quickly. Wait, I need to check the source code. Should we abort the test? Chu Tianhua orders, hold on. I want to see who's pulling this stunt. The staffer reports, there are still traces of our previous games in the code, but most of it has been rewritten. The encryption structure is extremely complex. I'll need time to decode it. Chu Tianhua snaps. You two stay here and keep an eye on the tester at all times. I'm going to the monitoring room to pull the security footage. Back to the present, Chu Tianhua looks anxious. Right away, I discovered the source code had been altered. I thought I'd check the security cameras, but what I found was even more terrifying. Fang Ning asks calmly, what did you find? Chu Tianhua continues, in an empty office, not a single person inside a computer turned on by itself. The keyboard started typing on its own. Chu Tianhua is stunned. What? Witnessing that footage, he's completely shaken. How is that possible? Once I realized how serious this was, I rushed back to the office to shut down the test immediately. But that wasn't even the worst of it. When I got back to the office, I saw something beyond imagination. The game tester was screaming in agony. Chu Tianhua grabs one of his employees by the collar, helpless, and demands, what's happening? Shut down the test now. His employee is trembling all over, muttering, it's a ghost. There's a ghost. There's a ghost in this office. Chu Tianhua rushes toward the tester. He hastily rips the test headset off, but the scene that follows is even more horrifying. The tester's face is twisted, in sheer terror, appears to have lost consciousness entirely. Chu Tianhua barks out orders. Call an ambulance now. The person beside him stammers. Why yes, right away. Chu Tianhua grits his teeth. Because of these incidents, multiple employees have already submitted their resignations. The game's development has hit a dead end. If these ghosts keep causing havoc, all my years of blood, sweat, and tears will go down the drain. He furrows his brow and continues. I can't just sit here waiting for disaster, pacifying my employees with empty words. So I told them to take leave first, then spent a fortune hiring a famous exorcism expert in the industry, Master Zhizhang. That night he brought along tools like a black donkey hoof, golden rice, chicken blood, and a crucifix to drive out the evil spirits. He asked me and the head of security to follow along and watch. He performed his exorcism. Fang Ning listens and furrows his brow. This isn't some blood-sucking vampire. How could those tools possibly work? Besides, Master Zhizhang, that name sounds pretty dubious. Chu Tianhua scratches his head with a sigh. Ah, as expected of Mr. Fang Ning. You've hit the nail on the head. He recounts inside the office. Master Zhizhang had set up a formation array and assured them that everything would be perfectly safe. Then he declared excitedly, it's merely a petty little ghost. This monk has already reduced it to ashes. But Chu Tianhua and the others didn't think so. They trembled and warned him, Master, behind you. The master panicked, drenched in sweat, and all three of them scattered in terror, screaming about the Luo Kisheng ghost. Hearing this, Fang Ning is utterly speechless. To be fair, Chu Tianhua is quite sincere. Originally, I had an appointment with another renowned expert in the field, Shengxuzi. I never expected to encounter you, benefactor. Perhaps this is the will of heaven. Your abilities are extraordinary if it's you. I'm certain you can help me deal with that ghost. He looks utterly pitiful. Please, I beg you to help me. If that thing keeps haunting my company, I'll go bankrupt for sure. If I go bankrupt, my wife will take our son and divorce me. I'll lose my house and my car. Listening to his endless sob story, Fang Ning can't take it anymore. He quickly cuts in stop. Fang Ning replies, fine, stop crying already, I'll help you. But he adds, I'm usually quite busy, so fitting this into my schedule won't be easy. Chu Tianhua reads the room instantly. I understand. He then produces a golden bank card and slides it in front of Fang Ning. If Mr. Fang Ning can help me resolve this trouble, consider this 50,000 yuan a token of my gratitude. Fang Ning's jaw drops at the number. He never expected this. 50,000 yuan for exorcism work. It really pays this much. Plus, it could help Leah recover her strength. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Seeing his expression, Chu Tianhua mistakes it for dissatisfaction. Does Mr. Fang Ning think it's too little? Mr. Fang Ning once saved my life. You are my savior. If you can help me settle this, it would be like saving my life all over again. Chu Tianhua senses something is off. He quickly adds, I can also throw in another 20,000 yuan. However, company funds are tight right now. Could you wait until my game launches for the rest? Fang Ning smiles faintly. No rush. Meeting Mr. Chu was fat. Talking about money would be rather vulgar. He adds with a modest grin, well, If Mr. Chu is in such a hurry, your sincerity speaks for itself. Then let's do it tonight. Send me your company's address. Fang Ning reminds him. Oh, and the bank card pin too, of course. Of course, of course. I'll be troubling Mr. Fang Ning tonight then. Scene change. Fang Ning is back to live streaming. Good evening, everyone. I am the elder leader of the beggar clan. It's been a few days. Did you miss me? It is now 1100 p.m. He stands at the reception desk of a well-known game company. He introduces it confidently to his audience. You might not be familiar with the company name, but when it comes to their game sword, Immortal 7 Heroes Legend, Ocean City, Phantom Sword Chronicles, plenty of you have probably played them. He says, then he stands up. This company was on the brink of bankruptcy a few years back. A new boss bought it out and pivoted to VR gaming. He turns his back to the camera, playing up the mystery. The pivot succeeded, but the crisis from a few days ago has thrown them right back to the edge of collapse. So why am I here in the dead of night? What exactly is the threat this company faces? He glances behind him. Follow my lead. I'll take you all on an exploration. Stopping before a door, Fang Ning draws everyone into the story. 3 days ago, their latest game was nearing completion and undergoing internal testing. During testing, bizarre and terrifying events unfolded before everyone present. He continues gravely. After the tester successfully logged in, for reasons unknown, he somehow entered a mysterious office mapping that none of the designers had ever seen before. Fang Ning walks and narrates the space was extraordinarily realistic and it shocked every single tester. They immediately checked the game code and discovered that a massive chunk had been tampered with. To uncover the truth, they rushed to the surveillance room. But at that moment, his voice drops low. Something even more terrifying happened. He recreates the scene. The surveillance room was pitch black and deserted, yet the computers had somehow powered on by themselves. Then the keyboards began typing on their own, controlled by some unknown force. They took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and there, a paranormal event straight out of legend actually unfolded before their eyes. Fang Ning furrows his brow. They rushed to halt the test, but it was already too late. The game tester had been struck so hard he nearly lost his mind. He was rushed to the hospital. His gaze hardens with iron resolve. It seems like someone or something doesn't welcome my presence here. A line of text flickers before his eyes. Welcome to the game. Fang Ning holds up his phone to the camera. Right now, my phone has 0 signal. Even the emergency call button in the elevator isn't responding. Does it want to trap me here? Jiang Li pushes the door open. Fang Ning keeps his composure, but this can't stop the beggar clan leader. All those years watching spy thrillers weren't for nothing. He finally manages to escape. Walking down the dark corridor, Fang Ning remains excited. Looks like it wants to play a game with me. He finally arrives at this room. According to that day's surveillance footage, this is the very office where the computers suddenly powered on. He swings the door open. What greets Fang Ning's eyes are souls drifting aimlessly around the room. He channels the power within his body. His surge of energy quickly scatters the ghosts to both sides. Fang Ning notices equipment drops. He turns to Jiang Li, is collecting the loot from mobs, the prerequisite to beating the boss. The keyboard seems to sense an abnormal aura. It emanates something strange, and when Jiang Li lays eyes on it, she grows visibly excited. Delicious food. A sudden sound rings out, catching Fang Ning's attention. He communicates with her through their spiritual link. Lear, can you pinpoint its location directly? Jiang Li responds, not right now. Its aura is extremely faint. It seems to be hiding in another dimension. He speaks up in a stern voice. Are you inviting me into your virtual game world? A notification panel instantly pops up, confirming the invitation. Fang Ning decides to test it out. Jiang Li anxiously moves to stop him. Husband, don't. This could be a trap. But Fang Ning doesn't think so. It seems like the entity wants to communicate with him through this device. Don't worry, just now it clearly could have caused the elevator to plummet, but it only cut the power. That proves it doesn't want to hurt him, and according to Chu Tianhua's account, it has never taken a life before. Perhaps it's like his and Jiang Chang's spirits from before. He instructs her, but they still can't afford to let their guard down. We still don't know its true intentions. If you sense anything wrong, wake me up immediately. Jiang Li nods hastily. Mem. Fang Ning feels his body become weightless. He closes his eyes. He snaps them open. Holy shit, this game is way too realistic. His previous impressions told him this level of fidelity was impossible. Could this be the spirit's power? He looks up and calls out, I'm in. You can show yourself now. A bolt of lightning surges into the device, channeling its power source. An incredibly lifelike scene materializes before Fang Ning's eyes. He merges into the crowd, scanning his surroundings. He recognizes this scene from over a decade ago. Why do these people have no faces? It's creating an unsettling atmosphere. Are they just insignificant background characters? While he's observing, a voice cuts through the air. Tell me, you're a top-tier university graduate. Why would you apply to our little company? He passes straight through the wall. So this is what it feels like when Lear phases through things. Absolutely incredible. He's stunned when he sees this scene. These people actually have visible faces. Could they be the protagonists? Or is one of them the mysterious spirit he's searching for? The young man beside him speaks up. I have a dream. Fang Ning is startled when Rong Zhen abruptly appears. He shouts, hey, what's going on? Lear, why is this space suddenly collapsing? Outside, Jiang Li is consumed with worry for him. The old man from before speaks. Your name is Guan Wen, correct? A dream, you say? Tell me your thoughts. The one called Guan Wen now has an incredibly confident gleam in his eyes. He declares, I've loved games since I was a child. My dream is to create a game that people can truly love. Your company's Adventure Tournament series is my all-time favorite. I've played every single one. He continues with excitement. I want to join your team and be part of developing your games. Here, I believe the company and I can achieve greatness together and forge a brighter future. The old man listens and grows visibly excited. Well said, you're hired. Start tomorrow. Fang Ning still stands there, witnessing everything. Guan Wen burns with ambition. Thank you, Boss Song. I won't let you down. Boss Song encourages him. I reviewed your test project. You truly live up to your prestigious university's name. Your programming skills are genuinely exceptional, and your passion for games is evident. I believe you will become a pillar of our company in the future. Boss Song pats his shoulder. The Director B position could very well be yours someday. When that time comes, the games you create will be famous across the entire nation. As for money, you won't need to worry about that. The company won't mistreat you. Witnessing this display, Fang Ning scoffs inwardly. What a load of crap, just the same old empty promises. So what is this, exactly? An immersive experience? A 5D film? It seems the protagonist of this vision is this person named Guan Wen. He rests his chin in thought. Is he the mysterious spirit? Why is it showing him all of this? While he's lost in contemplation, a figure drifts past him. The young man calls out, Hey, Guan Wen. Guan Wen looks puzzled. What is it? The man carries over a stack of documents and instructs him. You need to fix up these files. The boss will check them later. Guan Wen protests, but wasn't this task assigned to you? Guan Wen looks awkward. His own work isn't even finished yet. Just as he's about to refuse, the man claps him on the shoulder. Everyone knows your work ability is top-notch. A talented person handles more. You can't let everyone down, can you? Then the man just walks off, dumping the pile of work on Guan Wen. I'll treat you to lunch later. Thanks, even though Guan Wen clearly doesn't want to do it. In the end, he sighs and accepts it. Watching this, Fang Ning mutters to himself, workplace bullying. If a person doesn't know how to say no, they'll be buried under endless demands from others. If he were in Guan Wen's shoes, he would have slammed that stack of files right into the guy's face. The clock now reads 2 a.m., yet Guan Wen is still grinding away at work. He remains full of energy. Just finish polishing this feature, then head home and rest. This is Welcome All Game. My first project. I have to make it perfect. Dad, look, I won't let you down. Then he falls asleep right there at the company. The next morning, everyone arrives to find him passed out at his desk. They mock him. I'm telling you, this top university guy's got something wrong with his head. The boss doesn't even pay overtime. Why's he working himself to death? What the hell do you know? It's called chasing a dream. LMAO. They all burst into laughter. Isn't it just for show? Just pretending to work hard to get a promotion. Seeing how fast he works, I kinda wish I could dump my entire workload on him. How about I split some of my tasks with him this afternoon, so I can knock off early? Fang Ning furrows his brow in disgust. Lazy idiots laughing at someone who actually works hard. Disgusting. Is this why this game company teeters on the brink of bankruptcy? While they're still chattering away, someone bursts in shouting, Hey, did you guys hear? He blurts out in panic. The funding for our main project has been pulled by the investors. Hearing this news, Guan Wen jolts awake. What did you just say? At Tianhua Company, Boss Song tries to comfort him. Little Guan, I understand your feelings. He pats Guan Wen's shoulder. But when making games, we still need to keep up with market demand. Next, I'll assign you to the new project team and give you a 50% raise. Just forget about the old Welcome All Game project. Guan Wen shakes off his hand. He says bluntly, I don't need a raise. I just want to know how do I finish Welcome All Game. Seeing he can't be persuaded, Boss Song relents. Fine. I know you've poured everything into this project. I'll give you one final month. I'm pulling the rest of your team members to work on the mobile game. If you can finish it alone, I'll help you contact investors and get it published normally. Upon hearing this, Guan Wen turns on his heel immediately. Just wait and see, I will finish it. Remember what you said today. From that day on, Guan Wen buries himself in his work with relentless dedication. The other employees sneer at him. How long has it been since you bathed? I can smell you from all the way over here. Do you think this guy is an idiot? Mobile games are easy money, yet he still clings to these archaic ideas. As they chatter away, a voice interrupts them. Guan Wen, Boss Song has good news. An investor wants to buy the game you've been working on. Guan Wen beams with joy. Really? So fast? Boss Song nods. Yes, but there are a few small requirements. Boss Song looks slightly awkward. The game is set to launch on mobile platforms. Due to hardware limitations, a vast number of maps and side quests will have to be cut. The game must also meet the client's demands. 50% of the plot and mechanics must be overhauled, and a microtransaction system must be added. Guan Wen loses his composure upon hearing this. What did you say? Is this even my game anymore? Back then, you promised to build a game that people would love, not a game that only satisfies a client. Boss Song speaks in a soft, persuasive tone. Don't get agitated. You will remain in charge of the project, and you will receive a share of the subsequent profits. He knows it is wrong. All right, Velcom All Game handles things this way. You will get a raise after the profit split. You won't be at a loss, but Guan Wen refuses. This isn't about the money. This is my game, and I do not consent. Boss Song walks away. Your consent is irrelevant. The game is company property. You signed the contract. He continues. If you don't want to do it, leave the source code and get out. I'll have someone else take over this project. Guan Wen grits his teeth. Suddenly he senses something is wrong. He coughs violently, blood spurts from his mouth, and he collapses. Everyone panics and shouts, "Boss, he doesn't look well. An ambulance, call an ambulance now." Fang Ning speaks up. Is this what you experienced while you were alive? Guan Wen manifests, his voice soft. Forgive me. Soul Hunter, you and your companions are too powerful. I didn't dare to reveal myself until now. Fang Ning counters. Oh, then why dare you reveal yourself now? Are you not afraid I'll exorcise you on the spot? Guan Wen scratches his head. If it is my fate to be erased, there is nowhere I can run. Besides, if I don't let you out, the entity outside might just tear this building apart. He snaps his fingers, and a chair manifests in the space. If you can, I beg you not to destroy me yet. Let me finish this game and publish it. I can guarantee you. I have never harmed a soul. That tester accidentally stepped into my unfinished game. As for me, I have only just awakened, and I need the power of fear to sustain my existence. Fang Ning remains curious. Fine, tell me, how did you end up like this? Why are you so obsessed with this game? Guan Wen explains. Perhaps it's because my blood splattered onto the keyboard when I vomited, and my soul bound itself to it after I passed very one you found earlier. 7 days after my sudden death, I woke up. I tried to speak to people, but it was as if they couldn't see me. He continues. Gradually, I felt myself shifting from a ghostly specter. People with sensitive senses could occasionally catch a glimpse of my shadow at night. This terrified many people in the company back then. He adds, the boss hired an exorcist master to seal away my personal effects, locking them in a box in the storage room. Until a few days ago, when a programmer opened the box, he smiles as he says, as for my obsession with this game, it stems from my father. Guan Wen recounts, when I was very young, my father was diagnosed with cancer. My mother abandoned us because of it. His voice deepens, yet my father never despaired. He would often play games with me and raise me with joy. He recalls those wonderful times, ones he would never forget. Only then, while being tortured by illness, would his father smile genuinely. That was when I decided I would grow up to be a game designer and bring happiness to more people. A young Guan Wen had promised his father that when he grew up, he would become a game designer, so that his father would be the first to play the games he created. Guan Wen continues, back then I didn't know what cancer was, nor did I understand death. I naively thought my father would always be by my side. I will always remember my father's response. He said, Guan Wen's father smiled and ruffled my hair. When you finish it, you must bring it to me. I look forward to it. He continues his tale. Of course, he never got to play my game, because when I was X years old, he passed away in his hospital bed. He recalls those memories. The promise to him became the obsession of my entire life. He bows his head in supplication. If you can, I want you to take me out of here. Please help me finish that unfinished game. Fang Ning falls into deep thought. A soul-programmed game. He seems to have an idea and asks hurriedly, Tell me, what are your abilities? To what extent can you influence programs and games? Guan Wen clarifies, within my domain, I can build worlds. As long as I understand a concept, I can change it in an instant. Even the source code can be automatically completed. He clenches his fists. But I still need someone in the real world to help me handle issues like publishing. That is why I am asking for your help. Fang Ning is intrigued. What about the authenticity of the game? Can it replicate what I felt today? Guan Wen answers confidently, certainly. With the aid of my soul power, I can simulate tactile sensations and sense of the outside world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this place a different world entirely. Fang Ning is delighted. Excellent. Get me out of here first, Lenny cannot wait any longer. Before leaving, Fang Ning asks, can you manifest in reality? Can you appear in the real world? Guan Wen speaks with determination. Although it consumes soul power, I can still step out into the physical world. Guan Wen's legs seem to gain strength, quickly making contact with the ground. Guan Wen explains sheepishly, it's just, I'm still not used to manifesting like this. Fang Ning teases, this is the ancestral introversion of a programmer. Fang Ning waves his hand, Lenny, stop recording. Jiang Li immediately stares at Guan Wen with glowing eyes, asking innocently, can I start now? Husband, Fang Ning immediately clarifies, no. This person this ghostie's actually quite useful. I have a new plan that requires his help. Jiang Li is so furious that she puffs up in annoyance. Fang Ning softens his tone, patting her head. Don't worry. If the plan goes well, you will never go hungry again. Hearing this, Jiang Li nods obediently. Lenny trusts you, husband. Chu, Tianhua asks Fang Ning with a worried look. His fearful expression falls under Fang Ning's gaze. How is it? Have you dealt with the filth here yet? Fang Ning smiles and announces. The problem is naturally resolved, but I also have a business opportunity to introduce to you. Chu Tianhua asks, puzzled, business. What kind of business? On the screen, Guan Wen suddenly pops out, giving Chu Tianhua a massive fright. Damn it! He immediately dives behind Fang Ning. Fang Ning, help me. He has appeared. Quickly destroy him. Fang Ning sighs, wondering why everyone loves hiding behind his back. Calm down, be composed. Mr. Chu, this is Guan Wen, a soul entity within your company. You have already experienced this twice, haven't you? For an existence like a soul, you should be used to it by now. Chu Tianhua offers a forced, awkward smile. Chu Tianhua thinks to himself, no normal person could ever accept a soulless ghost. Meanwhile, Jiang Li is staring intently at Guan Wen, eyeing his height compared to her husband. Guan Wen cowers in fear, retreating to the side. She is calculating how long he would take to consume. How long? Chu Tianhua asks curiously. Is this someone you are introducing? Mr. Fang Ning. Mr. Guan Wen, what is it that you wish to do? Fang Ning answers happily. We are collaborating to create a horror adventure tournament. He explains, Guan Wen is a production expert. He will be in charge of the development. I will provide the ideas and help you bridge the technical gaps. Mr. Chu, you will be responsible for the environment, funding, and offline promotion. Fang Ning smiles. How do you find this business prospect? Chu Tianhua looks skeptical. Can this really work? Fang Ning replies, whether it works or not, you will know once you try. Chu Tianhua decides to give it a shot. Stepping out of the office, Fang Ning reflects by collaborating, Guan Wen gets to make his game, Old Chu gets a free employee, and he himself secures 30% of the game's revenue. He can't deny that occasionally doing these exorcism jobs isn't a bad thing after all. Jiang Li pouts, husband, Lenny has no food. He comforts her gently. Don't worry, once the game is finished, we will go inside it. To scare people, trust me, before long, there will be plenty of fear for you to feast on. Hearing this, Jiang Li hugs him and acts spoiled. Tell him, husband, hug me, he promises happily, deciding to use his earnings to buy her clothes as compensation. Jiang Li asks, buy what clothes? Isn't this outfit of Lenny's pretty? Fang Ning explains vaguely, this is for you to wear when you sleep. She asks naively, do we have to wear clothes while sleeping? This leaves Fang Ning feeling incredibly awkward. Of course we do. Jiang Li asks again, husband, since this place is so close, can't we just fly over? Fang Ning frowns. Stay low profile, big sister. It is daytime, and as written in the handbook, we cannot use our powers recklessly. Jiang Li answers obediently, oh. He leads her into a shop. In his mind, he thinks, at this rate, I fear I won't be able to hold back much longer. Today, I must solve the issue of her nightwear. Jiang Li asks, are these clothes? They have so little fabric. The shop assistant greets them. Welcome, dear customers. Fang Ning pulls Jiang Li inside directly, leaving her confused. Husband, the assistant introduces various styles of lingerie to them. The assistant greets them cheerfully. Hello, handsome. Are you buying something for your girlfriend? Fang Ning pushes Jiang Li forward. That's right, please help me see which lingerie fits her. The assistant introduces enthusiastically. What is her bust size? I can make some recommendations. Jiang Li feels shy. Bust, chest size. Fang Ning immediately steps in. Please help her measure it. The assistant answers happily, sure, as she grabs the measuring tape. Now raise your arms. She measures Jiang Li. The underbust measurement is 80 cm. Jiang Li turns beet red from embarrassment and immediately runs away from the spot. Her expression so annoyed that the assistant is left completely confused. What is wrong? Fang Ning runs to comfort her. Lenny, be good. They are just measuring your size. Jiang Li asks, why did they measure there? Fang Ning has to explain that since these clothes are different from what she used to wear, the measurement method has to change. The shop assistant continues her task. The top bust is 975 cm. Oh, beauty, you have such a wonderful figure, a standard 36D. She then excitedly introduces, here are all our D-cup bras. See which style you like, mature, conservative, we have them all. Then she brings out an item that makes both of them feel extremely embarrassed. Of course, we also have risque ones. Jiang Li acts spoiled. Husband can Lenny. Choose not to wear it. Fang Ning finds an excuse for the assistant to leave. You go ahead and do your work. I'll help her choose. The assistant responds happily, sorry for the trouble. Very well, take your time, and call me if you need anything. Fang Ning asks seriously, what did you say? Why don't you want to wear it? Jiang Li explains, because the fabric is so thin and it feels very tight. It's not very comfortable. Fang Ning tries to persuade her. This is lingerie worn under regular clothes like a wrap. If the size is right, it won't be uncomfortable. He pushes her into the changing room and instructs, go try them on. Just pick a set that you find comfortable. As Jiang Li looks at the pile of clothes, Fang Ning waits outside, wondering how Guan Wen and Chu Tianhua are doing. Surely they are fine, right? Recalling earlier, Chu Tianhua asked him in surprise, benefactor, you are leaving him here. Fang Ning reminded him at the time, that is natural. If he doesn't stay here, how can he make the game? Just give him a separate room, and it will be fine. Guan Wen, friendly demeanor. I look forward to working with you. Chu Tianhua hesitates, but Fang Ning persuades him. Think about it, he doesn't need a salary, doesn't need rest, and one of him can do the work of 20 people. Where else are you going to find an employee like that? He won't harm you, and if another spirit attacks you, he can protect you. Guan Wen stands to the side, nodding in strong agreement. Chu Tianhua falls silent, mulling it over. Chu Tianhua reluctantly agrees. Fine, then here's to a pleasant partnership. The scene shifts back to the fitting room from earlier. Jiang Li whispers softly, husband, are you there? Fang Ning is puzzled. What is it? He freezes the moment he sees the sight before him. Fang Ning stares at the alluring scene before him, utterly speechless. Lear, what exactly are you trying to do? Jiang Li asks, husband, how do you wear this thing? Fang Ning's face flushes red as a tomato from sheer embarrassment. Turn around, don't turn back without my permission. No, Lear doesn't understand why. Just let me help you put it on. Remember how to wear it now. The others are the same. Try them on yourself. He walks away while reminding her. Stay put, I'll go find something to match. Fang Ning browses carefully, selecting with a serious expression. He asks a shop assistant, could you bring these in for my girlfriend to try? The shop assistant happily agrees. Of course, no problem at all. She walks off. Only then does Fang Ning breathe a sigh of relief. Taking a girl shopping is absolutely exhausting. The moment he sits down, a voice calls out. Addressing him, hey, isn't that Fang Ning? Fang Ning recognizes that voice. That tone could it be? A man and woman stroll up right in front of him. The green-haired man beside her speaks up. Fenger, babe, who's this? Do you know him? Fenger explains, he's my ex-boyfriend. She frowns as she introduces, back in college, he came to our campus selling stuff. I mistook him for an upperclassman and dated him for half a month. Fang Ning replies bluntly, oh, it's you. Weren't you the one who chased after me back then? The way you're talking, you'd think I deliberately deceived you. The green-haired man sneers at him. He puffs up his chest and declares, so you're the ex-boyfriend Fenger mentioned. What a pleasure, what a pleasure. Fenger needles him. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you're buying clothes for a girlfriend. I'd advise you to try a different store. This place isn't cheap. Back then, you couldn't even afford to buy me a cup of milk tea, and you'd spend my money whenever we went out. Fang Ning responds calmly, no need. For you to worry, I can handle this much money. Fenger and her boyfriend both mock him openly. Oh my, looks like someone's gotten smarter. God knows where he scammed some girlfriend from and now he's clinging tight. Her boyfriend smirks with a taunting grin. Babe, how can you talk about your ex like that? I think our brother Fang Ning here is quite the talent. How could he possibly scam a girl? You're so annoying. Fang Ning's head throbs from these two. They're clearly putting on a show just to needle him. But then he notices something abnormal. A faint yin aura seems to coil around their heads. As if sensing Fang Ning's stare, the green-haired man turns to look. The guy taunts him again. What are you looking at? What is there something? On our faces. You're embarrassing me. Fang Ning denies it. Oh, it's nothing. Just spaced out for a second. The man continues. Since we've run into each other today, how about we treat you to dinner? Fang Ning immediately refuses. No need. Just as the noisy exchange continues, Jiang Li appears. Husband, she asks innocently. Husband, these shoes feel strange. Fang Ning pats her head. How so? Doesn't Lear like them? No, Lear answers obediently. They're sparkly and beautiful. Lear loves them. He pulls out his gold card to pay, requesting everything from the fitting room to be wrapped up, including the outfit she currently wears, all of it. Charged together, the assistant responds enthusiastically. Right away, sir. Hearing the total price, both onlookers go slack-jawed. 6 full outfits in total. The bill comes to 43,000 yuan charged to his card. They never expected him to be this wealthy. The shop assistant hands back his card with a smile. Here's your bank card, sir. I've also prepared a gold membership card for our store. Please keep it. You'll receive a discount next time. Fang Ning replies, Oh, all right. Thank you. He and Jiang Li leave together. Let's go. Time to head home. Jiang Li answers obediently, Ma'am, going home. And Kikyang steps forward with a greeting. Good day, beautiful lady. I am in Kikyang, chairman of Kayangsheng Corporation. Here is my business card. Fang Ning responds with cold silence. Excuse me, step aside, please. And Kikyang erupts in fury. How dare you disrespect this young master? Before leaving, Fang Ning turns his head and adds one last remark. I notice something unclean clinging to both of you. You might want to get that checked out. Lam Feng. She scrunches her face in bitter jealousy and spite. Du Feng shouts in rage. Fang Ning, you damn bastard. My name is Du Feng. Fang Ning and Jiang Li calmly walk away. The scene cuts to a hospital. The corridor is eerily quiet. A man thinks joyfully, son, Dad is here. I finally have enough money now. We'll definitely cure your illness. Suddenly the man's eyes freeze. The boy sitting on the hospital bed spots him and immediately calls out, Dad. Chang Beidao sits beside the bed, his eyes gleaming. Fang Ning has finally come home. Fang Ning sighs. Today nearly killed me. Jiang Li beside him mimics his words. Nearly killed me too. Fang Ning wraps her little head lightly. Don't pick up that phrase. You don't even understand it. Listen, these clothes are very expensive. Don't go tearing them up, got it? Should I get a wardrobe made so you can hang them properly? Jiang Li refuses. No need. Lear can store them inside her hairpin. She continues, saying she can change right here. She slips into a bikini. Husband, does Lear look good in this one? This leaves Fang Ning utterly mortified. When she changes for me, why does it only get more tempting? Fang Ning responds, Oh, I bought you another outfit online. From now on, wear this one at home, got it? Lear changes immediately, chirping happily. This one feels so comfortable. Then she dashes toward Fang Ning. Thank you, husband. He replies bashfully, I picked it out for you. If you like it, that's all that matters. The two draw dangerously close, on the verge of a passionate kiss, when a sudden phone ring shatters the moment. Jiang Li and Fang Ning awkwardly pull back from each other. Fang Ning picks up. Oh, Director Wang, I'm free now. Director Wang says excitedly, Mr. Fang Ning, glad you're free. The fans are clamoring for updates like crazy. Do you have any new videos? We can strike while the iron is hot and boost the momentum. Fang Ning replies immediately, No problem. The Heiyuan Elementary video is already finished. I'll send it to your editing team right now. Hearing this, Director Wang is delighted. As expected of Mr. Fang Ning, truly efficient. Leave the rest to us. He taps his phone and sends the video to Director Wang. With that done, he stands up and tells Jiang Li, Hey, I'm going to take a shower. Be good and go to sleep. Jiang Li pouts and refuses. Don't wanna. Lear wants to play games for a bit. He tosses his phone to her. Look at that eager face. There's really no winning with her. Why does it feel more and more like raising a pet? In the bathroom, Fang Ning broods. Today's unexpected gains are truly plentiful. Guan Wen's VR game could be a new avenue to boost soul power. Besides uploading the livestream video, he soaks in the hot water. He has to restore Jiang Li's strength before Yuanshang finds them again, or see if he can borrow the government soul hunter's power. He steps out of the bathroom and is about to call for Jiang Li when something catches his eye. Lear, when did you fall asleep? He drapes a blanket over her. She said she didn't want to sleep, but barely played for a bit before passing out. Just like a child, Jiang Li talks in her sleep. "Husband, I've been waiting for you to come take my hand." Those words freeze Fang Ning in his tracks. He lets out a long, helpless sigh. Fang Ning lies down beside her. His heart is a tangled mess of emotions. What kind of man could make Lear wait 1,000 years without forgetting this love? I truly envy that bastard. He turns over. Lear, your 1,000-year wait deserves an answer. I swear it, I'll help you harness the power of fear. Restore all your strength and memories until you find your true husband. Back at the hospital from earlier, the little boy calls out happily, "Dad, you're finally back. I feel a lot better already. The doctor even said I'm recovering really fast." The boy continues, "Oh right, this big brother here says he's a good friend of yours. We just had a really fun chat." Mr. Chang is still peeling an apple. The father asks fearfully, "Mr. Chang, why are you here?" Mr. Chang sets down the knife and says coldly, "It seems Bosk doesn't welcome us." Mr. Chang smirks. "Wasn't our previous cooperation rather pleasant? Based on our intel, you made quite a tidy sum from it." The boy on the bed doesn't understand any of it. "Big brothers," Bosk hastily denies it. "Mr. Chang, I didn't. I welcome you. I do welcome you." Mr. Chang furrows his brow. "Then tell me." He bares his teeth and roars, "How did his soul die? Who killed it?" Bosk is so terrified he collapses to his knees. "I don't know. I really don't know. Mr. Chang, please spare us." Mr. Chang waves his hand. "Oh, what a pity then." The boy is instantly lifted into the air, screaming in terror, "Dad! Dad, save me!" The boy writhes in agony, only able to cry out for his father. Bosk loses all composure. Stop it right now." Mr. Chang murmurs beside his ear like a demon. Has Bosk remembered anything yet? He recalls gritting his teeth, "Mr. Fang Ning." The boy is tortured, blood splattering everywhere. Bosk can only watch helplessly as his son is brutalized. He kneels frantically. "Damn it, I'll tell you everything, just stop hurting them." Mr. Chang says with satisfaction. "Very good." Bosk recounts. The man called himself Fang Ning. This is his phone number. He said if Mr. Chang shows up again, to let him know. Mr. Chang's eyes narrow. Yes, this number was indeed added at the very moment his soul perished. Bosk rushes to embrace his barely breathing son. "Son, wake up. Dad's here." It's okay. Don't be afraid. Dad's right here." Bosk asks in a low voice, "I've told you everything. Can you let us go now?" Mr. Chang replies casually, "Of course." But then he strikes the boy again. Blood splatters everywhere. Bosk cannot believe his eyes. The group bursts into mockery. "He lied to you." "Boss, did you see his expression just now? Absolutely priceless." Bosk completely loses his mind. "You bastards." But he too is torn apart. The others ask nonchalantly, "Should we try calling this number?" Mr. Chang warns, "Don't alert the enemy. Let the organization investigate. I want to meet him personally." At that moment, a nurse steps in. Kjai needs his bandages changed. She looks into the room, and her eyes fill with terror. The nurse collapses to the ground, screaming in absolute horror. Fang Ning is trapped in a nightmare when a notification chime jolts him awake. He bolts upright. Another nightmare. He grabs his phone. Who's calling this early? He opens it. It's Du Feng. 3 years ago. Back then, he was just a street vendor hawking goods in front of a school. "Are you preparing for your master's entrance exam? I have a complete set of study materials right here. And I can also provide one-on-one tutoring sessions if needed." He is working, the smile on his face never fading. A group of girls spots him, Du Feng among them. "That guy is so handsome, he really our senior. You girl lovesick much. He definitely wouldn't like you. Only our campus beauty Fenger stands a chance." Du Feng turns crimson as her friends tease her. "Stop talking nonsense. Have you no shame?" The girls only tease her harder. Campus violence said campus beauty beats someone up. Eventually, the two of them cross paths. And just like that, they drift together into a relationship. The two fall in love, everyone knows. So the rumors start swirling. "Have you heard? He's not even a senior at our school. He's just some unemployed drifter hanging around campus. I heard he never even went to college. I've sat in on his class. It was actually good. He can't be faking all of it, can he?" Du Feng's friends hear the rumors and confront Fang Ning fraud. "Get the hell off our campus." And then Du Feng leaves him too. "Stay away from our Fenger. You're not worthy of her." Du Feng walks away, though a hint of regret lingers in her eyes. Back to the present, her expression turns somber as those memories resurface. Fang Ning finally arrives. Her cheeks flush and a radiant smile blooms across her lips. Du Feng calls out his name, "Fang Ning." She throws her arms around him, overcome with emotion. "You finally came. I knew you'd come." Jiang Li fixes her with a razor-sharp glare and shoves her away from Fang Ning. Du Feng flushes with embarrassment. "I'm sorry I got too carried away." Jiang Li bristles with jealousy. "Don't you dare lay a finger on my husband." Fang Ning speaks in a low, stern voice. Why did you drag me here so early in the morning? Your call was all over the place. I could barely make out what you were saying. Something about encountering something. Du Feng recounts yesterday's events. The paranormal phenomena didn't you say yesterday that there was something unclean clinging to us? Sure enough, something strange happened last night. My boyfriend is still stuck in bed, can't get up. I honestly didn't know who else to call. Remembering what you said yesterday, I figured you might actually understand. That's why I called you. Fang Ning asks seriously, is he in there? Let me take a look first. Du Feng answers, the bedroom is upstairs on the second floor, follow me. He asks, you didn't call the police or an ambulance. Could the authorities even handle something like this? Du Feng asks anxiously, supernatural phenomena. The police wouldn't believe us, would they? He continues, they would. The government has a specialized division that handles these anomalous cases. They're called the Soul Hunters. She asks, suspicion in her voice. Soul Hunters. He explains, that's right. I only found out about them recently myself. He furrows his brow at the scene before him. The soul power radiating from the man's body is indeed stronger than yesterday. Kikyang speaks in a feeble voice. Save me, please save me. His face suddenly twists into something vicious. Then he clamps his own hands around his throat, sending Du Feng into a blind panic. Kikyang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me like that. Fang Ning shoves her aside. Move. He unleashes a technique, striking Kikyang. Wake the hell up. No time for pleasantries, and words are useless anyway, so Fang Ning delivers a vicious slap to snap him awake. The blow sends in Kikyang reeling, stars exploding across his vision. Sorry, the situation was urgent. I accidentally used too much force. Du Feng rushes over, her face full of worry. Kikyang, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Fang Ning reassures her. Relax. The filthy soul power residue lingering in his body has been obliterated by my punch. He adds, when he fully recovers, he might even thank me. And Kikyang finally calms down. And Kikyang exclaims, I really do feel better now. He scrambles over and clings to Fang Ning's leg. Thank you, Mr. Fang Ning. You drove that monster away, didn't you? It won't come back again, will it? Fang Ning shakes his head. It's not that simple. That was merely a trace of soul power that thing left inside you. Kikyang bows his head low. Please, you must have a way. Please, I beg, Yao, save us. Fang Ning probes. Tell me first what exactly happened to you last night. Kikyang recounts the events. It was around midnight. We were about to sleep when we heard a strange sound outside the bedroom door, like a hand with razor-sharp claws, gently turning the handle. At first, I thought it was just a stray cat or mouse passing through, so I ignored it. But the sound grew louder and louder. Du Feng murmurs, what kind of ghostly noise was that? Couldn't sleep. Kikyang, go check it out. Kikyang tries to dodge the task. It's probably just mice or the wind howling through this old house. In the end, he has no choice but to get up and go investigate. It's nothing, don't be scared, Fenger. I'll go check and we'll find out. He continues the account, his voice trembling with fear. I walked to the door and tried to open it, but suddenly, the door wouldn't budge. No matter how hard I tried, it was as if the door had been nailed shut. I couldn't open it no matter what. Du Feng sits up in bed too. Kikyang, what's wrong? Kikyang speaks through gritted teeth. The door seems jammed. No matter how hard I pull, it won't move an inch. Du Feng calls out in fear. Kikyang, look down from this angle. It looks like someone is standing right outside. A pair of feet standing perfectly still, not moving. He continues. Following Fenger's hint, I crouch down to the ground and try to peer through the gap beneath the door. What was it? Could someone be pulling a prank? Then his eyes go wide. Something catches his gaze. He continues, his voice breaking with terror. I saw it, I saw it. Fang Ning asks, what did you see? He continues, I saw a pair of red eyes. Those were definitely not human eyes. It was crouching on the ground, staring back at me. Kikyang speaks, his voice shaking with agitation. After that, I felt like I completely lost control of my own body. I could barely string a few words. Toad Thruntle, Mr. Fang Ning slapped me back to my senses just now. Du Feng adds, he was lying on the floor, screaming. No matter how loudly I called out to him, he wouldn't respond. I had to muster every ounce of courage just to drag him onto the bed. I tried to turn on the lights, but the power seemed to be out. Moreover, the tightly sealed windows kept emitting sounds. The curtains fluttered on their own. There wasn't a single gust of wind inside the house. She was so terrified that she stayed awake until dawn, waiting for him to arrive. All night she didn't dare close her eyes and kept calling him. Fang Ning probed, have either of you been to any strange places recently or come into contact with anything unsavory? The couple clearly seemed to be hiding something. No, nothing unusual lately, right, dear? Recently, we really haven't done anything at all. Everything has been pretty normal lately. Fang Ning stated bluntly. Looks like you two still have things you're hiding from me. Since you refuse to be honest, I have no reason to help you. He turns to leave. We're out of here, don't bother calling after us. Fang Ning, don't go. Mr. Fang Ning, please wait. Kikyang finally caves. He shouts, fine, we'll tell the truth. He turns to Du Feng. Fenger, you tell them. She nods. She speaks up. I think what we've encountered might be related to Kikyang's business. Fang Ning asks curiously, oh, what kind of business? She hesitates. Kikyang has been secretly using the corporation's shipping channels. She continues, smuggling antiques. Fang Ning's eyes narrow. No wonder you didn't dare call the police. If this gets exposed, you're looking at 10 years behind bars easy. Kikyang forces himself up from the bed, his expression grim, and proposes. Follow me. They descend a long staircase. He explains, a few days ago, I received a ring from an old client. He triggers a mechanism hidden in the bookshelf. Fang Ning's eyes widen as the concealed door swings open. They step into a hidden corridor. He continues, this is it. When I held it in my hand yesterday, a piercing headache struck me out of nowhere. Then I heard a strange voice echoing inside my head. After that, he threw it away. I felt the thing was sinister, so when I went outside, I tossed it into a trash bin. He was stunned when it mysteriously reappeared at his bedside that night. He hands the object to Fang Ning. If there's anything unusual lately, it's this. A faint, amused smile crosses Fang Ning's face, and Kikyang introduces, this is a fine piece of genuine door opener. He continues, according to my estimation, these are very likely relics of the ancient Gyukyang kingdom, dating back thousands of years. If Mr. Fang Ning is interested, once this matter is settled, consider it yours a gift. Would that be acceptable? Fang Ning murmurs, relics of the Gyukyang kingdom. A flicker of familiarity strikes him, and he instinctively whispers the name. He stares intently at the ring. Nice ring, I'll take it, but this creature isn't simple. Helping you still carries certain risks. Kikyang immediately names his price 500,000. If Mr. Fang Ning can help me resolve this trouble, on top of the ring, I'm willing to add 500,000 as a reward. Fang Ning's eyes light up. 500,000. He agrees on the spot. He mused inwardly, opening with 10 times what Chu Tianhua offered. Truly befitting the chairman of a major corporation, a man of generous means. He reminds them, the creature may be hiding during the day. I'll stay here tonight and see for myself. Find somewhere else to stay tonight. And Kikyang hesitates. Moving out isn't a problem. I own several properties in the city. I'm just worried that thing might follow us out of the villa. Fang Ning assures him, don't worry. I've already checked, there's no lingering soul power on either of you anymore. Plus, the ring is in my hands now. Its power likely can't stray too far from this vessel. Upon hearing this, and Kikyang immediately grabs Du Feng and leaves. Then thank you, Mr. Fang Ning. We wish you success. Farewell for now. Fang Ning calls after them. Don't forget to prepare my 500,000. With that settled, he settles leisurely into a chair. He asks, is it still here? Can you try to locate it directly? Jiang Li scans the surroundings. It's in this house, but it's hiding well. I can't pinpoint its exact location. Fang Ning accepts it. It seems they can only wait until nightfall for the creature to reveal itself. He tosses the ring to Jiang Li. By the way, Kikyang said this is a relic of the Gyukyang kingdom. Does it look familiar to you? Jiang Li studies it carefully. It does seem somewhat familiar, but I can't quite remember. He pats her head gently. It's all right. I'll help you recover your lost memories. I promise. Jiang Li replies obediently. I trust you, husband. He muses. This ring must be the vessel it's parasitizing, right? Can we just destroy it by force and flush the creature out? Jiang Li cautions him. Vessel objects are protected by certain rules. They are virtually indestructible. The spirit can only be freed if it devours the host's soul, or if the vessel itself is annihilated. She adds, but a spirit cannot stray too far from its vessel. It's still in this house. Moreover, once midnight arrives and the yin energy reaches its peak, I can locate it through the faint connection between the vessel and the spirit. He realizes if the creature doesn't want to sit and wait for death, it will have to strike before then. Jiang Li nods in agreement. Exactly. Night falls. Fang Ning sits motionless on the floor. Suddenly the lights flicker on without anyone touching the switch. His heart jolts with tension, but it's only Jiang Li turning on the lights. He asks, why did you turn on the lights? You're ruining the atmosphere. I spent all that effort building up. Jiang Li reminds him, but husband, you've been sitting there frozen like a statue for hours and nothing has happened. Fang Ning slumps back into the chair, bored. This creature is way too timid. Is it planning to never show itself? Waiting for us to go hunt it down instead? Suddenly the lights cut out. Fang Ning startles. Why turn off the lights now? Jiang Li confirms, this time it wasn't me. Fang Ning focuses his attention. his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He tosses the phone to Lear, reminding her to hand it over for video recording. The live stream begins, and Fang Ning sinks into character completely. Good evening, everyone. I am the Grand Elder of the Beggars Sect. This place is a haunted villa on the outskirts of town. It all started with a ring from an ancient kingdom. He puts on a mysteriously cryptic expression. Before filming even started, a strange phenomenon occurred. A sudden power outage. Then a bizarre silhouette swept past the window. Tonight, I'll be staying here for the night. All of you will join me in stirring up the ghosts in this place. He suddenly notices red light and Kikyang had warned him about. I can't predict what will happen next, but if this video gets posted, it means I survived. Drive safe, folks. He steps up to the door, and just as the villa owner described, it seems jammed completely unmovable. He crouches and peers through the gap in the door, fully expecting a pair of horrifying demon eyes to be staring back at him. He squints, straining to see more clearly. Fang Ning suddenly spots something, his eyes fly wide open. He's stunned, there's nothing out there. A sudden noise erupts, freezing Fang Ning in place. He spins around. Why are the curtains closed? He frowns and yanks the curtains open. Surely it's still out there. Tentacles. Fang Ning finally catches a glimpse of its true form. The demon speaks. You have seen me now. Fang Ning's expression turns deadly serious. Then let me play with you. A sudden force slams into him, stopping his advance cold. Fang Ning frowns. What the? The windows are shut. How is there such a strong gust? He's bewildered as the force vanishes. He turns to Jiang Li. Did you see that monster hanging upside down outside the window? Jiang Li looks utterly confused. Monster? What monster? She had just watched him suddenly turn toward the window. There was clearly nothing unusual there. He asks again, stunned. What? You didn't see that thing outside? Jiang Li explains. After that, you threw a punch at the window, but you stopped before your fist ever made contact. He calms himself and thinks, could this be the ring's effect? Simply carrying it on him triggers the monster's influence, conjuring hallucinations. He decides to try one thing first, throw it away. He watches it vanish with his own eyes, but Fang Ning jolts as a streak of red light flashes in his palm. In the end, the ring returns to his hand. Fang Ning can't believe his eyes. Impossible. He wonders, clearly threw it away just moments ago. Why is it still on him? A burst of chi erupts and surges straight for his throat. Fang Ning grits his teeth and endures. His bracelet flares to life just in time. Fang Ning screams in agony and collapses to the floor. Fang Ning calls out to Lear with great difficulty. But when he looks around, there is no one in sight. Lear, he shouts at the top of his lungs. A thought races through his mind. Thighs must be its sole technique. It has separated me from Lear, planning to pick us off one by one. He spots a red glow beneath the desk. He steps closer and pulls open the drawer. Fang Ning freezes in horror. Jiang Li's severed head sits inside. The moonlight has turned crimson. Blood streams from Jiang Li's eyes. Inside the drawer, her eyes are wide open, glaring straight at him. Fang Ning staggers at the sight. Come on, don't think petty tricks like these can scare me. He rises, regaining his composure. He thinks himself clever, unaware that he and Lear are already bound as one. If she dies, he dies too. In truth, it only exposes the fact that this entire place is nothing but an illusion. He glares at the door ahead. Fang Ning shouts furiously, if you're so tough, then show yourself. All you can do is hide and scare people. Or maybe you simply don't have the power to harm me. The atmosphere falls dead silent. Fang Ning strides toward the door, frowning. Let's see what else you've got. The door swings open on its own. Fang Ning sees a gory scene before him. He sweeps the curtain aside. The bathtub is draining on its own, the water inside a vivid crimson. Fang Ning scoffs and twists the faucet shut. Same old tricks, nothing new. When did that monster get behind him? It shoves him toward the bathtub of blood. Die. Fang Ning refuses to be overpowered. He slams his fist straight into its face. Fang Ning punches while mocking it with every blow. All right, enough with the screaming already. Ugly as you are, don't try playing some ghostly beauty emerging from the water act. The monster can't believe he actually hit it. How can you? He smirks and fires back. Why am I not scared, you ask? He explains with absolute confidence. First, your tricks are too cliché, straight out of a B-horror movie. He continues analyzing. Second, all fear stems from the unknown and a lack of firepower. Up until now, you haven't shown a single real ability that threatens me. What do I have to be afraid of? The monster speaks. A mortal who's fallen into my soul technique still dares to speak without shame. You don't even realize what situation you're in. He says calmly, it's just an illusion, isn't it? You're trying to drag my consciousness into that ring, aren't you? He hits the nail so precisely that the monster actually looks flustered. How did you figure it out? He explains clearly, Lear and I are bound by a life and death contract. Your biggest mistake was putting her head in the drawer. The monster is bewildered. What? That white-haired one is a Tier 6 soul entity. How could she sign such a contract with a weak, short-lived human? While the monster stands there dazed, Fang Ning punches it so hard it slams into the wall. He cracks his knuckles. Give up, you don't stand a chance. The stubborn monster speaks. Give up, hilarious. So what if you know this is an illusion? Don't even think about leaving here alive. It drops into a seated position and activates a soul power formation array. Before Fang Ning can even react, he is teleported to another location. The monster cackles. I've waited so long inside that ring, finally someone has awakened. I was going to toy with you, but since you're this stupid, blame me for opening my soul domain to shut you up. Fang Ning has to deal with this entire horde while the monster taunts him from outside. Thank heaven for this gift. The sarcasm drips. Once I kill you, the one outside dies too. With the soul power of both of you, I can level up once more. Fang Ning fights to break free from the encirclement. A monster lunges at him from behind. Fang Ning dodges instantly. He grips his sword tight and sweeps it in a wide arc, cutting down every monster in his path. His expression doesn't change to a terrifying degree. This display of power fills the monster with primal fear. Fang Ning does not hesitate, decapitating it with a single strike. You laugh, he sneers. Is this pathetic soul domain all you have to offer? Yet its head begins to knit back together. It's useless. Within my domain, unless you possess the strength to shatter the entire space, I am immortal, the creature gloats. Furthermore, my soul power here is infinite, while your spiritual energy continues to drain away. If we continue this attrition, your energy will soon be exhausted. Stop struggling. Fang Ning chuckles coldly. Oh, I'd like to test that theory. He plunges back into the fray against the horde of monsters. Fang Ning weaves through their relentless assault, snatching a blade from the air and turning it against himself. The creature mocks him. You think you have enough soul power to shield your body for long? Or are you so desperate to escape my domain that you've resorted to self-mutilation? My soul domain is no mere illusion conjured by third-rate charlatans. It cackles, its maw twitching incessantly. Understand this, not only will this fail to free you, but the wounds you inflict upon yourself will be reflected back onto your physical body. Thank you, it sneers, for the promotion you are about to grant me. The monster concludes, I shall let you savor these final moments. But Fang Ning remains defiant. He furrows his brows. Why do I feel like these are your final moments? I can see the death aura radiating from your back already. The creature grinds its teeth, putting on a brave front. Suddenly, all the other monsters vanish. The creature shrieks in shock, what? Sensing something amiss, it spins around and snarls. Who goes there? Jiang Li emerges before it. She glares at the beast with icy disdain. Panic begins to take hold of the creature. How did you force your way in here? It clenches its fists, attempting to strike Jiang Li, but every blow passes through her as if she were a ghost. The monster is trapped. Jiang Li asks coldly, you dare to harm my husband? Die. Jiang Li narrows her eyes. Hand it over. A blood-curdling scream erupts from the monster. Fang Ning keeps his eyes shut tight. When he opens them, he is back in the real world. Jiang Li is in the process of consuming the monster. Fang Ning's hand is bleeding, a red ring clutched in his palm. Jiang Li gently tends to his wounds. Fang Ning reassures her, don't worry, it's over now. While I was inside its soul domain, how much time passed out here? What's the situation? Jiang Li replies, in total, barely 10 seconds have passed. At first I thought you were just contemplating the ring, but then a cut suddenly appeared on your palm. I sensed something was wrong immediately, so I entered your consciousness and surged through our soul contract. He frowns, where is that monster now? Jiang Li chirps excitedly. When I shattered its domain, it simply dissolved into thin air. I absorbed all its soul power. Today's meal was quite delicious. Fang Ning pinches her cheek. You little glutton. Look, there's a figure standing on the balcony behind us. Mr. Chang asks, is the location fixed on the house ahead? Reporting, sir, yes. He hasn't moved from there all day. Mr. Chang smiles, found you, Fang Ning. Fang Ning calls in Qiang, the trouble in your house has been dealt with. You can return now. And Qiang is ecstatic, that's incredible efficiency. Brother Fang Ning is truly a master. We're on our way. Fang Ning reminds them, remember to pay the final installment. He turns to Jiang Li. Did you absorb all the lingering soul power on this floor? She nods repeatedly. As they prepare to leave, they hear a sound. Fang Ning asks suspiciously, they actually came. Could they still be nearby in the residential complex? Yes. Jiang Li senses something abnormal. Fang Ning walks forward without a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, a beam of light streaks directly toward Fang Ning. Jiang Li reacts instantly, shielding him. "Husband, watch out!" The force of the strike sends Jiang Li flying. She groans in pain, clearly suffering a heavy blow. Fang Ning calls out to her, frantic, "Lenny!" Mr. Chang leaps out, intent on attacking him. Mr. Chang smiles cunningly, soul-sealing art shackles of light. He binds Jiang Li instantly. Jiang Li exerts her power to break the cage, but the chains hold her fast. Jiang Li is completely suppressed. Fang Ning roars in fury, "Damn you! Who are you people? Let her go!" Chang glances at him calmly. Fang Ning lunges at him with everything he has. But the man is treacherous, batting him aside. Fang Ning struggles to regain his footing. A scarred man appears, sneering. So this is the special spirit the organization flagged. Captured already, just like that. Fang Ning glares at the newcomer, his face twisted in rage. Jiang Li screams, "Husband!" The chains tighten further. Mr. Chang speaks up, "Stop struggling. These shackles of light are the latest soul artifact designed by the doctor. There is no escaping," he says with a cold smirk. Jiang Li frowns, biting her lip to warn him, "Husband, run!" Fang Ning calls her name in desperation, Jiang Li. The scarred man speaks. "A grade 6 white-haired spirit takes an interest in a guy like you. You must be the Fang Ning that KHU letter 1EA5 Kin mentioned." Hearing that name, Fang Ning grinds his teeth. "KHU letter 1EA5 Kin. Did he send you here?" The scarred man deliberately twists the truth. "Indeed, he gave us your name and number. It's a pity we're going to spare him, but he sold you out instead. No matter, I've already avenged you." I let him watch his own son explode in his arms. The look on his face was one of pure agony and despair. "I should have filmed it for you to see." Fang Ning narrows his eyes. "Bastards, who exactly are you?" Mr. Chang finally speaks. "Fang Ning, 22 years old. Sent to the Tianxing orphanage on the outskirts of Wuhai City at the age of 4. Your parents' identities remain unconfirmed. The organization found no records of them. It's as if they never existed. We suspect their information was deliberately concealed or erased." He continues, We are people walking the same path as you. 16 years ago, a fire broke out at Tianxing Orphanage, nearly burning the entire building to the ground. However, the fire miraculously spared all the children. Only the director and 3 staff members perished. According to the police report, human intervention was ruled out as a cause of the accident. The director and his staff allegedly caused a dust explosion due to poor maintenance and operational errors while counting supplies in the kitchen. Later, while clearing the rubble, police found evidence linking the director to a child trafficking ring. They followed the leads and dismantled the entire criminal operation. The defendants, My XX and Fan XX, were prosecuted for child abduction. After the fire, the authorities transferred the orphans to nearby facilities. However, one orphan vanished during the transfer process. It took 10 years for the police to find that child again, by which time he had already become self-sufficient. After receiving government assistance, he chose to live alone. He spoke up and asked, "The orphan in these records, that's you, isn't it?" Fang Ning. Fang Ning furrowed his brow. "Who exactly are you people? How do you know that?" Chang Beidao asked again. "Were you the one who caused the fire at the orphanage back then?" Fang Ning lowered his head. "I don't know what you're talking about." Chang Beidao continued, "You can deny it all you want. We're not police and we couldn't care less what the truth is. But in my view, there are far too many coincidences in this whole affair. Everything looks like a precisely calculated layout. To think a mere 6-year-old child possessed the capacity to think and plan like that. The killing was executed flawlessly, leaving behind not a shred of evidence. What's more, the victims were all adults. Truly remarkable." Fang Ning shouted furiously, "Enough! Everything you're saying is pure speculation. I'm telling you it was an accident. There was no conspiracy, and it has nothing to do with me. Who exactly are you people? What do you actually want?" Chang Beidao removed his glasses. "Since you've asked so sincerely, we'll tell you very honestly." He introduced himself. "We are enforcers from Yuanshang. My name is Chang Beidao. As for that ugly mug of Hishi's nickname is Yuanquan, the Abyss Hound." The scarred man also introduced himself. "This humble one is Yuandun," Chang Beidao pressed on. "The soul you killed if I'm not mistaken. You also destroyed our arrangement at Heiyuan Elementary School. Do you have any idea that Tiang Chang was the key to the Artificial Soul Project?" His death infuriated the doctor. Fang Ning asked curiously, "The Artificial Soul Project?" Chang Beidao explained more clearly. "The genius of our organization and our great leader, the doctor, proposed a plan transcending the ages, decades agonon other than the Artificial Soul Project. To put it simply, souls are born after the deaths of people consumed by deep resentment and each one possesses extraordinary power. We discovered how to harness souls and forge them into weapons. But naturally occurring souls are far too few, and each one is extremely difficult to handle, he continued. So the doctor proposed creating tragedies to deepen human resentment before death massacring parents. For instance, seed artificially birth souls. Mother, father, how could this happen? Who did it? Who was responsible? I want to kill him. I want to kill him. After that, we waited by the stump for the hair catching the soul the moment it was born at its weakest. Yuandun handled the cleanup. The matter was dealt with. 7 days later, we sent people to harvest the soul from the site. The facts proved the doctor right. From that point on, we had stolen a portion of divine power. He continued, in this manner, we continuously created souls, erased their consciousness, and transformed them into weapons to enhance our capabilities. Chang Beidao frowned. Unfortunately, for some reason, souls induced through this method cannot level up. Due to this deficiency, the doctor proposed the second-generation artificial soul project. He said calmly, Lian Xiong and Tiang Chang are the products of our second-generation project. Hearing this, Fang Ning could no longer contain himself. He roared, You've caused countless human tragedies just for some bogus research and weapon manufacturing. Those are living, breathing people, not your test subjects. You're nothing but demons. Chang Beidao put on an innocent expression. No, we're wrong. In this era, only awakened beings like us new humans can truly be considered human. Yuanqun and Yuandun cackled sinisterly. It's an honor for these pigs to contribute to our research. Then they burst into maniacal laughter. Chang Beidao even tried to brainwash him further. Don't normal humans also experiment on monkeys and apes? Why don't you consider them evil and wicked? Fang Ning was done with these people. You're insane. Chang Beidao tried to persuade him. Very well, everything that needed to be said, I've said. You're exceptionally talented, and I truly appreciate you. We are all awakeners new humans. There's no reason we should become enemies. I can give you the opportunity to join us and build a better world together. Turning his attention to Jiang Li, he continued, As for that special soul, I can put in a good word with the doctor, keep her alive, temporarily. He raised an eyebrow, his tone turning threatening. But if you refuse to join Yuanshang, then you can bid her farewell forever. Fang Ning's face gradually darkened. Chang Beidao pulled out all the stops to lure him. Come, join us. Wealth, power, beauty, everything others chase their entire lives will be within your grasp. Fang Ning fell into deep thought, weighing something in his mind. Chang Beidao reminded him, Have you still not decided? Our patience has its limits. Fang Ning immediately replied, I've decided. He shook hands with Chang Beidao, who was immensely pleased. A wise choice. Mr. Fang Ning is indeed a smart man. Just as Chang Beidao was happily welcoming him, welcome aboard, Fang Ning. Fang Ning attacked him. Join my ass. He roared furiously, putting on a show. Watch me smash that dog head of yours. Chang Beidao never expected this. You actually dare? Fang Ning slammed him to the ground. You think I wouldn't dare? He launched into a frenzied assault. Die, you lunatic. Then he drove his fist down hard. Immediately, Fang Ning sensed something was wrong. Some things off it didn't connect. Was that teleportation? He had no idea when, but Chang Beidao had already appeared behind him. You're courting death. Chang Beidao struck at Fang Ning with a soul technique 1,000-year dream. Submit and die. Fang Ning gritted his teeth. Let's see if you've got the skill. Chang Beidao charged toward him as well. The two collided head-on. Fang Ning was blasted backward. He gnashed his teeth and confronted him. A sneak attack. Chang Beidao furrowed his brow, staring at him. Fang Ning calculated his ability might be teleportation. Only by deploying a time-type soul technique could he hope to match that speed. Chang Beidao lunged at him, but Fang Ning swiftly dodged. Chang Beidao cackled wildly. Let's see how many times you can dodge, he spoke arrogantly. Your domain hasn't even awakened yet. You can't beat us now. Fang Ning took a devastating blow. By momentum, he was hurled toward the door. His body couldn't withstand the impact, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chang Beidao turned and ordered, Chextable, your turn, Yuandun. Yuandun immediately responded, Got it, boss. He activated his soul, technique tenfold, gravity well. Fang Ning struggled to sit back up. He gnashed his teeth, thinking, damn it, my body feels impossibly heavy. Chang Beidao continued to tempt him. You just used a time-type soul technique, didn't you? I didn't expect you could keep up with my speed. I'm growing more and more impressed with you. Right now, you are no match for me whatsoever. Come with us. Once you join Yuanshang, perhaps you too will be able to. Fang Ning fell silent. He remained resolute in his choice these people, and he could never coexist under the same sky. Chang Beidao furrowed his brow. She still has soul power. That blow was devastating, but sadly for Yao you missed. Fang Ning smirked coldly. This isn't your illusion. Chang Beidou noticed and whipped around to look behind him. The chains shattered under a tremendous force. Fang Ning shouted, "Lear, I've given it everything I had. From here on, I can only count on you." Chang Beidou said confidently, "Useless. The doctor's soul-binding cage absorbs the soul power of the imprisoned spirit within, and repairs itself as long as you don't shatter it in a single blow. Unless the soul body reaches the soul general or soul king level, there is no escape." The cage had already healed itself completely. Fang Ning thought helplessly, is this really the end? Fang Ning was on the verge of collapse, his body trembling in violent spasms. Suddenly Jiang Li spoke, "Husband." She wept, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Li tore off the talisman on her head. Every chain vanished instantly. Even Yundun was stunned by this display of power. He tried to stop her. Yundun shouted, "Boss, something's not right." Chang Beidou shot back, "How is this possible?" Fang Ning felt a surge of hope. He called out her name, "Lear. The iron cage has been destroyed." Jiang Li was very different Noah's, though a malevolent demon had erupted from deep within her. Jiang Li screamed wildly, "I'm free! Finally, I'm free!" Chang Beidou couldn't believe his eyes. How? How did she shatter the doctor's soul-binding cage? Could this special soul spirit be in existence above level 6? He was baffled. How could she possibly raise her soul power out of thin air? Even so, Evan, if you're above level 6, once I open my soul domain, I can still fight. Jiang Li glared at him. "Did I say you could move?" Chang Beidou is intercepted the moment he attempts to flee. He groans in agony, my hand, my arm." Tian Dan lunges forward immediately, shouting, "Boss, we fight her to the death." He unleashes a soul technique, a strike 20 times heavier than his own weight, yet Jiang Li blocks it with a single finger. She hurls him back, sending debris and stones shattering across the floor. The combat is ferocious. Dan is gravely wounded, droplets of blood slicking the ground. Clutching his mangled arm, he gasps, "This spirit is terrifying. What level is she?" It seems the only choice is to open the soul domain and trigger the second form to retreat with her and Fang Ning. Chang Beidou pats his shoulder. "The plan has changed. No need to force a report to the master. We retreat now." Jiang Li blocks their path, her gaze chilling as they attempt to flee. Chang Beidou lingers for one last word. "Fang Ning, wait for it. He made a vow to you we shall meet again." They vanish into the void. Fang Ning struggles to remain steady, turning to speak with Jiang Li. "Forget it, Lenny. She possesses teleportation once she has shifted away. Catching her is impossible." But in the next instant, a sight leaves Fang Ning stunned. He asks in confusion, "Lenny, what is wrong?" Yet she only stares back with frigid eyes. "Who is Lenny?" He shouts in a panic, "Wake up, it is you. Your name is Jiang Li. We are bound by the life-death contract." "Lenny, do not scare me like this." Fang Ning pauses. She gasps for breath, her spirit spiraling out of control. Who am I?" Jiang Li seems to awaken. She screams, "I remember. I am the princess of the Jiang kingdom. I am waiting for someone." Waiting for someone. Her eyes and tone are flooded with murderous intent. "Yes, I am waiting for a fraud who claimed he would marry me. I want to kill him." "That is right, kill him." Fang Ning hesitates, trying to reason with her. "Lenny, no, liar, you all right? You are frightening me." Suddenly she lunges, her fingers tightening around his throat. She loses control. "Yes, husband. You are my husband. I will kill Yao once you are dead." Everything ends. Flashback: the royal family of the Jiang kingdom is eradicated in a single night. Jiang Li is still just a child. Witnessing the carnage, she sobs, "Mother, mother, please wake up." A youth pulls her away. "We must go. The villains are coming. Crying will only get you killed." Nod. The thugs converse among themselves. The consort is dead. But the little princess and the general's son remain missing. The underling is slapped across the face. "Find them for me. Two brats cannot run far." The underling obeys immediately. "Yes, sir." The youth carries her on his back, whispering comfort. "Lenny, do not be afraid. We see the city ahead. I will protect you." Feeling safe, she drifts into sleep. Back in the present, Jiang Li continues her assault on Fang Ning. "Fraud," she roars, as Fang Ning grits his teeth and endures the onslaught. Jiang Li laughs manically. "Die." Suddenly, she senses something behind her. And Kikyang and Du Feng have returned. "Fenger, look at this battle. It is intense. I broke the door down." He joyfully calls out to Master Fang Ning, "I brought your 500,000. But the suitcase drops from his hand. He is terrified. He recoils in horror. "What is happening?" Jiang Li glares at them, and Kikyang asks in confusion, "Did they not say all the ghosts were cleared?" Fang Ning gasps for air, warning them, "Run, both of you. She has lost control." Jiang Li sneers, "Do not be in such a hurry. I will eat 2 appetizers before I finish you." And Kikyang turns to bolt, abandoning Du Feng. "Ghost." Poor Du Feng clings to his leg. She pleads, "Kanji, save me. My legs won't move." Qiangji, help. He grits his teeth, makes a cold decision, and kicks Du Feng away. My apologies. And Qiang flees. Du Feng screams, Qiangji. Du Feng looks back in sheer terror. Jiang Li fixes her gaze upon her, murder radiating from her eyes. As Jiang Li lunges, Du Feng shrieks for help. Fang Ning finally breaks free and lunges forward. Lenny, stop! With a burst of speed. He throws himself in front of Du Feng to take the blow. She is stunned to see him. Fang Ning, they are sent flying, shrouded in a cloud of dust and rubble. Jiang Li lets out a manic laugh. Die together. Fang Ning warns Du Feng, hold on to me. He scoops her up, narrowly dodging Jiang Li's strike. Du Feng asks, this female ghost is your girlfriend. Why has she become like this? Fang Ning suddenly recalls Jiang Li tearing the talisman off earlier. He sets Du Feng down and cautions her. She removed the seal to fight Chang Beidao. Du Feng has an idea. Removed. Does that mean if you reapply the talisman, she will go back to normal? Fang Ning ponders the talisman. He snatches the talisman from her hand. Stay here and wait. He charges at Jiang Li, whispering to himself, Lenny, I will protect you. He leaps forward and slaps the talisman back onto Jiang Li's head. He pulls her into an embrace. She widens her eyes in shock, caught off guard. Fang Ning holds her tight and kisses her, leaving Jiang Li utterly stunned. Fang Ning finds his consciousness, slipping into another realm of place, consumed by fire. He looks around. He thinks this is Lenny's soul sea. How did I get in here? Lenny, where are you? Fang Ning sets foot on this land. He stands before an ancient Scythe ruins of Jiang Li's home. He scans the surroundings. The people here are strange. Why is this ancient city filled with corpses? He notices a black vortex swirling above the city gate. What are those spectral shadows hovering in the sky? He steps forward to investigate and sees a crowd gathered there. Fang Ning senses an overwhelming amount of resentment. He sees Jiang Li sleeping peacefully within that vortex. Lenny is trapped inside. He places his hand upon the vortex just like the others. Is this the reason she lost her sanity? As he touches it, a sharp pain courses through Fang Ning. He is being pulled, swallowed into the abyss. The scene cuts back to the kiss from earlier. He holds her tightly in his arms. Their lips finally part. Those eerie auras have vanished. Jiang Li's strength drains away. She collapses unconscious in an instant. Fang Ning catches her urgently. Lear, he calls out, cut to the Xuanshang organization at a certain stronghold. Chang Beidao and Yuan Dun have returned together. The people around them catch sight of their battered state and break into hushed whispers. Heavens, is that really the 12 Sentinels? They've been beaten this badly. Was it a soul hunter ambush? Thank goodness Lord Chuan Quan had the teleportation lunar disc in hand. Otherwise, they might never have made it back right. Suddenly, two figures appear and report. 2. Lords, please follow me. The doctor has been waiting for you both for quite some time. Yuan Dun wastes no words. He kicks the underling aside without a moment's hesitation. Yuan Dun roars in fury, stomping on the man without pause. You brat, can't you see we're covered in wounds? If you want us to go, at least let us heal first. Chang Beidao stops him. Yuan Dun, that's enough. He speaks gently to the underling. Please forgive the trouble, young friend. Lead the way. The underling scrambles to his feet. Why, yes, my lords. With that, the group departs, leaving the man lying on the ground behind them. He clenches his teeth and spits out a name through gritted teeth. Yuan Dun. Fang Ning holds Jiang Li's body securely in his arms. Du Feng approaches, looking at the two of them. How is she? Is she all right? He gazes at her for a moment, then replies, she's fallen asleep. She should be fine. Fang Ning quickly lifts Jiang Li and says to Du Feng, the ghosts in this room have been purged. The commission is complete. We'll be taking our leave. Seeing him about to leave, Du Feng calls out after him. Fang Ning, wait. This is the payment that Coward and Qiang prepared for you. She hesitates for a moment, then continues softly, and thank you for saving me. His footsteps suddenly halt. Fang Ning shifts, Jiang Li from a cradle carry to a fireman's carry over his shoulder, then awkwardly grabs the suitcase and laughs sheepishly. Almost forgot the most important thing. Thanks though. Du Feng can only stare helplessly at his eyes lighting up at the sight of money demeanor. She thinks to herself, his greedy nature really hasn't changed one bit. Immediately after, Fang Ning looks at her with a serious expression and asks, what about you? What are your plans? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Du Feng stammers, I don't know. I could stay at my parents' place for a while. She falls silent, then glances at Fang Ning with bright, sparkling eyes. Or come to your place. Hearing this, he points at Jiang Li and deflects gracefully. Better not. You know I already have a girlfriend. Du Feng's face flushes slightly. She opens her mouth, hesitating. Fang Ning hoists Jiang Li over his shoulder and strides out of the villa, calling back gently. Goodbye, Lan Feng. The moment she hears this, she screams in fury. Again. It's Du Feng, my name is Du Feng. Damn it, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? The scene shifts to a dim, eerie room. Footsteps echo slowly through the enclosed space. Chang Beidou and Yuan Dun bow their heads with utmost respect before the man seated in the chair. The old man suddenly speaks in a low voice. The mission has failed, hasn't it? Yuan Dun, visibly shaken, rushes to explain. Doctor, look at our arms. That abnormal spirit suddenly shattered the soul-binding cage you bestowed upon us. And that's why the man behind him places a hand on Yuan Dun's shoulder and speaks. I was the one who ordered the withdrawal. I surmised that even if we opened the spirit domain, we still might not have been her match. And once we entered a weakened state, we wouldn't have been able to activate the teleportation lunar disk. Before Chang Beidou finishes speaking, the doctor sets down the glass vial in his hand onto the table. Very well, you've done excellently. The two hear this and drop to their knees in shock. The old man swivels his chair to face them and speaks, raising his head. You have done nothing wrong. Immediately after, the doctor places his hand on the man's shoulder. The doctor pats Chang Beidou's shoulder with deceptively casual ease and says, But remember, your abilities were granted by me. Don't try such petty tricks in front of me again. Then the doctor produces a red orb and speaks coldly. I'm confiscating your moon disk as punishment for the failed mission. Heal up well. I'll arrange someone else to take over the special soul. Beidou's gaze follows the red orb in the doctor's hand, trembling as he calls out, Doctor, we. The doctor has no interest in listening. He asks with puzzlement, What, you have an opinion? Beidou instantly bows his head in terror. Shen Quan wouldn't dare. The doctor then swivels his chair toward the computer screen and orders, Go write a detailed report on today's battle and send it over. Shuanden quickly hauls Beidou to his feet. The two respond in unison, Yes, doctor. Immediately after, the two support each other and stagger out of the room. The moment they leave, the doctor's fury erupts, clenches his fist so hard the glass bottle in his grip shatters. His rage at the two good-for-nothings barely contained. He takes out a handkerchief and calmly wipes the hand that just crushed the glass, muttering to himself, Tools must possess the awareness of tools. It seems he needs to swap them for two more useful ones. Before that, he can still squeeze some use out of the trash. The doctor falls into deep contemplation. That unlucky woman from 1,000 years ago hasn't merely left the princess's tomb. She has awakened power surpassing level 6. He rests his chin on his hand, sinking deeper into thought. It doesn't resemble the traces of a soul hunter. Immediately after, the doctor activates the red orb and speaks. There's still some time before she fully awakens. Before that, she must be captured at all costs. Streams of dark energy are being drawn into the orb. From below, he calls out coldly, It's your turn to take the stage. A black silhouette gradually materializes at the call of Dr. Yuan Long. In that suffocating darkness, a meticulously orchestrated plan sets into motion. Meanwhile, at Fang Ning and Jiang Li's place, he slurps instant noodles while mulling over Xuanden and the special soul. Fang Ning finishes his cup of noodles and speculates they've been targeting Lear for a long before the hairpin was stolen. Perhaps even earlier. He walks over to the bedside. He puzzles over it. There's no doubt Lear is one of Yuan Shang's targets, but why would they invite him to participate? Fang Ning gently wipes Jiang Li's face with a cloth as he ponders. He wonders what Chang Beidou meant about expanding the spirit domain. Is it similar to the domain expansion released by the monster ring? It seems like a method to enhance one's strength. He's not sure if Lear knows about it. He gazes at her for a moment, then murmurs in puzzlement, Why hasn't she woken up yet? Maybe I should enter her sea of consciousness and take a look. Just as Fang Ning lowers his head, Jiang Li's eyes snap open. He jolts upright, face flushing with embarrassment. You're awake. I was just about to. While Fang Ning stammers through his explanation, Jiang Li's eyes well up with tears of emotion. Jiang Li throws herself into his arms and cries out. Lear thought she would never get to see her husband again. Fang Ning places his hand on her head, soothing her. It's all right. Lear drove all the bad people away. Jiang Li's face flushes slightly as she asks doubtfully, Really? He reaches up to wipe her tears and answers solemnly, Really. When she had torn the talisman off her head, who could have known how powerful she'd become? It was as if she had transformed into a completely different person. Before Fang Ning finishes recounting, Jiang Li interjects with a question. The talisman was removed. Hearing this, he nods vigorously. That's right. She tore off the talisman, forced Chang Beidou into retreat, and then lost control. Jiang Li herself isn't entirely sure what happened. She picks up the talisman from atop her head. Lear doesn't remember where this talisman came from, she says, dazed. I only know it's been with me ever since I awakened always on my person. Like a hairpin, I can feel it suppressing the resentment energy within me. Jiang Li recounts with a slightly bewildered expression. Lear crushed it back then. It was a burn the boat's Gambosh wanted to see, if the resentment energy could break free from the soul-binding cage's control. She never expected it to actually work. Hearing her account, Fang Ning pinches her cheek and quickly adds, "But she didn't expect the resentment to strip away her consciousness, did she? She nearly killed both me and Du Feng back then. From now on, unless it's absolutely the last resort, you are not to remove it." Understood. Jiang Li, her cheek still pinched, can only respond helplessly, "Yes." Immediately after, he places his hands on her shoulders. Fang Ning pushes Jiang Li down onto the bed. She looks up in mild surprise, cheeks flushing pink. Husband. Seeing Fang Ning draw closer and closer, Jiang Li squeezes her eyes shut. At that moment, he presses a gentle kiss to her forehead, a gesture of reassurance. While Jiang Li is still frozen in a daze, Fang Ning has already pulled the blanket over her. After tucking her in, he turns to leave. "Get some sleep early. I'm going to pack our things, we need to move soon." She lies in bed, blinking in confusion. Move. 3 days later, Fang Ning sits slumped in a pho restaurant. In his hand is a phone SIM card, along with a tangled web of thoughts. Yuan Shang already knows his identity. He has to change this SIM card and find a new place to live. After snapping the SIM in half, Fang Ning drops it into a glass of water. Fortunately, a portion of the income from his previous live stream covers the cost of a new place without issue. Once finished, he slumps back into his chair, gasping for air. Fang Ning's face is deathly pale, his eyes shut as if in a deep slumber. Simultaneously, he feels himself sinking into a vast, dark river. Fang Ning's eyes remain tightly sealed before he snaps them wide open. In the form of a child, Fang Ning's face is drenched in blood. He stares at the scene before him in a panic. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do this." The knife slips from his hand and he collapses, shrieking in agony. In this room, aside from Fang Ning, the 4 others are already dead. In the ink-black darkness, the 3 children navigate only by the pale moonlight. Leading the way, Fang Ning instructs the 2 children behind him, "Hide here. I'll go get some food. If anything goes wrong, run." The moonlight continues to pour through the window. Inside, as Fang Ning rummages through the refrigerator for food, a faint, tearful voice cries out, "No." He gazes toward the door where a sliver of light escapes, thinking in bewilderment, so late. Why would someone else be here? Faint, pathetic sobbing continues to emanate from behind the door. Driven by the curiosity of a child, Fang Ning approaches slowly. His eyes widen in horror at the sight behind the door. A terrifying scene unfolds. 2 men are brutally beating a child. Fang Ning recoils in terror, and in that moment, he accidentally knocks over an apple, causing a noise. The 2 men inside immediately scan the doorway with suspicion. One rushes to the door, finding nothing but an apple lying on the floor. He snatches the apple from the ground. Seeing Mr. Wang adjust his clothes and approach, he asks, "What was that just now?" The pot-bellied man answers calmly, "Just a little rat stealing food, ran off pretty fast." The pot-bellied man suddenly asks, "Why is it silent in there? You didn't kill the girl, did you?" The man explains, "Don't worry, I know my limits. She probably just ran out of strength to scream." Seeing Mr. Wang drape an arm around the man's shoulder, he says with a smirk, "Pity old Jiang likes boys. Otherwise, the 3 of us could have had some fun together." The pot-bellied man warns, "Don't get careless if this leaks out." The man appears unfazed and speaks indifferently. "Why be so cautious? If they die, we just report them missing." The 2 continue talking as they walk, unaware of Fang Ning hiding under the cupboard. He presses a hand over his mouth to stifle any sound at their words. "We've sent them to Yuan Shang. Plenty of kids have died in these experiments. Isn't this how they are always handled? We can't let Director Vu find out otherwise." The door slams shut. Fang Ning carefully crawls out from the corner, thinking they must be gone. He then opens the door. A young girl lies there listlessly, her clothes torn to shreds. Fang Ning rushes to help her sit up, calling out worriedly, "Lenny, it's me. Are you okay?" The girl immediately clings to him, sobbing as she recounts, "Mr. Wang told me to come to the kitchen, saying he had leftover food from his meal and could give it to me. They used so much strength. I hurt so much." She looks up at Fang Ning, speaking in confusion. "Brother Fang Ning, did Lenny do something wrong? Why don't my parents want me? The teachers bully me too." He quickly wipes away her tears to comfort her. "No, your parents must have their reasons. Once we grow up, we can leave this place and go find them to ask clearly." Fang Ning's eyes flash with determination as he tells Lenny, "As for those evil people, the heavens will surely make them pay." Returning to reality, he lies sleeping on the sofa in his apartment. Jiang Li opens the door behind him and immediately carries him to the bed. Seeing him writhing in his sleep, she thinks in a daze, is my husband having another nightmare? She quickly plants a kiss on Fang Ning's forehead. Continuing his nightmare, Director Vu appears shocked, slamming his desk as he shouts, "What? Something like this happened." Fang Ning stands opposite him, saying urgently, "Yes, Director, I saw it with my own eyes." He quickly adds, "I hid Lena's clothes from that time. There is evidence on them to report them." Director Vu steps toward him, offering praise. "Well done. Very good. Your name is Fang Ning, right? Thank you for your trust." He pats Fang Ning's head, smiling. "I'll go investigate the situation. You go get the items, then we will call the police." Hearing this, Fang Ning hurriedly turns to retrieve the items. As soon as Fang Ning leaves, the director wears a chilling grin. A moment later in the director's office, a harsh sound rings out. Inside the room, Mr. Wang trembles, clutching his cheek. "Director, I..." The director instantly hurls something at him and yells, "Look at the fine mess you've made." The object Director Vu threw is Lena's clothing. Mr. Wang immediately kneels to beg, "Director, we are grasshoppers on the same rope now. Save me." Hearing this, the director turns, cursing in anger, "Trash." Then Director Vu glances at the other two, his voice harsh. "As for you two, don't think I don't know. I don't care how you play privately, but you must clean up your own messes and not affect the superior's plan." Immediately after, he walks over to a cabinet. Director Vu opens the cabinet, saying coldly, "Take this kid to the kitchen, dispose of her, and transport her out through the secret passage. It's fortunate the kid came to see me this time. If it had been when Chief Chu came to inspect, it wouldn't have been so easy to handle." It turns out he had locked Fang Ning in that cabinet. Mr. Wang, hearing this, speaks up excitedly, "Director, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." The pot-bellied man grabs Fang Ning by the collar, laughing, "Caught you, little rat." Director Vu watches coldly as Fang Ning is dragged away. "Tomorrow, the spirits will require another batch of ingredients, and all the children you've toyed with will be included. Is that clear? I don't want to see anything like today happen again." Mr. Wang replies with a fawning smile, "Understood, Director, I will arrange it." Elsewhere, water overflows from a faucet. Mr. Wang punches Fang Ning hard in the stomach. His eyes burning red with fury, he grabs the boy's hair. "You're quite clever, aren't you? Causing me to get slapped. Don't worry, I'll treat you very well." He hurls Fang Ning against the wall. Still unsatisfied, Mr. Wang steps closer. "Didn't you know how to report people?" His foot stomps ruthlessly onto young Fang Ning's face. "Go on, say it again for me." As the boy's eyes dim toward unconsciousness, his expression of despair alarms Jiang Li. "Husband, husband, what's wrong with you? Wake up." Watching Fang Ning writhe in the nightmare, she places a confused hand on his forehead. "So hot, does he have a fever?" Jiang Li closes her eyes, a green light enveloping her body and flowing into Fang Ning. A moment later, Jiang Li opens her eyes, stunned. "Within my husband's body, two colossal forces compete for dominance. One of them resembles the power of the ancient ring I absorbed. The other is utterly bizarre." She picks up a cloth to wipe Fang Ning down, deciding for now, there is no immediate danger. Once these two forces dissipate and merge, he should awaken. By then, this blessing in disguise will have greatly increased his spiritual power. After finishing, she feels a tinge of shyness, thinking, while he is still unconscious, perhaps I should read a bit. Jiang Li immediately leans down to search under the bed. Struggling to reach underneath, she mutters, "I remember him hiding it here." Moments later, she pulls out a green book and cheers. "Found it." She glances at the sleeping Fang Ning, licking her lips with excitement. "I'll give him a surprise once he wakes up." Meanwhile, his face grows paler by the second, gripped by a nightmare. A bucket of water splashes onto Fang Ning's face. The pot-bellied man intervenes. "Enough, you have vented your anger. Stop wasting time, finish him off. We have other matters to attend to." Teacher Wang nods, "Understood." He grabs Fang Ning by the hair and jerks him upward. Teacher Wang grins maliciously, forcing his head back into the water basin. He speaks with sinister amusement. "If you want to blame someone, blame your heartless parents for not sending you to hell sooner." Suddenly, Fang Ning's eyes glow a burning red, and the bracelet on his wrist pulses with a golden light. Seeing the radiance, Teacher Wang screams in shock. "What?" Black wisps of aura slowly seep into Fang Ning's body. A silhouette akin to an alien monster manifests before the three men. Terrified, Teacher Wang stares at the monstrous transformation, trembling. "What is this?" His tone turns to a desperate plea as the monster grabs his throat. "No, no, let me go." A stream of fresh, red blood sprays out, followed by a massive hand with sharp, jagged claws. The crimson blood flows slowly down those talons. The monster Fang Ning tosses Teacher Wang aside. Seeing this, the pot-bellied man screams in horror, "Run! Run away!" Seeing old Jiang blocking the door, he bellows, "Why are you still standing there like a statue?" Open the door. Old Jiang replies with a shaking voice. I can't open it. Chilling, slashing sounds ring out from behind them. The pot-bellied man spots a knife on the door, grabs it, and as if emboldened by madness, charges toward Fang Ning. Life rarely follows dreams. Fang Ning delivers a single strike. A violent kick to the face shatters the pot-bellied man's teeth. He is sent flying backward with the force of an express train. Fang Ning steps forward slowly, his hand gently retrieving the knife. A crimson killing intent swirls around him, painting a ghastly scene. He stalks toward old Jiang, knife in hand. The man begs in terror, "No, don't kill me. I was wrong. Little Ning, it was them who bullied you, not me." Fang Ning remains silent. Old Jiang raises his hands in surrender. "Think about it. How well have I treated you? I fed you, I took care of you." Fang Ning, clearly annoyed, kicks him in the chin. "Shut your mouth." The man collapses, shivering, screaming as the blade descends. Panic-stricken, old Jiang wheezes, Don't do it. I can help you." In the director's office, Director Vu is busy organizing files. Suddenly, his phone rings. He answers immediately. "Hello, old Jiang. Are you finished yet?" A frantic voice comes from the other end. "Director, something happened in the kitchen. Come down here." The line cuts to a dial tone. Director Vu stares at the phone, perplexed. "Hello, old Jiang. What's going on over there?" "Hello." The line is dead. The phone has been crushed into a mangled mess by Fang Ning. Old Jiang clasps his hands, pleading for his life. "The director will be here soon. He is the mastermind. I was just forced by him." Seeing Fang Ning pause, he adds, "Can you let me go? You just promised." Fang Ning replies with a flat, Before the man can celebrate, he adds, "I will make you die a little faster." Old Jiang's face turns pale with shock. A cage constructed of black and red aura manifests, from which a final, agonizing scream echoes. Director Vu walks down the hall, calling the other three, but only receives an automated machine voice. "I am sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." He growls in frustration. What are they doing? Little Li and Teacher Wang aren't picking up. Director Vu kicks the door open, muttering complaints. What a bunch of trash. They can't even handle a simple task. He bellows, not answering, "Are you all dead?" The sight inside renders him speechless. A pair of lifeless eyes stare directly at him. Faced with the blood-soaked scene, the director finally reacts, screaming in terror. How could Fang Ning let him escape? He flicks his hand, launching his power forward. The black aura, like a serpent, instantly ensnares the director. Dragged into the room, the director can only choke out a silent, helpless plea. The door slams shut, leaving only a sign, "Authorized personnel only." The fridge door hangs open, smeared with blood, and the director sits slumped against the wall, his face a mask of gore. The dark aura slowly flows out of Fang Ning's body. It retracts, disappearing into the bead bracelet on his wrist. Fang Ning slowly opens his eyes. He looks horrified at the scene before him. The four men lie in a pool of blood, completely still. Fang Ning stands alone, dazed. What happened just now?" He looks at the four bodies, stumbling over his words. "Why are they all dead?" He looks at the knife in his hand, trembling. "This can't be real." He drops the knife, shouting, "No, it wasn't me, I just fainted." Holding his head, Fang Ning tries to piece together his fragmented memory. "They wanted to kill me, so why are they the ones who died? How could this be?" Finally, he curls up on the floor, clutching his head. Suddenly, he stops. His eyes glow red again, and he speaks with a voice that sounds alien to him. "Is this what you call a mental breakdown? Are you truly such a weakling?" Fang Ning stands up, declaring, "The sins of these people. Even dying 100 times would not be enough." He approaches the sink and washes his blood-stained hands. He must not draw attention. Fang Ning thinks for a moment, escape first. As he leaves, he catches sight of a notice posted on the wall. Among the regulations, one word catches his eye fire. He flashes a confident grin. "Don't worry, I will get you out of here." As Fang Ning steps out, he finds two little girls talking, their stomachs growling in hunger. "Is there no food again today? Should I check the kitchen?" "No, if the teacher catches me, I will be punished." Fang Ning instantly calls out. He wears an innocent smile, pointing outward as he says, "I just saw a rainbow. Everyone come out and take a look." A moment later, all the children from the orphanage run out into the yard. The children chatter excitedly among themselves. "Didn't you say there was a rainbow outside?" "Yes, that's what the teacher taught us in class about the refraction of sunlight, but I've never seen it with my own eyes." Just then a young boy speaks up, who said they saw it outside just now. Suddenly, a deafening blast erupts. The children standing outside scream in terror. Watching the orphanage engulfed in flames, they can only shriek, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" After a while, the fire trucks arrive. The firefighters spring into action. Fang Ning is carried out by a firefighter, though he cannot help but cast a glance back. Police cruisers follow, and eventually the blaze is extinguished. A firefighter notices a man with light blue hair standing nearby and calls out, "Are you Officer Zhang Jun, the one in charge of this incident?" He replies, "Yes, that is me." Zhang Jun stares at the charred corpse before him and asks, "Has the cause of the explosion been determined?" The firefighter quickly explains, "Based on current conditions, it appears to be a dust explosion caused by improper storage of materials." He paces, asking further, "Besides the 4 victims found here, are there any others?" The firefighter walks alongside Zhang Jun, answering, "Currently, no other casualties have been found." He looks out at the yard, confused, and asks, "All the children at the orphanage are unharmed?" The firefighter confirms, "Yes. According to their accounts, they heard a child shout about a rainbow outside, so they all ran out to watch. The explosion happened afterward, so none of the children were trapped inside. Perhaps it is a case of good fortune amidst tragedy." Zhang Jun appears to be deep in thought as he looks toward the group of children. Hands on his hips, he approaches them with a smile. "Can you tell me who said they saw the rainbow?" Zhang Jun stoops down, pressing, "Was it you who told everyone to run outside?" Following his question, the children part ways, revealing a single figure. Fang Ning's expression is sullen as he stares ahead. Young Fang Ning stands face to face with Officer Zhang Jun. A firefighter standing nearby watches, somewhat startled, to think the officer in charge of this case is so young. Another officer explains, "He is a genius in our department. He is only 23, graduated at the top of the police academy 2 years ago, and was assigned to our unit." The firefighter still seems skeptical. Why would the superiors put him in charge? He is far too young. The officer retorts, "Age is irrelevant. As long as he has the ability to lead us to solve cases, that is all that matters. He has cracked several cold cases in the past 2 years, and besides, he is the younger brother of that person." Hearing this, the firefighter asks, "Whom?" The young officer introduces the legendary figure of their precinct. He is the brother of Zhang Tiandao. Back with Fang Ning, Zhang Jun rests a hand on his shoulder. Maintaining his warm smile, he kneels down and says, "Little friend, what is your name?" Fang Ning does not shy away from Zhang Jun's hand, but answers with visible vigilance. The officer's expression darkens slightly, though his smile remains fixed. "Was it you who shouted that you saw a rainbow outside?" Fang Ning reverts to childish behavior, swatting Zhang Jun's hand away. "It was me, but I think I saw it wrong." Just then, a young woman approaches the officer. She clutches a small notebook, walking toward him in a rush. "This is the ledger we found in the director's office safe." The safe was made of fireproof material, and most of its contents are intact. The red-haired woman holds the book out, adding, "Along with it, we discovered a large quantity of gold, gems, and foreign currency." Zhang Jun opens the book, his expression turning to shock. His face grows stern as he issues orders. During further investigation, who would have thought such a big fish would surface from the ashes? Zhang Jun ponders for a moment. The autopsy report and crime scene findings should be available soon. Make sure to bring them to me as soon as possible. She turns to leave, calling back, "Understood, understood." Fang Ning tugs at the hem of his coat. "Officer, may I go now?" Zhang Jun immediately leans down and pats his head. "Wait a moment. I have other things I need to ask you. Could we step aside and talk privately?" Fang Ning grows solemn, bowing his head as his hands clench. "Yes." A moment later in a park, Zhang Jun sits on a swing and starts the conversation. "Here, there is only the 2 of us. Let me be direct. I suspect this fire was not an accident, but an act of foul play." He looks directly at Fang Ning. "Regarding this, do you have any clues?" Fang Ning immediately puts on an innocent smile. "Officer, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand." Zhang Jun decides not to dance around the issue. A dust explosion requires an enclosed space and suspended dust particles to reach a certain concentration with oxygen. Yet the 4 people in the kitchen remained in such an environment, with no one opening a window to ventilate or attempting to leave. As a police officer, I have seen it all. A leader must have the right intuition. He reveals his theory. This irrational scene points to one possibility before the explosion. Their actions were controlled, or they were already dead. Zhang Jun stands up from the swing. The only 4 adults gathered in the kitchen died together, yet not a single child was injured. He stares at Fang Ning. "It is all too coincidental, and it is the biggest flaw in this case. You leading those children to watch the rainbow is the key to answering all these questions." Zhang Jun puts a hand on his head with a steady smile. "Can you tell me what happened last night, and what role did you play in it?" Fang Ning seems finished with hiding, and he breaks into a smile. The beads on his wrist begin to glow. Just then the red-haired woman rushes over. "Officer Zhang, I've been looking for you all day, so this is where you were." She runs up to him, panting for breath, and hands him a stack of files. "I have brought you the autopsy and crime scene reports. Notably, our scanning equipment detected abnormal energy fluctuations in the kitchen." She places a hand on her chest to stabilize her breathing. "We may need to notify our superiors and request specialized personnel for assistance." Zhang Jun waves her off absent-mindedly. "Fine, wait until I call my brother. You go and get to work. I still need to understand the situation from this child." She looks unhappy and puffs out her cheeks in protest. "Hey, I am your senior. Don't just treat me like your secretary." He shoves her away slightly. "How about I treat you to a big dinner tonight?" The red-haired woman clears her throat. "Given your sincerity, I suppose I can agree." She departs, leaving Zhang Jun to examine the documents. A moment later, he speaks up. He shows the report to Fang Ning with quiet confidence. "My reasoning was correct. The windpipes of the 4 victims showed no traces of soot, only ash in their mouths and noses. This proves that all 4 of them were incinerated only after they were already dead." Fang Ning's face darkens slightly. "Is that so, Officer Zhang?" Fang Ning's eyes turn cold. He asks, "If it really was me, how would you handle it? Would I be thrown into a juvenile detention center or detained outright?" Zhang Jun seems satisfied with the question. He smirks. He shakes his head. "Neither. The investigation will be steered in a different direction, and the fire here will be ruled an ordinary accident." Zhang Jun pulls out the small notebook from earlier and explains. "We found their child trafficking records in the principal's office. I also noticed that every orphan here bears some scar from violence on their body. You risked everything of an exposure just to get those children out of the building. That tells me you're not a bad kid. I can guess why you did it." Fang Ning falls silent for a moment after hearing those words, then speaks. "Thank you." Zhang Jun smiles softly, tucks the notebook into his jacket, and says, "Don't mention it." Combined with the residual energy detected at the scene, I'm certain you've awakened a special ability. Fang Ning nods at once. Zhang Jun ruffles his hair and beams. "Never thought someone so young would awaken an ability. Once this case is wrapped up, I'll recommend you to the special department." His hand slides slowly from Fang Ning's head down to his shoulder. He reveals a secret. My name is Zhang Jun. My brother and I were orphans too. That's probably one of the reasons I helped you." Zhang Jun proves himself a true adult by giving Fang Ning a piece of advice. "Remember, don't let hatred cloud your eyes. There's still plenty of good in this world." He then sits back down on the swing. Zhang Jun speaks, the warm smile still lingering on his lips. "Go join your friends. A car will come pick you up soon." Fang Ning obeys and leaves, but after walking a fair distance, he stops. "Oh, right, I forgot to tell you something." With a look of mixed emotions, he says, "The swing you're sitting on is broken." Zhang Jun blinks, slightly puzzled. He asks back, "Huh? What did you just say?" An instant later, the chain snaps. Zhang Jun crashes straight to the ground. After a moment, Zhang Jun can only rub his backside and haul himself up. He watches Fang Ning's retreating figure and says helplessly, "Kid, you little brat." Next, Zhang Jun pulls out his phone and calls his brother. "Yo, bro, I came across an interesting kid in today's case." "Yeah, looks like the kid's awakened an ability." Scene shifts to the orphanage. Fang Ning, with his small frame, swiftly leaps out of the vehicle. He slips away into the shadows. Fang Ning heads toward the forest ahead, finds a clearing, and starts digging into the earth. A moment later, he pulls out a black pouch. Suddenly, a noise comes from behind. He ducks into hiding at unseen spots Beidao and Yuandun approaching. Beidao stands there, speaking to someone on the phone. "Doctor, I'm very sorry your test materials may have been compromised." "Yes, a fire broke out at this location." Beidao watches Yuandun climb into the orphanage while continuing his call. It's still unclear whether Zhang Jun, the officer handling the case, has discovered the connection between us and the orphanage. Fang Ning hears what the man says next and is so horrified, he claps a hand over his mouth. "Eliminate him. He and his brother are soul hunters. That could prove troublesome." "Understood. We'll arrange for him to die in an accident." Fang Ning bolts immediately, sprinting at full speed. At the police station, Fang Ning shouts in a panicked voice, "Officer, officer!" He urgently asks another officer nearby, "Is Officer Zhang here? I have something urgent, I need to find him." The officer scratches his head, thinks for a moment, and replies, "I think he just left, said he had a date tonight." Before the man even finishes, Fang Ning has already bolted out the door, leaving him bewildered. "Hey kid, where are you going?" He continues his desperate search for Zhang Jun's figure. Suddenly, Fang Ning spots a familiar-looking silhouette standing by the roadside. It's Zhang Jun excitedly holding a beautiful bouquet of red roses. Fang Ning's face lights up as he calls out, "Found him!" Before he can say another word, A car comes speeding past. Fang Ning's face drains of all color. He screams, "Officer Zhang." The white car barrels straight toward Zhang Jun. At a bustling restaurant, Yuangu hides her mouth behind her sleeve. She stares at the person across from her in amazement. "You can really put it away." A red-haired man calmly wipes his mouth. Yuangu calls him Yuanlong. He glances toward Uncle Zhang and says, "Boss, the check." The woman sitting across from him lets out a weary sigh. "This damn neighborhood is huge. Where are we supposed to find Fang Ning now?" Uncle Zhang overhears the name and inquires warmly, "You too know little Ning?" Yuangu pipes up instantly, "Yes, yes, yes. We're colleagues from Fang Ning's new company. He hasn't shown up to work lately, so we came to check if he's fallen ill. We didn't expect to forget his apartment number once we got to the gate. Do you happen to know which unit he lives in?" Uncle Zhang beams upon hearing this. "Oh, so you're friends of little Ning. The kid comes here for noodles all the time. I know exactly where he lives." He jots down Fang Ning's address on a slip of paper and hands it to the two, adding, "Come to think of it, I haven't seen the kid at the shop in a while. You two should go check on him." Yuangu snatches the paper eagerly. "Great, thank you, boss. We'll go pay him a visit." In stark contrast, Yuanlong's face looks utterly blank as if he'd lost his rice ledger. Uncle Zhang watches the two of them leave, at a loss for words. He stares at their retreating backs and thinks to himself, what kind of clothes do little Ning's colleagues wear? Those outfits are bizarre. A moment later, Uncle Zhang thinks of Jiang Li and figures it out. "Ah, I get it. Young people these days love that cosplay stuff. Last time the kid brought a girl with a white wig to eat noodles, probably from the same company." At Fang Ning's apartment, her voice rings out nonstop. "Husband, husband." Jiang Li lies draped across him, her ear pressed against his chest. Strange, why hasn't husband woken up? Suddenly, her face flushes crimson. Jiang Li glances behind herself, puzzled. That spot feels hard. Suddenly, Fang Ning, who had been fast asleep, furrows his brow. He bolts upright. His face collides straight into her chest. He stares at the twin peaks before him, bewildered. "Jiang Li, what is?" Before he can finish, she hugs him tightly and shouts with joy, "Husband, you're finally awake." Fang Ning, crushed by her embrace, can barely breathe. He wheezes, "My lungs and bladder are about to burst." A moment later, the light switch clicks on. Fang Ning rubs his head. "What time is it?" Jiang Li puffs her cheeks, pouting. "It's 1100 a.m. Husband, you've been unconscious for 3 whole days. 3 days, he shouts in disbelief. She immediately begins recounting everything in detail. That day, Lenny saw her master sleeping on the sofa, so she moved him to the bed. Unexpectedly, no matter how she called him the next day, he would not wake. Fang Ning, caught off guard, places a hand on his head and groans, "My head feels so tight." Jiang Li quickly supports him, her voice filled with worry. "Master, are you all right?" Deep in his mind, he is already lost in thought. So what happened before was all a dream, a long, agonizingly vivid dream. Could I have been dreaming for 3 whole days? She helps him to the chair and asks softly, "Master, what did you dream about? I saw you sleeping with such a strained expression, mumbling about upper origin and some institute." Hearing her words, Fang Ning's eyes snap wide open. He recalls their sinister laughter, his mind deepening into contemplation. Right, the Upper Origin Foundation. Even the Heiyuan primary school was funded by them. No wonder they so easily gained the trust of Principal Chuang Zhuang. Moreover, in my dream, I remembered that this foundation and the Tangsing orphanage were secretly conducting human and child trafficking experiments. Fang Ning's eyes narrow as he recalls his own accident and Officer Zhang Jun. He quickly pulls out his phone, thinking, it is time to contact Officer Zhang, and initiates the call. "Hello, Officer Zhang." "Yes, it is me, Fang Ning." At that same moment, Yuan Gu and Yuan Long arrive at the location. She looks at the apartments ahead and asks, "Is this the place?" He clutches the map and replies, "Yes." On Fang Ning's side, he appears to have finished his conversation with Officer Zhang. He slumps onto the sofa and heaves a long sigh of relief. Immediately, Fang Ning's stomach growls, reminding him that after sleeping for 3 days, he ought to eat something. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafts into the air. Following the scent, he sees Jiang Li carrying a bowl of food, saying, "Master, you have slept for 3 days, you must be starving, right?" Her face flushes slightly, and with a gentle smile and warm voice she adds, "I made noodles, eat quickly." Seeing this, Fang Ning exclaims in surprise, "These are noodles Lenny made for me. It smells divine." She quickly picks up a piece of food and offers it to him, explaining, "Lenny learned quite a lot during the days you were in a coma. Master, let me feed you." Fang Ning takes a large bite. Watching him taste it, Jiang Li asks nervously, "How is it?" Fang Ning chews slowly, eventually swallowing. His eyes light up as he shouts, "So good." Jiang Li beams with joy. while Fang Ning devours the meal ravenously. A moment later, the bowl is scraped clean. Satisfied, Fang Ning rubs his stomach and says, "Lenny, I never expected your culinary skills to be this refined." She gently strokes her hair back, as if lost in memory. Lenny remembers when her mother was alive, how she used to cook for her. Hearing this, he asks in astonishment, "Your memory has returned." Jiang Li does not answer, but bows to look for something, adding, "Also," she pulls out a blue book and continues, "This book contains a chapter on how to cook delicious meals for one's husband, and then, after the master is fed, one can. It's not like I didn't tell you, you are forbidden from reading that book." Fang Ning snaps, shocked as he watches Jiang Li prepare to undress. "But isn't it supposed to be necessary for the exam?" she asks, still confused. "Forget every word of that." Pouting and holding her head, she replies, "Understood, master." Immediately after, Fang Ning prepares to leave, telling Jiang Li, "I am going to bathe and change." Excited, she lunges toward him with a beaming smile. "Master, I want to bathe with you too. I can apply the body wash and then." Fang Ning slams the door shut, shouting, "Wait outside like a good girl." Jiang Li puffs her cheeks in indignation, but her expression shifts into a sly grin. Her gaze, sharp as a little fox, flits to the door as she mocks, "You think a mere door can keep me out?" Inside the bathroom, Fang Ning strips off his clothes, lost in thought. "Didn't I hide that book away? How did she find it? I feel like I'm corrupting someone from the ancient era." The water from the shower rains down along with his drifting thoughts. Yuan Shang, the Upper Origin Foundation. Fang Ning muses while washing his hair. "It doesn't matter who you are, or how formidable the power behind you may be. My eyes have never been sharper," he vows inwardly. "If you dare to lay a hand on me or Lenny, I will make you pay the price." A short while later, Fang Ning finishes his bath. As he dries his hair, he hears something and squints to look. Jiang Li, clad in a bikini, slips through the door toward him, saying, "Master, let me show you." Fang Ning flings his towel at her, shields himself with another, and bellows. Jiang Li remains expressionless, slowly removing the towel from her face. He stares at her, stammering, "What? What are you doing?" She does not answer, simply stepping forward to embrace him, murmuring, "Master." Her flushed cheeks look incredibly alluring. Her voice is a soft whisper, "Close your eyes." Without question, Fang Ning obeys. Suddenly, he sees a young woman dressed in traditional bridal robes. The woman is none other than Jiang Li. Ahead of her stands the figure of a man in wedding attire. In a room consumed by flames, only Jiang Li remains. She looks utterly distraught, her face buried in her hands as she weeps. Returning to reality, Fang Ning asks in a low voice, "Is this a memory of Lenny from 1,000 years ago?" Jiang Li bows her head. "Yes. After absorbing the power of the ring, I recovered some memories, though there are only a few images, I don't know why. But that man gives me such a familiar feeling." He rests his hand on her head. "You wanted to show me this." Jiang Li looks up. Because I feel these images have something to do with you." Recalling the back of the man in the bridal robes who walked away in her memory, he wonders, what happened between that man and Jiang Li? Why did he leave? And what of that fire? Fang Ning rubs his nose, thinking, and why does the back of that man seem so familiar? Suddenly, Jiang Li alerts him. Someone is at the door. He quickly dresses and moves toward it. Coming, Fang Ning places his hand on the handle and turns it. He looks visibly surprised by what he sees. Standing outside, naturally, are the two who had been searching for him all morning, Yuan Long and Yuan Gu. Fang Ning opens the door and exclaims, "You're fast." Tiandao stands outside, holding a basket of fruit. "Didn't you say you had a lead regarding Yuan Shang?" "I hung up and came directly to this address." Fang Ning sheepishly scratches his head, inviting Tiandao in with a forced smile. "Apologies, I just moved in, and there is still so much to tidy up. It's a bit of a mess." Tiandao sits on the chair and places the fruit on the table, indifferent. "No matter. Let's get to the point. What you mentioned over the phone." Fang Ning sets a glass of water on the table. "I was ambushed by Yuan Shang again." The opponents were two individuals calling themselves enforcers of Yuan Shang, codenamed Yuan Gu and Yuan Long. Tiandao gasps in horror and leaps to his feet. "What did you say? You actually encountered the 12 guardians of Yuan Shang?" Tiandao's face has turned pitch black, looking terrible. He places a hand on Fang Ning's shoulder, stunned, and asks, "And you actually survived?" Fang Ning, ignoring Tiandao's disbelief, blurts out, "12 guardians." Tiandao doesn't dwell on the fact that Fang Ning actually managed to survive against those two for so long. Seeing his confusion, Tiandao explains, "Those are the 12 most powerful awakeners under Yuanshang, known as the 12 guards. Yuanqun and Yuandun, the two you just mentioned, are two of the 12. According to Soul Hunter records, Yuanquan and Yuandun's abilities are estimated between level 5 and level 6. How did you manage to survive? Fang Ning clears his throat, his face flushing as he lies through his teeth. More precisely, I severed one of Yuanquan's arms, and then he grabbed Yuandun and fled through some kind of teleportation device that emitted red light. He says this, but inwardly he thinks although it was Ninger who did it, for now it's best not to let the soul hunters know about Ninger's existence. Tiandao stares at Fang Ning in disbelief and asks, with your level of spiritual power, you actually managed to grievously wound Yuanquan and force Yuandun to flee. He looks at Fang Ning with certainty. It seems you have other hidden weapons. I won't force you to reveal them, he says gently. I just hope that when the time is right, or when you feel you can trust me, you'll share those secrets with me. Fang Ning nods. All right. Tiandao sits back down, pulls out a notebook and pen, and turns serious again. As for the teleportation and red light Yuanquan used to escapethose, are likely signature soul artifacts of Yuanshang. They've used that moon disc ability before in battles between soul hunters and the 12 guards. It makes tracking and capturing them nearly impossible. We suspect there's more than one moon disc, and that Yuanshang likely possesses the method to create them. Tiandao prepares to record Fang Ning's testimony in his notebook and asks, in this battle of yours against them, what happened? The specific details of the fight and the abilities they used are extremely valuable intelligence for the soul hunters. Tell me everything you know. Fang Ning cooperates fully and begins recounting everything. It started when my ex-girlfriend called me for help. After a while, Tiandao closes his notebook. Good. I have a general understanding of the situation now. He closes his eyes wearily, leaning back in his chair. Although I feel you're still hiding something, I won't dig into it right now. We can build mutual trust gradually. But you need to understand, Evan, if you throw away your SIM card, they can still track you down using soul techniques. Tiandao looks at Fang Ning with concern and advises, to prevent Yuanshang from coming after you again, I strongly suggest you contact the soul hunters as soon as possible and seek their protection. But you'll have to come clean with me about everything. Fang Ning can no longer take this lightly. He says seriously, thank you, Officer Zhang, I'll think about it. With nothing more to say, Tiandao braces his hands on his knees and stands up. Then decide quickly. He shoves his hands into his pockets and heads for the door. As he passes Fang Ning, he turns back with a smile. Thanks for the leads. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. But just as he reaches the door, Fang Ning's voice calls out from behind. Wait, there's one more thing. Tiandao turns back, puzzled. Seeing him turn around, Fang Ning asks, I have a personal question. Officer Zhang, do you happen to know a police officer named Zhang Jun? Hearing that name, Tiandao's face drains of color. He shouts, Ajun. His teeth gritted. Tiandao surges forward and seizes Fang Ning by the collar, yanking him close with a ferocious glare. Where did you hear that name? Fang Ning struggles against the grip on his collar. Many years ago, he seemed to have helped me, and I believe his death may be connected to Yuanshang. At these words, Tiandao releases Fang Ning's collar. He stumbles back to his chair in a daze, his expression no better than before. You've probably already guessed, haven't you? He says, his voice heavy with sorrow. I used to be a soul hunter. Tiandao lowers his head, staring at the floor. He speaks slowly. Zhang Jun was my younger brother. His death is the reason I retired from the soul hunters. Memories begin flooding back. He recounts how, 16 years ago, Ajun was involved in an accident on his way home from work and fell into a coma. He was immediately rushed to the hospital for treatment. I still remember that day. The doctor said clearly that he just needed rest and would wake up. But unexpectedly, just as his condition was gradually improving, he suddenly died tragically and inexplicably. I examined his body and found residual soul power enveloping it. Even the protective talisman I'd asked a teammate to procure for his safety had been burned to ash. This was no ordinary accident. I requested the organization send people to investigate and volunteered to lead the effort. But I was refused. Fang Ning furrows his brow at this. Refused? Why? Tiandao grits his teeth. Because he never awakened his soul power, he wasn't a soul hunter. Another reason, I suspect, is that the organization was already planning a strike against Yuanshang at that time. The higher-ups didn't want to tip them off. Fang Ning asks, so did that operation succeed? Tiandao runs his fingers through his hair. We failed. His eyes grow distant as he recalls the battle. The enemy seemed to have known our plan from the start. They turned our own strategy against us, laying counter-traps. The soul hunters suffered catastrophic losses. Tiandao picks up the glass of water on the table. Ever since then, even though our strength far surpasses Yuanshang's, he stares at his own reflection in the glass and says heavily, We still don't dare take the initiative against them. We can only fight on the defensive. I've always suspected there's a mole from Yuanshang embedded in the soul hunter's upper ranks. Ajun was my only family. Because of that incident, my heart grew cold. He takes a sip of water and sighs. Right after that operation failed, I abandoned all my past merits and chose to retire. Fang Ning looks at him and says, 16 years ago, Officer Zhang Jun told me that when the time was right, he would recommend me to a special department. He thinks to himself, I should find out whether those old dreams were partly real. Truthfully, he has no memories of that period whatsoever. Tiandao looks at him in surprise. Don't tell me. You're the orphan who awakened abilities back then. I remember that case. It was the last investigation Zhang Jun worked on before his death. Fang Ning scratches his head sheepishly. I'm not sure. This person with abilities you mentioned could that have been me. But combining it with my memories from that time, I've discovered a crucial lead connected to Yuanshang. Tiandao's eyes narrow with curiosity. What lead? Fang Ning looks at Tiandao with a complicated expression and asks, Officer Zhang, have you ever heard of the Shangyuan Foundation? Tiandao frowns suspiciously. The Shangyuan Foundation? Ajun mentioned that name in the reports he sent me. Tiandao still addresses him informally, but his expression now carries several more degrees of unease. However, the subsequent investigation found that someone was merely using their name to abduct children. So the investigation was dropped. Tiandao's expression grows grave. If Yuanshang is truly connected to the Shangyuan Foundation, then we have a serious problem. That foundation is massive with incredibly complex connections. He asks why. Do you think they're connected to Yuanshang? Fang Ning speaks with conviction. Because the ones who attacked me this time, Yuanqun and Yuanjun, are the same two people. The Foundation sent to investigate the orphanage 16 years ago. He recalls the faces of those two and says with a complicated expression, I even heard them say they wanted to eliminate Officer Zhang Jun to prevent him from uncovering the Shangyuan Foundation's secrets. Hearing this, Tiandao slams his glass down and slaps the table. Is that true? Are you certain you didn't see wrong? Fang Ning leans back uncertainly. It's been over 10 years, so my memory is a bit hazy. I'm not entirely sure. He then poses another question. But Officer Zhang, haven't you noticed something extremely peculiar? Tiandao asks with curiosity. What's so peculiar? Fang Ning furrows his brow and counters. The two characters Shang Yun, if you reverse them, what do you get? Realization dawns on Tiandao. His face darkens with shock. Yuanshang. At this, he can no longer sit still. He leaps to his feet and says urgently, Fang Ning, thank you for this lead. This could become the breakthrough. We need to strike at Yuanshang. The Shangyuan Foundation's headquarters is in Beijing. I'll investigate along this trail. He hurries toward the exit, but anxiety forces him to turn back. Zhang Jun's death, I will uncover the truth behind it. You need to stay on your guard as well. Yuanshang won't let you off easily. The moment anything happens, contact me immediately. Fang Ning responds seriously. Understood. I'll stay alert. If there are any developments in your investigation, please let me know as soon as possible. Tiandao reaches the door without turning back, only raising a hand in an okay gesture before carefully closing it behind him. Fang Ning stands staring at the closed door when suddenly, Jiang Li phases out from his body, pouting. Being inside is so boring. Lear doesn't like staying in there. She launches herself at him and wraps him in a hug. Fang Ning smiles dotingly, ruffling her hair to soothe her. All right. It was just for a little while. Didn't you say that man's Yang Qi is so powerful you can't appear in front of him? Jiang Li huffs, crossing her arms and sitting cross-legged in midair, floating effortlessly. Her two-piece nightgown, covering where it should cover, revealing where it should reveal, looking impossibly alluring, says proudly. That was before. The me of now no longer fears his Yang Qi. Seeing her like this, Fang Ning chuckles and pinches her cheek affectionately. Look at you. Fine, I'll buy you a new game later to make it up to you. Happy now? Jiang Li squeals with delight and flies off. At this very moment, Fang Ning's phone rings again. The caller is Chu Tianhua. Back at Fang Ning's old residence, Yuan Long and Yuan Gu have arrived. The landlord opens the door, questioning who they are looking for. He leads them inside, saying, Fang Ning, he checked out and moved away a few days ago. I'm just cleaning up to rent it out again. Yuan Long looks at him and says, he borrowed a book from me. He said he left it behind when he moved, so I had to come and retrieve it myself. Hearing this, the landlord points to a cardboard box in the corner. Fine, take a look inside. These are all his belongings. Yuan Long rummages through the box, pulls out a book, and holds it up for Yuan Gu to see. This is the one. Yuan Gu nods repeatedly. Seeing they found it, the landlord turns back to his sweeping, good, take it then. That kid, I don't know what happened, he was doing fine. Then suddenly said he was moving. He didn't even ask for his security deposit back. As they leave the house, Yuan-gu sneers. He ran fast, but he doesn't truly think he can escape our tracking, does he? Seeing her prattle on, Yuan Long tosses her the book. Stop wasting words. Use your gold essence ability and find them for me. Yuan-gu catches the book. She places her fingers on her forehead to activate the art. The gold essence glows, causing the book to hover and flip open, emitting beams of golden green light. Following the light, an image of Fang Ning erasing Jiang Li's memories appears. She laughs excitedly. Found him. The scene shifts to a road lined with dense forests, where a taxi speeds along. Inside, Fang Ning and Jiang Li sit in the back. Jiang Li has fallen asleep, while Fang Ning sits in deep thought. He recalls what Tiandao said. JBS is merely one of their tactics. Once they know who you are, even if you change your SIM card, they can still track you using their true soul tracking techniques. At this thought, he wonders, true soul tracking. Fang Ning props his chin on his hand, looking out the window. He thinks to himself that soul techniques are too bizarre and unpredictable to guard against. Is joining the soul hunters the only way to be protected? Yet Lena's existence cannot be known by the soul hunters. Suddenly, Jiang Li leans onto Fang Ning's shoulder, causing him to turn around in surprise. Fang Ning looks at her with compassion, thinking, Lenny fell asleep so quickly. Perhaps she didn't get enough rest while I was in a coma. He blushes slightly and kisses her forehead, whispering to himself, the future will be dangerous, but I will face it all with you. A contented, unconscious smile spreads across Jiang Li's face. After some time, the taxi comes to a stop. The driver calls out, Sir, we have arrived. When no one responds, the driver wonders why the passengers haven't gotten out. He turns around to call out again, only to find Jiang Li and Fang Ning wrapped in a deep slumber in each other's arms. Seeing them being so affectionate while he remains a lone dog, the driver is annoyed. Suddenly hit with a wave of dog food, he shouts at Fang Ning to wake him. Wake up, handsome, we're here. Fang Ning jolts awake, rubbing his eyes in surprise. We're here. Seeing Jiang Li still sleeping soundly beside him, he gently nudges her. Lenny, we've arrived. Wake up. She blinks her eyes, still groggy. Jiang Li wipes a tear from her eye, but not before realizing she has drooled onto his shirt. Fang Ning, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts doting, wipes the drool away. Big boss, Urea Solar. A young lady, are you drooling while you sleep? This gesture causes Jiang Li to widen her eyes in shock. She recalls her past life when her husband reached out to her and said, Lenny, wait for me. I will ask my father to speak to the emperor. It won't be long before I can take you as my bride. With that, her husband had turned and departed. Jiang Li cried out in panic, husband. She reached out to grab his hand, but he moved too quickly for her to catch him. Her body felt as if it were submerged in the flames of despair as she screamed, husband, don't leave. Just then a voice calls out, Lenny, snapping her back to reality. Fang Ning calls her name again. Seeing her dazed state, he shakes her. Stop spacing out. Let's get off the car. We're holding up the driver. Looking at the figure before her, which resembles her husband, Jiang Li tears up. Husband, she bursts into happy tears and throws herself into Fang Ning's embrace. After the taxi leaves, Fang Ning stands there. Hey, big boss, you can let go now. Ever since they prepared to exit, she has been clinging to him. He wonders, what's wrong with Lenny? Why is she so clingy after waking up? Jiang Li refuses to let go. No. Lenny can feel that if I let go, husband will leave again. Lenny doesn't want husband to leave. Fang Ning pulls her face back to look at him. He presses his face against hers and says seriously, I promise I won't leave you. No matter what happens, we will face it together, understand? Jiang Li slowly climbs down from him. She asks again, filled with doubt, really? Fang Ning pats her head to reassure her. Of course it's real. We are bound by a life-death contract. Even if you wanted to leave, you couldn't go far. At that moment, Tianhua pops his head out from behind, seeing them being so intimate. He blushes and coughs a few times. Jiang Li looks up startled, while Fang Ning turns to him with a judgmental look. He thinks, what's with the coughing? Haven't you seen this before? But he brushes it off and asks, Old Chu, when did you get here? Tianhua smiles, teasing him. I've been waiting outside since you pulled up at the company gate. You two were so busy hugging. I suppose you didn't notice me. He raises his index finger with a twinkle in his eye. As expected of Mr. Fang Ning, you two are a match made in heaven. Fang Ning replies expressionlessly, enough with the flattery. He shifts to business. I mentioned on WeChat that our game is basically ready. Tianhua laughs, that's right, follow me. As they walk inside, Jiang Li keeps a tight grip on Fang Ning's arm while he looks around. Puzzled, isn't today a workday? Why are there no employees around? Tianhua explains, I heard you were coming, so I gave them the day off. His face darkens slightly with awkwardness. You understand, right? If an employee accidentally saw Guan Wen during our tests, how would I explain that? They'd say the company is haunted. The three of them take the elevator to the 25th floor. Tianhua leads the way, saying, "Did you know that with Guan Wen's help, our company's project efficiency has increased 100-fold? No one has to work overtime anymore." Standing before a room, he knocks and calls inside. "Guan Wen's, Mr. Fang Ning is here." Guan Wen replies from within, "All right, come on in." The trio enters to find Guan Wen multitasking like a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms, working with incredible efficiency. Seeing Fang Ning, he turns to greet him. "Mr. Fang Ning, long time no see." Guan Wen flies through the computer screens to shake Fang Ning's hand. He replies, "Not that long, just over a week." Guan Wen scratches his head and laughs. I was so focused on work I lost track of time. Has it really only been a week? I thought it had been 2 months. Tianhua approaches and pats Guan Wen's shoulder. Fortunately, we have Guan Wen otherwise. Given the scale and complexity of this game, forget a week, heaven, 2 months wouldn't be enough for anyone else, let alone a few years. Guan Wen flies back to his station. "Mr. Fang Ning, based on the footage you provided and the blueprints I gathered from the internet, I have fully recreated the Heiyuan Elementary School within the game. I have also designed many quests, branching paths and endings. I believe this game will definitely become the epic-making online haunted house you once imagined." Fang Ning sits in the chair. "Very good. Now we can harvest even more power from fear." He turns to Tianhua. "What about the physical machine test? Have you done it?" Tianhua scratches his head and laughs. "Not yet. I heard the game has a terrifying atmosphere, so I didn't dare to play it." Tianhua clasps his hands, showing off. "I just finished the model and interaction testing. Every item modeled within can be moved, whether destroyed or used. It feels exactly like reality." Fang Ning picks up the VR headset and asks Guan Wen, "Can you introduce me to the core mechanics and gameplay of this title?" Guan Wen agrees immediately. He begins introducing the game's mechanics. It's a multiplayer online puzzle-adventure game that supports up to 6 players. The gameplay is similar to an escape room, and the scripted scenarios are currently all the rage on the market. Right now, there's only 1 dungeon map available, Heiyuan Elementary School. As for the other maps, I've already started preparing by searching for urban ghost stories and creepy news online. Fang Ning listens, visibly impressed. "Wow, that sounds amazing. Can I try it now?" Guan Wen immediately gives a cheerful thumbs up. "Of course you can. Whenever you're ready, we can start any time." The cowardly Tianhua immediately wheels around, already looking for an excuse to flee. "Well then, Mr. Fang Ning, you go ahead and give it a try. You guys still haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go grab you guys some food." But Fang Ning doesn't let him escape. He seizes Tianhua and hauls him back. "No rush to eat." Fang Ning puts on a menacing expression. "Boss Chu, you're the head of a game company. How can you not personally test a game with such epic-making significance?" Fang Ning shoves Tianhua down into a chair, but Tianhua can't conceal his terror. "You try it, I'll pass. I'm too much of a coward." Ignoring his pleas, Fang Ning straps the VR headset onto him. "Stop wasting words, hurry up. For a multiplayer game, obviously everyone has to test it together." Suddenly, Jiang Li tugs at his sleeve. "Husband." She puts on a coquettish expression. "Lear likes games. Lear wants to play too." Fang Ning immediately agrees and tosses her a VR headset. "Sure thing, you're joining us too, then." Jiang Li catches it and replies cheerfully, "Wonderful, husband." With everything set, Fang Ning puts on his own VR headset. "All right, let's go." He gives the command and boots up the game. The system immediately announces that it's calculating the players. Calculation complete. 3 players detected. Loading map load successful. This session's map is Heiyuan Elementary School. We hope you enjoy your play. Instantly, all 3 are teleported to the front gate of Heiyuan Elementary School. Fang Ning reaches out and touches the school's signboard. He stammers in disbelief, eyes wide. This game, it's way too real. Inside the game, Yuanlong appears, his gaze razor-sharp and piercing. He and Yuangu stand in the school's main hall. A statue looms before them, surrounded by rubble and debris. Yuanlong scowls irritably. "Hey, didn't you say this was their hiding spot? Where are they?" Yuangu puts on an innocent expression and replies, "It's not wrong. According to the clues on my screen, they're definitely right here. How can there be nobody at Heiyuan Elementary? Unfortunately, my ability only lets me see flickering images. I can't hear sound. Otherwise, I'd have caught him ages ago." She speculates, "They're probably hiding in one of the classrooms. Let's search." Yuanlong clenches, his fists, his face twisted with fury, and snarls, Fang Ning, System Notice Haiyuan Elementary School was established 40 years ago, located in Haiyuan Village, Yunhai City. 10 years ago, a series of bizarre disappearances occurred here, shaking the entire nation. Since then, numerous strange incidents have plagued the site. Every year, people die here under mysterious circumstances. With the relocation of Haiyuan Village, this place has gradually fallen into desolation. Oh, one dares to come. The entrance to the school is plastered with dozens of exorcism talismans, radiating a dense, suffocating yin qi. Fang Ning raises his hand and grabs one of the talismans. He rips it off with a forceful tug. Instantly, an eerie bolt of dark, spectral lightning crackles from the talisman. The remaining talismans peel off and flutter to the ground in succession. At that moment, the system flashes another notification. The three of you were on a hike outside the city when you stumbled upon this place. You notice the sky darkening and rain beginning to fall. You prepare to enter the school grounds and take shelter for a while. Fang Ning lets out a sigh of admiration. The storyline of this game is pretty immersive, isn't it? With that, he throws the door wide open. The interior lies in ruin. At that exact moment, streaks of blue light suddenly materialize before Fang Ning. They coalesce into the avatar of Guan Wen. Guan Wen immediately introduces himself. Welcome to my game. Mr. Fang Ning, if you can clear the stage, I'll give you a surprise completion reward. Fang Ning reaches over and pinches Guan Wen's cheek, teasing him. Oh, a surprise completion reward? How interesting. Let me see what you've got. Guan winches under the hard pinch, flailing and yelping. Ow ow, oh that hurts. After a brief introduction, Guan Wen's avatar gradually fades away. Well then, enjoy your play. Just before vanishing completely, he calls out, Mr. Fang Ning, the completion reward is waiting for you. Good luck. The cowardly Tianhua peeks out from behind a wall, startled. Whoa, there's a mysterious completion reward too. How come I didn't know about this? We're not going to need to increase the budget again, are we? But this scene is way too realistic, it's kind of creepy. Fang Ning appears behind him and slaps his shoulder hard, making Tianhua jump out of his skin. Come on, the game's just getting started. No need to be so jumpy. Fang Ning flicks on a flashlight and illuminates the path ahead. Fang Ning and Jiang Li stride deeper inside. Tianhua panics and scrambles after them. Wait up, you guys. The three of them advance deeper into the building together. The door slams shut behind them. The system flashes a blood-drenched notification. Game initiated. Fang Ning shines his flashlight on the objective panel. Clear condition: eliminate monsters in Haiyuan Elementary School 3. Escape the main teaching building. He furrows his brow. So what should we do next? Go out and hunt these monsters down ourselves. Tianhua chimes in. Based on my game development experience, there's usually a quest hint, right? Fang Ning taps the tip button. Probably this. The system immediately displays. The door to the rooftop holds the key to your escape. Fang Ning is a bit surprised. The tip says the rooftop is the key. He turns to the others. Let's head there first and check it out. Tianhua cheers. Great, I'm all for it. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, seeing that Fang Ning could interact with it, curiously reaches out to touch the holographic tip, but her hand passes right through. Fang Ning flicks her forehead helplessly. Silly, it's a hologram, you can only tap the button areas. Jiang Li cradles her head, looking pitiful. Husband, stop flicking Lear's head, you'll make me dumb. Fang Ning can't resist that adorable face, and gently rubs her head. All right, husband was wrong. Let husband blow on it so it won't hurt anymore, okay? Tianhua, forced to watch their public display of affection, pouts and grumbles. Bosses, we're still inside a horror game, you know. All this lovey-dovey stuff is really not appropriate. Taking advantage of the fact that my wife isn't here, huh? The three of them then head up to the rooftop. None of them notice that behind the wall a head peeks out, watching their every move. It appears to be the first monster sporting long hair, and a face covered in stitch marks. Fang Ning shines his flashlight on a door plastered with talismans. 3 round indentations mark its surface, as if it has been sealed. Tianhua points at the door. This door won't open right now. The prerequisite conditions probably haven't been met yet. Fang Ning deduces 3 monsters to eliminate, which matches the 3 indentations exactly. The key items for clearing this stage probably drop after we kill the monsters. He turns to Tianhua. How about we split up and search? It'll be more efficient to find clues on the monsters that way. Tianhua goes pale at the mention of splitting up. No, let's stick together. We can look after each other. At that exact moment, a thick red liquid drips from somewhere above, landing squarely on Tianhua's shoulder. He looks up at the ceiling, wondering. Strange, is the ceiling leaking? But strangely, the spot where that liquid dripped down moments ago shows absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. What was that? There's not a single water stain on the ceiling. Could it have just been his imagination? But Fang Ning's face turns deathly pale as he points behind Tianhua and screams, "Old Chu, look behind you." Contrasting his terror, Jiang Li's eyes light up brilliantly as she licks her lips with hunger. Tianhua spins around and sees the creature that had been stalking them, now standing inverted on the ceiling. Its body twisted a full 180 degrees. Grinning right at him, Tianhua screams in absolute terror. In an instant, he bolts away as if a motor has been strapped to his legs, leaving Jiang Li and Fang Ning stunned. Jiang Li's face remains brimming with excitement as she licks her lips and says, "Delicious." But Fang Ning grabs her hand and drags her along. He runs at full speed with the monster in pursuit, shouting, "Run! This is inside the gamer, real-world powers can't be used in here." He's impressed by Tianhua's speed and thinks, "Who knew old Chu could run this fast? I seriously underestimated him." Tianhua frantically shoves open a classroom door and rushes inside. He slams the door shut at once, his terrified face gasping for breath as he hides inside, muttering, "Just now was way too terrifying. Surely I've shaken it off right." Then something catches his attention, forcing him to turn around. Tianhua's face turns even paler. He thinks, this place doesn't feel right either. Before him hangs a corpse, suspended by a noose from the ceiling fan. Tianhua scratches his head with an awkward smile, bows politely, and says, "Sorry for the intrusion." Without another word, he charges back outside at once, snot streaming from his nose in fright, thinking, "That scared the hell out of me. I need to get back to Fang Ning." As he's thinking this, Tianhua freezes in shock. The door he just came through has turned into a wall. He screams, "Where's the door?" He stands rooted to the spot, muttering, "Looks like I can't get out anymore." Right at that moment, the corpse behind Tianhua suddenly shudders violently, making him jump out of his skin. It turns to stare at Tianhua with deep, hollow eyes, its gaping maw unfurling a grotesquely long tongue. Tianhua lets out another blood-curdling scream and bolts back toward Fang Ning. At this moment, he's hiding behind a wall, gripping Jiang Li's hand tight as they flee from the long-haired monster's pursuit. He breathes a sigh of relief and says, "That was thrilling, but since we can't use spiritual power, what methods can we use to kill these monsters inside the game?" Suddenly, a sound from behind catches both their attention. Fang Ning and Jiang Li turn to look, sensing something inside. The two of them cautiously move closer to investigate. Inside the restroom, a box hovers in midair, radiating an eerie blue glow. A blinding flash of light erupts the moment the box is opened. Fang Ning pulls out a glowing sword and two talismans, exclaiming in surprise. This is, Jiang Li quickly reminds him. "Husband, look, the system interface seems to have updated." Fang Ning immediately checks, opening the system notification. Tip 2 Yang treasure chests will randomly spawn in hidden corners of the map. Players can find items inside to fight against ghosts and demons. Go find them. Tip 3, but be careful while you're focused on searching for chests. Ghosts and demons may appear behind you at any moment. Fang Ning looks at the talismans with a smile and says, "So to defeat the monsters and clear the instance, we have to brave the outside and hunt for Yang treasure chests. This also means players could easily fall into traps. Because of those evil demons, this game is getting more and more interesting." Suddenly a piercing scream rings out, making both of them whip around. Fang Ning recognizes the voice. That sounds like old Chu. The hanging corpse from earlier has its tongue coiled tight around Tianhua's neck, making him shout furiously, "Fine, I'll admit it, I barged in without knocking, and that was wrong. But I already apologized." But the monster doesn't hear a word of it, and immediately yanks him into the air. Tianhua can barely breathe anymore. He thinks, "It's over. Am I really going to die like this?" Even though it's just a game, the sensations feel far too real. He can't take it anymore. Tianhua summons the system interface and shouts, "Log out. I want to log out of the game." Guan Weno matter how frantically he hammers the logout button. The system remains completely unresponsive. He's baffled. He thinks, "Why can't I log out? Could the system consciousness be failing?" Tianhua's vision blurs as he feels himself slipping, as though he's about to meet his ancestors. Right at that moment, the classroom door bursts open. A razor-sharp sword strike severs the creature's tongues clean off. Tianhua falls. Fang Ning arrives just in time to free him from the monster's grip. Meanwhile, in another location, Yuanlong and Yuangu stand together in a classroom, a noose dangling from the ceiling fan. Yuangu slams the table in fury and roars, "Damnable! Hateful! According to the intel the gold essence soul technique provided, they should be here, shouldn't they?" She approaches Yuanlong, who stands in deep contemplation staring at the rope. She asks, "What is it, boss? Any discoveries?" He doesn't respond. Instead, he closes his eyes, brings 2 fingers together, and begins channeling a spell onto the rope. He thinks, this feeling gets soul power residue. Instantly, a stream of red and black chi emerges from the rope. It drifts over and touches Yuanlong's hand. Yuangu exclaims, "Oh, I understand now. They used residual energy to construct a barrier identical to the scenery here, fooling my gold essence ability." Yuanlong flicks the stream of chi to Yuangu and says, "Stop talking nonsense." She catches it with a grin and replies, "Yes, boss." Yuangu extends both hands to receive it. She immediately channels her own spell into the red and black chi, grinning wickedly. "Then let me give them a little appetizer." She slams her palms together and issues her command. "Would S&C go?" Instantly, the streak of crimson energy rockets forward at blistering speed. On Guan Wen's end, he's monitoring everyone's activity from behind his screens. But suddenly, the power Yuangu just unleashed tears through space itself, materializing right in front of Guan Wen's terminal. He cries out in shock. The moment this power appears, all 4 of Guan Wen's monitoring screens glitch out completely, rendering observation impossible. The game screens for Fang Ning, Jiang Li, and Tianhua are no exception. They all crash. Fang Ning's VR headset displays the letter E, as electrical arcs crackle around it, as if the device is short-circuiting. This is the root cause. The game itself has malfunctioned, trapping Tianhua inside with no way to log out. The hanging corpse raises its hand high, channeling power into its limb as it prepares to strike. It breaks into a sinister cackle. "Die, all of you." Fang Ning immediately whips out the 2 talismans he received from the Yang treasure chest and shouts, "Stick." He slaps them onto both of Tianhua's temples, startling him. The hanging corpse charges straight at Fang Ning. Tianhua cries out in alarm, "Mr. Fang Ning, didn't you stick those on the wrong person?" Fang Ning has no time to explain. He draws the glowing sword he received and readies for battle. Fang Ning surges forward to intercept the monster's attack. The 2 forces collide, sending both the creature and Fang Ning flying in opposite directions. Tianhua still can't figure out why the talismans were stuck on him and calls out, but it seems unable to touch him. So it redirects its attention to Tianhua and flashes a ghastly grin. In a blink, the monster punts Tianhua, sending him crashing into the wall. Though the wall cracks, Tianhua is completely unscathed. He wonders, why doesn't it hurt like before? There's no pain at all now. Could it be the effect of those 2 talismans? While Tianhua is lost in thought, the monster lunges at him once more. Tianhua screams and immediately leaps sideways to dodge the attack. He lands on the ground and keeps running. Tianhua sprints back to Fang Ning and reports, "Mr. Fang Ning, the system seems to have a problem. My entire interface is showing as I can't even log out of the game." Fang Ning is stunned. "What did you just say? How is that possible?" While he's distracted, the monster has already closed in, swinging a fist toward him. Tianhua sees this and immediately charges forward, shouting in panic, "Mr. Fang Ning, look out." He channels every ounce of his fury into a devastating punch aimed at the creature. As if injected with newfound power, the monster is sent flying into the wall by his blow. Tianhua himself is shocked. He looks down at the 2 talismans and exclaims, "These items are ridiculously overpowered." Right then, Fang Ning shouts at him, "Old Chu, stop spacing out, watch your back." But the monster is too fast and too vicious. Tianhua fails to react in time and takes a brutal blow to his back, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Fang Ning charges in with his sword, clashing with the monster while shouting. The Vajra talisman isn't invincible not to let it land a direct hit. Fang Ning throws a punch into the creature's gut and calls out, "Guan Wen, are you there? What's the situation? The system has encountered an issue. We can't log out." But all that came back were error notifications from the system. Fang Ning widens his eyes in shock and calls out, "Guan Wen? Guan Wen." Guan Wen cannot be reached. He turns to Tianhua and says, "This isn't good. I just tried opening the system on my end to nothing but error signals." Guan Wen isn't responding either. Who knows if dying in here means your real body dies too. Looks like we'll have to clear this dungeon if we want to get out. While the 2 are talking, the monster launches another strike. They both leap apart to either side, dodging the blow. Fang Ning has already noticed the monster's transformation. Its speed keeps increasing. "We can't keep this up, we need to take it down fast." Tianhua nods immediately. "Got it. I'll find a way to create an opening for your attack." He charges forward and throws a punch, but the monster dodges it with ease. Instead, it drives a fist into Tianhua's gut, making him cough up a mouthful of blood. Tianhua grits his teeth in fury. "I'll finish you." He immediately charges forward, wrapping his arms around the monster's body and screams, "I'm taking you down with me." Fang Ning seizes the moment, sword in hand, and charges. Brother, this is it. He drives the blade straight into the monster's skull and roars. Die. Just like that, Fang Ning slays the formidable beast. Tianhua is so exhausted, he can barely draw breath. Suddenly, the space warps. Inside the classroom, ghostly images of students wearing smiling masks materialize. Fang Ning stares around in bewilderment. This scene. In one corner of the room, a small boy covered in wounds sits huddled against the wall. Writing something, and it catches Fang Ning's eye. He stares at the child, thinking this feeling. It's just like the first time, when Guan Wen appeared and showed me memories just like these. Did he use this scenario in the game's opening cinematic? Just then, a blonde-haired boy snatches the paper from the writing child and begins taunting him. Hey, Skinny, what are you writing? So serious about it. Let us see. The boy whose paper was snatched scrambles after him, shouting. Ah no, don't look. But the bully reads aloud every word written on the paper. Zyro Yun, ever since we first met, all I can think about is the moment I laid eyes on you. After reading it, the blonde boy sneers. Oh my God, you wrote a love letter to the class beauty. Reading this line alone makes my teeth rot. He bursts out laughing. The boy whose paper was stolen shouts furiously, give it back. But the blonde boy refuses, waving it teasingly. Come and take it. Nearby, a black-haired boy hears the commotion and calls out to a red-haired boy. Zyro Yun, boss isn't that the girl you've been chasing? Do we need to? The red-haired boy hears his crush's name and slams his book shut in fury. Wait until after class. After class, in the boys' restroom, the gray-haired boy's face is slammed into the sink. The red-haired brat grabs him by the head and threatens him. Didn't expect this little punk to have such big guts. Daring to chase after the girl I've got my eyes on. Have you ever looked in a mirror? The gray-haired boy, battered and bruised, breaks down crying and begs for mercy. I'm sorry, I didn't know you liked her too. I won't dare do it again. The red-haired brat slams a fist into the boy, sending him crashing into the wall, and roars. Sorry, does saying sorry fix anything? I'm in a bad mood right now, and I need someone to take it out on. The gray-haired boy drops to his knees, sobbing. It hurts. It's all my fault. I was blind, please stop hitting me, as long as you don't hit me. I'll do anything you say. Hearing this, the red-haired brat slaps the boy's shoulder. Fine. They all gesture toward a toilet bowl still filled with unflushed filth. Then crawl over there and eat what's inside for me. I'll consider letting you off. Well, every last one of them bursts into laughter, each face twisted behind a cruel, grinning mask. Seeing the boy refuse to comply, the red-haired brat leans in close. His face inches away and threatens. No rush, you don't have to eat it. We've got all the time in the world, we'll play with you. Slowly. Helpless, the boy crawls toward the toilet on all fours. But they don't stop at forcing him to eat filth. They pull out a camera to record everything. A scene this spectacular has to be captured on film. Haha, after it's over, the boy vomits violently and rushes to rinse his mouth. The red-haired brat grins with satisfaction. Good boy, I'm a man of my word. I'll let you off this time, but if you dare snitch. The very next day, the video those brats recorded has already gone viral across the internet. Viewers spread it like wildfire. There's a super hot video on the school forum from last night. Have you guys seen it? You have to watch it. Everyone online is talking about it. The students in the gray-haired boy's class see it too and ridicule him. That's absolutely disgusting. Are people so desperate for fame these days? Doesn't that person look kind of familiar? The gray-haired boy stands behind them, hearing every word. His face goes dark. He clenches the paper in his trembling fist, humiliation nearly driving him to tears. That afternoon, he decides to end it all. The gray-haired boy pushes the chair off the ledge, lets his legs dangle, and takes his own life. Back in the present, a system notification materializes. Exorcism of spirits hiding in Heiyuan Elementary School, Progress 13. A rope item materializes before Fang Ning. He stares at it in surprise, thinking this is the first story. Is the theme about school bullying? This story feels far too real. Could it be a story based on something that actually happened? He reaches out and takes the rope, murmuring, interesting. Now I'm actually looking forward to what Guan Wen mentioned. What exactly is the final reward for clearing this dungeon? In another scene, inside a music room, a woman named Wang Guan with flowing red hair plays the piano deep into the night. Her eyes and mouth are sewn shut with needle and thread. Her bandaged hands are riddled with stitches at every joint. Sitting across from her, Jiang Li's eyes glow crimson. She listens in silence to Wang Guan's performance and then claps. At that moment, Fang Ning and Tianhua arrive at the music room. Fang Ning asks, was that piano music coming from downstairs just now? Tianhua heard it too and replies, yeah, but why did it suddenly stop? Fang Ning, fearing danger, turns to Tianhua. Get all your gear ready. We're going in. Tianhua immediately pulls out 2 defensive talismans and nods. In an instant, Fang Ning kicks the door wide open, but both of them stand there, mouths agape in shock. Inside the music room, Jiang Li is standing quietly, listening to Wang Guan's performance. Fang Ning is utterly stunned. "Lear, what are you doing here?" Wang Guan finishes her piece and stands. Jiang Li applauds in admiration. Wang Guan gently lifts the hem of her skirt, places a hand over her chest, and curtsies. She asks Jiang Li with a touch of surprise, "You actually sat through my entire performance without running?" Jiang Li blinks, confused. "What do you mean? I thought your playing was beautiful." Wang Guan approaches and gently strokes Jiang Li's cheek. "What a brave and lovely child. Not only did you not flee, you even clapped for me. Then congratulations." Jiang Li still doesn't understand her words. "Congratulations." Wang Guan smiles contentedly. "You've passed my trial." She gradually fades away. Jiang Li says with reluctance, trying to hold her back, "Through what? Could you play one more song for me? Lear, I want to hear it." At this moment, Wang Guan materializes in a beautiful, spectral form, no longer the terrifying visage from before, and replies, "I have to go now, next time." She gradually fades away into the void. Once again, the scene shifts, just as it had when Fang Ning experienced it moments ago. In the music room, a father and his child step through the door, clapping enthusiastically for Wang Guan's performance. The father smiles and praises Wang Guan, saying, "Miss Wang truly lives up to her reputation of studying at a conservatory abroad. That piano piece truly captivated me." Wang Guan rises to her feet and asks, "You're Luo's father?" The father steps forward, shaking Wang Guan's hand, and says, "Ah, I've registered Luo for an international children's piano competition. The competition is in about 2 months. I'd like you to train him after school. Of course, it won't be for free. We'll pay you double the rate per session. What do you think?" Wang Guan crouches down, ruffles little Luo's hair, and agrees. "Sure, I don't have anything else to do after work anyway. Besides, Luo is a very talented child. I'm quite fond of him." Little Luo beams with joy and says, "I like Miss Wang too." His father replies, "Then let's start tomorrow. We'll be in your care, Miss Wang." Sometime later, after a lesson, Luo says, "Thank you for your guidance, Miss Wang. I feel like I've improved so much during this time." Wang Guan smiles and replies, "As long as you put your heart into it, that's all that matters." "Oh, right, you are flying abroad in a few days, aren't you?" Little Luo's face turns sorrowful. He grabs Wang Guan's hand and says, "Yes, but Sister Wan, I like you. I don't want to leave you." Wang Guan assumes it's merely a student's innocent affection and replies cheerfully, "Miss Wang likes Luo too. After the competition, you can still come see me, can't you?" Suddenly, Luo leans in and kisses Wang Guan on the lips. The brat mistook her platonic affection for romantic love and confessed to Wang Guan, "If you like me too, then could you be my girlfriend?" Wang Guan shoves the boy away and scolds him. "What are you saying? You're still just a child." Luo shouts back, "What do you mean I don't understand? I'm absolutely certain I like you. When I grow up, I'm going to marry you." But Wang Guan turns on her heel and walks away, saying, "Stop it. This can never happen. I'll pretend today never occurred. From now on, you're still my student, nothing more." Wang Guan lectures the boy sternly. "If you want to learn piano, you're welcome here. But if you still harbor those thoughts from earlier, then don't come looking for me again." Little Luo hears this and grits his teeth, seething with fury. That very night in the music room, the boy sneaks over to Wang Guan's piano. He brings with him a sinister mask, 3 sharp saw blades, and a screwdriver, muttering, "Miss Wang Guan, if you're going to be this heartless, then don't blame me." The next day, when Wang Guan plays the piano, the lid rigged with the saw blades Luo had secretly attached its slams down violently onto her hands. Wang Guan's hands are instantly mangled, gushing with blood. She clutches her hands in agony and screams, "My hands." The following day, under a torrential downpour, Wang Guan stands lifelessly in the rain, clutching her injured arm. She recalls in anguish when the doctor examined her and said her case would require extensive rehabilitation, should forget about playing piano for. Now, unable to bear the shock, Wang Guan collapses to her knees. Wang Guan cries out in sobs of utter despair. Why did this happen? Why did it turn out like this? Suddenly, someone comes to shield her with an umbrella. It is the boy, Luo. He holds the umbrella over her with one hand and reaches out to support her with the other. Wang Guan sees him appear and asks in confusion, Luo, what are you doing here?" "It wasn't you." But Luo immediately cuts her off. "I heard from classmates about what happened to you. You're in this state, how could I have the heart to go compete?" Wang Guan cries even harder as the boy consoles her. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side, facing everything together. The two of them embrace under the rain. Only then does Luo reveal a sinister expression on his face. Scene transition. Wang Guan is suddenly struck by a devastating blow. It is Luo's mother who attacked her. She screams at the top of her lungs for everyone around to hear. Everyone, come take a good look at this fox spirit of a teacher we have here. Luo's father piles on as well, adding fuel to the fire. My wife caught her red-handed. This shameless woman saw our family had money and decided to sink her claws in. He kicks Wang Guan while cursing at her. You wretch, my Luo already confessed you seduced him while teaching him to play. I never imagined you were such a person, and I actually let you tutor my Luo. After the beating and verbal abuse, Wang Guan walks down the corridor, but everyone stares at her with contempt in their eyes. They even whisper and gossip amongst themselves. She got expelled from the school. Other schools probably won't dare hire her either, that's for certain. Her reputation is completely destroyed. She always seemed so proper. Who would have thought? You can know a person's face but never their heart. Maybe she did this with other boys too. The scene transitions once more. A night of exquisite moonlight and stars. Wang Guan sits in a black dress playing the piano under the moon. After finishing the piece, Wang Guan drinks a bottle of poison to end her life. As her hands go limp, her life shatters just like the poisoned vial. Wang Guan's story ends. A system notification appears: Ghost Exorcism Progress at Heiyuan Elementary School 23 complete. Fang Ning exclaims in shock, we cleared it. Jiang Li only now notices his and Tianhua's presence and asks, oh, husband, when did you two get here? At this moment, an item materializes, a musical score. Jiang Li cheerfully praises Wang Guan. Big sis, your piano playing earlier was amazing. Fang Ning accepts the item and replies, is that so? It seems the way to clear this dungeon isn't just through combateats, about helping them fulfill the regrets they carried in life. Fang Ning glances at Jiang Li and thinks to himself, but any ordinary person who hears strange music and sees ghosts in such a terrifying environment would have fled without a second thought. Perhaps only someone with a heart as pure as Lear's could have passed this stage. Jiang Li suddenly throws herself into Fang Ning's arms, clinging to him coquettishly. Husband, where did you go just now? Lear wants a hug. He chuckles and pats her head. Good Lear, if I hadn't shown up in time just now, Tianhua would have been scared to death. This game seems to have something seriously wrong with it. It keeps glitching. It looks like if a ghost injures us, we feel real pain and we can't log out until we clear the stage. Jiang Li listens in shock. We can't log out. Tianhua chimes in, right. I can't get through to Guanwen either. We have no choice but to clear this stage as fast as possibly. Then might we figure out what's going on. Fang Ning adds, let's split up and move out. There's only one ghost left. Speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. The remaining ghost plummets from the rooftop straight toward the three of them. It crashes into the ground like a meteor, triggering a shockwave that sends all three flying. Fang Ning is hurled the farthest, skidding across the ground in a long streak. He clutches his chest and gasps, it's here. Fang Ning, having taken the brunt of the surprise attack head-on, thinks to himself, is this still a game, or is this reality? It hurts so much. Tianhua looks at him in terror and cries, Mr. Fang Ning, what do we do now? Of the 36 Stratagators, retreat is the wisest. Fang Ning bolts at full speed, shouting, run! Tianhua frantically chases after him, screaming, hey, Mr. Fang Ning, wait for me. He and Jiang Li sprint for their lives, completely ignoring Tianhua's frantic wailing. Back in the real world, Fang Ning has also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Guanwen stares at him anxiously and asks, how is this possible? These bugs can cause the game to affect the real body. Moreover, the wake-up program is also out of control now. He rushes to the computer, thinking these bugs need to be fixed as soon as possibly, otherwise Fang Ning and the others will be in grave danger given the current situation. Guanwen frantically analyzes the bugs and mutters, but where are these bugs coming from? I clearly ran multiple confirmation checks before. Could there be something wrong with the soul power I collected at Heiyuan Elementary? Bang! Exhausted from being tormented by the horde of ghosts, the group is cornered at the edge of the rooftop. Fang Ning, wounded, spits out a mouthful of fresh blood and thinks what's going on. We clearly completed the mission. We took down 3 ghosts and used their tokens to unlock the rooftop door. So why hasn't the game ended? He looks again at the horde of ghostly creatures surrounding them while the system endlessly flashes error warnings. Chu Tianhua, his clothes torn to shreds and face pale as a sheet, says to Fang Ning, Mr. Fang Ning, we've used up all our items. What do we do now? But do those ghostly monstrosities give them time to devise a plan? They lunge forward. The horned one raises its arm and brings it smashing down at Fang Ning, who leaps upward, dodging the flame-laden limb that cleaves downward. Fang Ning flies backward in retreat, sighing in relief at his close shave. But before he can even savor his luck, he reaches the edge of the rooftop and suddenly tumbles backward. He plummets, his face draining of all color as he lets out a blood-curdling scream. The other two see him falling and leap after him. Tianhua screams, "Forget it. If we die together." Jiang Li desperately reaches for him, crying, "Husband," leaving the ghostly creature standing above, eyes glowing as they watch. Just as Jiang Li grabs hold of him, Tianhua screams at the top of his lungs, praying to every ancestor of the Chu clan to bless old Chu through this Chrysoswin. A brilliant golden light erupts, and chains of data characters form into a rope, pulling them all inside. They are dragged into another space entirely. The glitching, windowless error fragments gradually fade and fall away. Data fragments slowly coalesce into images from their mission. Tianhua gasps for breath, cracking his eyes open to look around. He glances this way and that, then speaks, same question burning in the hearts of the other two as they survey their surroundings. "Where are we? Are we dead?" Fang Ning steadies the person beside him and speaks. "Calm down. We can't determine where this place is yet, but we're definitely not dead." The words barely leave his mouth when cracks form behind them, spawned by arcs of electricity, as if trying to forge a gateway. All three stare toward it in bewilderment. From within, Guan Wen steps out beaming. "Finally got in. Good to see you're all okay." All three shout his name in shock. At that moment, the system panel suddenly materializes with an announcement. "Congratulations, players Fang Ning, Tianhua, and Jiang Li. You have perfectly cleared the instance Heiyuan Elementary School. Mission rating S. Game exploration 99%. Game score 100. Congratulations, player Fang Ning. You have received the title Campus Butcher. Campus Butcher obtained by eliminating over 10 evil spirits within the game. When this title is equipped, all damage dealt on campus maps increases by 10%. After the announcement concludes, the system panel vanishes, leaving the four of them in varying states of shock. Fang Ning speaks up. "What kind of title is this? Doesn't sound very heroic." But behind him, Tianhuaho has been hiding at his back this whole time, stares at Guan Wen in terror and says, "Mr. Fang Ning, grab him. We couldn't log out of the game, just know it must have been him pulling the strings from behind the scenes." Guan Wen jumps in fright, waving his hands desperately to explain. No, I didn't do it. Please listen to me." Fang Ning looks at Guan Wen's flustered expression and cracks a small smile. Go ahead, I believe you." Guan Wen, relieved, begins recounting the full story from the beginning. Just now, the system was suddenly hijacked. The game went out of control, and the impact of the monster's attacks on your brainwaves amplified tenfold. This also affected your physical bodies in reality. But Mr. Fang Ning is my great benefactor. I would never harm any of you. So I scrambled to find the root cause and a way to fix it. But just as you all were clearing the stage, everything returned to normal on its own. Fang Ning hears this and grows deeply puzzled. Clearing the stage restored everything to normal. Guan Wen, standing across from him, happily gives him a thumbs up. "That's right, Mr. Fang Ning. You guys were incredible. Although there was a minor hiccup, the game automatically resets the moment you clear a stage, so everything's fine now." Tianhua finds this suspicious, scratching his head. "Once we're out, we need to investigate why this happened. Can we log out by clicking here now?" Fang Ning strokes his chin, deep in thought, and agrees. Something feels off. Guan Wen also reassures him. "Right, I'll fix the bug." "Just kidding." He grins and conjures 3 glowing golden motes. "But right now, it's time for the stage clear rewards." With one hand adjusting his glasses and the other waving forward, the 3 golden motes fly toward the 3 of them, each transforming into a gift package. Guan Wen announces, "Congratulations to the 3 players for clearing the stage. You are the first group of players to clear this game's inaugural instance. I've prepared mystery gift packages for each of you." Fang Ning holds the file Guan Wen gave him, eyes wide with surprise. "This is the clearing reward? A report on domain expansion." Guan Wen explains, "This is a document I found on an old computer in the principal's office when I went to map out Heiyuan Elementary School. In fact, by the time I found it, the entire hard drive had been wiped clean, but I sensed a massive concentration of soul power lingering on it. I managed to recover it and extract this document. I figured it might be useful to you." Fang Ning turns to him with a bright smile. "Thank you." Tianhua holds up the handful of golden talismans, utterly bewildered. "So what's mine then? They look kinda like the items from the game earlier." Guan Wen beams and explains. Exactly, the talisman items from the game. They were all created using soul power I collected at Heiyuan Elementary School, and they can be used in reality. Of course, these talismans won't boost Mr. Fang Ning's capabilities much, but they can give old Chu here a certain level of self-defense. Right now, I can produce 2 talismans per day, taking 5 minutes each, and the soul power within them can last for 5 days. In other words, you can stockpile up to 14 talismans this way. If you ever encounter a spirit below the 3rd level, you won't need to defeat it. Escaping with your life won't be a problem. Tianhua is so moved he nearly weeps, rushing over to hug Guan Wen's leg. Thank you, little Guan. I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Guan Wen, still smiling, helps Tianhua to his feet. He doesn't glance toward Jiang Li, but casually takes the opportunity to explain the item in her hands as well. As for what Miss Jiang is holding, that's a doll crafted from the projection Mr. Fang Ning left behind when he entered my virtual world last time. It can transform into a keychain. Outside the virtual game, Miss Jiang can conceal her soul power and avoid detection by hiding inside it. I'm not sure if Miss Jiang will like it, though. Jiang Li immediately beams, her eyes crinkling with joy. She hugs the doll to her chest and declares, I like it. Considering the gift you've given me, I won't eat you in the future. Guan Wen shrieks in terror. Hey, why would you still want to eat me? I'm terrified. Back in reality, 3 people stand watching Fang Ning, who remains seated in a chair wearing the VR headset. Tianhua glances at the person who still hasn't emerged, growing anxious. It's been over an hour. Why hasn't Mr. Fang Ning come out yet? Guan Wen sees his worry and reassures him. He said he's studying the report I found in the principal's office at Heiyuan Elementary School. It might be quite complex. The words barely leave his mouth when Fang Ning removes the headset, a glimmer of elation crossing his face. Guan Wen floats over and asks, how was it? Mr. Fang Ning, was the gift package of any help? He looks at the document in his hands, his brows slightly furrowed. This should be Yuan Shang's report on heavenly salvation documenting the development of domains. This document is quite valuable. If I can learn how to expand a domain, I might be able to take down Yuanqun and Yuandun on my own. But I'll need to cultivate within the sea of consciousness. For some time, it's not something that can be mastered in a moment. Let's talk about our game first. He walks over to Guan Wen and says, Guan Wen, I have some questions about this game that I still don't understand. I'd like to ask you. Guan Wen cheerfully responds, Please go ahead, Mr. Fang Ning. Fang Ning asks solemnly, First question, are the backstory narratives of the ghost spirits in this game based on real events? Why did their attacks injure us in reality? And why couldn't we log out of the game? Guan Wen also answers seriously, These are real stories I collected from Heiyuan Elementary School. I gathered their residual soul power and remaining artifacts, then simulated them into the game. As for the pain from being attacked, and the inability to log out, that was a bug. Since the game is built using soul power, fluctuations in the soul power on the Heiyuan Elementary School map may have caused it. I need to go to Heiyuan Elementary School to investigate and design an exit mechanism, so this doesn't happen again. Fang Ning continues, Then here's the second question. This game is genuinely fascinating, but once players become familiar with the map and the methods to deal with these ghostly creatures, replayability will drop. Besides, didn't we jump off the rooftop? Tianhua beside him also voices his doubts. Right, can this really be considered clearing a stage? Guan Wen said, That's correct. One of the core design objectives of this game is to help Fang Ning absorb the power of fear. The ultimate design goal is to help Fang Ning obtain the greatest possible power of fear, despair enough to make anyone gasp in admiration. Fang Ning stammered with a sheepish laugh. Then I suppose I should thank you. Guan Wen grew excited as well. I guarantee the gameplay mechanics don't worry about that. The ghosts in Heiyuan Elementary School are incredibly diverse. Moreover, the treasure locations and props are refreshed with each playthrough. Combined with each updated map rotation, every session is guaranteed to be completely different. Fang Ning said, Then let me offer you one final suggestion for the safety of the players. You should establish a protection mechanism. When you can't handle a situation or the game spirals out of control, there needs to be someone who can protect the players inside the game. Let me ask Yaodo, any benevolent soul entities that can transform into data streams like you. Guan Wen stroked his chin in thought. In theory, a soul entity's composition is very similar to a signal. As long as one masters certain soul power techniques, it should be possible to traverse these data signal streams. Fang Ning saw him lost in thought and asked, What if I arranged a little helper for you? Guan Wen blinked, stunned, and asked, What kind of helper? Fang Ning drew out a comb. The moment Guan Wen saw it, he recognized it immediately and asked, "This is the little girl from Heiyuan Elementary School in your video." Fang Ning placed the comb on the table. "That's right," he affirmed. Then he spoke to the comb. "You must have heard everything we just said, haven't you? Try Itzy if you can get in." The comb responded to his words, emitting a wisp of red mist. It began seeping out from within the comb, stretching into a long ribbon of crimson smoke. It floated into the computer. Moments later, the screen lit up, and Lion Xiang appeared within it. She beamed with her eyes squeezed shut in delight. "Brother Fang Ning, I made it in. It's been so long I missed you so much." Behind them, Jiang Li had already begun radiating killing intent. She stood with arms crossed, glaring daggers. Fang Ning broke into a nervous sweat. He turned to Guan Wen and said, "Could you grant her in-game access permissions and let her reside inside the game? That way you handle things from outside, and she operates from within. If that kind of out-of-control situation happens again, she can protect the player's safety and coordinate with you from the outside to resolve the problem." Upon hearing this, Guan Wen readily agreed. "Of course that's possible. I've already reviewed Lion Xiang's profile in the database. Nice to meet you, little one." Lion Xiang inside the computer responded happily, "Yes." Seeing everything was settled, Fang Ning stepped closer to the computer and gave his instructions. "Lion Xiang, stay here for a while. This will also be good for you. Your soul power is currently too weak. You can use the game to harvest some of that fear energy and recover quickly." Lion Xiang said joyfully, Thank you, Brother Fang Ning. You're always so kind. I'll listen to Brother Guan Wen. Once I've recovered, you'll come pick me up, right?" Lion Xiang immediately gave her assurance. "Yes, Lion Xiang promises to be good." Fang Ning nodded and said, "Then it's settled. Leave the game's finalization to you, Guan Wen. Take good care of Lion Xiang for me." Guan Wen answered confidently, "Mr. Fang Ning, rest assured after all, I'm practically living at your place now." He cheerfully wiped down Jiang Li's body as she slept like the dead. She was even mumbling in her sleep, calling out. "Husband," hearing her call, he froze and gazed at her tenderly, asking, "What are you dreaming about now?" Suddenly, he felt something. His entire body trembled violently, his face going pale. He instinctively held her close. What in the world? A wave of primal terror struck without warning. A massive fireball was hurtling toward them from outside. It crashed through the wall by Fang Ning's window without the slightest hesitation. Smoke and rubble exploded in every direction. He gritted his teeth and braced himself against the shockwave. The fireball punched a gaping hole through Fang Ning's home. As the flames gradually dissipated, it revealed Yuanlong sitting atop Yuangu's back. Yuanlong spoke, "Finally found you." Staring at these uninvited guests, Fang Ning looked at the two of them in alarm. Yuanlong gazed down at Fang Ning from his lofty perch, eyes brimming with malice. Without another word, Yuangu began gathering flames. Fang Ning was terrified. He whipped his head around, reaching out toward Jiang Li, who had just been startled awake. "What the hell are those things?" He cursed under his breath, then swiftly scooped Jiang Li up in his arms. But before he could escape, Yuangu's fire tornado was already upon him. Fang Ning barely dodged it. But the pressure from the fire tornado alone made him break into a cold sweat, his brow furrowed tight. He thought the spiritual power behind this is monstrous. Could this be an assault from Yuanshang? The fire tornado was truly devastating. It bore through from bottom to top, punching a colossal hole through the entire building, tearing through walls. The mother and child on the floors above were terrified and peered down at Fang Ning and the others. Seeing it wasn't enough, Yuangu unleashed an even stronger blast, blowing the entire apartment building apart. Then she smiled with satisfaction. "Done, time to clock out." But Yuanlong, sitting on her back, reminded her, "Their aura is still there. Don't let your guard down." She grinned and said, "Tough bastards. Then let's go in and flush them out." Yuanlong's expression turned cold. "No need, they'll come out on their own." Yuangu exclaimed. "How brilliant, Longji," he continued. "They'll set up a barrier to trap us, which proves they knew we were coming. But now they've exposed their own position. From that, I can deduce it's very likely a trap." She grinned cunningly, clasping her hands together as flames gathered. "Then I'll just blast it a few more times from out here. I'll flatten this entire place. Let's see how they hide." She opened her mouth, condensed a massive fireball, and launched it straight at the building. The mother and child trapped inside screamed in terror. The boy reached out toward his mother, crying. The mother lunged forward and clutched her child, sobbing as she tried to comfort him. "Don't be scared, Mama's here." The colossal fireball hurtled straight toward them. They held each other desperately. The boy buried himself in his mother's arms, screaming, "Mama." At the critical moment, Jiang Li appeared in the nick of time. conjuring a barrier to block the fireball and shield the mother and child. She turned to face them and said, "This place is far too dangerous. Run now." The mother scooped up her child, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Thank you, thank you." Then she fled. Jiang Li turned back to Fang Ning, who was already saying through gritted teeth, "Damn it, too many civilians here. If we fight, innocents will get caught in the crossfire. We need to lure those two away. Run outside and alert the others." "Lear, let's go," he shouted. "To Heiyuan Elementary School." Jiang Li leaped onto his shoulders, lifting him into the air as she took flight. "Roger that. Charge, husband." Below the building, a crowd had gathered. They murmured in confusion what happened. "Why is the upper floor on fire? Are those two wearing ziplines?" There was no announcement in the community chat about a film crew coming. And filming at this hour. "This is disturbing my rest. I want to file a complaint. Someone get me whoever's in charge." The cacophony of noise infuriated Yungu. She clapped her hands over her ears and screamed, "It's so noisy down there. I want to slaughter every last one of them." Yuan Long, sitting atop her back, smacked the top of her head with a resounding thwack. "Behave yourself. Don't make a scene." Only then did Yungu wince in pain and comply. "Fine, I got it." Then she muttered resentfully, "They're just ordinary people. Killing them wouldn't matter. And you hit me over these nobodies." She pouted. "Beabo is upset. Beabo is not happy." But Yuan Long had already spotted Fang Ning and Jiang Li fleeing. He said, "Enough, stop your nonsense. The targets are running, Muvano." Yuangu surged forward with Yuan Long on her back, shouting, "Yes, sir." The people below all screamed in shock. "They're flying, those aren't cables. Holy shit, that explosion was real. What are you all standing around for? Call the fire department." The four of them chased each other all the way to Heiyuan Elementary School. The moment they arrived, Fang Ning and Jiang Li touched down on the school's rooftop. Yuangu saw them stop running and laughed. "Why'd you stop? Couldn't even last that long." She cackled with excitement. Then Yuan Long smacked her again from her back, scolding, "All you do is spout nonsense." She screamed in frustration, "Not again, you've hit me twice today. I'm going to bite you to death." Fang Ning called out to redirect their attention. "With soul techniques that powerful, you must be among the 12 guards of Yuanshang, correct? What exactly do you want with me?" He thought two of them again. Their aura feels even stronger than Yuanqun and Yuandun from last time. This won't be easy. Yuan Long leaped down from Yungu's back, landing firmly on the rooftop access door. He gazed down at them with cold indifference. "Come with us. Or die, there is nothing to discuss." Yungu also touched down, snapping, "That's right. Nothing to discuss with the likes of you. You made me search the wrong place, and got me scolded by Longji. If this young lady weren't born with the stamina to traverse 1,000 li without breaking a sweat, you wretches would have worked me to death these past few days." Fang Ning frowned and demanded, "Have we even met before?" Yuangu sneered, "Still trying to play dumb? That pathetic escape of yours. In the eyes of me and Yuan Longji, you two aren't even worth mentioning. Yuan Longji is the strongest combatant among the 12 guards. Dealing with you is nothing." She put her hands on her hips and sneered. "As simple as crushing an ant." At this point, Jiang Li could take no more. She shoved Fang Ning aside, summoned her chains, and lunged straight at Yuangu. "Husband, move." Yuangu didn't even dodge. She stood in place, tilted her body, and caught the chains with ease. "A sneak attack. First you tricked me and made me furious, and now this again. I was going to toy with you a little longer, but since you're so eager to die." She raised her fingers toward them with a sinister grin. "Then allow me to oblige." Then it unleashes a barrage of fireballs, fire essence. Fang Ning scoops Jiang Li into his arms to dodge the flames, holding his breath as he shouts, "Hey, why would I lie to you? It's our first meeting, isn't it? Are you not going to be reasonable?" Yuangu leaps down from above, telling them to cut the chatter. She strides toward Fang Ning, who is still holding Jiang Li in his arms, and grins. As expected of a rare time attribute soul technique, dealing with it is a bit troublesome. Of course, only a little. Fang Ning realizes a battle is imminent. He turns to Jiang Li and says, "Lear, hide inside my body first. It'll be easier for us to move." Jiang Li obediently nods. "Yes, husband." Once Jiang Li merges into his body, he watches Yuangu and thinks, is she trying to increase the density of that fireball? If I fuse with Jiang Li, our chances of escape should be much higher. The thought barely crosses his mind before Yuangu activates water essence. Her eyes widen as she channels her power, generating a massive water vortex within her domain. The water freezes mid-spin and takes the shape of a hexagonal prism, hurtling straight toward Fang Ning. He desperately dodges, gritting his teeth. Damn it, no wonder she's one of the 12 guards of Yuanshang. What the hell is her capacity? She can wield both water and fire energy simultaneously. Yuangu watches his frantic struggle and cackles with delight. It's all futile. Fang Ning glances at his frozen arm and thinks. Her technique, any area struck gets encased in ice and turns rigid. He spots several shards of ice barreling toward him and makes his decision. I need to pour everything into taking down one of them before my entire body is frozen solid. Yuangu commands the ice shards to surge toward him, triggering a massive explosion. She lets out a laugh. It's over. But suddenly, her expression twists in horror behind her. A teleportation gate has appeared out of nowhere. Fang Ning materializes behind her, channels a concentrated blast of energy, and hurls it at Yuangu. The ice weapon she barely manages to conjure shatters on impact. Fang Ning's eyes narrow. Something is wrong. I've been had. This is just an ice dummy shaped like her. Where is she now? Before the thought fully forms, Yuangu appears behind him and places a single hand on his shoulder. A sinister, mocking smile spreads across her face. Water essence absolute freeze. Fang Ning is instantly encased in ice. Only his face remains exposed. She leans close to his frozen form. If I bind your limbs, that time acceleration of yours becomes useless, doesn't it? She raises her hand. Flames coalescing in her palm, her voice dripping with mockery. Don't play petty tricks with me. She condenses a blade of fire essence raging flame blade and swings it straight at Fang Ning. A cryptic, sinister gleam flickers in her eyes. At that instant, Zhongli bursts out from within Fang Ning's body, catching the fire blade barehanded. Husband, she screams, then fury ignites in her eyes. She glares at Yuangu and snarls, you dare try to kill my husband. She slams her palm forward, a wave of cyan energy erupts, launching Yuangu through the air. The woman coughs up a mouthful of blood. Zhongli immediately charges after Yuangu. Spectral chains begin manifesting behind her. But Yuanlong is faster. He appears between them, standing before Yuangu. He conjures a small crimson cube crackling with electricity directly above Zhongli's head, immobilizing her. Then he creates more cubes. They shrink and encircle Zhongli, clamping around her throat. The cubes lock onto her ankles. The rectangles align into a blinding cross-shaped shackle, binding her neck and wrists like a pillory. Her feet are sealed as well, leaving her suspended in midair. Her mouth is forcibly shut. Yuanlong dusts off his hands and turns to Yuangu. It's over, Yuangu. Clean up the battlefield. We're going to see the doctor. Fang Ning grits his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. Damn it, still not enough to stop them. Right at that moment, a pair of hands grips a gun and fires 2 rapid shots straight at Yuanlong's face. The sound freezes Yuangu in her tracks. Fang Ning stares, dumbstruck as a statue. Though caught off guard, Yuanlong still catches both bullets between his fingers. They all look up. Standing on a high ledge is Tiandao. Yuangu spots him and sneers with a laugh. The Grand Marshal of the Soul Hunters, Zhang Tiandao. Oh wait, you haven't been a soul hunter for a long time, have you? Don't come here seeking death. Tiandao leaps down from the ledge and lands near Fang Ning. You're right. I haven't been a soul hunter for a long time. I'm here to make you pay. Tiandao grits his teeth, hatred burning in his eyes. He levels his gun at the two of them and growls, word by word, blood debts are repaid in blood. Zhongli, bound hand and foot, trembles with unbearable agony. Suddenly, Yuanlong yanks her backward. He forces her to her knees at his feet, one hand gripping the back of her head. Don't struggle. This is the soul-binding cage, redesigned by the doctor based on Yuanquin's intel. This time, I'm taking you back. I won't give you a second chance to escape. Tiandao narrows his eyes at Yuanlong's words, keeping his gun trained on him. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out a flask. Doctor, your objective has always been this special soul, hasn't it? Meanwhile, behind them, Fang Ning finally receives Officer Zhang's message he's arrived. Fang Ning breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Officer Zhang made it in time. Thank God I sent that message when I did, or I'd be finished. Across the way, Yuanlong speaks again. It is the doctor's order. The 12 guards will die in loyalty to Yuanshang. As for the purpose, that is not ours to question. Everything is already fated. Tiandao keeps his gun raised. If you don't try, how will you know? He takes a swig from the flask, then tosses it to Fang Ning. Fang Ning, drink this. The ice inside your body will melt. I've already contacted nearby soul hunters. They're on their way. I'll hold them off. You go first. Fang Ning's eyes widen in alarm. Officer Zhang, but Tiandao cuts him off with a roar. No buts, go now. With that, Fang Ning activates his flight ability, but Tiandao's voice follows him. As for that special soul, I'll do everything I can to save her. But once this is over, you'd better explain to us why you got tangled up with a special soul in the first place. Yuanlong watches Tiandao draw his weapon and says to Yuangu, Yuangu, go play with him for a bit. She grins with amusement and agrees. I'll toy with him for 5 minutes. Then she strikes. Water essence mysterious ice arrows they launch toward Tiandao. Tiandao weaves through the barrage of ice arrows and smirks. Yuangu, all these years and you're still using the same old moves. 20 years ago, I could dodge this technique as easily as turning my hand over. She charges forward with ice gathering around her, laughing and taunting. Feel the scar on your face. You still dare oppose Yuanshang. If your brother hadn't saved you back then, you would have died at this lady's hands ages ago. Tiandao channels his strength, leaps to dodge the crimson arrows Yuangu fires, and unleashes a furious volley of gunshots at her. Yuangu isn't fazed. She slams both hands on the ground, erecting a massive wall of ice. She giggles disdainfully. Petty tricks. The ice wall erected by Yuangu blocks every single bullet Tiandao fires. From the sidelines, Fang Ning has already drunk the liquor Tiandao gave him, dissolving the ice on his body. He watches the battle between Tiandao and Yuangu, stunned. So strong, incredibly strong. Yuangu alone is fighting Officer Zhang to a standstill, and Yuanlong hasn't even made a move yet. I can't leave Officer Zhang to face them alone. Fang Ning looks toward where Jiang Li is bound and clenches his jaw. Lear is in their hands. If I leave now. Then he sees Jiang Li's eyes brimming with tears, silently mouthing his name, husband, and his fighting spirit ignites like wildfire. No, I have to fight. With that resolve, he doesn't hesitate. He gathers his power and charges straight at Yuangu, whispering to himself. Lear, wait for me. I will rescue you. Yuangu doesn't yield either. She condenses water into water essence ice bullet burst. The two forces, one fire, one water, collide, triggering an explosion that sends both combatants flying. Tiandao catches Fang Ning in time. Hey, kid, why haven't you left yet? Fang Ning gets to his feet and returns the flask. I can't leave Lear behind. Thanks for the drink. Tiandao beams with approval. Good. If you're not afraid of dying, then let's fight together. Just remember Yuangu's maximum range is 15 meters. He pauses, then adds, oh, and if you take one more sip before handing the flask back, it'll protect you from getting frozen by her ability like before. Fang Ning stares at him, utterly astonished. Officer Zhang, you seem to know them very well. Arrows of fire rain down like a monsoon, forcing the two to dodge desperately. As they move, Tiandao briefs Fang Ning. Yuanlong is the leader of the 12 guards of Yuanshang. His abilities are unknown. As for Yuangu, I've fought her before. She can wield 5 different soul techniques simultaneously. Virtually no weaknesses. Extremely difficult to deal with. Yuangu sees the two dodging her attacks while whispering to each other. Her fury erupts. Hey, what are you two muttering about? Die for me. She unleashes yet another torrent of fire upon them. Fire essence burning heaven star fire. The attacks streak down, devastating everything in their path. The fireballs hammer the rooftop, sending smoke and debris billowing into the sky. When the smoke and flames clear, Fang Ning and Tiandao stand exhausted from relentless evasion, but Yuangu's eyes widen in disbelief. Yuanlong, standing on a high vantage point, calls down in a warning tone. Yuangu, focus. Yuangu glances back and flashes an embarrassed grin. Sorry, boss. Then she turns back to Fang Ning and Tiandao, her eyes gleaming with malice. Whether it's one or two of you, the final victor will still be me. She releases waves of blazing fire bullets, screaming at the two fighters. Try this on for size. Fire essence explosive chain bullets. Fang Ning dodges frantically. Just as Officer Zhang said, she switches between water essence and fire essence attacks depending on the distance. If we figure out her pattern, we can anticipate her strikes. Fang Ning turns to Tiandao, who is dodging desperately beside him, and calls out for his opinion. Officer Zhang ranges her strong suit. Let's close in and fight her in melee. Tiandao agrees instantly. Perfect music to my ears. The moment the barrage of fire ceases, the two of them burst forward in unison. By now, Yuangu had already begun condensing another sphere of energy in her mouth, and let out a roar. The fire essence blazing dragon roared, then spewed a mighty column of flame. The fire shot straight toward the two figures sprinting at full speed. Fortunately, Fang Ning and Tiandao reacted fast enough to dodge in time. With wind-like speed, she swooped in to close the distance on Fang Ning. Seeing this, he raised his leg and kicked toward Yuangu, but she dodged it. Yuangu planted her hands on the ground for leverage and lashed out with both legs at Fang Ning, simultaneously evading Tiandao's incoming kick. The battle grew intensely tense. Unable to use fire, she switched to deploying water essence. Like gale force winds, Fang Ning and Tiandao were sent hurtling far away. The two were knocked back by momentum, but immediately fought to regain their footing. However, Tiandao's alcohol bottle flew out of his grasp and shattered on the ground. Yuangu stomped on the shards with vicious fury, then sneered smugly, clever idea trying to neutralize my long-range soul techniques with close combat. but that weakness from 20 years ago. The me of today has long since reinforced my sensory and close combat capabilities with gold essence. Tiandao heard this and felt helpless. Prepared for both range and melee, doesn't that make you invincible? Fang Ning also couldn't believe that attack could send them flying so far. Yuangu laughed heartily and said, "If you want to get close to me, go train for another 20 years. And brace yourself, let me show you my new technique, Fire Dragon Killin'. A homing fireball that cannot be dodged, no matter how high you fly. No matter how high." Tiandao snorted coldly and said, "A new move? Then let me show you something too, a soul technique I invented specifically for you. One hit, and you won't be able to gather spiritual power." Yuangu immediately sneered with mockery. Hey, old man, losing your memory in your twilight years. That Zhuofeng spirit bullet you used 20 years ago, right? This young lady is now a level 6 awakener. What kind of soul technique could that little pop gun of yours possibly fire that could actually hurt me? Tiandao raised his gun, one hand pointing it skyward, the other pressing it against his chest, and spoke with conviction. "Is that so? Don't underestimate me, Yuangu." Tiandao locked his sharp gaze onto Yuangu and unleashed his soul technique Spirit Wind Bullet. Yuangu also unleashed her Fire Essence Fire Dragon Killin' with savage intensity. But Yuangu was a beat too slow and was immediately ensnared by Tiandao's technique. Unable to gather spiritual power, her eyes flew wide in terror as she screamed in disbelief. Then she was struck by the backlash of her own technique. Both arms erupted in flames, ringing a tortured scream from her throat. "What's happening?" Then both arms exploded. Fang Ning stared at the carnage unfolding before him and asked, "Officer Zhang, what just happened?" By now, Yuangu had fallen unconscious, her arms charred black. Tiandao approached Yuangu and said, "Look at the alcohol surrounding you, Yuangu. That close combat exchange earlier wasn't meant to neutralize your ranged attacks." As Tiandao advanced toward Yuangu, an 8 trigrams formation materialized on his body, etched with 5 elemental symbols. Tiandao aimed his gun at Yuangu and continued, "Instead, this alcohol 96% proof was doused all over your body. The moment you launched a fire element attack, it ignited everything around you and burned you alive. I knew full well you don't fear ordinary flames or soul technique bullets, so I turned your own fire essence power against you." He pulled the trigger, firing point blank at the figure standing dead center. But in the blink of an eye, the figure vanished. Tiandao froze in shock and shouted, "What?" Then he whipped around and barked, "Yuanlong." The two stood locked in a staring contest. Fang Ning watched from afar and couldn't help but marvel Yuanlong had made his move. That speed! But at that moment, Tiandao could no longer hold back. He erupted in fury and roared, "What's the matter? Been watching the show for half the day, and now you finally decide to step in." Fang Ning, watching from a distance, grew wary and called out for him to calm down. Yuanlong's strength the situation felt deeply wrong. Yuanlong raised his hand and deflected Tiandao's bullets without uttering a single word. Then he shifted his gaze to the bullets, spun in a full rotation, and used a rotational force to fling them straight back at Tiandao. Witnessing this impossible scene, Tiandao's eyes widened in shock. The bullets tore through Tiandao's body. Even though they only grazed him, they left wounds in several places. Yuanlong dropped Yuangu to the ground and said, "Enough playing around." Then, with terrifying speed, he lunged forward and slammed a devastating punch into Tiandao. Fang Ning cried out in alarm, "Officer Zhang." By now, golden flames had begun swirling around his body like a blazing shield. Tiandao, half his face bloodied from the blow, staggered and teetered on the verge of collapse. But before he could fall, Fang Ning activated his teleportation, grabbed him, and warped them both away, catching Yuanlong off guard. Yuanlong glanced behind him and remarked coolly, "Still not dead." Watching Fang Ning support Tiandao and teleport to where Jiang Li was being held captive, then seeing him deploy his soul domain, Yuanlong's eyes lit up with intrigue. He smiled faintly and asked, "So this is the soul domain you can deploy?" The soul domain unfurled, freezing both Jiang Li and Tiandao completely motionless. Seeing them frozen in place, Fang Ning called out anxiously, "Hey, what's wrong with you two?" Yuanlong, seeing Fang Ning's bewilderment, spoke up to explain. "It seems the ability of your soul domain is time suspension." "Interesting," Fang Ning murmured in response, "My soul domain." Then in his mind, the realization hit. Everyone else's time has been frozen. With that thought, he immediately burst into motion. Moreover, his soul technique, Thousand-Year Dream, also had the effect of accelerating his own movements. Fang Ning gathered his power. A thrill of hope surging within there was a chance to win. But Yuanlong sidestepped Fang Ning's strike effortlessly and sneered, "Dream on, kid." Fang Ning was stunned. "What?" Yuanlong wasted no words. A holy sword materialized from his palm, and he drew it in one fluid motion. Fang Ning froze once more, staring at the holy sword leveled at his chest. He asked in terror, "Don't tell me you're also a time-type awakener." The moment he finished speaking, Yuanlong's sword pierced straight through his chest. Blood erupted in a violent spray. As he was impaled, the soul domain he had deployed dissipated. Jiangli witnessed the scene and was overcome with anguish. Her eyes flew wide, tears streaming as she tried to rush toward him, but she was bound and could do nothing. Fang Ning stared at the sword embedded in his chest and thought in despair. Is this, or the end? Lear, his memories began to drift, his soul slipping free from his body and drifting into the void. In that dark, formless space, voices echoed. Young Master Ning, wake up. Fang Ning's soul unconsciously followed the call and arrived in a strange bedroom. Dinger approached the bed and asked Wanner, "How is he?" "The young master still hasn't woken up." Wanner looked at the man lying motionless on the bed and replied, "I don't know why he's sleeping so deeply." The moment Fang Ning's soul entered, the man on the bed snapped his eyes open. He shot upright and asked, "Wanner, Dinger, what's going on?" Fang Ning, now inhabiting the other body, formed his thoughts. Where am I? Why can't I move? Am I inside someone else's body? Then the original owner of the body stretched and yawned. Dinger was overjoyed. "Young master, you're awake." Dinger lowered her head, watching the original owner prepare to leave the bed, and reported, "The master requests that you come to the main hall later. He told us to wake you early." The original owner got out of bed and walked toward the vanity table. Hearing her words, he asked with a hint of annoyance, "It's still this early, what does that old man want with me?" A moment later, the original owner stood still with arms outstretched, fully cooperating as Dinger and Xuiner adjusted his robes. Then Dinger spoke again. "Young master, tomorrow is your grand wedding with Princess Jiangli. The master is most likely anxious about the preparations." Listening to Dinger speak to the original owner, Fang Ning wondered, who is this person? Why does he look exactly like me? And Lear is here too. Then the original owner followed Dinger and Xuiner to meet his father. Fang Ning, trapped inside the body, began to piece things together. Was this place 1,000 years in the past? Or had he somehow entered someone else's memory? The moment they entered the room, the original owner's father stood with a face black as thunder, already fuming with rage. But the original owner couldn't care less. He strolled in and greeted casually, "Good morning, father, sir." Then he flopped into a chair with legs crossed, back straight as a rod, and snatched a grape to pop into his mouth. Fang Ning couldn't help but marvel. Even his sitting posture is identical to mine. Then he watched as the original owner's father erupted in fury and roared, "Fang Ning, look at yourself. What kind of behavior is this? Tomorrow you are to wed Princess Jiangli." His conduct was utterly improper, yet the original owner couldn't care less. He tossed another grape into his mouth, picked up a teacup, closed his eyes, and waved his hand dismissively. "Why must it be so grand? Lear and I are childhood sweethearts. Our feelings for each other run deep. This wedding is merely a formality." Then he leisurely raised the teacup to his lips, enraging his father even further. The old man jabbed a trembling finger at his face and roared, "Insolent brat, I am your father, the Grand General of the Imperial Court, and you are the sole heir of the general's estate. Jiangli is, in every right, a princess of this dynasty. You represent the very face of our Jiang kingdom." Seething with rage, he lunges forward and slaps the teacup out of the original host's hands. The young man stares in shock as his father's tirade continues. "Tomorrow, countless nobles and officials, regional lords and vassal generalsol will be in attendance. How can you act so reckless? Where does that leave the honor of our general's manor? The dignity of the Jiang kingdom's court?" He shakes his head helplessly. "Father, what good does all this lecturing do? Isn't it all just for the sake of everyone's face?" Fine, fine, fine. Tomorrow I'll be on my best behavior. I won't embarrass you, father." Is that good enough? The father watches his son accept another cup of tea from Wanner, then straightens his posture and gets down to the real business. "That will do. You must know the capital has not been peaceful of late. Within, vassal lords stir restlessly, plotting their moves. Without, the Yunshang organization schemes in the shadows, ceaselessly sowing chaos. His Majesty's headaches know no end. Your wedding this time will serve as a signal to the outside world proof of our military and political stability. Our Jiang kingdom, this is critically important given the current situation, and there must be no carelessness." Hearing this, the original host lifts his teacup with a grin. "They're nothing but clowns performing a circus act. With Father Needle that calms the sea-standing guard, how could the Jiang kingdom possibly fall into chaos?" Inside the original host's body, Fang Ning is stunned. Yuanshang, Yuanshang again? Could they have already existed 10 years ago? The father hears his son's words and counters. But what if your father dies? The original host laughs at this. Father's martial prowess is unrivaled and your body is in peak health. How could that possibly happen? Before he can finish, his father cuts him off. Last night, your grandfather's spirit tablet suddenly shattered. He takes a sip of tea and continues. These past few nights, I keep jolting awake from sleep. You know as well as I Dathos with immense soul power, like us develop a premonition for danger. He furrows his brow and delivers his verdict. I suspect tomorrow's wedding will very likely be met with catastrophe. The original host drops all pretense of humor, his brow knitting with gravity. Father, are you serious? He sets the cup down on the table. I've already made thorough arrangements. Whoever dares cause trouble, I will make them regret it. As for you, just focus on preparing for tomorrow's wedding ceremony. Hearing this, the original host pushes himself to his feet. Very well. If everything is in hand, this son shall take his leave. He takes a few steps, then turns back with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Whoever it may be, if they dare harm Lear or the Fang family, I will show no mercy. I swear I will hunt them down to the very end. With that, he strides away, leaving his father laughing heartily behind him. Good. My son has grown into a man. I only hope you can back those words with action. In the blink of an eye, the wedding day arrives. The original host sits in a palanquin carried by bearers, as citizens gather around from all directions. He sits inside the palanquin in his wedding robes, chin propped on his hand, gazing happily outside. Wanner announces softly, "Young Master Ning, we've arrived." The original host steps out of the palanquin, his eyes turning joyfully toward the palace ahead. Inside the original host's body, Fang Ning beholds a night Zenith grand palace aglow with light, delicate pink petals fluttering through the air. Palace maids stand in 2 neat rows, bowing in respect. The original host gapes in shock. He thinks, wait, isn't this the very scene he saw in Lear's memories? The palace that burned to ashes. Then the palace doors suddenly swing open, and a servant's voice rings out, "Your Highness." The princess, Jiang Li, bursts out in her wedding dress, beaming so wide her eyes squeeze shut, waving at the original host and crying out, "Husband." The palace maids chasing behind her scramble to warn her. "Your Highness, the ceremony hasn't even been completed yet. How can you address him like that? You are a princess, how can you?" The words die in her throat as her face drains of color. Jiang Li has just leaped from the palace steps, throwing herself at the original host while crying, "Husband." He catches her deftly as she barrels into him, pulling her into his embrace. He smiles and ruffles her hair fondly. "Silly girl. Wait until the ceremony is over before you call me husband, all right." Jiang Li pouts at his words and retorts, "But we're getting married today. What does it matter?" While the two of them embrace sweetly, the old servant catches up and chimes in. "Your Highness, how many times must this old servant tell you? You cannot come out like this. You must wait for young Master Ning to formally receive you." Jiang Li whips around with a pout. "What difference does it make? Brother Zio Ning is already at the door. How could I possibly hold back?" While they're talking, a deafening explosion erupts behind Thema, a towering pillar of fire rockets skyward, thick smoke billowing in every direction. Both the original host and Jiang Li spin around in shock. They stand frozen, unable to comprehend what's happening, but Fang Ning, inside the original host's body, seems to grasp the situation instantly. What's going on? A massive explosion tears through the sky. At that moment, the original host's father Apirchi's body wreathed in a colossal inferno of flame. Majestic and commanding, a blazing fire sword grips his hand as he charges toward the pillar of fire and bellows. "The Yuanshang rats dare attack our great Jiang." The original host watches his father charge in and mutters, "Father's making his move." His father swings his blazing sword toward the flames, roaring for blood, then brings it crashing down, carving a long fissure into the earth. Below, the original host senses something wrong and draws his sword, rushing forward with a shout of alarm, but before he can plunge in, another explosion tears through the air. The original host freezes mid-stride. "Our Jiang Kingdom's surveillance formation," it failed to activate. That's how Yuanshang operatives infiltrated this place, unless Yuanshang has planted moles within the Jiang Kingdom itself. If that's true, then father's arrangements may have already been compromised. This is bad. He grits his teeth and looks at Lear, held back by the maids, her eyes brimming with tears as she cries out, "Husband." He swallows his anguish, turns away, and leaves her with one instruction. "Lear, stay here and be good. Wait for me." He rises into the air, gazing down at her with tender affection, and makes his vow. "Wait for me. I will marry you no matter what." He rockets toward the direction of the explosion, leaving a streak of crimson in his wake. Behind him, Jiang Li calls out, "Don't go." The original host races toward the towering inferno engulfing the palace. As he arrives, he sees Yuanlong gripping his father by the throat, lifting him clean off the ground. He screams in terror stop, only to be met with Yuanlong's icy, soul-freezing glare. Fang Ning's soul is yanked back to reality. His eyes fly wide open, staring at the person who just stabbed him with a dazed expression. Half his face is already engulfed in dark energy. The dark energy has spread across one shoulder and down his arm. At this moment, another presence stirs within his body. Yuanlong watches the person he stabbed begin to transform and speaks with hidden meaning. "It's been a long time." The bracelet on Fang Ning's wrist blazes with light. The wound on his chest slowly mends itself. Fang Ning transforms into an entirely different person. Dark energy erupts from his body in a maelstrom of pure hatred as he snarls every word at Yuanlong. He launches himself like a gale-force wind, hurtling straight at Yuanlong. With savage ferocity, he swings his hands, sheathed in dark energy, and strikes. But Yuanlong dodges with ease. Fang Ning's mind reels high speed is terrifying. Yuanlong gives him no time to recover. He pivots on his heel and delivers a vicious kick. The kick is devastating enough to send Fang Ning flying. He flips midair to arrest his momentum, steadying himself as he lands. He pants heavily, glaring at Yuanlong through a haze of pain and fury. Above, Tiandao witnesses the entire sequencing ponders. How is this possible? Fang Ning's soul power fluctuations have suddenly surged from level 4 to level 6, a height ordinary people could never reach in their entire lives. Jiang Li, shielded nearby, widens her eyes in shock. She has seen this side of her husband before. It appeared the first time they went to Heiyuan Elementary School. It was in this very form that he saved Jiang Li from a colossal, terrifying ghost. Jiang Li thinks Baka had suddenly erupted with immense power to save her. Husband seems to be hiding some kind of secret. Back in the present, Fang Ning charges forward once more. He throws a punch, his grin so arrogant it begs for a beating. Yuanlong's brow furrows, his expression turning deadly serious. He raises a hand and catches Fang Ning's fist. The impact radiates a violent shockwave. Yuanlong seizes Fang Ning's arm and hurls him into the ground. The stone tiles explode, the earth cracking wide open. Yuanlong sees blood painting his face crimson. He raises his foot and stomps down on Fang Ning with savage, bone-crushing force. Fang Ning lies on the ground with eyes squeezed shut, the dark energy fading from his body. Yuanlong grabs him by the hair and lifts him up. Yuanlong grips a fistful of hair and hoists the unconscious Fang Ning off the ground, then releases him, letting his body drop. He draws out a crimson energy from within Fang Ning, draining it completely until it coalesces into a palm-sized gem. The red gem is traced with sinuous black patterns. This is the soul of the original hostile body Fang Ning inhabited, the one who was stabbed moments ago, and that person was Fang Ning from 1,000 years ago. Yuanlong's mocking voice rings out, "You still aren't up to par. One sentence and your pride crumbles for the rest of your life." Above, Tiandao grits his teeth, watching Yuanlong stand before the unconscious Fang Ning, clutching the red gem. Lying in a pool of blood, Tiandao mutters through clenched teeth, "Damn it! The power Fang Ning just erupted with. It even surpassed level 6. But Yuanlong, what level awakener is he, exactly?" He picks up his gun and rises. "Injuries be damned. Looks like I have no choice but to gamble my life, use that soul trap flash to stall until reinforcements arrive. But if I fail to contain him..." Below, Yuanlong turns to Yuangao, who has somehow already encased herself in a shell of earth to heal her wound. Sand speaks. "Yuangu, have you recovered? If you're stable, stop loafing and get to work." Above, Tiandao hears this and is shaken. Yuangu is still alive. Beside him, Jiang Li's tears have already begun to fall. At Yuanlong's urging, the earthen shell encasing Yuangu gradually shatters. She sits up, brushing the dirt from herself, and grumbles. "Help with what? Doesn't he know my earth essence needs time to recover?" But Yuanlong has already opened a spatial gate and taken the gem. "I'm going ahead. This place is yours to handle." Yuangu yelps in surprise. Just like that, Yuanlong speaks to her with deadly seriousness. "Don't waste. Dr. Luo has new orders." Hearing this, she snaps to attention and salutes Yuanlong with ironclad assurance. "Yes, boss. Mission accomplished, guaranteed." With that, Yuanlong impatience burning transforms into a plume of inky black smoke. Carrying the gem, he vanishes into the dark gate. Watching his boss vanish, Yuangu stomps toward Fang Ning, gloating. "If not for my own carelessness, I wouldn't have needed Big Brother long to intervene. I could have easily dismantled you all and dragged you back myself." While he preens, Lian Huang's soul-infused hairbrush flies through the air. smacking Yuan-gu squarely in the skull. Infuriated, she wheels around and bellows, "What the F?" A lightning-wreathed orb streaks past. Chu Tianhua leaps down, grinning. "Your grandpa Chu is here, brother Fang Ning, I've come to save you." Guan Wen follows, floating in the air with a keyboard and monitor, shouting, "And don't forget me." Seeing them, Guan Wen yells, "She's too strong, you are no match for her, flee at once." Yuan-gu sneers, eyeing the newcomers with disdain. "Pathetic. Your spiritual energy is so weak, did you come here just to provide a laugh?" She thinks to herself, "No wonder my gold core didn't even issue a warning." Guan Wen remains silent. He immediately launches a digital slash at Yuan-gu. But it fails to harm her in the slightest. She manifests an icy barrier to block the strike. Yuan-gu suddenly realizes something, switching her icy barrier for a treacherous orb of fire. "So this signature is yours. You're the one who built the barrier that mimics reality. You've made me lose face in front of Brother Long." She fires the blast toward the two Tiandao members above, screaming, "Watch out." Guan Wen and Chu Tianhua narrowly dodge the assault. Yuan-gu yawns in boredom. "Killing weaklings like you offers no sense of accomplishment." She steps toward Chu Tianhua, oblivious to the hairbrush behind her beginning to glow. Standing before Chu Tianhua, Yuan-gu gathers fire essence. "Time to end this boring game." At that instant, Lian Huang lunges from the brush, trailing a power cord. She plugs it directly into Yuan-gu's head, causing her to freeze as the flames vanish. Guan Wen clutches his keyboard, shouting in triumph, "Connection successful, loading game." Yuan-gu stands frozen, staring at the data streams coursing around her. She thinks, strange, why won't my skills activate? Just like that, she is dragged into the game as a red system frame appears. "Welcome to Heiyuan Elementary School." Yuan-gu stands in the middle of the school rooftop as thunder rumbles and rain pours down. She scans the rooftop and mutters, "I fell for it. Is this the inside of the barrier that deceived us before?" Horrific ghouls of all shapes and sizes emerge, shrieking. Watching them swarm, she sneers, "I've already exhausted too much spirit power. If I want to obliterate these mongrels and break the barrier, I must activate the Star Destroyer." Her eyes turn cold. How troublesome. I'll have to hunt down another Esper with the corresponding element later. Outside, Yuan-gu remains frozen, wearing the game headset, purple sparks flickering around her. Lian Huang flies back to Fang Ning and hugs him, beaming, "Awesome. Our plan worked, brother Fang Ning." Fang Ning stirs, confused. "This place, didn't I die?" As his memories return, he spots the others and asks in shock, "Lian Huang? Old Chu, Guan Wen, what are you all doing here?" Guan Wen flies toward Chu Tianhua and laughs. "We're here to investigate why the game lost control. We happened to see you fighting, and devised a strategy to strike when the opportunity arose." Chu Tianhua stands up, chuckling. "Brother Fang Ning, you have no idea I almost turned into roast pork just now." Fang Ning stares at him, unable to believe his ears. "What?" They actually succeeded in restraining Yuan-gu. He drops from Lian Huang's arms and asks, "Guan Wen, what skill is this? How long can you hold her?" Guan Wen scratches his head. "It's a soul technique I developed by using my own soul power for encoding. I can temporarily trap her in the Heiyuan Elementary School game instance. Think of it as an illusion. But don't attack her if you disturb the soul code surrounding her. She'll wake up instantly." Fang Ning grabs Guan Wen's shoulders, trembling with excitement. "Soul codingi's there any way you can use it to unlock the shackles on Lenny?" Guan Wen nods, drifting over to Jiang Li with his keyboard and computer, and begins to type. "I can try to analyze the structure of the spirit force. It will take 5 minutes. There's a good chance I can find a solution." Inside the game, Yuan-gu has begun to execute her Star Destroyer. A blast of fire erupts, creating a pillar of light that reaches the heavens, incinerating the ghouls and shattering the game world itself. Outside, the sheer force of the explosion causes everything to ignite, startling them all. Fang Ning shouts in disbelief, "What?" A torrent of fire descends from the sky, enveloping Yuan-gu's body and radiating outward. The flames swirl, forming a tornado of fire that lashes out at the surroundings. Seeing this, Lian Huang and the others scramble to safety. The fire intensifies, triggering tremors. The overwhelming power devastates the area, causing Guan Wen to cough up a mouthful of blood. He's using his hands. He wipes his mouth, looks up, and frowns. "Damn it, how did she break it so quickly? It hasn't even been a minute." Fang Ning, his body battered, stares at the sky, his expression etched with tension. He thinks, this heat is even more terrifying than during our battle just now. A moment later, Yuan-gu withdraws her power and claps her hands. Looking down from above, she sneers. "To think you ants could push this lady to such lengths." The price for using the Star Destroyer is the death of everyone here, save for the special souls. Fang Ning grits his teeth, looking at her with pure fury. Her power is too great. We have to stall until the soul hunters arrive. Unfortunately, my spiritual energy is almost dry, and Zhang Jun is severely wounded. Before he can finish, Lian Huang lunges toward her. Brother Fang Ning, sister Jiang Li, is the only one who can deal with her. I will hold her back. You guys hurry and find a way to save her. Her sudden, desperate decision leaves Fang Ning stunned. He reaches out, shouting in agony. Don't. Lian Huang ignores his plea. She raises her hands to channel her strength, whispering to herself, I will stop her, even if my soul is scattered to the winds. Lian Huang clasps her hands together and screams. Soul Technique Soul Division. Dark energy surges from her body, and a multitude of Lian Huang clones streak toward Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu watches, amused. She raises a hand, unleashing a massive torrent of fire at her. She lunges forward, grabbing a clone by the neck. HMPH, a soul clone Technique had a petty, low-tier trick. It lacks even a physical form. It's far inferior to Yuan Shang's division art. With a casual flick, she obliterates the clone. She taunts, how long can you sustain this soul-depleting gamble? Above, the battle rages. Below, Fang Ning supports Guan Wen. How is it? He asks anxiously. Can you break the soul shackles? I tried my best, Guan Wen rasps, his face deathly pale with agony. Unfortunately, I only managed one crack. Seeing this, Fang Ning screams, Guan Wen. He rushes to catch the fading figure, his eyes filled with shock. Guan Wen looks at him, whispering, I can't hold on anymore. I leave the rest to you, Master Fang Ning. As his essence vanishes completely, Fang Ning clutches the keyboard, growling, damn it. Over at Jiang Li's side, she struggles against the chains, trembling. Husband, it's no use. I can't break free. Seeing her plight, Fang Ning rushes forward, his gaze frantic as he tries to soothe her. Lenny, wait, I'll get you out of here. He grips the chains with his bare hands, trying to snap them apart. Veins pop on his arms, he lets out a roar of pain. High above, Yuan Gu kicks Lian Huang in the stomach, gloating. Naive, do you really think you can break the doctor's latest soul shackles? Off guard, she takes the full force of the blow, slamming into a wall in the distance. Yuan Gu smirks at her wretched state. Out of soul energy, aren't you? You don't even have enough power to maintain your own existence, yet you risk everything for others. Yuan Gu then charges toward Fang Ning, a pile of trash. Seeing this, Zhang Jun lunges forward, throwing a punch. But she instantly parries and counters his attack. Catching her off guard, Tiandao appears from behind with a pistol and fires without hesitation. Yuan Gu turns, eyes wide with shock. What, you have a technique like this? In an instant, she is encased in a cube of light. While keeping Yuan Gu restrained, Tiandao glances at Fang Ning and urges him on. This is my last shred of spirit energy. I don't know how long I can trap her. Take the others and go. Fang Ning looks back. Officer Zhang, what about you? He aims his weapon, straining to focus his energy. I must maintain the output. Once I leave the containment field, the effect will vanish instantly. If that happens, none of us will escape. Hearing this, Fang Ning's eyes turn resolute. No, we won't get far. Yuan Gu has tracking abilities. If she breaks out, she will hunt us down anyway. Everyone is only here because they wanted to save me. I will not abandon anyone. There has to be a way. Open for me. He exerts every ounce of strength to break the chains. As he hoped, the chains finally snap. She looks at him, moved. Husband! Tiandao and Lian Huang witness the scene and shout in joy. It opened. High above, Yuan Gu grins, sneering. I hate to disappoint you, but none of you are going anywhere. On Fang Ning's side, the chains suddenly expand and surge toward them. They quickly converge, hovering and arranging themselves directly above his head. Fang Ning instantly raises his hand to channel his power, roaring, This demonic trash, shatter for me. He launches a fierce strike against the chains, binding him. The technique backfires instantly, sending both him and Jiang Li reeling backward. She positions herself behind him, bracing his body with hers. She then flows her demonic power into him, accelerating the healing of his wounds. Fang Ning slowly stands up. I have recovered. We must get out now, or else Officer Zhang and Liangxiang will be in grave danger. Suddenly, Jiang Li grips his hand tightly. Fang Ning turns in astonishment to look at her, clenching his teeth. His gaze is filled with hesitation as he thinks, it seems this is the only way. Noticing her expression, Fang Ning asks, Lier, what is it? Without warning, she lunges forward, pulling him into a deep embrace and kissing him. Immediately, a surge of energy envelops them both. They clasp hands tightly, and their clothing begins to fade away. Their bodies entwine, merging into one. Outside, within Tiandao's cube, Yuangu begins to unleash his power to shatter the containment. His hands dissolve layer by layer, revealing only bone. Tiandao smiles and exhales. You have reached your limit. He slumps to the ground, his vitality waning. Tiandao places a cigarette in his mouth and calmly lights it with a lighter. Freed from restraint, Yuangu cackles triumphantly and charges at him. Old man, I am out. You truly could not hold on for long. Tiandao, unfazed, lifts his lighter toward his mouth and speaks. Tuaner, you have arrived, I have kept you waiting. Meanwhile, she charges, unleashing her power. He slowly closes his eyes, ready to face death. It is a pity, little one, I could not protect you. But just as Yuangu lunges, a hand thrusts out from within the cube, intercepting her attack. Feeling herself blocked, Yuangu screams in panic, impossible. Fang Ning grips her hand firmly. A massive surge of energy erupts around him, turning his hair to a shimmering silver. With a casual flick, he snaps her arm like a dry twig. Yuangu lets out a cry of agony. Without pause, he drives a fist deep into her stomach. No defense possible. She is sent flying backward by the sheer force of his strike. A thunderous explosion echoes through the area, causing the earth to tremble and filling the air with dust and debris. Behind him, Tiandao watches the scene in utter shock. Child, you. Fang Ning lights a cigarette and places it between Tiandao's lips. Tiandao looks at him, stunned. He whispers to himself, Fang Ning, is that you? Fang Ning places a hand on his shoulder. You have suffered enough, uncle. Rest now, leave the rest to us. Yuangu, refusing to yield, forces herself back up and charges at him again. Impossible. How could you break through the doctor's new spirit shackles? You were already drained of all spiritual power fighting Yuanlong. Fang Ning lunges forward. He raises his hand, preparing to strike her down. Yuangu's eyes widen in terror as Fang Ning's flurry of techniques descends upon her. She screams, I will return this tenfold. Fang Ning remains unmoved. He swings his fist, sending her spiraling away once more. The flames on her hands flicker and die. You forced my hand. She rises, bowing her head. Her face darkens as she growls, Star Annihilation Water. She unleashes her power, and a brilliant beam of light strikes down upon her from above. Two forces manifest within her Fire Star and Water Star. Fire Star, Water Star, Dual Star Annihilation. My power has doubled. Die! She surges forward, hurling a torrent of Water Star energy at him. Fang Ning remains calm, raising his hand to manifest a defensive barrier that blocks her strike. Seeing this, Yuangu gasps, You are using the power of that special soul. Fang Ning says nothing. He looks at his hand, channels his energy, and commands bind. Luck. Rings of energy materialize in the air, erupting with heavy chains. The chains descend, ensnaring Yuangu. She screams in horror, You have a soul contract. How is this possible? A soul contract cannot be severed. One can never betray it. Bound in life, bound in death. How could that special soul tether itself to you? As she speaks, the chains wrap tightly around her ankles. Yuangu struggles, screaming relentlessly. So this special soul gave you all its power without holding back, allowing you to erupt with such strength. But if you think that is enough to defeat me, you are sorely mistaken. Her expression turns murderous as she glares at him. I thought a dual star annihilation would be enough to finish you, but you have forced my hand this far. She continues to channel her power, roaring, Star Annihilation Gold Body. The chains binding her shatter. Two sources of energy appear above her, and her legs are wreathed in roaring flames. Yuangu pushes her limits, fueling her body with a colossal conflagration. She stares at Fang Ning. Naive, my power is beyond your comprehension. She raises her hands to the heavens. A gargantuan blade manifests in the sky, radiating immense power. No wonder Longji felt secure enough to leave. Without hesitation, she strikes at him, roaring. Sky-cleaving slash. Suddenly, the blade halts in midair, shrouded in gray smoke. Fang Ning stands below, effortlessly catching the blade with his bare hands while unleashing his own technique. Chains of pure power spiral out, wrapping around the sword. They drag it back toward Yuangu, shattering her blade and binding her arms. She is stunned. Fang Ning spins the chains, dragging her through the air. He slams her into the ground, pinning her down. Yuangu leaps up, spinning to face him, shouting in fury. Damn you, this young lady is truly angry now. Seeing her usual tactics fail, she draws upon Earth Star Annihilation energy. Fragments of stone coalesce around her, forming a massive gauntlet. Yuangu smashes her stone-covered fist into the earth, and bellows manifest domain. Dark energy erupts from the ground, and she continues. 5-star convergence. Yuangu stands tall, looking down at him with arrogant eyes. It has been 20 years since I last invoked the 5-star convergence. 5-star convergence births the force of mutual annihilation. It will reduce you to ash instantly. An overwhelming aura radiates from her. Yuangu lunges, her fist driving straight toward him. "The last time I used this, I spent a year bedridden. Consider this the price for your power." Fang Ning remains unfazed, looking at her with a hint of amusement. "You may try." His arrogance irritates her to her core. She screams while channeling her power. Let me tell you, after 5-fold star annihilation, my power has surged 5 times over. The outcome is decided. I will be the one standing at the end." They both strike, their palms meeting in a direct collision. Seeing that she cannot push him back, she stares at Fang Ning in disbelief. Fang Ning exerts force, easily sending her flying away. Yuangu slides across the ground, glaring at him in fury. "How? Why is my annihilation power ineffective against you? Who exactly are you?" He reaches behind him, unleashing his power as he retorts. "You ask who I am. Did the Yuan sect not investigate me clearly enough?" He lunges forward, bellowing, "It ends here." Impact strikes her, and she lets out a shrill scream of agony. She collapses to the dirt, realizing she is no match for him. Yuangu raises her hands in surrender. Don't kill me. I was wrong. Please, I beg you, spare me. You are a good person. You spared Jing before, so surely you will spare me too." "Right. That is the case, isn't it?" Yet he refuses to show mercy. Fang Ning raises his hand, surging with power as he glares at her. "I truly loathe the Yuan sect." Channeling the words of Officer Zhang, he swings his arm down. "A debt of blood must be paid in blood." The scene before him leaves him stunned. On the ground lies a serpent severed in 2, while above a woman appears Yuan's. She embraces Yuangu, whispering, "Little Gu, didn't see that coming, did you? To think that you would actually need me, Yuan's, to save you," she says, glancing at the girl in her arms. "If the doctor hadn't ordered me to clean up the battlefield, you would have bade this world farewell already." Yuangu stares at her, trembling. "Clean up the battlefield? Does the doctor truly think the strength of Brother Long and myself wasn't enough to complete the mission?" To her retort, Yuan sneers. "Do you still not understand why Yuan Long chose to watch while you fought Zhang Tiandao?" Hearing this, Yuangu grits her teeth, voice shaking. "It is because Brother Long trusts my strength." Seeing this, Yuan immediately presses her. "Oh, then why, when he clearly had the upper hand, did he leave that special soul behind and depart alone?" Before she can finish, Yuangu coughs up a mouthful of blood. Yuan watches the unconscious Yuangu, smiling. "Yuangu, this temporary slumber is a pity, but do not worry. I will not let your life wither away here. Together we shall drag Yuan Long from his throne. Those 3 seats are but toys, easily within my reach." She descends slowly to the ground. Carrying Yuangu, she stands directly opposite Fang Ning. He glares at her, frowning. "Are you also from the Yuan sect?" Yuan sticks out her tongue and answers, "Indeed, this one is Yuan's." At her reply, Fang Ning instantly unleashes his power. "Do you, of the 12 guards, also intend to take Jiangli? If you do not blame me for being discourteous." She denies it. "That is their mission. It has nothing to do with me. I have no desire to fight you, but I must take Yuangu away." At her demand, Fang Ning attacks. His chains lash out toward Yuan's. "You may leave, but Yuangu must answer for her actions." As the chains wrap around her, she looks at him, mocking. "Don't be so agitated, little handsome." In a flash, the chains vanish, replaced by a swarm of snakes. Fang Ning is stunned. Is it a dummy or a true clone? When did she? Suddenly, she appears right beside him. She licks his face lightly. "Attacking without a word, you are so aggressive." Before she can finish, he shoves his hand backward, blasting her away. A massive explosion erupts. Yuan appears behind him again, as if she had always been there. She folds her arms, smiling at him. "I'm so scared." Fang Ning frowns, glancing around. Why is she alone, he thinks. Where did she hide the wounded Yuangu? Without hesitation, he lunges at her. "If you insist on interfering, then you aren't leaving either." As he strikes, she vanishes again, leaving only snakes behind. Standing behind him, Yuan splits into 3 clones, looking at him with arrogance. "Calm down, little handsome. Don't be so rash. You don't even understand my abilities, so how could you hope to defeat me? As far as I know, your soul contract fusion consumes massive amounts of spiritual power. You have been fighting for so long, how much is left? How long can you last? Come on, strike me. Use more force." Fang Ning lunges, striking the first figure, but as he touches her, she turns into a snake. Recognizing the trick, he glances at the other 2. The 2 serpents coil around him from both sides. "Little handsome, give up. You can't hurt me like this. Why don't we play a different game? I guarantee it will be a pleasure for you." He remains silent, erupting with power and blasting her clones away. But strangely, innumerable Yuan's clones appear around him. Fang Ning scans the area, thinking, "Lear, can you pinpoint her true form?" Nearby, Jiangli thinks, "No, husband, in my spiritual sense, they are all real." He gasps internally, "They are all real. How is that possible?" One of the snakes looks at him, taunting. Why have you stopped? I was still enjoying it. Fang Ning lunges, attacking wildly. Then I will destroy them all. Let's see where you hide. Seeing all the snakes vanish, he looks around. Is it over? Suddenly behind him, Yuan sits nonchalantly on a rock. Each of my snake bodies possesses level 4 soul power, yet you demolish them all so easily. Truly, you are worthy of being the man who signed a soul contract with a special spirit. Fang Ning turns and lunges at her without hesitation. Suddenly, his body freezes. His eyes widen in shock. He drops to his knees. Why can't I move? Yuan saunters before him. Is your spiritual power finally depleted? I guessed it would be about time. She suddenly lashes out with a kick, striking his chest. Fang Ning and Jiang Li are sent flying. She raises her hand, smiling. Soul technique snake bind. Countless snakes erupt from the ground, constricting them both. Jiang Li cries out in shock, what? Looking at the scene, Yuan touches her face with a twisted smile. Who would have thought the one who defeated Yungu would be countered so perfectly by my soul technique? If I unexpectedly complete the mission to recover the special soul, I wonder how the doctor will reward me. Suddenly a spear descends from the sky, piercing right through her. Fang Ning stares in disbelief. Hongji appears in the sky above, and Yu Ying lands on the ground. Hongji looks at him. Apologies, we are late. Yuan eyes the group, sneering. To think the soul hunters would actually send you. The Hongji squad leader raises her hand, channeling her power as she glares at Yuan. Yuan, today we are taking you back to the organization. Yuan leaps, dodging the blow. Bad, these two are level 6 ability users and masters of soul techniques, especially that Hongji, whose technique counters my clones. I must retreat. Unexpectedly, Yue Ying appears abruptly behind her back. What's wrong? Trying to run. He reaches out and clamps a hand around her neck, deploying his power at the same time. The soul technique, wind severance, was a fake. Lion Chai grits her teeth in pain. She furrows her brow, staring at Yue Ying, calculating Franticolish is done for. Her spiritual power is flowing slower and slower. She has to break free now. Instantly, she transforms into a serpent spirit, stretching her elongated neck outward to slip free. Seeing her attempt to flee, Hong Jai lunges forward immediately, launching an attack downward at Yuan Shi. She hurriedly shifts into her serpent body, slithering away at full speed. From high above, a massive explosion suddenly rings out. Xuan Shi wipes the sweat from her brow with a flick of her hand, shooting an annoyed glare at Yue Ying. Yue Ying, your stench is unbearable, she complains with a sheepish grin. He scratches his head and apologizes. Sorry about that. Yuan Shi ducks down, slams her hand against the ground and shouts. Soul technique, frenzied serpent rush. A massive serpent spirit surges from her palm, hurtling toward the group. Hong Jai grips her spear, settling into an attacking stance. Then she raises the spear high and brings it crashing down, striking the serpent spirit head-on. Blood sprays from the serpent spirit on impact. On Yuan Shi's side, she hoists the Yuan Gu onto her shoulder, eyes narrowing with vigilance as she watches them. She then conjures a dark orb in her hand, channels her power, and flashes them a smile before speaking. Then this humble one shall take her leave first. Seeing her about to escape, Fang Ning looks up, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, author teleportation item. Am I really just going to watch them slip away? Just as she prepares to leave, Xuan Shi glances down at Fang Ning, smiles, and speaks. Fang Ning, was it? What an interesting boy. Suddenly her eyes freeze and she looks down. It's Fang Ning. He launches himself up and seizes Yuan Shi's arm in a vice grip. No, not this time. You're not getting away. A torrent of dark energy erupts violently from Yuan Shi's body. Hong Jai raises her arm to shield her face from the gale force blast of dark power radiating from Yuan Shi. Yue Ying, standing nearby, asks, what's going on? Following that surge of power, a massive explosion detonates from above, unleashing a shockwave that sends Fang Ning hurtling through the air. Down below, the blast pressure staggers both Hong Jai and Yue Ying. Hong Jai drives her spear into the ground, crouching low to anchor herself against the force. When the explosion subsides, Hong Jai rises to her feet, eyes wide with shock as she stares in Fang Ning's direction. No, I can't believe it. Yue Ying chimes in from beside her. That kid actually dared to block the moon disk teleportation. On Fang Ning's end, after being blasted away, he crashes to the ground and tumbles several times, clutching Yuan Shi's severed arm. Fang Ning slams his hands into the ground to stop his momentum, then pounds his fist against the earth in fury. Damn it, they still got away. His voice is laced with regret and anger. Hong Jai walks over, bends down to pick up the severed arm, then turns to glance at Yue Ying before speaking. Yue Ying, go check on Instructor Zhang's condition. I'll handle things here. he acknowledges the order. Yes, Captain. Hong Jai then reaches into a case at her hip and pulls out a specialized containment pouch. She lifts the severed arm and examines it carefully. Hong Jai places the arm into the pouch, then walks over to him. Getting one of Yuan Shi's arms, this time, will greatly aid our analysis of her abilities. Your contribution will be reported to the organization. She reaches toward his face, concern in her eyes. Are you all right? But before he can answer, Jiang Li rushes over and positions herself between Hong Jai and Fang Ning. At her action, Fang Ning smiles gently, takes her hand, and reassures her. It's fine, Lair. Jiang Li helps Fang Ning to his feet. He looks at Hong Jai and asks, You're the soul hunters who received the tip from Officer Zhang. That's why you came rushing here. She looks at him and replies, My name is Hong Jai. Over there is my teammate Yue Ying. Hong Jai then steps closer, gently tapping his shoulder with a smile. So you're the promising rookie instructor Zhang mentioned. Name's Fang Ning, quite the looker, too. Her words make Jiang Li bristle with irritation. She glares and warns sharply, back off. Seeing this, Hong Jai blinks in surprise, then looks at Fang Ning and speaks. You really are something. A powerful soul following you around, and she's acting like a jealous little girlfriend. A moment later, Hong Jai smiles warmly and waves gently at Jiang Li. Don't worry, I'm not going to steal your little boyfriend from you. Even so, Jiang Li remains far from pleased, puffing her cheeks and glaring at her. Fang Ning watches quietly from the side, a slight frown on his face. From the way this soul hunter behaves, she doesn't seem to hold any hostility toward souls. Surprisingly, Hong Jai lightly taps his chest and asks, What? Well, find it strange, way I treat the soul beside you. She explains, we used to be hostile toward all souls, because most of them inevitably drift toward evil by instinct. And purging souls is our duty. But your case isn't unique. In recent years, there have been documented cases within the organization of ability users forming soul contracts with spirits. From a distance, Yue Ying supports Tiandao as they make their way toward the group. Captain Hong Jai notices and immediately asks, How is Instructor Zhang's condition? Yue Ying glances at Tiandao and replies, His injuries are somewhat serious. We need to rush him back to headquarters for treatment. Listening to their conversation, Fang Ning asks curiously, He was your instructor? Yue Ying answers, Yes, both Hong Jai and I were his disciples, but after he left the Soul Hunters, he always investigated alone and never kept in contact with us. It wasn't until recently when he finally uncovered some leads on the Yuan Gao that he reached out to us again. Hong Jai continues from nearby. Both of Yuan Shi's fighters are wounded this time, so you'll be safe for a while. But the Yuan Shi faction has plenty of tricks up their sleeve. Sooner or later, they will come for you. Yue Ying adds, This time they sent monsters like Yuan Gu and Yuan Shi. Next time, they'll come far more prepared and even we won't be able to help you. Unless... Hong Jai steps forward. She holds out a sealed envelope before Fang Ning and speaks. Unless you officially join us Soul Hunters and seek the protection of the Grand Hunter. He stares at the envelope in shock. This. Meanwhile, his mind races. I just asked her how Soul Hunters treat souls that have formed contracts, but she deflected the topic toward Officer Zhang. This issue must still be debated internally among the Soul Hunters. Jiang Li reaches out and takes the envelope. Seeing this, Fang Ning looks at her with worry. Lair, if the Soul Hunters end up treating you. Jiang Li smiles gently, taking his hand and speaking softly. My love, today's situation was already far too dangerous. Without the Soul Hunter's protection compared to what could happen to me, I'm far more worried about you. Seeing that he has agreed, Hong Jai smiles and speaks. You'll be registered as an external operative in 5 days. The organization will send someone to evaluate you. If you pass... She begins forming hand seals, preparing to depart. Before leaving, Hong Jai turns back to look at him and says with a grin, Soul Hunter Organization, welcome aboard. At this, Fang Ning immediately thrusts the envelope into the air and shouts, Hey, don't just decide things for other people. I haven't even finished thinking it over. Hearing this, Yue Ying looks down from above and says, Take these few days to think it over. If you still don't want to join after 5 days, just return the commendation badge to Instructor Zhang. But if you choose not to join, for the safety of others, we'll need to monitor your location in real time and place restrictions on your power. I hope you understand. Fang Ning raises his hand toward them and speaks. Wei Tai also have a friend who was injured by Yuan Gu. Could you take a look at before he finishes? Yue Ying points toward Tian Hua, who is lying unconscious on the ground and says, If the friend you're talking about is the chubby guy lying over there. Him, I've actually already checked on him. From my senses, he doesn't seem injured at all. Fang Ning turns to look at Tian Hua, eyes wide. Wait, don't tell me. You were playing dead this whole time. Tianhua scratches the back of his head sheepishly. Ah, well, the diamond talisman already absorbed the impact for me, but I used up all my talismans. Staying alive was the priority, so. Hearing this, Fang Ning lets out a helpless sigh. Seriously, you really are something. I wasted all that worry on you for nothing. Evening at the cemetery. A security guard patrols with his flashlight when a sudden loud crash makes him jump out of his skin. At that moment, Yuanshi bursts out of the spatial vortex, carrying Yuan Gu's badly wounded body on her back. Then both of them crash to the ground. She coughs up blood from the severity of her injuries. Those damn soul hunters and Fang Ning, the one who contracted that special soul. Just you wait. Yuanshi clutches the moon disk in her hand, grinding her teeth as she hisses. Damn it. To withstand the spatial chaos, I've taken heavy internal damage too. My spiritual power is nearly depleted. She has no idea where she is. Yuan Gu is unconscious. The moon disk the doctor gave her is also destroyed. From the distance, a figure approaches. She whips her head around in panic. Could it be a soul hunter? She quickly drags Yuan Gu behind a nearby tombstone. Anxiety floods Yuanshi's mind. Damn it, does it have to be right now? The guard shines his flashlight and spots a trail of blood. Horror flashes across his face as the beam follows the crimson streak. Straight toward the two of them, the horrifying sight before him makes him gasp. Oh God, so much blood, what happened to you too? Yuanshi smiles, then she flicks out her long, forked tongue. She draws closer, fixing him with a bone-chilling stare, her lips curling into something inhuman. He stumbles backward, voice trembling. WH, what are you smiling about? Should I call an ambulance? Yuanshi narrows her eyes at him. In the next instant, she transforms into her serpent form scales rippling across her skin and lunges forward, her tail coiling tight around his body. He screams in pure terror, Snake, help, somebody help me. No, his shrieks echo through the cemetery, wretched and desperate. But no one comes to save the unlucky man. After she finishes him off, Yuanshi drags her tongue across the blood smeared on her face. She throws her head back and laughs with twisted delight. So what if I lost an arm? Yuan Long today, I've finally got something on you. Once the doctor loses faith in you and lets us split your spiritual power, I'll secure my place as one of the upper three guardians. Fireworks burst across the night sky. Deep within the cemetery, Yuanshi's eerie laughter lingers in the dark. Across the city, every household sets off fireworks in celebration. On the street, Jiangli gazes at the spectacle, eyes wide with wonder. Husband, what day is it today? It looks so lively. He answers, Dragon Boat Festival, maybe. I was always alone before. Never paid attention to any of this. Below them, the crowd watches the fireworks with joyful faces. The two of them walk together toward a hotel. Fang Ning glances up at the sign. The cheapest hotel in the area is this one, but something feels a little off. The receptionist greets them with a bright, eager smile. Welcome, welcome. You two have come to exactly the right place. We offer a wide variety of themed roomhospital nurse, classroom, bus, airplane, you name it. We also provide matching costume rentals, guaranteed to satisfy both of you. At the receptionist's pitch, Zhongli tilts her head and looks at Fang Ning in confusion. Themes. He forces an awkward smile at the receptionist. Just give us the cheapest room you have. We're just here to sleep. Meanwhile, his mind races. I wonder how much I'll have to compensate this time after Yuan Shang blew everything up. Better pinch pennies. The soul hunters probably won't reimburse me for this one. The receptionist quickly hands over the key card. I wasn't wrong, was I? You did come here to sleep. What else would you do at a hotel, right? The moment the two of them disappear from view, the receptionist's face darkens, a sly grin spreading across her lips. A handsome young man and a gorgeous girl. Looks like prime merchandise tonight. Should fetch a nice price. In a pitch-black room, she watches every corner of the hotel rooms through surveillance cameras. She stares at the screens, eyes gleaming with sick delight. Inside Fang Ning's room, Jiang Li steps in and looks around with undisguised curiosity. Fang Ning flops onto the soft bed and lets out a long sigh of relief. Finding some peace and quiet, he can actually rest today. He's savoring the moment when something suddenly clicks. His eyes snap wide open. Fang Ning looked up, puzzled. Is something off about this place? Meanwhile, Jiang Li was still scanning the room. After looking around every corner, Jiang Li puffed out her cheeks and answered right away. Doesn't like being watched. Fang Ning's eyes widened in surprise. What? Fang Ning shot to his feet, eyes sweeping the room with sharp vigilance. His mind raced so it wasn't just paranoia. Ever since they stepped into this room, he'd felt like someone was watching. He had dismissed it as a trick of the nerves. But if hadn't spoken up, could it be that Shang Yuan was tracking their location? Meanwhile, on a computer screen displaying their feed, a figure sat in the dark, quietly observing. A sly smile crept across her lips. What luck today? A clip of this couple should fetch a nice price. The words belonged to a short-haired woman caked in heavy makeup. She was practically giddy, especially over that pale-skinned girl. Quite the looker. Seems like they're into cosplay. Young people these days love that kind of thing. Suddenly the screen before her flushed red. The image blurred, distorted, and within seconds, it vanished entirely. Nothing but static. As if the camera had died. She smacked the computer a few times, muttering in confusion. Why's the feed gone? While she fumbled in panic, the screen flickered back to life, displaying an image taken from directly behind her. A chill crawled up her spine. Something horrifying was right behind her. Her blood ran cold. Impossible, she thought. I never installed a camera at that angle. Face ashen, she whipped her head around in terror only to find nothing. Absolutely nothing there. She exhaled in relief, hand pressed to her chest. Must have been seeing things, but the words died in her throat. Her eyes went wide. Something was wrong. She stared back at the screen, voice trembling. Why is this feed still showing the view from behind me? And why is the angle closer now? I just turned around, there was nothing there. She screamed in mounting dread. The image on the screen crept closer and closer to her head. What the hell is going on? What is this? Then the image shifted. From behind her own back, a face emerged, grotesque, drenched in blood, staring straight at her with a sickening, haunting grin. She shrieked at the top of her lungs, tears streaming down her face. Back in Fang Ning and Jiang Li's room, every hidden recording device had been located and removed. Fang Ning stared at the pile of equipment on the table. So that's why this hotel was so cheap. He looked up at Jiang Li, who hovered in midair, and let out a long sigh. This power of fury's this what the landlady supplied. We only meant to give her a light punishment. You didn't go overboard, did you? Jiang Li, a talisman sticker dangling from her forehead, replied gently. Don't worry, my dear husband. She fainted from the fright. She'll have headaches for a few days, plus 1 to 2 months of mental exhaustion. That's all. Fang Ning smiled and nodded approvingly, reaching out to tousle her hair. Our Le is truly amazing. Fang Ning then walked into the bedroom alone. Fortunately, he'd stayed sharp. If that woman had captured footage of Jiang Li floating in midair, anything else abnormal, it would have been a real headache. The Yuan couple had attacked tonight, and plenty of ordinary residents in the rental district had witnessed it. He wondered how the soul hunters would handle the situation. Fang Ning sat down and picked up the remote. A news broadcast appeared on the TV screen. A male reporter at the scene spoke into the camera. At approximately 8:00 p.m. tonight, a massive explosion occurred at the Eastern Sea City morgue. After receiving the emergency call, the Eastern Sea City Fire Department immediately mobilized rescue teams to the scene. Fang Ning watched the broadcast and thought, with an explosion that big, it was bound to make the news. The broadcast continued. Those injured were rushed to the hospital for treatment. The cause of the fire is still under investigation. Meanwhile, Jiang Li floated over, pointing at the screen in wonder. Husband, is this magic? How are there people talking inside this thing? Fang Ning chuckled and explained. It's a TV. Just like the clips we recorded, it's other people filming and putting it in there. This is a remote control. You use it to switch channels. He tossed the remote into Jiang Li's hands. Play around with it for a bit. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Li beamed with delight. Okay. Watching her happily fiddle with the remote, Fang Ning thought to himself that they had a computer and TV at home, but they'd been gathering dust as decorations never once turned on. So today was Le first real encounter with them. She was adapting to modern life more and more each day. He still remembered how, when she first arrived, she didn't even know how to brush her teeth, and yet that felt like it was only yesterday. His gaze drifted to the trash bin overflowing with blood-stained bandages. He continued. Fortunately, Quan Van and Lion Huang were both fine. According to Li their souls were stable. They simply couldn't condense their physical forms in the short term. To restore their previous appearances, they would need to absorb a massive amount of crisis energy, whether for Guan Van and Lion Huang's recovery or for boosting Li power. The public inspection event needed to be put on the schedule immediately. Fortunately, Lao Zhou was well connected in this area and had already started making arrangements. Fang Ning soaked leisurely in the bathtub and sighed. He'd have to find a new place to rent soon, but if he joined the Soul Hunters, he had no idea what kind of housing they'd arrange for him. Soaking really was better than showering. It felt like every pore on his body had opened up. He could fill a fresh tub for Li to try later. While Fang Ning sat with his eyes closed, relaxing, A series of sounds suddenly reached his ear sounds that made his face flush red. What the heck is that strange noise outside? Is it coming from another room? The soundproofing here is absolutely terrible. But in the very next instant, he jolted upright and shot out of the bathtub. Wait, that sound was coming from the TV in his own room. Fang Ning hastily wrapped a towel around his waist and flung the door open, face burning crimson. Hey Jiang Li, what the heck are you watching? At the sight before him, Fang Ning could only gasp, "Oh my God," and instantly froze like a statue. Jiang Li's stunning figure was on full display in a skin-tight bunny girl cosplay that barely covered her sensitive areas, while the TV continued flashing scandalous images across the screen. Face beat red, Fang Ning lunged to snatch the remote from Jiang Li's hands. Hey, how does a hotel TV even have stuff like this? But every time Fang Ning made a grab for it, Jiang Li instantly floated away, dodging him effortlessly. Oh my God, turn it off. You are not allowed to watch this. The two chased each other around the room, fighting tooth and nail for the remote. Give it to me, he demanded, but Jiang Li flatly refused to hand it over. Face flushed with embarrassment, Fang Ning finally caught Jiang Li. Also, where the heck did you get that outfit? Didn't you say you couldn't materialize clothes? The remote flew out of Jiang Li's hands and clattered away. The two tumbled onto the bed. Fang Ning, bare-chested, pinned her down beneath him. Jiang Li pouted. It was in this wardrobe. Li spotted it earlier while searching for surveillance equipment. Before Fang Ning could respond, his body was suddenly flipped. Jiang Li reversed their positions, now straddling him on top, and asked with an innocent tilt of her head, "Does Master like it?" Fang Ning couldn't form words. Jiang Li pressed her body against his, softly whispering, "Master." He stammered in embarrassment. Li what? What are you doing?" The white blanket flew Yupalong with Fang Ning's panicked voice. "Hey, boss, can we negotiate? Can we at least turn off the lights and the TV first?" The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room as the TV droned on. According to information tracked by our reporters, last night's explosion at the Veen 2 Thua apartment complex was caused by a gas leak from a GER line. At present, the incident has resulted in 3 deaths and 14 injuries. Meanwhile, the phone on the table lit up an incoming call from a contact saved as Landlord Auntie Liu. Jiang Li, still drowsy in bed, picked up the phone. "Hello, Auntie Liu." Whatever the person on the other end said, Jiang Li replied, "Yes, don't worry. I won't run from the compensation. I'll definitely pay you back." But she immediately screamed. She froze solid. "What? $1 million in neighbor damages too? I have to cover that." Jiang Li could only cry in resignation. "Fine, I understand." She reluctantly hung up. Fang Ning picked up the phone and sighed. He had barely scraped together some money from that case Du Feng had commissioned. Now they were back to square one. Even the earnings from the video had been poured in and they still owed a bit on top of that. A sudden knock at the door cut him off. Probably the clothes he'd ordered. He hurried to the door and took the shopping bag from the delivery person. A while later, Jiang Li finally stirred awake, eyes still groggy, her clothes rumpled and disheveled. Fang Ning asked, sleepyhead finally awake. He was sitting on the bed reading the news. He turned to her and said, "These are the clothes I bought for you. Hurry up and change." A beautiful dress was instantly enveloped by a gentle blue aura of magic. In the blink of an eye, the dress was already draped over Jiang Li's body. The two sat chatting. Fang Ning turned to Jiang Li and asked, "Last night you said that after our soul contract merged, you'd enter a very long period of weakness." Jiang Li quickly replied, "That's right. Master must have felt it too, hasn't he? The spiritual power I had accumulated is almost completely drained. Even so, it's going to be very difficult for us to exert our power during this period. But even without my power, Li will do everything in her ability to protect Master." Hearing this, Fang Ning's expression darkened with worry. "What? But the Soul Hunter exam starts in 4 days. When the Soul Hunter people come next time, regardless of whether I ultimately decide to join or not, I need to have at least some ability to defend myself. If only I knew where to find souls that could replenish Li soul power." Suddenly, the phone rang. Fang Ning's face instantly lit up as he answered cheerfully. "Hello, Director Wanga's the video payment hit my account yet?" "Perfect timing. I'm strapped for cash right now." Director Wang hastily denied it on the other end. "Ah, Mr. Fang Ning, the payment hasn't come through yet. I'm calling about something else entirely." Fang Ning was mildly surprised by what he heard. "A hospital," he quickly replied. "There's actually a hospital director. They've been reaching out through our video contacts to get in touch with me. They say they want to hire an exorcist. But it's all just movie script stuff, right? Surely nobody actually takes it seriously." Fang Ning thought to himself, the Soul Hunter exam in a few days is more important. I shouldn't create any more problems. Even though he'd made himself clear, Director Wang still had his own argument ready. He said, Mr. Fang Ning, you haven't been online these past few days, have you? There's a gorgeous live streamer named Lin Huan who posted a video of you fighting an evil spirit at Hai Nguyen Elementary School. It's gone completely viral across the internet. Right now, tons of people online are calling you a master exorcist. Hearing this, Fang Ning was taken aback. Huh. He recalled the incident and laughed. Oh, that video? I just gave it to them for promotional purposes. It actually went that viral. It's all fake, just special effects from the Changzi master. You don't actually believe it, do you? He continued. As for the hospital director you mentioned, just tell him I'm on vacation and don't have time. Sensing his reluctance, Director Wang said regretfully, they're offering a fee of 800,000. So Mr. Fang Ning, you really don't have any time. I understand. I'll go ahead and turn him down then. The moment Fang Ning heard that amount, he immediately changed his mind. Wait, his eyes lit up as the gears turned in his head. 800,000 isn't that exactly what I need to solve my current financial crisis. The upper echelon suffered heavy losses this time and drew the soul hunter's attention. In the short term, they probably won't make any more moves. With that thought, he quickly spoke up. Director Wang, you know what they say, time is like a woman's curves. Squeeze a little and there's always some to find. Send me his contact information right away. Director Wang immediately agreed. Sure. Meanwhile, Jiang Li overheard his words and tilted her head in confusion, muttering under her breath. Just a little. After ending the call with Director Wang, Fang Ning let out a laugh. Who would have thought just as I was dozing off, someone hands me a pillow? I was racking my brain over how to pay back the landlord. Besides, he had another reason, remembered there truly were soul spirits here. And if the timing was right, he could help Le recover some of her strength. Outside, rain hammered down as lightning split the night sky. An ancient, sprawling estate emerged beneath dense, tangled canopies. This was the headquarters of the Soul Hunters. A long corridor stretched ahead, lined with guards standing watch in rigid formation. A wheelchair rolled forward. Hong Jai pushed it from behind, carrying the wounded Tiandao. Yue Ying walked beside him. Tiandao swept his gaze around, remarking, not a single thing has changed in 10 years, huh? Not one bit. Hong Jai heard his words and immediately piped up with a playful grin. It's not like you don't know, Instructor Zhang. The antiques in the Soul Court are seriously outdated. Tiandao closed his eyes and spoke. It looked like recruiting Fang Ning into the Soul Hunters this time wouldn't be simple at all. The moment his name came up, Yue Ying jumped in. Fang Ning is a rare talent. The Soul Hunters are in decline right now, and yet the elders still haven't. Before she could finish, Tiandao cut her off. Yue Ying, don't badmouth leadership behind their backs. An open spear is easy to dodge, a hidden arrow is not. Yue Ying, that loose cannon attitude of yours is going to get you killed someday. Hearing his rebuke, Yue Ying responded, understood. Thank you, Instructor Zhang. The three of them reached the end of the corridor. Before them stood a colossal gate and a surge of power from within swung it open. The gates parted wide. Before their eyes, a massive orb hovered in midair. The three stepped past the threshold and entered. Smaller orbs scattered around the chamber immediately shifted, gliding toward their position. From the great orb above, two pillars of blue light descended, silhouettes of something taking shape. Two elders sat imperiously in their seats. One had white hair and held a horsehair whisk. His expression stern and unyielding, the other wore spectacles and a cap, looking far more mild-mannered. Court Elder Son, the white-haired, one pointed a finger straight at Tiandao's face. Who gave you permission to bring an outsider with no ties to our organization into the Heicheng City branch? He thundered. Hong Jai and Yue Ying, standing behind, exchanged tense glances. Hong Jai spoke up. Court Elder Son, the situation at the time was extremely urgent. Tiandao immediately cut her off. Hong Jai, let me handle these old friends of mine first. She obeyed, bowing her head and stepping back. Tiandao raised his head in greeting. Court Elder Son, Court Elder Zhu, it's been a while. Court Elder Zhou smiled warmly. Is that Tianda? Hey, Elder Son, what exactly did you just say? Tiandao may have left the organization, but he once earned glorious merits for the Soul Hunters. How can you say he has no ties? Court Elder Son turned his face away coldly. That was the past. Now he holds the status of an outsider. Hearing those words, Tiandao's hand tapped the armrest of his wheelchair with a hint of impatience. He said, Court Elder Son, would you rather keep bickering over petty matters, or shall we get to the real issue? Is this how the Soul Hunters waste their precious time? His provocative words shattered Court Elder Son's composure. The old man shot to his feet, face red with fury. You, Hong Jai and Yue Ying immediately dropped to their knees. Court elder son, please calm yourself. Yue Ying thought to herself. Instructor Zhang just finished lecturing me about watching my word sand. Here he is, saying whatever he wants right to the man's face. Hong Jai, not to be outdone, shot back at her under her breath. You think you can compare yourself to him? If he hadn't left the organization and wasted his own talent, he'd at least be sitting in the third seat by now. Who outranks whom is still up for debate, you know. Court Elder Zhou hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Come now, Elder Son Tiandio have all fought side by side. We're comrades in arms. Let's not argue and give the younger generation something to laugh at. He then turned to address Hong Jai. Hong Jai, why don't you go ahead and give us a briefing on this mission? She quickly rose to her feet. Understood. This all started when I received intelligence from Instructor Zhang. A while later, Hong Jai presented a bandaged arm and concluded. And that's the situation. In the end, Yuan Gu and Yuan Shi escaped through the moon compass. However, Fang Ning intervened and because of him, Yuan Shi's arm was severed and left behind. After hearing her report, Court Elder Zhou asked, so Yuan Shi's severed arm was the work of this Fang Ning kid. Hong Jai affirmed, that's correct. At the time, Yuan Shi had the moon compass in hand. If he hadn't risked his life to pin her down, we never would have been able to keep this arm. Court Elder Zhou murmured in awe. He defeated Yuan Gu. That would require at least a special class soul hunter to accomplish. That's equivalent to a special class soul general in terms of soul power. He actually possesses strength of that caliber. Yue Ying spoke up. Based on my perception, Fang Ning's base soul power fluctuation was around rank 4 at the time. He likely used some kind of secret art, which boosted his combat strength up to rank 6 or 7, but the duration is extremely limited. After the technique wears off, he falls into a state of severe weakness. Court Elder Zhou stroked his chin in thought. Judging by his file had just turned 20, even with an amplification art, that kind of innate talent is extraordinarily rare. On the other side, Court Elder Son slammed his hand down. You said he's critically weakened after using his secret art, so why didn't you seize him right then and there? Yue Ying responded with a furrowed brow. Court Elder Son, why on earth would we arrest him? Fang Ning fought alongside us against Yuan Shi. He is not an enemy of the soul hunters. Court Elder Son let out an incredulous laugh. Not an enemy. From what I've gathered, he may have a rank 6 spirit bound to him. Have you forgotten what it means to be a soul hunter? Court Elder Zhou, beside him, looked taken aback. What? A rank 6 spirit? Tiandao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Court Elder Son, where exactly did you obtain this information? It was never mentioned in the mission report I had Hong Jai submit. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Don't you worry about where I got it. Now I'm asking Yaodo, you still remember the rules of the soul hunters? Tiandao's expression grew contemplative. He thought to himself, how did he find out? Is Hong Ji or Yue Ying a mole working for him? Or maybe he obtained the intel from another source and is just trying to sow discord among us. Could it be that there was another soul hunter at the Senion who watched everything unfold, but chose to stay hidden in the shadows and never intervened? To answer Court Elder Son's question, Tiandao replied steadily, the rules of the soul hunters are to apprehend and neutralize all spirits that pose a threat to the world, and to maintain social order. How could I possibly forget? But based on my observations, they have never done anything harmful to this world. Court Elder Son fired back. They haven't yet, that doesn't mean they won't. The very nature of spirits is to devour and destroy. Surely you understand that much, Zhang Tiandao. Tiandao softened his tone and explained. In recent years, the Yuan Shi faction has been growing more active. We soul hunters are losing people deaths. Defections isn't now exactly the time to recruit new talent. Isn't that right? He pressed on, recruit him. With his talent, in just a few years, he will surely become a vital fighting force for our soul hunters. Moreover, Court Elder Son, don't forget our organization does have precedent for this, doesn't it? Court Elder Son's face flushed crimson with rage. He jabbed a finger at Tiandao. How can he possibly compare to Chu Yun? She is the daughter of the Soul Master. Have you ever considered how much damage a rank 6 spirit wandering freely out there could cause to society? Hearing the challenge, Tiandao met his gaze with unwavering resolve. I trust him. My life was pulled back from Yuan Gu's grasp because of him. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Court Elder Son scoffed. And what exactly do you think you can do about it? In the meantime, Director Zhou remained perfectly calm and asked him again, Tiandao, can you really guarantee the containment of an unstable level 6 soul? He replied with absolute conviction, absolutely. I have complete faith that my read on Fang Ning won't be wrong. The kid's talented with real potential. If we want to take down Xuanshang, he could become the sharpest blade in our hands. Hearing the conviction in his words, Director Zhou placed his trust in him. Fine, Tiando, I trust your eye for talent. Speaking of which, there really is someone perfectly suited to test him. Have Chu Yun make the trip. Tiando responded without hesitation. Agreed. After all, no one among our beast soul hunters is better suited to assess Fang Ning than her. Director Sun didn't voice further objection either. He said grudgingly, Old Joe, since you've already decided, I won't say more. But I'll report everything from today's meeting to the Beast Master in full. He gritted his teeth. I suggest you all take good care of yourselves. With that, he vanished. Director Joe spoke up to smooth things over. I need to be going too. Old Sun only means well for the organization. Tiandao don't take it to heart. Finally, they all departed. Tiandao thought to himself, Fang Ning, kid, I've done everything I can. The rest is up to you. With business concluded, Hong Jai, Yue Ying, and Tiandao turned and walked out of the room. Instructor Zhang, Yue Ying asked, are we really letting Sister Chu assess Fang Ning? He countered, why not? Isn't she a perfect fit? Yue Ying voiced her concern. You know Sister Chu's personality, sir. I'm afraid if she doesn't take Fang Ning seriously, the kid will just end up in more trouble. Tiandao laughed. Don't worry, I have a feeling those two will have plenty to talk about. Suddenly, a soldier burst in, cutting their conversation short. Captain Hong Jai, I've compiled all the unsolved case files from Heicheng over the past 20 years. Just as you requested. Hong Jai nodded. Good, leave them in my office for now. He accepted the order. In his hands was a stack of documents, mysterious disappearance case from Heicheng People's Hospital No. 9. A young female nurse had vanished inside the hospital without a trace. The nurse, surnamed Zhao, was only 19 years old. According to the hospital, she had just finished her overnight shift the day before. By standard protocol, she was supposed to notify her colleagues for the shift handover before she could leave. Thunder cracked as rain hammered down. Inside a certain hospital, a male doctor peeled off his surgical gown with a relieved sigh. The operation was finally over. He could finally go home and rest. Suddenly, the silhouette of a female nurse appeared outside, rapping softly on the door. The doctor said immediately, "Come in." He hurriedly threw his coat back on, thinking someone coming in for a checkup at this hour. Looks like another all-nighter of overtime. The door swung open on its own. One pushed it. A female nurse walked in, her head bowed low. Her body was drenched in horrifying blood. The doctor still hadn't noticed anything wrong. He gently shook her shoulder. "Miss, what happened to you?" "Your wounds." The woman said nothing. She ripped her uniform wide open. Doctor, look, quick look." Her face shot upward. The expression twisting her features was pure, haunting horror. She laughed. "Can I still be saved?" The doctor's legs buckled. He collapsed to the floor, trembling. The nurse had transformed into a demon, her ribs and organs fully exposed, a horrifying red consuming the space around them. She lunged at the male doctor. Bones pierced into him. All he could do was scream. The silhouette of a bloodthirsty fiend filled that room. On a perfectly ordinary day, at that very same hospital, the wide corridors bustled with people coming and going. Fang Ning appeared, phone in hand, gazing at the screen as he began to speak. "I'm currently at Heicheng People's Hospital No. 9. As we all know, hospitals are places where mysterious incidents occur with disturbing frequency. Especially at this one, 3 doctors have vanished without a trace in recent days. The police haven't uncovered a single lead, and I, the elder of the beggars sect, have been invited by the hospital director to investigate. So I'll be taking you all along to get to the bottom of this." The viewers in his live stream erupted into chaos. The comment section is absolutely packed. In his private room, Chief Tan speaks to a mysterious figure draped in a black shawl. "You've done well. Keep tailing them. Whatever you do, don't let them get suspicious. If anything happens, report to me immediately." He gives careful instructions. "You're dismissed. Leave now." The figure obeys and withdraws. Yes, the door closes, leaving Chief Tan alone in the room. He drops all pretense, revealing his true face. "Fang Ning, isn't it? And that 6th-rank soul called Jiang Li, too. The net is cast. Let's see when the fish finally bites." He lets out a wicked grin. Back to Fang Ning's, still chatting away with everyone on his live stream. "Can't believe there are already this many people so early in the morning. Welcome everyone to my live stream." Jiang Li trails behind, curiously glancing around at everything. She suddenly peers into a nearby clinic and spots a doctor preparing to give an injection to a crying child. The instant the needle pierces the skin, the child's wails erupt even louder, making Jiang Li flinch in fright. She whips her face away and grabs Fang Ning, who's live streaming ahead of her, hugging him tight. "Master, it hurts." Fang Ning is caught off guard. Jiang Li's face has already ended up on the livestream screen. The comment section explodes with viewers buzzing about the two's relationship. Jiang Li hastily drags Fang Ning into the room from earlier. Engia Heap shouts, "Let go of the child, you villains aren't allowed to stab him again." The doctor, the mother, and even the child all stare in shock, bewildered by what's happening. Fang Ning quickly pulls Jiang Li aside and awkwardly apologizes. "I'm so sorry for the trouble." Jiang Li still doesn't understand what just happened. She asks him, confused, "Master, weren't we supposed to rescue the child from those evil people?" Fang Ning quickly explains, whispering into her ear, "That was an injection. It's how they treat sick children." Only then does Jiang Li finally understand. The two arrive at the hospital's front desk. Fang Ning asks, "Excuse me, where is the department chief's office?" "He has an appointment with me." The experienced older nurse smiles warmly and replies, "Would you be Mr. Fang Ning? Just turn right up ahead. The department chief is already waiting for you." She adds a gentle reminder. Per hospital regulations, filming is not permitted on the premises. Hearing her response, he thanks her and turns to leave. "Thank you. Don't worry, I'll sort out the filming issue with the department chief." The moment Fang Ning walks away, the young nurse beside her immediately turns to ask Nurse Zhao, "Head nurse, is that the master the hospital director mentioned? Why is he still live streaming? Doesn't exactly inspire confidence." She replies calmly, I heard the director spent a fortune hiring him. Perhaps he's the type who hides his true power." Fang Ning and Jiang Li stand before the director's office. He glances at his phone screen and says, "All right, what comes next is confidential. I'm ending the live stream here. If you want the full story behind all the strange happenings at this hospital, stay tuned for my next video, Master Exorcist, specializing in cleansing the evil spirits lurking within these walls." With that, he lowers the phone and switches it off. Then he calmly knocks on the door. A polite voice from inside invites him in. He pushes the door open and steps inside, finding an elderly man in glasses seated with documents in hand. Spotting him, the old man quickly sets the papers down and rises to greet him. "Master Fang Ning, you've arrived. Come, have a seat." He invites his guests in. Fang Ning speaks politely. "Please don't call me Master, just call me Fang Ning." The director also notices Jiang Li sitting beside him. "And this lovely young lady is." He doesn't hesitate, simply pointing at her. "Allow me to introduce her. Thighs is my fiancée, Jiang Li. She's also my assistant." The director doesn't beat around the bush either. Cutting straight to the point, "Young Mr. Fang, surely you already knew something about our hospital before coming here, correct? But in truth, these mysterious disappearances didn't just start recently." He is taken aback. The director continues, "Starting from 40 years ago, there were already rumors in the hospital that once every 5 years, some kind of bizarre phenomenon would occur within these walls. Either one or two doctors would drop dead without warning, or a nurse would be so terrified she could no longer speak, and eventually lost her memory entirely. At first, nobody paid any attention to it. After all, doctors and nurses like us work grueling hours under immense pressure. Sudden death or mental breakdowns, those were considered perfectly normal." The director falls silent. "After looking into these cases, the police told us there was nothing suspicious, so we dismissed them as just ordinary rumors and moved on." His expression turns grave. "But this year is different." Fang Ning chimes in, "I know about this. I did some investigating before coming here. 3 doctors went missing for 3 consecutive days, with no explanation whatsoever." The director lets out a heavy sigh. "Yes, all 3 of them were brilliant young talents. They were the rising stars of our hospital's medical team. There's absolutely no way they would have taken their own lives just because things weren't going well. More importantly, there were no warning signs before their disappearances. The police came to investigate but found nothing suspicious. Yesterday, I even invited a renowned master from Sizzy Temple outside the city to take a look. He explicitly said there was nothing wrong, and yet another person disappeared last night. That is precisely why I decided to seek you out. Mr. Fang." The director pours his heart out. Having heard the full story, the two exchange a knowing glance through their shared thoughts. Fang Ning asks her, "Laren Chai, along the way where did you catch any scent that smelled appetizing?" She immediately recalls, "Nope, there's a pungent, acrid smell everywhere. Doesn't smell good at all." Fang Ning thinks to himself, that sharp, acrid smell Laren Chai picked up is probably the stench of something rotting. Cases like this might not be caused by spirits at all. There's a real possibility a human is behind it. Seeing him go quiet, the director hastily offers, "Mr. Fang, what's holding you back? If the problem proves too difficult, we can absolutely increase the payment." He's surprised more money. Fang Ning immediately perks up with enthusiasm. "Rest assured, sir, Leave the exorcism to me, I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. As for the reward, I heard from Wang Dao that the director hastily cuts him off. 800,000. Based on the circumstances, we can add another 100,000 on top of that. Mr. Fang, if you can resolve this as quickly as possible, just figuring out what exactly we're dealing with, I'll send an additional bonus your way. Fang Ning agrees cheerfully. Please rest assured, leave everything to me. I guarantee your hospital's doctors will no longer have to save lives while trembling in fear. He secretly thinks to himself this old man is quick on the uptake. The compensation money he owes the landlord is practically covered now. With business settled, Fang Ning takes Zhang Li's hand and heads out. As he walks, he waves to the director. No more delays, I'm going to start investigating right away. He adds, for the record, I'm actually a channel host, specializing in exorcism and investigation videos. I hope you'll understand. The director agrees without hesitation. No problem at all. The two close the door behind them as they leave the director's office. He remains standing there, still smiling as he watches them go. On the desk lies the folder from earlier. From beneath the bottommost page, a corner peeks out clearly labeled Shangyuan Foundation Fund. Fang Ning and Jiang Li walk out into the hospital corridor. Jiang Li says to him, "Husband, there's a sharp, acrid smell everywhere here. Is there really anything good to eat in this place?" He replies, "Who knows? But these paranormal incidents have been happening once every 5 years for the past 40 years. If a human is behind this, just how deep would the grudge between them and this hospital have to be? Besides, 40 years is a long time. Soul hunters should have come to investigate the situation here ages ago. It's not like they're pacifists after all. Every corner of the hospital is monitored by surveillance cameras. If it were a human, there's no way there wouldn't be a single clue left behind." He gently rubs Jiang Li's head. After thinking it over for a good while, he concludes it must be spirits causing the trouble. They have just been hiding their tracks exceptionally well. Once we find this thing, I'll definitely treat Lair Nhi to a proper feast. Jiang Li lights up with excitement. "So, husband, how exactly do we find it?" Fang Ning answers with confidence. "Simple. Since the paranormal event started 40 years ago, all we need to do is find the doctors and nurses who have been working here the longest. The ones who have been at this hospital the longest will know." Jiang Li's eyes go wide with admiration. "Exactly. Oh, husband, you're so clever." The two burst into laughter, perfectly content, right there in the corridor. Everyone around them stares with bewildered expressions. A doctor wearing a surgical mask appears on the camera screen. 40 years ago? Let me think. The biggest event that year was probably the nationwide infectious disease epidemic, wasn't it? Fang Ning immediately presses further. "An epidemic? What about anything else?" The doctor turns back to his work, answering indifferently. "There were too many things going on, but I don't recall anything particularly noteworthy happening." Hearing this, the two set off to find others. An older cleaning lady appears on screen. 40 years ago, that was the youth I lost, dear." Fang Ning is left speechless. The old lady turns and teases them both. "Young man, young lady, you two make such a perfect couple. So when's the wedding?" "What? Come, let me tell you a thing or two about marriage." The cleaning lady pulls Jiang Li aside and starts whispering all sorts of stories into her ear. Jiang Li is all too receptive, pulling out a notebook and pen. She scribbles away non-stop, leaving Fang Ning standing there utterly helpless. The two continue searching for information. An elderly nurse appears on the screen. She shakes her head. 40 years ago, I was still in school. How would I know what happened back then? There are always tons of ghost story rumors floating around, though. Every hospital has those kinds of stories, doesn't it? Strange stories. Suddenly, Sister Zhao, sitting behind the reception counter, calls out just as the two of them are about to leave. "Oh, wait a moment. Now that you mention 40 years ago, I just recalled something. I'm not sure if it'll be of any help to you." Fang Ning turns back. "Oh, tell me." The three of them sit together in a private room. Sister Zhao begins her story. 40 years ago, a young doctor at our hospital resigned. She takes off her cap and continues. "Honestly, I've always suspected that the bizarre phenomena occurring every year in this hospital are very likely connected to that incident." Fang Ning asks Sister Zhao, "A young doctor resigned. What's strange about that? Isn't that just a perfectly normal thing?" She nods. "Yes, people resigning from a hospital is perfectly normal, but Dr. Gu's case was different." Her expression turns grave. Fang Ning doesn't recognize the name. "Dr. Gu, who's that? How is he not alike?" Sister Zhao answered immediately. "Dr. Gu, how should I put it? He was very serious, extremely strict, and most importantly, very handsome. In terms of looks, He was pretty close to yours, Mr. Fang. Dr. Gu was a man with slightly dark skin and wine-red hair. Sister Zhao recalled, I was still young when he first joined the hospital. A lot of female doctors and nurses like us had a crush on him, some even fell head over heels. But 40 years ago, he suddenly resigned. I heard it was because he said he couldn't learn anything more. At the hospital, you know, even veteran doctors don't dare claim they've mastered medicine completely, even after dedicating their whole lives to the field. But he had only been at the hospital for 1 year, and he quit for such a ridiculous reason. Fang Ning agreed the reason was indeed strange. But it doesn't seem connected to the disappearance at all, does it? Sister Zhao clenched her hands tightly, her head bowed low. The thing is, when he suddenly resigned, a colleague who was also my close friend vanished along with him. She was actually the first person officially recorded as missing here. Sister Huijin admired Dr. Gu to the point of obsession, even. Fang Ning quickly pulled out a pen and notepad to jot things down, then asked, Is there any other information about those two? Anything at all? Sister Zhao's face went pale as she recalled. The night she disappeared, I was working the night shift, and I think I saw her. I'm not sure if I was seeing things, but Fang Ning noticed her trailing off. But what? Sister Zhao lost all composure, her expression twisting into something fierce. I've tried to forget that scene. I told myself to treat it as nothing but a horrible dream, but that image keeps appearing right before my eyes. She must be trying to send me a message. Jiang Li clutched Fang Ning's arm. He leaned forward, expression dead serious. Auntie Nurse, what exactly did you see? Sister Zhao's face twisted in horror as she forced out each word. I saw in the hallway that night me closest friend seemed to be floating through empty air, her back turned toward me. And beneath her, something was trailing on the ground, like blood and gore, her organs spilling from her stomach. And her heart, it was still beating. The instant Sister Zhao finished speaking, a door creaked open behind them, her face locked in a rigid mask. Everyone gasped in unison, all of them shaken by the story. A hand flipped the light switch on. A young nurse with golden hair and striking blue eyes stood in the doorway. Sister Zhao, are you in here? Why did you pull the curtains shut in broad daylight? It looks so gloomy in here. They all scrambled to their feet. Sister Zhao hurriedly put her cap back on, forcing a smile. We were just sharing some old stories. Needed a bit of atmosphere, you know. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was past 10 and rushed. I need to get back to checking on the patients. She turned to Fang Ning with a trusting look. I hope what I told you helps, even just a little. He nodded in reply. Thank you, you must be busy. We'll come find you again if we have more questions. With that, Sister Zhao left. The young nurse turned to Fang Ning. Was Sister Zhao telling the story about Sister Huijin's disappearance again? About her best friend? About the organs dragging on the floor, and then floating like that? Fang Ning was taken aback. How do you know about that? Wasn't that something that happened 40 years ago? The young nurse answered honestly, Sister Zhao has been telling that story to everyone for years now. The first time I heard it, I was terrified too. She covered her mouth and whispered to them. After that, I heard from the senior staff that the police actually took the lead very seriously at first. A missing person case could very well be a homicide, but the police ran a luminol test and found that the spot she described had absolutely no traces of blood. You know how sensitive luminol testing is. It can detect blood at a concentration of just 1 part per million. No matter how experienced a criminal is, there's no way they could erase every trace within just a few days. So the police concluded that everything she described was just a product of her imagination. Besides, how could a person just float in midair, organs trailing bloody across the floor, yet the heart is still beating? The young nurse sighed. It's just way too implausible. My guess is she probably dozed off and had a nightmare during overtime. Fang Ning replied politely, Thank you for the heads up. We'll take all of this into consideration as our investigation continues. The young nurse didn't say anything else. She gave them a small wave. Then she walked over to the bookshelf to look for something. Fang Ning thought to himself, if this is a spiritual entity, it normally wouldn't leave behind bloodstains. Moreover, given that the disappearance happened 40 years ago, it was the first recorded cassettes, is far too coincidental. While he was lost in thought, completely oblivious to his surroundings, the young nurse suddenly exclaimed, Huh! Wasn't it supposed to be right here? Oddly enough, her skirt was so short it nearly exposed her entire thigh. This made Jiang Li burn with jealousy, directed squarely at Fang Ning. Jiang Li grabbed Fang Ning's face with both hands and turned it toward her, catching him off guard. He blushed, flustered. What's wrong? Jiang Li puffed out her cheeks. If my lord wants to see something, I'll wear it for you myself. You're not allowed to look at other women like that. Fang Ning blinked, confused. You're going to wear a nurse outfit. You're going to cosplay. Jiang Li's face was pure innocence. She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly a thought flashed through Fang Ning's mind. He slapped his hands together in excitement. Ah, I've got it. He immediately pulled Jiang Li into a tight embrace and planted a kiss on her cheek, making her turn crimson. Thank you for the reminder, my dear. Jiang Li hurriedly pushed him away, embarrassed. My lord, there are other people here. The young nurse teased them from the side. Go right ahead, don't mind me. I didn't see a thing. Fang Ning grinned and said to Jiang Li, I just suddenly thought of a way to lure out the evil spirit, so I couldn't help myself. Jiang Li tilted her head, puzzled. A method, he patted her shoulder. It's all thanks to you, Layer, mentioning the nurse outfit. That spirit keeps targeting young, handsome doctors, so I can easily disguise myself as a doctor and bait it into coming for me. Then Fang Ning, utterly narcissistic, for the sake of world peace, I am willing to sacrifice this peerlessly stunning face of mine. This made the young nurse blurt out in disbelief. What the hell? How did the tone shift that drastically? He turned to the young nurse. Miss will be counting on you to set the stage. She can only manage. The nurse could only say, fine, fine. Jiang Li kicked Fang Ning in annoyance, urging him to focus. 2 sets of doctor and nurse uniforms were neatly folded and ready. The young nurse handed them over, then turned to leave. You 2 change here, okay? I've got something to take care of, gotta run. The ward door clicked shut. Fang Ning immediately slipped the doctor's coat on. He thought to himself, it actually suits me pretty well. Here he was, cosplaying as a hospital doctor might as well be a blushing bride, stepping into a palanquin for the first time. The curtain rustled. Jiang Li stepped out, the nurse uniform barely covering her curves. Jiang Li called out softly, my lord. Fang Ning's cheeks flushed red. He thought of stopped breathing. Layer is impossibly adorable. Jiang Li's face was full of worry as she called out, my lord, come here quick. Fang Ning rushed over. Layer, what's wrong? Is it the outfit? Does it not fit right? I'll ask them to get you something else. She shook her head. It's not that, my lord. Jiang Li held up the stockings in her hands. She asked cautiously, I don't know how to put these on. My lord, could you come help me? Expecting something serious, Fang Ning squeezed his eyes shut in embarrassment. Just try it yourself. You put them at your feet and pull them up, that's all. Jiang Li grabs his hand and pleads. My lord, please help me, I'm begging you. Fang Ning has no choice but to surrender. Fine, fine, let me help you put it on. Honestly, I just can't say no to her. Jiang Li beams with joy. Thank you, my lord. He adds, now sit still and behave it, don't go messing around. Reminded by him, she tilts her head in confusion. Fang Ning's face burns red at the scene before him. He chants in his head off limits. Can't eat. He shakes his head hard, trying to banish the dark thoughts. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. He recites the mantra desperately. Even with his eyes averted, indecent thoughts still flash through his mind. The only option left is to close his eyes and get it over with blitz tactics. He acts immediately. Jiang Li is caught off guard by his sudden movement, her cheeks flushing bright red. She blurts out, my lord. That spot is off limits. Her hands immediately shield the sensitive area below. Hearing her cry, Fang Ning opens one eye and realizes where his hand just went. Before him is Jiang Li's pouting face, and from his angle, the forbidden triangle zone. He stammers awkwardly, that was an accident, look, see. Putting it on this way is easy, right? The rest you can manage on your own. Jiang Li takes the stockings from him and replies, all right. As she slides the stockings on, she wonders why are these things so long and tight. Getting them on is a struggle, and the straps are unbearably uncomfortable. Fang Ning sits outside the curtain and calls out, Lair and Hi. Are you done yet? The curtain is swept aside. Jiang Li stands in a complete nurse's uniform, utterly captivating. She walks over and settles onto Fang Ning's lap. He startles, what do you think you're doing? Jiang Li's face is pure innocence. I saw a nurse on TV wearing this exact outfit, and then she sat on the doctor's lap just like this. Fang Ning is exasperated. What TV show? Don't tell me she was watching that at the hotel yesterday. Jiang Li leans in close. That's right. When my lord was asleep, Lair Nhi flipped through the channels for a bit. He thinks to himself, I really shouldn't have cheaped out on a budget hotel. Fang Ning flicks her on the forehead. She's really something else. How many times do I have to tell you? Not everything on TV is something you should copy. Now get up, we have got real work to do. A bump rises on her head. She lets out a soft whimper. Night falls on the hospital. The corridors lie in eerie darkness as Fang Ning and Jiang Li move through the shadows. He marvels at how bustling it was during the day. Yet at night, aside from the internal medicine ward and the ER on the first floor, every other area is virtually deserted. He turns to Jiang Li and speaks. "Lair Nhi, let's start recording." He wonders to himself, can we catch a malevolent spirit on camera tonight for the opening footage? Whatever happens, he can always edit it later. Fang Ning straightens his posture and appears on screen. "Hello everyone and good evening. It is now 200 a.m. I'm currently standing in the surgical ward of Haicheng City Hospital number 9. At this hour, most doctors and nurses have gone home. As for me, I'm here at the hospital director's request to investigate the mysterious disappearance of a doctor." His face takes on a grim, unsettling expression. "Based on today's investigation, I've identified a preliminary suspect behind these bizarre incidents." A flashlight casts an upward glow across his face. It all began with the sudden resignation of a brilliant surgeon and the mysterious vanishing of a nurse who had fallen for him. Fang Ning narrates as he walks. "They say these disappearances only happen once a year. In my assessment, this malevolent spirit probably isn't that powerful. It needs time to accumulate energy before it can fully manifest." Ahead of him, the office of surgical director Cheng Kan suddenly appears. He furrows his brow. How did we get here so fast? This building is cross-shaped at my walking pace. I should have covered barely half the distance by now." Fang Ning senses the abnormality. Every room we've passed has the same departments and positions, and the staircases along the way seem to have vanished entirely. He places his hand on the doorknob. A crimson aura seeps from within. Could this be a ghost wall? Fang Ning's expression sinks into deep contemplation. The hospital hallway lights flicker dimly. He twists the handle, but the door doesn't budge locked tight. He reads the nameplate on the door, Surgeon Cheng Shan. The two continue down the pitch-dark corridor. Fang Ning reads the name on each room as they pass. Clinic Director Cheng Kan, Deputy Clinic Director Zhang Jai. A cloth doll sitting on the bench. Then they round the corner and he looks back. It's the same room again. Surgeon Cheng Kan. Fang Ning scans his surroundings carefully and murmurs, "Back here again." His spirits immediately lift. He confirms this is no longer the original hospital layout. It's a pocket space for identical corridors linked together in a loop. Perfect, this malevolent spirit has taken the bait. Jiang Li, floating in the air, warns him urgently, "My lord, look ahead, a red figure at the end of the dark corridor." Fang Ning grins with confidence. "So you've finally shown yourself." He charges forward. "Where do you think you're going, monster?" The figure flickers behind the corner ahead. Fang Ning sprints toward it at full speed, but he's stunned. What he expected to find is empty air. Nothing. Just the endless dark corridor and a red silhouette still lingering far ahead. He realizes the distance between them hasn't changed at all. Just a dark shape. He can't even make out its form. Fang Ning refuses to give up. "I refuse to believe I can't catch you." He notices every time he accelerates, the figure matches his speed exactly. Fang Ning thinks to himself, "Evan Yuan Gu wouldn't necessarily keep pace with my speed. How is some nurse ghost managing this?" He turns to Jiang Li. "Lair Nhi, have we walked into some kind of illusion?" Jiang Li nods in agreement. "My lord, this place is most likely a soul-spirit illusion realm." Fang Ning is taken aback. Soul-spirit illusion realm. Right, most common ability a soul-spirit develops is illusions or hypnosis. The soul-spirit illusion realm is one of the most frequently encountered types. But my lord, you mustn't underestimate this ability. The longer the illusion persists, the more dangerous it becomes. Jiang Li suggests, "My lord, would you like me to break the illusion?" She warns, however, but once it's forcibly shattered, getting back inside will be extremely difficult. Fang Ning asks her, "Lair Nhi, if you break the illusion, can you lock onto the soul spirit's exact location?" She shakes her head helplessly. "It's likely already fled. I can't detect even a trace of its presence. And this illusion doesn't feel like it's being actively controlled by a soul spirit either." Hearing this, he makes his decision. "Then leave it. The key clue is probably hidden inside this illusion. Our goal is to find the culprit behind the hospital haunting. If it intends to drag us into an illusion, then I shall play along." Moments later, Fang Ning's face is as grim as a funeral procession. He trudges forward, weary and drained, while Jiang Li remains brimming with energy beside him. "Husband, stay strong." Spotting the familiar doorplate ahead, Fang Ning erupts in a roar. "Mother. Damn it, Director Cheng, why is it you again? Every time I turn a corner, it's your office. Have some mercy and change it up for once." A string of uncultured curses follows. Somewhere in a nearby room, Surgeon Cheng Kan suddenly sneezes, having been blindsided while sitting on the toilet. He wonders, am I catching a cold? No, tomorrow when I get to work, I must have old Wang check me out. Meanwhile, back in the gloomy corridor, Fang Ning turns away, abandoning the pursuit of the shadow. Jiang Li asks urgently, "Husband, are we not chasing it anymore?" He shares his reasoning they have chased for so long without any change. It is time to turn back and see if something else occurs. Jiang Li agrees instantly. Fang Ning looks back and points ahead. Li help me observe. Is she drawing closer to us? Indeed, the shadow has become clearer. Fang Ning realizes this scene is shifting. Jiang Li cries out in joy, exactly, husband. Previously, there was a bench to her left, but now it is the trash can in front of the bench. Both are delighted. Fang Ning gloats, is that all? This spirit illusion realm is nothing more than this. I only need to keep retracing my steps to gradually close the distance and capture her. He laughs heartily. Jiang Li showers him with praise. Marvelous. Husband is truly brilliant. Fang Ning abandons all modesty. Of course, look at who you are dealing with. I am confident that if I fail to catch her this time, I shall write my name, Fang Ning, backward. Suddenly he freezes, jaw agape. It is the same corridor and the same shadow. He coughs softly to regain his composure. Fang Ning asks Jiang Li, help me look. She seems to have reverted to her original state. I do not understand this situation. Indeed, husband, it is exactly as it was at the start, she says as he bursts into renewed rage. Damn it, I do not believe this. We split up. You take the left, I take the right. Let's see if we can corner her. The two of them head in different directions. Standing alone, Fang Ning mutters, wait, I just committed the most fatal trope in every horror movie, splitting up. Why haven't you appeared yet? The target remains elusive, but Fang Ning and Jiang Li bump into each other again. Jiang Li leaps forward, husband. Wait, Fang Ning screams just in time. They collapse to the floor, Jiang Li landing squarely on top of him. She scrambles to sit up. My apologies, husband. Did hurt you? Fang Ning manages to choke out. No, I am fine. Jiang Li asks innocently, husband, what do you have in your pants? Why is it so hard? It is so uncomfortable. Fang Ning tenses up and whispers, get off me first. Once composed, Fang Ning asks Jiang Li to focus. In her recent excursion, did she see any sign of the nurse? He muses silently. He did not see her either. Does she only fail to appear when we are separated? Fang Ning makes a decision. If changes in distance trigger environmental shifts, then turning back is the key to breaking this illusion. There is surely something we missed before. Follow me, we shall try again. Wait, Jiang Li's face is weary as she cautions him. Husband, I feel this illusion's power growing stronger. If we do not shatter it, we may never escape. She suggests, perhaps let me handle it and we can look for clues after we get out. Fang Ning wipes sweat from his brow, breathing heavily. No need. I have found the method to dissolve the spirit illusion realm. Jiang Li asks curiously, what way? Break it from within, he gestures. I have been observing every cycle. I discovered that beyond the changes in her form and the blood on the walls, there are other subtle variations in this corridor. It reminds me of a horror game called Platform 9. It is an infinite space. One only needs to follow the anomalies and turn back to find the exit. Jiang Li is still lost. She stares blankly. Fang Ning asserts confidently, strip away the strange manifestations, the essence is simply to spot the differences. Stick close. Every time we spot a discrepancy from the original hall, we immediately turn back. In the next iteration, the evil spirit will be closer, and the blood on the walls and floor will be more abundant. During the last run, I found a pair of blood-stained gloves in this empty room. I turned back immediately, and sure enough, her distance shortened. In this last trip, inside Director Cheng's office, there was a ghastly patient hanging from a noose. I turned back the moment I saw it. Now, as we pass this corner, she should be in the hallway, at the hospital bed position. As he speaks, he sees the shadow inching closer. Brilliant, truly as expected of my husband, she exclaims. He guides her further. The next step is to shatter this illusion entirely. I want to see what is truly hidden behind all of this. Jiang Li agrees enthusiastically. A bandage on a chair turns into a severed finger. Turn back. Exactly, Jiang Li exclaims. The door handle bleats. Turn back. Bingo, this time. No issues found. Keep moving forward. They rush straight toward the corner of the corridor. A grin spreads across Fang Ning's face. He finally reaches the shadow right before his eyes. He places a hand on her shoulder. Got you. Fang Ning has finally caught up to her. He taps her shoulder and greets her cheerfully. Nurse sister, good evening. He demands in a low, grim voice. It is the middle of the night. Why aren't you in bed, instead of trying to scare people? The nurse slowly turns her head. Fang Ning is stunned by her appearance. The nurse, Su Huijin, who vanished 40 years ago, wears a torn uniform, exposing her chest and abdomen. Hey, can we be a bit more professional? Fang Ning sighs awkwardly. Why don't you pull your collar up first? He cautiously probes her. You are the mastermind behind all these ghostly occurrences, aren't you? Her body trembles. Hyojin's face twitches mechanically, eyes turning blood red, lips a bruised purple. Dr. Gu, is that you? You have returned. She approaches him with joy. I am Su Hyojin. I have always been here waiting for you. Suddenly, she screams and grips Fang Ning's face. No, you are not Dr. Gu. Hyojin twists her neck 180 degrees, her face twisted in rage. Then who are you? Fang Ning pushes her back, a trail of blood appearing on his cheek from her claws. He coughs, thinking, let's say I am the doctor here. Why does this evil spirit sense something is wrong? Better handle this for now. Hyojin smiles. Doctor, how wonderful. Can you treat me? Fang Ning looks her over. Treat you? You don't look injured. At his words, Hyojin lets out a sigh. Her lips curl into a ghoulish smile, her body trembling uncontrollably. Then how about this? She shrieks, clawing her own abdomen open. Blood splatters everywhere, painting the surroundings crimson. Jagged white bones pierce through her skin. Jiang Li and Fang Ning are sent flying backward by the shockwave. Her stomach morphs into a gaping maw, her spine jutting out like jagged fangs ready to crush any prey. Hyojin begins to beg, each word dragged out between sobs. Doctor, please save me. She hovers before Fang Ning, repeating the words over and over. Save me, save me, save me, save me, save me. Finally, she screams at the top of her lungs. Save me. Then she lunges straight at Fang Ning. The bones protruding from Hyojin's body lash out, reaching to seize Fang Ning. Jiang Li warns him anxiously, My lord, be careful. Fang Ning doesn't flinch at the horrifying sight. His mind races. Jiang Li's spiritual power is running low. He needs to end this fast. He raises his fist, roars, and throws a punch that sends her flying. Get lost. The blow slams her into the wall, cracking it on impact. Hyojin's body reverts to normal, yet she still doesn't go down. She scrambles to her feet as bone fragments continue to sprout, sending rubble and dust hurtling toward Fang Ning and Jiang Li. Suddenly, the bones retract and coil back into her stomach. Fang Ning senses something is wrong. A single thought flashes through his mind, danger. Incoming! Hyojin shrieks once more as the bones explode outward. Sharp chunks of stone, warped by the massive force, become projectiles tearing toward Fang Ning and Jiang Li. Fang Ning surges forward at full speed, weaving past every incoming stone. He channels all his strength into a single strike aimed straight at Hyojin's face. Take this. Her face contorts. One cheek swells with a dark purple bruise as her body hurtles across the room. Before she can recover, Fang Ning snatches her ankle and slams her into the hard floor with one arm. He pins her down with his foot and turns to Jiang Li, who is still busy recording a video. Jiang Li, take a look, thy spirit seems a bit off. Jiang Li doesn't understand. She tilts her head, confused. My lord, what's strange about her? She's just an ordinary rank 3 spirit, isn't she? He presses further. Before this, we've encountered plenty of spirits, haven't we? Jiang Li thinks back and nods. Child spirits, wraiths, and several others, yes. He explains. The spirits we met before, whether they were benevolent ones like Lion Xiang and Guan Wen, or the malicious child spirits that Kilidthi could all communicate. But her, he points down at Hyojin, who is thrashing and wailing beneath his foot. She can't. Jiang Li, ever kind-hearted, offers a thought. My lord, looking at her state, it seems she still has some unresolved obsession. Perhaps we can help her. Helping a ghost, Fang Ning thinks with a raised brow. Now that's a first. Fang Ning grabs Hyojin by the hair, forcing her head up. He speaks in a firm, measured tone. Listen, you are no match for me. I'm willing to let you go. How about we sit down and have a proper talk? Hyojin's hand reaches out and touches him. Dr. Gu, please save me. Fang Ning immediately pulls back, dodging her grasp. Hyojin, perhaps we can help you. What happened 40 years ago? Can you tell us? The moment he finishes speaking, she transforms again, hovering in midair, bones bristling from her body. Fang Ning turns back to Jiang Li, exasperated. See, completely uncommunicative. She's like a puppet, only responding to certain trigger words. With that, he pivots, balances on one leg, and delivers a devastating kick that sends Hyojin airborne crashing into the door opposite them, her bloodied body smearing across it. He casually turns back to continue his conversation with Jiang Li. Also, have you noticed? She's nearly been destroyed by now, but her soul power hasn't scattered at all. Jiang Li furrows her brow. You're right, that's strange. Her current soul energy isn't even at rank 1 level. Fang Ning disregards the anomaly and strides toward Hyojin. He doesn't care what she is anymore. If peaceful communication is off the table, I'll just take her down myself and hand her over to the hospital director. With those words, every ounce of his strength channels into his fist. She suddenly lets out a pained whimper, a long, agonized moan. It hurts, Dr. Gu, it hurts so much. Fang Ning's fist stops just inches from her skull. He gazes down at her, eyes cold and unwavering. "What's the matter? Not going to attack me anymore? Fine, I'll give you one last chance. I ask, you answer." He glances at the name badge on her uniform, then asks, "Are you the nurse, Hua Jin, who mysteriously vanished 40 years ago?" Seeing her pale face tremble, Fang Ning warns, "If you don't answer, I'll take your silence as confirmation." He crosses his arms and continues, "Who did this to you? What injustice did you suffer?" Hua Jin stammers her reply, "It was Dr. Gu." Fang Ning steps forward to help her up, probing gently as he does. "You keep calling out for Dr. Gu. Was he the one who did this to you? Is that why you haunt this cursed hospital, inflicting the same suffering on the innocent?" Hua Jin frantically lifts her head. "No, Doctor, Gu didn't harm me. Dr. Gu, he was really searching for a secret." Fang Ning's eyes narrow at once. "A secret? What exactly was he after?" She suddenly clutches at him, her voice rising in panic. "I don't know, I really don't know." Hua Jin stares at him with terrified eyes and warns, "Dr. Gu forbade me from speaking, but if you're going to find him, you must be careful. That secret, it's truly terrifying. It will hurt so much." She turns her gaze to the phone, still recording, and murmurs softly, "Dr. Gu, did you ever find the truth of the world?" Her voice is thick with longing and bewilderment. Jiang Li, hovering in midair, asks in confusion, "The truth of the world?" Fang Ning, standing face to face with Hua Jin, furrows his brow and speaks, "What exactly is that?" She suddenly clutches her head and screams, "No, no, I don't. Something's getting in me. Head, it hurts. It's going to burst." Then Hua Jin's face begins to split apart. Her skin peels away as her visage tears cleanly in two and drops to the ground. What remains is a horrifying mess of wounds and raw flesh. Suddenly, Hua Jin lunges forward, seizing his hand in a death grip, sobbing, "Dr. Gu, please take me with you. Don't leave me behind." Fang Ning stares at the figure before him, equal parts startled and bewildered. What their face? 1,000 questions swirl in his mind. Wasn't it just her stomach before? Dr. Gu, did he really mutilate a girl this cruelly? All for the sake of some so-called truth. She seems to lose her mind entirely, answering her own questions in a manic loop. "Wonderful," Dr. Gu agreed. Dr. Gu agreed. In the next instant, Hua Jin throws herself at Fang Ning, wrapping her arms around him with a shriek of joy. Caught completely off guard by the sudden embrace, Fang Ning flinches and freezes in a panic. "Hey, he stopped that. I'm an upstanding man of integrity here." She keeps throwing herself at him in a frenzy. Fang Ning flushes with embarrassment and stammers, "Look closely, I'm not Dr. Gu. I'm not Dr. Gu. Calm down first, just calm down a little, okay?" Watching the scene unfold, Jiang Li's fury ignites. "Unhand, my lord!" She thrusts her palm toward Hua Jin. Fang Ning sees her about to attack and shouts urgently, "Jiang Li, wait!" But Jiang Li ignores him completely, unleashing a blast of power straight at Hua Jin. Right after the illusions shattered and dissolved, the scene before them gradually brightened, losing the eerie gloom from moments ago. Fang Ning couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. "Don't rush. First, we need to find the answer," she replied with a hint of embarrassment after all. Who told her to cling to her husband like that? The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Li pouted and shouted, "Only I am allowed to be intimate with my husband. No other woman is allowed." He could only sigh helplessly and ruffle her hair. "Forget it. There are still questions left unanswered, but the soul illusion has been broken, and Hua Can's ghost has been located. We can report the quest results to the hospital director now." He then gave an order, "Lear, turn off the camera." As for who murdered Herand, what the so-called truth of the world that she kept mumbling about actually was, we'll save those questions for later. During the investigation time, she obediently nodded. Suddenly his phone rang. Fang Ning quickly pocketed his phone and turned around. "Let's go, Lear. We'll head back and rest first. Tomorrow we'll report the investigation findings to the director." Jiang Li suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Then let me fly my husband home." A moment later, she grabbed Fang Ning by the shoulders and lifted him into the air. While airborne, Fang Ning spoke up. "Oh, right. Lear, you need to promise me one thing." Jiang Li obediently replied, "Husband, speak." She thought it was some urgent matter, but it turned out he was just telling her not to watch those inappropriate shows back at the hotel. "Understood." Jiang Li answered swiftly with a soft, murmured, A while later, at the hotel where Fang Ning and Jiang Li were staying, a phone lit up with an incoming call. A hand quickly reached for it. While Jiang Li was hugging Fang Ning and sleeping soundly, he picked up the phone and answered in a half-asleep daze. "Hello, it's me, Auntie Liu." Fang Ning instantly bolted upright. "I can't scrape together the money this fast." Auntie Liu sounded furious, shouting over the phone, "Hurry up, the repair crew is already here. All the property owners are waiting for your compensation. before they can start rebuilding. He scratched his head and replied with a forced smile. Got it. Got it, got it. Just give me 2 more days. Thanks, Auntie Liu. After settling Auntie Liu, someone suddenly knocked on Fang Ning's hotel room door. He instinctively eyed the door with caution. Fang Ning walked over and opened it. 3 people stood outside. A blonde-haired guy with a cocky demeanor held a white bedsheet and spoke with arrogance. Hey, wanna change your sheets? You guys planning to keep staying here? My mom's sick. I'm running this hotel for her for a few days. Beside him were 2 thugs who looked like debt collectors. He didn't want to bother with them and replied coldly, No need. We're leaving today. As Fang Ning moved to shut the door, the blonde blocked it and sneered, What's the rush? He found it annoying but still maintained basic courtesy. Anything else? The blonde shoved him aside, grinning like a street thug with a mocking smirk. The pinhole cameras in this room, you brat, were the one who took them out. So there are 2 issues, and that has left your grandpa here very unhappy. Just then he noticed Jiang Li had woken up and continued spewing filth. Oh, just woke up, did you? You 2 were going at it all night long, huh? The blonde, utterly lacking self-awareness, slapped his hand down on Fang Ning's shoulder and sneered. Your girlfriend's quite the looker. Let her hang out with us for a few days and we'll call it even. Otherwise, Fang Ning wasn't the type to be messed with. He grabbed the guy's arm and wrenched it backward. The blonde screamed in pain from the sudden strike. Ow, ithurts, you dare hit me. Get HIM, if he dies, it's on ME. The 2 goons immediately charged in with bats, yelling, Get in there, release the boss. Fang Ning reacted instantly, dodging the incoming attack. In one swift motion, he snatched the bat from the goon's hands. His cold eyes swept over them like a blade. While he was dealing with the 3 thugs, Jiang Li sat wrapped in a blanket, watching the commotion with a newly woken expression. All 3 were beaten to the ground. Fang Ning stood blocking the doorway, dusting off his hands. His expression darkened, looking genuinely dangerous as he spoke. Get lost. The blonde forced a grin and quickly bowed his head. Why, yes, boss. This little punk was blind today and offended you, boss. We're leaving right now. Fang Ning immediately shut the door. He looked at Jiang Li, who was draped in a blanket and yawning lazily. He thought to himself, looks like we need to switch to a nicer hotel. She had just woken up, still rubbing her eyes and calling out in a drowsy voice. Good morning, husband. Fang Ning replied quickly, Morning, get ready, we're heading out. She obediently nodded. At the hospital, the director's voice rang out, filled with astonishment. They're really ghosts. In this hospital, seeing the fear on his face, Fang Ning explained, Yes, there were, but I've taken care of them. The director couldn't help but express his gratitude. Mr. Fang Ning truly lives up to his reputation. On behalf of all the doctors at this hospital, I thank you for your help. Fang Ning gave a wry smile and said it was nothing. As for the final payment, the director answered upon hearing the question, Don't worry about that. I've already arranged it. The money will be transferred to your card by tomorrow at the latest. Seeing everything was settled, Fang Ning stood up and shook hands with the director, saying cheerfully, Great. Then I'll take my leave. A pleasure doing business. The director quickly followed suit. In the men's restroom, Shinkan stood before the mirror, looking troubled by something. Strange, why have I been sweating non-stop since I started my shift today? Old Wang just checked me out and said there's nothing wrong. Suddenly, Shinkan spotted something in the mirror, and his entire body jolted with shock. His body went rigid, he struggled to speak. I can't move. A handpill with blackened nails reached out from inside the mirror. It was Hua Kan. She placed her hand on Shinkan's face and spoke. Doctor, please save me. She repeated the words like a broken record, over and over. Take me to find Dr. Gu, will you? He answered immediately. Okay. Hua Kan's hand melted away from the mirror and dripped down onto the floor. As the streak of red traced its way to the center of the mirror, Shinkan stumbled forward in a daze. Dr. Gu, where are you? He drifted through the hospital corridors like a man without a soul. Dr. Gu, everyone in the hallway couldn't help but stare as he passed. A foot stepped onto the ledge. Shinkan now stood on the hospital rooftop, reaching his arms toward the sky. Below the hospital, a shadowy figure seemed to be silently controlling his consciousness. He screamed like a madman, Dr. Jiu. Meanwhile, Fang Ning was about to step through the hospital's front entrance. Behind him, an orange-haired nurse was chatting with Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao, did you hear? The missing person case at the hospital has been resolved by Mr. Fang Ning. She asked in confusion, when did that happen? Since when? The orange-haired nurse let out a sigh of relief and quickly answered. The director just announced it a moment ago. Now it's all good. Everyone can finally stop worrying about coming to work. The moment she hears that, she hurries after him. The orange-haired nurse standing behind calls out in confusion, "Sister Zhao, where are you going?" As he walks, a voice calls out, "Mr. Fang Ning." Wait a moment. He immediately turns around to see Sister Zhao running over. "Mr. Fang Ning, did you find Sister Hujin?" She speaks with emotion, her voice trembling. "Did she? Is she?" He looks at Sister Zhao for a moment and answers calmly, "I encountered her spirit. She died 40 years ago. She can't help herself, lunging forward. How did she die? Was it Dr. Gu who did it?" Fang Ning looks at Sister Zhao for a moment and replies slowly, "I can't confirm it yet, but he's the prime suspect." He tries to comfort her. "Don't worry, next time I come I'll get to the bottom of this." Before Fang Ning even finishes speaking, he feels something behind him. A heavy crash thud. A body slams into the ground. Everyone nearby cries out in shock. "What? Watch out!" Fang Ning quickly spins around to look. From the ID badge peeking out beneath the bloodstains, the one who has fallen is Cheng Shan. Sister Zhao looks at the fallen figure in horror, her voice trembling. "That's Director Cheng from surgery. Didn't he just receive the Outstanding Employee Award?" "That's impossible." Cheng Shan's body lies completely still, not the slightest movement. Cheng Shan's face is now drenched in blood, yet red veins still pulse visibly across it. Fang Ning senses something is very wrong and shouts urgently, "Call the police first." Meanwhile, Jiang Li, hidden from sight, transmits a message to him through their bond. "My lord, there's residual spiritual power in his body. It's the aura of that nurse's spirit from last night." The moment he hears this, he falls into deep thought. As expected, this case is far from over. Before, people disappeared at night, but now deaths are happening in broad daylight. Could shattering that phantom spirit last night have changed the entire situation? Fang Ning rushes into the hospital, not forgetting to shout, "Sister Zhao, take care of things here." She calls after him in a daze. "Oh, Mr. Fang Ning, where are you going?" As he sprints, he reaches out to Jiang Li through their mental link. "Layer, can you pinpoint the location of this spirit?" She quickly responds, "No, my lord. This kind of soul power doesn't persist. There's no way to trace it." On the 4th floor, Fang Ning rushes toward Cheng Shan's workspace. He makes his way to the room that has already drawn a crowd of nurses. Ahead of him, a group of people chat outside a room from which a faint red and black aura emanates. "I heard Director Cheng's child is only 7 years old, just started 1st grade this year. He didn't seem depressed at all recently. He treated everyone so well. I heard his family life was really happy too. Who knows, maybe the work pressure was just too much. Wasn't it the same with Dr. Li a few days ago? Died for absolutely no reason, just like that." As he passes by the group, he suddenly catches a piece of information. The Dr. Li case was truly terrifying. Do you know how he died? He used a scalpel to cut open his own stomach. Fang Ning's footsteps stop dead in their tracks. He seizes the nurse who was speaking. "What did you just say? Who cut open their own stomach?" The nurse flinches in fright. "Mr. Fang Ning." She turns her head away, saying reluctantly, "I can't talk about it." Fang Ning's brow furrows slightly. "Can't talk about it, huh?" He turns around, walking away while saying casually, "Fine then. I told you all clearly there's a ghost in this hospital, and anyone could lose their life at any moment. If you're not afraid of dying, then I won't bother either." The group can't help but shudder at his words. "A ghost? Is this some kind of horror movie?" The nurse quickly calls out, "Wait a moment. Mr. Fang Ning." He glances sideways at her and speaks. "So you've thought it through?" The nurse answers, "I know a little, because I was the one who found Dr. Li's body." She quickly tells Fang Ning everything. But when the police investigated, both the scene and the autopsy concluded it was suicide. So the hospital director ordered us to keep it quiet for the hospital's reputation. At that moment, a male doctor bows deeply. "Mr. Fang Ning, please, you must help us. We're counting on you." He turns to leave, saying over his shoulder, "I know. Rest assured I will help you catch whoever is behind this." They all bow deeply and solemnly the moment they hear his words. In the men's restroom, Fang Ning stands before the ominous red and black circle and speaks. "Based on the residual traces of soul power, it most likely controlled Director Cheng right here. Layer, go see if she's still here." Right after, Jiang Li appears. She places her hand on the circle and speaks. "She's already gone. Moreover, her spiritual power is dissipating rapidly. It'll completely vanish within minutes." Hearing her words, he turns away with a sigh. So skilled at concealment, no wonder the soul hunters could never catch her. That means our only lead is the soul artifact she was bound to. "Layer, let's head to the hospital archives." She nods in response, her silent agreement. A while later in the hospital archives, a file reads name Guye, ethnicity Han, birthplace Haicheng City, date of birth May 1963, graduated from Haicheng Medical University, number 1. Jiang Li sits beside him and speaks in confusion. My lord, the hospital director said these are records from 40 years ago. The information might not be accurate anymore. We should go find him in person. Fang Ning can't help but recall Huijin's silent, melancholic expression. It might be a wasted trip, but if they don't try, how will they ever know? 40 years have passed, yet Zai Huijin still harbors an incredibly intense obsession with Dr. Gu. And Dr. Gu happened to resign right around that time. All of this is far too much of a coincidence. He gazes out the window. If only I could ask Dr. Gu directly what exactly happened all those years ago. Fang Ning then turns to Jiang Li. Layer, what do you think of the hospital director? Sense anything off? She immediately understands. My lord, you suspect him? He recalls the image of the hospital director and ponders. He hired us to deal with Zai Huijin's ghost, yet he's been hiding crucial information from us. Even the news about the unnatural deaths has been suppressed from outsiders. Just now, when looking through the files, every other doctor and nurse had records, except his. They said his file was destroyed in a fire over 10 years ago. Fang Ning stares at the photo in his hand, his suspicions deepening. 40 years ago, he was in his 20s. He's learned from other doctors that he and Dr. Gu were classmates. Both came to this hospital after graduation. Looking at the old photos of the hospital, his mind only grows more troubled. As for Zai Huijin's death, could he have been involved in that too? How much does he know about the so-called truth that Dr. Gu was searching for? Cut to a narrow street, a taxi rolls through. The car comes to a stop and a foot steps out. Fang Ning looks at the scene before him and asks in confusion, "This is the place, right?" Suddenly the driver slams the car door and yells, "Hey, pay up, kid, I'm in a hurry." The shout startles him. Fang Ning forces an awkward smile and pulls out his wallet. "Sorry about that, bro, I forgot." The driver snatches the money with a scowl, grumbling about how Fang Ning was muttering creepy nonsense the whole ride, probably binged too many ghost stories. Then he speeds off. Fang Ning glances at her with slight awkwardness. Layer, let's find someone to ask. According to the records, Dr. Gu's house is deep in this alley. Jiang Li bounces up cheerfully. Got it. A while later, the two stand before an old apartment. She lifts her chin with absolute confidence. My lord, see, I wasn't wrong, was I? After so many years, he's definitely moved away. Fang Ning can't help but flicker on the head in annoyance. Nobody's home is nobody's home. What are you so happy about? Seriously? Then he approaches a door and knocks. Fang Ning calls toward the door. Hello. Anyone home? He checks the water meter. He can't help but shake his head. Yep, a wasted trip. The taxi already cost me nearly 100 yuan. Suddenly, an old woman opens her door. Fang Ning's face lights up the moment he sees her. Excuse me, ma'am, do you know where the person from this apartment went? The old woman studies them for a moment. What do you want with old Gu? He passed away 10 years ago. He quickly produces a file, stating, Greetings, ma'am. We are representatives from the Heicheng No. 9 hospital, here to inquire about Dr. Gu Yi, who formerly served at our institution. The old woman gazes at the file with a suspicious expression. At the mention of the doctor, a sudden spark of recognition lights up her eyes. Are you referring to little Gu? Fang Ning smiles and responds, That is correct. We have come to gather some information. Were you acquainted with him? The old woman swiftly opens the door to let them in. I watched that child grow up. How could I not recognize him? Come in and speak. You can have some tea while we talk. Entering the apartment, the old woman gestures for them to sit. Fang Ning offers his thanks with a polite nod. We will only take a moment of your time. As she pours the water, she murmurs, If you hadn't mentioned him, I would have nearly forgotten that child. After she hands him the tea, he smiles. Thank you. We apologize for the intrusion. The old woman settles into a wooden chair, her hands moving rhythmically as she knits, a faint smile on her face. What is it you wish to know? If I still remember, I shall tell you. I am growing older by the day, and much of this happened so many years ago that my memory is failing me. Fang Ning watches her for a moment before speaking slowly. Grandmother, how much do you know about Dr. Gu? And do you know where he and his family relocated to? Moved away? The old woman's knitting needles pause, her expression clouding with sorrow. Little Gu was such a good child. I watched him grow. He was brilliant from a young age, always topping his class, even skipping grades. He was always quiet, cold, and composed like a little adult. We all expected him to achieve great things. True to form, he was admitted to medical school with top marks, and eventually became a doctor. The old woman chokes back a sob before continuing. Later, I heard he resigned after only 2 years. I never knew where he went, and I never saw him again. Old Gu reported him missing that year, but the police could never find him. Even when old Gu and his wife passed away over a decade ago, He never returned to pay his respects. It was us neighbors who handled the funeral arrangements. Fang Ning exclaims in surprise. He went missing, and his parents died 10 years ago. The old woman lowers her head, hiding her sorrow. Indeed, no one knows what happened. Little Gu vanished, leaving no trace of life or death. Life is unpredictable. One never knows which will come first, tomorrow or the final disaster. Lost in the past, she murmurs. I still recall the spring of 1979 when little Gu helped me. Fang Ning listens intently, hoping these old memories might hold a vital clue. The old woman continues her recollections. It was the winter of 1982. It was already night outside. She reminisces with a sense of fondness. I went out and ran into old Gu, and he told me. Fang Ning grows restless, secretly thinking, why does she keep dwelling on these mundane trifles? There seems to be nothing useful here. He begins to scan the apartment. Gazing toward the kitchen, doubt begins to gnaw at him. Strange, why is there not a single modern appliance in her home? These electrical devices look like they are 30 years old. Looking at the refrigerator, Fang Ning wonders, have her children really never bought her new household goods? His gaze shifts and lands on a photograph frame. The picture shows a young girl hugging a stuffed rabbit in a field of sunflowers. The girl wears a bright, adorable smile. He points to the photo and asks, Grandmother, is this your granddaughter? Suddenly, the old woman falls silent. Her face darkens. She speaks slowly. The affairs of this old woman are not worth mentioning. Fang Ning feels the sudden tension and awkwardness as he steers Jiang Li toward the exit. He rubs the back of his head and offers a forced smile. I didn't realize it had grown so late. Thank you very much for your time today. The old woman replies, yes, it is fine. It has been a long time since I had anyone to talk to. After they depart, the old woman stares fixedly at their retreating backs. Her hands are clenched tight, as if suppressing some immense internal turmoil. Suddenly, she whispers a name near. As the image of the little girl surfaces, she chokes back tears. Why have you still not returned? Mother is afraid. She cannot wait for that day any longer. Night has swallowed the city, leaving only the pale glow of the moon above. Fang Ning and Jiang Li slowly make their way into the derelict housing complex. The atmosphere is suffocatingly somber, as if the entire place were mired in a forgotten slumber. Piles of debris remain uncleaned, providing a gathering ground for swarms of rats. Even as a ghost, Jiang Li remains a girl who fears vermin. Seeing the scurrying creatures, she shudders in fright and leaps onto Fang Ning. There are rats. Contrary to her panic, Fang Ning remains calm, gently soothing her. What is there to fear about rats? Couldn't you crush one with a single finger? Regardless of her immense power, she cannot overcome this primal fear. But they are so terrifying. Their fur is disgusting. Fang Ning says nothing more, simply stroking her hair to comfort her. They're there, good Lair, don't be afraid. Seizing the moment, Jiang Li acts coquettishly. This place is so filthy and foul-smelling. Does Su Huijin really live here? Are we sure we didn't find the wrong place? To answer her doubt, Fang Ning leads her deeper inside. We shall see once we go up. After checking the note, they finally arrive at the target address. They stand directly before room 401. He double-checks building 4, entrance B, room 401. Deciding there is no need for further delay, Fang Ning knocks on the door. Is anyone home? His assumption proves correct. A moment later, Mr. and Mrs. Su open the door. When they ask who they are, Fang Ning introduces himself without hesitation. Greetings, are you Mr. Su? We are investigators from Heicheng, number 9 hospital. Upon hearing that, the old man freezes. The hospital? Perhaps Mr. Su harbors some dark history with the hospital, for at the mention of it, he becomes so agitated that his cane clatters to the floor. He grips Fang Ning's shoulders and begins to pepper him with questions before he can even respond. Do you have any news of little Can? Although Fang Ning knows exactly what happened, his conscience prevents him from speaking the truth. To tell them their daughter died a miserable death, was vivisected, and turned into an evil spirit, and harmed so many others, that would be far too cruel for these two elderly people. Mrs. Su, seeing her husband's deteriorating state, urges him to go inside and rest. Calm down, dear, your blood pressure is high. Let's go inside and talk about this. She helps him inside and invites Fang Ning and Jiang Li to follow for a conversation. Please, young man, come in and sit down. I'm so sorry suddenly caught wind of the fact that you were from the hospital back then. Our daughter's case has him a bit worked up. Fang Ning simply smiled and scratched his head. It's fine, we understand. Jiang Li knew full well that his expression was just a front to reassure them, so she played along with sympathy. Detective Fang, you don't need to feel awkward. Sometimes the truth hurts, but a clear answer at least gives closure. Once everyone was seated in the living room, Old Mr. Zai cut straight to the chase. "Kid, have you found Zio Jin's remains?" Mr. and Mrs. Zai were now bracing themselves to hear the truth from Fang Ning. "Go ahead. After all these years, we've prepared ourselves mentally." Even though he already knew the full story, when he finally faced them, he still couldn't bring himself to tell them the truth. The reality is, right now we have no way to confirm whether Nurse Su Huijin is dead or alive. The moment they heard Fang Ning say that, a heavy sadness sank into their hearts. Both of them lowered their heads without a single word. Jiang Li noticed that Fang Ning was still hiding the truth and couldn't help but wonder, "Husband, aren't you going to tell them what really happened?" Fang Ning responded in kind, "Let them hold on to a little hope for now. Once I've investigated everything and caught the culprit, I'll tell them then." Then Mrs. Zai wondered what brought them here. "So what brings you two here this time?" Fang Ning explained clearly. "I traced things back to the source and discovered that the first person to go missing was Nurse Su Huijin 40 years ago. So I came to bother you two and see if you have any leads." Mr. Zai showed full cooperation and agreed to hear Fang Ning out. "Someone else has gone missing. Go ahead and ask. Whatever we know, we won't hide a thing." Fang Ning then dug deeper into her case. "Do you two know if Su Huijin had any enemies at the hospital back then?" As her father, Mr. Zai naturally knew this inside and out. Not at all. Little Jin had an open personality and got along great with everyone. No one would dislike her. Enemies? That's utter nonsense. Mrs. Zai, sniffling, recalled the growing distance between them over the years. "Back then we were busy with work. Once she started at the hospital, she moved into the dormitory. Communication between us grew less and less. She may have had enemies, but we wouldn't know." Fang Ning then pulled a sheet of paper from his stack of files and showed it to them. "Have either of you ever seen this name Guye? Let me show you a photo of him." He had prepared a photo of the suspect and placed it right in front of them. Both of them stared at the photo. Mrs. Zai seemed to find it somewhat familiar, so she spoke up. "Guye, that rings a bell. Let me think. I believe he was one of little Jin's classmates. They ended up at the same hospital, too. I remember her mentioning him." To make things as clear as possible, Fang Ning told them where he'd found his information. "I found this photo in the medical records archive. Both Gu Yi and Su Huijin are in it." Mrs. Zai quickly picked up the photo and added more details. "We actually have a copy of this photo at home. Look, Harith's was little Jin's very best friend at the time, a girl surnamed Zhao." Then she pointed at a man in the photo. "This boy I remember well. He was chasing after our little Jin back then, even came to our house a few times. He followed little Jin into medicine. I've heard he's now the director of that very hospital." Upon hearing this, Fang Ning couldn't hide his shock that man was actually connected to the case. "What? You're saying this person is currently the director of hospital number 9? Mrs. Zai confirmed. "That's right, why do you ask?" Hearing this, he continued to probe. "It's nothing. It's just that when he asked me to investigate, he never once mentioned this connection. Is there anything else unusual you can think of?" Since Fang Ning knew the details inside and out, he couldn't help but sense something fishy here. Dr. Gu's whereabouts were unknown and Su Huijin had vanished too. Could the hospital director have turned love into hatred? A bold thought flashed through his mind. After sitting and listening for a while, old Mr. Zai finally spoke up, having remembered something. "I recall that among little Jin's belongings the hospital returned to us, there was a very strange photo album. Most of the photos in it were of someone else." "That's right, I remember now. It was this Guya fellow. But back when little Jin disappeared, the police investigated him too. That doctor was cleared of suspicion." Hearing this, Fang Ning grew extremely curious. What could be in there? A photo album? Then, "Do you still have it? May I take a look?" Mrs. Zai immediately stood up and went to retrieve the album for him. "Of course, wait just a moment, let me find it." Mr. Zai never imagined that these old belongings would one day help clear his daughter's name. Little Jin's things are all kept in the master bedroom. We never moved them. Her room has always been left exactly as it was. Never did we expect that keeping it would mean keeping it for a lifetime. Watching Mr. and Mrs. Zai wait for their daughter in vain all these years, Fang Ning's heart twisted with pain. For over 40 years, her parents had kept their home exactly as it was before she left. Deep in their hearts, they must have hoped she would return one day, but that day would never come. Mrs. Zai now emerged with the album in hand. "Here, take a look. Most of the photos inside are of a male doctor. It must be this Dr. Guyi." Fang Ning politely received the album from her with both hands. "Thank you." Without wasting another second, he flipped it open and began searching. Inside the album, the first photos were of Su Huijin during her time working at the hospital. But the person Fang Ning was looking for was Guyi, so he kept turning page after page. However, if Fang Ning kept flipping through it so hastily, he might miss something, so he closed it. He then suggested holding onto the album for a more thorough examination. "Uncle, may I borrow this album for a while?" Mr. Zai was also very curious, so he asked, "Young man, did you find anything?" Having only glanced through it, Fang Ning couldn't say too much other than that he wasn't certain yet, but there seemed to be a few clues inside. Hearing this, Mr. Zai placed all his trust in Fang Ning, hoping he could clear his daughter's name. "All right, take it with you." Mr. Zai had nothing left to lose, had no choice but to put all his hope in Fang Ning. "It's just a photo album. As long as it helps find little Jin, take it. After all these years, you're the first person to actually care about her disappearance. Besides, we don't have many years left ourselves." Mrs. Zai, who had seemed reluctant earlier, was now won over by his words. "Fine then." Before he left, Mrs. Zai made one small request. "But could I keep just 2 of the photos?" "Just 2? Fang Ning agreed immediately. "Of course, keep as many as you'd like. And please rest assured I'm only borrowing it. I'll make sure it's returned in one piece. Here you go, ma'am." Then he hands the photo album toward Granny 2. She takes it with teary, glistening eyes. After that, Granny 2 pulls out 2 photos of Xiao Jin. In both photos, she wears a smile as bright as sunshine. Granny 2 then hands the album back to Fang Ning, begging him to please keep it safe. He answers with earnest sincerity, "I promise." Before saying goodbye, Fang Ning leaves his contact number in case they ever need help. "Well, I'll be heading off now. Here's my number. If you remember anything or find any clues, don't hesitate to call me. Anytime." "Oh, right. Is the camera that took these photos still around? Did the hospital give it to you?" The elderly couple just shakes their heads sadly. "Back then, we could never afford a camera. She borrowed the hospital's camera." After hearing their answer, Fang Ning falls into a brief moment of contemplation. So it was the hospital's camera. It's getting dark anyway, so he decides not to impose further and takes his leave. "All right, I understand." Fang Ning and Jiang Li walk slowly out of the apartment complex. "Lair, it's time we head to the hospital." "My lord." To save time and maximize efficiency, Jiang Li helps Fang Ning by keeping watch from above. "My lord, do you have any leads?" After talking with the elderly couple, his suspect list narrows down to just 2. The hospital director, or Dr. Gu, the one who gutted and mutilated an innocent girl like that. "Which one of you is it?" If his hunch is correct, tonight will provide the answer. After a while of traveling, the 9th hospital finally comes into view. Inside the hospital, an inhumane and illegal act is taking place. Countless surgical instruments line the table. The doctor has placed Yuan Gu, stripped bare, onto the operating table ready to commit his next cruel act upon her. Yuan Shi, after spending time on her investigation, finally returns to report. "Doctor, your suspicion was correct. Yuan Long is compromised. If Yuan Gu regains consciousness, she can testify for us. We can make our move while he isn't paying attention." However, seeing her say more than necessary, the old man starts to grow irritated. "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" At the doctor's words, Yuan Shi immediately shuts her mouth and bows her head. "Your subordinate wouldn't dare." After that, he sits down in the chair before the information screen and orders Yuan Shi, "You go on ahead and leave. I have my own arrangements." Then, with his eerie power, the doctor causes the surgical instruments to levitate in midair, ready to begin. Just as he's about to begin, a black hole suddenly appears behind him, and from within that ink-black void of space, a girl steps out. She walks out fully, her feet touching the floor as she advances forward. And that person is none other than Yuan Yue. She stands with her hands clasped, showing deference before the doctor. Then she lifts the hem of her skirt slightly and announces her presence to him. Dr. Yuan Yue has arrived as ordered. Within her mystical pink eyes, a cross-shaped pattern appears symbolizing her faith. The doctor didn't summon Yuan Yue here for no reason. Naturally, he has business he wants her to handle on his behalf. "Yuan Yue, there's something I need you to do." She furrows her brow with a hint of displeasure and asks, "Doctor, do you need me to watch Yuan Long?" But he has no interest in her concerns about that person, and immediately shows her some documents. "Yuan Long, I'll handle that myself. Look at this first." Holding the papers in her hands, Yuan Yue grows somewhat puzzled. Who is this person? Who would have thought their reputation was this fearsome? Fang Ning's name has now spread far and wide, reaching even the doctor's ears. This person defeated Yuan Gu in her star annihilation state, and even cost Yuan Shi an arm. He's a variable that could very well disrupt our plans. He certainly doesn't want someone as formidable as Fang Ning ruining his plans, so he immediately instructs her, "Watch him for me. We need to monitor his every move." Upon receiving the order, a long-dormant bloodlust stirs within her. "Doctor, do you need me to capture him?" but haste makes waste, so the doctor decides to play the long game. For now, don't tip anyone off. We wait until that day comes and see how it plays out. Yes, after receiving his orders, Yuan Yue obeys and vanishes into thin air. Although Fang Ning poses a certain hidden threat, the doctor still has more pressing matters to attend to, so he temporarily sets the young man aside. Whose chess piece is he, I wonder? But no matter who's behind it, the century-long plan we've prepared isn't something that can be so easily destroyed. That day will come. Yuan Gu's body, now under the doctor's influence, suddenly snaps her eyes wide open in a terrifying manner. The very next moment, her eyes turn deathly white like a soulless husk, veins bulging across her face as the eerie black energy surrounding her begins to seep into her body. Scene change to inside the Morglau Sun is now present, here to document the scene. Before leaving, the doctor also gives him a few words of instruction. The police have already reviewed the case and determined that Director Cheng's death was suicide. Lao Sun, remember to take a few memorial photos of him later. The funeral home people will come to pick him up tomorrow. Lao Sun quickly agrees. Leave it to me, you can head off for the day. After the doctor leaves, only Lao Sun and Director Cheng remain. The atmosphere turns bone-chillingly cold. At the sight of Cheng Shan's lifeless body, he can't help but express his regret. Director Cheng, I wonder why he couldn't find another way. What a pity. His body no longer carries the color of life, only the ashen gray of death. Part of Cheng Shan's skull is missing, still exposing raw red flesh beneath. To complete his task, Lao Sun quickly grabs his camera and takes a few photos. Lao Sun carefully frames the shots and snaps several more of Cheng Shan. Impressed by the camera's top-notch quality, he lets out an appreciative whistle. This old film camera, it's been in my hands for years now, and not a single thing has ever gone wrong with it. After finishing, Lao Sun sets the camera down in a corner, tucks it away, and then closes the door behind him. For reasons unknown, Lao Sun then lifts Cheng Shan's body into a sitting position. But who would have guessed, Cheng Shan, believed to be long dead, suddenly breaks into a sinister grin. It seems Lao Sun no longer needs to do anything with the body, so he lays him back down. Just as Lao Sun is about to turn and leave, he frees Shi's eyes locking onto something. This time, Cheng Shan isn't smiling behind his back anymore, grinning right in Lao Sun's face. That haunting smile, paired with bloodshot crimson eyes, sends a wave of terror crashing through him. Naturally, Lao Sun is scared completely out of his wits. The very next second, he bursts into tears like a frightened child. He bolts immediately, legs scrambling as he sprints for his life, shrieking at the top of his lungs. A ghost, but the old man is so terrified by the paranormal phenomenon that he abandons everything and flees. The camera on his person is being moved out of the cabinet by some unseen force. Once everyone is gone, Hua Jin finally crawls out from inside the camera. She picks up the camera in her hands and stands there for a long while. It seems to have some kind of problem, so she lays out her tools to begin repairs. Hua Jin sits high up inside the room and gets to work on the camera. But she has no idea that Fang Ning has already arrived at the hospital and he's standing right outside the hallway. Footsteps echo into the dim, eerie mortuary. Sure enough, Hua Jin senses Fang Ning's presence instantly. She whips around with blood-red eyes. Her head twists a full 180 degrees, eyes fixed on the doorway, tense with anticipation at his arrival. Fang Ning has zero patience for pleasant Trish, kicks the door clean off its hinges. Hua Jin isn't one to just sit there and take it. She drops into an attack stance, ready to fight back. But jumping straight into a brawl the moment he walks in isn't exactly professional. Fang Ning decides to put on a little show first. Damn it! With the composure of a CEO, he raises a hand to his face and calls Hua Jin out. Just as I suspected, you've been hiding in this mortuary for years, Hua Jin. Fang Ning steps forward as he lays out the truth like a detective unraveling a case. The disappearance case of Hospital Number 9. Surely you've all heard of it. They say that for the past 40 years, every 5 years Haicheng City Hospital Number 9 experiences all kinds of paranormal events. Since he's live streaming, Fang Ning is carefully crafting every single word. Night shift workers have witnessed terrifying ghostly apparitions, and mysterious doctors have vanished never to be seen alive, and no bodies ever found. And I, Grandmaster Fang Ning, the exorcist supreme of the beggars sect, am here today to capture the evil spirit hiding in this hospital. Fang Ning is so deeply in character that he might as well be possessed, pointing forward dramatically as he unveils the mystery. The first person to disappear 40 years ago, nurse, Hua Jin. Now that all the truths have been brought to light, This is the moment Fang Ning carries out divine justice. This is the end of the omen. Next, I shall capture this evil spirit for all of you. The 40-year-old ghostly mystery of Bai Chen finally dusted off. He radiates absolute confidence now that he holds the upper hand. Now that I've found your true form, don't even think about running this time. And back then in the soul illusion realm, the truth you spoke of. What was that about? But right in the middle of Fang Ning's passionate monologue, Jiang Li screams, "Husband, watch out." Huai Jin, enraged at being cornered, erupts into a hideous long-haired specter. Her hair stretches outward, forming tentacle-like appendages that writhe like creatures ready to devour everything alive. Huai Jin has completely lost her mind, to flourishes transformed into a full-blown monster. Razor-sharp claws keep sprouting from her body. Fang Ning isn't about to let her slip away. She launches several tentacles straight at him. But it's not that easy to land a hit. With his awakened body's agility, he weaves through them effortlessly. "I don't want to fight. Tell Muho was it that harmed you back then." Huai Jin is burning with rage, has no interest in talking to Fang Ning, and attacks relentlessly. Seeing her hurl a massive blob of darkness at him, Fang Ning fires back with a counterattack of his own. "Not going to answer me? Then I'll just have to fight first and talk later." She refuses the toast, so she gets the penalty drink. He clocks Huai Jin square in the face, caving in her cheek with a single punch. Huai Jin drives her tentacles into the ground, using them as leverage to launch herself forward in retaliation. But Huai Jin is still far too green. While she's lunging headfirst, Fang Ning has already vaulted into the air. And the very next second, he teaches her a lesson she won't forget, slamming his foot down on her shoulder with devastating force. Huai Jin can't withstand the crushing blow. She crashes to the ground with a bone-rattling thud. Fang Ning absolutely magnificent. You bet he is. Those wriggling tentacles of hers can't faze him at all. He catches them bare-handed without breaking a sweat. And naturally, after putting Huai Jin down in record time, he doesn't forget about Jiang Li hurling a tentacle straight toward her. This is the gourmet meal Jiang Li has been waiting to devour. Dinner's served. Today's special squid tentacles. In an instant, Jiang Li drains every last drop of soul power from the tentacle. After wolfing down her meal, she looks like she wants seconds. "So delicious, thank you, husband, I want more." Indeed, when it comes to pampering, no one dares claim the top spot over Fang Ning. He keeps ripping tentacles off Huai Jin's body and tossing them to Jiang Li. "All right, if likes it, eat as much as you want." Now, Huai Jin is no longer a raging demonches, reverted to an ordinary soul that can feel pain and sorrow. Seeing her calm down, he crouches gently beside her. "Now can we have a proper conversation? Look at this photo album. See if anything comes back to you." Huai Jin, tears still glistening, looks up at the person in the album and stammers. But before she can finish, a wave of agony crashes over her. It hurts. Huai Jin had just barely calmed down, and now she's back to square one, screaming without end. Even Fang Ning is overwhelmed by the sheer force and clamps his hands over his ears. What the hell? Over half her soul power got drained. How does she still have the strength to fight back? But thankfully, just a few seconds later, everything returns to normal. Jiang Li and Fang Ning are suddenly transported into an entirely new space. Could this be the soul illusion realm? The two of them now stand in a corridor bathed in warm sunlight. Finding himself dragged into an unfamiliar place, Fang Ning doesn't flinch. His iron will holds firm. He even taunts back. "No other tricks left. You couldn't trap me last time. This time I'm the one catching you." Suddenly, Jiang Li lunges from behind and wraps her arms around him. "What's wrong, husband?" It turns out Jiang Li is overwhelmed with gratitude because he just gave her such a wonderful feast. "Thank you, husband, I'm so full this time." Fang Ning, doting as always, turns her face toward him and asks, "Greedy cat, how much soul power did you recover?" After a quick check, Jiang Li replies cheerfully, "Still short of half. But compared to when we fought Yuan Shang the other day, it's not much worse. It should be enough for now. Once we settle this case, the Soul Hunter assessment is about to begin. Before that, though, I'm not quite ready for all this," Fang Ning admits. Do we really have to join the Soul Hunters? I'm afraid they'll target you." To reassure him, Jiang Li gently takes his hand and says, "Husband, for your safety, joining is our only option. Besides, the Soul Hunters are our best bet for finding out why Yuan Shang keeps coming after us." Fang Ning falls into deep thought, his mind drifting back to old memories. Officer Shang clearly stated, Yuan Shang is a mysterious organization that appeared 40 years ago. So why did I see their figures in my memories from 1,000 years ago? The more he thinks about it, the deeper his curiosity gnaws at him. What exactly happened after that day? Why did wait 1,000 years? Where did that enormous grudge of hers come from? And the Jiang kingdom, where did it truly originate? Only someone who has lived for 1,000 years can give him the answers to everything. Xuan Long, we will meet again. I will defeat you and unravel every last mystery. Fang Ning is a different man now. He is determined to protect everyone. Never again will anyone he cares about suffer such tragedy. Fine, we'll join the soul hunters. But mark my words, whoever dares lay a finger on Lear will pay a price they can't afford. Seeing the depth of affection he has for her, Jiang Li is overjoyed and throws her arms around him in a tight embrace. Husband, you're the best. To Lear, no one compares. Fang Ning still feels a bit awkward, so he gently pushes her away and says, all right. We're still trapped in an illusion. Business first. And of course, a moment this dramatic absolutely needs to be recorded. Jiang Li immediately flips out all her gear. Husband, I'm starting the recording now. While she films, Fang Ning takes out a magnifying glass and scouts the surroundings for any clues. Naturally, if he's going to do something, he goes all in. He doesn't skip the armor crate either, flipping it over to inspect underneath. Fang Ning flips through the notebook while walking steadily forward. Jiang Li stays right by his side the entire time. Isn't Fang Ning incredible? In just half an hour, he's already become the boss of this entire zone. I've memorized every single detail of this hallway. He is absolutely confident that he can find his way out of here. No eerie transformation escapes my eyes, but the very next second, Fang Ning is completely lost, running in circles like a country river. He freezes stiff. He's walked straight into the same spot again. Jiang Li can't help but rub it in a little. Husband, this illusion is nothing like the one before. Looks like it's not so easy to crack after all. They're in trouble again. The hallway details he painstakingly memorized, completely useless now. The more Jiang Li talks, the redder Fang Ning's face gets mortified down to his ears. It's trying to lower my guard. The moment I let my defenses down, it'll strike and trap me here for good. Right, that's exactly it. Keep filming, but while they're still at a loss, a new event suddenly unfolds before them. Husband, look up ahead. Something's changing. Fang Ning whirls around in surprise. Sure enough, 3 nurses are frolicking down the hallway right in front of him. All 3 lean out the window, faces beaming with excitement, gazing down at Gu Ye. Look, Dr. Gu is over there. He's seriously so handsome. Naturally, when you're ogling a handsome guy, you have to call your friends over. Xiao Jin, get out here quick. The Dr. Gu you've been crushing on is about to leave. Everything unfolding before Fang Ning's eyes now plays out like slow-motion footage. Hua Jin comes running out excitedly, clutching a camera. Coming. Contrary to her usual eerie demeanor, Hua Jin right now is nothing more than a young woman in the bloom of youth, brimming with life. I just found the camera. When she appears right before him, Fang Ning is utterly stunned. He can't let Hua Jin slip away, that easily lunges forward and reaches out to grab her. Don't you dare run, but what he sees is nothing but an illusion. His hand passes clean through her body. What? Only now does the realization dawn on him, these are illusions. Has he stepped into Hua Jin's world of memories? Could that photo album have triggered these memories within her? Hua Jin is restless with the urge to see Gu Ye. Where is he? Let me see. Isn't he downstairs talking to Dr. Song? Sure enough, looking down below, Gu Ye is chatting away happily with Dr. Song. Her fellow nurses are egging Hua Jin on to go confess her feelings to him. Xiao Jin, didn't you two go to the same school? You like Dr. Gu so much, just go confess to him already. That's right, I already check it is still single. I'm so jealous of you. Too bad I'm already married and not as cute as Yao, otherwise I'd be all over him myself. Dr. Song chatting with Dr. Gu isn't a bad sight either. Isn't he the one pursuing you? Too bad the one you've got your heart set on is Dr. Gu. Despite everyone's encouragement, Hua Jin still hesitates. I'm not worthy of Dr. Gu. Just being able to secretly take a few photos of him is enough for me. Senior Song isn't what you all think. He only sees me as a little sister. While the 2 men chat below, Hua Jin raises her camera from above and snaps a photo capturing a moment with all of them in the frame. Fang Ning is the sole witness to this scene, but he can't manage a smile. All he can do is let out a deep, heavy sigh. Then Fang Ning picks up the album in his hands and flips through the pages rapidly, as though searching for something. The instant he opens the album, all the illusions surrounding Fang Ning dissolve into nothing. That moment when Hua Jin took that photo is preserved inside the album. Her face overflows with pure joy from having taken a picture alongside Gu Ye. Fang Ning continues flipping through page after page. With each page he turns, Hua Jin's memories unfold before him like a film being projected in real time. Nearly every photo she ever took contains Gu Ye's silhouette somewhere within the frame. With her quiet crush on Gu Ye, All Huai Jin ever dared to do was secretly snap photos of him from afar and look at them alone. Wonderful Eye got another photo with Dr. Gu today. Each page flipped reveals her memories, rising to the surface before his eyes. There is joy, there is sorrow, and there is despair. The happiness of working alongside Gu, it doesn't last long before she is forced to part with him. What did you say? Dr. Gu is resigning. Huai Jin can't believe it. She grips her colleague's shoulders, demanding answers. Zio Jin, you are hurting me. Only then does Huai Jin realize her mistake and let go. I'm sorry. Then Huai Jin immediately presses her colleague for details. Sister Zhao, where is he? The words that follow shatter Huai Jin's heart to pieces. The hospital director already stamped his approval. He's in his room packing his things. He's leaving today. It's not like you can never see him again just because he resigns. If you want, go find him. Besides, there are so many men chasing you in this hospital, it doesn't have to be him. But no matter what her colleague says, every word bounces off Huai Jin like water off a duck's back. After standing frozen like a soulless statue, Huai Jin suddenly bolt sprinting away before her colleague can react. Hey Zio Jin, where are you going? It's pouring outside. This might be the last time Huai Jin ever sees Guye. She doesn't care that she's wearing heel charges straight into the downpour. Wait for me. She pours every last ounce of strength into reaching him one final time. You have to wait for me. Her colleagues can only watch helplessly as Huai Jin sprints, with everything she has to reach Dr. Gu. Finally, after braving the torrential downpour, she reaches Dr. Gu's room and throws the door wide open. Wait for me. Soaked to the bone like a drowned rat, Huai Jin stumbles slowly into the room. Guye is inside, packing up his belongings. Seeing her drenched from head to toe, gasping for breath, he looks puzzled. Is something wrong? For reasons unknown, Huai Jin's throat turns as rigid as Stanino words can escape. Dr. Gu is about to leave this place for good, and she doesn't want to miss this last chance. So she summons every ounce of her courage and confesses, I like you. Yet before her confession, Guye's expression remains cold as ice, says nothing. Then Guye turns around and responds, but his reply is utterly indifferent. That's it. I'm asking Yui's that really all you wanted to say. His icy demeanor freezes Huai Jin stiff as a board. Can you please not resign? But not only does Gu, you show no concern for her, turns it back on her with a reproach. You've wasted 1 minute and 21 seconds of my time. If it's just for something this pointless, get out. The result of her confession is painfully clear. After nurturing these feelings for so long, a bucket of ice water is thrown in her face. Despair crashes over her, and she collapses to the ground. Huai Jin's heart shatters into 100 pieces. Tears roll down her cheeks one by one. After packing up his things, Guye walks right past her without a shred of mercy. It seems some part of Huai Jin still refuses to let him go. Her hand, instinctively, grabs the hem of his coat. Guye doesn't rush off. He turns back and asks anything else. Even after being rejected to her face, Huai Jin forces the brightest smile she can manage and asks, Dr. Gu, can you take me with you? I'll resign with you. Guye hears this and with a flicker of amusement, asks for confirmation, come with me. Do you have any idea what I'll be doing after I resign? But fueled by the depth of her devotion, Huai Jin answers without hesitation. I don't care, just take me with you, let me do whatever you need. Hearing that, Guye's lips curl into a sly, cunning smile. Anything you say. Fine, come with me. As it happens, I've just uncovered a piece of this world's truth hand. I need a test subject. Hearing this, Huai Jin brightens as if it's a festival. Serving the doctor is what I do best. The two of them walk side by side down the corridor. Director Zhao Yan, I'm sure you know how much I'm worth, right? Even Director Zhao praised me for being smart. I'm certain I can help the doctor. Good. Then Huai Jin and Guye descend into the darkened stairwell. Seeing Guye lead her to such a gloomy, cold place, she grows uneasy. Isn't this the way to the morgue? What kind of experiment are we doing here? Dr. Gu, if you're not in a hurry, could you wait for me to change first? Being soaked through like this is uncomfortable. Hearing that, he starts to feel uncomfortable too. If you don't want to come, you can leave. But the moment she hears those words, Huai Jin panics, afraid he'll dismiss her and immediately explains. No, I agree. As long as I'm by your side, I'll agree to anything. As if it's second nature around Guye, Huai Jin pulls out her camera, holds it up, flashes a bright smile, and snaps a photo with him. After taking the picture, she tucks the camera away and hurries after Guye into the darkness ahead. Huai Jin gradually steps deeper into the morgue's pitch-black interior. Never realizing this is the place where her life will come to its end. A true grave for love. The door to hell slams shut behind them, and then the inhuman, blood-soaked acts are carried out by Gu Jai upon Huai Jin's body. no matter how endlessly she begs for mercy. Dr. Gu, please, stop, it hurts so much. The agonizing memories inside Hua Jin's mind rapidly fracture and collapse. She clutches her head and crumples onto the freezing floor. Fang Ding curses in fury, Gu Ji, so it was you all along, you goddamn monster. No matter where you hide, I will track you down. Hua Jin, her face covered in wounds, weeps and trembles. Dr. Gu, it hurts so much. Fang Ning crouches down and speaks gently, nurse. We're here to help you. Hua Jin stares blankly at her surroundings, murmuring to herself, where? Where is this place? Haven't I already died? Fang Ning recalls the body that had been slashed repeatedly and answers in a somber voice, yes, you're already dead. You died here 40 years ago. Hua Jin sobs and stammers, then, what am I now? He begins to probe further. Do you truly not know what you've become? Are you saying the deaths and disappearances over these 40 years weren't your doing? Hua Jin murmurs vacantly, I don't know. She recalls the sensation of being bound tight, each slash carved across her body, and speaks in a mournful voice. I was trapped in a pitch-black space, reliving the agony of that death over and over again. Hua Jin hugs her knees, curling into herself in a corner as she trembles and continues. Every time I feel like I can't hold on any longer, a surge of energy flows into me, and the pain eases just a little. Jiang Li whispers to Fang Ning, my lord, I've probed Hirsch isn't lying. He ponders for a moment, then says, it seems the actual situation is the complete opposite of our earlier analysis. Hua Jin lifts her head, puzzled. Analysis? Fang Ning strokes his chin in thought. We assumed that every 5 years, you deliberately attacked people because your strength wasn't enough to act more frequently. But now it seems those may have been subconscious behavior instincts driving you to prevent yourself from dissipating entirely. Hearing this, Hua Jin is utterly stunned. I killed people. That's impossible. I've never even thought about killing anyone. He hands her a stack of case files and speaks calmly. Over the past 40 years, every 5 years there have been mysterious disappearances of doctors, as well as suicides and sudden deaths among physicians and nurses. According to my investigation, the culprit is right here. Fang Ning emphasizes, it's you, Hua Jin. She takes the files with trembling hands, stammering, no, that can't be. How could it be me? Hua Jin buries her face in her hands, her voice shaking with rage and anguish. I was enduring pain and torture in that horrible space every single moment. Just then, noticing her losing control, Fang Ning lowers his voice and asks Jiang Li, Layer, what's happening to her? Have you ever seen anything like this before? Jiang Li asks, puzzled, my lord, do you still remember her memories from the painting? Fang Ning's eyes widen as realization hits. Could it be that she didn't form naturally? That what she's become is the result of that so-called experiment by Dr. Gu. She nods in confirmation. That's right. I discovered that the mouth on her abdomen and the tentacles on her back were somehow surgically grafted onto her spiritual form. Hearing this, he furrows his brow and falls into deep contemplation. Surgical grafts? Dr. Gu, who the hell are you really? No ordinary surgeon could possibly pull off something like that. Behind Hua Jin's back, a black vortex slowly begins to materialize. It grows larger and larger. Fang Ning, completely unaware, continues his gentle interrogation. Nurse, how exactly did Dr. Gu conduct his experiments on you? What was he truly searching for? If you know, please tell me everything. A hand emerges from the swirling vortex. The hand begins weaving magic, condensing dark chi into a pitch-black orb. Hua Jin recounts through her sobs. Dr. Gu, he has lost his mind. That day, I followed him to the morgue. No sooner do the words leave her lips than the dark orb lashes out, firing long, writhing tentacles toward her. They pierce her back with brutal force, drawing blood. Hua Jin's eyes snap open in shock. She suddenly erupts with dark power and shrieks, Die, 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 descend into the abyss and rot, stop pestering me. Jiang Li steps closer, cautioning husband, be careful. Something is wrong with her. Her entire body, Hua Jin, is lifted into the air, wreathed in a suffocating shroud of black mist. She begins to murmur, I must wait for Dr. Gu. I must help him complete his experiment. I am useful. He will surely return to me. Surely. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque mouth filled with jagged, serrated teeth tears open across her abdomen. Hua Jin's face twists into a wicked grin as she hisses, He is here. Yes, he is right here. I can feel him. Her insides are ripped apart as she lunges wildly at Fang Ning, who shouts in alarm, Su Hua Jin, what are you doing? Did you not just regain your senses? Controlled by the gaping, monstrous maw, Hua Jin attacks Fang Ning from all sides, her lips never ceasing to plead, Come out, Dr. Gu, I beg you. Come out and see me. Anyone who blocks me from seeing Dr. Gu must die. Fang Ning refuses to harm her, forced to evade her strikes. Suddenly, he lunges forward, seizing her arm. Nurse Zai! Fang Ning throws her to the ground with a grunt, urging, "Wake up," panting heavily. He asks, "Liar, can you find a way to suppress her and return her to normal?" Jiang Li nods. "I can, husband." She swiftly summons chains that streak toward Huijin. "Let me try." The chains bind her limbs tightly, rendering her unable to move. Huijin falls heavily to the ground, restrained by the spectral bindings. Jiang Li raises her hands, channeling her spiritual power to manifest a colossal, ghostly palm. With grave focus, she attempts to subdue Huijin. The hand strikes, clamping the jaws of the hideous monster shut. Instantly, a deluge of blood sprays from Huijin's abdomen. The monster writhes out from her body, causing her to scream in agony. It hurts so much." Jiang Li struggles to hold it, gasping, "Husband, it's no use. Because of the nature of the experiment, if I destroy this monster, she will die too." Fang Ning catches Huijin, asking anxiously, "Liar, think is there any other way? Liang Xiang was dissipated like this before, but you still saved her, didn't you?" Jiang Li replies helplessly, "No, it is not the same, husband. Over these many years, she has completely merged with the maw." Fang Ning whispers, "Nurse Zai, are you awake?" Huijin looks at him with eyes full of piteous, desperate entreaty. "I cannot hold on much longer. It is dragging me back into that dark abyss. Please kill me." Tears stream down her face as she sobs. "I don't want to live like this anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone." The monstrous mouth grows larger by the second. Jiang Li exerts every ounce of strength to keep the monster's jaws sealed. She screams, "Husband, hurry." The power of the maw in her gut is skyrocketing. I cannot suppress it anymore. Fang Ning's expression darkens as he answers in a low voice, "Understood." A sharp glint flashes in his eyes. Fang Ning gathers his spiritual power into his palm, forming an orb, and whispers, "Zai, Zai, I will grant you release." The monster thrashes violently, and Jiang Li's giant spectral hand loses its grip. The creature plunges back into Huijin's abdomen as fresh blood splatters everywhere. Fang Ning grits his teeth, focusing his total might for a decisive strike. He pours all his internal energy into the maw within her, forcing a guttural, agonizing shriek from her throat. Huijin manages a faint, relieved smile and murmurs, "Thank you." A blinding light erupts around her, forcing both Fang Ning and Jiang Li to shield their eyes. Huijin transforms into a radiant beam, illuminating the entire room. She returns to her original beautiful form and says gently, "Finally, no more pain." As Huijin slowly closes her eyes, a piece of paper flutters out. It drifts to the ground, and Fang Ning reaches out to retrieve it. He stares at it, his voice heavy with sorrow. I guessed wrong after all. It is the last photograph Huijin took with Gu Yi." Fang Ning says grimly, "So this was your soul artifact." The photograph's soul energy quickly seeps into his mind. Visions of Huijin's tragic life flicker into view. Fang Ning surveys the room and says softly, "Liar, I will surely bring this Dr. Gu to justice and avenge her. Will you support me?" Jiang Li replies, "That man is pure filth." Cherished memories of Huijin's family, friends, and loved ones flash past. Fang Ning sighs. Nurse Zai was truly a kind girl, even though her death was agonizing. The only memories she left behind were beautiful ones. A filial daughter, full of love for her mother. Footage of happy conversations with her hospital colleagues also surfaces. Fang Ning murmurs, she was surrounded by friends who cared for her. Gazing at the moment she confessed her love to Gu Yi, he says sadly, "She clearly could have had a perfect life, a beautiful love, and a career." Remembering the state of Huijin's body, he says with fury, "Yet, because she encountered a degenerate like Dr. Gu, everything turned to ruin." He warns her, "Therefore, liar, do not easily trust anyone you meet out there except for your parents." Fang Ning tucks the photo away and cautions her. In this world, though evil people are in the minority, the damage caused by one such monster cannot be undone by meeting 1,000 or even 10,000 good people. Jiang Li nods obediently. Liar only trusts husband." Fang Ning turns to leave, speaking calmly. "Let's go, it's finished. Can I have my phone back now? It is late, let us find a new hotel first," he adds quietly. "Tomorrow we return to find the dean and collect the money." She gasps in surprise, and the two quickly depart from the gloomy room. Suddenly, a black vortex manifests in the room, constantly leaking an eerie, dark mist. The vortex continues to expand. A girl dressed as a maid, wearing glasses, steps slowly from the rift. She pulls out a small notebook stamped with a strange symbol. Jingyu begins to record observation target Fang Ning. Special soul, Tier 5 initial strength. Has not yet opened a spirit domain, must be a Tier 6 peak. To manifest a spirit domain to control time-based techniques. She adds a note, both of them reek of disgusting love. Weakness. They are each other's weakness. Tianyu closes the book and whispers, "Doesn't seem too hard to resolve." She stoops to pick up Huijin's camera and speaks with a veiled tone. Who would have thought Yungu and Yuans would be so savage? Jingyu muses, is this that legendary Subject Zero? Her eyes glint with malice as she mutters, the starting point of the doctor's artificial soul project, yet you two managed to find it. Jingyu sneers with contempt and mocks, little slut, you weren't even fit to be near the doctor, yet you dared to ask to be his assistant. With that, she crushes Huijin's camera. Jingyu begins to fantasize, drooling with craving. She moans, I really want to see the doctor carve her open, while she begs and screams. Jingyu wears a twisted, ecstatic smile, whispering, standing quietly by the doctor's side, watching the despair on her face. It must be incredibly interesting. Acting like a patient having a fit, she bites her fingernails and murmurs, it's been so long since I've found such a fun toy. I hope this guy named Fang Ning can provide me with some real amusement. The next morning at the hospital, a voice echoes, this is the situation from 40 years ago. Dr. Gu killed Nurse Zai for his insane experiments. Fang Ning continues slowly. The mad doctor sewed Nurse Su's soul and the evil spirit together. All the disappearances and every suicide in this hospital over the years were all caused by that evil spirit. He speaks in a sorrowful voice. Unfortunately, Nurse Su couldn't maintain her sanity anymore. She lost control of both herself and the evil spirit. If she wasn't destroyed, there would only be more victims. Given her plea, the only thing I could do was destroy her along with the evil spirit. The hospital director removes his glasses, wiping away the tears rolling down his cheeks. He whispers softly, it's over now. That's all that matters. Thank you for your hard work, Master Fang Ning. He suddenly remembers something and asks, have you checked your balance? I had the finance department arrange the transfer yesterday. It should have gone through by now. Fang Ning takes out his phone and checks. He sees 90 million has been credited to his account. He replies promptly, received. Fang Ning rises to his feet, ready to leave. All right, we've got other matters to attend to, so we'll be heading out now. His footsteps suddenly halt. Fang Ning's face darkens. He speaks in a low, grave voice. I have one last question for you. You've known Nurse Su and Dr. Gu for a long time, haven't you? Then why did you always hide it? Why didn't you ever say anything? The hospital director's tears begin streaming down his face. He answers hesitantly, because I was afraid. Fang Ning turns his head back, confused. Oh, afraid of what? The director buries his head in his hands and confesses everything. I was afraid the wave of public outrage would swallow me whole. I was even more afraid of losing the directorship I spent so many years building. Back then, people suspected I killed Xiao Jin and the others. I couldn't stop them from speculating and gossiping. Something like that can never, ever happen again. He continues slowly, I always believed that Xiao Jin and Yi eloped together, simply because their families wouldn't allow them to be together. The hospital director speaks in a trembling voice. That is, until I saw Xiao Jin's ghost in the video on your phone. Fang Ning seizes him by the collar in fury and roars. So your first instinct was to hide crucial information and distance yourself from the whole affair, instead of hunting down Nurse Su's killer and avenging her. No wonder she looked down on you back then. The hospital director is overwhelmed with regret. All he can do is speak with a heavy heart. I'm truly sorry. Fang Ning releases him in disgust. Why are you even telling me this? You should be saying this to Nurse Su. Tell that to the woman you loved all these years, though she can no longer hear you. The hospital director drops his head, crying and blaming himself. Xiao Jin, I'm so sorry. If only I had been brave enough to confess my feelings back then. Instead of arranging for you to be with Heimverithing, would have been different, wouldn't it? Fang Ning speaks coldly. Perhaps, but there's no such thing as regret medicine in this world for you or for Nurse Su. He turns and walks away, speaking in a low voice. I'll report the details of this case to both the police and the Soul Hunter organization. The one who murdered Nurse Su was the man called Gu Yi. I will find him. The hospital director hears this and drops to his knees, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Master Fang Ning. Jiang Li walks beside him and asks softly, Husband, are you still angry? Fang Ning sighs sorrowfully. I just feel like Nurse Su didn't deserve any of this. She was so kind, she deserved to be happy. What a waste. She hears his words and lets out a soft hum. Jiang Li lifts her head to look at him, her eyes brimming with a quiet, hopeful joy. She asks hesitantly, Husband, will Lei find happiness too someday? He immediately reaches over and gently pats her head. Silly Lei, of course you will. I promise you that. She smiles contentedly and answers softly. I believe you, husband. Fang Ning waves down a taxi. Jiang Li watches curiously and asks, Husband, what do we do next? He doesn't answer and simply climbs into the car. Jiang Li hands money to the driver and says, "Driver, take us to the Tianhua Gaming Company, please." A while later at the gaming company, Tianhua hurries over to greet them. "What brings the famous exorcist master Fang Ning, the internet celebrity, to my humble little office?" He gives Fang Ning a light punch on the chest and asks cheerfully, "I watched the preview cut of your video already. Did you get the commission from Haicheng City Hospital number 9? Fang Ning replies confidently, "Of course. How could a little wraith like that give me any trouble?" He speaks as he walks. "I just collected the final payment, so I came straight here. How are Lion Xiang and Guan Wen recovering?" Tianhua answers with obvious displeasure. "Why do you always ask about them and never check on me? I also put in a ton of effort and got seriously injured back then, you know." Fang Ning raises an eyebrow, looks him dead in the eye, and calls his bluff outright. "What acting is this? If that's the case, then maybe I should have asked the Soul Hunters to bring you back to headquarters for treatment. The way you woke up thrashing around, my legs nearly flew out of my 3-bedroom apartment. Did you know that?" Tianhua hears this and forces an awkward laugh. "Fair point." In no time, they arrive at the door of the gaming studio. Tianhua steps inside and calls out loudly, "Zyro Guan, Lion Xiang, look who's here." Lion Xiang spots him and immediately shrieks, "Big brother." Guan Wen also emerges from a computer, calling out excitedly, "Mr. Fang Ning." She throws her arms around him and says joyfully, "Big brother, did you come to visit us?" Jiang Li, watching from behind, instantly burns with jealousy. She clears her throat, startling both of them. Lion Xiang immediately says politely, "Hello, Sister Lei. Fang Ning pats the girl's head and asks with concern, "How's everyone's recovery going? It's only been a few days, and the two of you are already able to leave the computer system." Tianhua laughs heartily, his voice brimming with pride. "And that's not even counting the fact that I've been running internal playtests of our new games right here in the company. So I had them haunt our latest game prototype and scare the living daylights out of my staff." He continues excitedly, "Everyone was terrified, sure, but they all unanimously praised the game, said it felt incredibly realistic and thrilling. Scary as hell, but they couldn't stop playing." Fang Ning is visibly surprised. "Oh, so you've basically completed the entire internal playtest in just 2 days." Guan Wen answers promptly, "That's right. The issues we ran into before didn't show up at all during the subsequent internal tests. Director Chu has already submitted the report to headquarters. If everything goes smoothly, in 2 to 3 days our game will be ready for a nationwide public beta." Fang Ning is overjoyed. He slaps Tianhua on the shoulder and says, "That's fantastic. Lao Zhou, you have to let me know the date. No matter how busy I am, I'll rush over to witness it with you." Tianhua exclaims excitedly, "You got it. Lei in too, right? This is amazing." Fang Ning suddenly remembers something. He pulls out his phone and hands it to Guan Wen. "Hey, take a look at this. This exorcism case at the hospital was actually pretty interesting. Look, do you think we could add another eerie hospital map to the game before the beta goes live? If we time it right, we could launch the new map alongside the video. Think that's doable?" Guan Wen answers with absolute confidence, "No problem at all. That's a piece of cake. Tomorrow I'll have Director Chu take me there to scan the terrain. I guarantee it'll be done before the public beta launches." Suddenly, Fang Ning's phone rings, displaying an incoming call. Guan Wen holds it up in front of him and speaks up, puzzled. "Mr. Fang Ning, this phone is calling you, but this number seems to be." Fang Ning takes it, puzzled, and murmurs to himself, "Strange, I changed my number specifically to avoid the Yuan organization. Besides you, nobody else should know this number, right?" He presses the answer button while mulling it over. "Could it be?" Fang Ning picks up and asks, "Hello, who's calling?" A voice comes through the phone. "Hello, I'm Tian Lan from the Beast Soul Hunter organization." He thinks to himself, so that's how it is. The person on the other end continues calmly, "Fang Ning, are you ready? At 600 p.m., Kaifeng Tai on West Haicheng Street. The evaluation begins. See you there." At a popular fried chicken joint on the street, the table is loaded with mouth-watering portions. Hamburgers and 2 plates of fried chicken. A red-haired girl is gnawing on crispy chicken, both hands clutching drumsticks, chewing with reckless abandon, thoroughly in her element. The white-haired young man beside her gently reminds her, "Little Yun, eat slowly. Nobody's going to steal your food." He glances outside and murmurs, "They're here." Little Yun follows his gaze and replies with mild surprise, "Oh, right on time." Outside, Fang Ning and Jiang Li walk hand in hand, looking remarkably close. Little Yun keeps eating as she appraises them passes muster. The white-haired young man pats her head and says softly, "What if the Soul Court has something to say about you doing this?" Little Yun smacks his hand away and snaps, I don't care what those old fossils think. If they put me in charge of evaluating Fang Ning, then everything is my call. He rests his chin on his hand, musing. Fair enough. With your status, even the elders of the Soul Court wouldn't dare talk behind your back. Little Yun huffs. Fine. I don't need you to hint at or remind me of anything. I know my status is special, which is exactly why I need to follow the organization's procedures to the letter. So those old fossils don't have an excuse to judge me. I'll keep that in mind. The restaurant door bursts open. The white-haired young man stands up and waves Fang Ning over. Fang Ning stares at the two of them in shock and exclaims, "You're a spirit." Jiang Li points at the food and asks innocently, "That's good food. Hubby, can I eat that?" Fang Ning pulls her aside and coaxes gently, "That won't work. I'll find you other delicious things later." She lets out a disappointed "oh." He glances at little Yun devouring her chicken and asks, "You're Tian Lan, the one in charge of evaluating me." Little Yun promptly shoves a big drumstick toward him and declares with easy confidence, "I'm Chu Yun." Fang Ning takes it in a daze. She quickly explains, "Tian Lan is the one who contacted Yaosh was my liaison. Sit down, let's talk while we eat." The white-haired guy nearby grins and says, "Looks like Xiao Yun's first impression of you is pretty good. She usually doesn't share food with anyone." Chu Yun immediately punches him and yells, "What nonsense are you spouting in front of the newcomer? What am I, a guard dog?" The guy rubs his aching side and begins introducing himself. "Hello, surname's Yi Kiyuan. As you can see, I'm just like the girl beside Yua Soul." Fang Ning steps forward and extends a hand in greeting. "Hey there, I'm Fang Ning. Her name is Jiang Li. I'm guessing you've already gone through our files, right? Other than Lear, this is the first time I've seen another soul out in the open." Meanwhile, Jiang Li is staring hungrily at the chicken leg in his hand. Kiyuan speaks in a gentle tone. "Souls with the power to withstand sunlight are rare enough, let alone solidified entities like us." He says politely, "Please, both of you have a seat." Fang Ning asks, puzzled, "We're doing the examination here, or are we heading somewhere else later?" Chu Yun wipes her hands with a napkin and says calmly, "No need to rush. I'll fill you in a moment. Before the examination, let me ask you formally, are you willing to join us, the Beast Soul Hunters?" Fang Ning answers honestly, "It's not so much that I want to join, more like you guys have no choice but to recruit me, right? When I first met Chief Zhang, he handed me a temporary Beast Soul Hunter ID. 2 days ago, someone named Hong Jai told me you'd all be coming to assess me." Kiyuan carefully wipes the grease stains from around Chu Yun's mouth. Meanwhile, she continues nonchalantly, "Same difference. With your current situation, joining the Beast Soul Hunters is your best option." Kiyuan asked gently, "You must already know the identity of the Yuan Shang members who came looking for you a few days ago, right?" Fang Ning replied softly, "Officer Zhang told me they're the 12 guardians of Yuan Shang." Chu Yun explained in a measured tone, "That's correct. The 12 guardians of Yuan Shang are composed of 12 individuals wielding the most powerful dark abilities. They are one of the strongest combat forces of the supernatural organization operating in the South China region. Yuan Gu and Yuan Shi, among the 12 guardians, are only considered mid-tier. Meanwhile, Yuan Long, the one who left earlier, is actually one of the upper 3 guardians." Fang Ning asked in confusion, "The South China region? Does that mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yun cut him off with absolute certainty. "That's right. Even though you can temporarily wield power reaching level 6 during your spirit fusion state, Yuan Shang is not something you can take on alone. You're far from enough. If the upper 3 guardians appear together, or if Yuan Shang members from other regions attack, you won't have the slightest chance of resistance." She pointed at Jiang Li and reminded him, "So if you want to protect her, joining the Beast Soul Hunters is your best option." Fang Ning spoke with lingering doubt. "Oh, the real question is whether you people still have some hidden agenda for Lear." Chu Yun crossed her arms and smiled warmly. "That's exactly why they sent me to recruit you. You and I are alike. Once you join the Beast Soul Hunters, you'll become one of our comrades. We'll do everything in our power to protect Jiang Li's safety." Fang Ning still hesitated, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, both Chu Yun and Qiu Wen waited anxiously for his answer. Fang Ning asked hesitantly, "The Beast Soul Hunters house the pay and benefits." Hearing that, both of them nearly collapsed on the floor. Chu Yun struggled to her feet and replied reluctantly, "I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Fang Ning smiled and quickly agreed. "All right, I'm in." Chu Yun grabbed a glass of Coca-Cola and took a big gulp, then told Q when she talked so much her throat was bone dry. "Wen, go ahead and brief him on our Beast Soul Hunters situation." Q Wen spoke in a gentle tone. "She's just naturally straightforward like that. Don't take it to heart. Let me give you a brief overview of the Beast Soul Hunters, so you can understand us from the ground up. He began to explain in detail. Our Beast Soul Hunters is a semi-official organization. The leader is known as the Beast Sovereign, held by the most powerful individual among the Beast Soul Hunters. Beneath the Beast Sovereign is the Soul Council, which handles all daily hunting decisions and operations. For example, your recruitment was a decision made by the Soul Council after thorough deliberation. Qiu Wen continued at a measured pace. The elders of the Soul Council are typically veteran soul hunters of advanced age. When a beast soul hunter grows old, or for other reasons can no longer continue fighting and doesn't wish to retire, they may join the Soul Council. He spoke calmly. Below the Soul Council are the Beast Soul Hunter Division and the Logistics Department. Xiao Yun, as well as Yue Ying and Hong Jai, whom you've already met, they're all Beast Soul Hunters. They serve as the organization's primary combat force, carrying out field missions. The words of high-ranking Beast Soul Hunters within the organization carry no less weight than those of the Soul Council elders. Fang Ning was surprised. Oh, high-ranking Beast Soul Hunters, so there's a tier system too, Qiu Wen nodded. That's correct. He broke it down in detail for convenience during operations. Beast Soul Hunters are divided into 4 tiers based on their strength zenith. The highest tier, followed by Extinguish, Terminus, and Null below it. Missions are also divided into these 4 tiers based on difficulty. For instance, a Terminus tier mission is typically completed by 1 Terminus rank Beast Soul Hunter and 3 Null rank Beast Soul Hunters. Fang Ning glanced over at Chu Yun, who was happily chugging down her Coca-Cola, and asked in confusion, "So what rank are you?" Hearing his question, she set her glass down on the table. Chu Yun smiled proudly. "Zenith rank," Fang Ning mulled it over. "So by the power level of the individual, that means," Qiu Wen quickly clarified. Generally speaking, Null rank corresponds to level 4, Terminus to level 5, Extinguish to level 6, and Zenith to level 7 and above. He added that those below level 4 are too dangerous for field missions and must undergo Beast Soul Hunter training. Only upon reaching level 4 can they begin taking missions. Fang Ning stared at Chu Yun in shock. "You're a level 7? He thought to himself in confusion. Didn't Officer Zhang say Yuan Long was level 7 too? Then this Chu Yun could kill me without breaking a sweat. She burst out laughing heartily and replied, "Yeah, that's right, but don't worry. I'm super easy to get along with." Qiu Wen chimed in. "I'd say Xiao Yun actually quite likes you." Chu Yun immediately pinched his arm and hissed, "Did anyone ask you?" Fang Ning replied awkwardly, "Really? Well then, it's my honor." Jiang Li transmitted to him telepathically, "Honey, we don't need to be afraid of her. Once I recover my full power, I'll be way stronger than her." Fang Ning replied, "But you haven't recovered yet. They're stronger than us. We have to play humble, just go along with it." He reluctantly says, "Well then, we hope the 2 of you will look after us within the organization from now on." Jiang Li chimes in, "Yes, Grandpa, Grandma, please take good care of me and my husband." Chu Yun asks back in confusion. Qiu Wen, feeling stung, asks, "Do we really look that old?" Fang Ning immediately covers her mouth. He hastily explains, "Oh no, said D, as in take care. So please look after us more. Maybe the 2 of you misheard." He transmits his voice to her angrily. "I told you to pretend to be humble, not to actually become their grandchild." She hears this and just lets out a soft "oh." Chu Yun asks in confusion, "What do you mean?" Fang Ning quickly changes the subject. "Right, you also mentioned there's a logistics department. What does the logistics department mainly handle?" Qiu Wen speaks gently. The logistics department is also the largest division among the Beast Soul Hunters, responsible for logistical support and supply. Give Tian Lan a call to let her know. Tian Lan is the liaison officer of the logistics department. She's an ordinary person. There are also soul analysts, doctors, trainers, and specialized staff who handle post-incident affairs. Fang Ning remarks admiringly, "Sounds pretty professional." Chu Yun says proudly, "Naturally. This hierarchical structure is the result of the Beast Soul Hunters' gradual development over many years. Every department has its role, none can be omitted." Qiu Wen suggests, "Xiao Yun, why don't we have him lead a team on a C-rank mission as a test?" She responds casually, "Why go through all that trouble? Just count him as having passed already." Qiu Wen says sternly, "The examination must absolutely be conducted. Otherwise, why would the Soul Court have sent us here? Just to have a chat." Chu Yun says helplessly, "Fine, I know. Let's just do as you say. Do it quickly so I can go back and report to those old fogies." Fang Ning asks in confusion, "A C-rank mission does that involve dealing with spirits?" Qiu Wen answers while tapping on his phone, "Of course, we are Beast Soul Hunters. Our primary duty is to capture or eliminate malevolent spirits. There are also investigation missions, but usually those aren't too high in difficulty. He points at his phone and continues. It just so happens there's a suitable mission on the city outskirts. On the phone is a photo of a couple, completely stark naked, hiding behind trash cans, to escape from a procession of demons marching in formation overhead. Qiu Wen speaks slowly. According to the mission brief, several couples went on late-night dates on the city outskirts and ran into the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Although there have been no casualties so far, the number of spirits reported is very large, so it's been temporarily classified as C rank. Fang Ning asks in surprise, the 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Jiang Li licks her lips excitedly and says, "Honey, 100 of them. That's so many delicious treats, I'm going to eat myself absolutely stuffed." At a KFC fried chicken restaurant, Jiang Li hugs her bulging belly and exclaims, "So many yummy things, I ate way too much." Fang Ning sees her adorable expression, smiles, and says, "You really are a greedy little cat." Jiang Li puffs out her cheeks in anger when he pinches her like that. Chu Yun finally speaks up. "Fang Ning, be honest with Mehave, you've been letting Xiao Li devour other spirits to level up and replenish her spiritual power." Fang Ning replies nonchalantly, "Didn't brother Yi get stronger by devouring other spirits?" Qiu Wen immediately interjects, "I would certainly never devour other spirits. My strength depends entirely on Xiao Yun. I'd also strongly advise Yao never let Xiao Li devour spirits." Fang Ning asks why. Qiu Wen explains, "Because when one devours a spirit, its obsession and malice flow along with the spiritual power into the body. Although you'll become powerful in the short term, it will eventually backfire. The more you devour, the more resentment accumulates. They become more violent, more greedy, and lose all reason." Chu Yun adds solemnly, "Exactly. If you let Xiao Li devour spirits, based on our experience, after consuming just a few, she won't even remember you anymore. She'll become a mindless evil spirit, knowing nothing but killing." Jiang Li bursts into tears upon hearing this and turns to Fang Ning. "Honey, I don't want to forget you. Lei Lei won't be greedy anymore." Qiu Wen sees her like this and offers comfort, seeing how innocent and kind Xiao Li is. She surely hasn't devoured any spirits, has she? Even if she swallowed 1 or 2 weak, low-level spirits, it's nothing to worry about. As long as she stops devouring, it won't have too great an impact on your Xiao Li. Fang Ning hugs Jiang Li and thinks to himself, "No, it's far more than just 1 or 2 spirits. The souls of Jiang Chang, Yang Songzi, not to mention the monster lurking in the ring, and most recently, Su Huijin. All of them were level 4, even level 5 spirits. In the livestream footage, they likely noticed something earlier. Maybe I should just come clean first." After a moment's thought, he tells them the truth. No, Lei has already devoured several spirits, both level 4 and level 5 ones. She ate them like they were nothing. Chu Yun and Qiu Wen both freeze, staring at him in disbelief. What? That's impossible. She should have lost her sanity long before that. Why would she? Fang Ning shakes his head, eyes cast downward. "I don't know either. There haven't been any visible side effects so far, so I assumed it was normal." Qiu Wen cuts in immediately. "No, unless she had done what I did, forming a soul contract with someone possessing powerful ability spirits, primarily replenish their spiritual power, and level up by absorbing fear energy from humans." She trails off, her voice faltering. "But that path is painfully slow. It typically takes centuries of accumulation, which is why some spirits turn to more efficient methods." Chu Yun's expression hardens, his jaw tight with barely restrained fury. As he finishes the sentence, "They kill." The raw power of despair and terror that erupts in the moment before a human dies. On the contrary, the shortcut I can think of is one where a soul levels up by killing. She added that this method has a clear drawback: a soul that powers up through slaughter carries an unmistakable scent of blood. There's no hiding it from my eyes. Then there's only one explanation: your little Li is different from everyone else. Fang Ning glanced at Jiang Li with a hint of surprise as Chu Yun spoke. "She is a special case." He recalls the man with the eerie face telling him about Jiang Li. Could this special soul actually be a rank 6 existence or above? After piecing the whole chain of events together, Fang Ning finally grasped the full picture. No wonder the people from Yuan Shang called little Li a special soul. Thinking this far, Fang Ning recalled the time Jiang Li had choked him, and a wave of unanswered questions surged through his mind. But the last time the talisman on her forehead was removed, little Li had completely lost her reason. And in little Li's fragmented memories, those vengeful spirits, and that suffocating, resentful energy were they actually caused by that? A talisman who had sealed that talisman onto little Li in the first Placido, help her suppress the resentful energy. After learning that devouring other souls had no negative effects on her, Jiang Li's eyes lit up instantly. You mean little Li can feast again? Chu Yun answered flatly. She squeals with joy, throwing herself into Fang Ning's arms and hugging him tight. Amazing! I love you the most, hubby. Fang Ning rubs her head, but his face is heavy with sorrow and contemplation. Are the visions I saw from 1,000 years ago really what happened back then? The one who looks like you? The one La Nhai always waited for? Could it be? The more he thinks, the more questions flood his mind. After why? Why did La Nhai end up like that? What exactly happened in the Jiang Kingdom 1,000 years ago? And Yuan Longwei, did he spare me? I was completely defenseless, yet he let me go. What's more, Yuan Long also appeared in that dream from 1,000 years ago. Qiu Wen rises to his feet, shattering the storm of thoughts swirling in Fang Ning's mind. Let's go, the car's here. A black sedan pulls up and comes to a stop. Fang Ning eyes the car and says, this ride isn't going to cost me, right? Qiu Wen smirks, $50 and I'll call it even. Night descends. The car tears down the open road. Qiu Wen nudges him awake. Fang Ning, little brother, we are almost at the mission location. Qiu Wen turns to Fang Ning, his tone shifting to something more serious. About this inspection mission, there are two things I need you to keep in mind. Fang Ning's expression tenses. Brother Yi, go ahead. Qiu Wen lays it out. First point, do your best to keep your actions hidden from ordinary civilians. Our logistics division can clean up the mess afterward, but it still creates unnecessary headaches. Second, the mission site is most likely on the outskirts, so you probably won't run into any civilians. But if someone wanders in by accident, you must do everything in your power to guarantee their safety. Fang Ning commits both points to memory immediately and nods. Understood. I've got it memorized. Qiu Wen catches his tense expression and offers a reassuring smile. Relax, it's just a low-level mission. With your strength and the support of an outstanding team, you'll clear it with ease. Fang Ning blinks in surprise. An outstanding team? There are others running this mission with me. Qiu Wen nods. Yeah, it's just a routine mission, that's all. We included it as a test also to help you quickly get familiar with how beast soul hunters operate and the mission process. Us. Fang Ning responded eagerly. All right, I'll give it my all. The car came to a stop at their destination, a stretch of forest. Someone stepped out and slammed the door shut. Fang Ning and Jiang Li got out of the car, scanning the surroundings. Qiu Wen held up a Cori communicator, leaned his head out the window, and called out, Fang Ning, put this earpiece on. Communications will relay mission instructions to you through the earpiece shortly. He reminded him carefully, remember that, during the mission, Chu Yun and I won't be showing up. Completing the mission will be entirely up to you two. Fang Ning took the Cori and replied. He put it on and turned to Jiang Li. Let's go, Layer. Let's go, Layer. The two turned back and waved. See you both later. On the way, Fang Ning asked Jiang Li. Layer, it seems like you're quite fond of Chu Yun, huh? Jiang Li nodded vigorously. Honey, Layer feels like she's really kind. Fang Ning stiffened the moment he heard the word, kind, come out of her mouth. Jiang Li propped her chin on her hand and replied, Layer can sense that Ms. Chu has no ill will toward us. Fang Ning clutched his head in exasperation. So earlier in the car, when you were acting all cutesy and massaging her shoulders, that was you pretending to be the good little grandchild. Jiang Li answered with full confidence. Exactly. Didn't you say we can't beat her right now, so we have to play the obedient grandchild? Chu Yun, listening through the Cori in the car, went stone-faced the moment she heard those words. Qiu Wen, sitting beside her, burst out laughing and clutched his stomach. She called you Ms. Chuthai's gold. Chu Yun, taking her anger out on the nearest target, punched Qiu Wen square in the arm. On Fang Ning's end, he received a signal through his earpiece. A purple-haired girl appeared on the small display and introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Fang. I'm Tian Lan. For this mission, I'll be your logistics support operator. Up next, I'll brief you on the mission scope, coordination protocols, and emergency response procedures. Fang Ning replied politely, Got it, thank you. Tian Lan continued. This T-rank mission originated from a police report filed by a couple last night. According to their statement to the police, they came to this area to camp and had already set up their tent. They were just getting intimate when they suddenly heard strange sounds outside the tent. They took a deep breath, braved themselves, and peeked obsidianly to see hundreds of ghostly spirits flying in formation toward the same direction. One of them fainted on the spot. The other fled and called the police the moment the ghost procession passed. After receiving the report from the police station, we immediately dispatched personnel with specialized equipment to conduct reconnaissance. Indeed, large-scale spiritual power fluctuations were detected in this area. After reporting to the Soul Council, Since this area had no prior supernatural incidents on record, the council temporarily classified it as T-rank. Notably, an awakened member from our logistics department was able to extract memory images from the witness. We discovered that the entire ghost procession was wearing palace attire from the Jiang Kingdom over 1,000 years old. Furthermore, there is a Jiang Kingdom ruin approximately 10 km to the west. Our analysis suggests this ghost procession most likely originated from there. Fang Ning's expression shifted the moment he heard that. The Jiang Kingdom, are you sure? Tian Lan responded. Based on nearby archaeological excavations and historical records, we can essentially confirm it. But this can only be considered supplementary information for now, because this ruin has stood for thousands of years. Besides grave robbers and archaeologists, we beast soul hunters have surveyed it multiple times as well but still found nothing. Fang Ning nodded. Got it, I understand. Tian Lan then sent over a map of blue dot marking where Fang Ning and Jiang Li stood, with 3 red dots farther out. Fang Ning, I've sent you the map. Please rendezvous with the other team members first. He replied with a curt acknowledgement. In an instant, Fang Ning leapt Wu's H-branch to Branch High's body, surging with raw power, as he and Jiang Li rocketed forward at breakneck speed. As he moved, Fang Ning's thoughts churned. Was the inspection mission really assigned at random? And it just so happens to involve the Jiang Kingdom. What a coincidence. Cut to another location in open clearing where 2 boys and a girl stood waiting. One of them, a boy named Fai Wu, 16 years old, had his arms crossed tight against his chest, his face twisted with impatience. How much longer are they going to make us wait? A girl with green hair braided into twin tails, Liu Hua, 22, turned around and gave him a warning. Fai Wu, I heard our temporary squad captain, this time has an ability rank all the way up to 6. Watch your mouth. I just finished training. This is my very first field mission. I am not about to get dragged down with you and end up pissing off a star extinguishing level senior. He turned away with a sneer. Rank 6, so what? He's just somebody with connections. Some guy who shows up out of nowhere and gets handed captain. Fine, let him be offended. Liu Hua turned away with a shrug, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Right, big brave, you isn't scared at all. And you're the one calling someone else a Nepo baby, who doesn't know you're the son of director Sun Din Truong. Unlike me, 0 background, 0 connections. I still have no idea how I got assigned to the same team as 2 second-generation rich kids like you. Fai Wu's jaw clenched, teeth grinding at her jabot before he could fire back. Liu Hua darted behind the hulking figure of Ban Yan, 19 years old, muscles rippling like boulders, and stuck out her tongue teasingly. Ban Yan scratched his head with a good-natured smile. Liu Hua, Fai Wu, come on, stop arguing. We're all gonna be comrades from here on out. Fai Wu turned away, nose still in the air, and let out a dismissive snort. I'm not wasting my breath on you two. He's just a postnatally awakened. Anyway, rode his connection with Zhang Tiandao to get where he is, that's all. For all we know, he could be a mole planted by the Yuan leadership. Liu Hua refused to back down. Hey, you got any proof? No proof, then keep your mouth shut. I trust Sister Hong Jai's judgment. Fai Wu's expression darkened into something menacing, a sinister grin curling across his face. The beast soul hunters aren't an easy gig. Trust me, won't last long. Liu Hua heard the veiled threat, leapt out from behind Ban Yan, and jabbed a finger straight at Fai Wu's face. What was that? If you try to pull anything during this mission, I swear I'll report you to the Soul Court. Sabotaging your own teammates, that kind of malice won't fly. Even your director father won't be able to protect you. Fai Wu waved her off with a contemptuous smirk. Don't go framing an innocent guy. I didn't say anything specific, all of that was your own imagination. When it comes to the hierarchy between ability ranks, he doesn't understand a damn thing. He's just some brat with basic strength stats dose. He even need me to sabotage him. He's going to wash out sooner or later. The more he spoke, the wider his grin grew, his words laced with venom. Besidish is already a marked man by the Yuan faction. Word is he only got this recommendation because he chopped off one of Yuan Shi's arms. That was just the Yuans overestimating his abilities, that's all. Next time he won't be so lucky. Liu Hua's eyes went wide with shock at his words. At that exact moment, a sudden gust of wind ripped through the clearing, and a voice, seemingly from nowhere, cut through the air. Quite the lively debate, huh? All 3 of them froze, heads snapping in every direction. Fang Ning touched down right behind Fai Wu and Liu Hua, the impact sending a small tremor through the ground. He straightened up and greeted them with a calm smile. Hey, everyone. I'm the temporary squad captain for this mission. Fang Ning. A beat later, Jiang Li descended from above, landing beside him. Fang Ning casually brushed the dust from his sleeves as he strolled toward the group. Sounded like a pretty heated argument from where I was. Don't mind Macaroon. Keep going, I don't want to interrupt. He walked up to Fai Wu and gave him a few pats on the shoulder each, one carrying just the right amount of force. But did I hear something about a Yuan faction spy? And someone saying whoever it was wouldn't last long, that they'd fail eventually. Something like that. Behind him, Zhang Li fixed Fai Wu with a razor-sharp gaze, killing intent rolling off him in suffocating waves like a predator sizing up prey. Fai Wu's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, fear flickering unmistakably across his face. Fang Ning saw it and let out a soft laugh, patting his shoulder again. Relax, look how tense you are. He leaned in close, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Don't do that again, all right. Talking behind someone's back it can be really dangerous. The more he speaks, the more Jiang Li transforms into a terrifying ghost woman, her killing gaze fixed on Fai Wu. He's so scared that he thuds flat on his back. Jiang Li sends a telepathic whisper to Fang Ning, "My lord, let me kill him. This guy is insufferable. I can feel his intense hostility toward us." But Fang Ning quickly stops her. "Boss lady, the mission hasn't even started and you want to kill a soul hunter. Then what's the point of the trial? We might as well pack up and run." At that moment, Liu Hua approaches, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazes at Jiang Li. "Big sis, you're so beautiful." Before Jiang Li can even react, Liu Hua reaches out and pokes a finger against her waist, gasping in awe. "Whoa, the touch feels so real. You really are a soul." Startled by the unexpected contact, Jiang Li leaps behind Fang Ning, bristling like a kitten meeting a stranger. Fang Ning turns beet red. Liu Hua just blinks in confusion. Fang Ning pats Jiang Li's head and blurts out, Sorry, my fiancé is a bit shy around strangers." Watching Liu Hua's boundless enthusiasm, he thinks, "What's with this girl? Isn't she a little too forward?" Hearing about the fiancé thing, Liu Hua's eyes light up even more. "Ah, so romantic, so sweet. I absolutely have to ship you two." Fang Ning's legs stiffen. He thinks to himself, "What? Sweet, what's sweet? Ship what? I don't understand a word of this. Let's just get on with the mission." He clears his throat a few times. "Since this is our first meeting, let's all introduce ourselves." Liu Hua snaps to attention, remembering. "Oh right, we haven't introduced ourselves yet." Liu Hua flashes a bright, energetic smile and introduces herself. "Hello, Captain Fang. My name is Liu Hua. I love cosplaying, binge-watching dramas, and reading manga. Shipping soul hunter couples is my side hobby. My main gig is posting shoujo comics on Bilibili. I'm a loyal BG Ship faction member." She then introduces her abilities. "I'm a control type. My soul technique lets me manipulate plants." Next, Ban Enham stands up to introduce himself, but his nerves make his stutter even worse than usual. I'm BB Ban." Liu Hua rushes to rescue him. "This is killing me." His name is Ban Enham. He's an elemental type. His soul technique lets him petrify his body into rock. His specialty is getting hit. Ban Enham scratches his head sheepishly. "Why, yeah, that's right." From a distance, Fai Wu finally stands up, arms crossed, and says coldly, "Fai Wu, water manipulation." After the introductions, Liu Hua says politely, "For this mission, our flower squad will be assisting you in completing the operation. Captain Fang, we look forward to your guidance." Fang Ning responds politely, "I've only just joined the Soul Hunters. There's still a lot I don't know, so I should be the one asking for your guidance. So what's our next move?" Liu Hua touches her earpiece. "First, we report the situation to the logistics liaison, so the logistics team can assess the danger level and mobilize reinforcements if needed. Every one of these protocols was compiled from the blood and sacrifice of previous soul hunter generations. They maximize our survival rate." She points at herself. "If you haven't studied these procedures before, I'll handle all communications and reports with the liaison for this operation." Fang Ning lets out an impressed sigh. "Very professional. All right then, I'll leave it to you." Liu Hua immediately reports to the logistics liaison. "Sister Tian Lan, the flower squad has rendezvoused with Captain Fang at the witness site. We're ready to begin the investigation." Tian Lan responds, "Good. Keep comms open. Good work out there." Fai Wu still wears that contemptuous look. He lets out a cold snort. Somebody who knows absolutely nothing, yet dares call himself captain. In response, he receives killing glares from both Liu Hua and Jiang Li. Fai Wu turns away, shrugging. "Fine, do whatever you want, I'll keep my mouth shut." Fang Ning turns to Liu Hua. "This is the spot where that couple witnessed the 100 Ghosts Night Parade, right? Did you find any clues when you arrived here first?" Liu Hua hesitates, then points in a direction. The residual spiritual power from the 100 Ghosts gradually intensifies from east to west. Based on the decay pattern, we estimate this spirit procession has been heading west. The original sighting location isn't the procession's starting point. The couple just happened to catch them passing through. Fang Ning lets out a surprised "oh" and asks, "Really? I assume you all have equipment to detect spiritual power." Ben Enham reaches into his pocket. "Right here." He pulls out a scanner. This is it. With everything confirmed, Fang Ning takes the lead and strides forward. "Then let's move. Let's see where they're heading." Liu Hua follows immediately, thrusting her hand high in the air and shouting, "Okay, let's go," leaving Ban Enham and Fai Vu behind. Ban Enham turns to Fai Vu. "Fai Vu, let's follow them." Reluctantly, Fai Vu follows with a scowl. "HMPH rank 6, let's see. Is he really all that?" Scene switch to Chu Yun. She lets out a long yawn. Chu Yun rests her arm on the chair. "So sleepy. How long are they going to take?" Yi Kiyuan smiles. "Fair enough. We just finished a rank Joe mission, and haven't even rested before the Soul Court sent us out for this recruitment trial." He hands his jacket to Chu Yun. "If you're sleepy, take a nap." Chu Yun takes the jacket and asks, "Your mirror flower. Water Muniu placed it on Fang Ning, right? How much longer can it hold?" Yi Kiyuan answers, "When I handed him the earpiece, I secretly attached the technique to his clothes. It'll hold until dawn, no problem. Don't worry, I've got watch. Get some sleep first. I'll wake you if anything happens." Reassured, Chu Yun wraps the jacket around herself. "All right, I'll leave it to you." After Chu Yun falls asleep, Yi Kiyuan immediately activates Mirror Flower Water Moon. Fang Ning's image flickers to life before him. Yi Kiyuan thinks to himself, "Fang Ning, you won't let Zyro Yun and me down, will you?" Scene switch to the western outskirts of Haicheng City. Long Tu Mountain. An owl perches on a tree branch. Suddenly, a procession materializes nearby, radiating an eerie green glow. It passes through, sending the owl shrieking as it whooshes into the night sky. A horse hoof stamps down hard. A soldier in heavy armor eyes burning crimson reappears at the vanguard, leading a cavalry of mounted troops. Behind them, a column of figures follows on foot. They are Unitspell-faced, heads bowed, shuffling forward. Above them float handmaidens. Every last one is a spirit. At the very rear is a grand carriage drawn by 4 war horses, majestic and imposing. From a distance, Fang Ning and Jiang Li spot the procession. "Found them." The two of them, along with the flower squad, stand on tree branches observing the scene. Liu Hua touches her earpiece and reports, "Sister Tian Lan, we've confirmed the target matches the witness description. Spirit count exceeds 100. Based on solo entity scans, the individual spirits aren't strong rank 2 to rank 3 range. As for the spirits deeper within the formation, we haven't been able to scan those yet." Meanwhile, Fang Ning leans close to Jiang Li's ear and whispers, "What do you think? Lair Nhi, does their attire look familiar to you?" Jiang Li frowns. "A little. In some fragments I can recall. The people around me all seem to wear similar clothing." Fang Ning recalls his dream. He thinks, "Exactly. It's identical to what I saw in that vision. Could they know the truth about Jiang Kingdom's fall 1,000 years ago?" He gazes down at the spirit procession, suspicion rising. But there are way too many spirits. Is an entry trial supposed to be this brutal? Don't tell me someone among the soul hunters is trying to get me and Lair Nhi killed through this trial. Jiang Li, eyes gleaming with hunger, points at the spirit procession. "My lord, look, delicious food down there." Fang Ning asks worriedly, "Lair Nhi, I know it all looks delicious, but there are too many spirits. Can you really eat that much?" Jiang Li shakes her head. "It's not that many, my lord." She leans close to his ear and whispers, "All of them." Fang Ning's jaw drops. "What?" But Jiang Li's face brims with absolute confidence as she declares, "In other words, even if La Nhi is right here, the others might not be able to detect her." Fang Ning asks doubtfully, "You mean this evaluation is actually?" Jiang Li nods furiously. Ma'am, hubby, don't worry, just go for it." Fang Ning ruffles her hair and smiles. "All right, I understand. Having La Nhi really is a blessing." Liu Hua lands beside them and calls out, "Captain, there are too many souls out here. Sister Tian Lan is asking whether we need reinforcements." Fang Ning replies with a calm smile, "No need. It only looks like a lot. None of them pose any real threat to us. You're the captain and the strongest one here. Everyone will wait while you scout ahead for a bit." He thinks to himself that he trusts La Nhi's judgment hand even if something goes wrong. With his and La Nhi's combined strength, they can definitely retreat in time. But Liu Hua says uneasily, "Captain, we should still be more cautious. Sister Tian Lan said there's a rank C squad nearby. We don't need to wait too long." Fang Ning still insists on going into scout. "Everyone keep an eye on the situation once I enter. if things go sideways. Call for reinforcements from headquarters. That works, right? Faivu scoffs at this, raises his hand, and activates his ability. Why make things so complicated? It's just a Ranksy mission. Hurry up and finish it. I want to go back to sleep. If you all want to sit around chatting, be my guest. I'm charging in first. Saying that, Faivu waves his hand to conjure a water surfboard and swoops down without Fang Ning's permission. Liu Hua shouts after him in a panic. Faivu, get back here. Don't be reckless, Captain hasn't given the order yet. More guts than brains. At his age, there's no talking sense into him. He ignores Liu Hua entirely and drops straight into the center of the spirit formation. Instantly, the swarm of spirits surges toward Faivu, but he wipes out 5 of them in a single swing. Finding the kills laughably easy, Faivu sneers and mocks Fang Ning. What Captain Fang are you yapping about? He just got lucky contracting a powerful soul, that's all. He transforms water into a rope that wraps around a handmaiden spirit's body, shouting, "You think you're fit to be captain? Let me show you what real power looks like." Faivu flings the handmaiden away with a roar. "Get out of here." The handmaiden's spirit hurtles straight into the group of servant spirits charging at him, wiping them all out in one go. At that moment, Fang Ning and the others arrive at the scene. Faivu immediately starts showing off. "Captain Fang, what do you think of that move? None of you need to lift a finger. This piddly group of spirits. Watch me slaughter every last one by myself." The eunuch spirits charge forward, bellowing, "How dare you?" Liu Hua grows worried for Faivu. "Oh, not these ones are clearly far stronger than the rest, at least rank 3, maybe even rank 4. Captain Fang Ning, should we go help?" But Fang Ning has no intention of stepping in. "You heard him yourself. He said all that already. Should we intervene? Let's just watch for now." Hearing this, Liu Hua has no choice but to agree. "Why, yes, sir." The eunuch spirit charges in, its umbrella crackling with orbs of lightning. The lightning orbs slam into Faivu and pin him in place. He stares in shock. "What the hell is this? Trying to lock me down." 2 more spirits wielding banners as weapons rush into attack formation, unleashing a barrage of techniques straight at Faivu. But he merely smirks and raises 2 fingers. Petty tricks. Faivu unleashes his soul technique water dragon seal. A massive water dragon materializes and obliterates every single technique the spirits deployed. Their jaws drop in disbelief. They never expected him to break through so effortlessly. But before the spirits can react, Faivu instantly fires off torrents of high-pressure water that pierce clean through their bodies. Liu Hua sees he's still alive and breathes a sigh of relief. That Faivu temper, sure, and a vicious mouth, but he's got the skills to back it up. Ban Yan gives a thumbs up. Faivu is really strong. Back in the fight, every low-rank spirit scatters in terror from Faivu. He cackles even louder. "The famed night parade of 100 ghosts, that's all you've got. If I hadn't been waiting all day for that useless captain, our team would have cleared this and gone home ages ago." But that's not all. Thundering hooves of horses echo behind Faivu once more. He grits his teeth, thinking, "Still spirits suicidal enough to charge me." It's the vanguard cavalry unit from earlier, circling back. Faivu immediately unleashes his soul technique water dragon, seal summoning a barrage of water dragons. But the cavalry hack through each one with a single slash. His eyes widen in disbelief. "What? They can block my attack." He refuses to accept it. He switches techniques, conjuring a swirling vortex of water. "Damn it, we are there. So many rank 4 spirits here. There might even be rank 5 spirits hiding among them. This is way beyond Ranksy difficulty. Something's wrong with the mission intel." The cavalry keeps charging. One of them hurls a spear and it tears through Faivu's water vortex and pins the ground right beside his foot. Without a second's hesitation, Ban Yan activates his power, hardening both arms to stone and leaps down with a roar. Faivu. Ban Yan crashes down beside Faivu and sends the cavalry flying. He charges in, throwing punches left and right, forcing the cavalry back. He doesn't stop there. Ban Yan grabs one of the horses by the neck and slams it to the ground with ease. Liao Hua joins in, wielding her plant manipulation power. "Faivu, we're here to rescue you." Thorny vines erupt from the earth and lunge at the cavalry, but every last one is slashed apart. Liu Hua's face goes pale. She turns to Fang Ning for help. "Captain, please save Faivu. Our team alone can't hold off these spectral knights. This is way beyond Ranksy difficulty." But Fang Ning calmly replies, "No rush, wait a bit longer." How can Liu Hua stay calm at a time like this? She blurts out, "Captain Fang, Faivu was disrespectful to you before. I apologize on his behalf. The situation is dire, please, I'm begging you. Save them." Fang Ning doesn't budge, he shakes his head. "It's fine, they're not in any real danger." Down on the battlefield, a cavalry knight brings his blade crashing down at Faivu, but he dodges just in time. For the first time, Fei Wu feels genuine fear. This is bad. My spiritual power is almost drained. I can hold out for a minute at most. Once it's gone. On Liu Hua's end, she can't get Fang Ning to act, so she calls Tian Lan instead. Tian Lan picks up. Liu Hua, what's the situation over there? Can you complete the mission? Liu Hua shakes her head. The situation's gone south. Fei Wu rushed into the spirit procession on impulse, and now he's being hunted by over a dozen spectral knights. Tian Lan is stunned. What? Where's your captain, Fang Ning? Is some other powerful spirit keeping him occupied? Liu Hua says flatly, Captain Fang is just standing off to the side, watching the show. Because Fei Wu has been disrespectful to Captain Fang ever since they met. No matter how much I beg, Captain Fang refuses to step in. Tian Lan is shocked. What did you just say? Captain Fang Ning is letting him die just because Fei Wu talked back. Hand the communicator to Fang Ning. The scene shifts to Yi Qiuan's side. He's watching the situation from afar through binoculars. Seeing Fang Ning's attitude, Yi Qiuan feels a twinge of disappointment. What is Fang Ning doing? Did Zhao Yun and I misjudge him? Yi Qiuan glances over at Chu Yun, who's happily munching away. Is he really the type to let a teammate die over a petty squabble? If that's really the case, then no matter how much Zhao Yun likes him, I won't allow him to join the Soul Hunters. Chu Yun notices him setting down the binoculars and asks, What's wrong? Is something going on over there? Yi Qiuan hands her the binoculars. Take a look. On Fang Ning's end, he's speaking with Tian Lan. This has nothing to do with our earlier conflict. I simply judged that Fei Wu isn't in any real danger, so I chose not to intervene. But Tian Lan grows even angrier. Captain Fang, after this evaluation is over, I'm going to need a full explanation for this. Right now, I'm ordering you intervene immediately, help Fei Wu disengage, and hold position until the reinforcement team arrives. Fang Ning sighs helplessly. Fine, I get it. Why does nobody believe me when I say there's no danger? Tian Lan is furious. Captain Fang, you're still not acting. Down below, Fei Wu is fighting the cavalry and screaming, My spiritual power is almost gone. Fang Ning scratches his ear casually. Fei Wu, didn't you say we didn't need to step in? Couldn't even hold out that long. Fei Wu drops all pretense of arrogance. I'm sorry, Captain Fang, I was wrong before. Please, I'm begging you, have mercy and save my life. Fang Ning digs at his ear with a finger. All right, I accept your apology. He thinks to himself, the kid's groveling now. Where'd all that arrogance go? Liu Hua can't take it anymore. Ma blurts out in a panic. Fang Ning, do something already. Fei Wu apologized, you said you'd save him. Why are you just standing there dragging your feet? Fang Ning remains completely calm, cracking his knuckles as he speaks. What's the rush? Relax. He's not going to die. Then Fang Ning hops down and says, Hey, Fei Wu, weren't you all tough talk before? Gave up that fast? Right at that moment, Fei Wu's spiritual power bottoms out, completely nothing left to shield himself with. The two soul knights raise their lances. Fei Wu can't escape. Both lances slam into his chest and head. He lets out a blood-curdling scream. Liu Hua and Ban Enham scream in horror. Fei Wu. Tian Lan, on the other end, hears the scream and her eyes go wide. She slams the table, shooting to her feet. That's the eldest son of the court chief. Fang Ning, you just wait for the Soul Court's judgment. But Fang Ning stays utterly relaxed. Hands slipped casually into his pockets, sliding down nonchalantly. He lets out a sigh and says, Everyone look closely, see. He's not dead, is he? Hearing that, Tian Lan freezes. She immediately switches her comm to Liu Hua. Liu Hua, what's Fei Wu's status right now? Any signs of life? Liu Hua looks down, stammering. He seems to be okay. Fei Wu slumps to the ground, clutching the spots where the knight's lances pierced him, his face drained of all color. He staggers to his feet, arms still wrapped around himself, head spinning. What the hell just happened? Didn't he get stabbed clean through? Why is there not a scratch on him? That's when another cavalry formation barrels straight toward Fei Wu, startling him into panic. No time to run. He throws his arms over his head and clenches his teeth, bracing for impact. Strangely enough, the cavalry passes straight through him. Ban Enham, fighting off to the side, watches in utter disbelief. Fang Ning steps forward and speaks. 100 Ghosts Night Parade. He and Zhang Li stand confidently before the mass of spirits. None of you have seen through its true face yet, have you? Liao Hua asks, confused. True face. Fang Ning continues. I said it from the start, these spirits pose no real threat to us, and we don't need backup. Right. Tian Lan stammers. It does sound like you said something like that. Fang Ning presses on. You all assumed Fei Wu was going to die. When you ordered me to call for reinforcements, I told you he wouldn't be in any real danger. correct. Tian Lan responds, yeah, that's right. Just as he says that, another spirit lunges at Fang Ning from the distance, aiming to strike him, but it can't even touch a single strand of his hair. Phasing right through, Fang Ning turns to look at Fei Wu. See, was my judgment off? I know you all doubt my abilities, but in this evaluation, we're on the same team. If we're comrades, you should at least trust my word. He reproaches them. Do I really seem like the kind of person who deliberately send a teammate to die over a petty grudge? Liu Hua's face flushes red at his words. Li speaks up, I'm sorry. Another cavalry formation charges in. Fei Wu, still shaken, says, but the impact from beforeth feedback when I hit theme all of it told me they were real. The horse-drawn carriage at the tail of the spirit procession now pulls up right in front of Fang Ning. He walks closer and says, that's right. In our perception, they are real. This is a high-level illusion. The moment people believe it's real, Fang Ning's expression sharpens. It generates corresponding feedback in their minds based on their past experiences. The instant he finishes speaking, Fang Ning springs into the air. He leaps onto the carriage, sending the surrounding handmaid spirits into a frenzy. Fang Ning turns to the old eunuch, Wei Kai, who stands with his head bowed beside the carriage. Old eunuch, am I right? The old man does not respond. Fang Ning continues, isn't it about time you dropped this boring charade? Only then does Wei Kai lift his gaze and reply, to think my soul technique was seen through by a mere whelp. Hearing that, all three Liu Hua, Fei Wu, and Ban En Ham gape in shock. The ghost cavalry gradually dissolves. The spirit handmaidens fade away with them. Liao Hua swings over on a vine to where Ban En Ham and Fei Wu stand. Everyone okay? Fei Wu shakes his head wearily. I'm fine, just burned through all my spiritual power, feeling pretty drained. He turns and asks, how's Ban En Ham? Ban En Ham scratches his head and stammers. I still have a little spiritual power left. Over on Wei Kai's side, the old eunuch closes his eyes and floats into the air. His entire body wreathed in a blazing dark purple aura, energy coiling and building. Then Wei Kai snaps his bloodshot eyes wide open. A colossal wave of purple energy erupts outward from his body. Liu Hua is immediately caught in the shockwave and sent flying. A massive arm reaches out just in time, grabbing her. It's Ban En Ham, one arm bracing Fei Wu, the other hauling Liu Hua back. Liu Hua thrusts two fingers forward, chanting a command. Grow. From the ground beneath all three of them, thorny vines erupt and surge upward. The vines climb high, shielding the trio from the overwhelming pressure radiating off the old eunuch Wei Kai. Fei Wu peeks out, eyes wide with terror. Rank 3, Rank 4, Rank 5, Rank 6. Liu Hua, perched on Ban En Ham's back, recognizes the danger instantly and screams. It's a Rank 7 spirit, a ghost general. Captain, pull back now. But the pressure from Wei Kai only intensifies. Liu Hua's face goes pale. Oh God, my very first mission, how is my luck this bad? Ban En Ham says, I'll report it immediately. Liaison officer, requesting emergency backup. Over on Fang Ning's side, Jiang Li channels her power, forming spectral chains that wrap around his waist and anchor him to the ground, so the blast doesn't send him flying. Fang Ning and Jiang Li exchange mental words. That old man's got some real presence, huh? Lei are you absolutely sure he's no threat to us? Jiang Li answers with a confident smile. Absolutely, 100%. Tian Lan's voice crackles through the comm. I can't believe Ida Ghost General rank spirit. Fang Ning, the intel was wrong. Lead Liu Hua's team and retreat toward Captain Chu Yun's position. From a distance, the situation is visible through binoculars. Chu Yun shouts in alarm. What? A rank 7 spirit. Yikiyuan immediately relays. Chu Yun and I are en route right now. Fang Ning, hold on. But Fang Ning's voice comes through the other end of the line. Calm as ever. Didn't I just tell you to remember what I said at the start? We're in no real danger. Why make a mountain out of a molehill? Tian Lan snaps, furious. What kind of riddle are you playing at? Can't you just say it straight? But Fang Ning isn't in the mood to explain. He cuts the connection without another word. Wei Kai stands across from him, glowering. Interesting brat. Before this venerable one, you dare not kneel and beg for mercy. Fang Ning lets out a laugh. Kneel and beg for mercy. Old man, your face is ugly, and your imagination's even worse. Wei Kai's fury explodes. Insolent cur, he hurls an attack at Fang Ning. A massive spectral hand descends from above, reaching to crush Fang Ning. Liu Hua sees it and her face goes white. Captain Fang Ning. But Fang Ning flickers like a teleporter in the blink of an eye. He's right in front of Wei Kai, dodging the attack effortlessly. No words wasted, Fang Ning slaps Wei Kai hard across the left cheek. Rank 7, that's it. Wei Kai clutches his reddening face, trembling with rage. I am the venerable, but Fang Ning doesn't let him finish, delivering a second slap. A ghost general, right? Wei Kai's head snaps to the side, his hair disheveled, but he snarls back. You dare? The third slap lands even harder, spinning the old eunuch's head clean around. And you're still out here trying to scare people with this nonsense. The rest of the team stares, utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, that was a rank 7 spirit. Our captain is an absolute monster. Fei Wu watches the scene, swallowing hard with regret. He thinks to himself, who knew this guy was this strong? If I'd known earlier, I never would have crossed him. Is it too late to suck up to him now? Wei Kai, refusing to believe what he's seeing, turns to Fang Ning and demands, "Why aren't you afraid of me? Have you seen through my abilities?" "That's impossible. My soul techniques are flawless. Even against a rank 7, I can conceal myself for a full hour. How the hell did you figure me out?" Fang Ning leans down, pats him on the shoulder, and says, "The more afraid someone is of you, the stronger the fear builds in their heart sand, the more you can suppress them, right? I figured that out long ago, from analyzing your battle with the Fei Wu Association." But in reality, Jiang Li had already whispered into his ear beforehand. All these spirits are fake phantoms conjured by some kind of soul mechanism. Only the old eunuch in the center is real. He's the actual spirit. Rank 5. Fang Ning smiles to himself, thinking good thing Lair saw through him, or this mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly. With that thought, he turns to Jiang Li, points at Wei Kai and says, "Lair, this old man may be ugly, but he's probably delicious. Come here and eat up." Jiang Li, ever the glutton, beams with joy. "Thank you, my lord." She licks her lips, rubs her hands together, and says with a hungry grin, "Then I'll dig in." All traces of Wei Kai's earlier composure vanish. He drops to his knees and begs, "This old servant is Wei Capely's. Spare my life. This old servant has never harmed a single soul. Everything this old servant did was only to return and continue guarding the relics of the Jiang Kingdom's princess." Hearing this, Fang Ning quickly stops Jiang Li. "Wait." He turns to the old eunuch. "You said relics of the Jiang Kingdom's princess. You know Lair. What are these relics?" Wei Kai immediately looks up. "1,000 years ago, Her Highness the Princess entrusted me with." Mid-sentence, his eyes suddenly go wide with shock as he stares at Jiang Li. Recognition flashes across his face. You are Her Highness the Princess." Seeing that he recognizes her, Jiang Li asks in surprise, You recognize me?" Right at that moment, Liu Hua spots a streak of blue light approaching and exclaims with joy, "Sister Chu Yun is here." Seeing this, Fang Ning quickly signals Jiang Li Lair pretend to devour him. "Hide him." Jiang Li nods. "Yes, my lord." She pulls out a golden hairpin adorned with a pure white flower. Jiang Li grips the hairpin and channels her power, forcefully drawing the old eunuch inside it. As his soul gets pulled into the hairpin, Wei Kai screams, Your Highness." "It's me, little Wei. Don't, please don't." Watching his soul being absorbed into the pin, Jiang Li still hasn't recognized her old acquaintance. From behind, it looks exactly as if Jiang Li has truly devoured the old eunuch's soul. Fei Wu panics. Shesh ate him. That was a rank 7 ghost general. Liu Hua is equally stunned. That's strange. The gap between rank 6 and rank 7 is enormous, even with a type advantage. She shouldn't have been able to dominate him like that. Just then, Yi Qiyuan arrives carrying Chu Yun, landing in front of the three of them. Liu Hua rushes over to Chu Yun in tears. "Sister Chu Yun," that old eunuch's aura was terrifying. "I nearly pissed myself." Chu Yun smiles gently to reassure her. Hua, don't be scared. With big sister Chu here, he can't cause any real trouble." "Where's that ghost general? Why did his aura suddenly vanish?" Liu Hua starts to answer. "Oh, the rank 7 ghost general was," but Fang Ning steps forward, cutting her off mid-sentence. There was no rank 7 ghost general. It was just a rank 5 spirit with a special ability. He smiles and explains. The more afraid people were of him, the stronger he appeared. Everything about the parade of 100 ghosts was just an illusion he created with his soul techniques. Fang Ning says with a smug look on his face, "I took him down in just a few moves and fed him to Lair." Chu Yun is taken aback. It's already dealt with." Afraid she won't believe him, Fang Ning quickly gives Jiang Li a light tap as a signal. She immediately lets out a satisfied burp, acting full from the soul she just devoured, leaving Chu Yun staring wide-eyed, jaw on the floor. But the mission is done, and Chu Yun decides not to press the matter. "Fine, she ate him. Your little Lei has a special constitution, and she seems fine for no, but I'd still advise you to keep a close eye on her." Fang Ning nods. "Yeah, I'll watch her carefully." Chu Yun turns to Liu Hua. As for how this mission was carried out, Liu Hua quickly explains. "That was because we didn't trust Captain Fang's judgment and guidance. We misunderstood him." Then Liu Hua shoots a glance at Fei Wu and tattles. If Fei Wu had followed Captain Fang's orders back then leading, Captain Fang try first instead of charging in on his own mission would have gone much more smoothly. Chu Yun listens, then touches her earpiece to make an announcement. Then I hereby declare, this mission has been completed with excellence. Evaluation of rank Fang NING Soul Hunter entry trial has been completed. Tian Lan, does logistics have any objections to this evaluation and decision? Tian Lan smiles. Logistics has no objections whatsoever. She adds with genuine remorse, Captain Fang, I sincerely apologize for my earlier distrust. If the opportunity arises, please allow me to apologize to you in person. Yi Qiuwen also confesses, Brother Fang, honestly, I misunderstood you earlier too. Sorry about that. Fang Ning waves it off. No hard feelings. Chu Yun steps forward. Hand extended, the badge Hong Jai gave you'll help you activate it. Fang Ning hands her the badge, puzzled. Activate it. Chu Yun answers, of course. You can think of this badge as a simple soul artifact. Once activated, you can absorb it into your body. As Chu Yun activates the badge, she explains, it also unlocks corresponding permissions for you. For instance, you can use it to coordinate lower-ranked support teams in the area, or access the Soul Hunter base to look up records, and so on. She presses her palm against the badge, causing it to expand larger than normal. In an instant, Fang Ning's image appears on the surface of the badge. Chu Yun hands it back to him with a smile. From this moment on, you are officially a part of the Soul Hunters. But then her expression turns serious. If you ever face a life-threatening situation, channel your spiritual power to activate the badge. All nearby Soul Hunters and Logistics HQ will receive the signal immediately and arrange a rescue. Similarly, when you receive a distress signal from others nearby, you are also obligated to respond and provide support immediately. As they talk, dawn breaks over the horizon. Chu Yun continues, the Xuanshang organization is only one of the many threats we face. The darkness of this world goes far beyond anything you can imagine. She extends her hand with a smile. We Soul Hunters must stand united, help one another, and fight as one. Welcome aboard, fellow hunter. Fang Ning reaches out and shakes her hand. Yeah, one last question. Chu Yun responds, what is it? Fang Ning scratches his head and asks, so when you join the Soul Hunter Stow, you have to clock in for work every day. Liu Hua bursts out laughing. Of course not. If I had to clock in every day, when would I have time to draw my comics? Chu Yun adds, that's right. When there are no active missions, Soul Hunters are free to go about their own business. When a mission surfaces nearby, the badge will react. All you need to do then is put on your earpiece. With that, she turns and walks away, waving goodbye to everyone. All right, if there are no more questions, your Soul Hunter onboarding officially ends here. You two do whatever you want. I'm heading home to get some proper sleep. Yi Qiuwen scoops up Chu Yun, and Wu's They take off into the sky. Liu Hua waves goodbye. See you later, Sister Chu Yun. Then Fang Ning turns to Liu Hua. How are the ones heading back to the Central District planning to go? Maybe I should tag along. He thinks it's a ride. Maybe pick up some intel on the Beast Soul Hunters along the way. Fai Vu grabs Ban Enham's arm and says, we came by sports car, only 2 seats. Seeing this, Fang Ning turns to Liu Hua instead. Then Liu Hua chuckles awkwardly. I rode my motorcycle here, if team leader Fang doesn't mind. Fang Ning's brain instantly conjures the image of Liu Hua straddling a motorcycle while he clings to her from behind, grinning like an idiot. It's not like it's mid-sentence. Jiang Li materializes behind him, radiating killing pressure like a demon lord. He flinches, shaking his head frantically. No, no way, absolutely not. Fang Ning turns to face Jiang Li with a stiff, forced smile. Jiang Li wastes no words, grabs him by the collar. She yanks him skyward. Whoosh, he shrieks in panic, big. Sis, slow down, I'm not ready yet. Liu Hua watches the scene unfold, eyes sparkling. Team leader Fang's soul wife is so cute when she's jealous. I want to draw her into my comic. But then her face sags as she murmurs to herself, wondering whether team leader Fang has any impression of her at all. She hopes he didn't take her earlier suspicion of him to heart. Fai Vu watches Liu Hua's mood swings and scoffs. Hey, your emotions flip faster than a pancake. You look like you've got split personality disorder. He crosses his arms. Do you really need to care that much about him? He's a star-extinguishing class beast soul hunter now. He'll be leading other squads from here on out. We're just absolute rank hunters. Unless we rank up, we probably won't cross paths with him again. Ban Enham scratches his head. What a shame. Team leader Fang is unbelievably strong. Liu Hua nods in agreement. Yeah, When that old eunuch's soul unleashed a level 7 pressure wave, I genuinely thought I was a goner. Who would have thought team leader Fang could read his strengths and weaknesses with a single glance? Didn't even need a soul skill, just a few casual slaps, and he went down. She sighs wistfully. If only he could stay our team leader. Going on missions would feel so much safer. Faivu keeps his arrogant composure, turns on his heel, and snorts. Sure, he's strong, but if you think I, Faivu, will ever submit to him, don't hold your breath. Ben Enham scrambles after him. Hey, Faivu, wait up. But, meanwhile, none of the three notice a crimson vortex silently forming on the tree branch directly behind them. Yuan Yue materializes, a pen and notebook clutched in her hands. She closes the notebook and licks her lips hungrily. Oh my, 3 more fascinating little toys. She bites her finger maniacally. I can already see them, broken beyond recognition, groveling at my feet, begging me for a quick death. She lowers her hand. A blood-red moon flickers to life above her head. She murmurs to herself, the professor did assign me to surveillance duty. She cradles her face. Then I'll keep watching. Fang Ning, got it. Can't tip them off. Every step has to be careful. With that, Yuan Yue vanishes. Faivu's sharp instincts pick up on Jolt's alert. He whips his head around. Strange. Why did he suddenly feel a cold chill down his spine? Even Liu Hua and Ban Enham turn to look. What's wrong? Did you see something? But Faivu says nothing more, turning to leave. It's nothing, probably just my imagination. Scene change. Fang Ning's residence. Jiang Li's streak of blue light descends from the sky into his home. Fang Ning hastily pulls the curtains shut. He thinks to himself, who would have thought we'd land stable jobs, move into a huge villa, and actually become proper adults. Fang Ning slumps into the sofa. Even after compensating Aunt Liu and the neighbors, there's not much left, and the rent's pretty steep. But at least this way, if Yuan Shang comes looking for us again, no innocent people will get caught in the crossfire. Jiang Li presses her palms together, channeling her magic, and conjures a set of black chain-patterned pajamas. Fang Ning says, Layer, release the old eunuch. Jiang Li sits down beside him and smiles brightly. She pulls out the hairpin that captured the eunuch's soul earlier. Wei Kai is released at once. He prostrates himself deeply and says reverently, Your old servant Wei Kai pays respects to your highness the princess. Jiang Li asks him, Who are you? How do you know me? Wei Kai says through tears, Your old servant is Wei Kai, who served your highness for over 10 years. How could your highness not remember your old servant? To think that when we meet again, we've both become wandering spirits. That day, your old servant failed to protect your highness. Your old servant deserves to die 10,000 deaths. Jiang Li leans over and whispers to Fang Ning, Husband, my instinct says he's not Ling but Lei, or truly doesn't remember any of it. Wei Kai overhears her words and leaps to his feet, jabbing a finger at Fang Ning. How dare you? Who are you that the princess calls you? He freezes mid-sentence, as if suddenly recognizing Fang Ning's identity. You, young Master Ning. You didn't. Fang Ning is just as stunned as Jiang Li. You know me? Wei Kai lowers his pointing hand and laughs at himself. I should have realized this sooner. The only person the princess would call husband is youth son of the Grand General of Jiang Kingdom. Young Master Fang Ning, please stop teasing your old servant. Fang Ning's eyes widen in shock. What? You're saying I'm the son of the Grand General of Jiang Kingdom? Fang Ning, he cracks open a can of soda and pours it into a cup with a satisfying fizz. Wei Tai, don't be so tense. Here, have a drink. Wei Tai stares at the cup Fang Ning pushes toward him, watching the bubbles rise. He swallows hard, his mind racing in terror. What kind of liquid is this? Why is the water black? And it's bubbling too. Is this some kind of poison targeting the soul? Has this old servant said something wrong? Young Master Ning, are you trying to poison this old servant? Seeing Wei Tai frozen in silence, Fang Ning holds the cup out further. Not a fan. Then I'll have Layer brew you a cup of tea instead. Makes sense, I guess. An old-timer like you probably isn't used to this kind of thing. Wei Tai flinches in panic, waving his hands frantically. No, I wouldn't dare trouble the princess. He grabs the cup and drains it all in one decisive gulp. My life already belongs to my masters. If I die, so be it. Fang Ning watches Wei Tai drain the cup in one go, tears streaming down his face, and frowns in confusion. Is it really that good? Why are you crying? Then, completely dumbfounded, he watches Wei Tai drop to his knees. Young Master Ning, you ordered this old servant to drink poison, and this old servant dared not disobey. But Princess, this old servant can no longer serve you. Please take care of yourself from now on. Fang Ning lets out a helpless laugh. I thought it was something serious. That's soda, just a regular drink. There's no poison. You just drank it. Didn't it taste sweet? But in his mind, he's already drawn his conclusion. Wei Tai's expression doesn't look faked. It seems this old eunuch is genuinely loyal to Lair. He picks up the soda and takes a sip himself. Seeing Fang Ning claim it isn't poison and drink from the same cup, Wei Tai laughs awkwardly. This old servant drank too fast, didn't even get to taste it. Just felt a slight sting in the throat. Fang Ning sets the cup on the table and says with a smile, "If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't need poison. I could have done it outside just now. Relax. Earlier you said I'm the son of the Grand General of Jiang Kingdom, right?" Wei Tai looks at him and says solemnly, "That is correct. You are young Master Ning. How could this old servant possibly mistake your identity? Has young Master Ning also lost your memory, just like the princess?" Fang Ning shakes his head. "Don't be ridiculous. I grew up in an orphanage. I'm just an ordinary person. There's no way I'm the son of some general from 1,000 years ago." Wei Tai immediately springs to his feet. "Utterly certain? Perhaps this old servant's eyes are failing and my mind has gone muddled, but the resemblance is uncanny. Identical, in fact. The way you carry yourself, your demeanor, it's no different at all. Furthermore, the Grand General's son was also named Fang Ning." Fang Ning glances at Jiang Li sitting beside him. He asks, "The Grand General's son was also named Fang Ning?" He recalls the fragments of memory he's glimpsed and furrows his brow. A coincidence this bizarre, not just the same appearance, but even the same name. Jiang Li's eyes brim with tears as she looks at Fang Ning. "Whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, you will always be Lair's husband. Lair would never mistake you." Her words leave Fang Ning frozen in place. Wei Tai watches the two of them, so full of emotion, and raises a hand to cover his mouth as if holding back tears. "Young Master Ning, it seems the princess, from 1,000 years ago, had already foreseen this reunion of yours. When she entrusted that relic to this old servant, she said, 'Guard it carefully. No matter how much time passes, I will surely retrieve it together with young Master Ning.'" Fang Ning listens intently. He zeroes in on the key detail. "A prophecy? Tell me, what exactly is that relic? How has it been separated from you for over 1,000 years? Where have you been all this time? And why did you suddenly appear in that forest and cause such a massive commotion?" Wei Tai answers, "Reporting to young Master Ning, the princess's relic is a long brocade box with no seal. This old servant dared not open it without orders, so I have no idea what's inside. As for where this old servant has been all these centuries and why I was separated from it, that story begins from the very beginning." Wei Tai's eyes grow distant as he begins recounting the past. "This old servant doesn't know how long I had been in slumber. One day, I suddenly woke up and found myself inside a palace belonging to the current dynasty's princess, and the relic the princess had entrusted to me was lying right beside this old servant's corpse. This old servant wanted to go outside to find the princess, but that room seemed to be sealed by some kind of barrier. This old servant tried every possible way, but couldn't break free. Until a few days ago, a group of people suddenly broke down the palace gates, stormed in, and carried away many artifacts. Among them was this old servant's sole weapon, Fu Chen." Wei Tai stares into the distance as he recounts, his expression grim. "The one leading them possessed terrifying power. It felt like a single breath from her could have blown this old servant away. So this old servant was so frightened that he went into hiding. I only managed to conceal the princess's relic in time. I had barely hidden inside Fu Chen's chamber before I was carried out of the ruins. But the moment we left the ruins, this old servant grabbed Fu Chen and bolted. Fortunately, the escort had no idea I existed, and that terrifying woman was still exploring the palace, which gave me the chance to slip away." The scene returns to the present. Wei Tai's wrinkled face tightens with a troubled frown as he continues. "After that, this old servant hid by day and moved by night, planning to return to the palace and retrieve the princess's relic that I had hidden there to continue carrying out my mission. Who could have known that halfway there, this old servant would be discovered by you, young Master Ning?" Fang Ning says helplessly, "You caused such a massive disturbance, staging a night parade of 100 demons, no less. Of course you got caught. You're lucky it was me who found you. No matter how skilled you are at concealment, once the high-ranking soul hunters arrive as backup, you wouldn't escape with your life." Wei Kai scratches his head and grins broadly. "Thank you, young Master Ning." Then he lowers his head once more. Sorrowfully, he speaks. This old servant never imagined so much time had passed. Now no one even recognizes the imperial rites anymore. If this were the Jiang dynasty, with this old servant's ceremonial escort, no one in all the world would dare block our path. Fang Ning's eyes widen. He glances over and says, "The emperor is gone. What imperial rights are left?" He adds silently in his heart, "In the dead of night like this, Anyone who stumbles into your imperial procession would call the police. Then he asks seriously, regarding the fall of the Jiang kingdom over 1,000 years ago, how much do you know? Hearing this, Wei Kai straightens up and begins recounting what he knows. Regarding the fall of the Jiang kingdom 1,000 years ago, this old servant only knows that at the time, chaos erupted because of Yuanshang. Beyond that, the entire imperial capital descended into turmoil, a complete and utter mess. This old servant couldn't see clearly either. Fang Ning exclaims, Yuanshang. Then he thinks, could the dream you saw during the battle with Yuan long have actually happened? Wei Kai confirms, recalling the day he fled with Jiang Li. That day, Yuanshang launched a concentrated assault on the Grand General's manor first. Young Master Ning had already entered the palace for his arranged marriage to the princess. But when he saw Yuanshang's attack, you flew off to aid the Grand General. This old servant escorted the princess to meet the emperor. But on the way, we were ambushed and decimated by the rebel forces. This old servant had no choice but to press on alone toward the great hall to find the emperor. But what I found... Fang Ning holds Jiang Li's hand and looks at Wei Kai, asking, what did you see? Pressed relentlessly by Fang Ning's questioning. Wei Kai clutches his head, grinding his teeth. Rage and terror consume him as he finally forces the words out this old servant saw. In the great hall, the crown prince had stabbed the emperor to death with a sword. Fang Ning asks in confusion, the crown prince? Then he hears Jiang Li beside him emit streams of cyan energy. She clutches her head and cries out, oh, it hurts. Fang Ning swiftly pulls Jiang Li into his arms, asking with alarm, Lear, what's wrong? Jiang Li turns to him, tears welling in her eyes. She clutches Fang Ning tightly and whispers, husband, I remember now. She places her hand on Fang Ning's forehead. Cyan energy radiates outward, and Fang Ning's eyes begin to redden. Streams of memories surge forth. A campfire flickers to life. Two children stand around a small boy who holds a stick with an entire chicken skewered on it, thrusting it into the flames to roast. The little girl stands beside him, her eyes sparkling as she stares fixedly at the chicken. These are Fang Ning and Jiang Lihui as children, over 1,000 years ago. The chicken is cooked. Little Fang Ning tears off a drumstick, grinning ear to ear, and hands it to little Jiang Li, whose eyes gleam with excitement. Zio Li, this is for you. It's a dish Big Brother learned from the barbarians at the Eastern Market. Try it, see if it's good. Little Jiang Li takes the drumstick, beaming, thank you, Big Brother. A little older now. Jiang Li runs into the study of the Yuan master, the crown prince, and asks with a radiant smile, Imperial brother, I heard you're getting married soon. Is your bride beautiful? The Yuan master lifts his brush, a faint smile playing on his lips. Without looking at her, he answers, beautiful, very beautiful. Jiang Li's eyes light up. She runs over excitedly. Really? Then when will the two of you get married? The Yuan master closes his eyes and says, Father Emperor says the wedding will be held after the Lantern Festival. By then, your new sister-in-law can keep you company, so you won't have to bother me anymore. Jiang Li claps her hands together, her eyes squeezed into happy crescents. All right. From now on, I'll just find sister-in-law to play with. I won't bother with that Fang Ning anymore. The Yuan master hears this and frowns in surprise. That brat Fang Ning is bullying our little princess again. Just tell your imperial brother. He'll discipline the boy for you. Hearing this, Jiang Li starts fuming and immediately begins tattling. Imperial brother, you don't know today at the Imperial Academy. He put a frog on my desk and scared me half to death. The Yuan master laughs awkwardly and tries to mediate a frog. I think it might be because he likes you. He wants to get your attention. Jiang Li tilts her head, utterly bewildered, likes me. The Yuan master smiles and gently taps her nose. You're still young now. One day, you'll understand what it feels like to like someone. When that day comes, you won't need me anymore. Jiang Li shakes her head innocently. That'll never happen. Imperial brother will always be my favorite brother in the whole world. Scene shift: a funeral. The Yuan master kneels before the memorial tablet of the departed. Jiang Li stands beside him. Jiang Li says with deep worry to the figure kneeling in anguish, Imperial brother, you haven't eaten or rested for 3 days. Your body will collapse at this rate. If sister-in-law were still alive, she surely wouldn't want to see you like this. The Yuan master's face is ashen. He murmurs, little sister, tell me. His expression begins to twist, his eyes reddening after sister-in-law passes on. Where does she go? I want to find her again. Hearing his words, Jiang Li hastily reaches out to support him, offering comfort. I still remember when mother passed away. I wept until I was half dead. Fang Ning and I told each other she would go to a beautiful, joyful place free from all sorrow, happy for eternity. Seeing her own imperial brother so utterly devastated, Jiang Li's own tears begin to fall. Imperial sister-in-law was so kind and gentle. Surely she too has gone to that place. The Yuan master pushes her hand away. His face gaunt, he says, "Leave me be, sister. Let me have a moment of peace alone." Jiang Li stands outside, tears streaming down without end. She stands there and the scene shifts. A eunuch bows respectfully and speaks, "Princess Li. His Highness the eldest prince is discussing important matters with the master of the Xuanchang organization. He has instructed that no one is to disturb him. Please do not make things difficult for this humble servant." Jiang Li's expression hardens with displeasure. What could possibly be more important than his most beloved sister's wedding? Move aside at once, or I will drag you in there myself. Today I will see him no matter what. At that moment the chamber door swings open. A figure steps out and speaks coldly. "Jiang Li, do not cause a scene." Seeing who emerges, Jiang Li rushes forward. "Imperial brother, I understand you cannot let go of sister-in-law's passing, but 3 years have gone by, you must let go. Tomorrow I will marry Fang Ning. You will surely come to bless us, won't you?" The Yuan master's face darkens, his expression twisted with displeasure. He speaks coldly, "Very well, I will not miss your wedding. I shall prepare a grand gift for you and Fang Ning." From behind, Wei Kai cups his hands and reminds her gently, "Your Highness, it grows late. Tomorrow is the great celebration, you must rest well tonight. Moreover, the eldest prince has given his word. He will surely follow through. Let us return." Jiang Li turns and takes her leave. "Very well, I understand. Imperial brother still loves Lear the most." The scene shifts to the wedding day. Jiang Li bursts through the palace doors and cries, "Imperial brother, there are traitors loose in the palace. Must evacuate Father Emperor at once." She freezes in shock, eyes widening as she gasps, "Father Emperor." Before her lies her father, mouth agape, eyes staring lifelessly at the ceiling. A blood-soaked sword drips crimson, drop by drop, onto the floor. The Yuan master stands over the emperor's corpse, his face twisted with malice, and slowly turns to look at Jiang Li. The capital of the Jiang Kingdom 1,000 years prioress, engulfed in raging flames. Pillars of black smoke choke the heavens as fire devours all in its path. People flee in blind terror. Only Fang Ning, shrouded in a hooded cloak with a heavy pack slung over his back, walks with unhurried steps. Everywhere he passes, the ceaseless moans of the suffering fill the air. "Eyes, it hurts so much. What the hell is happening?" As he walks, he spots a child darting through the inferno, crying out again and again, "Mama, where are you, mamas?" Then from somewhere within the flames, a mother's desperate voice rings out. "Su-Han, where is my son?" A spectral figure stumbles out from the blaze, nothing but the lingering soul of a dead mother, still searching for her child. Her eyes are pitch black, her body charred and burning, yet she continues to call out, "Su-Han, Su-Han, Mama is here. Su-Han." Then she collapses to the ground. The boy rushes to her in a panic, clutching her scorched hand as he sobs, "Mama, Mama, speak to me, what's wrong with you?" Fang Ning approaches the child, who watches his mother's hand slowly disintegrate between his fingers, weeping uncontrollably. The boy looks up at Fang Ning, wiping his tears as they continue to pour down his face. He sobs, "Big brother, can you save my mother? I don't know what kind of sickness it is. Everyone just suddenly fell ill for no reason." Then the boy looks down at his own hands, which have already begun to decay. Black chi rises from his skin, and his eyes widen into perfect circles. "I think I'm sick too. Big brother, is my mother dead? Am I going to die too?" Fang Ning places his hand on the boy's shoulder and says gently, "Don't be afraid. You will not die." He pulls back his hood and looks the boy in the eye, his gaze burning with resolve. "I will take you out of here." Back in the present, Fang Ning holds Jiang Li in his arms. The two of them hover in midair, locked in an embrace. Enveloped by a swirling aura of golden-green energy, their eyes shut tight. Wei Kai sits quietly below, watching them in silence. He thinks in astonishment. Young Master Ning and Her Highness are combining their power to break the memory seal within Her Highness's sea of consciousness. It seems the princess's amnesia is indeed linked to this seal. I wonder which great master's handiwork this could be. He rises to his feet, glances around, and mutters to himself, "Well then, the palaces of their highnesses, though far smaller in scale compared to back then the craftsmanship of these glazed lanterns and jade ornaments. I dare say the refinement surpasses even the old days." Then he eyes the cans of soda on the table and remarks with bewilderment, "As for these beverages, I clearly just drank a large cup, so why do I feel even thirstier than before?" Then he picked up another can, turning it over in his hands as he studied it. Its vessel was forged of gold, and iron nothing like an ordinary object. He gazed at it, gave it another shake. Inside, tiny bubbles seemed to fizz. He reached for the lid, muttering doubtfully, "Just now, young Master Ning opened it like this. The instant he pried it open, liquid burst out and sprayed all over his face, scaring Wei Kai half to death. Above them, Zhang Li's brows knitted tightly in discomfort. The two still held each other, but the power surrounding them began to thicken, cocooning them both. Below, Wei Kai wiped the splattered drink from his face and muttered, "No good could it be that the old man opened it the wrong way. I need to clean this up before young Master Ning's group wakes up." Zhang Li's frown deepened. Her consciousness spiraled back into the past. She trembled, her eyes widening in terror as she saw her eldest imperial brother standing upon the high platform. Imperial brother? Why? Why did you do this? Why did you want to kill Father Emperor? Why did you destroy the great Jiang? Why did you ruin my wedding? The Yuan master stood high above, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke coldly. You ask why? Perhaps because his eyes had turned crimson, he said, his face streaked with fresh blood, his expression cold and lethal, his voice utterly devoid of warmth. This king has learned the truth of this world, Zhang Li asked, bewildered. She was still reeling in confusion when a streak of black chi shot past, startling her. He dropped to one knee and spoke with utmost deference. Yuan master, the commander-general has been eliminated. No one in the entire Jiang kingdom can obstruct our plans any longer. The Yuan master gazed down and issued his cold command. Very well. Prepare to activate the soul refining array. Zhang Li burst into tears and screamed, the general's residence Fang Ning. Imperial brother, what have you done? Yuan Long stepped forward, answering on the Yuan master's behalf. Fang Ning is the son of the Grand General, isn't he? He sneered, tilting his head with a sinister grin. He fled. Like a dog. Zhang Li's mind went blank upon hearing those words. The Yuan master sheathed his sword and turned away. Only then did he speak. You heard it yourself. That Fang Ning has already fled. You should go as well. Leave the Jiang kingdom. The soul refining array has been activated. The dragon vein beneath the Jiang kingdom, its life force is severed. If you remain, there is only death. Zhang Li's tears fell like rain as her eldest imperial brother spoke. Letting you go is this king's final mercy toward you. Zhang Li collapsed, covering her face. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. She opened her once beautiful eyes, now brimming with tears, and stared at the ground, her voice breaking with sorrow. Imperial brother, how did you become like this? How? At that very moment, Yu Sheng burst in, sending 2 guards crashing to the floor with a single punch. Like a gust of wind, he shouted, Your Highness, this old subject Yu Bai has arrived to rescue you. Please follow me at once. He lifted the dazed Zhang Li from the ground and said, Your Highness, now is not the time to be dazed. Your Highness, his eyes wide with urgency, he scooped the unconscious Zhang Li into his arms and dashed toward the exit. Forgive the offense. Yuan Long saw him fleeing with her and, swift as lightning, teleported to the doorway, blocking their path. Yu Sheng charged forward without hesitation, throwing a fist at Yuan Long. Red, black, and white streams of power collided with a thunderous boom. Yu Sheng, still carrying Zhang Li, was sent stumbling backward. The Yuan master frowned and turned, issuing an order. This seat said let them go. Yuan Long turned to his master, frowning. Yuan master, releasing the tiger back to the mountain will bring endless future calamity. The Yuan master saw that Yuan Long had disobeyed. Dark crimson-black energy surged at his fingertips. Yuan Long immediately clutched his chest in agony, dropping to his knees, trembling. Yes, yes, Yuan master. Seeing the path cleared, Yu Sheng embraced Zhang Li and dashed out. Your Highness, I will take you back to the princess's manor. There is a secret underground palace there, built by the Grand General under the late Emperor's orders. He comforted Zhang Li, who lay dazed in his arms. You must stay conscious. If young Master Ning survived, he will surely find his way to you. The scene shifted once more. This time, Fang Ning reaches out desperately to catch Zhang Li. Half her face is consumed by creeping darkness as she plummets into the blazing inferno below. He catches her and calls out over and over, Lear, wake up. The two embrace and plunge through the flames, then crash into the water with a tremendous splash. They sink deep into the cold, lightless depths of the sea. Fang Ning holds Zhang Li close, calling out, Lear, wake up. It's me. Zhang Li opens her eyes, staring blankly. Why did you leave me? Fang Ning says nothing in response. Instead, he leans down and presses his lips to hers. Zhang Li freezes and the dark chi, staining half her face, gradually fades away. Fang Ning watches as reason begins to return to her eyes. Don't tell me every time you lose control, I have to do this all over again. Do you remember me now? He smiles and ruffles her hair. I told you I would never leave you alone. Zhang Li, overcome with emotion, exclaims, husband, and leans in to plant a kiss on Fang Ning's cheek, leaving both of them blushing shyly. Fang Ning says nothing, pulling her into a deep kiss. The two of them hover in midair, suspended outside. Their passionate embrace leaves Wei Kai below, covering his face yet peeking through his fingers. Watching the two kiss in the sky, his face flushes crimson as he mutters in embarrassment. Truly, the times have changed beyond recognition. Human hearts are nothing like the old days. The seal, how is it broken? By kissing. The two open their eyes, gaze at each other, then descend to the ground. Jiang Li shyly pushes him away, about to flee. But Fang Ning swiftly catches her hand and pulls her back, speaking in a serious tone. Li 1,000 years have passed. There is no need to dwell on it so. He pulls her into his embrace, gently stroking her head as he speaks to reassure her. I swear from this day forward, I will never let you suffer any harm again. Jiang Li, her cheeks flushed red, gazes at his chest then. As if remembering something, she pushes him away. Her face burning hot enough to steam, she reminds him in a flustered whisper. There are other people here. Wei Kai awkwardly shakes his head, still dazed, and clasps his hands to speak. This old servant saw nothing. This old servant heard nothing. Fang Ning holds Jiang Li in his arms and asks, besides what we both saw in the memories of the first prince, do you recall anything else? But Jiang Li closes her eyes and shakes her head, indicating she remembers nothing more. Fang Ning recalls the memories from his encounter with the people of Yuanshang. Indeed, Yuanshang had already appeared 1,000 years ago. When the Jiang kingdom fell a millennium past, it was Jiang Li's own imperial brother who, together with Yuanshang, orchestrated its destruction. Yet Yuan long addressed that first prince as Yuan Master, and moreover, he bore the exact same appearance as the ancient physician. This touches upon the truth of the world itself. Fang Ning holds Jiang Li, letting her bury her face against his chest, and turns to ask Wei Kai at his side. Old Wei, I have a question for you. Wei Kai clasps his hands respectfully and bows his head. Young Master Ning, please speak. Fang Ning drops all pleasantries and asks, the place where you awakened that was the princess's underground palace from 1,000 years ago, correct? Can you still find it now? Wei Kai's face drains of color at the mention. The memory of Yuan Feng's cold, remorseless stride into that place flashing before his eyes. He speaks with trepidation. This old servant can find it. But as for the ringleader, we fear that. Fang Ning asks in surprise, can't you disguise your aura as that of a level 7 soul general? Wouldn't that be enough to frighten them into fleeing? Also, what exactly is the nature of your power? Wei Kai explains, this old servant possesses a soul skill called borrowing power to intimidate. It merely creates illusions to frighten others, but it absolutely cannot deceive anyone of level 7 strength or above. And that ringleader possesses abilities of at least level 7. To avoid detection, this old servant could only hide the princess's relic first, then sneak out in secret, intending to return another day. He then opens his eyes wide and declares with fierce conviction, but young Master Ning need not worry. This old servant has guarded that place for 1,000 years. Even if those people remain, this old servant can guarantee to escort you and the princess into the princess's residence, without anyone being the wiser. Fang Ning, seeing such confidence, nods approvingly. Having that confidence is enough. His expression then hardens, his entire being radiating a dangerous aura as he thinks. That way, we infiltrate the princess's residence while avoiding a direct confrontation with those people. It is the best course of action for now. No matter what happens, I must bring Li Er's relic back. Then he voices the one worry gnawing at him, whether those people have already seized the relic. Wei Kai declares with absolute confidence, they certainly have not. The princess's residence is vast. Their numbers are few, so the area they can explore is severely limited at most. They could only search the outer palaces. Furthermore, before departing, this old servant hid the relic within the most central palace complex of the princess's residence. Infiltrating it would be extremely difficult for them. The relic is most likely still within the princess's residence. Fang Ning tilts Jiang Li's face up gently and asks in surprise, extremely difficult to infiltrate. There are places like that even within the ruins of the princess's residence. Wei Kai's expression hardens as he recalls a pitch-black silhouette, within which two blazing red eyes burn with hatred. He speaks, precisely. That is General Yu of the general's residence. After his death in the old days, he transformed into a level 7 soul general, standing guard at the entrance to the palace complex. 1,000 years have passed since then. At this, Fang Ning's mind flashes back to the scene of Yu Sheng punching through the gate guards to rescue Jiang Li. He murmurs, General Yu of the general's residence? Uncle Yu. Fang Ning makes his decision at once. Since that's the case, let's go and see for ourselves. Wei Kai asks in confusion, we depart right now? but Fang Ning merely yawns lazily and says, "Of course not. We've been busy since last night at the very least. Let me get some sleep first." He stretches and turns to Jiang Li at his side. "Li put him into the hairpin for now. We'll discuss the rest after we've rested." Jiang Li obeys without question. "Yes, husband." She then releases a stream of green spiritual energy that envelops Wei Kai, drawing his soul into her hairpin. Fang Ning sees she's done, drapes his arm over her shoulder, and yawns as they walk. "Come, let's go to sleep. It's already late." He pulls Jiang Li into his arms, the two of them entangled on the bed. He speaks to comfort her. "It's all right, Lear. Don't think about those things anymore. Be good and go to sleep. Don't be afraid, your husband is right here." Jiang Li climbs on top of him, sobbing bitterly as she pours out her heart. "My husband is Big Brother who killed Father Emperor. Big Brother who turned the general's manor into a river of blood. Big Brother who destroyed the entire Jiang kingdom." She squeezes her eyes shut and whispers, "And my husband? Big Brother killed you too, didn't he? Why did he do it?" Fang Ning strokes her head, comforting her gently. "It's all in the past now. Lear, the first prince, still doesn't know the full truth of what happened. But I promise you in this lifetime, no matter what, I will never leave you alone again." Jiang Li lifts her head, tears cascading down her cheeks, looking utterly pitiful as she asks, "Really? This time you won't leave Lear alone again? You won't make Lear wait that long again?" Fang Ning smiles softly, cupping Jiang Li's face as he promises in a tender voice, "This time I will keep my word." Jiang Li hears this and breaks into a radiant smile. "My husband is the best." Fang Ning gazes at the person smiling brightly on top of him, and thinks with a sigh no matter how many times he looks. Lear's face is truly beautiful beyond belief. He gently lays Jiang Li back onto the bed and coaxes her softly. "Be good. We should get some sleep. The coming days will be busy. Getting a good night's rest will be a luxury." Then he leans down and presses a gentle, urging kiss upon her lips. "Go to sleep, Lear." Jiang Li, thoroughly comforted, forgets her sorrows. She hugs Fang Ning with a bright smile, closes her eyes, and sweetly murmurs, "Husband," on her lips. Fang Ning rests his head on one arm, the other wrapped around Jiang Li, staring up at the ceiling. Half his face is swallowed by shadow, and a dangerous glint slowly surfaces in his eyes. He reflects on the events of recent days. First came the encounter with Yuan Quan, then the bizarre incident at the hospital. The mysterious doctor vanished and shortly after joined the Soul Hunters. During his investigation, he happened to rescue Wei Kai and learned of the relic. Fang Ning's thoughts grow heavier still, and there's Uncle Yu as well. If I truly am the Fang Ning from 1,000 years ago, would he still recognize me? He closes his eyes and sighs. Things are growing more tangled by the day. Then he gazes at the person sleeping soundly beside him, his expression solemn and resolute. No matter what the truth of 1,000 years ago may be in this life, he will protect Lear completely for as long as he lives. No matter the cost, he will harbor no regrets. Fang Ning presses a soft kiss to Jiang Li's forehead, then holds her close as they both sink into sleep. The next morning, in a high-rise building, Xiao Jai sits with a cigarette dangling from his lips, staring at his computer. Tears stream endlessly down his face as he mutters, "So pitiful." Just then, Sanhee walks up behind him with two others and asks, "Xiao Jai, weren't you supposed to be editing young Master Fang's video? Why are you crying?" Xiao Jai immediately swings his computer screen toward them, eyes still glistening with tears, and says, "See for yourselves." Sanhee clasps his hands behind his back, puffs out his chest with a beaming expression, and grins so wide his eyes nearly vanish. Young Master Fang's videos are getting better and better. This editing style, combined with his acting, it's impossible to tell what's real and what's fake. I genuinely thought young Master Fang had encountered ghosts. The three of them laugh and turn toward the computer. After watching, they fall completely silent. They watch the video to the end. The final scene freezes on the image of a nurse pressing close to the camera, flashing a peace sign with a smile, and a male doctor walking out the door. All four of them burst into tears together. The long-haired young man with his hair tied in a bun speaks up. "That little nurse, she's so pitiful." Sanhee also says through choked sobs, "This video by Fang Ning is truly incredible. I can't fathom how much attention it'll attract if it goes online." Though still crying, Sanhee regains his composure remarkably fast. He grins and claps Xiao Jai on the shoulder. "Once the edit is done, upload it right away. The online demand for new releases is growing by the day. We should strike while the iron is hot." Xiao Jai looks up at him with a cheerful expression and responds, "Yes, sir." The moment the edit is complete, he clicks to upload the video. Dusk settles on a mountainside. Three figures stand within the forest: Zhang Xiao and Lin Huan, stand watch from above, while Mao Zing furiously digs a pit in the earth beside them, setting a long wooden box into the ground. Mao Zing raises his head, his entire face smeared with dirt, wipes the sweat from his brow, and says to Lin Huan, "Boss, is this hole deep enough?" Lin Huan stares intently at her phone, not having heard a single word. Zhang Ziyo notices her fixation on the phone, sidles closer with a flattering grin and asks, "What's going on now? Who's gotten on your nerves this time?" The moment he glances at his phone, he sees Lin Huan watching a horror video, with comments in the section below flooding in non-stop. Wang Jiaoxian Huang, Level 5, confirmed this is genuine footage, not some new horror movie with special effects. Rain stops falling. Level 6, I'm in Heiyuan. The strange incident at the Third People's Hospital. Never imagined the truth was actually like this. I've heard about this place countless times. Sihua River, the Beggar Sect Elder's latest masterpiece. The sole Level 6 mystic storyteller, watching to the very end, genuinely brought me to tears. Zhang Ziyo finishes watching. Beside him, Pang Wang jabs a finger at the phone screen and exclaims, "Good heavens, how much money did it cost to make this?" Mao Zing peers up from the dirt pit. He asks with a helpless laugh, "Boss, is it even worth continuing to dig this thing?" Lin Huan kicks the annoying fellow in frustration and snaps, "Dig, keep digging." Lin Huan chucks the phone down to Mao Zing and says, "Look at this. See how viral videos like this get." Then he points at the coffin propped beside them, the one holding the mummy, and continues, "Hurry up and finish digging this hole, then stuff this thing in. We'll imitate that video, let's call it, exploring the paper cemetery in the yellow forest." Brimming with confidence about the future, he pumps his fist heroically and declares, "We're guaranteed to rake in a fortune. Zhang Si can hold the candle for us from behind." Down in the pit, Mao Zing finishes watching the video and can't help but marvel the production on this thing is frighteningly realistic. He says nothing more and goes back to watching intently. Night descends. Moonlight bathes the world in silver. Motes of ghostly green light drift and hover in the void. They trail after one another in long, spectral streams, all gliding toward the same direction. They converge on Fang Ning's home. Fang Ning furrows his brow and stirs awake, only to find his hand resting squarely on Jiang Li's chest. His face flushes crimson as he thinks, good heavens, this familiar scene again. A few more times, and his heart might not survive it. At that moment, Jiang Li also slowly opens her eyes. Wearing nothing but his shorts, Fang Ning hops out of bed. He hears Jiang Li sit up, rubbing her eyes completely bare, murmuring husband, and laughs. "Lazy little piggy, time to get up. Look outside, it's already dark. If you don't stir soon, we'll miss dinner entirely." Jiang Li blindly grabs the blanket and wraps it around herself, eyes still squeezed shut, head bobbing drowsily as she shuffles half asleep toward the bathroom. Without opening her eyes, she mumbles, "Li's tummy is hungry. Li will go cook for you, okay?" Fang Ning, already standing at the sink brushing his teeth, chuckles upon hearing this. He turns to look at her and says, "No need. In a bit, watch your husband show off his culinary skills." Right at that instant, the blanket slips from Jiang Li's body, revealing her full, bare figure in its entirety. The sight nearly kills Fang Ning with embarrassment. He shouts across the house, "If you're up, put on some clothes. Come in, boss." The clock strikes the appointed hour. A pot of purple stew bubbles violently on the stove, with unidentifiable objects floating ominously on its surface. It looks absolutely terrifying. Fang Ning, wearing an apron, gazes at his pot of soup and smiles with quiet satisfaction. Jiang Li clings to his back, peering past his shoulder. She asks anxiously, "Husband, are you sure you don't need Li's help?" Fang Ning waves his hand with absolute confidence, addressing Jiang Li, whose face is darkened with suspicion as she eyes his soup. "No need. This is your husband's secret recipe. Others would beg for a taste and never get one." Jiang Li speaks with worried resignation, but right at that moment, Fang Ning's phone rings. Both of them look toward it on the table. Fang Ning says with irritation, "Who is it? Why are they calling at this hour?" The phone sits on the table, ringing relentlessly. Fang Ning glances at the caller ID and grins at Jiang Li. "Zyro Li, money's calling." The moment he picks up, Sanhee director Wang announces excitedly, "Mr. Fang, the Third People's Hospital video has exploded. Absolute wildfire. As of now, total views across every platform have surpassed 1 billion. Fang Ning's eyes go wide with shock, his jaw dropping. He thinks over 1 billion views? How much money is that? After a stunned moment, Fang Ning manages to respond. Over 1 billion views? Not bad at all. Sanhee on the other end is practically ecstatic, laughing boisterously, his booming voice rattling through the speaker. "And it's not stopping there. Mr. Fang, I've already reached out to quite a few advertisers in advance. We've negotiated ad fees based on the video's trending metrics. This time, our total revenue will definitely surpass 1 million. Fang Ning's excitement nearly does him in. He turns to Jiang Li, who stands there bewildered, and tells Sanhe, "Good, I understand. I don't care about the details, just calculate your cut and transfer the rest to me." He ends the call, then whirls around and lifts Jiang Li off her feet in excitement. "This time, we've really struck it rich, Xiao Li." Jiang Li hears this and joyfully wraps her arms around Fang Ning, showering him with praise. "My husband is truly wonderful." A while later, a steaming, fragrant bowl of picture-perfect noodles is placed on the table. Fang Ning picks up his chopsticks, looks at Jiang Li with a puzzled expression, and asks, "Xiao Li, why is there only one bowl of noodles?" Jiang Li rests her chin in her hand, gazing at him with a smile. "Has my lord husband forgotten? Lear is a spirit, doesn't need to eat mortal food." Besides, she licks her lips, her cheeks flushing rosy red as she looks at Fang Ning and says, "Lear wants to share a bowl with her husband." Fang Ning picks up a strand of noodles with his chopsticks, smiling indulgently as he looks at her. "All right, fine, if you want to eat, then eat. I truly don't know what to do with you." The two of them hold their chopsticks and pick at the noodles in the bowl. Jiang Li rests her hand and leans to the side, gently lifting a strand of noodles to her lips, then opens her eyes and gazes seductively at Fang Ning. Fang Ning holds one end of the noodle strand in his mouth, the other end still connected to Jiang Li's lips. He looks up at her. Jiang Li sucks the noodle into her mouth, eyes closed, gradually drawing closer to Fang Ning's face until his entire face burns crimson. Both of them blush furiously as Jiang Li draws near and presses her lips against his. The two stare at each other, breathless. Jiang Li pulls back, licks her lips, and beams with her eyes curved into happy crescents. As expected, the general's noodles taste the best. Fang Ning grips his chopsticks, his heart pounding wildly, so embarrassed that steam practically rises from his head. The clock strikes midnight 12 o'clock. Fang Ning turns to Jiang Li. "It's time, Lear. This time the video went viral. Your power must have recovered quite a bit, right?" Jiang Li smiles behind him and says, "That's right, my husband." She manifests her power spheria green orb, now filled to just past the halfway mark. She tells Fang Ning, who gazes at the sphere beside her, that she feels she is just shy of being able to recover to level 7. However, the distance to full recovery remains vast. Fang Ning hears her out, then lowers his head to look at Jiang Li in surprise. "You're still far from recovering to level 7. Then what was your level before?" Fang Ning swallows hard and says nothing, thinking to himself, could it be that Lear was once a ghost king? Jiang Li sees his expression and shakes her head sadly. Lear isn't entirely sure either. Fang Ning sees her dejected over her lost memories and gently pats her head. "It's fine. Your power is already formidable now. On top of that, we have Wei Kai by our side. As long as we don't take unnecessary risks, this trip shouldn't bring too much danger." Jiang Li hears his encouragement and immediately perks up, letting out a playful breath. She raises her small fists and declares with determination, "Lear will protect her husband well." Fang Ning sees her spirits lifted and smiles, turning to walk forward. "Then let us set out to reclaim the relic that belongs to you." Deep midnight at Longshu Mountain. Peaks and ridges rise and fall in endless waves. Two groups of people stand before the gates of the princess's manor. Chu Yun crosses her arms, sneering with contempt. "I never would have thought that the renowned figure ranked among the top 3 of the top 3 guards in the Hidden Phoenix would stoop to grave robbing in a place this deep and remote. Your business ventures are truly expansive, I have to say. I'm impressed." Ling Feng presses her lips together. "These Jiang Kingdom ruins were originally pioneered by our Yuanshang. You soul hunters showed up uninvited, that a bit rude." Chu Yun hears this as though she's heard the funniest joke in the world. She feigns courtesy then bursts into wild laughter. Chu Yun smirks at Ling Feng. "Since when do we owe courtesy to the likes of Yuanshang?" Ling Feng refuses to back down. "I have no desire to kill without cause. You'd best leave this place at once. This is not somewhere you can meddle." Chu Yun smirks. "I've long heard that among the 12 guards of Yuanshang, you Ling Feng are the most peculiar one of all. But I truly didn't expect to hear such words from your mouth. You really are an oddity among Yuanshang." Ling Feng closes her eyes, bows her head, and speaks in a measured tone. "There's nothing strange about it. We simply differ in ideals. For one general to rise, 10,000 bones must pile into graves. Killing is merely a means to an end. To protect the truth of this world, certain people must be sacrificed. They should feel honored for it." Ling Feng's eyes snap open, razor-sharp, and she fixes Chu Yun with an icy stare. "As for you soul hunters in our eyes, you are nothing more than rabid dogs lunging out to bite at everything in sight." Chu Yun claps her hands and laughs. That's right, we soul hunters are rabid dogs who bite. And you lot from Yuansheng who look down upon life itself, who long for the world to descend into chaos dare, to call yourselves the protectors of the world's truth. Chu Yun's expression hardens to ice. She fixes Ling Feng with a frigid stare. You people are so far gone it's laughable. Ling Feng hears this and her patience snaps. Flames engulf her hands, enough talk. The fire spreads down to her feet, wrapping around her entire body. Ling Feng speaks. Now I'll ask you just one question. The flames surge upward, engulfing her thighs and climbing over half her torso. Fire swirls around Ling Feng's body. Crimson patterns surface on her left leg. She condenses a fireball and asks, "Leave or don't leave." Chu Yun raises her hands, condensing water into her palms. Moisture from the surrounding air converges into both her hands. She smiles and asks in return, "And if we don't?" Ling Feng hears this, and the flames around her blaze even fiercer. She says coldly then, "Turn to ash right here." Fang Ning lies atop a distant mountain across from them, watching from afar. He furrows his brow and turns to ask Wei Kai, "Old Wei, didn't you say there was a secret passage nearby leading straight into the depths of the ruins? Can we really trust this? Could those people have already discovered us?" Wei Kai lowers his head, cups his fists, and speaks. "Young Master Ning, please rest assured. That secret passage was once the emergency escape route built for the princess's manor in the old days. Aside from this old servant, absolutely no second person knows of its existence." Fang Ning listens while watching the brawl unfold below. "We can't afford to delay, while they're too preoccupied to notice us. We'll slip into the princess's manor, grab Layer's relic, and leave." Fang Ning turns his head. "Old Wei, lead the way." Wei Kai bows. "Please, follow this old servant." Wei Kai leads Fang Ning and Jiang Li away. Only then does Fang Ning suddenly remember. He turns to Wei Kai and asks, "Wei Kai, those two women just know which one was the one with terrifying power you mentioned? The one who made you too afraid to show yourself?" The direct question startles Wei Kai so badly he trembles uncontrollably. He whips around in fear and says, "Young Master Ning, the one at the very front, the woman dressed in red, wreathed in blazing crimson flames." Fang Ning breaks into a cold sweat the moment he hears this. His sixth sense screams that something is terribly wrong. He curses under his breath his trouble. Sister Chu is a level 7 ability user. If even she is on high alert, then that woman is definitely no easy opponent. If she's level 7, we simply have no way to fight back. Right at that moment, Jiang Li flies over in a pout, grabs Fang Ning's wrist and whines, "My husband, Layer, used to be even stronger than all of them." Fang Ning stifles a laugh, turns to pinch Jiang Li's cheek and says, "Silly Layer, you said it yourself that was the past." Then he pats her head and gently coaxes her. "Don't worry, Layer. If things truly get dangerous, we can still count on Sister Chu. She won't just stand by and watch us die." Wei Kai, having witnessed the couple's tender exchange and heard Fang Ning's words, asks with curiosity, "Young Master Ning, if that's the case, then why did we need to hide in the first place?" Fang Ning crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and explains, "Chu Yun appeared here in the dead of night. Who knows what she came for? What if the soul hunter's target is also the relics inside the princess's manor? With our current strength, we simply cannot contend with her. Openly taking Layer's relic is impossible, let alone the fact that Yuanshang's people are also involved." At this, Fang Ning furrows his brows and lays out their objective. "So our best move is to quietly take Layer's relic. Whatever else lies in the ruin slit, them fight over it among themselves." Wei Kai listens and can't help but sigh in admiration. Young Master Ning's foresight is truly impeccable. Jiang Li hears her husband being praised and lifts her chin proudly, hooking her arm through his. "He is Layer's husband, of course he's the best." Fang Ning can only cast her a sideways glance. Seeing this, Wei Kai chimes in with flattery as well. "Your Highness the Princess's eye for people is truly extraordinary. This old servant is thoroughly impressed, time and again." Jiang Li lifts her chin even higher and declares proudly, "That goes without saying." Fang Ning stands beside her, utterly speechless. Suddenly, Fang Ning's eyes snap wide open in alarm. All three freeze in shock as the ground beneath them begins to tremble. Below, Chu Yun and Yuan Feng poised to clash are also startled, whipping their heads toward the source of the disturbance. The tremors grow more violent with each passing second. Yuan Feng sees the entrance to Rongjin Manor on the verge of collapse. Something clicks in her mind. She abandons Chu Yun and her group, bolting away with the two figures behind her. Chu Yun sees the three fleeing and immediately gives chase alongside Hong Jai and Yue Ying, shouting as they run. Meanwhile, Wei Kai has already led Fang Ning and Jiang Li to the hidden passage leading into the heart of the princess's manor. Just as they are about to step through the passage entrance, Fang Ning senses danger. He turns to look back, unable to shake the feeling that something catastrophic is about to unfold. Jiang Li seems to sense Fang Ning's unease. She steps forward, hooks her arm through his, and asks with concern, "Has something happened, my husband?" Fang Ning closes his eyes and sighs. "I don't know either, but that sound it seemed to come from the direction of the ruins entrance. We can't afford to delay, let's go in now." Wei Kai stands at the passage entrance, cups his fists, bows, and announces, "Young Master Ning, this is the entrance to the secret passage. Please, both of you, follow this old servant inside." The three turn and step into the passage, unaware that not far behind them, a faint silhouette tinged in black and red stands watching. That figure dissolves into a wisp of black smoke and drifts into the secret passage after them. Wei Kai walks ahead, lantern in hand to light the way. Fang Ning and Jiang Li follow behind Wei Kai, pressing deeper into the secret passage. Upon seeing a wall of jade stone carved with intricate patterns, Fang Ning stops in his tracks. He approaches the wall, runs his fingers across its surface, and asks in astonishment, "This wall, does it feel as if it's made from purple jade?" Hearing Fang Ning's question, Wei Kai stands before the jade wall with his lantern and turns back, smiling warmly at the bewildered young man. Young Master Ning truly has a discerning eye. The stone walls in this passage were all crafted from jade by the master artisans of old. Every single block is worth 1,000 gold. Fang Ning's jaw drops. He stares at the jade wall in utter disbelief and blurts out in shock. Fang Ning surveys the passage. All three walls around them are carved from jade with intricate patterns. He lets out an awed sigh. This is far too extravagant. Every single brick is worth 1,000 gold. How much did it cost to build this entire passage? His eyes light up, practically drooling as visions of money dance before him. Just taking a single piece from here would fetch a small fortune. And on top of that, every wall is covered in murals they'd count as antiques too. He then walks over to another wall, where a grand palace is depicted. Before the palace stands a large incense burner, and below it rows of men kneel. Fang Ning furrows his brow in curiosity. "What does this mural depict?" Wei Kai, standing behind them, immediately speaks up to explain. "Young Master Ning, the building you see depicted here is the Dashan Hall within the princess's manor. It was dedicated to hosting ceremonial rites and ancestral worship. The scene above depicts a ritual of reverence." Fang Ning startles slightly upon hearing this and turns back to ask, "Was every ceremonial altar this lavish? I thought it would be a grand hall befitting the imperial palace's center." Wei Kai laughs. "It is only because young Master Ning has not seen it yet. In truth, this place was once a secret underground palace, built beneath the princess's mansion by imperial decree." Fang Ning and Jiang Li follow Wei Kai deeper inside. As they venture further, Wei Kai leads the way and speaks. "That royal hall of yours is but the tip of the iceberg. Beyond that, there are imperial prisons, the Tenli Blossom Pavilion, the lake boat ride, and many other structures all modeled after the imperial city itself." Fang Ning runs his fingers across a wall of exquisite, intricately carved jade, marveling aloud. This feeling the princess's mansion is no ordinary seat of wealth. Hearing this, Jiang Li rushes forward with boundless enthusiasm, grabbing Fang Ning's hand as her surroundings shimmer with delight, eager to please. "My lord, do you like it? Lear will take it apart for you." Fang Ning freezes, staring speechless at Jiang Li, while Wei Kai walking ahead stumbles, his jaw dropping in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words in the face of such brazen shamelessness. Fang Ning forces a smile and turns to Jiang Li. "There is no need to trouble Lear. This time we came mainly to search for relics within the princess's mansion. It is best if we avoid any unnecessary trouble. Besides, this place was once your home, let it remain as it is." Jiang Li hears his words, and tears immediately well up in her eyes as she speaks, her voice full of grievance. "This was once Lear's home, but now, wherever my lord is, that is Lear's true home." Fang Ning is deeply moved by her words. The two gaze at each other with tender, besotted eyes. Fang Ning murmurs her name with longing, "Lear." Wei Kai, unable to stomach another bite of this dog food, clears his throat several times to announce his continued existence. Fang Ning and Jiang Li, startled by the sound, jump apart in a panic. Wei Kai, acting as if nothing happened, smiles brightly and gestures toward the door at the far end of the cavern. "Your Highness, Princess, young Master Ning ahead lies the exit of the secret passage." Fang Ning and Jiang Li are utterly mortified, their faces flushed crimson, steam practically rising from their heads. They avert their gazes from Wei Kai and say nothing. Wei Kai does not tease them further. He steps aside to let Fang Ning and Jiang Li approach. Fang Ning reaches out to push the door open, but Wei Kai blocks his path. "Young Master Ning, please wait a moment." Fang Ning turns to him in puzzlement. Wei Kai clasps his fists and bows his head before entering the princess's mansion. "There is one matter this old servant must bring to your attention. Because of the upheaval 1,000 years ago, countless palace maids and eunuchs within the mansion perished, their souls lingering as restless spirits bound to these halls." Fang Ning's eyes widen in shock. "There are still other spirits here?" he asks, seeking confirmation. Wei Kai recalls those malevolent souls brimming with sky-high resentful energy, his expression darkening with fear. He speaks gravely, indeed. More importantly, after 1,000 years steeped in the vengeful energy of their violent deaths, they have become evil spirits, through millennia of devouring one another and prolonged dormancy. Any evil spirit that endures to this day possesses strength that cannot be underestimated. You too must absolutely not let your guard down. Jiang Li hears his words and turns to Fang Ning. "My lord, what he means is..." Fang Ning glances over at her, only to find Jiang Li's eyes sparkling, drool practically dripping from her lips as she says with glee, "There are lots of delicious things inside." Fang Ning sighs and pulls her back to his side. He ruffles her hair and scolds with a laugh. "Do I starve you that badly on a normal basis?" Then he turns, his expression firm as he looks toward the door, regardless of what lies within. "We should exercise caution this time." He steps forward and pushes both doors open, then strides inside. The three enter the chamber. Black mist gradually engulfs the entire room, and the trio can barely make out their surroundings by the faint glow of a lantern, carving out a sliver of visibility in the oppressive darkness. Wei Kai watches the black mist spreading and speaks with rising fear. "How can this be? The exit of the secret passage should lead into the artifact vault." He loses his composure and stammers in panic. "Young Master Ning, perhaps we should turn back. This secret chamber has sat untouched for 1,000 years. I fear something terrible may have changed within." Fang Ning senses the danger as well and warns, "The fog is too thick. We cannot determine our original heading at all. Let us press forward and see what lies ahead. Wei Kai, stay close to me and watch your surroundings carefully." "Yes." At that moment, Fang Ning notices with surprise that the bracelet on his wrist suddenly erupts with a golden radiance. It shoots forth a beam of golden light that pierces straight through the darkness, driving back the black mist in a long, blazing corridor. Fang Ning smiles as Jiang Li praises him. "My lord is truly formidable." He then stares at the bead bracelet in deep contemplation. "If I truly am the Fang Ning from 1,000 years ago, this bracelet must still hold secrets beyond imagining." Just then, Wei Kai spots the light blazing ahead and points toward it with excitement. "Your Highness, young Master Ning, look. The mist ahead has already cleared." Fang Ning leads the two of them toward the light. Stepping into the light, Fang Ning gasps. Cherry blossom petals drift through the air. Before the three of them stretches a garden of cherry trees in full bloom, petals cascading down, weaving a scene of breathtaking, ethereal beauty. At the heart of the garden lies a winding corridor with multiple branching paths. Fang Ning stares in wonder and exhales, "What a magnificent place." Jiang Li reaches out and catches a falling cherry blossom petal. She murmurs in a dreamy daze. The cherry blossom scenery pulls Jiang Li's memories back to the past, to this very forest of cherry trees. 1,000 years ago, a young Jiang Li and Fang Ning used to play here as children. Jiang Li dashes ahead, laughing joyfully. "Ningji, you can't catch me." Fang Ning chases after her hot on her heels. The two children play and laugh without a care in the world. Back in the present, Jiang Li holds a cherry blossom up before Fang Ning's face, beaming with an innocent smile. "My lord, Lear loves cherry blossoms." Fang Ning takes the blossom. Her cheeks and the flower share the same rosy hue. He tucks the flower gently into her hair, gazing at her with adoration. This cherry blossom only serves to frame Lear's beauty. He draws her into his arms as she happily buries herself against his chest, then calls out to the dazed Wei Kai standing up ahead. "Old Wei, where exactly is this place? Are we still inside the princess's mansion?" Wei Kai looks up wide-eyed, scanning the sky, then turns back and bows deeply. Reporting to young Master Ning, this place is the Tenli Blossom Pavilion within the princess's mansion. However, Fang Ning furrows his brow and presses impatiently. "However what?" Wei Kai's expression grows heavy. Ever since the upheaval 1,000 years ago, the Tenli Blossom Pavilion was ravaged by war. The vast fields of cherry blossoms that once blankled these mountains have long since perished. I fear we have fallen into some manner of illusion. Fang Ning's eyes widen. "An illusion?" He accepts the reality of the situation. Things have come to this pass. There is no turning back now. Let us search this hidden realm and see if we can find a way out of this illusion. He gazes down the long corridor ahead. The only path through this illusion is this corridor. Following it is the only option. There is no other way forward. Cherry blossom trees sway in the breeze. Fang Ning leads the two along the corridor. After only a short walk, they reach the far end, much to Fang Ning's surprise. He did not expect the passage to end so quickly. As confusion sets in, he spots a feminine silhouette in the pavilion ahead. A figure called Little Demon stands with her back turned, holding a branch of cherry blossoms. She turns around with a bewitching, seductive smile and calls out, "Young Master Ning." Little Demon steps forward slowly. At the same time, Fang Ning and his companions approach. He looks toward her and calls out, "Are you addressing me? What exactly are you saying? Why can I not understand a single word? I do not know you." Faced with his questions, Little Demon puts on an expression of utter astonishment. She stares at him in disbelief. "Young Master Ning, you do not remember me. How could you forget me?" Fang Ning lowers his head slightly. His expression darkens as he fixes his gaze upon her and speaks. "Who are you truly?" Without warning, the ground begins to quake. Streams of pink energy erupt from the earth below. Fang Ning follows the surge with his eyes, his face betraying shock. Countless pillars of rosy energy burst upward simultaneously, converging into a single point high above. Little Demon's hands begin to transform, her fingers elongating, stretching like gnarled tree roots. She whispers his name, "Young Master Ning." She extends her hand forward, and all the coalescing energy funnels into her palm, forming a massive sphere of concentrated power. "These 10 miles of cherry blossoms, Little Demon, planted every last one of them for you. And yet you dare forget what we once shared. But no matter. From this moment on, you will remain here with Little Demon." Her gaze grows dark and cold. The sphere of power slowly rises into the sky. "As for the rest of you, I will grind your bones to dust and scatter you as fertilizer across this peach forest." The moment she finishes speaking, a devastating wave of energy erupts from the sphere, tearing through everything in its surroundings. A violent gale howls to life. Fang Ning throws his arm out to shield Jiang Li. A thought races through his mind. This energy fluctuation, this spirit, is at least rank 6. Far beyond their expectations, the gale intensifies with each passing second, leaving them utterly stunned. A cherry blossom petal grazes Fang Ning's cheek, leaving a thin cut that draws blood. On Jiang Li's side, the tendrils of power coil around her body, freezing her in shock. Then both she and Wei Kai are dragged away by the surging force. Jiang Li screams in terror, reaching out toward Fang Ning, "My lord." Wei Kai, torn alongside her, bellows, "Your Highness, Young Master Ning." Fang Ning strains to reach for Jiang Li, shouting in desperation, "Leer." Nearby, Little Demon extends her hand toward him and speaks, "Young Master Ning, I will make you forget everything. We shall start anew." She intones, "Souls falling blossom adhere." A torrent of power surges forth and gathers into Little Demon's palm. The instant she finishes her incantation, the energy engulfs Fang Ning's body entirely. A single cherry blossom petal pierces through the air and strikes straight into his forehead. Having broken free from the binding force, Jiang Li immediately charges forward. She and Wei Kai touch down at the same time. Jiang Li surges ahead, screaming his name, "My lord." Wei Kai trails behind, calling out urgently, "Your Highness, please slow down." Yet she pays no heed, pressing forward without pause, crying out his name again and again. "My lord, where are you?" Wei Kai follows from behind, his voice rising in frantic succession, calling out without end. They called out for Young Master Ning repeatedly, yet there was no sign of him appearing. Wei Kai stepped forward, looked toward Jiang Li, and reported cautiously, "Your Highness, the evil spirit from that banquet has vanished as well. Young Master Ning was most likely taken by her." She did not reply. Without a word, she extended her hand forward and unleashed her power. Bewildered by her strange action, he asked, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" Jiang Li answered, "My husband and I are bound by covenant. I can sense his aura. No matter where that monster has taken my husband, as long as traces of his aura remain, I will find him." A tremendous surge of green energy radiated outward from her body. She slowly closed her eyes and began to sense. Before her, a pillar of green energy swelled and soared high into the air. In her mind, the image of an ancient tree took form. Jiang Li gently shut her eyes, slowly focusing her senses. After channeling her power to completion, she opened her eyes and said with joy, "Found him." In Xiao Yao's room, on the bed, Fang Ning lay quietly with his eyes closed, unconscious. He clenched his teeth, his expression twisted in unbearable pain. In Fang Ning's dreamless children and Xiao Yao held each other's hands tightly. The two of them walked forward, hand in hand. Xiao Yao looked up at him and asked, Ningji, when exactly will we get married? Fang Ning smiled and replied, soon. Then he suddenly turned to her and gently ruffled her hair. So my little Xiao Yao is that eager to marry me. Caught off guard by his sudden move, Xiao Yao spun away, crossed her arms, and pouted, feigning anger. Not at all. I never said I wanted to marry Ning Jij. Seeing this, Fang Ning stepped forward with a grin and teased. Oh, so Xiao Yao doesn't want to marry me. What if Ning Jij is the one who wants to marry Xiao Yao? What should he do? Please, Xiao Yao, marry me. Xiao Yao looked at him and refused. No way. Then she turned and ran forward, teasing. If Ning Jij catches me, then I'll marry you. Hearing her words, Fang Ning grinned with delight and exclaimed, It's a deal. When I catch you, don't you dare go back on your word. She laughed as she ran. You'll never catch me, and he happily chased after her. Outside the dream, Xiao Yao gently stroked his head and softly called his name. Young Master Ning, when you wake, we will hold our wedding ceremony. You will be Xiao Yao's husband. As if sensing something, her gaze instantly froze. Near the doorway, a flash of green light burst into existence. It was Jiang Li. In the same instant, she unleashed her power in a devastating attack toward Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao's neck was instantly wrapped tight by Jiang Li's chains. Without a flicker of emotion, Jiang Li surged forward and slammed Xiao Yao's body into the ground. Then she rushed to his side and cried out anxiously, Husband. Seeing him unconscious, Jiang Li whipped her head toward Xiao Yao and demanded with fury, What have you done to my husband? Xiao Yao smiled smugly and answered, Your husband won't be yours for much longer. Even if he is your husband, so what? When the time comes, young Master Ning will remember only me. Young Master Ning saved me. I have waited for him all these long years. The one he should marry is me. Hearing her answer, Jiang Li understood everything. Her expression darkened, killing intent flooding her eyes as she spoke. You dare covet my husband. All who covet what is mine deserve to die. Instantly, a surge of green light engulfed Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao screamed in agony. At that moment, her very soul was being slowly devoured by Jiang Li. On Fang Ning's side, he still clenched his teeth, his expression twisted in unbearable pain. In the dream, Xiao Yao hid behind the trunk of a massive tree. He rushed forward and wrapped her in a tight embrace, laughing joyfully. Caught you. Got you now. She laughed in return and answered, Ning Ji. Then suddenly turned to look at him and called out, Ning Jij. He looked at her and softly whispered, Xiao Yao. Suddenly his eyes snap wide open, his expression one of utter shock. He clutches his head in agony. Xiao Yao's anxious voice rings beside his ear. What's wrong, brother? In his mind, a desperate thought races. It's not her. Snap out of it, Fang Ning. Lear is waiting for you. His eyes blast open. Fang Ning jolts awake, his expression wild with panic as he screams Jiang Li's name. The instant the name leaves his lips, Jiang Li surges forward and throws herself into his arms. My husband. I'm here, my husband. Wow, husband, you're finally awake. You scared Lear half to death. Fang Ning has yet to regain his senses. His glazed eyes stare vacantly as he softly calls her name. Lear. She clings to him, tears streaming as she speaks. Lear is here, my husband. Suddenly his eyes flush bloodshot. Then without warning he seizes her hand. His expression goes blank as he shoves Jiang Li's body down with brute force. Bewildered by his strange behavior, her eyes widen in shock. She lets out a soft gasp. Husband. Fang Ning pins her down. He presses Jiang Li onto the bed, locking his hands around her wrists. Without a moment's hesitation, he violently tears his own shirt apart. She lets out a soft cry, husband. But Fang Ning wastes no time, his hands already gripping the fabric of Jiang Li's clothes. Then he tears hers apart with equal ferocity. Jiang Li shrieks in shock. The shredded fabric flutters to the ground. She hurriedly raises her hands to cover her chest. She looks at him shyly and murmurs, Husband, what's wrong? His face burns a deep crimson, sweat cascading down without pause. Fang Ning softly calls her name Lear. Then he gently reaches out and traces his fingers across her lips. Before she can react, he lowers his head and claims her lips, leaving Jiang Li no time to respond. After a long moment, he finally releases her. He grasps her calf and gently draws it toward himself, softly calling Lear. Jiang Li's legs tense and wrap tightly around his waist. She speaks with worry, husband. This illusion isn't safe. Sweat cascades down his face without ceasing, hot breaths escaping his lips in rapid succession. Fang Ning looks utterly disheveled. He gazes at her and pleads, Lear, be good, I'm in so much pain. Will you help me just a little? His sudden assault catches her off guard. She cries out in pain. He presses down over her body, one arm wrapping tight around her to pull her flush against him, the other hand clasping her fingers in a vice grip. Fang Ning lowers his head, gently savoring Jiang Li's softness. Amid the feverish heat of their union, soft, breathy moans drift through the air. After a moment of gentle tenderness, Fang Ning once again strikes with sudden, overwhelming intensity. Drawing a sharp gasp from her lips, lewd sounds echo without pause through the chamber. Fang Ning's assault grows fiercer by the moment. Jiang Li can endure no more. Her eyes fly open wide, staring up at him. Her expression is one of utter bewilderment. Tears spill forth uncontrollably. She panics inwardly. What on earth is wrong with my husband? Jiang Li's tears break beyond all restraint, streaming down in torrents. Back outside the ruined city, a level 6 evil spirit is sent hurtling through the air by a devastating blow, crashing into a stone pillar. Yue Ying raises her fist toward it and sneers. This level 6 evil spirit can't even withstand a single punch from me. Pathetic. Hong Jai raises her hand, spinning her spear in a fluid arc. Her gaze is steely as she levels the weapon at the evil spirit. While channeling her power, she declares, "We must eliminate it completely. No room for carelessness." Then she hurls the spear straight at it. The spearhead pierces clean through the evil spirit's skull. It wails in agony before dissolving into nothingness. Nearby, Chu Yun stands with arms folded, scowling in frustration. Those Yuanshang bastards are truly cunning. They lured us here, then vanished faster than the wind. We couldn't even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Su Wen glances toward Hong Jai and continues. Who would have thought that beneath the ruins of the princess's manor, a place like this was hidden all along? Judging by the sheer scale of this underground palace, it is truly beyond grandiose. In ages past, the imperial capital of the Jiang Kingdom was no greater than this. The four of them stride forward toward the palace together, a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere coiling around them. Chu Yun's eyes instantly blaze with fury. A torrent of terrifying killing intent erupts from her body. Yuan, Phoenix, the next time we meet, I will pluck every last wild feather off you. Before her rage, Qiu Wen steps forward and gently places a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Zio Yun, don't be angry. When the time comes, I'll help you deal with her together. She whips her head around, frowning. You'll help me. Are you interested in stripping her bare, too? Beautiful rain, isn't it? The words freeze Qiu Wen in place. He reaches up and scratches the back of his head, utterly flustered. I wonder where Brother Fang Ning ran off to. I saw him leave ahead of us earlier. No idea if he even followed us in. Chu Yun replies, who knows where that brat snuck off to? He saw us and didn't even bother with a greeting. I treated him like a little brother, and now the situation inside is this dangerous. I wonder how those two are doing. Qiu Wen looks at her and speaks gently to dissuade her. He knows she is worried, but Fang Ning and Li came here on their own, and deliberately concealed their presence. They clearly have their own purpose. Besides, Brother Fang Ning possesses considerable strength. Protecting himself should pose no problem whatsoever. Hearing this, Chu Yun points behind her and asks, no matter how strong he is, he's only at the 6th level. Encountering a few evil spirits would be one thing, but what if they run into the Yuan Phoenix? Soul spirits from the 1st to 6th level are merely an accumulation of spiritual power. But the 7th level is a qualitative leap, an entirely different order of existence. A 6th level soul spirit before a 7th level soul general is nothing more than a puppet dancing on strings. You are a 7th level soul general. Don't tell me you didn't know. He lowers his head and sighs wearily. Trust me, Zio Yun, as fellow soul spirits, I can sense Li Er's true power far more clearly than you ever could. Chu Yun tilts her head, suspicion flickering across her face. You mean Li Er's true strength isn't just at the 6th level? Qiu Wen smiles, his expression calm and composed. I hope it isn't as I suspect. Suddenly his face darkens. A tide of dark, sinister power coils around his body. For some reason, ever since the first time I met Jiang Li, I've always had this vague feeling, as if I harbor a fear toward Heron that comes from the deepest part of my instinct. Near the camp, Yuan Phoenix approaches with her 2 companions. Zhu Jai places his hand over his chest and bows his head in a respectful salute. Zhu Jai of the research department greets the 3 Yuan guards. Yuan Phoenix narrows her eyes at him and demands, have you found the array seal yet? Zhu Jai replies respectfully. This subordinate led a team to comb every corner of the princess's residence, yet we found no trace of the formation. We intended to continue the search into the core area of the underground palace, but a 7th level soul spirit guards the entrance. My men and I could not get anywhere near it. That is why we had no choice but to call for reinforcements. He then drops to his knees, bowing his head low to accept his punishment. This subordinate is worthless. I beg Yuan Phoenix to pass judgment. Yuan Phoenix regards him and speaks. A 7th level soul spirit, I cannot fault you for that. Once our business here is concluded, I will put in a word with the doctor on your behalf." Hearing that she intends to help him, Zhu Jai's face lights up with joy as he thanks her profusely. "Thank you, Yuan Phoenix." Yuan Phoenix looks at him and orders, "Lead me there now. I will restrain the soul spirit. You and your men will use that opening to search the core of the underground palace." She then turns and calls out to Yuan Dun. He immediately steps to her side, bowing his head. "This subordinate is here." Yuan Phoenix casts a sidelong glance at him, her eyes radiating a killing intent so intense it chills the blood. She issues her command. "It seems a few little rats slipped in during the chaos just now. Take your men and hunt them down. Don't kill them, just keep them contained. Do not let them slip outside and cause trouble." She then turns to the assembled crowd and declares in a booming voice, "Everyone, listen well. Do not act on your own. Do not create more problems. Nothing else matters right now. The most urgent task is to locate the soul-refining great array within the princess's residence." The crowd immediately drops to their knees, shouting their obedience in unison. "Understood. Your subordinates obey." Back in the dream realm on the bed, Fang Ning slowly opens his eyes. What is this? What is pressing down on me? The sight that greets him is himself and Jiang Li, both without a single stitch of clothing, lying tangled together. She wraps her arms around him in a gentle embrace and murmurs in a coquettish voice, "Husband." Fang Ning's memory of last night's fervent passion comes crashing back. His face instantly flushes scarlet, his expression one of sheer panic. Jiang Li squints her eyes, sits up in a drowsy haze and rubs the sleep from them before asking, "Husband, are you all right?" Seeing that he does not answer, she tilts her head to look at him, her expression utterly bewildered. Then her gaze drifts downward. "Husband, are you still uncomfortable?" When he still does not respond, she raises her hand and reaches toward him. "Li will help you." But in the very next instant, Fang Ning catches her hand. He looks at her with an awkward smile and gently declines. No need. I'm not uncomfortable anymore. Thank you, Li." She tilts her head, suspicion in her eyes. "Really? You truly don't need Li's help." He bolts out of the bed, throws on his clothes at lightning speed, and stammers, "Really, I don't. Let's tidy up quickly and get out of this secret realm." Jiang Li turns to watch him, her expression faintly dopey and blank. Outside, Wei Kai stands guard. He paces back and forth, his expression fraught with anxiety. "The princess entrusted me with a task, ordered me to stand watch at the secret realm's exit so no mishaps occur. But a full hour has passed. Why haven't they come out yet?" At that moment, Fang Ning steps through the exit. The instant Wei Kai catches sight of the two figures, his face floods with relief. "Young Master Ning, Your Highness, you finally come out. You nearly scared this old servant to death." Fang Ning surveys the surroundings and asks in bewilderment, "Old ghost, what happened here? Why has this place turned into this?" The old servant shakes his head. "This old servant hasn't the slightest idea. Not long after Your Highness entered the secret realm, every peach tree in this entire grove withered and died. Before you emerged, this place was nothing but a forest of dead wood." Fang Ning frowns slightly, lowering his head in thought. "I thought that lesser demon was a genuine boss-tier threat. Now it's clear she only wielded such power because of the natural terrain. The Tenli Peach Blossom Garden itself was her strength. Li dealt with the lesser demon. She and this secret realm shared a single root of vital energy. Now that the lesser demon is dead, the life force of this Peach Blossom secret realm has perished with her." Suddenly, his eyes fly wide open in horror. A surge of unknown power lances toward him and slams straight into his forehead. Within the dream memory, Fang Ning sits astride his horse and surveys the scene. What is going on here? Why are all these specters gathered? Brutal lashes rain down without mercy upon the little demon's back. She weeps and begs in agony, "Eunuch, please spare me." Yet the eunuch behind her shows not the slightest trace of mercy. He continues to whip her back savagely, snarling with every strike. "Worthless wretch, I ordered you to do something as simple as tending the flowers, and you cannot even manage that. That peach tree has stood since the very founding of the Jiang Kingdom. His Majesty had it specially transplanted to the Tenli Flower Garden to please the princess. How many lives do you have to dare ruin such a treasured site?" At that moment, Fang Ning reins his horse to a halt behind the eunuch, startling the man half to death. His gaze, cold as winter steel, sweeps over them. What is happening here? Why has everyone gathered in this place? The servants immediately drop to their knees in unison, bowing their heads in salute. This servant greets young Master Ning. He looks at the little demon, then back at them, and demands, "What crime has this palace maid committed? Why does the eunuch seek to punish her so severely?" One of them jabs a finger at the little demon and cries out in indignation, "Young Master Ning, this wretch was pruning the branches and snapped an entire grafting limb. That branch was an exceedingly rare cultivar. A handful can be harvested each year. Fang Ning lightly dismounts from his horse. I thought it was something serious. He walks up to the little demon and speaks gently. Enough, rise to your feet. Why kneel here over such a trivial matter? No matter how precious a flower may be, it is still but a dead thing. And besides, the damage is already done. Even if you beat her to death, that flower branch will never be restored. At his quiet decree, the servants bow their heads at once and obey without question. Yes, young Master Ning. Seeing that Xiao Yao still showed no reaction, one of the servants immediately spoke up to remind her. Hurry and thank young Master Ning. Hearing this, Xiao Yao knelt on the ground, her head lowered, trembling. Thank you. This servant thanks young Master Ning. He knelt down and smiled gently at Xiao Yao. She raised her head. Xiao Yao, her face covered in countless wounds, lifted her gaze to look at Fang Ning. He placed a hand on his chin, furrowing his brows slightly as he studied her. You lot certainly didn't hold back. His voice carried a note of reproach. Before his questioning gaze, the servants immediately dropped to their knees. Why, young Master Ning, we were only following the rules. Young Master Ning, please spare us. Fang Ning paid them little mind. He turned to Xiao Yao and asked gently, You are the palace maid in charge of tending the flowers here, yes? What is your name? Xiao Yao lowered her head shyly and answered, This servant's name is Xiao Yao. He smiled and praised. Xiao Ye, what a lovely name. The peach trees are young and elegant, brilliant are their flowers. A beautiful name indeed, it suits this peach garden perfectly. He then rose to his feet, looking down at her before making his request. Since you are the one who trims and tends the branches, you must know exactly where in this peach garden the most beautiful blossoms grow. From now on, you will be responsible for picking the finest peach blossoms from this garden each day, and delivering them to that household over there. I will send someone to collect them. Before his words, Xiao Yao could not help but stare in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she looked at him, her thoughts racing. I'm saved. I thought I would be beaten to death here today. Then Fang Ning tilted his head, glancing toward his guard. Fang Jiu, make proper arrangements for Miss Xiao Yao, and summon a physician to examine her wounds. Fang Jiu cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Fang Ning then mounted his horse. Before riding off, he did not forget to remind her one last time. Remember, this young master wants only the most beautiful blossoms in the entire garden. After he departed, Xiao Yao stood in place, watching his silhouette gradually fade into the distance. She gazed after him, a faint smile forming on her lips as she whispered her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Ning. Some time later, while picking peach blossoms, Xiao Yao overheard a group of servants behind her whispering. Did you hear? Our princess is about to marry young Master Ning. Another voice hissed, Keep your voice down. What, afraid someone will overhear? Young Master Ning and our princess are a match made in heaven, golden boy and jade girl. A union ordained by fate. Not like some people who can't even tell who their master is, yet dare to harbor such delusions of grandeur. Xiao Yao stared at the peach blossom in her hand, her mind murmuring he is getting married. Then she suddenly smiled faintly to herself. Indeed, I feel disappointed. Hadn't I already known his true identity all along? To have received young Master Ning's kindness is a blessing others could only dream of. I should not be greedy enough to ask for anything more. As if remembering something, Xiao Yao suddenly jolted, nearly dropping the branch in her hand. She immediately grabbed her flower basket. Xiao Yao slung the basket over her shoulder, her eyes burning with quiet determination. On the day they wed, I will select the most beautiful blossoms to present to the princess. Consider it my way of repaying young Master Ning for saving my life. Then she hurried off. Nearby, 2 serving women watched her with undisguised contempt. Inside a chamber, a vicious slap cracked across Xiao Yao's face, accompanied by a furious shout. You wretched girl, how dare you harbor such disgraceful thoughts? It was fortunate that Ling Nai, your roommate, discovered this painting. If anyone else had found it, and word got out offending the princess who could bear the consequences. Xiao Yao crashed to the ground. Before her lay the portrait of Fang Ning. Xiao Yao trembled, reaching out desperately to seize the portrait, but before her fingers could touch it, a servant stomped his boot down onto her hand. He flicked his sleeve in fury and barked, Drag this wretched creature outside and execute her immediately. The 2 servants standing nearby obeyed at once. Yes, feeling herself being dragged away, Xiao Yao screamed in terror. Eunuch, please spare me. Damn eunuch. Then he picked up the portrait, casting a warning glare at his subordinates before speaking in a low, menacing tone. Every one of you seal your lips. If anyone breathes a word of what happened today, your fate will be no different from hers. He flung the portrait into the fire. The flames swallowed it whole, reducing it from paper to ash to nothing. Outside, Xiao Yao hangs from a peach blossom branch, a rope cinched tight around her neck. Her hands claw at the cord, her face drained white as she writhes in agony. Watching her dangle from the branch, he speaks up to scold. Little girl, grievances have their source and debts have their debtor. Our household merely follows the rules. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for harboring thoughts you should never have harbored. Tears trickle slowly from Xiao Yao's eyes. Her gaze grows vacant, her ashen face contorted from the lack of air. In her fading mind, a single thought lingers. Young Master Ning, this servant has found the most beautiful peach blossom. What a pity. If there is a next life. Xiao Yao slowly slips away. Then her body gives way. Bloodied hands slam against the earth as peach blossom petals cascade down, blanking her lifeless form beneath a veil of pink. The memory shatters. Fang Ning's eyes fly open, his expression frozen in utter disbelief. At his ear rings Jiang Li's voice. Husband, husband. Alarmed by his stunned expression, Jiang Li rushes forward, her voice thick with worry. Husband, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly go silent? Lear called you, and you didn't even notice. He clutches the peach blossom branch before his eyes and murmurs, "Peach blossoms." The instant the words leave his lips, the branch erupts in a burst of radiant light. Then, slowly, it dissolves into motes of luminescence within his grasp. Watching the fading light, he whispers, "Xiao Yao, thank you." A sudden chill grips him. His eyes widen, panic flooding his expression. Fang Ning scans his surroundings, bewildered. How did this place become like this? Wei Kai bows his head and answers with deference. Reporting to young Master Ningthais, was originally the exit of the secret passage. It seems the evil spirit ensnared us, in an illusion the very moment we stepped out. Now that the evil spirit has perished, the illusion has naturally dissipated. Hearing this, his brow creases slightly. He thinks it seems that memory was something only I could witness. It felt like an eternity had passed. Yet in the real world, only a single moment elapsed. He turns to Wei Kai and demands, "Old ghost, do you know where we are?" The old man replies, "Young Master Ning, not far ahead lies the place where this old servant was tasked with overseeing the stored relics." At these words, Jiang Li steps forward and clasps his hand tightly. Her eyes gleam as she looks up at Fang Ning and chirps, "Husband, there are delicious things in there." Before her eager response, he can't help but smile. He asks, "Lear, didn't you just absorb Xiao Yao's energy inside the illusion? Why do you still look at souls like a greedy cat? Your eyes are practically sparkling." Hearing this, Jiang Li immediately whips her face aside and pouts. She liked Lear's husband, it's not like she was some kind of delicacy. Seeing her reaction, Fang Ning raises his hand and gently pats her head. All right. The princess's manor is teeming with souls we have only just entered and already encountered, too. Today, I'll make sure Lear eats to her heart's content." Jiang Li nods contentedly, a satisfied hum escaping her lips. Husband is the best. At the miscellaneous supervision hall, the two of them push open the doors together and step inside alongside Wei Kai. Fang Ning glances at the grand surroundings, a thought forming in his mind. The Jiang kingdom truly is wealth-adjust. A single storage room is built with such magnificence. Suddenly a presence prickles at his senses. He tenses, every nerve alight with alarm. He fixes his gaze forward and bellows, "Who's there? Show yourself." A soul spirit drifts out from the shadows, slow and deliberate. He stares at the soul spirit and frowns. A level 3 soul spirit. Wei Kai once said the souls still lingering in this underground palace mostly possess formidable power, otherwise they would have dissipated long ago. How is a mere level 3 soul spirit still surviving? The instant she spots the soul spirit, Jiang Li lunges forward, mouth wide open, ready to devour it whole. The sight jolts him. Fang Ning dashes over, shoves her aside, and shouts, "Wait! Lear, something's off with this soul spirit. Let's question it first before you make a meal of it." Before his words even fade, the soul spirit drops to its knees. It kowtows before both him and Jiang Li, gratitude pouring from its spectral form. "Your servant Zhao Yu pays respects to your highness the princess. This servant is forever grateful for your highness's grace in sparing my life." The soul spirit falls silent, its hollow gaze fixed upon the two of them. Fang Ning stares at it, stunned. A single thought echoes in his mind what is going on. Confused by the soul spirit's behavior, Jiang Li tilts her head and asks, "Husband, is it thanking me?" Fang Ning leans close to her ear and whispers, "Lear, do you remember this person?" Jiang Li brings a hand to her chin, her brow furrowing as she struggles to recall. After a moment of strained thought, she answers him calmly. She doesn't remember. Fang Ning's face darkens instantly. He thinks helplessly, "I knew it." Suddenly, Wei Kai, standing to the side, exclaims, "It's you." Hearing this, Fang Ning furrows his brow slightly, turns to look at him and asks, "Old Wei, you know him?" Wei Kai bows his head respectfully and replies, "Reporting to young Master Ning indeed." Back then, the funeral arrangements for his entire family were all handled by this old servant alone. Fang Ning continues, "Funeral arrangements, the life-saving grace he thanks Lei for." Wei Kai glances toward the soul spirit and speaks, "This child's story is quite pitiful. It must be told starting from the grand wedding of young Master Ning and Her Highness the Princess that year." It turns toward Jiang Li and speaks words of gratitude. "Although Your Highness the Princess does not remember this humble one, this one can never forget the princess's life-saving grace." Suddenly its gaze freezes, widening in shock. It lunges forward, shoves Wei Kai aside and screams, "Watch out." At the same moment from afar, a pair of scissors comes hurtling through the air. It strikes the very spot where they had been standing. Wei Kai cries out in alarm, "That nearly killed me." Witnessing the scene before them, Jiang Li and Fang Ning's expressions are filled with horror. He scans his surroundings, eyes brimming with vigilance, his mind racing at speed. I couldn't even sense it. Jiang Li suddenly spins around. She shoves him away with one hand and screams a warning, "My lord, watch out." From above, countless scissors wreathed in blazing crimson fire come hurtling toward them. Fang Ning exclaims in shock, "Enough." The scissors streak toward him, aiming straight for his head. They leap aside in unison with agile reflexes, narrowly dodging the surprise attack. Jiang Li turns to him and asks with concern, "My lord, are you unharmed?" He clenches his teeth. He waves away the dust swirling through the air and replies, "Rest easy, I'm fine." Then he fixes his gaze on the white smoke ahead and roars in fury, "Stop hiding, show yourself." 2 consecutive assassination attempts, and the enemy still refuses to reveal themselves truly the height of cowardice. Within the smoke, a red glow flickers. Seeing this, Jiang Li swiftly thrusts her hand toward the glow. "Playing tricks, are we?" Her chain pierces through the smoke in an instant. The smoke gradually dissipates. Before their eyes lies an enormous pair of scissors, completely entangled by Jiang Li's chains. The moment he sees it, his eyes widen in astonishment. What in the world is this thing? A soul tool or a soul spirit? Lei, can a lifeless object truly transform into a soul spirit? Jiang Li frowns and answers, "Lei doesn't know either." At this moment from a distance, the soul spirit supports Wei Kai as they approach. He speaks as he walks, "Your Highness the Princess, young Master Ning, normally, scissors cannot become soul spirits. However, this pair of scissors can simultaneously fuse the soul spirits of many individuals. It is an exceedingly rare type of soul spirit known as a weapon soul." Hearing this, Fang Ning blurts out, "Exceedingly rare. Do you think this is some kind of lottery game? Then our luck must be impossibly good. We drew the jackpot right from the start." Without warning, the scissors spring open, seize Jiang Li's chains, and slice through them with ease. Seeing this, she raises her hands before her chest and unleashes her power. A stream of azure light radiates from her body, converging beneath her palms. Jiang Li closes her eyes softly and says, "My lord, leave this one to Lei." Having completed her preparations, she immediately lunges toward the scissors. From behind, Fang Ning calls out with concern, "Lei, be careful." She glances back at him, a smile gracing her lips. "Rest easy, my lord." A smile forms in Fang Ning's mind. That's right, given Lei's current strength, handling this pair of scissors surely won't be a problem. He then turns and walks toward Wei Kai, asking, "Old Wei, you spoke with such detail, just know what exactly is the story behind these scissors." Wei Kai hesitates, glancing toward the soul spirit beside him. At the same time, Fang Ning also furrows his brow in confusion. Looking at the soul spirit bows its head and speaks, "These scissors were originally an heirloom of our Zhao family. Back when Her Highness, the Princess, held her grand wedding, our Zhao family received the imperial order to craft a tribute gift for the royal house, precisely this pair of dragon spirit scissors." Turning back to the past inside the forging chamber, the voice of Zhao Tai rings out, "Why dragon spirit? The workers labor without rest, pushing themselves to the limit." He begins to explain. Dragon spirit refers to the longest, softest, and most resplendent feather on the body of a dragon. He then places his hands on his hips, beaming with pride. "Her Highness the Princess is about to hold her grand wedding. The master of our Zhao Forjai, Zhao Tihave, received the grand supervisor's order to craft the dragon spirit scissors as tribute to the imperial family." Zhao Tai's expression grows solemn as he surveys the workers in the workshop. "This is a matter that will bring glory to our ancestors. Brothers, every one of you must focus your spirits. Whether the weapons of our Zhao family can become renowned throughout the land all depends on this very endeavor." The moment he finishes speaking, Every worker responds in unison, their voices booming with fervent enthusiasm. At this moment from within the crowd, Zhao Wu steps forward, looks at his father, and asks, "Father, may I try?" He smiles, ruffles the boy's hair, and replies, "Silly child, this is an important matter. Just stand to the side and watch, don't trouble your uncles." Seeing that his father won't allow it, Zhao Wu shoots him an annoyed glance. Then, with his gaze fixed intently on the steel being forged, he begins to channel his own energy. Suddenly, the steel shatters into countless fragments. Zhao Tai holds a shard in his hand, bewildered. It broke again. Why does it keep breaking every single time just before it takes shape? Another worker shares his bewilderment. Indeed, it's truly strange. This has happened several times. Now these scissors simply refuse to take shape. Zhao Wu gently tugs at his father's hand and calls out, "Father." He then points at the steel and speaks. I think I can hear a voice. It says it doesn't want to take shape. Upon hearing this, Fang Ning cannot help but exclaim in shock. Doesn't want to take shape? He speaks in disbelief. It's merely a lump of raw iron, yet it possesses such sentience. The ghost of Zhao Wu speaks righteously. Indeed, just as the saying, "Ghost common man is innocent, possessing the jade is the crime." He cannot contain his hatred, his teeth grinding audibly. That is why, apart from me, over 100 members of the Zhao family, all of them died. Every last one. Each word drips with fury, his crimson eyes blazing with rage. The moment Zhao Wu finishes speaking, he strikes. Resentful energy erupts from his palms. Wei Kai sees this and instantly knows something is wrong. His face turns deathly pale. He reflexively extends his hand and shouts a warning. "Young Master Ning, watch out." In the blink of an eye, a pair of scissors radiating an eerie, ghostly aura materializes. Zhao Wu's face twists into a grimace of pure malice as he assumes his combat stance, ready to strike. He thrusts the scissors straight at Fang Ning. Fang Ning leaps to dodge, but fortune is not on his side, fails to evade completely, and suffers a wound. After the strike, Fang Ning moves with lightning speed. He taps the ground lightly for momentum, pivoting on the ball of his foot like a spinning top. In an instant, he raises his leg for a counter-attack. Golden spiritual power spirals around his limb in a vortex. Zhao Wu senses the threat but lacks the time to dodge. He can only raise his scissors to block. But alas, will alone cannot compensate for lacking strength. Fang Ning's kick sends him hurtling through the air. Through this exchange, Fang Ning temporarily gains the upper hand, yet his attack lacks sufficient power. Zhao Wu manages to maintain a safe distance, just enough to launch a counterattack. Fang Ning touches his chest, feeling his wound, and realizes he has fallen into a trap. He speaks warily, luring the tiger from the mountain. Then he fixes his gaze on Zhao Wu, his tone certain as he probes. "You aren't merely a third-grade soul spirit, are you?" Zhao Wu circulates his power once more. Black energy surges forth like roiling ink, flowing outward in torrents. He readily admits, "Indeed, I had thought there would be no more chances for vengeance." The scissors in his hand transform into a massive, imposing warhammer. Zhao Wu's expression turns solemn as he murmurs, "I never imagined heaven had ice, bringing all of you before me once more." Wei Kai, not far away, shouts with a grave expression, issuing a warning. "Young Master Ning, it appears he has fused with the power of the dragon spirit scissors. His energy fluctuations have nearly reached the 7th grade. You must be extremely careful." Wei Kai, ever the pragmatist who knows his own limits, ducks behind a boulder. Fang Ning waves his hand dismissively. "Old Wei, hide yourself well. That earlier was just a momentary lapse, nothing to fret over." Having reminded his own people, he breaks into a confident smile, absolutely certain of his judgment. If my guess is correct, the fact that he went to such lengths with those sneak attacks proves he has no confidence in defeating us outright. As if provoked by those words, Zhao Wu soars into the air, swinging his hammer and bellowing, "Die!" Wherever he flies, an aura of death radiates in his wake. He brings the hammer crashing down onto the spot where Fang Ning stands, smashing out a massive crater. His momentum is overwhelming, impossible to take lightly. Having anticipated the trajectory of the attack, Fang Ning easily retreats. In the blink of an eye, he materializes at Zhao Wu's flank. He roars ferociously, "Take this!" His arm shoots out straight as an arrow, rocketing forward like a cannonball. Zhao Wu cannot dodge in time, but manages to switch. His weaponed war hammer transforms into a shield, saving him from the blow. But Fang Ning's punch proves far more devastating. It shatters the golden shield to pieces. Zhao Wu swiftly drops the shield and leaps backward, summoning the hammer once more while muttering a soul technique. After several exchanges, Zhao Wu learns from experience without waiting for Fang Ning to react. He immediately casts his spell. Golden spiritual energy flows like surging streams, rising in a tidal current. Streams of golden spiritual power swirl around him. Zhao Yu says leisurely, "Young Master Ning, obediently become a pile of minced flesh in my threads." Fang Ning's expression shifts to one of alertness. What the hell is that? Spiritual power flows endlessly like vines wrapped in razor-sharp thorns, slicing through flesh with ease. They close in on Fang Ning tighter and tighter, leaving him no avenue of escape. In moments like these, only the wife can save her man. Jiang Li appears in a flash, summoning a whirlwind that tears the threads of spiritual power into shreds. Jiang Li stands with absolute dominance, planting herself protectively in front of her delicate husband Fang Ning. Her expression darkens as she demands, "What do you want with my husband?" The aftershock of the vortex sweeps through. Zhao Yu's robes are disheveled as he collapses to the ground. His expression darkens. He mutters, "Do what?" "Today I will." When he raises his head, his eyes blaze with ruthless resolve. It is clear at a glance he is prepared to go down fighting to avenge the Zhao family. The scissors are summoned once more, its body surging with powerful spiritual energy. In an instant, it swells to colossal proportions. The space around the scissors twists and warps, birthing 8 ominous black holes. Zhao Yu shouts the command, a ghost art of spiritual resonance. Black matter erupts from the holes like jagged spikes, hurtling toward Fang Ning and the others. He seizes Jiang Li's wrist and runs, glancing back over his shoulder to dodge the incoming attacks. Zhao Yu simply lets the black entities roam free. One of them swoops straight toward where Wei Kai is hiding. Seeing the spikes suddenly bearing down on him, Wei Kai's heart nearly leaps from his chest. Heaven sends such a dire moment, one would expect Wei Kai to unleash his martial prowess. Instead, the old fool turns pale as stone, wailing that he is done for. He buries himself among the rubble, flailing 2 arms in panic while digging for an escape, chanting under his breath, "You can't see me. None of you can see me." Jiang Li lets her husband pull her along for a moment before she strikes. She extends her hand, expression fierce, and shouts. Green spiritual power transforms into chains that bind both the scissors and Zhao Yu, rendering him completely immobile. Fang Ning syncs with her perfectly, leaping forward with a devastating fist. Pure golden spiritual power converges around his hand. They thought that would settle things. But the golden scissors rattles several times, slicing through the chains and liberating itself. The instant it breaks free, it rockets straight for Fang Ning. Even he had not anticipated this. Fang Ning reflexively leaps backward to dodge. Jiang Li, rather than shielding her husband, charges forward instead. Her target is Zhao Yu. Her finger, radiating green spiritual light, taps lightly against his forehead. A single thread of spiritual power shoots out, gently shattering Zhao Yu's vengeful soul into strange fragments of black and red. The moment Zhao Yu's spectral form dissipates, the golden scissors abandons Fang Ning and whips around to attack Jiang Li, its body emitting a hoarse, rasping sound. Fate shared in life, fate shared in death. She catches the scissors between just 2 fingers. One would think the situation is now under control, but it is far from over. The scissors suddenly explodes with a deafening bang, shattering into countless tiny fragments. The self-detonation acts like a flashbang, blinding Jiang Li completely. Rewind to when the Zhao family still existed, when the scissors was nothing more than a lump of ore. Zhao Tai exclaims in shock. It refuses to take shape. Is such a thing even possible? Little Yu, are you certain you did not mishear? The craftsmen in the forge exchange words. With all our years of forging experience, failing this repeated lithos is truly bizarre. Old Zhao, how about we swap it out for a normal piece of ore? But just as they consider retreating, their conversation is unfortunately overheard by another. He bursts into laughter. To think such a sentient spiritual ore exists, is this not a blessing bestowed by the heavens upon great Jiang? The forge doors swing wide open. The gleam of spears announces the arrival of court soldiers. The entire Zhao family is surrounded by officials from every direction. There is essentially no escape. A eunuch with a fox-like face saunters in. In his shrill voice, he mutters his calculations if this ore is forged into a fox and presented as a wedding gift for young Master Ning and Princess Jiang Li's ceremony. Offered up to his majesty, would he not soar to the heavens? Who among the Zhao family dares to object? Bowing with utmost respect, he inquires, "Governor Li, isn't the delivery deadline still 3 days away? Why has your excellency arrived so early?" Dei Cheng sneers with open contempt and mockery. "Had I not come, wouldn't I have missed out on this spirit iron? Tell me, are you lot truly planning to swap it for ordinary iron blocks to forge with?" Zhao Tai makes no attempt to hide anything and speaks frankly. "If your excellency has already heard everything, then surely you also heard what this humble one's son said. This spirit iron refuses to take shape. We are helpless against it. Dai Cheng doesn't show a hint of anger. He walks over and pats the man on the shoulder thump several times before speaking with a cryptic smile. Zhao Tai, don't sell yourself short. You really think I don't know? You are the master of the Iron Seal Manor in this city. Would I entrust the forging of imperial tribute to some ordinary blacksmith? He promises with a knowing tone. Don't worry. Once the dragon spirit scissors are completed and the emperor is pleased, you most certainly won't be lacking in rewards. Though the offer sounds tempting, Zhao Tai still harbors his reservations, but Dai Cheng's face shifts. The instant he senses reluctance, the man turns hostile without hesitation. His expression goes cold as he speaks in a commanding tone. Well, you dare defy my words. The soldiers raise their crossbows in unison. Zhao Tai cannot risk the lives of his clansmen. He has no choice but to lower his head and accept the task. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I'll begin at once. Zhao Yu cries out in alarm. Father, you haven't even asked for clarification. Before the boy can finish, the old man barks at his son. What clarification is there to ask? A piece of iron with a bit of spiritual nature, and we can't even handle it. As he speaks, Zhao Tai immediately sets to work. The men in the workshop gasp. The manor master intends to use a secret art to suppress the iron's spiritual nature. Zhao Yu hears this terrifying declaration from that cursed ore, and goes pale with dread. His face drains of all color as he desperately tries to intervene. Father, stop at once, he cries, the moment the scissors take shape. Dai Cheng finds his interference insufferable. He barks an order. Enough with the nonsense. Gag this brat for me. Zhao Yu is restrained by the soldiers, forced to watch helplessly as that weapon of slaughter is forged. The longer he watches, the more anguished he becomes, tears streaming silently down his face. The eunuch, greedy and cowardly as he fears Zhao Tai might abandon the task halfway. He threatens him with vicious intent. If the dragon's spirit scissors aren't completed today, I will annihilate every last soul in your Iron Seal Manor. The guards clamp firmly over the boy's mouth. Those words are indeed quite persuasive. Zhao Tai, fearing time is running short, calls for additional hands. Old Chu, Old Zheng, come help me. Those called upon step forward without hesitation, taking up their assigned roles. Throughout the entire forging process, Zhao Yu is completely restrained by the officials, left with nothing but wide, horrified eyes as his old father leads the others on what looks like a march toward death. Time trickles away. Hammers fall in steady rhythm against the ore, gradually coaxing it into form. They are truly master craftsmen. A few precise strikes are all it takes to mold the metal into any shape they desire. Every step proceeds smoothly. Even the final quenching in cold water completes without a hitch. The men toil for an entire day before the work is finally done. Zhao Tai gazes upon the scissors with satisfaction and exclaims, "The dragon spirit scissors are complete." The instant the final step is finished, a hoarse, rasping voice rings in the ears of every soul present in the room. The moment the scissors take shape, calamity descends. Whether by accident or design, the scissors clatter to the ground. They radiate an eerie black and red glow, emanating a suffocating aura of death and dread that sends shivers down the spine of every onlooker. Dai Cheng is no exception. Hearing that phantom voice, he whips his head left and right in a panic. He shouts, equal parts terrified and cornered, "Who dares play the ghost here? Show yourself before this superintendent." A eunuch who appears to be his trusted confidant cautiously steps forward and whispers, "Superintendent." The sound, it came from the scissors themselves. Hearing his confidant's report, Dai Cheng's face drains of color. His composure crumbles. Greed truly has blinded him to his own doom. What? How can this be? Could it be? Dai Cheng's face twisted with rage as he bellowed his orders. Meant, seize them all. Zhao Tai had not expected Dai Cheng to go back on his word. His expression turned to shock as he shot a glance at the man. The blacksmiths and clansmen of the Zhao family were subdued one after another by the imperial soldiers, and a chorus of wretched cries filled the air. Zhao Tai could not help but demand, "Your Excellency the Governor General, what is the meaning of this?" Dai Cheng squinted at him and sneered. "Did you not hear the prophecy of the Long Lin Scissors? It said that the day the Long Lin Scissors take form, a bloody calamity will descend." Without a shred of fear, Dai Cheng picked up the scissors and said with an indifferent tone, "For the sake of my safety, I'm afraid I must inconvenience all of you to help me ward off this calamity." "What?" Zhao Tai let out a cry of disbelief. "What did you say?" He knew the entire clan was doomed beyond saving. Cursing in fury, he pressed the Long Lin scissors against the treacherous official's neck, swearing that a man who says one thing and does another would never rest in peace. Zhao Yu screamed in anguish, "Father!" And that was the very moment Dai Cheng severed Zhao Tai's head. The members of the workshop, roused by the spectacle, each seized their tools and charged toward the fray. They did not forget to shout, "Your old man will fight them with you, little you run." But their resistance was doomed to be futile. From across the way, the crossbows fired. The workshop members fell like stalks of wheat before a scythe. Zhao Yu could do nothing but watch as the Zhao clansmen were slaughtered, blood splattering across the battlefield. Once they had finished off the remaining members, they seized him as well. By the time Zhao Yu realized what was happening, it was already too late. De Cheng was not merely wicked, he was a twisted fiend. Even at a time like this, his lecherous urges stirred. He let out an eerie laugh and sighed. What a pity, such a beautiful face. You would have made such a fine toy. Wonderful. He offered a few crocodile tears before casually wrapping his hands around Zhao Yu's throat. Zhao Yu's eyes blazed with hatred. Jaw clenched in fury, he spat out his final curse, "You dog, even as a ghost. I will never forgive you nor your master. I curse you all." De Cheng paid those words no mind. He savored the look of helpless hatred on the boy's face, grinning like a man who had lost his mind. All that defiance amounted to nothing more than screaming into the void. Zhao Yu's fall marked the true end of the Zhao family. Where his body lay, a strange black mist billowed and swirled. The long lin scissors absorbed that ominous dark substance, and the glow surrounding the blade turned more sinister and dim than ever before. De Cheng suddenly turned the scissors toward his own neck. His expression was one of pure bewilderment. The surrounding guards had no idea what in the devil he was doing. They hesitantly called out, "Your Excellency," but when the eerie glow of the blade pressed firmly into his flesh, De Cheng finally realized what was happening. The coward's bravado shattered. He shrieked, "No, no, what is this? What's happening? Help me!" But it was too late. The scissors had already claimed him. Before he could even react, the bloody calamity descended upon him. Truly poetic justice. That was the last thing he saw. Fang Ning jolted awake, his eyes snapping open, a trace of agitation lingering within. While he was unconscious, Jiang Li had calmly tidied up the aftermath. She had absorbed all of that dark substance to prevent it from causing further harm, and Wei Kai had reverted to his human form. The moment she saw him regain consciousness, she flew over to greet him. "My dear, you're awake. Did you see another vision?" Fang Ning's head throbbed as though struck by a hammer. He leaned against the wall, steadying himself. Once the headache subsided, he cut straight to the matter. There was a governor-general named Li Decheng. Lair, does that name ring any bells? Jiang Li heard the name, held her face in thought for a moment, and replied, "No, nothing comes to mind." Wei Kai, standing nearby, was the first to press the inquiry. From what this old servant has gathered, Li Decheng died under mysterious circumstances while investigating the treason of the Mountain Villa's master, Zhao Tai. That Zhao Yu was implicated because of his father's crimes. Could it be that there is more to this affair than meets the eye? Fang Ning slammed his fist against the wall and answered through gritted teeth. That man committed every evil imaginable. Hearing that tone, Jiang Li and Wei Kai both knew something was amiss. Wei Kai hurriedly asked, "Why does young Master Ning say so?" The blood-soaked image of De Cheng, butchering the Zhao family, resurfaced in his mind. Fang Ning spoke with a grave expression, both the Zhao family and it was this person who forced them to forge the dragon's spirit harpoon. After the harpoon was forged, he turned on them and slaughtered the entire manor. Wei Kai never imagined the calamity they suffered was brought about by a eunuch's meddling. His face drained of all color, taut with shock. Fang Ning had no desire to dig deeper into this topic. He waved his hand and said, "Enough. Let us retrieve Xiao Li's relic and leave this place at once." The other two nodded softly. Not long after they departed, a small black void materialized from thin air. From that void, a woman dressed in a Western-style maid outfit stepped out. She walked to the spot where the dragon's spirit harpoon had perished. Xing Yue swiftly assessed the remnants strewn across the battlefield. Level 6 no, judging by the combat power displayed just now. Is she about to break through to level 7? She pressed her lips together and murmured, her expression visibly conflicted. This was not going to be easy to deal with. Should she capture her before the breakthrough? But the doctor's orders were to observe. Nevertheless, she did not hesitate for long before deciding to withdraw. Even if she breaks through to level 7, I can still handle her. I cannot act rashly and jeopardize the doctor's plans. After leaving the ruins, she would report to the doctor first and let the doctor decide. Xing Yue had just abandoned the idea when she sensed a spatial fluctuation. She furrowed her brow. Someone else was coming. So as not to cross paths, she waved her hand. A crimson ring of energy appeared directly above her head. In the blink of an eye, it teleported her out of the room without leaving a single trace. By the time the newcomer stepped inside, The crimson ring had vanished, leaving behind nothing but an empty, deserted room. Leading the way was a figure cloaked in pitch-black robes from head to toe. Yuan Dun, tall and imposing at his side, spoke up the moment he entered Big Brother. This is the place where the spiritual power fluctuations just appeared. Both of them approached the shattered harpoon to examine it. Yuan Dun scanned the room back and forth, then muttered, "Looks like we arrived too late. The little rats that the Yuan Phoenix boss ordered us to find are already gone." The cloaked man, more cautious by nature, picked up a fragment of the harpoon and remarked quietly, "The spiritual power fluctuation, it's far too familiar." Hearing that, Yuan Dun grew visibly agitated and cried out, "It's that special soul spiritan the brat named Fang Ning." Yuan Dun's expression turned deeply grave. "According to our intelligence, they have already joined the Beast Soul Core. Moreover, their abilities have rapidly advanced to level 6. I fear they will be even harder to deal with than before." The cloaked man pulled back his hood, revealing a silver mask beneath. He spoke calmly, "Yuan Dun, let us give chase. They cannot have gone far." At last, the identity of this figure is revealed. Yuan Quan's brow furrowed deeply, and he murmured as though swearing an oath, "Fang Ningen, that soul spirit that severed my Armthai's time. I will not run. You shall all witness the new power the doctor has bestowed upon me." Wei Kai led Fang Ning and the others into the imperial study, and spoke in a soft voice. At that time, the situation was dire. "In that moment of crisis, this old servant hid the item that Your Highness entrusted to me right here." He halted in his steps, turned around, and said, "Your Highness, young Master Ning, please wait a moment." Wei Kai pressed his palms together into a mountain seal, closed his eyes, and channeled his spiritual power with intense focus. Threads of dark purple spiritual power wound into the ink wash painting, coalescing into a small vortex. Using his spiritual power, he raised a long box wrapped tightly in cloth out from within the painting. Watching this unfold, Fang Ning could not help but reassess his impression of the old man, offering genuine praise. "Not bad at all. No wonder even the people from Yuanshang, confident as they are, couldn't find it." Wei Kai beamed with joy and presented the item with both hands. "Young Master Ning flatters this old servant far too much." The moment Fang Ning took the box from Wei Kai's hands, ancient memories surged to the surface. That day, the entire estate was engulfed in roaring flames. Jiang Li, already dressed in her bridal gown, carried the box and sought out Wei Kai for help. "Uncle Wei, this package must not be lost under any circumstances. It is of utmost importance to brother Fang Ning." She entrusted the item to him with desperate earnestness. "If today I do not await brother Fang Ning's arrival, then in the days to come, you must ensure it reaches his hands." Wei Kai respectfully accepted the entrusted object, his aged face filled with urgency. "Your Highness, let us flee together. The fire is spreading. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." But Jiang Li refused. She placed the bridal veil over her face and declared with unwavering resolve, "No, today is the day of our wedding." The flames roared ever fiercer, but she paid them no heed. "I must stay here. I must wait for him to come and marry me." Seeing her gamble everything for love, Wei Kai was struck with terror. He hastily grabbed Jiang Li's sleeve, desperate to dissuade her. "No, your Royal Highness, this old servant." She turns on her heel and strides into the bridal chamber, sweeping her sleeve in a cold, commanding gesture. "This is an order, Wei Kai. Do you dare defy it?" Jiang Li had issued such a decisive command, what more could he say? His face frozen in shock, he stood rooted to the spot like a statue. After a few seconds of contemplation, Wei Kai knew Jiang Li would never listen. His expression fell, and he let out a long, weary sigh. There was nothing he could do but accept the decree. Though his knees trembled and his voice quavered, he answered, "This old servant obeys the command." Jiang Li had only been waiting for these words. She lifted her wedding veil, revealing the glistening tears at the corners of her eyes, and said softly, "Uncle Wei, I'm counting on you." Wei Kai clutched the box tightly to his chest and sprinted toward the gate. His heart heavy as lead, he called out, "Your Royal Highness, this old servant will never fail the task entrusted to me." After Wei Kai vanished from sight, Jiang Li, having exhausted every last shred of her strength, collapsed and sat down weakly. In a faint voice, she murmured, "Fang Ning Jeej." She lifted the golden hairpin with trembling hands, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whispered, "You will definitely come back to marry me, won't you?" The memory ended. Fang Ning lifted the box, murmuring curiously, "Something incredibly important. What could it be?" He carefully unwrapped the cloth layer by layer. The two ghosts, Wei Kai and Jiang, peered in with equal curiosity. After removing the seal, they discovered a meticulously sealed wooden box. Carved into its center were two wing-like patterns resembling a dove's wings, alongside an old book. Jiang Li picked up the wooden box and studied it closely, sifting through the haze of her memories for a long while. At last, she recalled its origin. Her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "Husband, I think I remember now. This book was something you gave me before, asking me to keep it safe. And this sword cassette was bestowed upon us by Father Emperor as our betrothal gift." Hearing it was an imperial gift, he grew curious and leaned in closer. A bestowed gift. She unlocked it while answering. Even Wei Kai hadn't expected that he'd been guarding something so important all along. When the box's seal shattered, a dazzling golden radiance erupted forth. All three stared inside, their gasps of astonishment escaping in unison. Inside lay a pair of matched swords. One bore a dragon coiling around its blade, while the other featured a phoenix engraved upon its hilt. Jiang Li lifted the phoenix sword, her expression overcome with emotion. "Father!" Even Wei Kai couldn't help but murmur in awe. To think they twin swords of national protection. Fang Ning's face went blank with bewilderment. "What? The twin swords of national protection?" Wei Kai glanced over at him and asked, "Young Master Ning, do you know who founded the Jiang dynasty?" Fang Ning answered calmly, "Jiang Wui, the Grand Ancestor, right. I may have grown up in an orphanage, but I still know a thing or two about basic history." The image of an elegant, dignified beauty surfaced in his mind in old age. She would have looked supremely noble. Jiang Li rubbed her eyes and added, "It's true that Grand Ancestor Father founded the Jiang dynasty, but Grand Ancestor Mother also made no small contribution." Wei Kai's expression turned solemn as he began to recount. "Her Highness speaks the truth. Overturning an era and forging a new dynasty was no easy feat. The Grand Ancestor began his great undertaking with neither title nor rank, enduring countless battles, victories, and defeats alike. In victory or defeat, the Grand Ancestor Empress was always by his side." He grew more animated with each word, his tone brimming with unmistakable pride. But after the Jiang dynasty was established, the Grand Ancestor Empress withdrew into the inner palace. The following year, after giving birth to the Crown Prince, she succumbed to old war wounds and passed away. The Grand Ancestor was devastated beyond measure, and from that day forth, he never took another wife. He grew old alone, walking the final path in solitude. Jiang Li's face clouded with sorrow as she gently caressed the phoenix sword, speaking in a soft voice. "These swords belong to Grand Ancestor Father and Grand Ancestor Mother. They are not merely national guardian blades that absorbed the dragon and phoenix chi of imperial fortune during the dynasty's founding. Ascending to become divine artifacts, they also symbolize the Grand Ancestor's love, steadfast, and more enduring than gold." Hearing the profound significance behind the precious swords, Fang Ning said, "So that's what they are. Something this valuable would better be careful not to damage it by accident." Hearing these naive yet sincere words, Jiang Li immediately shed her melancholy and laughed. "These are divine artifacts, so could they break so easily?" Without warning, she pressed her hand to his forehead. Emerald spiritual energy flowed from her fingertips. Jiang Li floated before him and instructed, "Husband, don't move. Let me teach you how to bond with and command the twin swords of national protection." Her spiritual energy danced around him, gentle and without harm. After receiving his wife's personal tutelage, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Spiritual energy enveloped him, intertwining with the sword engraved with the dragon's likeness. Fang Ning cultivated for what felt like an eternity before finally opening his eyes. Sensing his connection with the sword, he reached out and lightly touched its blade. The dragon's sword dissolved into streaks of light and sank into his hand, leaving behind the silhouette of a sword where it resided. In one swift motion, Fang Ning drew the sword forth. In another, he recalled it. He casually slashed out unseen. An entire shelf of books was cleaved clean in two. After testing the sword, he sheathed it once more with a mere thought. Fang Ning didn't even need to speak. The sword returned to him of its own accord. Having tested its cutting power, he decided to try another method. He extended his hand forward, and the sword shot forth with a sharp whistle. It didn't merely fly in a straight line, it moved fluidly, tracing its master's will. In the blink of an eye, the wooden target was sliced into several pieces. Having finished his tests, Fang Ning smiled with satisfaction and recalled his weapon. In an instant, the sword returned to his hand. Having witnessed its extraordinary capabilities, he couldn't help but marvel. "Truly a fine sword. From now on, I'll no longer have to face my enemies empty-handed." Weapon testing complete. Fang Ning wasted no time and walked toward the old book. He bent down and picked it up. Fang Ning immediately sensed something unusual about it. Outwardly calm, he thought, "This book seems to require spiritual energy to open. This place isn't safe enough. I'll test it when we get back." Having made his decision, He tucked the book away at once. Only after Fang Ning finished did Wei Kai dare to speak up. "Young Master Ning, your Royal Highness, the relic has been found. Shall we leave at once?" But Fang Ning hesitated, his expression pensive. "Should we try to make contact with General Yu? If he still recognizes us, we could join forces to eliminate the 12 guards of Yuanshang who have infiltrated this place." Wei Kai's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Before they dragged him away," Wei Kai said in a heavy voice, "I looked back one last time. General Yu's entire body was engulfed in demonic killing intent, his state completely deranged. I fear that apart from his obsession to protect the imperial tomb, he has lost every last shred of his sanity." Meanwhile, uninvited guests stood outside the imperial study. A howling wind stirred the dust into swirling clouds, lending the atmosphere an even greater sense of urgency. The two brothers Yuan Quan and Yuan Dun were already spoiling for a fight. Yuan Dun pressed his hand to the ground, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Boss, the array is complete." Where he cast his spell, ropes of violet spiritual energy erupted, pressing down upon the blue runic circle beneath. Then, as the array fully activated, the circle teleported across the entire imperial study, before unleashing a catastrophic explosion that obliterated the structure. But something so crude could never hope to harm Fang Ning's group. Amidst the smoke and debris, Jiangli's spiritual energy blazed with brilliant light. She had conjured a protective barrier in time, shielding all three of them. Her jade-green eyes widened, glaring fiercely at the intruders. Now facing Yuan Dun and Yuan Quan head-on, Jiangli unleashed a surge of emerald energy, both to defend herself and to strike at her enemies. Even now, Fang Ning couldn't fathom why they had appeared here. Yuan Dun and him again. And who is that person in the black cloak? The man in the cloak, having endured the attack, trembled violently, his body shaking without end. "Good heavens, that scared me half to death. My poor fake waist." Yuan Dun turned his gaze toward Zhang Li and Fang Ning, speaking up. "We didn't even need to go looking for Yuan. Here you are, delivering yourselves right to our doorstep." But rather than cowering before them, Fang Ning responded with a taunting remark. "And here I was wondering who it was. Hasn't Yuan Quan learned his lesson from losing that arm last time? In the end, all you lot can do is resort to these cowardly ambush tactics." Enraged by the insult, Yuan Dun couldn't swallow his fury and lunged forward, only to be stopped by the man in the black cloak. The cloaked boss feared Yuan Dun's explosive temper would ruin everything, so he swiftly reminded him. "Lord Yuan Feng has given her orders no unnecessary trouble. Capture them alive and bring them back." Yuan Dun immediately complied. "Yes, boss," but through their exchange, a suspicion began to form in Fang Ning's mind. "Boss, he calls you boss. Could it be that you are Chang Beidao?" The cloaked man, seeing that Fang Ning had guessed correctly without missing a beat, offered a word of praise. "Clever lad." He was indeed Yuan Quan. Fang Ning had assumed the man had perished long ago, yet here he stood once more. But intelligent and arrogant men like you rarely live long. Hearing Yuan Quan deliver such a self-assured verdict, Fang Ning, a man who never lost his composure, calmly shot back. "Oh, is that so?" In the very next instant, he clenches his fist tight, as though a devastating blow is about to land. Pleased or not, Fang Ning has had enough. He is furious. His eyes blaze with murderous intent, as if he could swallow Yuan Quan whole. Too fast, too dangerous. Fang Ning rockets toward Yuan Quan with fists wreathed in flame. "Then let's see what you've got." Seeing Fang Ning charging at breakneck speed, Yuan Dun shouts a warning to Yuan Quan. "Boss, watch out." But it is already far too late. The warning comes to nothing. At this moment, Fang Ning's fist slams into the black cloak. The sheer force of the punch sends Yuan Quan skidding backward. Yet for the time being, he appears unscathed, no injuries whatsoever. Seeing that Yuan Quan seems to look down on him, Fang Ning can no longer hold back. He speaks bluntly. "You still think I'm that brat from back then, the one who could barely keep up with your speed. He is different now. He is no longer the weak Fang Ning who could only endure in silence. He has become someone who can protect himself." "Well, how does that punch taste?" Yuan Quan rises to his feet and dusts off his robes, offering a grudging acknowledgement. "Not bad, brat, you've improved, but so what?" He falls silent, neither speaking nor moving, his gaze fixed straight ahead in an unnervingly still pose. Clearly, Yuan Quan is no man of good conscience. Then, in the very next second, as though a nerve has been struck, he erupts into uncontrollable laughter. "Indeed, quite an improvement over that wretched state you were in back then when I beat you, until you could only kneel on the ground and cough blood." After a moment of reflection, Fang Ning cannot help but find something deeply amiss. This isn't right. That punch, though not at full power, was certainly above level 6. How is he completely unaffected? After racking his brain, Fang Ning suddenly realizes the truth. Could it be? But even if he now senses what Yuan Quan intends, it is already far too late. At this moment, a sinister array materializes beneath Fang Ning's feet. Fang Ning has fallen completely under Yuan Quan's control. My lord, Jiang Li, seeing him in mortal peril, rushes frantically to his side. What is happening? She pays no heed to the danger, stepping into the array without a second thought. No, Jiang Li reaches Fang Ning's side in an instant. My lord, to ease her worry, Fang Ning immediately moves to calm her. I'm fine, don't be afraid. With his nature steeped in treachery and cunning, Yuan Quan is dead set on imprisoning them here once and for all. Don't worry, I'll make sure the two of you stay together. You were lucky enough to escape last time. Don't count on it happening again. He means every word. After flashing a sinister grin, Yuan Quan conjures a torrent of crimson ghost Kig hastily and oppressive beyond measure. It turns out his true purpose all along was to flaunt the might bestowed upon him. Now that torrent of spectral energy surges ever thicker, roiling upward. Allow me to show you the new power the doctor granted me. In stark contrast to Fang Ning's calm expression, Wei Kai's face drains of all color. This is bad. How can his aura rival level 7? Even Fang Ning senses something deeply wrong with him, something that felt off from the very start. In their previous clash, Yuan Quan possessed only level 6 strength, yet in such a short span of time, his power has surged by leaps and bounds. While Fang Ning is still reeling over how Yuan Quan could have broken through so rapidly, the man has already begun to act. Soul skill hands of the yellow springs. From beneath the array's circle, countless arms erupt upward, no different from corpses clawing their way out of freshly disturbed graves. Those writhing, grotesque hands reach out hungrily toward Fang Ning and Jiang Li. Before such a nightmarish spectacle, Fang Ning's blood runs cold with sheer terror. Damn it, what the hell is this? Seeing them cornered and overwhelmed, Yuan Dun seizes the moment, channeling his own power to cut off their retreat. You still think you can run? Soul skill gravity, pittance-fold amplification. At this point, he can no longer keep his footing as the ground beneath him churns without end. Those grotesque hands in the blink of an eye seize Fang Ning's legs. With those hands swarming around him, clawing and latching onto every inch of his body, Fang Ning's movements are severely restricted. Damn it, we can't move. It seems Fang Ning is in dire straits now. Advancing is impossible. Retreating is hopeless. His body trembles in violent, uncontrollable spasms. Jiang Li sees him reduced to such a state, and her heart fills with dread. She cannot simply stand by and watch her husband suffer. Without hesitation, Jiang Li traces a small magic circle beneath her feet. She channels every last shred of her energy to conjure a counter-technique, desperate to free Fang Ning. Oida. Yet man proposes, heaven disposes. Her technique barely holds for a moment before an unseen force snuffs it out of existence. Seeing her power rendered utterly useless, panic flashes across her face. How is this possible? Yuan Quan, the mastermind behind the destruction of Jiang Li's technique, reveals himself. He cannot help but burst into a delighted, malicious laugh. What's the matter? Has your little sorcery lost its bite? He does not stop there. Yuan Quan raises his hand forward, condensing a sphere of crackling black energy into his palm. This array was prepared especially for the two of you. At this very moment, even Jiang Li cannot escape her Fatitho's writhing. Ghastly hands swarm over her as well. All soul spirits below level 7 who are trapped within this array will have their abilities completely stripped away, and then be seized by my ghost hands. Just like that, it is over. With her powers rendered useless, Jiang Li is seized by one of those vile hands, clamped over her mouth until tears stream down her face. Yuan Quan swells with triumphant arrogance now that he holds the upper hand. You are mine to dispose of as I see fit. Though Fang Ning himself stands on the razor's edge between life and death, the sight of Jiang Li in peril sends a surge of anguish through him. Lear, who could have imagined that the power of love itself would fuel his desperate surge of resistance? In the blink of an eye, Fang Ning cleaves through several of those arms. Severed and lifeless, they collapse to the ground in a scattered heap. Blood stains the blade of Fang Ning's sword. He willingly wades through blood if it means protecting Jiang Li at all costs. Mood be damned, Fang Ning is done playing nice. Touch anyone else, fine, but touch Jiang Li? Yuan Quan has just signed his own death warrant. White Path, you are courting death. Yet even after witnessing Fang Ning reclaim his fighting spirit, Yuan Quan remains supremely confident. Without that soul spirit aiding you, I'd like to see just how long you can endure beneath my ghost hands. Fang Ning hears this and almost laughs. Ghost hands? No matter how much Yuan Quan bluffs and postures, Fang Ning fears neither man nor demon. He charges straight ahead. I don't care what kind of hands you think you have. If you dare lay a finger on someone under this young master's protection, then you stay here permanently. A perfect match of arrogance against arrogance. Yuan Quan refuses to yield, hurling his fist forward to meet Fang Ning head-on. You think you alone can stop me? Have you no shame spouting such boasts? Sword clashes against fist. Two titanic forces collide, generating a violent shockwave of friction that tears through the surrounding air. But sure enough, the might of holy power surpasses all else. Instantly, Fang Ning delivers a single devastating slash that sends Yuan Quan hurtling backward. How much Yuan Quan had once looked down on Fang Ning is precisely how stunned he now stands before this overwhelming strength. Damn itho, is this brat so powerful now? And that sword in his hand, what in the world is its origin? Why does it pulse with such immense energy? That sword may look unassuming, but it harbors devastating power. Fang Ning flicks his sword several times, conjuring streams of radiant light that surge outward at his command. Those streaks of light rocket toward Jiang Li at blistering speed, slashing through every last one of those wretched arms. Freed at last from those nauseating cursed bindings, Jiang Li collapses to her knees. Wei Kai rushes over in alarm. Your Highness Princess, are you all right? Yet despite being severed, the hands lying on the ground continue to twitch and shudder violently. Who could have guessed they were not truly destroyed? They launch themselves back toward Jiang Li, lunging for another attack. Your Highness, look out. Lear. Blood sprays into the air mere seconds later. Jiang Li's eyes fixate on the scene ahead, unable to look away, and Fang Ning is no exception. Yet the shocking truth is that the one pierced through the chest by that arm is none other than Wei Kai. He has accepted the sacrifice of his old body to protect Jiang Li's life. The demonic arm loses its power and falls limply to the ground. Though gravely wounded himself, Wei Kai still worries for Jiang Li above all else. Your Highness, are you unharmed? I am fine. Fang Ning rushes toward them at once and commands, Lear, bring Elder Wei into my sea of consciousness to hide, then find a way to treat his injuries. They cannot linger here any longer. Before departing, Jiang Li does not forget to remind Fang Ning, my love, you must be careful. Fang Ning reassures her, rest easy. In an instant, they transform into a streak of light, plunging into Fang Ning's forehead to enter his sea of consciousness. Now one could say Jiang Li and Wei Kai are reasonably safe. The space falls silent. Only two remain, Fang Ning and his enemy. The rest he will handle alone. Yet Yuan Quan remains supremely confident. He can crush Fang Ning as easily as breathing. Don't speak too soon, brat. What you faced just now was merely an appetizer. And in the next second, he unleashes his true trump card. From beneath the array, a colossal hand rises with overwhelming, crushing force. No, let me show you the main spectacle. He charges forward with an ecstatic, bloodthirsty grin plastered across his face. So you may know what true invincible power is, even if every bone in your body shatters to dust. He commands the colossal hand to slam toward Fang Ning in a devastating frontal assault. Watch me grind you into a bloody pulp. Yuan Quan drives the colossal hand downward, slamming Fang Ning into the earth. Believing Fang Ning has perished, his face twists into smug triumph as he bursts into maniacal laughter. I thought you were supposed to be something special. Turns out you couldn't even withstand a single blow. I should actually be thanking you people. Back then, thanks to you lot severing my arm, the doctor granted me this demon arm of limitless power. But what a twist of fate, who laughs last laughs best. Fang Ning has somehow survived this calamity. You celebrated far too soon. Before Yuan Quan can even comprehend what is happening, Fang Ning reappears sword in hand. He now stands as though descended from the heavens, a radiant aura of sacred power enveloping his entire being. Your grandfather is right here. Yuan Quan, faced with this overwhelming counterattack, is left utterly stunned, staggering backward in disbelief. How is this possible? The doctor clearly said no opponent below level 7 could withstand my strike. Could this brat's strength have already reached level 7? While doubt still clouds his mind, Fang Ning surges forward, sword blazing. Let's see if you can endure this one strike. Though utterly bewildered, Yuan Quan cannot simply sit and await oblivion. Commands the colossal hand to strike forward. But Fang Ning has completely transformed. A single devastating slash is all it takes to obliterate the colossal hand. And naturally, when the colossal hand is cleaved in two by his blade, Yuan Quan's real arm cannot escape the same fate. Yuan Quan has completely lost the advantage, blood gushing freely from his severed arm. Xian Dun rushes over upon seeing the dire situation, but Yuan Quan waves him away. Don't worry about me, get out of here now. Fang Ning saunters toward him with deliberate ease, voice dripping with mockery. I've been behind you this whole time. All that blathering has no one ever told you that villains die because they talk too much. I thought you were actually impervious to blades and spears. Turns out you can't even withstand a single strike of the dragon's roar slash. I thought your strength had reached level 7. Turns out this is all you amount toned, yet you put on such a grand act. Xian Dun, unable to endure Fang Ning's mockery of Yuan Quan a moment longer, gathers his strength and hurls a devastating punch. His eyes blaze with fierce determination intent on teaching Fang Ning what real suffering means. Today, I will kill you to avenge my boss. But how utterly humiliating this turns out to be. Xian Dun's snail-paced strike fails to land even a glancing blow on Fang Ning. An ambush at that speed, far too slow. A moment ago, Xian Dun was all ferocity and bluster. Now he is a wretched sight. Fang Ning's sword piercing clean through his chest. Struck by an attack he never saw coming, he can do nothing but take the blow and cough up a mouthful of blood. Yuan Quan watches his subordinate fall at Fang Ning's hands and lets out an agonized scream. This is the karmic retribution Yuan Quan must bear. Yuan Quan's blood debts are repaid with the blood of his own comrade. Evil begets evil since you began sowing your wicked deeds. You killed without a shred of mercy. You should have foreseen this day. Even with his arm drenched in flowing blood, he still fails to see his own sin sand laughs through it all. Karmic retribution, you say? Yes, karmic retribution indeed. Yuan Quan channels all his fury into his next venomous words. Those people deserve to die. They had no right to live. Do you think what you do represents justice? Let me tell ya what we do is purge this world of its filth. But no matter how he twists his words, he can never wash clean the stain of his sins. So deep in delusion, never to awaken. Yuan Shang has truly brainwashed you unto death. Yuan Quan slowly struggles to his feet, still trading verbal blows. Shut your mouth, what could you possibly know? Without Yuan Shang, I would still be a disfigured monster, a wretch that anyone could trample and humiliate. I would never have survived to this day. Not to mention the doctor granted me this power, allowing me to take my own vengeance with these hands. Even now, he still worships the man with blind, unshakable devotion. Yuan Quan refuses to accept the truth that he himself is no victim. Aren't you an orphan too? You of all people should understand this feeling. Don't you want to personally crush those who look down on Yahoo Bullet Yunto dust? To watch them kneel at your feet and beg like dogs? Unable to endure another word of Yuan Quan's venomous filth, Fang Ning silences him with a single, decisive slash. Now his hatred fades along with his life, bringing an end to an endless vendetta. Wasn't Fang Ning magnificent? Swift and without a single wasted motion, he sends Yuan Quan to the pure land beyond. So much talk. Meanwhile, within the sea of consciousness, Jiang Li strains with all her might, channeling her healing arts to save Wei Kai. Hold on, Elder Wei. Lear will find a way to save you. But she has completely exhausted herself. She can no longer hold on. Lear will definitely find a way. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li collapses, her consciousness slipping away. Her healing arts dissipate into nothing. After a fierce and desperate struggle, Fang Ning finally dispatches both enemies with ruthless efficiency. Judging the situation safe enough at last, he brings Lear and Wei Kai out of his sea of consciousness. He had assumed Jiang Li had tended to Wei Kai's wounds, but now both of them lie sprawled on the ground, completely unconscious. The sight sends a jolt of panic through him. Elder Wei, Lear. He rushes to Jiang Li's side and lifts her up. I'm fine, my love. Hurry, go check on him. Wei Kai's condition is critical. He could lose his life at any moment. Elder Wei, he. Of course, Fang Ning cannot simply stand by and watch the old man die. He immediately channels his own arts to assist. But now, Fang Ning faces a new and pressing worry. Will it never stop? What kind of bizarre formation did Chang Beidou employ? Wounds inflicted by soul power, they simply cannot be healed. If his soul power keeps draining like this, Elder Wei's soul will scatter and dissipate entirely. In his final dying moments, Wei Kai manages to call out, Your Highness Princess Jiang Li. As he fades, his face drenched in cold sweat, the two of them are gripped with sheer panic. Elder Wei, please, hold on just a little longer. Xiao Li will find a way to save you, I swear it. Wei Kai knows he is beyond saving. Your Highness, please do not waste another thought on this old servant. That formation was designed to target soul spirits. Once grievously wounded, the injury will never heal not until every last wisp of soul power is depleted and the victim perishes. On the very threshold of death itself, he shows no fear. Instead, a radiant smile blossoms across his weathered face. To walk alongside Your Highness once more, that alone is a blessing spanning 3 lifetimes for this old servant. Now, to die protecting you, this old servant has no regrets whatsoever. How could Jiang Li possibly abandon him? No, we will not let him die. Tension grips every line of Fang Ning's face. soul power dissipating to nothing that means death. Desperation breeds inspiration. In a flash, the idea strikes him. That's it. If the soul power lost can simply be replenished, the problem is solved. Fang Ning turns to Jiang Li, placing both hands on her shoulders. Stop crying, Xiao Li. Do you still remember your hairpin? We can seal Elder Wei inside it. Hearing Fang Ning's words, Jiang Li pauses, her tear-streaked face caught in thought. Then, like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, her face lights up with realization. Of course, the hairpin. How could I have forgotten about it? Fang Ning gently cups her face in his hands and speaks in a soothing voice. You were so worried that your thoughts went haywire. The hairpin is brimming with soul power. It may not be able to heal Elder Wei's wounds, but it can replenish the spiritual energy he has lost. That way, he won't perish from soul depletion, at least not in the short term. Relieved by his brilliant stratagem, Jiang Li throws herself into his arms without hesitation. Elder Wei is saved for now. Let's get out of here first, then figure out the rest. Elder Wei will surely be fine. Jiang Li's hairpin is brought forth. Soul power radiates from within the hairpin, streaming in luminous threads into Elder Wei's body. While Jiang Li works, Fang Ning stands behind her, watching with rapt attention. Once the task is done, she turns to him eagerly. My lord, where do we go from here? Suddenly the ground beneath their feet trembles. Just as they prepare to leave, something terrible stirs another earthquake. Alarmed, Jiang Li clings to Fang Ning. My lord, a troubling suspicion takes root in his mind. Since they first set foot in this place, this is already the second tremor. What in the heavens is happening inside this underground palace? Meanwhile, in another part of the ruins, Yuan Feng and her subordinates arrive at a designated location. Before them stands a towering giant, a wicked saber gripped in its massive fist, grotesque and terrifying beyond measure. One glance is all it takes. She turns to her subordinate. The tallest one, this is the level 7 soul general guarding the heart of the underground palace. The one you said kept you all from getting close. He confirms at once. Yes, Lady Yuan Feng. Based on her own judgment, Yuan Feng can tell at a glance whatever stands before her is no ordinary creature. Ever since the Jiang kingdom fell thousands of years ago, this soul general has kept its eternal vigil here. It has likely survived for over a millennium. Underestimating it would be a fatal mistake. Yet while she is still lost in thought, something abruptly yanks her back to reality. Yuan Feng has barely set foot here, and someone has already lost their composure, hurling a rock straight at her. But a pathetic little pebble like that? It cannot hope to touch her. It ignites in an instant, consumed by invisible flames. In the blink of an eye, it is reduced to nothing, but dust motes drifting through the stale air. And the one who threw it to put Yuan Feng in her place is none other than Chu Yun. I already gave you a chance to flee. Yet here you are courting death. Chu Yun stands with arms folded, fearless before Yuan Feng, unafraid of heaven, unafraid of earth. Does this lady look like she needs your mercy? You do better to worry about yourself, and that pack of useless dogs behind you. One of Yuan Feng's subordinates senses the danger and speaks up. Lady Yuan, these newcomers mean us no harm. Wait, they don't mean us well. Moreover, they have 2 level 7s on their side. Should we recall Pavilion Master too? But Yuan Feng cuts him off with a wave. No need. Chu Yun, her face thick as a 1,000-layered pancake, grins without a care in the world. So what if I can't beat you? What of it? As long as I can sabotage whatever you lot have planned at Yunsheng, that's all that matters. Besides, my target was never you. All I need to do is slaughter every last one of your Yunsheng subordinates behind you before you can defeat me. Then we'll see what you can accomplish all on your own. That way, no matter what schemes Yunsheng has cooked up in these ruins, they will all crumble to dust. Before her brazen arrogance, Yuan Feng could not help but sneer. Don't be so naive. I'll let you in on a little secret, Heaven. If every person here perishes, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. As long as I reduce you to ash, there will be no one left to stand in the way. Completing the mission is merely a matter of time. You are utterly powerless to stop Yunsheng's grand plan. Seeing that trading barbs with the wench would yield no benefit whatsoever, Chu Yun decided to let her fists do the talking. This lady can't be bothered to argue with you. How about we settle this with action? Won't a good fight make everything clear? With the fearsome might of her water element power surging around her, she lunged forward. Yuan Feng was hardly one to back down. She immediately summoned a blazing fire hawk to meet Chu Yun's challenge head-on. Two forces drawn from opposing elemental origins collided with earth-shaking fury, igniting an explosive opening to their clash. Yet the battle had only just begun, and already Chu Yun seemed to be at a disadvantage, her body sent skidding backward by the impact. Against a formidable opponent like Yuan Feng, It seemed Chu Yun had gravely underestimated her. This red-feathered hen was truly no easy prey. Su Yun stood to the side, observing the exchange. Yet even she could not deny that Chu Yun was being steadily pushed into a corner. Xiao Yun and Yuan Feng were both level 7 soul generals, but a considerable gap still yawned between their true strengths. Yuan Feng had not only deflected Xiao Yun's devastating strike with ease, but even wounded her fist in the process. Her cultivation was truly unfathomable, but Chu Yun refused to concede defeat here and now. She gathered her strength once more, condensing a massive sphere of water between her palms. Now the Chu Yun art would unleash a devastating technique to show that wench what true power meant. Soul art 100 piercing cold stream. Chu Yun hurled shards of ice, razor-sharp as daggers, hurtling toward Yuan Feng like a storm of throwing blades. But she was still far too green. A petty trick like this could hardly faze Yuan Feng. Child's play. Now it was her turn to strike back. From Yuan Feng's side, a torrent of blazing fire element power erupted forth. Once again, the two opposing elements clashed in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very ruins. Neither combatant gave an inch, each unleashing their techniques in relentless volleys, neither willing to yield. However, their battle had disturbed the guardian statue, standing sentinel in this place. The dark substance encasing the figure's body began to crack and crumble away, piece by piece. And at last, Yu Sheng awakened. Thanks to their unwitting efforts, he had finally shattered the seal binding him. Now both Yuan Feng and Chu Yun, jolted with alarmthy, had been far too reckless. This ancient ruin was certainly not a place for brawling like wild beasts. Yu Sheng raised the great saber in his hand and brought it crashing down upon the ground in a single thunderous blow, a stark warning. Columns of gray smoke and dust billowed upward from the impact. A saber of terrifying, almost regal presence emerged from the haze. Yu Sheng gripped the blade in hand, standing tall with an aura of overwhelming might. He declared in a voice sharp and absolute, "The young master has commanded all intruders shall be executed." It seemed their true opponent was no longer each other. It was Yu Sheng, the colossal guardian, standing between them, saber in hand. They could have fought anywhere, yet they chose to brawl right here in the ruins, rousing Yu Sheng from his slumber. Things had just gotten very, very dire. They had assumed he was merely an early-stage level 7 soul general, but the overwhelming aura from that single strike revealed the pinnacle of level 7 strength. If Yu Sheng sided with Chu Yun, then Yuan Feng would lose her life here today without question. A mere Chu Yun was beneath her notice, but add Yu Sheng to the equation, and the situation became far too dangerous to handle. Chu Yun seized every opportunity to needle her opponent. "Oh, Yuan Feng, do tell Mehes that one strike already left you trembling with fear." Su Yun, also wary of Yu Sheng's power, hurriedly counseled her companion. "That soul spirit's strength is far too overwhelming. Let us withdraw for now and devise a longer strategy." But Chu Yun, with her fierce and competitive nature, roared back, "If anyone retreats, it'll be her first. If we go first, who knows what schemes Yunshang's lot might be plotting behind our backs." She then flung Thur Van's hand away and bellowed at Yuan Feng, "This lady here was kind enough to warn you. If you're scared, then run now while you still can." Truly a case of the pot calling the kettle black. From what I can see, she's no pushover either, so I'd advise you to watch yourself. However, it seems new players have just entered the fray, figures stepping out from the green spatial rift. The more the merrier. Jiang Li and Fang Ning had now arrived to join the little reunion. "What on earth is going on?" The instant Chu Yun caught sight of his face, she smacked him hard across the head. With a massive bump swelling on his skull, Fang Ning replied with a sheepish grin, "Does this brat even know how to greet someone properly?" "Well, we came here to join the excitement." But with a temperament hot as boiling oil, the lioness within her had truly awakened. "Join the excitement? Is this someplace to play around? Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? Dragging little Lear around here." Before her fury, all they could do was stand there and endure. Truly terrifying. At their arrival, Yuan Feng did not look particularly welcoming either. "So you're the rats hiding outside the ruins, peeping in. You haven't even reached level 7, yet you dare wade through these waters. Your courage is not small." Chu Yun would not allow Fang Ning and Jiang Li to lose even a single hair. She immediately stepped forward to shield them. "Yuan Feng, I'm warning you, if you've got something to say, aim it at me. Dare to touch them, just try." Yuan Feng regarded the tight bond between them with contempt. "Protecting them? Worry about yourself first. I've been tolerating you for far too long." All this time, they had been overlooking Yu Sheng's presence entirely. So he slammed his saber hard against the ground, the impact ringing like thunder, and spoke. "Intruders, accept your death." He raised the blade high, preparing to cleave down upon them. Seeing Chu Yun in mortal peril, Jiang Li cried out in alarm. Sister Yun, watch out. Suddenly, the moment that saber was raised aloft, something stirred deep within Jiang Li's mind, a fragment of a memory from ages past. Memories flooded back into her consciousness like a slow-rolling film reel. Everything had happened so very long ago, when chaos erupted inside the palace, corpses strewn everywhere. The stench of blood rising thick through the air, Yu Sheng had escorted Jiang Li to a place of safety. Seeing her safe and unharmed, Wei Kai was overcome with immense relief and joy. Your Highness, are you all right? You nearly scared this old servant to death. I'm fine. After rescuing Jiang Li, Yu Sheng entrusted Wei Kai with meticulous instructions. Wei Kai, take the princess away at once. Find a safe place within the palace to hide her. Seeing the situation engulfed in the flames of mortal peril, Wei Kai pleaded, General Yu, it is extremely dangerous outside. Come with us into the palace to take shelter. But Yu Sheng raised his hand firmly and refused flatly. No need for words. The young master's order is to escort the princess safely into the palace. I shall guard the entrance with my life. No one will set a single foot inside. Suddenly, from nowhere, an arrow screamed toward them at blistering speed. Seeing the projectile closing in on Jiang Li, Yu Sheng drew his saber in an instant and cleaved the arrow clean out of the air. Your Highness, watch out. He threw himself in front of her without hesitation and roared in fury. Who dares lurk in the shadows and ambush us? Show yourself. Two shadowy figures indeed stood before them, radiating an unmistakably sinister aura. One glance told him they bore no goodwill. He raised his saber forward in warning. Take one more step and you die. A young man clad in black attire, looking every inch an assassin, spoke up. How convenient. Now, where exactly do you think you can run? Sure enough, his presence here meant he intended to seize the princess at all costs. Surrender the princess, Yu Sheng. Otherwise, I will turn you into a puppet of the dead. Naturally, before such a vile demand, Yu Sheng could never agree. On the contrary, he gripped his saber tight, muscles coiling like a serpent, and readied himself to strike. Don't even dream about it. We take orders from young Master Qin and have sworn to defend the princess with our lives. Even if we die here today, we will never let you Yunshang scum have your way. Seeing that words were useless against the old man, he draws his sword without hesitation. And so the two of them lunge at each other, igniting a fierce and decisive battle. While holding the assassin at bay, Yu Sheng whips his head around and shouts for Wei Kai to hurry and get the princess out of there. Toward anyone harboring ill designs against Jiang Li, he shows no mercy and an unyielding vow to send them to their graves. Wretch, accept your death. With his fierce, indomitable strength, he wastes not a single motion. His blade cleaves clean through the assassin's arm. The assassin's severed arm falls to the ground with a dull thud. He clutches his gushing, blood-soaked stump, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yu Sheng plants himself before the palace gates, a lone bulwark against the darkness. Even if it costs him his life tonight, he will protect everyone within. If you want to enter this palace, you will have to step over my corpse. The old man, who had remained silent until now, finally speaks up. Why must you make things so difficult for yourself, General? Even if you don't hand her over to us, the soul refining array within the princess's estate has already been activated. Even if she gets inside, she won't survive. Hearing this, Yu Sheng's mind reels shocked to his very core. What did you just say? Overcome with dread for Jiang Li, he lets his guard Slify's head, turning back for just an instant. He never sees the assassin's killing blow descend. Your Highness, and as fate would have it, what must come comes. The sword plunges clean through Yu Sheng's body. Blood erupts into the air, spraying crimson against the night sky. By now, Wei Kai and Jiang Li have made it deep into the palace, and he scrambles frantically to find a place where they can hide. Your Highness, we must hurry. We cannot let the general's sacrifice be in vain. At the loss of Yu Sheng, Jiang Li feels her heart shatter as though the very ground beneath her has given way. General Yu Sheng has fallen, cut down by that man's blade. All to protect Jiang Li's safety, he gave his life beneath the sword of a mere assassin. Already well advanced in years, Wei Kai cannot withstand even a single blow from him. The old man crumples to the ground. The door gradually swings shut, and the last sight Jiang Li princess holds is Yu Sheng's face, twisted with sorrow. Once her memories come flooding back, Jiang Li cannot help but burst into uncontrollable sobs, realizing the man was none other than General Yu. The instant Yu Sheng brings his blade crashing down, Chu Yun manages to conjure a barrier just in time to intercept that terrifying force. Seeing the situation hang by a thread, Fang Ning surges forward without hesitation. Sister Yun, let me help you. But unwilling to drag him into such peril, she refuses outright. Don't come closer. This is a high-tier level 7 soul general. You cannot defeat him. Protect little sister Lear and keep your distance. Yet the situation grows dire. Cracks begin spiderwebbing across Chu Yun's barrier. She is on the verge of collapse. Sure enough, within seconds, her barrier shatters completely. Yu Sheng's blade plunges into the earth. Just as he is about to cleave through Chu Yun, Fang Ning blinks forward in a burst of speed and pulls her to safety by a hair's breadth. Once Chu Yun is rescued, Jiang Li rushes over in a panic. "Sister Yun, are you all right?" Suddenly, the bracelet on Fang Ning's wrist erupts with a golden radiance beneath the lotus platform. A beam of light shoots forth, piercing straight toward Yu Sheng's forehead, just as the old general prepares to strike once more. The moment the beam strikes his brow, Yu Sheng appears to regain his clarity, no longer a soulless husk. Before anyone can comprehend what has transpired, Yu Sheng's gaze lands on Fang Ning. He calls out, "Young Master Ning." Yu Sheng drops to his knees without warning. He presses his hands together before his chest and bows deeply. This general pays his respects to the young master. His actions leave Fang Ning utterly stunned. He blurts out, "General Yu," Chu Yun calls from behind, her voice catching. It seems his consciousness has returned. Yu Sheng gazes up at Fang Ning with deep reverence and explains, "Young master, all those years ago, you revived me through a soul-binding art and commanded me to guard the princess's residence for thousands of years. At last I have waited until your return. You and Her Highness the Princess have returned." The moment he finishes speaking, alarm grips Fang Ning. He demands in shock, "What do you mean reviving you through a soul? Was it not simply because your obsession refused to dissolve after death? And so you lingered at the princess's residence for 1,000 years. At his question, Yu Sheng's eyes turn vacant with confusion. He asks in return, "Young master, you do not remember." Then he reaches up to press a hand against his own chest and lets out a heavy, mournful sigh. It seems the young master has indeed practiced the forbidden technique of reincarnation after all. Fang Ning falls silent. He gazes at the old man, his mind racing the samsara forbidden art. What on earth is that? Clearly, the more clues they uncover, the more the truth of 1,000 years ago grows hazy and incomprehensible. Suddenly, the old man's voice breaks the silence as he calls out to the young master. Yu Sheng extends his hand before him, facing Fang Ning, and declares in a solemn, booming voice, the Grand General's manner. Commander of the Imperial Guardthais, Yu Sheng has been fortunate enough to fulfill his duty. For 1,000 years, I have guarded this place, never allowing a single soul to step past its threshold. Now that the young master has returned, this general is willing to continue serving you with utmost loyalty, to follow you into battle. His declaration leaves everyone utterly stunned. Xian Feng, standing nearby, glances toward him, her eyes brimming with suspicion. Fang Ning approaches and reaches out to support him to his feet, saying gently, "General Yu, please rise." Moved beyond words, Yu Sheng expresses his heartfelt gratitude. Qiu Wen, standing nearby, speaks with a mixture of astonishment and joy. "I thank the young master." Though he had long suspected that his brother Fang Ning and little sister Li harbored some secret, this revelation is earth-shattering beyond belief. Chu Yun, standing beside them, grins and chimes in, "This is a wonderful thing. Rank 7 Soul General from 1,000 years ago has acknowledged his master." She then crosses her arms and casts a meaningful glance toward Yuan Feng. With the aid of a Rank 7 Soul General, they will surely capture every last one of those Yuanshang operatives this time. "Yuan Feng, let's see how arrogant you can be now." Yuan Feng lets out a laugh. "How interesting." She props her hand on her hip, gazes at Fang Ning and speaks. "I thought you were nothing but a dancing clown. I never imagined you could make a peak Rank 7 Soul General from 1,000 years ago acknowledge you as master. It seems I underestimated you." Suddenly, she extends her hand toward Fang Ning and asks, "Would you be willing to join our Yuanshang?" At Yuan Feng's offer, Chu Yun, standing beside Fang Ning, points a finger at her and roars furiously, "Dream on. He has already joined our beast soul core. You dare try to snatch him right under my nose." Yuan Feng ignores Chu Yun's words entirely, her gaze fixed on Fang Ning as she speaks. "With your current standing, if you join Yuanshang, we can give you everything you desire, a bit limitless wealth, power, status, or beauty. I can assure you, the women we provide will rival her in every way." She then gestures toward Jiang Li. Seeing Yuan Feng say this, Jiang Li immediately rushes forward and clings tightly to his arm. Pouting, "She actually wants to foist more women onto my husband. You are truly wicked." Seeing that he still hasn't responded, Chu Yun grows anxious and glances at him. She urges him relentlessly, "Fang Ning, don't listen to them. They're just using honeyed words to deceive you. They're a bunch of lunatics, don't let them fool you. Qiu Wen, standing nearby, adds, "That's right, brother Ning. I dare guarantee that if you join Yuanshang, the first thing they'll do is take Li Er away for experiments." Hearing their words, Fang Ning looks at them helplessly and speaks. "Enough, I have no such intention. Why are all of you in such a rush?" Yuan Feng gazes at him and asks in return, "Are you certain? Do you even know what you're saying?" Fang Ning looks at her without the slightest hesitation and affirms, "Of course I know what I'm saying. I, Fang Ning, have always been at irreconcilable odds with that venomous creature. And now you want me to join Yuanshang." "What?" Yue Ying, standing nearby, still hasn't grasped the full picture. He scratches the back of his head and asks in bewilderment, "Just that poisonous creature? Then what about the Empress?" But before he can finish, Hong Jai strides over and smacks him hard on the head, scolding, "Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Seeing that persuasion has failed, Yuan Feng slowly raises her hand and begins to channel her power. A blazing golden flame engulfs her body, and above her, a fire phoenix takes shape in the air. Yuan Feng furrows her brow at Fang Ning and speaks, "Since that's how it is, I'll have no choice but to shatter your limbs and drag you back for the doctor to recondition." At that very moment, Yu Sheng grips his spear and strides forward, planting himself between Fang Ning and Yuan Feng. He stares her down and declares, "If you wish to, lay a hand on young Master Ning and Her Highness the Princess. You must step over this old man's corpse first." Chu Yun charges forward simultaneously, her eyes gleaming with battle fervor. "Count me in two. This time, I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget." Seeing this, Fang Ning moves to stop Sister Yun. But the moment he opens his mouth, Qiu Wen steps forward, lightly touches his shoulder and speaks, "Just let her go. If she doesn't vent this frustration today, she'll never find peace." On Yuan Feng's side, she shifts into a fighting stance, her gaze sweeping across them as she speaks. "Then come and try me." Before they can react, she swings her arm and unleashes a torrent of attacks toward them. A blazing flame surges forth. Yu Sheng and Chu Yun swiftly pivot and dodge. Hong Jai glances to the side and spots a squad of armed men rushing toward the city gate. She screams in alarm, "No, it's over there going to bombard the city gate." The squad quickly readies their weapons and begins a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Seeing the dire situation, Qiu Wen lunges forward, shouting in panic, "We're done for, stop them now." Fang Ning speaks from where he stands. "Using the time they spent holding me back, they launched a sneak attack from behind." The Yuanshang operatives indeed played a cunning hand. On the other side, Yu Sheng and Chu Yun exchange a deeply worried glance toward Fang Ning. Noticing this, Yuan Feng strikes toward the tip of Yu Sheng's spear and sneers, "Don't bother looking. Even if you rush back to save him now, it's already too late." Zhu Li raises the instrument in his hand and bellows the command to fire. The moment he finishes, his squad obeys without hesitation and opens fire. A torrent of energy blasts surges toward the city gate, but the instant the blasts make contact, a formation array materializes out of thin air and intercepts the entire assault. Immediately after, a blinding radiance erupts from the formation, accompanied by a colossal wave of power. From atop the city wall, a tremendous pillar of energy roars skyward into the heavens. Fang Ning shuts his eyes tight. Only when the surroundings stabilize does he slowly open them. The sight before him leaves him utterly stunned, and he speaks. "Where is Sister Yun's group?" As realization dawns, his expression turns to alarm. Fang Ning turns to face the gateway behind him. He steps forward, reaches out, and touches it, then murmurs, "I remember this used to be the entrance to the ruins. Has it vanished?" Yu Sheng, standing behind him, answers respectfully, "Young master, there is no need to worry. It was the effect of the restriction seal on the city gate teleported us out. The others were most likely transported to a different location as well. This general suspects the entrance has been concealed or relocated elsewhere." Hearing this, Fang Ning raises his hand to his chin, strokes it lightly, and asks, "You suspect? Then wasn't that restriction seal laid by you?" Yu Sheng replies, "It seems the young master truly remembers nothing now. That restriction seal was set by you, my lord, before your departure all those years ago." Fang Ning points at himself and exclaims in shock. At City S, the doctor sits in his chair, surveying the surroundings with cold, calculating eyes. Seeing someone approach, he speaks, "You've arrived." The man reports everything went according to plan. They've returned to the forest. Fang Ning slaps his forehead, his expression one of utter exasperation. 1,000 years agajust, how many things did I set up? Suddenly, Jiang Li, standing beside him, points toward the sky and shouts, "Husband, look over there." 3 streaks of light blaze across the heavens. Seeing this, he asks, "Is that Sister Yun's group?" Jiang Li clings to his arm, beaming with joy. Sister Yun and the others are safe. Thank goodness. Yu Sheng approaches and speaks gently. "Young master, there is no need to worry. That sealing mechanism was designed only to redirect outsiders and conceal the ruins. It causes no harm." Hearing this, Fang Ning gazes upward. A thought forming in his mind: the purpose of this outing has already been fulfilled. The disappearance of the ruins may not necessarily be a bad thing. He then turns to Yu Sheng and asks, "Speaking of which, General Yu Yuansheng laid out such an elaborate formation inside the ruins. What exactly lies within the inner palace of the princess's manor?" Yu Sheng looks at him and answers, "This general does not know either. Back then, the young master only ordered me to guard that place and forbid any outsider from entering." Fang Ning sighs in frustration. "If that's the case, it seems I can only wait until we return and ask the elders." He then turns to Yu Sheng and makes a request. "General Yu, I have one more matter I'd like to entrust to you." At his request, the old man does not refuse. Yu Sheng raises his hand before his chest and responds respectfully, "Young master, whatever you need, simply give this general your orders." Fang Ning looks at him and asks, "General Yu, do you know how to examine injuries?" At his question, Jiang Li, standing beside him, looks utterly puzzled and echoes, "Examine injuries." Inside the room, the clock strikes 10 in the evening. Wei Kai lies unconscious on the sofa, while the others stand around him in tense silence. Fang Ning turns to Yu Sheng and speaks, "General Yu, Elder Wei's injuries are causing a continuous leak of spiritual energy, and moreover, no external force can stem the flow. Do you have a way?" He replies, "Yes, young master. Allow this humble general to examine him first." With that, Yu Sheng approaches the chair and deploys his arts upon Wei Kai's body to inspect him. Once the examination is complete, Fang Ning looks at him with worry and asks, "How is it? Is there any way to save old Wei?" Yu Sheng meets his gaze with a solemn expression and replies, "After hearing what the young master described, this humble general had a preliminary guess. Eunuch Wei's injuries can only be healed by a master of the 7th rank, or above anything less would be utterly futile." Hearing this, Fang Ning's expression sinks. A wave of sorrow washes over him as he thinks only a 7th rank expert or above can heal him. What manner of background does that doctor possess to have given Chang Beidao something so terrifying? Yu Sheng raises his hand, looks at him, and pledges, "The young master need not worry excessively. Now that this humble general is here, all we need to do is channel our power to restore Eunuch Wei's soul." Fang Ning inclines his head politely and says, "You've worked far too hard, General Yu." Yu Sheng continues, "There is no need for the young master to offer thanks." Immediately after, he moves to Wei Kai's side and begins deploying his healing arts upon him. Once the treatment is complete, Yu Sheng carefully sutures the wound closed. Seeing that Wei Kai still shows no sign of consciousness, Jiang Li steps closer and asks anxiously, "General Yu, why hasn't old Wei awakened yet?" Yu Sheng looks at her and replies, "Your Highness, there is no need for worry. Eunuch Wei is no longer in any danger. His soul power was simply depleted earlier, leaving him severely weakened. All he needs now is proper rest and recovery." Fang Ning then comes over and sits beside her. He wraps his arm around her shoulders and comforts her. "Don't worry too much, Li Er. Look, the wound has already stopped hemorrhaging soul power. In a little while, you can take old Wei into the pin. The soul power within the pin is abundant. He will recover quickly." Jiang Li smiles gently and replies, "This wife obeys her lord husband." Afterward, she approaches the sofa and opens it. A surge of energy rises from beneath. Fang Ning approaches and stands beside Yu Sheng, speaking somewhat awkwardly. "General Yu, I'm afraid I don't have any other soul artifacts on hand, capable of housing a soul spirit at the moment. How about you and old Wei stay inside Li Er's pin for the time being?" The moment he finishes speaking, Yu Sheng bursts into hearty laughter, clutching his stomach. "The young master worries too much. There is no need to trouble Her Highness the Princess. Isn't the bracelet on the young master's wrist the finest soul artifact imaginable for housing this humble general's soul spirit?" Fang Ning stares at the bracelet on his own wrist, eyes widening in astonishment. A soul artifact. He turns his head, his expression utterly serious, and asks, "General Yu, there is something I have always wanted to ask. Do you know the origin of this bracelet?" Yu Sheng hears the question and replies, "Regarding the bracelet's origin, this humble general truly does not know. When this humble general first met you, the bracelet was already upon your wrist. You even drew one of my souls and one of my spirits into it. Perhaps you had foreseen all that would transpire this day long ago, and thus prepared it so that we might recognize one another when the time came." He lets out a deflated sigh, It seems even you don't know. Seeing that he has no further duties, Yu Sheng bows deeply and takes his respectful leave. Young master, this humble general takes his leave first. With that, his form gradually dissolves into Fang Ning's bracelet. Fang Ning furrows his brow and gazes at the bracelet on his wrist. Perhaps this bracelet is the very key to reclaiming my lost memories. Suddenly, the phone on the table rings. He glances at the caller ID, his eyes full of puzzlement, and mutters, "Old Chu. Why would he suddenly remember to call me at a time like this?" Jiang Li comes to his side. She asks, "What is it, my lord husband?" Fang Ning picks up the phone. From the other end comes Tianhua's voice. "Brother Fang Ning, that horror game we collaborated on has just launched." Fang Ning's eyes widen in surprise. "It launched already, that fast? I thought we'd still have to wait a while longer." On Tianhua's end, he leans back with a proud smile. "With Zyro Guan on the job, you already know his speed." Fang Ning's gaze carries a hint of helplessness as he asks, "So how are the reviews after launch?" Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that kid's work efficiency is truly second to none. Tianhua glances at his computer screen and replies, "Zyro Guan is still monitoring things. Overall, it's looking very solid. Peak concurrent players across all platforms during the open beta have already surpassed 3 million. The answer stuns Fang Ning. 3 million, that many people. Tianhua continues. Every player is praising how realistic the effects are. The horror atmosphere they've created has reached an absolutely extreme level. It's even managed to terrify quite a few game critics. Hearing this, elation flashes across Fang Ning's eyes. He thinks to himself, wait, 3 million people all playing a horror game at Onsajust, how much fear energy would that generate? Then, he then speaks up, I understand. As for the operations and promotion side of this game, I really won't have much time to spare. I'll have to rely on you and Q Wen for that. Tianhua's voice comes through from the other end, resolute. Leave it to me. Rest easy, brother Fang Ning. He then hangs up immediately. Fang Ning turns his head, grasps Jiang Li by the shoulders, eyes blazing with joy, and asks, quickly check how much of your power has recovered. Has it reached the 7th rank yet? She summons her energy sphere, gazes at it, and replies with delight. My strength truly has recovered a great deal. Just a little more and I'll reach the 7th rank, my lord husband. Seeing this, Fang Ning looks at her with a trace of worry and asks, still a little short. How much fear energy is still not enough? Before his question, Jiang Li intertwines her fingers, her expression bashful. It's still not enough. It's not that the quantity is lacking, it's that these energies need to undergo further purification. He asks, puzzled, purification? What do you mean? She answers, flustered, if I want to break through, I need energy that is truly pure. Right now, there are far too many impurities within this fear energy. Although the quantity is sufficient, the quality does not meet the requirement. Hearing this, his eyes cloud over with concern as he proposes. Then what do we do now? Should I ask General Yu, or ask Chu Yunthier both at the 7th rank, so they should know a way? But before he can say another word, she lunges forward and throws her arms around his neck. There's no need for them. Li has a way, but she needs her lord husband's help. Her garment slowly slips down, and an inexplicable, mesmerizing aura radiates from her body. Her words leave him utterly bewildered. He asks, help with what? Before he can react, Jiang Li shoves him down. She presses down on top of him, her figure utterly alluring, and softly calls out, my lord husband. Fang Ning's expression instantly turns flustered. Li he thinks to himself in a panic, heavens above. What kind of cultivation method is this? Hey, Jiang Li boldly settles herself on top of Fang Ning on the cramped sofa. Suddenly, she extends a finger toward him and flicks its snap. The clothes on Fang Ning's body vanish into thin air. His entire form lies bare to the open air, and he jolts up in mortification. What the seriously? This time you made my clothes disappear too. Even more astonishing, Jiang Li is in the same state, completely bare, and answers him with a scarlet blush. Li wanted to help her lord husband undress. Seeing her like this, Fang Ning's face burns crimson with embarrassment. He squeezes his eyes shut, not daring to look, resembling a virtuous maiden being bullied. Wait, Li we should, but she gives him no chance for further protest. Jiang Li suddenly seizes his wrists and pins them down against the soft sofa. Her other hand traces over his firm, powerful chest. She whispers, my lord husband. Jiang Li lowers her head, her exquisite face drawing close to his. Let us begin. The moment the words leave her lips, she captures Fang Ning's mouth in a deep, passionate French kiss, leaving him no choice but to receive it in stunned stillness. Their hands clasp tightly together, 10 fingers intertwined. Jiang Li presses her lips fiercely against Fang Ning's. Imagery not suitable for those under 18 unfolds. The two of them, lost in the throes of passion, simultaneously channel the process of purifying Jiang Li's energy. Suddenly, the bracelet on Fang Ning's wrist flashes with blinding light. A surge of golden energy begins to radiate from that point. Even as he savors the sweetness of their love, his entire body becomes wreathed in a luminous golden aura. There, a blazing inferno erupts within his memory. Raging flames devour everything in sight. A razor-sharp sword materializes its wielder, blocks the path of a squad of soldiers. Trying to flee, not so easily. That figure is none other than Fang Ning himself. His blade thrust straight at the mob, snarling his threat. If you do not wish to die, then speak. You rebels who have infiltrated the Imperial Palace, what is your true purpose? The men show not a shred of fear. They laugh arrogantly, regarding him with utter contempt. The nexus beneath the princess's manor is about to awaken. The soul-refining great array of the Imperial City is now complete. Before long, every soul within these walls shall become an offering for our Yuan master. Their leader stares Fang Ning dead in the eye and taunts. Instead of spouting grand words here, why don't you worry about yourself? Before Fang Ning can react, they dissolve into the void and vanish. A catastrophic explosion erupts from the direction of the princess's manor, the shockwave leaving him frozen in shock. Fang Ning's expression darkens. He whirls around in alarm and shouts at the top of his lungs. His voice is laced with panic. Lear, I'm heading to the princess's manor right now. At this moment, a barrier has already enveloped the entire princess's manor, with thick smoke and raging flames billowing from within. Fang Ning grits his teeth and charges forward. Lear is still inside. Without a moment's hesitation, he drives his razor-sharp sword into the barrier, but it has absolutely no effect. Fang Ning is stunned beyond belief, his eyes wide as saucers as he stares at the scene before him. Not only does he fail to tear through the barrier, but the backlash slams into him, sending him reeling. The sheer force from the barrier blasts him backward a considerable distance. Fang Ning refuses to accept this. Though injured, his resolve remains unshaken. He will not give up. What in the world is this thing? At that very instant, towering pillars of light erupt behind him, piercing straight into the heavens. Fang Ning whips around, his eyes hollow with disbelief, refusing to accept the reality before him. He stares transfixed, his face drains of all color. How can this be? Those pillars of light are generated by Yuanshang's grand formation, manifesting across the entire Jiang kingdom. The formation's radiance descends upon the earth. Then the beams of light surge straight into the sky, weaving a colossal array that engulfs the entire imperial palace. Fang Ning watches everything unfold, his knuckles turning white around the grip of his sword. Lear, that foolish Lear, must still be waiting for me inside the princess's manor. I have to save her. With that, he raises his sword high, his eyes blazing like a man possessed. I don't care what you are. Today, you will not stop me from saving Lear. The moment the words leave his lips, Fang Ning channels every last ounce of his strength and cleaves a single devastating strike into the barrier, tearing a gaping hole through it. In an instant, he leaps through the breach and plunges into the princess's manor to find Lear. He calls her name again and again. But when he reaches the scene, the sight before him freezes Fang Ning to his very core. Every drop of strength drains from his body. The sword slips from his fingers and clatters to the ground. Before him sits Lear's silhouette, motionless amid a sea of roaring flames. She is dead, yet she holds her posture, seated and waiting, as if expecting Fang Ning to arrive. At this moment, Fang Ning can no longer contain his grief. Tears stream silently down his hollow cheeks, words failing him entirely. Lear, he stumbles toward her lifeless body. He drops to his knees. He gathers the woman he loves into his arms, whispering brokenly, I'm sorry, Lear. I came too late. Fang Ning's agony reaches its peak. At last, Jiang Li can close her eyes and leave this world in peace. Right at this moment, a moon disk teleportation array materializes, and a thunderous voice roars from within. Who dares destroy Yuanshang's soul-refining great array? You are courting death. A figure materializes before Fang Ning's very eyes. An old man clutches a horsehair whisk in one hand, his gaze sweeping over Fang Ning with undisguised contempt. HMPH, and here I thought it was someone of consequence. Aren't you the stray dog who fled with his tail between his legs? And now you've crawled back, risking your worthless life for the dead princess of Jiang Kingdom. The old man looks down upon him, his gaze piercing, twisting the knife deep into the wound in Fang Ning's heart. Truly worthy of the title, a peerless beauty that graces the world only once in 1,000 years. Well, I imagine she tasted divine, didn't she? Fang Ning gently lays Jiang Li down, his eyes blazing with fury as he locks them onto the old man. You are the one who killed Lear." Hearing his words, the old man pays no heed. He simply throws his head back and howls with laughter. "And what of it? Look at the wretched state you're in. What could a wretch like you possibly do to me? Moreover, after today, not a single soul in this capital will remain alive. The new era shall be ruled by us of Yuanshang," he declares with absolute confidence. He even adopts a lofty, godlike demeanor. "I decide who lives, and I decree who dies." Hearing those words, Fang Ning snatches up his sword in an instant. He leaps high into the air and launches himself at the despicable old man. "I will make you pay for Lear's life with your own." The old man is no pushover either. He swings his horsehair whisk forward. "Ignorant fool, blind to the line between life and death. Since you wish to die, this old man shall grant you your wish. As it happens, this Taoist is well versed in the art of soul command. After I kill you, I shall extract your soul and forge it into a spirit slave to serve at my whim." With that, the old man conjures a protective barrier to shield himself from Fang Ning's attack. But in the very next instant, he realizes something is terribly wrong. A curse escapes his lips in alarm. "Damn it, I thought this brat was nothing but a useless trash, an uneducated nobody. How does he possess such tremendous power?" Before he can process another thought, the protective barrier he conjured shatters to pieces beneath Fang Ning's slash a single strike, brimming with raw power and seething hatred. Fang Ning now seems like an entirely different person. Soul command, you say? And what might that be? His gaze turns lethal, boring into the old man like twin blades. Can it bring back the dead? The old man, battered by Fang Ning's overwhelming power, trembles from head to toe, yet still refuses to hold his tongue. "What of it? Surely you don't intend to resurrect the dead princess of Jiang Kingdom you cradle in your arms." The old man, blind to his own fragility, throws his head back and howls with laughter at the sky. "If you kneel now and beg this Taoist, I shall consider extracting her soul and refining her into a soul pet for me to savor at leisure. Consider it me granting her a path to survival." Consumed by absolute fury, the instant the old man finishes speaking, Fang Ning coldly beheads him, splitting the despicable wretch clean in two. After cutting him down, Fang Ning steps over the corpse and walks to where Jiang Li lies. He speaks softly, his voice barely a whisper. "Lear, don't be afraid." Blood stains both corners of his mouth, and his once vacant eyes finally regain their focus, a singular, burning goal igniting within them. "I've already thought of a way to save you." In a desolate industrial district, under the cover of night, a group from the Yuanshang organization led by Yuan Za emerges from an abandoned factory. Observed through binoculars from a distance, Chu Yun peers through the binoculars and spots everything. A faint smile crosses her lips. "Found them. Target acquired." Chu Yun immediately turns to report to Hong Jai, and Yue Ying behind her. "Confirmed. The experimental base of the artificial soul project we've been tracking is located in this abandoned chemical plant. Everyone exercise extreme caution. We take them down in a single, decisive strike." With that, she steals her gaze forward, assumes a ready stance, and shouts, "Move out." At once, the four Chu Yun, Qiu Wen, Hong Jai, and Yue Ying launch from their positions, streaking toward the abandoned factory like arrows loosed from a bow. Every entrance and exit in the factory has been sealed shut, tight as a tomb. Suddenly, a colossal surge of power tears the reinforced metal doors clean off their hinges. The four of them cautiously step inside the abandoned factory, but the interior is completely hollow, empty. Hong Jai uses the tip of her spear to lift a curtain, her face creased with bewilderment. This place, how is it like this? Could the intel have been wrong?" Across the room, Chu Yun clenches her teeth in fury and slams her fist into a nearby table. She can't hold back. "Damn it, we've been played." The empty glass vial on the table is knocked to the floor by the force of Chu Yun's strike. The moment the vial touches the ground, a formation array suddenly materializes beneath it, swallowing the vial into its depths. Only then does Chu Yun's team realize a preset formation has been lying beneath their feet all along. Chu Yun's expression shifts to alarm. She barks the order, "This is bad, it's an ambush, retreat." But beneath their feet, the ground suddenly turns soft, and water begins to surge upward. Chu Yun struggles desperately to break free from the bindings of water that coil around her body like serpents. "What the hell is this thing?" Qiu Wen beside her turns in panic. Zio Yun. Meanwhile, Hong Jai and Yue Ying are also restrained by the formation. They are slowly being pulled beneath the surface. Hong Jai grits her teeth in agony, enduring the pain in silence. Big Boss Chu Yun, witnessing the scene, grows even more frantic. Hong Jai, she immediately channels her power and yanks Hong Jai upward with all her might. While the group fights to break free from the formation, An unexpected voice rings out through the darkness. I advise you to cease your pointless resistance. It is only now that Chu Yun realizes the entire Yuanshang organization has materialized before her eyes. A doctor seated in a wheelchair smiles and speaks in a condescending tone. Behave yourselves, and I can guarantee you won't die for the time being. But if you continue to struggle, I cannot promise your bodies won't lose a few parts in the process. Chu Yun, stubborn and defiant, refuses to submit. Her palms begin channeling power, forming small, swirling vortices of water. Bah, spare me your petty threats. She glares viciously at the Yuanshang members. This woman isn't the kind who's easily intimidated. Even if I die, I'm dragging you straight down to hell with me. As she speaks, she concentrates every ounce of her remaining power. Yuan Long watches with a contemptuous smirk. Overestimating yourself, a toad lusting after swan flesh. In the very next instant, Chu Yun's water-based power is completely suppressed by his crimson energy. The streams converge, spiraling into a water vortex directly above the four of them: Chu Yun, Yither Van, Hong Jai, and Yue Ying. The vortex twists under conscious control, its razor-sharp tip aimed straight downward. Before anyone can react, it lances back at Chu Yun, piercing clean through her abdomen. Yither Van screams in horror beside her. Little Chu Yun takes the devastating blow head-on. Her eyes fly wide open as she coughs up a mouthful of blood. Yither Van, bound to her by the same array, suffers the same backlash. His body convulses with identical agony. Chu Yun collapses, motionless within the formation, while Yither Van scrambles to her side, his face twisted with worry. Yu Yuanza stands nearby, visibly displeased with Yuan Long's brutality. Why must you make everything so bloody? If they die, what becomes of the next phase of our plan? Hearing this, he replies with calm indifference, rest assured they won't die. This is merely a lesson. Seeing the situation well in hand, the doctor gives the order, enough, take them away. Yuan Long bows his head respectfully at once. Understood. In an instant, the formation Flaresan, Chu Yun, and the others vanish without a trace. While surveying the scene before him, the doctor calls for Xunyu. She immediately steps forward and bows her head. You called, doctor. He gives her careful instructions: take the girl and deliver a message to those soul hunters. Tell the beast master if he wants his daughter to live, he must bring Fang Ning and that special soul spirit for the exchange. Xunyu obeys without hesitation. Yes, doctor. With that, she turns and swiftly departs. A sinister smile curls across the doctor's lips. The game is truly about to begin. At this moment, inside Fang Ning's apartment, the bracelet on his wrist pulses with an unbroken rhythm of light. Though deep in sleep, his face is a mask of torment. Sweat pours down like rain as he clenches his teeth, calling out a name through the nightmare. Li he is trapped in a nightmare. Fang Ning jolts awake with a sharp gasp, bolting upright. Li beside him, Jiang Li remains fast asleep, undisturbed. He gazes at her peaceful sleeping form, falling into deep contemplation. This is the first time I've seen memories of Li death. Could it be that Li became like this because I used the soul command arts to resurrect her 1,000 years ago? He stares intently at the bracelet on his wrist. Now that Li has broken through to level 7, my own strength has surged considerably. Even my memories are gradually returning. If this continues, sooner or later I'll uncover exactly what happened back then. While Fang Ning is lost in these thoughts, Jiang Li's feet suddenly stir beneath the sheets. She stirs awake, stretching as she sits up, eyes still half-lidded with drowsiness. What's wrong, General? Jiang Li suddenly leans in close, placing a worried hand on his forehead. Why is my husband drenched in sweat? Did you have a nightmare? Fang Ning's face flushes crimson. With her whole body pressed against him, he recoils as if scalded, and hastily wraps the blanket around her. How many times have I told you to put on clothes after waking up? Oh, my dear husband truly has it good, enjoying himself half to death, and still pretending to be shy. Seeing him all flustered, Jiang Li's eyes sparkle with mischief. She seizes the moment to tease him further. Oh, Li understands Nomi husband is embarrassed. She slips her nightgown back on in the span of 2 heartbeats, then beams at him. Husband, Li is all dressed now. Jiang Li slides close to Fang Ning once more, wrapping her arms around his toned limb, curiosity brimming in her eyes. Now can my husband tell Li what happened? Fang Ning pulls her gently into his embrace, stroking her hair. It's nothing. I simply dreamed of a few things from the past. Jiang Li's voice softens with concern. The past has my husband finally remembered. He opens his mouth, about to tell her I dreamed of. But at that very moment, his phone erupts with an incoming call. Fang Ning pauses, picking up the phone. The moment he sees the caller's name, curiosity flashes across his face. "Chief Zhang, could the Soul Hunters have another mission?" He answers the call in haste, listening to whatever the other end has to say. Fang Ning's expression darkens instantly as the bad news hits. What? Chu Yun's group has been captured by Yuanshang's scheme. A moment later at the Soul Hunter base, Fang Ning and Jiang Li cautiously step inside, 1 foot at a time. Zhang Tiandao leads the way, guiding the two deeper in. Fang Ning asks curiously, "Commander Zhang, what on earth happened? I only parted ways with Chu Yun's crew. Not long ago, how did Yuanshang suddenly capture them?" Zhang Tiandao listens to his question and begins to explain. Last night, Chu Yun's group was suddenly assigned by the Soul Pavilion to scout one of Yuanshang's experimental outposts. Midway through, they walk straight into Yuanshang's ambush. Hearing how dire the situation is, both of them freeze in shock. Fang Ning speaks up urgently. "Then we need to gather people and launch a rescue immediately. Why haven't the Soul Hunters made a single move yet?" The three arrive before a massive door. As they walk, Tiandao explains to rescue them, they first need to know where they're being held. But Yuanshang has lurked in the city for years. Their true stronghold has always been deeply hidden. He hesitates and Fang Ning presses. "Hidden. And what else?" The colossal door before them slowly swings open, revealing a massive circular machine. Tiandao stares at the machine. Moreover, there are those who don't want them rescued. Fang Ning is taken aback, suspicion surging in his heart. Those who don't want them rescued. Could it be? The Soul Hunters are tearing each other apart from within. All three step inside, coming to a halt before Pavilion Master Sun and Pavilion Master Chu. Pavilion Master Chu looks at them and speaks first. "Tianda, you've arrived." Pavilion Master Sun, however, is the complete opposite. He raises his voice and berates Zhang Tiandao. "I summoned you to discuss strategy. What business do those two have being here? Is this the kind of meeting that just anyone can waltz into?" He tears into them just as Fang Ning is about to speak. Zhang Tiandao flashes him a subtle signal from ahead. He argues his case. Directly, Chu Yun's squad has been captured by Yuanshang. Fang Ning's team is among the few Soul Hunters in the base with real combat strength that can contribute to the rescue. What's wrong with having them join the planning? Finished speaking, Zhang Tiandao stops beating around the bush. His gaze turns ice cold as he fixes his eyes on the two Pavilion Masters above. "I want to ask the two Pavilion Masters, why has the Soul Pavilion deliberated for so long, yet still hasn't taken a single action? The Soul Lord is in seclusion, and absentees the Soul Pavilion's efficiency really this abysmal." Hearing him dare speak so brazenly, Pavilion Master Sun's fury ignites. He grinds his teeth. "Zhang Tiandao, what exactly are you implying? Are you accusing us of deliberately stalling and sabotaging the rescue operation?" Pavilion Master Chu quickly tries to diffuse the tension. "Old son, calm down. Let's discuss this rationally. As it happens, I was about to relay the results of our deliberations to Tiandao." With that, Pavilion Master Chu turns to Zhang Tiandao and speaks in a measured tone. "Tiandao, don't rush. Of course the organization intends to spare no effort in rescuing them. But as you know, their current location remains unknown. We're waiting for intelligence ourselves. Besides, mobilizing the organization's manpower takes time." Zhang Tiandao has no intention of backing down. He speaks bluntly, spare me the patronizing tone. "I'm simply asking, can you rescue them or not? I never imagined the Soul Pavilion had become this incompetent, too afraid to even save a few people. The truth is, a rescue cannot be launched at this time." Pavilion Master Chu's answer only fuels Zhang Tiandao's fury. He clenches his teeth. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Jiang Li grows curious and whispers to Fang Ning. "My dear, why are they arguing? Aren't we here to rescue the squad?" Fang Ning is at a loss, doesn't know what to say. But it seems the Soul Hunters are locked in a silent internal power struggle. Suddenly, the Soul Pavilion's robotic eye begins to tremble uncontrollably. The smaller mechanical eyes converge toward the massive central optic. The two seated Pavilion Masters are visibly shaken. Pavilion Master Sun watches and shouts, "Why is this happening again? Has the base's defensive formation malfunctioned?" Fang Ning also grows worried and moves to confer with Zhang Tiandao. "Commander Zhang, what's going on? Is the base under attack?" Tiandao explains gravely, "This is the base's highest level alert. Someone is trying to forcibly breach the perimeter." While the two speak, Jiang Li's eyes dart about, scanning the surroundings. She suddenly catches sight of something. Her eyes widen. Jiang Li screams, "My dear, look out." In the next instant, a devastating enemy strike slams into the Soul Pavilion, shaking the entire chamber to its foundations. Fortunately, Jiang Li reacts in time, pulling Fang Ning and Zhang Tiandao out of harm's way. A familiar figure emerges from the shadows. You deliberately stormed our base with the Yuanshang organization's forces, led by Yuan Yue. She speaks with utter contempt. You thought the Soul Hunter's headquarters was an impenetrable fortress who knew it couldn't withstand even a single blow. Alongside Yuan Yue is another figure, entirely shrouded in black wrappings. With their identity unknown, this person dares to raise a hand and strangles a base guard to death. Zhang Tiandao is immediately on guard against this girl, Yuan Yue. Observing his expression, Fang Ning silently assesses the situation. Given the look of dread plastered across Captain Zhang's face, this Yuan Yue must be the last of the upper three guards, the one who has remained hidden all this time. Yet he turns to scrutinize the cloaked figure behind her. What about the one in black? Last time it was Chang Beidia. Could it be another acquaintance? A sudden thought strikes his mind. Could it be? Meanwhile, Director Sun is utterly enraged. His horsetail whisk slashes downward in a vicious arc. What utter nonsense! Your master has kidnapped members of the Soul Hunters. We haven't even come to settle scores with you lot, yet you dare show up here to provoke us first? You bully others beyond all reason. Director Sun then begins to reveal his true capabilities. He assembles the small automatons, then immediately commands them to surge forward and attack the target. He erects a formidable formation array. The automatons begin firing beams of white light. The beams shoot straight toward the Yuanshang forces, weaving into an intricate net of light that ensnares them. These beams carry lethal force. A single graze wounds Yuan Yue, leaving a bloody gash across her neck. She glares at Director Sun, her fingers brushing the wound. She thinks to herself, impressive, the old man actually has some skill. This formation array can suppress her. Without hesitation, Yuan Yue begins to unleash her own power. She conjures the red orb that the doctor had given her earlier. The orb's power radiates outward, generating devastating shockwaves that repel Director Sun's automatons. It suppresses and shatters his formation in a single instant, leaving him horrified. Yuan Yue seizes the moment to gloat. Fortunately, the doctor foresaw the possibility of unforeseen circumstances and enhanced the moon disk long ago. Otherwise, it truly would have been trash. Director Sun is powerless, unable to retaliate, his finger jabbing furiously at her face. You truly bully others beyond all reason. Yuan Yue wastes no words. She turns and vanishes without a backward glance. Seeing her about to flee, he erupts in fury, his eyes blazing red as he locks onto Yuan Yue. So what if you have the moon disk? This old man can still capture you and exchange you for the Soul Hunters members. At that very moment, the black-cloaked figure makes their move. They leap into the air, their right arms swelling to a colossal size, and engage Director Sun head-on. Both sides are evenly matched. An explosion erupts at the point where the two clash. The black cloak is torn from the mysterious figure's body by Director Sun's overwhelming force, revealing the true identity hidden beneath. Director Sun clearly recognizes this person. Shock floods his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. How can it be you? The mysterious figure is none other than Yuan Guit. Seems the doctor has resurrected and reconstructed her. She reminds him with cold contempt, old fool go die. Everyone is stunned by Yuan Gu's return. But before anyone can recover, she charges forward without a moment's pause. She drives a devastating punch straight into Director Sun's abdomen. A single blow from Yuan Gu sends Director Sun hurtling through the air. The colossal force propels him straight into the towering ceiling above, blasting a massive hole through it. With cracks spiderwebbing in every direction, both Zhang Tiandao and Director Chu grow deeply worried for him. Standing outside, observing the entire exchange from the start, Fang Ning silently confirms his suspicion. As I thought, it really is Yuan Gu. No wonder that aura felt so familiar. But is this merely my imagination? Her aura is far more powerful than during the previous 5-star convergence. Above Yuan Gu's head, 5 orbs representing the 5 elemental attributes orbit in midair. Yuan Gu reaches out and snatches the golden orb from above. She fixes her cold gaze on Fang Ning as the golden orb morphs into a sword, her eyes brimming with irreconcilable hatred. Die, Fang Ning, this is unforgivable. Yuan Gu lunges forward instantly, bringing the sword crashing down toward Fang Ning. Die. Zhang Li sees this and moves to aid Fang Ning. Husband, be careful. But at that exact moment, Jiang Li's technique is shattered by a streak of purple light. Yuan Yue has intervened swiftly. 2 against 1 isn't very fair, is it? With Yuan Yue's assistance, Yuan Gu brings her sword slashing down upon Fang Ning. But something utterly unexpected happens. Fang Ning draws the sword of national protection from the Jiang kingdom, wielding it against the Yuanshang forces. He gazes at her with a smile, Perfect timing. I still had no idea what my strength would look like after reaching the 7th level. He swiftly turns the tables, using you as a whetstone to test my blade. Yuan-gu is forced to tumble and dodge frantically to evade his strikes. In just a few sparks-flying sword exchanges, Fang Ning materializes behind Yuan-gu, startling her. He grins with satisfaction, still want to run. Without another word, he strikes a single slash tears into her shoulder. Yuan-gu winces in agony. Too slow. A single sword strike devastates Yuan-gu's shoulder, blood gushing forth in torrents. She quickly clamps down on the bleeding wound, desperately trying to stem the blood loss. At the same time, the blue and green orbs above Yuan-gu's head shatter into nothingness. But that is not all. Something bizarre occurs. The ground beneath suddenly transforms into a pool of water, cushioning Yuan-gu's fall so she suffers no further injury. Fang Ning stares in surprise. Is this her new ability? At that very moment, the ground beneath his own feet begins to liquefy. Fang Ning braces himself against the ground, struggling to maintain his footing. What is this? Could it be the water element? Jiang Li rushes over in concern. Husband, are you all right? Fang Ning calmly places a hand on her shoulder with confidence. Don't worry, I'm fine. At that moment, at the spot where Yuan-gu fell, a magic formation suddenly appears. Jagged spikes of ice erupt from within. They shoot straight toward Fang Ning and Jiang Li, catching them completely off guard. With his razor-sharp reflexes, Fang Ning instantly wraps his arms around Jiang Li and leaps upward, dodging the razor-sharp ice spikes. But it doesn't end there. Ice spikes swiftly redirect toward the two directors and Zhang Tiandao. The three of them are caught completely off guard, unable to anticipate the attack. Director Chu doesn't hesitate, shoves Director Sun and Zhang Tiandao aside. Watch out! But he himself cannot dodge in time. A jagged ice spike pierces straight through his shoulder, wounding him. Zhang Tiandao supports Director Sun, looking toward Director Chu with deep worry. Old Chu, Director Chu endures despite his trembling body. I'm fine, take care of old Sun. At this moment, Yuan Yue stands before a blazing red formation, gazing down upon them from above. She has witnessed everything, savoring the spectacle with delight. Old fool, your acting skills aren't half bad. Entertaining, truly. Most entertaining. On the other side, after dodging the ice spikes, Fang Ning and Jiang Li land back on the ground. Fang Ning instructs urgently. Lear, go protect Captain Zhang's group at once. She turns and departs without hesitation. All right, husband, you must be careful too. After she leaves, Fang Ning calmly reflects, recalling that something felt off about the earlier exchange. Although Yuan-gu's new abilities appear bizarre, the actual damage feels weaker than the 5-star convergence from before. Moreover, her temperament is no longer as fierce, behaves more like a cold, emotionless machine. While Fang Ning is still filled with questions, a teleportation portal suddenly materializes beside him. Moments later, Yuan-gu steps through slowly, the red orb in her hand. Only the orange orb remains above her head. Upon seeing him, the orb in her hand blazes to life. Yuan-gu's gaze is emotionless and frigid as she toys with the orb. Fire spirit flame dance. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurls the fire orb to the ground. The instant it strikes the surface, a violent vortex of fire erupts, engulfing the entire room. On the other side, Jiang Li concentrates her spiritual power. Her hands weave through a rapid series of intricate seals. A protective barrier materializes at once, shielding the directors and Captain Zhang from the raging flames. Zhang Tiandao wipes the sweat from his brow, utterly exhausted, his gaze drifting toward Fang Ning. He thinks to himself, thank heavens Fang Ning is here this time. The injuries Yuan Long inflicted last time haven't fully healed. Otherwise, this situation would be truly dire. Then again, just how powerful has this kid become? Last time she relied on a secret technique. This time, Yuan-gu returns and once again targets Fang Ning, her face twisted with murderous intent. He has no qualms about facing her head-on. Fang Ning raises the sword in hand high as a warning. Last time, she was lucky enough to escape, but since she has delivered herself to his doorstep this time, she should not even dream of leaving alive. The moment the words leave his mouth, Fang Ning takes the initiative, charging straight at Yuan-gu. His devastating slash forces Yuan-gu to barely fend him off. But this time, Fang Ning refuses to let her escape. He amplifies his power even further. Yuan-gu's only weapon shatters into pieces before her stunned eyes. With nothing left to shield her, Yuan-gu takes a direct slash from Fang Ning. Blood erupts from her body instantly. The moment the strike connects, her last remaining sphere dissipates into nothing. Yuan-gu lies motionless on the ground, blood pooling around her body. Fang Ning does not look back. He turns to leave coldly. She had courted her own death. At that very moment, near where Yuan-gu lies, something begins to radiate a dark, sinister aura. It creeps slowly toward Fang Ning's back entirely without his knowledge. Though her companion Yuan-gu lies completely unconscious, Yuan Yue shows no concern whatsoever, focusing entirely on jotting something down in her notebook. She dots the final period, then gently closes the notebook with a satisfied smile. What a spectacular battle that was! While Yuan Yue floats in midair, a sharp blade suddenly thrusts upward from below. Having dealt with Yuan-gu, Fang Ning turns his blade toward Yuan Yue, threatening, "Where are Chu Yun's people?" She shows not a trace of fear, casting him a contemptuous look. "Oh, you wish to be killed by me as well. You truly are scared, aren't you? I've been waiting right here for you to come kill me." As she speaks, Yuan Yue tugs at her maid skirt, revealing her slender thighs clad in alluring black stockings, a provocative stance, practically begging for a beating. But her antics only fill Fang Ning with disgust. His face twists in open revulsion as he spits out, "Madwoman." At that very instant, a streak of azure light flashes past him. Jiang Li surges past, fury blazing in her eyes, charging straight at Yuan Yue, heedless of Fang Ning's calls to stop. Little Li charges headlong forward, her jealousy erupting like wildfire. "You wretched woman, how dare you seduce my husband?" The instant the words leave her lips, she thrusts straight at Yuan Yue. But the latter is no pushover, sensing her opponent's reckless advance. Yuan Yue swiftly sidesteps, evading Jiang Li's strike. At the same time, Fang Ning launches his own attack, his voice dripping with fury. "You dare take Jian away." An unexpected sight unfolds. She's horizontal slash at Yuan Yue deals absolutely no damage. Her body shimmers and flickers, as if she were nothing more than a mirage. The realization hits Fang Ning like a thunderbolt. How is this possible? Could it be that this person was an illusion from the very beginning? Fang Ning and Jiang Li split to either side, joining forces to slash simultaneously through Yuan Yue's body. He is determined to find the answer: illusion or clone, one way or another. After a series of dodges, Yuan Yue suddenly materializes right behind Fang Ning. Her speed catches him even more off guard. In the next instant, Yuan Yue presses close to Fang Ning, her hand resting on his shoulder. She whispers into his ear with a taunting, triumphant smile, "Why did you stop? You can't possibly hurt me like this." At the same time, Jiang Li cries out in alarm, "Husband, be careful." She surges forward to attack. Fang Ning instantly whirls to face Yuan Yue, fighting in tandem with Jiang Li. He grits his teeth in rage, striking to kill, yet her body remains just as before. No damage whatsoever, not even a scratch. Yuan Yue, completely unscathed, gradually ascends into the air. Yuan Yue gazes down at the two below, a mocking smile playing on her lips. She draws out a small slip of paper as her body gradually fades. "If you want to save Chu Yun, come exchange your Sylphan, that special soul of yours." With those final words, Yuan Yue vanishes without a trace, leaving behind the slip of paper as it flutters gently downward. Fang Ning rushes forward and snatches the paper. His expression tenses. The paper bears a single line, yet the time and location are unmistakably clear: Desolation Wind Canyon. 2 days from now, the writer signs off as Z. Fang Ning reads it, bewildered. Desolation Wind Canyon. Where is this place? Jiang Li quickly moves to his side. Desolation Wind Canyon, husband. Where is that place? Fang Ning furrows his brow in contemplation. Has never heard of it either. At the same time, Zhang Tiandao emerges alongside the two hall masters. The two flanking him carefully support Chief Sun, who is gravely wounded. Seeing them approach, Fang Ning calls out with concern, "Chief Zhang, Chief Sun, Chief Zhu, is everyone all right?" Zhang Tiandao steps forward. "I'm fine, but the two hall masters need immediate treatment. Chief Sun's wounds, in particular, are far more severe." As he finishes, he notices the small slip of paper in Fang Ning's hand. "Is that what Yuan Yue left behind?" Fang Ning does not bother hiding it. He hands it over. "Yes, it contains the whereabouts of our people." Zhang Tiandao takes the paper, his expression growing solemn. Desolation Wind Canyon? What dark scheme could be brewing there? Hearing him utter the name of that location, both Chief Zhu and Chief Sun are stunned. Seeing their reactions, Fang Ning immediately asks Chief Zhang, "I've lived in Heiyuan City for over 10 years, yet I've never once heard of this place. What exactly is it?" Chief Zhu suddenly speaks up. This story begins 20 years ago. A dark scene unfolds in their minds. Desolation Wind Canyon was once merely a desolate valley, rarely visited by anyone. But 20 years ago, a bizarre phenomenon suddenly appeared, something so strange that even a rabbit could sense the anomaly. A massive energy fluctuation erupted within the valley. For no apparent reason, a tremendous explosion. that sent even the rabbits scurrying for their lives. After that bizarre energy surge, all flora and fauna within the valley perished en masse in a matter of days. Every last wisp of spiritual energy in the valley was drained in an instant, plunging the entire area into a deathly, suffocating silence. Not a trace of vitality remained. Ancient trees withered and died. The soil turned barren and lifeless. Afterward, the Soul Tamers launched a thorough investigation of the area but never uncovered the specific cause behind the devastation. Zhang Tiandao chimes in, providing additional details. Indeed, to ensure safety, the Beast Master immediately led the Soul Tamers to seal off the area, preventing ordinary people from accidentally wandering in. Afterward, they even gradually erased all information pertaining to this location. As a result, most people today have no idea such a place even exists within Heiyuan City. Hearing this, Fang Ning's eyes widen in astonishment, as if receiving a revelation. So such a place actually exists. Then Yuanshang deliberately chose this location. Chief Sun gnashes his teeth in fury, continuing, HMPH. They obviously intend to use Chu Yun's group as bait in that accursed place. Then ambush us all over again. The people of Yuanshang have always been vicious and terrifying. The moment the words leave his mouth, he breaks into a fit of violent coughing. Chief Zhu quickly intervenes. Calm yourself, elder son, you're still injured. Zhang Tiandao carefully weighs his words. This move by Yuanshang is highly unusual. Even Yuan Yuyuho always operates in the Shadowshes appeared in person, yet she did nothing. When Fang Ning struck down Yuan Gu just now, she didn't even intervene. There's no way she came all this way just to deliver a message. Fang Ning presses the matter, Chief Zhang. Who exactly is this Yuan Yue? Zhang Tiandao answers at once. Yuan Yue is one of the 3 strongest among the 12 guards. Her strength ranks only below Yuan Long and Yuan Phoenix. Moreover, unlike Yuan Long and Yuan Phoenix, he trails off, letting out a long sigh and pulls out a cigarette. To this day, we still don't know the specific nature of her abilities. Fang Ning is taken aback. That mysterious? Zhang Tiandao wearily lights his cigarette. Indeed, that's precisely why Yuan Yue showing up in person for this operation means she harbors ulterior motives. We must remain on high alert. At that very moment, the massive sphere above them suddenly trembles, radiating a blinding, dazzling light. An exquisite lotus blossom, pure and pristine in color, slowly materializes. It gradually emanates a shimmering, ethereal glow. The 2 Hall Masters gape in utter astonishment, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The Beast Master has emerged from seclusion. Hearing this title, Fang Ning grows immensely curious. Beast Master. Instantly, Zhang Tiandao, Pavilion Master Sun, and Pavilion Master Chu drop to one knee in a deep, respectful bow. We pay our respects to the Beast Master. A lotus blossom slowly unfurls its petals, and a figure emerges from the very heart of the flower. A young man of noble elegance materializes before them, radiating an aura that soars to the heavens. This is the Beast Master, the supreme leader of the Soul Beast clan, Chu Chen. The moment he appears, he asks coldly, what could be so alarming? Chu Chen's gaze sweeps over them, and he immediately notices Pavilion Master Sun's condition. How did he sustain such severe injuries? Without hesitation, Chu Chen extends his hand and channels a healing spell. The energy surges forward in an instant. It settles over the man's body, mending his wounds. Pavilion Master Sun closes his eyes, feeling his injuries gradually knit themselves back together. The moment the wounds seal shut, he steps forward and bows deeply in gratitude to Chu Chen. Thank you, Beast Master, for healing my wounds. Chu Chen responds with measured composure. It was merely some simple therapeutic measures. From now on, you must rest and recuperate for at least 1 month. Do not move about recklessly. Otherwise, at best, you will lose all your spiritual power. At worst, you may exhaust yourself to death. That is not outside the realm of possibility. Hearing this, Pavilion Master Sun jolts in alarm, his face draining of color. Yes, this subordinate will absolutely return to recuperate at once. Once that is settled, Chu Chen turns to Pavilion Master Chu. What exactly happened? The man recounts truthfully, Beast Master. Chu Yun's squad was ambushed by Yuanshang during their previous mission. The entire team has been captured. Yuanshang seized the opportunity to send forces to assault our base. Fang Ning, who has been observing all along, finally registers what he is seeing. So this is the Beast Master. He is somewhat taken aback by the man's appearance. He had expected a white-bearded elder, or at the very least, a burly brute resembling a military drill sergeant. He never imagined the Beast Master would possess such an immortal-like bearing. Jiang Li still seems dazed. She tugs at his sleeve and whispers, "My lord, who is this person?" He quickly answers, This is the beast master of the current soul beast generational, so the father of Sister Yun. Pavilion Master Chu continues his account. In the end, before Yuan Duy letter 1EC7T vanished, she left behind this note. The locations written on it are surely clues to the whereabouts of Chu Yun's squad. Chu Chen extends his hand and takes the note. What are their terms? He falters as he reaches this point, his voice trailing off. Yuan Duy letter 1EC7T said, "If you wish to rescue Chu Yun's squad, then you must." This only deepens Chu Chen's bewilderment. How so? Pavilion Master Chu continues tensely. We only need to exchange Fang Ning's soul contract bond with him to make the trade. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Chu Chen instinctively turns toward Fang Ning and Jiang Li. Fang Ning maintains his composure outwardly and greets him. Contracted beast Fang Ning pays respects to the beast master. But inside, his heart nearly drops into his stomach. Is he staring at me like that? That gaze sends chills straight down my spine. Without uttering a single word, Chu Chen raises his hand and conjures a spell. He flings it toward Fang Ning, a devastating strike hurtling forward. Fang Ning jolts in alarm. Unable to dodge in time, he is forced to take the blow head-on. Fang Ning collapses to his knees, blood pouring endlessly from his mouth. Jiang Li whirls toward him in panic, her words tumbling out without pause. "Who? Band, are you all right?" She grits her teeth, glaring at Chu Chen with murderous fury. "Villain, why did you attack my husband?" Pavilion Master Chu can only step forward, desperately trying to mediate. W8, the Pavilion Master's intentions were surely not to attack Fang Ning. Suddenly, Fang Ning seizes Jiang Li's hand, pulling her back. "Lear, you're so busy fighting for your husband's sake that you haven't even realized the one holding your hand is him. Who would dare lay a hand on him with you standing guard?" Fang Ning struggles to hold Lear back, his grip barely containing her. "Wait, Lear, I haven't finished." But Fang Ning erupts into another violent fit of coughing. Cough, cough. She was already panicking, but now her terror deepens tenfold. Husband, don't scare me." From the pool of blood he just vomited, something strange begins to rise. Fang Ning stares at the object, his eyes widening in utter shock. "What the hell, what is this thing?" "This is what I vomited up." Chu Chen said not a word, silently drawing the strange object closer to himself. He clenched his fist tight, crushing the strange object into nothingness. Only after dealing with the strange object did Chu Chen finally explain. "Yes, someone has cursed you." Fang Ning's eyes widened in shock. He struggled to speak. "Cursed?" Pavilion Master Chu rose awkwardly and interjected. "I told you the Beast Master wouldn't attack Fang Ning. There must be some misunderstanding here." Chu Chen waited for the man to finish before he spoke. "Earlier, I sensed violent fluctuations in your spiritual power. Your Danshan was being enshrouded by wisps of black qi. This was undoubtedly the effect of that thing." Zhang Tianda was so furious his teeth ground together. It had to be Yuan Yue and Yuan Quan. They exploited the chaos of battle with Fang Ning to plant the curse utterly vicious and despicable. Fang Ning lowered his gaze to the bloodstain on his hand, a quiet wave of relief washing over him. "A curse, you say? And yet I didn't notice it in the slightest. Thank heavens the Beast Master discovered it. Otherwise, who knows what the consequences would have been." Without a moment's hesitation, he expressed his gratitude for the life-saving intervention. "I am deeply grateful to the Beast Master for removing the curse." Chu Chen simply waved his hand. "Ensuring the safety of Beast Soul practitioners is the Beast Master's duty. There is no need to thank me." Pavilion Master Chu now returned to the matter at hand. "Beast Master, regarding the rescue of Chu Yun's team." He turned to Fang Ning to seek his opinion. "Fang Ning, what do you think?" Fang Ning flinched, pointing at himself in bewilderment. Fang Ning fell silent and pondered for a long moment. "Why does Yunsheng insist on capturing Jiang Li and me? They even went to great lengths to capture Sister Yun over this. Could it be related to what happened 1,000 years ago? Whether to save innocent people like Sister Yun who were dragged into this mess, or to uncover the truth behind events 1,000 years past, I must take part in this rescue." Pavilion Master Chu noticed his hesitation and reassured him. "There is no need to be afraid. We will merely pretend to use you as hostages to negotiate with Yuanshang, then seize the opportunity to rescue Chu Yun. Throughout the entire operation, we will do everything in our power to ensure your safety. Of course, if you do not wish to participate, no one will force you." But Fang Ning responded without the slightest hesitation. "I agree," he repeated, his voice solemn and unwavering. "Beast Master, I agree to Pavilion Master Chu's plan. I also trust that the Beast Soul will ensure Jiang Li's safety and mine." Chu Chen was greatly pleased by his words. "Good, since you agree as well, we shall proceed according to Pavilion Master Chu's proposal." Having said that, he turned and strode away. Those behind him bowed their heads to receive their orders. Yes, Beast Master. Before departing, Chu Chen turned back one final time to issue detailed instructions, ordering all units to prepare. I will personally command this rescue force. There must be no mistakes whatsoever. Meanwhile, at the doctor's base, a rabbit lay strapped to a table, its limbs bound tight from all four sides. Hovering just above it was something identical to what Fang Ning had vomited up moments ago. The object rapidly radiated dark energy, gradually seeping into the rabbit's brain and causing it to thrash wildly in terror. The doctor saw it struggling and stepped forward, gently stroking it to calm it down. "Easy now, be good," he cooed, but his tender words had scarcely faded before his hand shot out and clamped around the poor rabbit's throat. The doctor smirked, watching the rabbit with savage amusement. "The more you struggle, the faster you die." The gateway of the barrier swung open. Yue Ying stepped down slowly and bowed her head respectfully to the doctor. The old man cut straight to the point. "Is the mission complete?" Xuanyu reports swiftly. She has already informed them of the time and location. The combat data has been fully transmitted into the database, and the experimental samples from Yuan Gu have been disposed of. The doctor praises her without reservation. "Good, well done. That rabbit in his hands has already been tortured beyond recognition." Xuanyu suddenly continues her report. "Doctor, there is one more important matter I must report." The old man responds, "What is it?" Xuanyu adjusts her glasses with a bony hand, her lips narrating without pause. "Based on the recent battle between Fang Ning and Yuan Gu, there is a very high probability that Fang Ning has now advanced to level 7. Hearing this, the doctor's hand, which had been stroking the rabbit, freezes mid-motion. He grips the creature's head with his bare hand and squeezes, so hard the rabbit's skull nearly bursts. The doctor retrieves a handkerchief and wipes his hands clean, his tone utterly calm. "Oh, reach level 7 already? That fast? It seems even earlier than the awakening time I predicted." Xuanyu presses on. "Furthermore, Fang Ning currently possesses the nation-stabilizing seal of the Jiang Kingdom. This is no small threat. I fear it will interfere with our next phase of plans." The doctor has schemed for many long years. Had the ruins of the princess's residence not suddenly vanished, we would never have had to expend such effort relaying the great array. He merely waves a dismissive hand. "It's fine." The doctor's finger presses a button on the armrest of his wheelchair. Right now, the most critical factor is time. A screen slowly descends from above. On the screen, 5 figures stand surrounding a magic circle. That Kun Ling has already reached level 7. They must reactivate the great array before she fully awakens. As for that brat, the stronger his power, the better that thing can perform, and the smoother our plan will proceed. Having spoken, the doctor turns to issue his command. "Since you've just returned, go to the Forbidden Void Valley immediately and oversee the deployment of the great array. Ensure there are absolutely no errors." She obediently lowers her head and accepts the order. "Yes, doctor." After Xuanyu departs, the room returns to silence. He produces a dazzling necklace from his robes. The doctor furrows his brow, murmuring softly to the necklace. "Nai, can you hear me? Can you? The great array is about to be reactivated. You'll be saved soon after all these years." He recalls the radiant image of the girl named Nini from all those years ago, and his neck jerks with barely restrained emotion. She sets a lunchbox before the doctor and offers it with a smile. "This is soup I made by hand for you. Try it, see how it tastes." The doctor of that era still had a full head of hair. He pulls Nini into his arms and promises, "Once I finish this work, I'll take you camping. Would you like that?" She agrees without the slightest hesitation. "As long as I'm by your side, I'm happy doing anything." That chapter of their lives ends with Nini meeting an unforeseen accident. The doctor could only kneel before her lifeless body and weep. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Nini's mouth and eyes suddenly erupt with a burst of killing intent. The doctor jolts violently. Before his eyes stands a 3-headed demon. Snapping back to the present, the doctor clenches the bracelet tight and whispers, "Nini, soon. I'm sorry for making you wait this long. Almost there, we can start over from the beginning." The rabbit, even unto its death, is tormented by the remnants of his dark spiritual power. The scene shifts to another location. At this moment, Fang Ning and Jiang Li lie tangled in each other's arms, asleep in a room. Suddenly, his expression turns ghastly. Fang Ning rolls over, turning to face the opposite direction. Strange markings begin to surface across his back. He furrows his brow and clenches his teeth. Within the dream, Fang Ning drifts into another world entirely. He stares blankly at the bizarre alien landscape stretching before him. "Where am I?" After a moment, Fang Ning notices a figure in the distance. Someone's up ahead. He approaches cautiously, calling out, "Excuse. May I ask where is this place?" The figure, clutching a still-beating heart in one hand, turns around and fixes Fang Ning with a murderous glare. Fang Ning recoils in shock, his blood running cold. "What in the—" The creature grins again, its mouth smeared with blood. It slashes a blade toward Fang Ning. He has no time to dodge. He can only stare as his own blood sprays outward. Fortunately, the jolt is enough to wrench Fang Ning awake from the nightmare in a panic. The commotion stirs Jiang Li from her sleep as well. She calls out drowsily, "Husband." But the moment she sees something is terribly wrong with Fang Ning, her drowsiness vanishes, replaced by alarm. "What's wrong? Why are you drenched in so much sweat?" He reaches out, gently stroking her head to comfort her. "It's nothing. I just slept poorly, nothing but a bad dream." Jiang Li presses further, her voice laced with worry. "Did you sleep poorly because you're worried about Sister Yun?" Fang Ning lets out a long sigh. "That's right." He turns to gaze out the window, teeth gritted tight, a dark premonition gnawing at him from the remnants of the nightmare. He prays that 2 days from now, everything will go smoothly, that he can rescue Sister Yun and bring everyone back safely. Meanwhile, at the desolate Void Valley, in a place resembling a sacrificial altar, Xunyu carefully sets a sphere upon the table. Once done, she smirks with supreme confidence. It won't be long, no, a brand new world, ours to command. The scene shifts to the Soul Beast tribe's base. A man slowly advances inward. Before him stands Pavilion Master Sun. The moment he crosses the threshold, he drops to one knee in reverence. Your subordinate greets Pavilion Master Sun. The old man cuts straight to the chase. "Report, what is the situation?" He lifts his head and speaks. "The Beast Lord has currently led Fang Ning and the others into the desolate Void Valley." Pavilion Master Sun's expression darkens at onset, senses something amiss. This Fang Ning brat. Yuansheng has gone to such extraordinary lengths this time, yet they specifically demanded him and that Fang Hun as the exchange hostages. There is definitely something suspicious at play. The man refutes his words. "However, Pavilion Master, I have been monitoring Zhang Tiandao and Fang Ning for quite some time. Based on my observations, there is nothing suspicious about either of them. They bear no resemblance to sleeper agents planted by Yuansheng within the organization." Pavilion Master Sun sighs, dismissing the man's reasoning. Ever since Zhang Tiandao brought that brat into the organization, many of Yuansheng's moves have revolved around him. Even the successive assaults against the Soul Beast tribe have inflicted devastating losses time and again. It cannot all be coincidence. There is certainly something hidden on his person. Therefore, what transpires at the desolate Void Valley this time most assuredly conceals an even greater conspiracy behind it. As he speaks, he jabs a finger at the man and issues his command. "Proceed to the desolate Void Valley at once. Station yourself at the cave entrance and monitor their every move. Should anything occur, report back immediately." The man swiftly accepts the order. "Understood," your subordinate obeys. The sky gradually darkens. At this moment, at the desolate Void Valley, the silhouettes of a procession can be seen advancing from afar. Fang Ning moves forward step by step, every stride measured with caution. He and Jiang Li walk among Chu Chen's group, their hands bound tight. Ahead of them stands the doctor's entourage. The moment the old man spots their arrival, he greets them with open arms. "It has been too long, Beast Lord." He does not reply. His voice is ice cold as he demands the hostages. "The people you demanded, I have brought them. Where are my Soul Beast tribe members?" Fang Ning furrows his brow, silently studying the man known as the doctor. Is the one seated in the wheelchair at the center truly the doctor they spoke of? Indeed, he looks every bit the mad scientist archetype. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Fang Ning feels a nagging sense of familiarity as though he has seen this person somewhere before. The old man replies without the slightest trace of fear. "Rest assured, the Beast Lord has kept his word. How could I possibly break mine?" The doctor raises his hand and claps once. Yuan Long flicks his wrist, and the 3 captives swiftly materialize. Chu Yun's eyes widen in shock at the sight of Chu Chen. "Father, aren't you supposed to be in seclusion? Why did you emerge from seclusion so early? And Fang Ning and little sister Li Tui, are they bound like this? Could it be that Jiang Li is so anxious she's calling that woman Sister Yun?" At this point, Chu Yun seems to have grasped the full picture. So Yuansheng's trap to capture us was all along aimed at Fang Ning and Jiang Li. No, absolutely cannot let them get their hands on them. Just as she is about to struggle free, a hand shoots out to stop her. It is Yuan Feng. She advises the exchange will happen very soon. Stop struggling, it is useless. Chu Chen, seeing that his people are still safe, only then begins to discuss the exchange. Speak, how do you propose to make the exchange? The doctor wastes no courtesy. You wish to save your daughter. All I need is that brat beside you and that special soul. For fairness, we exchange simultaneous line of their side. Need fear the other resorting to tricks. Zhang Tiandao hears this and cannot help but sneer. Simultaneous exchange. Are you truly that kind-hearted? But the old man pays no mind, simply wanting to get this over with. Of course, Yuanshang approaches this deal with utmost sincerity. But if any of you dare pull tricks, I will make sure every last one of them dies right here. Having said that, the doctor flicks his hand upward. Yuan Long, Yuan Feng, the two of them bow their heads in acknowledgement. Yes, doctor. Yuan Feng and Yuan Long simultaneously push the three bound captives forward several steps. On this side, the moment Chu Chen turns his head, Pavilion Master Chu and Tiandao read his intent. Yes, my lord. Both sides lead each other's people toward the meeting point. As Chu Yun passes by Fang Ning, she cannot suppress her worry. That brat Fang Ning, what on earth is he planning? He knows full well these Yuanshang people intend to trade him and Li Er. Yet he still, without warning, three swirling vortexes and spectral chains materialize out of thin air. They lash tight around Chu Yun, Hong Jai, and Yue Ying. Chu Chen, channeling his magic, yanks all three back toward himself, stunning everyone present. Simultaneously, Fang Ning shatters free from his magical bindings. He extends his hands and begins casting his spell. Fang Ning surges toward Yuan Long with a battle cry. Yuan, Long, old debts and new grudgelets settle them all at once. Yuan Long easily sidesteps the attack. I knew your brat was insincere. The moment Fang Ning swings, Yuan Long has already slipped behind him. He clenches his fist tight, ready to strike Fang Ning from behind. Settle debts, let's see if you have the skill for it. But Fang Ning swiftly twists aside, dodging the blow. No sooner does he evade Yuan Long than Fang Ning spots Yuan Feng lunging to strike him from behind. Truly a foolish wretch. She channels fire into her palms and hurls it at him. You are courting death. Jiang Li sweeps her sword in a wide arc, snuffing out Yuan Feng's flames before they can reach their target. She charges straight at the woman, hungering for battle. Rest easy, my lord. Leave this vile woman to Li Er. Fang Ning, while fending off Yuan Long, calls out to Jiang Li. Be careful, Li Er. She answers without hesitation. Rest easy, my lord. After dodging for a while, he finally draws a sword. Yuan Long strikes downward, but Fang Ning blocks it. They lock eyes in a fierce glare, neither yielding an inch. This time you'd better show me your true abilities. Otherwise, you can just wait to die. The words barely leave his lips before he retreats several steps. Fang Ning drives his sword deep into the ground, grinding against the earth to create friction, preventing himself from being sent flying. He grits his teeth and glares at Yuan Long with bitter resentment. His strength had surged so dramatically, yet there was still such a gap between them. Just how powerful is Yuan Long, really? On the other side, Yuan Long raises one hand to cover his face. A smirk curls across Yuan Long's lips as he gazes down at Fang Ning with unmistakable satisfaction. Now you finally look the part. You haven't made my efforts in vain. By now, Fang Ning is utterly exhausted, barely able to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Jiang Li is still locked in fierce combat with Yuan PH letter 1B0, letter 1E3 NG. The moment she sees Fang Ning in trouble, her focus wavers. My love, are you all right? Yuan PH letter 1B0, letter 1E3. NG seizes the opening and unleashes a torrent of flames to ambush her. By the time Jiang Li realizes what is happening, it is far too late to react. She can only widen her eyes and watch the inferno hurtling toward her. Just when it seems Jiang Li is about to be overwhelmed, Chu Chen intervenes in the nick of time, conjuring a barrier to shield her. His sorcery crystallizes instantly into azure ice. Dozens of razor-sharp shards materialize and surge toward Yuan PH, letter 1B0, letter 1E3 NG, catching her off guard in a flash of startled panic. Yuan PH, letter 1B0, letter 1E3 NG leaps into the air, narrowly dodging the assault. Before the icy mist even clears, more razor-sharp shards pierce through the haze. She fails to dodge in time. Her face darkens as she grits her teeth, a crystal shard tearing clean through her shoulder. Yuan PH, letter 1B0, letter 1E3. NG lands on the ground and turns to face the one before her. She sneers coldly, never expecting to see the legendary figure, the one spoken of only in rumors, make his move. It is truly a great honor. Chu Chen pays no heed to such words. He turns to his subordinates and issues his command. Zio Yun, you and Pavilion Master Chu, go reinforce Fang Ning at once. The two accept the order without hesitation. Yes, Beast Master. Yes, my lord. Next, Chu Chen turns to Tiandao with a directive. Tiandao, Yue Ying's wounds are far too severe. We must stabilize his life force first and assess his condition. Stay here and stand guard for me. He bows his head in agreement. Rest assured, Beast Master. With that, Tiandao strides forward, conjuring a protective barrier to shield them. Meanwhile, Pavilion Master Chu and Chu Yun arrive on the scene, closing in to encircle Ling Feng. The moment Ling Feng launches a fire-based assault, the other whips out an ice element Dharma artifact and rushes forward to engage. But before she can follow through, Chu Yun's wrist is seized. Shunyu casually interjects, preaching reason even as she acts. You soul hunters haven't a shred of propriety in your bones. He retorts without missing a beat, compared to the likes of you Xuanshang. We are far less sinister and vicious. Shunyu swiftly ducks beneath Chu Yun and flings her hurtling toward Pavilion Master Chu. Above Fang Ning's head, a flame bird circles through the air. Along with Yuan Long, it charges toward him in tandem. Tiandao and Jiang Li spot the danger and cry out in alarm, "Husband! Fang Ning, be careful." The bracelet on Fang Ning's wrist suddenly erupts with blinding light. Yu Sheng bursts forth from the bracelet and roars, "You despicable cowards dare ambush our young master." Above him, Yuan Feng presses the assault with devastating force. Only after seeing Yu Sheng appear does Jiang Li feel at ease, steeling herself to continue the fight. "General Yu, I'll handle her. Go help my husband at once." He bows his head respectfully and replies, "Your Highness, you must also be careful." Below, Fang Ning clashes blades with Yuan Long. He grits his teeth as the blade streaks past him. Just how fast is this man? Yuan Long watches Fang Ning dodge desperately and smirks with satisfaction. "Didn't you want me dead?" The words barely leave his lips when Yu Sheng strikes from behind. "Die, you wretched scum." Yuan Long reacts without a shred of delay, deflecting the blow with a casual flick of his wrist. Both men clench their fists and unleash a thunderous punch at the same instant. The impact is so devastating, it sends both hurtling backward. He plants his feet into the ground to absorb the sheer force. Yuan Long merely brushes his sleeve with calm indifference. "As expected, I spared your life 1,000 years ago. Who would have thought you'd return as a mere spirit?" He stares at Yuan Long, eyes blazing with hatred, and bellows, "The hatred of a fallen kingdomman if I must become a ghost. I will never forgive you Yuanshang scum. Today is the day this general's estate settles its great vengeance." From behind, Fang Ning charges forward with sword in hand. Yuan Long tilts his body, narrowly evading the dual assault. He leaps into midair and lands with perfect poise upon the cutting edge of Yu Sheng's blade. Yuan Long stands impossibly steady atop the blade, even managing to parry Fang Ning's incoming strike. Seeing this, Yu Sheng yanks his blade back with a vicious tug. Yuan Long's footing vanishes in an instant. The sudden shift catches him completely off guard. Directly before him, Fang Ning lunges with sword raised. Yuan Long raises his blade to block, but behind him, Yu Sheng seizes the opening and strikes. Yu Sheng lands a slashing blow across Yuan Long's back before leaping clear. Attacked from all sides, Yuan Long can only grit his teeth and endure the pain. Seizing the momentum, Fang Ning drives a vicious kick into Yuan Long's ribs. The force sends him staggering, barely catches himself on his sword to keep from collapsing. Yuan Long eyes them warily. The tides of fortune ever shift, and 2 against 1? Now that is truly unfair. Fang Ning seizes the momentum and surges forward. "Whatever words you have left, save them for your dying breath." The doctor quietly observes from the sidelines, watching the clash between him and Yuan Long. Sensing the opportune moment has arrived, the old man curls his lips into a gleeful smirk. The doctor's hand presses down on a button embedded in his wheelchair. A barrier formation materializes in an instant. Tai and Gayet smirks, watching Pavilion Master Chu and Chu Yun close in on her position. The instant they strike, she leaps away to another location. Lion and Gayet extends her hands, weaving a rapid series of seals. A blazing crimson sphere materializes before her. Fang Ning is afflicted, just as anticipated. Seeing him cough up a mouthful of blood, Yu Sheng rushes to young Master Ning's side in alarm. Suddenly his eyes snap wide open. Fang Ning lets out a pained roar, his dark magical power erupting forth in violent torrents. The physician sitting to the side cannot help but feel satisfied with this result. "Don't be hasty. Tonight's play has only just begun." Fang Ning clutches his throat in agony. Nearby, Chu Yun also begins vomiting blood. The moment Chu Chen sees his daughter in such a state, deep alarm seizes him. "Zio Yun!" Jiang Li sees the situation turning dire and charges forward without hesitation. She calls out to her husband in a panic. Jiang Li rushes to Fang Ning's side, desperate to check on him. "My husband, are you all right?" Yu Sheng suddenly lets out a sharp cry. "Your Highness, please be careful." Sure enough, Yuan Long charges toward them with sword in hand. Fang Ning immediately moved to shield Jiang Li. He stepped forward and took the blow meant for her. Yuan Long watched with an expression of feigned benevolence. "How does it feel? The taste of the soul-devouring curse, how is it? I advise you not to struggle. The more spiritual power you circulate, the worse the backlash in your body becomes." But Fang Ning refused to heed a single word. "Enough nonsense." Shunyu closes her eyes, chanting incantations without cease to bolster the array. The array constricts like invisible threads, coiling tighter and tighter around the hearts of Fang Ning and Chu Yun. Both of them continue to cough up mouthfuls of blood. "Cough, cough." Yuan Long issues yet another chilling command. Fang Ning's body is instantly bound tight by chains of light. Yuan Long's hand shoots out and seizes him by the shoulder. He hoists Fang Ning high into the air. Jiang Li cries out in alarm, desperate to pull him back. Chu Chen, her lord husband, simultaneously unleashes his sorcery to save him. Fang Ning, two flame birds also close in on their position. They slam directly into the two of them, cutting off their attack before it can land. Shunyu warns you all, don't you dare act rashly. Having swiftly dealt with Fang Ning and Chu Yun, Shunyu retreats to the doctor's side. She bows and presents the sphere to him. "Doctor." The doctor accepts the sphere and begins to issue his threat. "Fang Ning and Chu Yun are both in my hands now. If you refuse to obey, I cannot guarantee their hearts won't shatter alongside this moon disk." With that, he clenches his fist. Jiang Li panics, desperately trying to negotiate. "Release my husband at once. Whatever your terms, I'll agree to them." Chu Chen can no longer contain his fury. "What is it you people want?" Just then, Fang Ning's feet finally touch the ground. Yuan Long drags him toward the doctor, who surveys the scene with deep satisfaction. "Don't be so tense. My condition is actually quite simple. I merely want her to remove the seal talisman from her forehead." As he speaks, the doctor raises his hand in a subtle signal. Jiang Li freezes at his words. "Remove the seal talisman." To ensure her compliance, the doctor doesn't forget to sweeten the offer. "Indeed, all you need to do is obey, and we will release him immediately and lift the soul-devouring curse from his body to boot. I can guarantee nothing will happen to him." Jiang Li's hand rises to touch the talisman on her forehead. "Just by removing this, I can save my husband." But before she can act, Fang Ning's roar cuts through the air. "Don't do it, Lear, don't listen to them." The words barely leave his lips before Yuan Long's grip crushes down on his neck. "NGH." With one hand still hoisting Fang Ning aloft, the doctor continues his honeyed words. "That's right, remove the seal from her head, and you can save everyone here." "You." He grits his teeth, refusing to submit. So that's what this has all been about, forcing Lear to break the seal on her body. No, he absolutely cannot let them succeed. Once Lear's seal is broken, she'll descend into a mindless berserk state. What exactly do they want to use Lear for? Zhang Tiandao also desperately tries to dissuade her. "Lear, don't believe their words. They definitely have ulterior motives. Even if you do as they say, they will never release Fang Ning." The old man, hearing this, tightens the noose by announcing the remaining time, driving Jiang Li's anxiety to a fever pitch. "The time you have left to deliberate is running short. Only 3 minutes remain, and when the time is up, the soul guardian beast within him will fully activate. At that point, death is the only road before him." Pavilion Master Chu can't hold back and curses aloud. This is truly forcing someone down the road to death. The doctor pays no heed to their words and presses Jiang Li relentlessly into a corner. In the end, only 10 seconds remain. Whether these two live or dieth, choice is yours. After a long, agonizing moment of deliberation, the 10 seconds pass, and Jiang Li makes her decision. "My love, Lear will never let anything happen to you." "Jiang Li, why would you do this?" Fang Ning can only stare wide-eyed, watching helplessly. Around Lear, a massive surge of demonic power begins to manifest. The sheer force of it sends Ling Feng hurtling backward. The doctor watches her with a grin of twisted elation. The day has finally come, a nearly complete demon king. If it weren't for the fact that only that woman can unseal the seal, why would I have gone to such lengths? He conjures another talisman and hurls it downward. It plummets through the air and strikes the array below. The soul-devouring beast formation shifts in color, transforming into an entirely different array. At last, the array turns completely purple. With the talisman removed, Jiang Li becomes as if she were an entirely different person. She smirks her robes, now completely different from before. She clutches her face and erupts into maniacal laughter. "I'm finally free. At last I'm out." The array slowly wraps around Jiang Li's demonic power, drawing it in. The doctor, sensing that success is imminent, cannot hold back his tears. Ninny, I can finally see you again. From within the demonic array, spectral chains surge forthcalling around Jiang Li and binding her tight. She cries out in alarm. What is this? Release me. The doctor's mind drifts back to the day he discovered the forbidden tome that set him on this pathful enslavement to shatter the yin-yang meridians, forcing the netherworld to reconstruct flesh from yin and yang. The doctor back then had gone completely mad. I found it, I finally found it. Ninny, I can see you again at last. An image of Ninny flickers in his mind, her voice calling out to him. Brother, the girl's voice echoes, but in his memory, the image blurs and fades. Another girl's silhouette appears, overlapping with the first. Brother, Jiang Li, overwhelmed by the controlling force, can do nothing but scream in agony. Fang Ning, meanwhile, is still being hoisted by the throat in Yuan Long's iron grip. He shouts in desperation, demanding they release Lear. Fang Ning grits his teeth and channels his demonic power, swiftly retreating to break free from their hold. He lifts his head and locks eyes with the doctor. The moment he sees the object in the old man's hand, realization strikes like lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Ning charges straight toward Jiang Li. He channels his own demonic power in a desperate attempt to disrupt the array. The doctor sees this and waves his hand, commanding his men to intercept. The subordinates who had been standing idle immediately lunge forward. Fang Ning reacts in an instant, spinning around to meet them head-on. He unleashes a single devastating slash, sending them all hurtling into the sky. Yuan Long stands unmoved, his tone unchanged as he advises Fang Ning, give it up. The array has already been activated. You cannot break it. Chu Chen surges forward, inserting himself into the battle. Grandmaster, I've come to help you. Hearing those words, he jolts in shock. What did you just call me? Chu Chen firmly grasps Fang Ning's wrist. Grandmaster, it's time you remembered. A beam of light pierces straight into his mind. The scene shifts to 1,000 years, Agoth in the capital of the Jiang Kingdom. Beneath a shattered roof, Fang Ning sits cultivating, and beside him lies the coffin containing Jiang Li. After a moment, he opens his eyes. Fang Ning gazes at his own hands and sighs. As expected of a forbidden technoquate is truly formidable. He turns to caress her cheek and vows, Lear, once I've avenged you, I will descend to the underworld and join you. Wait for me just a little longer. If this journey goes smoothly. The scene shifts once more. Fang Ning now carries the coffin bearing Jiang Li on his shoulder, leading a child away from the raging flames. Sometime later in a rundown house, he and the child from that day sit side by side, cultivating together. Once the session ends, the boy eagerly turns to Fang Ning, beaming with pride. Master, look, he happily ruffles the boy's hair and praises him. Xiner is truly a prodigy. In such a short time, you've already cultivated spiritual power. Fang Ning leads the boy to another location. Before them stands a crowd of people. He sets the coffin down upon the ground. Fang Ning turns to the boy with a gentle request. Gianer, stay here and guard this coffin for your master. The boy responds at once. Master, I will protect myself and this coffin with everything I have. You must be careful too. The boy watches Fang Ning's retreating figure and can only whisper a silent prayer. Master, may all go well for you. The Yuan master is conversing with his subordinates when he suddenly notices Fang Ning. He turns his head and asks curtly, Why have you returned? The Yuan master furrows his brow, his expression displeased. Why are you alone? Where is my sister? Fang Ning responds with nothing but pure contempt. Don't you dare call her your sister. Brother, you are not worthy of being her brother. The Yuan master hears this and stares at Fang Ning in confusion. So what exactly have you come back to do? His subordinates have already drawn their swords. Fang Ning draws his own blade, ready to face them head-on. What am I here to do? To kill you, of course. The Yuan master bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Kill me with that worthless body of yours that doesn't possess an ounce of soul power. Dream on. I spared your life last time. If you refuse to leave, then stay. Forever. The Yuan master orders the kill. His subordinates charge forward. Fang Ning shows not a trace of fear as he is surrounded. Worthless body, you dare dream. HMPH. He bends low and unleashes a surge of dark energy, blasting every last one of them away. Now you will see exactly what I rely on. Yuan Long sees the situation turning dire and leaps forward to shield the Yuan master. My lord, be careful. Something is off about Fang Ning. Yuan Long himself is no less shocked. How does he possess soul power? Fang Ning advances, consumed by every ounce of his seething hatred. Prepare to die. But Yuan Long has already stepped in to shield the Yuan master. Your opponent is me. The moment he blocks the strike, his face contorts. How is he this strong? Fang Ning wastes no words. He kicks Yuan Long aside. Yuan Long hurtles backward, struggling just to steady himself. Yuan Long's eyes narrow as realization dawns. I know you've cultivated the forbidden technique, blood reversal soul return. Do you not realize this forbidden art can only temporarily push your strength to its absolute limit? After that, you will suffer the technique's backlash, your meridians will shatter, and you will die. Fang Ning makes no effort to deny it. That's right, to deal with the likes of you, I had no other choice. At that moment, the Yuan master ambushes him while his guard is down. Fang Ning cannot react in time, and is hurled violently backward. The Yuan master scowls, watching his actions as though observing a farce. The array has been operating for 48 days. Tomorrow it will reach completion. You cannot stop it. Yet Fang Ning does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He charges forward. As long as I kill you, I will find a way to shut it down. He strikes downward. The Yuan master swiftly raises his blade to block. But the Yuan master's luck runs dry. Fang Ning cleaves his sword clean in two and drives a lethal stroke through his body. The blow is so devastating that the Yuan master crashes to one knee, his body trembling in agony. Fang Ning presses the attack, his blade sweeping toward the Yuan master's neck. A strange, blinding light suddenly erupts from the Yuan master's body, forcing Fang Ning to recoil in shock. Yuan Long seizes the Yuan master's body and roars, "Fang Ning, we shall meet again." Having spoken, he too gradually fades alongside the Yuan master. The two vanish without a single trace. Fang Ning turns and lifts Jiang Li into his arms, raising his hand to form a seal. He chants an incantation, weaving a formation designed solely for her. The chant complete, Fang Ning thrusts his finger toward Jiang Li and declares seal. The earth around them fractures instantly. Countless vengeful spirits surge from the depths below, drawn by Fang Ning's sorcery, and plunge into Jiang Li's body. Her eyes fly open wide. A torrent of killing intent erupts from Jiang Li's entire being. He swiftly steps forward and presses a talisman onto her forehead to suppress it. Lear, sleep deeply. After 1,000 years, when the resentment finally fades, you shall live again. Fang Ning cradles Jiang Li to his chest and makes his vow, Lear. We shall meet again, wait for me. His words fade, and his body begins to dissolve into nothingness. The young boy watches, unable to hide his worry. Before departing, his master does not forget one final instruction. Jiner, my time grows short. Let this be your master's final lesson to you. Cultivate diligently. Forge yourself into someone strong. Remnants of Yuanshang still linger. Your strength alone is too limited. Found an organization to hunt down every last trace of Yuanshang. Call them soul beast hunters. The boy bows his head before Fang Ning, choking back tears. Yes, master, this disciple shall engrave your words into his heart. Hearing this, a measure of peace settles over him as he gradually fades away. At last, Fang Ning vanishes completely. His soul and power become bound to the bracelet on his wrist, drifting slowly into the void between worlds. Finally, in the modern world, a blinding flash of light erupts within a narrow alley. Fang Ning lies on the ground in the body of a child. Two passers-by scoop him up and carry him away. Though unconscious, Fang Ning murmurs a name, Li. Sir, wait for me. The two carry Fang Ning to the Tiantian orphanage. They set him down on the ground. They gaze at Fang Ning with pity in their eyes, then turn and walk away hand in hand, leaving him alone in this strange and unfamiliar place. Back to the present battle, Fang Ning's memories have fully resurfaced. His feet touch the ground. His clothing dissolves. Strange markings now cover his body. Fang Ning has transformed into an entirely new form. His hair turns white as snow. Fang Ning slowly opens his eyes. Chu Chen immediately drops to his knees in reverence. Welcome, Grand Patriarch. He glances toward Jiang Li, then addresses Fang Ning. Grand Patriarch, now that your memories are restored, is there any way to dismantle this soul-refining array? Fang Ning furrows his brow, sensing the formation. This array is not entirely identical to the soul-refining array from 1,000 years ago. Brute force alone cannot shatter it. They must find another way. He extends his hand forward, channeling his power to shield Jiang Li from the array. Then he turns toward the doctor's forces and orders the soul beast hunters to assemble, sparing no cost. They must stop Guyi. Chu Chen responds at once, yes, Grand Patriarch. The doctor, having overheard every word, trembles with rage. He growls his command. Anyone who dares stand in my way dies. Kill them all. Fang Ning wastes no time. He draws his sword and surges toward the doctor at blistering speed. Once again, Yuan Long steps forward. Casting his life aside, he moves to block Fang Ning's path. Yuan Long repeats the same line as before, cease your futile efforts. You cannot stop him. Fang Ning can no longer hold his tongue and snarls a curse. Enough talk. The two of them clash on attacking, the other parrying. Fang Ning's sword strike sends Yuan Ling hurtling backward. He seizes the opening and charges straight for the doctor. Fang Ning's blade presses against the old man's neck. Shout your orders. Shut down the great array and release Jiang Li, or I will kill you. The doctor shows not a shred of fear. On the contrary, his expression brims with triumph. Kill me, would you dare? Without me, you will never be able to stop the great array. Fang Ning glares at him with undisguised irritation. I wager this array has a formation eye. Destroy the eye and the array collapses. Am I wrong, doctor? The old man's face drains of color the instant he hears this. Without giving the doctor a single moment to respond, Fang Ning's blade cleaves through his neck. Droplets of blood splatter across Fang Ning's cheek. Fang Ning looks down at the headless corpse with undisguised contempt. And I wager the formation eye is you. Xuan Yue is too occupied fending off enemies. When she finally glances back, horror seizes her. The doctor is headless. The doctor, the formation suddenly flares with violent intensity. The protective barrier Fang Ning created begins to crack and splinter. He sprints toward the fallen Jiang Li, panic flooding his voice. Leer, Jiang Li regains consciousness and reaches out toward Fang Ning. My lord, Fang Ning rushes forward, stretching out his hand to clasp hers. Leer, I will get you out. Their hands draw closer with each passing heartbeat. Jiang Li calls out, her voice trembling. My lord. Fang Ning roars back. Leer, he seizes her wrist. With a mighty heave, Fang Ning wrenches Jiang Li free from the array's influence. He staggers backward and crashes to the ground. They collapse into each other's arms in overwhelming relief. My lord Leer. Jiang Li gazes at Fang Ning, joy brimming in her eyes. My lord, I feared I would never see you again. He replies with equal joy. Leer, thank the heavens you're alive. Their moment of happiness is shattered by a bone-chilling voice. The final surge of energy has been fully absorbed. Chu Chen, Jiang Li, and Fang Ning freeze in sudden visceral terror. Who? The voice emanates from the doctor's direction. His severed head is slowly regenerating. Soul-refining great array has finally succeeded. Jiang Li trembles from head to toe, paralyzed by dread. That voice, Imperial brother. Fang Ning is no less stunned. How can this be? It is I, of course. The Yuan master, dwelling within the doctor's body, plants his feet on the ground. He rises slowly, deliberately. You killed me, did you not? For that you must thank Yuan Long. Before my soul could dissipate entirely, he preserved a sliver of my spirit. Memories of that year come flooding back. Fang Ning finally understands Yuan Long had carried the first prince's body not as a vessel, but to shelter the soul within. The Yuan master continues, but my soul was far too fragile. I could only slumber under Yuan Long's protection, slowly accumulating my strength. Jiang Li stands frozen, struck speechless. Imperial brother, his features gradually surface across the doctor's face, until Guye accidentally trespassed into my resting place and awakened me. Chu Chen furrows his brow and speaks. You used him, fulfilled his desires, bewitched him, made him agree to let you inhabit his body. The Yuan master shows no reluctance in admitting it. You guessed correctly. He begged me to help him resurrect someone, and I agreed. The condition was that he allow me to inhabit his body and act according to my commands. And so I guided him to locate the things I had left behind, and taught him how to activate the soul-refining great array. However, he was far more cautious than I anticipated. Having learned from my failure 1,000 years ago, he merged his own research technology with the great array. And now, the energy required for the array is finally complete. At this moment, beside the Yuan master, another entity is gradually taking shape. A head is slowly being formed. After 1,000 years, I have finally succeeded. And the other head, as expected, belongs to the doctor. Jiang Li cannot bear to see the Yuan master in such a state, and can only desperately try to dissuade him. Imperial brother, stop. Don't continue this. The Empress surely wouldn't want to see you like this. But he gazes at her without a shred of emotion. Seeing that expression, Jiang Li's heart fills with bewilderment. My lord Imperial brother doesn't recognize me. Fang Ning quickly consoles her. Lair, so many years have passed, I fear he is no longer the Imperial brother you knew. Xuan Yue steps forward at this moment, halting before the Yuan master. Ling Yue grits her teeth and points her sword straight at him, demanding answers. What have you done to the doctor? Why hasn't the doctor woken up yet? The Yuan master furrows his brow. Just as he opens his mouth to speak, the ground suddenly quakes, startling her. What's happening? An earthquake. On the other side, Jiang Li trembles with fear and throws herself into Fang Ning's arms. Lair, don't be afraid. He watches the strange new array gradually emerging with sharp vigilance, a dark premonition rising within him. The doctor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly speaks. Nai. From within the array, a girl slowly begins to awaken. Waves of resentful yin energy radiate from her body. The girl's appearance plunges the atmosphere into an eerie, terrifying silence. A joyful smile spreads across the doctor's face. Nai Papa has finally seen you again. Fang Ning grits his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. The great array has succeeded. Suddenly, both he and Chu Chen sense something strange stirring within their own soul power. He suddenly realizes the truth. She's absorbing soul energy, feeding on it for herself. Over here, the doctor's hand also begins to twitch and stir. The Yuan master furrows his brow, visibly displeased. What do you think you're doing? But the old man remains fixated, reaching out and calling, Nai. The girl lowers her head. After a long, dreadful moment, she raises it once more, but her face has warped beyond recognition, reduced to nothing but a bare, grinning skull. The doctor recoils in shock. What? How did it turn out like this? He wheels on the Yuan master, his voice shaking with accusation. I did everything you commanded. Why has Nai become this? What have you done? What have you done to her? The Yuan master smirks, answering with utter calm, done what? The same thing as you, of course, bringing the dead back to life. The doctor freezes. What? He still stretches out his trembling hand, calling, Nai, don't be afraid. Papa will examine you right away and find out what's going on. Chu. Director Chu wipes the cold sweat from his brow and sighs. Beast Master, please take a look at this situation. Chu Yun immediately issues an order to her subordinates. Soul Beast Operative SB, my command, kill Nai. They receive the order without hesitation. Yes, Beast Master. The doctor hears this and roars with fury. You dare. Stop them at once. Both sides clash once more. A hand extends, forming a new array. Chu Yun immediately senses something is wrong. Neither she nor Tian Dao can move. Their soul power is being suppressed. We've been restrained. Chu Chen moves to aid them, beginning to channel his demonic energy. Suddenly, someone charges in from behind its director, Chu. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoves Chu Chen directly into the array. Caught off guard by the ambush, Chu Chen coughs up a mouthful of blood. Chu Yun and Tian Dao stare in horror at the injured Beast Master. Father, Beast Master! Director Chu sneers, his face twisted with treachery. His true nature finally laid bare. He grins. At last, the opportunity I've been waiting for has come. Chu Chen still cannot believe he has been betrayed. Why? Director Chu recounts with utter calm. I struck a deal with the doctor. I do his bidding and he helps me in return. Once everything is over, he will help me ascend to the position of Beast Master. On what grounds should the title of Beast Master be passed down generation after generation within the Chu family alone? No matter how many great deeds the rest of us accomplish, we're forever stuck as mere directors. Rest assured, Beast Master. After this, I will lead the Soul Beast operatives in cooperation with Yuan Shang, establishing a new order. I won't squander everything you've built. With that, he raises his hand and orders coldly, kill them all. On the other side, Fang Ning turns to Jiang Li. Lair, I want to go help them. Will you be all right on your own? I've recovered my memories. Everything from 1,000 years ago, I remember it all now. He clasps her hand and swears, this time I vow I will never leave you alone again. But Jiang Li refuses to be left behind. My lord, this time, Lair will live and die at your side. Her form gradually shifts, dissolving back into her soul state. Jiang Li, without hesitation, once again merges into Fang Ning's body. A smile of joy and resolve crosses his face. All right. As he speaks, Fang Ning's gaze toward the enemies ahead grows all the more steely and resolute. Then we face Thistodler. He grips his sword and charges forward. Fang Ning advances toward the figures ahead. Once again, a familiar blade swings out to intercept his strike. Yuan Long steps forward, blocking Fang Ning's blow. You wish to pass through? Then you must first get past me. Fang Ning stares at him, bewildered. You set me free, yet you block me again and again. What exactly do you want? Only now does Yuan Long speak from the heart. I need your help. The words stun Fang Ning. What, you need my help? Yuan Long retreats several steps and begins to tell his story. 1,000 years ago, the first prince placed a binding curse upon me. I can only obey his commands, and my soul is tethered to his. When the soul-refining great array was activated, I believed you had perished. I never imagined that in such a short span of time, you would master even the samsara forbidden art. Within the samsara forbidden art lies a method that can undo my curse, but it conflicts with my own cultivation technique, making it impossible for me to practice. Only you can help me. I have spared your lifetime and agony waiting for you to remember, so that you could set me free. Now that your memories have returned, what say you? Will you cooperate with me? Fang Ning furrows his brow, quietly assessing the situation. Yuan Long's strength is nothing to scoff at. Better to strike a deal and pull him to their side. In the end, both simultaneously retreat a step. He rests the sword on his shoulder and speaks up. How do you wish to cooperate? Helping you break the curse? That can be arranged. But you must help me kill Nai, and that two-headed abomination. Yuan Long agrees without the slightest hesitation. Agreed, but we cannot let the eldest prince catch wind of this. Fang Ning immediately accepts the condition. Then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to put on a little show. He lunges forward without warning, striking at Yuan Long. Fang Ning channels demonic power through one hand, teeth gritted, his glare locked onto Yuan Long. With his blinding speed, Fang Ning slams a surge of demonic force into him. Yuan Long, caught completely off guard, collapses to the ground. Fang Ning leans down and whispers to Jiang Li, "Lear, I'm counting on you. Just follow my lead." She replies with a cheerful smile, "Rest easy, my husband." Jiang Li gradually probes into Yuan Long's inner consciousness and discovers the seal placed by the Yuan master. She swiftly clasps her hands together, forming hand seals. On the outside, a radiant glow emanates from Yuan Long's chest as the seal within his body gradually shatters. Yuan Long's memories drift back to the days when he first followed the Yuan master before the curse was ever laid upon him. The Yuan master recites the forbidden art, a twisted delight flickering across his face. So Yuanshang exists to protect the truth of this world? What a waste. As he speaks, the Yuan master turns to Yuan Long and issues a command. Pass down my decree. From this day forward, devote all efforts to breaching the barrier. Spare no cost. Alarmed, Yuan Long desperately urges against it. Master, you cannot do this. Once the barrier falls, both sides will suffer. This goes against Yuanshang's founding purpose. The Yuan master, without a moment's hesitation, orders Long's immediate capture. The instant the words leave his lips, two subordinates materialize behind Yuan Long. What? They wrench Yuan Long's arms behind his back and slam him face first into the ground. The Yuan master seizes the opening, extending his hand to cast the sealing art upon Yuan Long. Yuan Long can only grit his teeth in helpless resignation as he watches the seal take root within his own body. Back in the present, Fang Ning charges toward the Yuan master and the doctor, sword raised. The old man catches the blade with a single hand, and both he and the doctor sneer in unison. You wish to kill us? You overestimate yourself. Seeing this, Fang Ning has no choice but to retreat. He fixes them with a glare of undisguised contempt. Is that so? Fang Ning grips his sword and charges once more, unleashing a barrage of vicious slashes. Then have a taste of this. The Yuan master coughs up a mouthful of blood. At that very instant, a hand strikes out from behind. Yuan Long's palm gently grazes the doctor's cheeky at the sheer force, sends old master, Jiang, flying. Fang Ning stares in astonishment at Yuan Long, who intercepted the blow in his stead. Both of them, each having taken a devastating hit, collapse to the ground. The girl they had summoned earlier begins to approach, step by step. She lunges at them, her fangs sinking in, drawing agonized screams from both. Xu Yue, seeing the doctor under attack, rushes forward. The doctor's hand reaches out and grasps hers. Xu Yue swings her arm, flinging the girl away. The doctor sees this and screams, no, but the force and the height prove fatal. The instant her body strikes the ground, she perishes on the spot. The soul harbored within her body begins to seep out. A girl materializes from within the dissipating light. Jiang Li instantly recognizes her and rushes forward. Imperial sister-in-law. The Yuan master grits his teeth, desperately trying to seize control of the body. Surrender your body to me. Yuan Long's eyes narrow, senses the moment has come. From behind, he prepares to strike them both down, but at that critical instant, another figure interposes. Yuan Long's killing blow is intercepted. Xu Yue takes the full force of the attack. Both Yuan Long and the old man freeze in shock. Having absorbed the full brunt of the blow, she can no longer hold on and collapses. Before closing her eyes, Xu Yue murmurs, "No one is allowed to hurt the doctor." Her mind drifts back to those days of wandering alone when Xu Yue, unable to endure the gnawing hunger any longer, had collapsed on the street. When she finally awakens, the doctor stands before her. "You're awake." He steps closer and offers, "From this day forward, follow me." To Xu Yue, drowning in the abyss of despair, it was as if a lifeline had been thrown. She agrees without a moment's hesitation. Yes, seeing her collapse for his sake, the doctor lets out a heart-wrenching wail of anguish. Jiang Li gazes at her with deep, aching sorrow. The imperial sister-in-law, Yuan, master's wife, trembles as she descends. She draws closer still. The lady looks at him, her eyes brimming with regret. "My lord husband, to see you once more, thy's humble one is overjoyed." As she speaks, she dissipates into nothingness, even as the Yuan master reaches out desperately to hold on. No, Jiang Li persists, trying to dissuade him. Imperial brother, stop this. Imperial sister-in-law would never want to see you become like this. But the Yuan master is beyond reason now, a man consumed by madness. My 1,000-year plan, you destroyed it all. I will drag every last one of you to the grave with me. His demonic power erupts, surging to annihilate them all, but the doctor has other plans. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Stop dragging me down with you. Fang Ning's eyes widen in alarm. No good is going to self-detonate. Suddenly, the sword in his hand blazes with light. It is not just Fang Ning. Jiang Li's sword radiates the same brilliance. What's happening? The radiance from both swords converges, bathing them both in its glow. Fang Ning and Jiang Li raise their swords high. The instant the blades meet, a blinding surge of light erupts forth. Slash after slash tears into the bodies of the Yuan master and the doctor. A thunderous explosion rocks the earth. Smoke and dust billow outward, swallowing everything from view. As the dust slowly settles, an eerie silence descends. The doctor lies crumpled on the ground, yet his lips never stop moving. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you've won. Death is not the end. I shall return from another world. Fang Ning falls into deep contemplation. What did he just say? Another world? Yuan Long quickly explains. That is what they call the truth of the world. This world is a harmony of yin and yang. Besides the living, spirits dwell in this world as well. However, a barrier of perception separates the two realms under normal circumstances. Neither side can sense the other's existence. His words send a chill down Fang Ning's spine. Then can he truly return? But Yuan Long waves his hand dismissively. Impossible. His soul has long since merged with the Grand Prince over all those years. A dual soul is inherently incompatible. They cannot coexist. Only then does Fang Ning finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If it were like last time, he really couldn't handle it again. He looks at them both with a serious expression. The original purpose of the Yuanshang organization was to maintain the balance between humans and spirits. It was only after the Grand Prince took over that the mission was twisted. Now that the leader of Yuanshang is gone, you can gather the remaining members into the Soul Beast users and carry on this mission. He immediately asks in confusion, and what about you? But Yuan Long has already chosen to leave without looking back. 1,000 years, and he's finally free. I won't be bound any longer. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Fang Ning watches his silhouette fade into the distance. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. Grandmaster Chu Chen bows respectfully and makes his proposal. Grandmaster, now that your memories have been restored, the position of Beast Master should rightfully be returned to you. But since you've grown accustomed to being a streamer, the offer leaves Fang Ning visibly flustered. My good man, I'm just a streamer. How could I possibly manage such a massive organization? I can't take on the role of Beast Master. It's better suited for you. You heard everything Yuan Long just said, didn't you? Think it over. If it works, just follow through with what he said. Chu Chen hears this and asks, then, Grandmaster, what are your plans from here on? Fang Ning immediately turns to look at Jiang Li, as if he already has his answer. Me. She looks back at him, bewildered. The scene shifts once more to Fang Ning's livestream, but this time, it's different from all the rest. Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. I'm the beggar sect elder, Fang Ning, and today is a very special day. He points excitedly at the people behind him. I'm getting married, boys. Come on, say hello to everyone in the chat. Fang Ning straightens his suit and stands before the camera. The ceremony's about to start. I'll go get ready. See you guys in a bit. The crowd bursts into applause, shouting, the bride is here. Jiang Li steps onto the stage in her wedding gown, beaming at him. Fang Ning is completely mesmerized by Jiang Li's beauty. The officiant speaks up. Do you groom Fang Ning? Take Jiang Li to be your wife. Through good times and bad, in wealth or poverty, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish her always. Until death do you part? Fang Ning answers without a moment's hesitation. I do. The officiant continues. Do you, bride Jiang Li, take Fang Ning to be your husband? Through good times and bad, in wealth or poverty, in sickness and in health, to love and cherish him until death do you part. Jiang Li smiles brightly and replies, I do. Groom and bride, you have found your love. Please exchange your rings. They slide the rings onto each other's fingers and clasp hands. The scene ends with Fang Ning leaning in and kissing Jiang Li. And that's a wrap, boys. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button. And while you're at it, drop a like. Thanks for watching till the end, everyone. Bye-bye, love you all.